Beneath the blazing sun, a shuttle-shaped spacecraft, exceeding 10,000 meters in length, hovered several thousand meters above the ground. As a blue light emanated from the surface of the ship, a sound akin to cool echoed. In the next moment, the spacecraft vanished from sight, as if it had never existed at all. Should scientists witness this phenomenon, they would undoubtedly exclaim, "Goodness gracious! This is a technology of spatial leap reserved for advanced civilizations." On the ground, Moli quietly lowered his raised middle finger, his heart gradually finding tranquility. Moli was once a scion of wealth in the dragon kingdom of Blue Star. His mother passed away from illness when he was in his teens, and his father, without fail, remarried a stepmother scarcely older than himself. Unable to integrate into this new family, Moli immersed himself in global travels and various extreme sports following his university graduation. The inheritance left by his mother was substantial enough to last him a lifetime. With no goals to pursue, he could only indulge in reckless endeavors. Unfortunately, fate took a cruel turn. Now, Moli found himself not only stripped of his privileged lifestyle, but also reduced to a slave miner serving extraterrestrial beings. That very spacecraft had belonged to a small exploratory team of Gamma aliens, a civilization of the third tier. It is worth noting that Blue Star's level of civilization barely straddles the transitional phase between levels 0 and 1. In the presence of the third-tier Gamma aliens, Blue Star resembled a primitive tribe before a modern, fully armed military force. The Gamma aliens did not colonize Blue Star solely because the planet once harbored a complete pantheon of deities. A civilization of divine caliber is classified as level 6. Even if the deities departed due to the depletion of spiritual energy, it was not within the reach of a third-tier civilization to meddle. While they refrained from intervention, they were still able to collect samples for research purposes. Unfortunately for Moli, he was the unfortunate subject chosen for this sampling. After conducting their studies on him, the Gamma aliens abandoned him on this planet, designated MUX 1024, to toil in the mines. This planet produced a type of energy crystal, a coveted mineral for the Gamma aliens. Moli's current occupation involved assisting in the extraction of these energy crystals for his extraterrestrial overlords. Of course, relying solely on Moli to mine would yield insufficient results over a lifetime. Thus, the Gamma aliens established a small production base for him, alongside a cosmic observation station they maintained on the moon. Beyond that, the Gamma aliens took little interest in his endeavors. They would only return at fixed intervals to collect the extracted energy crystals. As the titanium alloy door swung open, Moli strode into the production base with purpose. With a snap of his fingers, a floating transport vehicle halted before him. He stepped aboard, and the vehicle whisked him to the central control room on the highest floor. Upon arrival, Moli commanded, "Intellect, display the three-dimensional model of the production base." "Certainly, Master." A high-definition, three-dimensional projection materialized before him. The entire production base sprawled over more than 2,400 acres, dominated by a colossal metallic structure with 5 subterranean levels and 12 above ground, resembling the leaf of a clover. Adjacent to it were 6 oval-shaped metallic edifices, symmetrically arranged like the 6 corners of a hexagon, connected by a series of transparent passageways. The production base was divided into numerous large functional areas, including a central control room, power hub, work zones, processing areas, biological cultivation zones, storage facilities, training areas, medical units, recreational spaces, and residential quarters. Each of these large functional areas was further subdivided into multiple subunits, such as the processing area, which was segmented into machinery manufacturing plants, weaponry production facilities, food and beverage processing units, and domestic goods manufacturing sectors. This production base had the capacity to accommodate thousands of workers and residents. Moli continued, "Intellect, provide me with an overview of the resource status of the base." "Certainly, Master." The intellect projected the current resource data of the base: metals, 1 million tons of steel, 650,000 tons of copper, 54,500 tons of aluminum, 33,000 tons of titanium foodstuffs, 200,000 units of nutritional liquid, 190,000 units of energy paste, 1,600 tons of solid protein, 1,200 tons of solid fat. The plethora of resource data left Su Moli feeling dizzy. After a brief glance, he chose to avert his gaze. Su Moli inquired, "Intellect, have the 50 service robots and 100 clone bodies been produced?" "They have been manufactured. In accordance with your specifications, the robots are equipped with mechanical skeletons and covered with synthetic skin, each uniquely modeled in appearance. The clones were cultivated from superior human genetic material. While they lack intelligence, their physical attributes have reached optimal proportions. They are currently housed in cryogenic pods and can be activated at any moment." The intellect showcased the detailed parameters of the robots and clones through a holographic projection. The Gamma aliens could produce two main types of robots: combat robots and service robots. Combat robots, devoid of emotions, possessed intelligence comparable to that of humans and exhibited extraordinary combat capabilities. Regrettably, the cunning Gamma aliens did not grant Su Moli access to the technology for producing combat robots. They merely left him with 20 finished units for base protection. In contrast, service robots were considerably less capable, with intelligence approximating only 60% of a normal human and limited to menial tasks. Despite being termed service robots, their mechanical skeletons allowed them to effortlessly lift objects exceeding 1,000 pounds. Such strength was expected from entities designed for labor. As for the clones, they were products of a rapid 48-hour production cycle. Their advantages included low cost and quick production, but they were devoid of intellect. However, this was of little concern to Su Moli, who possessed the means to transform the mundane into the extraordinary. Su Moli proceeded to ask, "Intellect, has the consciousness transference device been fully analyzed?" "It has been completely analyzed and has established a connection with the Lunar Observation Station, ready to disseminate recruitment information at any time." This consciousness transference device was procured by the Gamma Expedition Team through transactions with other civilizations and was rumored to be a product of a fourth-tier civilization. Its core function was singular: to digitize biological consciousness for long-distance transmission. Originally designed to project biological consciousness into clones for combat command, this technology ensured that even in defeat, the loss would be borne by the clones, preserving the integrity of the original entity. After thoroughly comprehending the technology, the Gamma aliens left this device at Su Moli's disposal, likely anticipating his intended use. Who could fathom how many descendants of deities resided among the billions on Blue Star? Even if the deities were to return, the Gamma aliens would not be held accountable. After all, this unscrupulous venture was solely Su Moli's undertaking, even if he perceived the sinister intentions of the Gamma aliens. It was of little consequence they had implanted a nanobomb within him. Moreover, the nanobomb had already coursed through his bloodstream into his brain. For the sake of his own life, Su Moli had no choice but to exploit the people of Blue Star. And yet, it would not be entirely accurate to label it exploitation. Su Moli intended to compensate these miners with cash rewards, albeit with a degree of deception in the employment arrangement, without mentioning the over 10 billion cash in Su Moli's bank account. It would be exceedingly simple for a third-level civilization's intelligent brain to infiltrate the banking system through communication satellites in space. Once payment is made, it establishes a legitimate labor relationship. Su Moli commanded, "Intelligent brain, please disseminate the recruitment information I have prepared," targeting internet users in the Jiangnan region of Long Country. "Yes, master. The recruitment information has been published." The recruitment process would undoubtedly take some time, so Su Moli decided to return to his room for a brief rest. Even as a slave miner, he aspired to be the strongest among them. Chapter 2. Recruitment of Closed Beta Testers Blue Star, Longhua Hangsheng, around 3 p.m. Within a rented room, Wu Jianfeng, as per his routine, powered on his computer, intending to check for any newly released games. Having been immersed in online gaming since middle school, he had devoted over a decade to this pursuit. He had dabbled in most games available on the market. After graduating from university last year, he seamlessly transitioned into a full-time gamer. Hailing from a rural background, both of his parents were ordinary farmers. Given the current economic climate and the overwhelming number of university graduates, his options were severely limited. Although the prospects of being a professional gamer appeared bleak, he considered himself fortunate compared to classmates still reliant on their parents for support. Suddenly, a flashing game notification appeared on his screen. The virtual reality game Interstellar Miner was seeking full-time, closed beta testers, offering an hourly wage of 100 yuan. An hourly wage of 100 yuan? Wu Jianfeng was somewhat incredulous. Even if he could only test for 8 hours a day, that would amount to 800 yuan in earnings. If he could manage some overtime, his daily income could equal his monthly expenses. With great enthusiasm, Wu Jianfeng clicked the link, which redirected him to the game's official website. He bypassed the game introduction, focusing instead on the recruitment details. The requirements were straightforward: a passion for gaming and several years of gaming experience. This stipulation was almost non-existent. As this was a virtual reality game, specialized headsets were necessary for access. Upon successful registration, the company would select suitable candidates and send the headsets. After grasping the essential information, Wu Jianfeng promptly clicked the registration button. The page then redirected him to the application window. Glancing at the upper right corner, he noted the real-time tally of applicants, 5 individuals. Not wishing to delay, he immediately began to fill out the extensive personal information form. In addition to basic details such as name, age, gender, phone number, and address, he was required to provide educational background, work history, and personal specialties. Over 30 items in total. The instructions emphasized the importance of accuracy and detail to increase the chances of acceptance. Considering the generous hourly wage, Wu Jianfeng filled out the application with utmost diligence, even including anecdotes about his university days spent gaming with roommates for 3 consecutive days and nights. Unbeknownst to him, once he clicked the registration button, the system began covertly scanning his computer. All his personal data, over 20 gigabytes of study materials, browsing history, and chat records were surreptitiously collected. Simultaneously, the system, through a Trojan, controlled his camera and microphone to discreetly gather audio and video from his room, assessing whether he lived alone. Upon finalizing and submitting his application, the system provided a new notification: registration successful, please await the selection results. Wu Jianfeng glanced once more at the applicant count, which had surged to 345 individuals. Wow, so many people vying for this job, he muttered, saving the webpage before returning to his gaming. With such high compensation, it was no surprise that many had applied, and Wu Jianfeng harbored little hope of being selected. That afternoon, millions of internet users in the Jiangnan region of Longhua encountered this recruitment notice. However, fewer than 1% actually clicked through. Nevertheless, with such a vast population, Moli received over 20,000 applications. Having just awakened, Moli was alerted by the intelligence system. Master, a total of 21,714 applications have been received for your review. Given the sheer volume, it was impractical for Moli to examine each submission individually. He instructed the system to filter the applications based on specific criteria. Prioritize males aged 25 to 28, veterans, athletes, university graduates, and individuals living alone. Master, according to your specifications, 114 candidates have been shortlisted. Moli randomly eliminated 14 applications, leaving a cohort of 100 individuals. These fortunate few constituted the first batch of players. With only 100 dormant pods available at the base, Moli faced limitations in recruiting more players. Constructing additional pods required a significant amount of iridium, which the base currently lacked, necessitating future resource collection. Furthermore, the first batch of players was recruited under the guise of closed beta testing, precluding the possibility of hiring too many individuals. Moli issued directives to send employment contracts to these 100 candidates, along with a prepaid wage of 5,000 yuan and the gaming headsets. Understood, Master. Without further prompting, the intelligence system autonomously generated personal profiles for the selected candidates. Moli's decision to prepay them was intended to entice their participation, ensuring they would willingly don the gaming headsets. Simultaneously, a small meteorite was dispatched from the lunar observation station towards Blue Star. Encased within the meteorite were 100 gaming headsets and 3 delivery robots. Following the designated trajectory, the meteorite was set to land in the coastal region of Yuhang, Longhua. Due to the necessity of nighttime deliveries, this batch of headsets was expected to reach the 100 players within 1 to 2 days. Having concluded this matter, Moli instructed the intelligence system to produce a reserve of weapons and ammunition. Based on prior scans conducted by the Gamma aliens, M-Star was approximately 34 times the size of Blue Star, completing a rotation in roughly 32 hours. This planet comprised 79 ocean and 21 land, with the landmass divided into 3 continents and numerous islands. The base was situated in the southeastern part of the smallest continent, where oxygen levels were 2.1 times higher than those on Blue Star, and the local fauna exhibited a tendency towards larger sizes, reminiscent of Blue Star's prehistoric era. The Gamma aliens had departed hastily, leaving behind limited information. It was uncertain whether they had withheld any crucial details. Regardless, the array of dangerous species encountered by Moli was significant. Mining operations would necessitate venturing into the wild, a realm rife with perilous creatures. The 20 combat robots left by the Gamma aliens could only barely safeguard the production base, leaving insufficient resources to protect the miners in the field. Moli needed to manufacture ample weaponry to adequately arm the incoming players. Regarding weaponry, Moli felt a surge of frustration. The Gamma aliens had not merely withheld a few details, they had significantly restricted his capabilities. The production facilities were limited to crafting Level 1 civilization weapons, all of conventional design. Powerful armaments such as missiles, atomic bombs, and hydrogen bombs were off-limits. The stability of energy crystals was somewhat precarious, and the Gamma aliens harbored concerns about Moli frequently deploying such formidable weaponry. In a fit of anger, Moli habitually cursed the Gamma aliens, wishing for their spacecraft to be obliterated in the cosmic turbulence. Chapter 3. This game is incredible. Around 7 p.m. A pop-up appeared on Wu Jianfeng's computer again. Mr. Wu Jianfeng, you have successfully passed our company's screening. Please sign the electronic contract online at your earliest convenience. Ecstatic, Wu Jianfeng leapt up in joy. This was a job that paid 100 yuan per hour, and it involved his beloved pastime of gaming. He truly did not expect to be selected. How could he not be thrilled? Wu Jianfeng swiftly clicked on the link, and the first thing that caught his eye was a confidentiality agreement. The terms were quite stringent, prohibiting the disclosure of any information regarding the gaming company or its content to individuals outside the game. Should he violate these confidentiality regulations, the penalty would amount to 50 times his earnings. It was understandable that the game had not yet launched and required confidentiality. Skipping past the confidentiality clause, he arrived at the formal electronic contract. This was a standard electronic contract, and after carefully reviewing all the terms, Wu Jianfeng found no contractual pitfalls. The hiring party was a company named Starry Games Limited, which he had never heard of and could find no information about online. He surmised that it must be a newly established company. After filling out his personal information, bank card details, and contact information, and uploading the front and back of his ID card, the electronic contract was signed. Our company will deliver the gaming headset to your doorstep within 1 to 2 days. Please keep an eye out for the package. A prepaid salary of 5,000 yuan has already been transferred to your bank account. Please check your balance. Ding. Wu Jianfeng picked up his phone and, indeed, there was a notification of a 5,000 yuan deposit from Starry Games Limited. This company is quite considerate. They provided me with a 5,000 yuan advance before I even started working. Are they worried that players won't be able to pay for internet fees or rent? Closing the web page, Wu Jianfeng couldn't help but look forward to a bright future. Knock, knock, knock. The following morning, Wu Jianfeng was roused from his slumber by the sound of knocking. Who is it? It's so early. Can't a person get some sleep? Xiao Wu, it's me. The voice of his landlady snapped him awake. He quickly climbed out of bed. As he opened the door, he groggily asked, "Landlady, isn't the rent due in another week?" "It's not about the rent. I came back this morning and noticed a package at your door addressed to you. I tried calling you but got no answer. So I brought it in for you." His landlady was quite kind. "I haven't ordered anything online recently." "Oh, that's right, it's my package." Upon seeing the Starry Games logo on the box, Wu Jianfeng understood what was happening. His landlady continued, "You know, the quality of delivery personnel these days is really poor. They deliver packages in the middle of the night and just leave them at the door without ensuring they reach the recipient. If I hadn't seen it and brought it in, who knows who would have picked it up? Delivering in the middle of the night. Wu Jianfeng was taken aback. Indeed, it was past 1 in the morning when he took his son to the hospital for an emergency. He hadn't seen the box when he left, but it was there when he returned at around 5 in the morning. Thank you, landlady. After expressing his gratitude, Wu Jianfeng eagerly closed the door and opened the box. Inside, he found a shiny silver headset. Can this really log into the game? He pondered while examining the headset. Although the design was stunning, he couldn't find any network or charging ports. Confused, he picked up the instruction manual for further examination. The manual stated that placing the headset in sunlight would allow it to charge automatically, providing a month of use with just 1 hour of sunlight. So it's solar-powered. That explains it. To activate the headset and log into the game, he simply needed to press a button on the top. A special reminder cautioned, before using the headset, please ensure you are lying in a safe environment and that no one is around to disturb you. If the headset is touched by outsiders during the login process, there is a minuscule chance of a short circuit. Hearing this warning, Wu Jianfeng couldn't help but curse. How can they test such an unstable product? After checking, he saw the battery was fully charged. Considering the lucrative hourly wage of 100 yuan, he couldn't resist lying down and putting on the headset. As he pressed the button, a surge of electricity coursed through his cerebral cortex. Within 2 seconds, he gradually lost consciousness. He was unaware of how much time had passed when he finally awoke. He discovered he was inside a sleep chamber, wearing only his shorts. As he fumbled with the controls, the transparent lid opened automatically. Wu Jianfeng struggled to sit up, finally managing to utter a coherent phrase. This game is unbelievable. At that moment, he found himself in an extraordinarily high-tech room, filled with neatly arranged sleep chambers. Most of the chambers contained people, while only a few were unoccupied. The realism of the scene was astounding, as if he were truly immersed in it. Wu Jianfeng pinched his arm, and the sensation of pain felt strikingly real. It wasn't just visual and tactile. He could also smell a faint fragrance in the air. The sound of the sleep chamber opening had clearly registered in his ears. Licking his finger, he detected a subtle medicinal scent. What kind of game can achieve such vivid sensory realism? Wu Jianfeng muttered to himself. Could it be that I have transcended reality? With the current technology on Blue Star, is it truly possible to create a game of this magnitude? A beautiful female attendant approached and said, "Adventurer, please follow me to the new arrivals registration area." Wu Jianfeng finally snapped back to reality. Oh, okay. As he attempted to stand, he lost his balance and fell. Fortunately, the attendant caught him. In a state of panic, he exclaimed, "What is happening to me? Why does my body feel uncoordinated?" The attendant reassured him, "Do not worry, adventurer. Your new soul has yet to harmonize with your body. It will take some time to adjust." "Is that so? May I know your name?" Wu Jianfeng inquired, seeking to establish rapport. "I am the adventurer's receptionist, and my name is Xiao Rou." She summoned a hovering tour vehicle and assisted Wu Jianfeng into it. Once they were seated, the vehicle began to glide forward automatically. As Wu Jianfeng gazed at the surrounding sci-fi landscape, he couldn't help but ask, "Where exactly is this place? Are you an NPC or a real customer service representative? By the way, how did your company manage to make the game so realistic? It's astounding." Insufficient permissions to provide an answer. Upon hearing this, Wu Jianfeng realized without a doubt that she was indeed an NPC. Not long after, he began to shout in excitement. "Wow, this body is amazing. I must be at least 185 meters tall, and I have the 8-pack abs I've always dreamed of." The attendant replied, "Adventurer, please refrain from touching your body in public to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings." "My apologies, I'm just too thrilled." Chapter 4. Game instructions. Xiao Rou first led Wu Jianfeng to the newcomer registration area, where he registered his game character name, Wandering with a Sword, a name he had long cherished and had no intention of altering. At the registration area, Wu Jianfeng received a set of training attire and a communication wristwatch. The training outfit resembled common camouflage gear, possessing a pleasant texture that piqued his curiosity about its material composition. The communication wristwatch was of a size akin to contemporary fitness bands, resplendent in a silvery hue. Upon his fingers grazing the watch, a projection box sprang to life before him. The initial display showcased an introductory video for the game. According to the video, this realm was the Dawn base located on Planet M, overseen by a figure known as the Star Master, once a noble heir of the third-tier civilization of Gamma. The Star Master found himself marooned on this savage planet after failing an air trial. Yet, fortune intertwined with misfortune, as this planet produced a mineral known as energy crystals. As the name suggests, these crystals provided power for various mechanical operations. From wristwatches to spaceships, they served as a vital energy source. Thus, the Star Master, leveraging third-tier civilization technology, summoned an army of adventurers from another world to assist him in conquering this untamed planet, amassing strength to reclaim his rightful position. As the video concluded, a text message appeared, emblazoned with the words, "Game Instructions." This was a crucial notice, and Wu Jianfeng read it attentively. Galactic Miner is the first virtual game developed by our company with a staggering investment of billions, boasting a level of realism that is unparalleled globally. Having personally experienced the game's authenticity, Wu Jianfeng wholeheartedly agreed with the notion of absolute realism. He had a premonition that this game would undoubtedly set the world ablaze upon its release, rendering all other 2D, 3D, and 4D games obsolete. The first instruction read, "Players are strictly prohibited from divulging any information about this game to individuals outside of it. Violators will incur a penalty of 50 times the total compensation received." This was essentially a condensed confidentiality clause, which Wu Jianfeng promptly skipped over. The second instruction stated that due to a limited supply of gaming helmets, players could not request a second helmet for the time being and should safeguard their current one. The third instruction emphasized the game's ambition to create an utterly realistic world, adhering to many of the rules found in reality. Thus, the cooldown period following a character's death extended to 48 hours, urging players to cherish their character's well-being. The fourth instruction detailed that players could log out via the communication wristwatch or a sleep pod, recommending the latter to avoid unnecessary losses, as logging out with the wristwatch was reserved for emergencies. As Wu Jianfeng continued through the instructions, he noted that during the closed beta testing phase, players were required to maintain a minimum of 8 hours of online play daily to facilitate data collection for the developers. Furthermore, wages would be settled weekly based on online time. There were a total of 16 instructions, all of which Wu Jianfeng scrutinized diligently. Upon clicking Next, he was ushered into the game interface. In the upper right corner, his avatar appeared alongside a display of the current online player count, which was grayed out, indicating that it had yet to be activated. Below his avatar was an emergency logout menu, which he had no intention of using so early in the game. Clicking on the avatar revealed a detailed profile, wandering with a sword, basic information, profession, unassigned level, experience, 0 contribution points, 0 basic attributes, strength, 7 agility, 6 constitution, 7 intelligence, 6 perception. 5 Wu Jianfeng couldn't help but scoff at the fact that his highest attributes were strength and constitution. Was this some sort of jest? In other games, he had always pursued an agile build. Was this a suggestion for him to become a tank? In the central area, a three-dimensional representation of his body displayed parameters such as height, weight, heart rate, blood pressure, and body fat percentage. Intriguingly, it also included metrics for hunger, fatigue, and health status. Reflecting on the game's commitment to realism, Wu Jianfeng felt a sense of clarity. Closing the personal information page, he turned his attention to the left sidebar of the game interface, which contained functional menus, communication services, official forum, base overview, knowledge base, comprehensive services, and task hall. At present, only the communication services, official forum, and base overview were accessible, while the remaining menus were grayed out. Within communication services, options included messages, friends, contacts, notifications, and brief messages. The official forum needed no further introduction. One post humorously exclaimed, "This game is too realistic. I must record this." Authored by a user named Desperate Lion. The base overview provided fundamental details about Dawn Base, complemented by a three-dimensional model. Alongside these primary functions, several auxiliary tools were available, such as recording, photography, and scanning features. Before Wu Jianfeng could thoroughly explore the functionalities, Xiaoro led him to a training room. Inside, an instructor was guiding 5 young trainees through basic exercises, including walking, balancing, climbing, and obstacle navigation. This is Instructor Iron Arm. He will oversee your training, Xiaoro announced before departing in her vehicle. Instructor Iron Arm, a muscular man in his 30s, cast a cold gaze at Wu Jianfeng, his expression unfriendly. Newcomer, what is your name? Hello, instructor. My name is Wandering with a Sword. Iron Arm tapped his wristwatch, adding Wu Jianfeng to the training roster. He then commanded, Wandering with a Sword, you are to run 10 laps around the area. Wu Jianfeng hesitated. Are we really running? Iron Arm seized the back of Wu Jianfeng's neck with one hand, lifting him as though he were a mere chick, and bellowed, Novice, do I need to repeat myself? Instructor, it hurts. I'll run right away. Terrified by Iron Arm's imposing demeanor, Wu Jianfeng felt the sensation of pain and suffocation acutely. He had no doubt that Iron Arm could easily snap his neck. With a forceful toss, Iron Arm hurled Wu Jianfeng away, shouting, Get moving. Ignoring the pain, Wu Jianfeng scrambled to his feet and began to run, though his body felt utterly uncoordinated. However, he stumbled and fell shortly thereafter. Just then, another trainee approached him, offering a kind reminder. Hey, brother, Instructor Iron Arm just wants us to adapt our bodies through running. You don't have to go that fast. Thank you for the reminder. My game ID is Wandering with a Sword. What about you? No need for formality. My game ID is a knife cutting through copper, and my friends call me Knife. Let me add you as a friend. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'll add you too. Chapter 5. Job Transition. Under the introduction of a chef's knife wielding through Causeway Bay, Wu Jianfeng swiftly became acquainted with several others. The 4 individuals, Chef Knife, Old 8, Escaping from the Abyss, and Deathly Lion, were all quite loquacious. Only one, known as Cold Sniper, appeared somewhat aloof, training by himself on the sidelines. The 5 of them gathered together to train, continuously exchanging their thoughts on the game. Old 8 exclaimed, I am not exaggerating when I say this game is undoubtedly the most realistic I have ever encountered. Mark my words, once this game is released, it will revolutionize all current mainstream games. Escaping from the Abyss analyzed, the 5 senses, sight, hearing, touch, taste, and smell, are rendered indistinguishable from reality. Except for the NPC's somewhat lacking intelligence, this place feels just like a real world. I haven't identified any obvious bugs or flaws. He continued, Can you believe it? After years of gaming, I find myself enamored with the avatar's physique. Aside from the inability to customize my face, I am quite satisfied with my current form. My skin is even fairer than that of the ladies, and I possess a set of 8-pack abs. Each time I caress my skin, I am deeply entranced. This somewhat narcissistic individual was Deathly Lion. Chef Knife inquired, Have you noticed? The game interface lacks HP and MP bars, replacing them with hunger levels, fatigue levels, and health status. Perhaps the developers designed this game based on the rules of the real world. Escaping from the Abyss elaborated, according to the opening video of the game. The world background is quite expansive. Initially, we may be colonizing a planet, but later it could escalate to interstellar warfare, unlocking technology, trees along the way. His analysis clearly indicated he hailed from a gaming guild. Deathly Lion exclaimed excitedly, What if we end up piloting spaceships to battle in the stars? I am a fervent fan of StarCraft. Escaping from the Abyss responded, We currently have limited information at our disposal. For now, we can only speculate. Noticing Wu Jianfeng's silence, Old 8 asked, Tianya, what are you pondering? Wu Jianfeng replied, There is something odd. From our registration for the closed beta to signing the online contract and entering the game world, the game operators have not intervened with us at all, apart from the brief game guidelines provided through the communication wristwatch. Escaping from the Abyss suggested, perhaps that's just how the company operates. Anyway, they've already paid us a salary of 5,000, and it's weekly. What is there to worry about? Even if they were to withhold payment, I would definitely play this incredibly realistic game to the end. His last remark garnered agreement from the others. Observing Wu Jianfeng still furrowing his brow, Old 8 inquired, Tianya, what else troubles you? Wu Jianfeng shook his head and voiced his greatest concern. Do you think, given Blue Star's current technology, It is genuinely possible to create a game of this caliber? The group exchanged glances, none able to answer. If such an advanced virtual reality technology existed, it would have already caused a sensation. Deathly Lion speculated uncertainly. Perhaps they are employing military technology. Just because we haven't heard of it doesn't mean it is unattainable. Suddenly, a voice interjected. I can assure you, in terms of virtual reality technology, even the military technology of the United States cannot achieve this level. Everyone turned to see the somewhat reclusive Cold Sniper. Before anyone could respond, Cold Sniper cautioned, a new batch of players is arriving. They turned to see the receptionist, Xiao Ro, bringing an entire convoy of players, approximately 20, toward them. A throng of individuals disembarked, looking as if they were part of a tourist group. Despite their uncoordinated movements, the players immediately began to wander about. Many sat down on the ground to discuss their views on the game. Aside from a few who obediently reported to Iron Fist, the others ignored the receptionist's words. Instantly, the training ground transformed into a chaotic market. It was noisy. Old 8 jested. No wonder no one has come by for so long. It's a miracle the receptionist managed to bring this lot here. Deathly Lion remarked, compared to them, we are quite civilized. Cold Sniper warned. The instructor seems ready to unleash his wrath. Upon his warning, the group immediately shifted their attention to Iron Arm. With a deafening crash, numerous players were left in shock, collapsing to the ground. In the corner, a collection of gym equipment was reduced to scrap metal. Meanwhile, Iron Arm's palm began to gather energy for a small energy cannon. I am giving you 5 seconds to form 2 lines, Iron Arm declared. Though he did not specify the consequences of exceeding the time limit, the slight elevation of his cannon spoke volumes. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. By the final count, the players managed to line up just in time, many scrambling on hands and knees. Observing them, Iron Arm taunted. You newcomers ought to feel fortunate. This is your first day. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to throw disobedient pests into the incinerator for fuel. The thought of the game's terrifying realism sent chills down everyone's spine. They were not eager to experience the sensation of being scorched by fire. 10 laps each. Now run, commanded Iron Arm. The players, fearing repercussions, immediately surged into action. Having dealt with this batch of players, Iron Arm turned his gaze to Wu Jianfeng and the other 6. You 6 have successfully completed your adaptation period and demonstrated the potential to become excellent warriors. I will recommend you to Firearms Instructor Iron Fist. I hope you can pass his assessment and become distinguished soldiers. Thank you, Instructor. The 6 were elated, surprised that they could encounter the job transition task so soon. Ding! Simultaneously, the 6 received a notification on their communication wristwatches. It was a letter of recommendation for them to train under Instructor Iron Fist. The message not only outlined the route to the shooting range, but also indicated that Iron Arm had summoned a hovering sightseeing vehicle for them. With envious gazes from other players, the 6 swiftly boarded the vehicle. In less than a minute, they arrived at the outdoor shooting range. This was their first glimpse of the base's exterior and the outside world. The vast, pure metal architecture, along with its sleek, silver technological appearance, was truly awe-inspiring. Above them, the outlines of 3 massive planets loomed ominously. Wu Jianfeng pointed to the protruding pipes atop the structure and inquired, those protruding pipes up there must be defensive weapons, right? Those are multi-barrel close-in weapon systems, Cold Sniper responded. Chapter 6. The Elite Talent Curious, Lao Ba inquired. Brother, you seem quite knowledgeable. Have you served in the military? Cold Sniper gave a slight nod, but remained silent. Tiao Xiao Yao suggested, let us go. I can hardly wait to see what the weapons are like. I wonder if they are as realistic as in real life. The others quickly understood Tiao Xiao Yao's intent. Given the game's realism settings, if NPCs taught them how to handle firearms, there might be legal implications. As the 6 of them exited the vehicle, they immediately felt the heaviness in their limbs. Kai Dao exclaimed in surprise, what's going on? Lao Ba speculated. It seems the gravity on this planet is quite intense. Kai Dao questioned. But why didn't we notice this while on the base? Wu Jianfeng analyzed. Since the base has hovering vehicles, it must be equipped with anti-gravity devices intentionally set to a gravity level we are accustomed to. Struggling, they made their way to the shooting range. while Cold Sniper adjusted to the gravity with ease, which inevitably earned him the admiration of the others. The new instructor, Iron Fist, was as fearsome as the previous instructor, Iron Arm. As soon as they arrived at the shooting range, Iron Fist asserted his authority. I am your firearms instructor, Iron Fist. Once you step into the shooting range, you must follow my orders. Do you understand? The six responded in unison, yes, instructor. Having been disciplined by Iron Arm previously, they knew how to respond to the instructor. Ding. The familiar sound of a system notification prompted the six to check their wrist devices. Task name: Become a qualified soldier. Task content: Rookie. You are merely a trainee soldier. You are far from being a qualified soldier. Train hard to become a qualified soldier as soon as possible. Task reward: Experience points based on training completion. Advancement path: Trainee soldier, private 3rd class, private 2nd class, private 1st class, corporal, sergeant, staff, sergeant level 4, sergeant major level 3, sergeant major. It appeared this was their occupational transition task. In addition to their occupation changing to trainee soldier, they had acquired a new military classification and skill set. Currently, the military classification was still empty, likely to be filled based on their training performance. The skill set was extensive, including shooting, hand-to-hand combat, grenade throwing, demolition, tactical movements, weapon maintenance, first aid, wilderness survival, and camping. In total, there were 16 skills, all with 0 proficiency. Lao Ba complained, seriously? To be a soldier, one has to master so many skills? Cold Sniper explained, this is merely a simplified version of a soldier's skill requirements. In reality, soldiers must memorize the discipline regulations, formation regulations, and internal affairs regulations. Just the formation training alone requires one to practice for a month or 2. Lao Ba muttered, I avoided the military because I feared hardship, and now, unexpectedly, I'm a soldier in a game. The armory behind Iron Fist slowly opened, revealing a plethora of firearms, handguns, semi-automatic rifles, shotguns, sniper rifles, light machine guns, heavy machine guns. Wu Jianfeng and the others widened their eyes, internally exclaiming in disbelief. Apart from Cold Sniper, who had military experience, the others were civilians from peacetime, unfamiliar with actual firearms, let alone such a well-stocked array. Iron Fist commanded, choose a suitable weapon, grab enough ammunition, and select a helmet simulator. Zhu Mingquang sure rushed forward, reaching for a sniper rifle. As soon as he grasped it, he felt its weight. Wow, why is this rifle so heavy? Cold Sniper replied, this is the Barrett M82A1, known as the king of sniper rifles. It weighs 13.6 kilograms, fires 12.7 rounds, and has an effective range exceeding 1,500 meters. It is characterized by its long range, high precision, and great power. Beginners are advised against using such heavy sniper rifles. An untrained person could easily dislocate their shoulder with a single shot. The weapon data stored in the Base S database had been covertly copied from the archives of various nations on Blue Star by the Gamma aliens. Moli, not particularly knowledgeable about firearms, opted to produce only well-known weapons. It was a simple principle. Weapons should not be overly diverse, as that would be a logistical nightmare. Thus, Moli chose only a couple of models from each type of firearm for production. Seizing the opportunity, Tiao Zhiyao asked, Cold Brother, as we are all novices, do you have any weapon recommendations? Cold Sniper disassembled a handgun, introducing, this is the domestically produced QSG-92 pistol, which fires domestically manufactured DAP 9mm rounds and can also fire Barabellum rounds. The entire weapon weighs 0.76 kilograms, the barrel length is 111 millimeters, and it uses a 15-round double-column magazine. Its effective range is 50 meters, making it quite suitable for novice training. Examining each component of the firearm, Cold Sniper displayed a look of astonishment. Wu Jianfeng, standing closest, inquired, Cold Brother, what's wrong? Cold Sniper replied, this handgun is so realistic. Every part feels exceptionally authentic, as if it were a real gun. The others exchanged glances, their expressions brightening with excitement. Iron Fist turned to Cold Sniper and asked, have you served in the military? Cold Sniper responded truthfully, report, instructor, I was previously a sniper. Iron Fist pointed in a direction and instructed, "Grab enough bullets. That area is designated for sniper rifles." As a skilled individual, Iron Fist left him to his own devices, providing ample ammunition. Cold Sniper said nothing, gathering 3 boxes of 12.7mm ammunition into his magazine pouch. Effortlessly lifting the Barrett M82A1 with one hand, while carrying the helmet with the other as he made his way to the sniper shooting range. Iron Fist then addressed the remaining 5, shouting, "Rookies, what are you still dawdling for?" The 5, not daring to delay, hurriedly selected their weapons. Kaidao, Tiao Zhiyao Yao, and Wu Jianfeng all followed Cold Sniper's advice and picked a QSG-92 pistol. Only Lao Ba and Zhu Ming Guangshi opted for a semi-automatic rifle, reasoning that practicing with a more powerful firearm would be beneficial. As it was their first training session, they all filled their tactical vests with ammunition. Iron Fist commanded, "Choose a shooting position, then put on the helmet simulator. It contains tutorials on firearm assembly, maintenance, and shooting techniques." The 5 sighed in relief, grateful that Iron Fist would not personally instruct them. Judging by Iron Fist's demeanor, it was likely he had a rather volatile temperament. Soon, the sound of gunfire echoed throughout the range. In the central control room of the base, Moli was monitoring Cold Sniper's training from multiple angles. This individual was quite impressive. He had familiarized himself with the attributes of his new weapon after only a few shots fired. Within a 500-meter range, he could almost hit his target precisely. Compared to the other players from the same cohort, Cold Sniper's adaptability was indeed remarkable. The intelligence system reported, "Master, we have gathered comprehensive player information on the game codenamed Cold Sniper from various channels on Blue Star. Please review." Moli instructed, "Bring up his relevant information." Yes. Zhong Hanqing, 28 years old, enlisted at 19. His last record was as an ace sniper in the Southern Military District's Red Sword Brigade, having received the 3rd-class Merit Award twice and a 2nd-class Merit Award once. During a family visit, Zhong Hanqing was discharged from military service after accidentally killing 2 thugs who had assaulted his sister, resulting in a 1-year prison sentence. He had only been released half a month prior. The intelligence system had hacked into military databases and Zhong Hanqing's phone to reconstruct his past history. Undoubtedly, Zhong Hanqing was the elite talent Moli urgently needed. It was likely that his criminal record made it difficult for him to find work, leading to his fortuitous position as a game tester for the Interstellar Company. Now, it seemed he had become a fortunate asset for Moli. At present, there is no one else in the entire base who has served in the military, let alone a sharpshooter of the caliber of Zhong Hanqing. Chapter 7. Evolving Individuals Subsequently. Moli commanded, "Retrieve the player information for those who have cloned bodies using the same DNA sample as Zhong Hanqing." "Master, there are a total of 4 individuals. Please review." The Gamma aliens, through the deployment of small robotic agents, stealthily infiltrated blood banks and embryo repositories on Blue Star, surreptitiously collecting over 50,000 sets of human DNA, with nearly 11,000 sets belonging to citizens of the Dragon Kingdom. The clone bodies of these players were cultivated using the finest genes extracted from this batch of samples, rather than direct DNA cloning. It involved the recombination of X and Y chromosomes, meaning these players' bodies are essentially descendants of the individuals represented by the DNA samples. Due to the variations in genetic inheritance, the resulting individuals differ in appearance and potential. However, their physical attributes were undoubtedly cultivated according to optimal parameters. At this moment, Moli was particularly curious as to why Zhong Hanqing's adaptability differed from the others. While the other players from the same batch were merely beginning to adjust to their bodily coordination, Zhong Hanqing had swiftly regained his former peak state. Moli's initial instinct was that the DNA sample used for Zhong Hanqing's cloned body was exceptionally superior, granting him remarkable adaptability. Yet, when examining the physical parameters, Zhong Hanqing's fundamental attributes were identical to those of the other 4. The only discrepancy was that their souls were inherently unique. Could it be that certain skills are indeed etched into the very fabric of the soul? Suddenly, the AI interjected, "Master, I have identified a distinction between Zhong Hanqing and the others." "What is the difference?" Moli inquired. The AI responded. His brain domain development rate has increased from an initial 6 to 6.2, and the unlocking degree of his genetic sequence has risen from 18 to 18.13. Moli commanded, AI, elaborate on the brain domain development rate and genetic sequence unlocking degree. According to the Gamma Aliens preliminary research on human genetics, the average brain development rate among individuals typically ranges from 3 to 5. Those who achieve a brain domain development rate exceeding 9 are exceedingly rare, with almost no cases documented at over 10. The human body comprises 23 pairs of chromosomes, containing approximately 65,000 to 120,000 genes. Normally, over 80 of these genes remain locked, while the small percentage that is unlocked maintains normal motor functions. In layman's terms, the brain domain development rate signifies the strength of the soul, whereas the unlocking degree of the genetic sequence represents physical prowess. The body serves as a vessel that nourishes and houses the soul, while the strength of the soul continuously enhances the body, creating a harmonious synergy. The initial brain domain development rate for Zhong Hanqing was 6, with a genetic unlocking degree of 18. Now, both of these metrics had seen improvement. In other words, Zhong Hanqing's body was beginning to exhibit slight evolutionary changes. If the reasons behind his evolution could be discerned, could it not lead to a method for intentional evolution? Moli urgently queried, AI, can you analyze the cause of Zhong Hanqing's bodily evolution? Apologies, Master. The production base possesses only detection capabilities, lacking research capabilities. Upon hearing this, Moli was incensed, feeling the Gamma aliens were resolutely guarding against him, fearing his potential to become uncontrollable. Moli commanded, AI, monitor the brain domain development rate and genetic sequence unlocking degree of all individuals daily, and alert me if there are any improvements. Understood, Master. Since there were no research methods available, Moli could still employ the simplest observational techniques to seek patterns. After all, living beings could not be left to wither away. Moli inquired, AI, have all resource points within a 50-kilometer radius of the base been identified? This resource map has been compiled based on data returned from 30 resource exploration robots. Please review it, Master. A holographic three-dimensional map materialized before Moli, showcasing the mountainous terrain surrounding the base. Each type of resource was marked with distinct shapes and colors. Energy crystal mines, iron ore, copper mines, silver mines. Gold mines. The variety of minerals totaled over 110 types, with 67 types required for the base alone. Additionally, various water sources, wild creature clusters, forests, and edible plants were also marked. In reality, the production base could not conjure resources from thin air. Every item produced by the base necessitated the input of corresponding raw materials. To thrive and expand, Moli could not solely focus on mining energy crystal mines. Other resources must also be collected. In the quest to identify resource points around the base, 23 of the 30 resource exploration robots were destroyed, leaving only 7 safely recovered. The perilous nature of the surroundings was evident. Even amidst such dangers, Moli planned to commence adventure missions for the players by tomorrow at the latest. Upon the Gamma aliens' departure, they had only left enough energy for the base to function for 1 month. With the addition of numerous players, the consumption of energy had accelerated. Moli needed to expedite the acclimatization of these players to the harsh environment of the planet to facilitate an expedition to seize the nearest energy crystal mine. The most effective training method was through practical combat. Initially, they could be tasked with resource gathering in the vicinity of the base. As long as they remained within the defensive range of the base, issues should be minimal. As Moli contemplated this, the AI suddenly alerted him, Master. A creature designated as F6, an aerial entity, is encroaching upon our airspace and is expected to reach the base in 4 minutes. The threat level has been assessed as B. The anti-air missiles have locked onto the target. Shall I proceed to eliminate it? A holographic projection revealed a large serpent with fleshy wings. According to the AI's calculations, this monstrous creature measured an imposing 22.3 meters in length. Moli had devised a biological coding system. F represented flying creatures, L for terrestrial beings, H for aquatic life, Z for intelligent species, and HL for amphibious entities. Creatures possessing special abilities were categorized separately with AT. The numeral following each letter indicated the order of discovery. Thus, F6 denoted the sixth discovered flying creature. Simultaneously, Moli had established a danger level system for creatures based on gameplay mechanics, ranging from SSS, SS, S, A, B, C, D, E, to F. With the danger level of an unarmed adult male generally rated as E, naturally, the danger level would vary with armed individuals. This system could also be further subdivided into E-E and E levels. Each increment in the major danger level represented a tenfold increase in threat. A danger level of B was already considerably perilous. Moli commanded, AI, designate this creature as the abyssal winged serpent and engage it with the close-range artillery. I require a complete specimen of the monster. Understood, Master. It was a rare opportunity to encounter a large monster. Taking it down would provide the players with a captivating spectacle. Gazing at the image of the abyssal winged serpent, Moli felt a surge of urgency within. In truth, the area occupied by the base was originally home to many large wild beasts. Some of these creatures had been eliminated by the Gamma aliens' death rays, thus becoming a source of meat for the base, while others had been driven away by the imposing space vessels. Now, scarcely a day had passed, and already large wild beasts dared to approach this region. This was not a promising omen. Chapter 8. Invasive Creatures in the Shooting Range. Dozens of players were fervently engaged in their gunplay. Suddenly, the wristwatches of each player emitted a piercing alarm. Alert! 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 Flying creatures are invading our airspace. Base's anti-air defenses are in position. Outdoor personnel, please take protective measures. All players gazed up at the sky in bewilderment, many still aiming their weapons at one another. Iron Fist tapped his wristwatch a few times, and immediately, those whose guns were pointed at their comrades were jolted by electric shocks, causing them to scream in agony. One individual accidentally discharged his weapon, striking a teammate in the rear. Ah, that hurts terribly. The injured player writhed on the ground, lamenting his pain. The sight of blood seeping from his wound sent a shiver of fear through many. The hyperrealistic game had its drawbacks. The sensations of pain and the vividness of bloodshed were all too real, regardless of whether one could truly perish. Being shot was undoubtedly painful. The player who had caused the accidental injury knelt helplessly, saying, "Brother, are you all right? It was truly unintentional. I was shocked and accidentally fired. Let me apply pressure to your wound to stop the bleeding." "Ah, don't touch my wound, you fool. It hurts like hell." Iron Fist looked at the crowd with an impassive expression, stating, "The first lesson in the shooting tutorial warned you to keep your weapon either pointed down or up. Never aim your firearm at your comrades. This bloody lesson serves to ensure you remember." The injured player pleaded, "Instructor, they are at fault. Can't you punish them directly? I am the most innocent here. I'm in agony. Please help me." Several others chuckled unkindly. The injured player was indeed a bit wronged. Being accidentally wounded by a teammate was one thing. Being used as a cautionary example for the instructor's lesson was another. Iron Fist took out a bottle of medication and sprayed it on the injured player's wound. Within moments, the bleeding visibly ceased. Iron Fist threatened, "You want to die from a non-vital penetrating wound, but do not let me hear your wailing again. Otherwise, I will pry open your wound with my fingers and pour a bottle of corrosive liquid inside." Upon hearing this threat, the injured player immediately fell silent. Iron Fist then summoned a hovering transport vehicle and casually ordered, "You too. Take him to the medical area where the medical robots will instruct you on how to operate the medical pod." The two did not dare to delay and promptly escorted the unfortunate player for treatment. Suddenly, Tao Jiao asked, "Instructor, the wristwatch notification stated there are flying creatures invading. Should we retreat indoors for safety?" Iron Fist replied, "If any creature can approach this area, it means the base's anti-air defenses are ineffective. Hiding inside merely awaits death." Tao Jiao felt foolish for asking, and no one else dared to speak. Suddenly, the close-in defense cannons atop the base fired in rapid succession towards a certain direction, following the trajectory of the projectiles. The players could only discern a tiny silhouette in the far-off sky. Within 15 seconds, that silhouette plummeted from the sky. The crowd couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed, having anticipated an exhilarating battle to behold. Is that it? Iron Fist checked the information on his wristwatch and commanded, "The Star Master has ordered us to retrieve the corpse of the invading creature. I need a few brave souls to accompany me." A throng of courageous players raised their hands, but Iron Fist selected only the 6 most seasoned players: Cold Sniper, Wu Jianfeng, Tiao Xiaoyao, and others. Ding! The wristwatches of the 6 vibrated simultaneously, conveying the task details. Task name: Transport Mission. Task content: Locate the corpse of the creature shot down by the close-in defense cannons and transport it back to the base. Task reward: 20 experience points, 5 contribution points. Iron Fist instructed the 6 to don bulletproof vests and helmets while also resupplying some grenades. He then bellowed at the remaining players, "Continue your training. If I catch anyone slacking off, I will personally crush their testicles." Many instinctively tightened their legs, inwardly cursing Iron Fist's brutality. Once Wu Jianfeng and the others were fully equipped, a massive dump truck approached. The vehicle's height was easily 12 meters, and its size was 5 or 6 times that of a common dump truck on Blue Star, with wheels that stood over 3 meters tall. The 6 players, alongside Iron Fist, climbed into the driver's cabin, only to discover that the drivers were 2 players. One was responsible for operating the vehicle, while the other handled navigation and communication. Through conversation, they learned that one was named Du Ling Feng Xiao, and the other was called Hua Chuan Bu Yao Zhang Quan Cao Lang. Desperate Lion inquired, "Hey, how did you 2 manage to drive this behemoth?" Du Ling Feng Xiao explained, "Earlier, there was an option to decline a recommendation, and out of curiosity, we clicked decline. The system then offered us a non-combat class transfer task. Following the prompt, we went to the driving training ground and found many fascinating large machines. This truck is merely mid-tier among them. Indeed, in such a vast forest, all kinds of creatures could exist." Old 8 curiously asked, "Do you need a license to operate such a large vehicle?" Hua Chuan Bu Yao Zhang Quan Cao Lang turned around and replied, "Brother, this is a game world, not Blue Star. There aren't many requirements. Besides, the vehicle has a driving assistant that explains the function of every button, making it quite user-friendly." Suddenly, Wu Jianfeng exclaimed in surprise, "Hey, where's Instructor Iron Fist?" Preoccupied with chatting, everyone realized that Iron Fist had vanished. Knife pointed to the roof of the vehicle, saying, "I saw Instructor Iron Fist and Cold Sniper climb onto the roof." As soon as they boarded, Cold Sniper had joined Iron Fist atop the vehicle. Being a sniper, he was accustomed to seeking the best vantage point. The difference was that Cold Sniper was lying down while Iron Fist stood. The bumpy roof seemed to have no effect on them. Iron Fist glanced at Cold Sniper and commanded, "From now on, every living creature we encounter is your target." "Yes, Instructor." Cold Sniper adjusted his aim slightly, locking onto an unknown small beast 300 meters away. Bang! The bullet struck the creature accurately, ripping it apart. Iron Fist remained silent, continuing to observe the surroundings. As the vehicle gradually distanced itself from the base, the players soon noticed something unusual. The 2-kilometer radius surrounding the base was marked by charred remnants. The vegetation, rocks, and soil appeared to have been meticulously trimmed. The edges were unnaturally straight, all aligned horizontally, as if a knife had severed everything within that 2-kilometer range. They attributed this phenomenon to game design, unaware that it was a technique of a third-level civilization. Before long, the dump truck entered the forest, revealing towering mushrooms, acid-spitting caterpillars, and explosive melons. The variety of strange and wondrous sights truly broadened their horizons. Chapter 9. The Demon Face Vine. 2 minutes later, guided by their tracking devices, they arrived at the site of the fallen invasive creature. Before them lay a colossal serpent adorned with a pair of fleshy wings. Let us refer to it as a serpent for now. The wings extended over 15 meters, and the serpent's body measured more than 20 meters in length. A crimson crown adorned its head, and along its spine, from head to tail, protruded bone spines as thick as a man's arm. Notably, the wings were situated close to its head rather than at the midsection of its body. The girth of this serpent at its thickest point exceeded that of a gasoline barrel. Its palm-sized scales shimmered in metallic shades of black and gray. Whatever this creature was, it had been mercilessly riddled by the rounds of a closed defense cannon, leaving a pool of red blood on the ground. The sheer magnitude of this being, even in death, was profoundly awe-inspiring. Old 8, astonished, inquired, "Could this creature be the legendary Tingsha?" "Do not insult the Tingsha," came the retort. "The Tingsha of myth is a celestial beast. This creature is far too feeble to compare. It is said that no one has ever seen a Tingsha. It is likely a case of ancient exaggeration. I believe this creature possesses formidable combat capabilities, especially with the ability to fly. I perceive a resemblance to the serpent-like monster in the film Godzilla vs. Kong. I believe it was called Nozuki," someone interjected. A lively debate ensued among the group. Wu Jianfeng turned to Iron Fist for insight. "Instructor Iron Fist, does this creature have a name?" Iron Fist explained, "Your wrist devices can scan the creature for identification. Our database has classified this being as the spine-winged serpent, a serpentine creature capable of flight, possessing venomous attacks, and an immense bite force. Its scales can withstand projectiles from standard handguns and rifles at close range. Adult specimens generally pose a threat level of B or higher." Before the group could fully process this information, Iron Fist continued, "Among the species discovered thus far, some individuals have been recorded at lengths exceeding 35 meters. This one can only be deemed a juvenile. The revelation that this creature could grow to over 35 meters elicited gasps of astonishment. A beast of such magnitude could easily crush a multitude of individuals with its sheer weight." Just as the group was about to disembark, Iron Fist halted them. Wu Jianfeng asked, "Instructor, what is it?" Iron Fist cautioned, "Be vigilant and observe your surroundings. The wilderness harbors potential dangers at every turn." At Iron Fist's warning, the group widened their eyes and scanned their surroundings. Yet, despite their scrutiny, they found nothing amiss. Suddenly, Cold Sniper pointed out, "Look at the ground. The corpse of the spine-winged serpent shows signs of having been dragged." Upon inspection, they indeed noticed the marks on the ground, indicating that the serpent had been moved at least 10 meters horizontally. Deadly Lion queried, "This serpent must weigh several tons. What could possibly drag it such a distance?" Fleeing Daylight directed their attention to a nearby patch of vines, saying, "Observe those vines. They bear traces of blood." The vines were dark purple, extraordinarily lush, covering an area of over 100 square meters. Upon closer examination, they could see that the vines closest to the serpent's corpse were stained with blood. Old 8 exclaimed, "Daylight, you cannot possibly think that these vines dragged the several-ton corpse." Wu Jianfeng, struck by a thought, promptly activated the identification function on his communication device. Demon Face Vine, capable of ensnaring and attacking prey with its tendrils, exhibiting rapid strike speed that can easily strangle its victims. The tendrils secrete a dissolving fluid that breaks down the flesh and blood of its prey. Danger level D. Upon hearing Wu Jianfeng recite the details regarding this plant, the group remained skeptical. After all, the vines were currently motionless. The notion that they could move like a living creature seemed implausible. Cold Sniper suggested, "If we want to ascertain the truth, we should conduct a test." Fleeing Daylight asked, "Cold Brother, how do you intend to test it?" Cold Sniper climbed into the dump truck and retrieved an unknown small beast he had hunted earlier, casually tossing it toward the vines. Before the beast's body even touched the ground, the previously still vines ensnared it like a serpent. In less than 3 seconds, the tendrils formed a ball around the small creature. Through the gaps, they could faintly see the contorted body of the beast. Some tendrils, resembling suckers, plunged deeply into the creature's flesh. Before long, the small beast's body began to shrivel as the tendrils secreted a corrosive liquid. Gradually, its fur dissolved into a pool of blood, followed by its bones. In just over 10 minutes, the small beast was completely consumed. Watching the demon face vine devour its prey sent chills down the spines of the group. Had Iron Fist not warned them, they might have stepped into the vine's attack range and been drained of their flesh and blood in an instant. Thus, the group instinctively retrieved hand grenades. Even the likes of Solo and Rowing without oars joined in, each requesting 2 grenades. Remove the safety pins and grip the grenade firmly. I will count to 3, and we shall throw them simultaneously. After throwing, hit the ground. Cold Sniper, the only one with grenade experience, took charge. At that moment, the group stood in a line, trembling hands fumbling with the safety pins. It was their first encounter with grenades, and the thought of letting go could result in turning themselves into fragments was nerve-wracking. Iron Fist stood by, observing quietly, not because he was unwilling to assist, but because the group had prohibited him from intervening. As the players put it, if NPCs deal with the monsters, who gets the spoils? 1, 2, 3, throw. 8 grenades flew through the air, landing on the vines. Hit the ground. Cold Sniper yanked down Old 8 and Deadly Lion, who were still standing idly. Boom, boom. Amidst the barrage of explosions, the group felt a dull ache in their eardrums, followed by a wave of heat washing over their backs. Soon, a deluge of soil and vines rained down upon them. Fortunately, clad in bulletproof vests and helmets, they only felt minor discomfort from the impact. As the smoke cleared, the patch of vines lay in tatters. Some tendrils writhed involuntarily, and dark red liquid oozed from the broken ends. Exchanging glances, they readied their hand grenades once more. The explosions resounded again. A minute later, Old 8 exclaimed excitedly, "Everyone, come look. I understand why this plant is called the Demon Face Vine." At that moment, the vines had been completely obliterated, revealing a trunk as thick as a barrel. On its surface were patterns resembling a ghastly face. Fleeing Daylight sniffed the air and asked, "Do you all smell something fragrant?" Deadly Lion replied, "You are right. I can smell it too. It's quite pleasant, though I cannot quite place it." Wu Jianfeng, observing the pale red liquid seeping from the trunk, dipped his finger in and brought it to his nose, declaring, "Indeed, this is the source of the fragrance." As he spoke, Wu Jianfeng took a taste. Fleeing Daylight gasped, "Kenya, you are far too reckless. What if it is poisonous?" Wu Jianfeng reassured them, "I sense no poison, and I find it quite palatable. You should all give it a try." After extending the invitation, Wu Jianfeng continued to savor the peculiar substance. Chapter 10. Contribution Value. Is everything truly all right? Let me partake as well. Upon tasting it, I was pleasantly surprised by its delightful flavor. After just a sip, the reckless lion sank down, clutching the tree trunk and savoring it. "Lion, leave some for us," I exclaimed. "Is it really that delicious?" "Don't deceive me. We share both fortune and misfortune. I must try it too." Seeing Wu Jianfeng and the reckless lion unaffected, others eagerly joined in. Even the seemingly composed Cold Sniper dipped his fingers to taste. "You all have insatiable appetites. What if the poison doesn't act quickly?" yelled Escape. Wu Jianfeng smeared a bit onto Escape's lips, saying, "Here, try it. It's genuinely delicious, I assure you." There was an unspoken thought that even if it were poisonous, we would all succumb together, and at worst, we could log back into the game in a couple of days. After sampling the flavor, Escape quickly squeezed into the crowd. "Save me a spot." In the central control room of the base, Moli chuckled as she observed 8 players fervently sucking on the tree trunk through the shared vision of Iron Fist. At that moment, the intelligence system notified her, "Master, a slight increase in the gene unlocking level of the 8 players has been detected." Moli was taken aback, murmuring to herself, "Could it be those 8? Indeed, the list provided by the system confirmed it was the 8 players indulging in the Ghost Face Vine trunk. Could it be that the sap secreted by the Ghost Face Vine facilitates bodily evolution? Contemplating this hypothesis, Moli promptly instructed Iron Fist to collect some of the sap. Minutes later, Iron Fist directed the group to uproot the Ghost Face Vine trunk using the crane on the dump truck. As they beheld the trunk, thicker than a human, a sense of yearning lingered. The pale red liquid exuded by the Ghost Face Vine was indeed exquisite. After consuming it, their bodies felt warm and invigorated, as if brimming with boundless energy. Iron Fist announced, "The Star Master has decreed that, given your discovery of the edibility of the Ghost Face Vine sap, you will receive additional rewards." Upon hearing of extra rewards, excitement rippled through the group. To prevent any further incidents, Iron Fist continued directing the team to hoist the corpse of the bone-slicing serpent into the truck, although they were still within the base's fire coverage. Who could tell if other monsters lurked nearby? The immobile Ghost Face Vine had allowed them to easily dispatch it with grenades. but any agile monster could pose a significant threat to this inexperienced group. After a few minutes, they successfully returned to the base. The ghost-face vine trunk was sent for processing and purification, while the bone-slicing Serpent S corpse was displayed at the shooting range. The sight of the Serpent S remained stirred excitement among the players. They eagerly examined the Monster S corpse, speculating whether it belonged to an elite or a lord boss. As seasoned gamers, they were unafraid of a monster's carcass, with many boasting about how many shots they would need to take down such beasts. In a corner of the shooting range, the 8 who had transported the monster's body gathered to discuss their experience. Upon returning to the base, they received a system notification congratulating them on completing the task of transporting the bone-slicing serpent, thus achieving their first task completion. Each received a certain amount of experience points and contribution points. While experience points were standard, contribution points were a novel concept. The transporters of the bone-slicing serpent received the highest contribution points, totaling 15, while the other 6 received 5 each. This was understandable, as the task primarily involved transportation, rewarding the 2 drivers accordingly. Additionally, as a reward for discovering the edibility of the ghost face vine sap and submitting the spoils, each player was granted an extra 300 contribution points. What is the use of these contribution points? Asked Old 8. Wu Jianfeng speculated, based on my years of gaming experience. These contribution points may function like a currency system, likely usable within the base. Most agreed with Wu Jianfeng's theory. Escape inquired. We only received 5 contribution points for cooperating and transporting the monster's body, yet we got 300 for discovering the ghost face vine sap's edibility. Doesn't that seem a bit disproportionate? Throughout the combat process, they primarily used grenades, which posed little difficulty. The system's allocation of merely 20 experience points hinted at this, yet the allocation of 300 contribution points was particularly intriguing. Wu Jianfeng suddenly turned to Cold Sniper, asking, "Cold Brother, may I see your personal panel?" Although Cold Sniper was slightly puzzled, he graciously opened his personal panel for Wu Jianfeng to view. Instantly, everyone gathered around. Cold Sniper basic information. Profession, soldier, level, private, experience, 54,200, contribution points, 305, basic attributes, strength, 7, 3, agility, 6, 2, constitution, 7, 4, intelligence, 6, 2, perception, 6. One Old 8 exclaimed, "Wow, Cold Brother, how come your skill proficiencies are all nearly maxed out?" Out of a total of 16 skills, Cold Sniper boasted over 90 in each. In contrast, the other players had roughly 10 proficiency in shooting, with the remaining 11 skills at 0 proficiency. Cold Sniper explained, "These are skills I possess from real life. This game is quite user-friendly, allowing players to bypass the training process and directly apply for assessments, which then provide proficiency evaluations." Kai Dao marveled, "Cold Brother, you're not a military expert in real life, are you?" Cold Sniper humbly replied, "It's not as exaggerated as you think. After a few years in the military, achieving over 90 proficiency in these skills is quite common." Dueling Fengsaw flattered, "Cold Brother, you're truly impressive. Let us team up in the future. You can guide us through." Cold Sniper modestly deferred, suggesting they discuss teaming up later. Wu Jianfeng continued, "Cold Brother, upon reaching private, did the system reward you with freely allocable attribute points?" Cold Sniper clarified, "When I leveled up, the system did not grant any attribute points. My initial attributes were whole numbers, and I only increased them slightly during training with Iron Arm. I noticed another small increase just now, likely from ongoing training." Wu Jianfeng pondered, "I believe I may have discerned why the system awarded such high contribution points." The group eagerly inquired, "What is the reason?" Wu Jianfeng opened his personal panel for everyone to see. Chapter 11, Low-Level Herbal Essence Basic Information, Profession, Soldier Level, Apprentice Soldier Experience, 63 100 Contribution Points, 305 Basic Attributes, Strength, 7, 2 Agility, 6, 1 Constitution, 7, 2 Intelligence, 6 Perception, 5, 1 Wu Jianfeng remarked, "I have just noticed a slight increase in my fundamental attributes. Initially, all my attributes were whole numbers, but now they have decimals. I suspect your situations are similar to mine." Indeed, my constitution, strength, and perception have all increased slightly. I wouldn't have noticed had you not pointed it out, another joined in. Mine too. Altogether, I've gained 0.7 attribute points. When did this happen? I've seen an increase as well, but only in strength and constitution. Prompted by Wu Jianfeng's observations, everyone began to realize that their attribute points had indeed risen. Wu Jianfeng confidently stated, "When I glanced at my personal attribute panel before leaving the base, they were whole numbers. Upon returning, they suddenly increased." Kai Dao exclaimed, "Could it be that our attribute point increases are a result of drinking the sap secreted by the ghost face vine?" Old 8 enlightened. "Do you think it's possible that the sap from the ghost face vine is akin to rare treasures, enhancing our basic attributes?" Tao Xiao affirmed, "It's not just possible, it's certain. Otherwise, the system wouldn't have granted each of us 300 contribution points." Du Lingfeng was vexed. "Had I known this, I would have consumed more earlier." Old 8 scoffed, "You were the one who drank the most, clinging to that vine." Du Lingfeng retorted, "If I had known it could increase attribute points, I would have devoured the entire tree." Jueming Quangshe grumbled, "Why is it that I drank just as much as you? Yet only my strength increased by 0.2, while my other attributes remained unchanged. My overall increase is significantly less." Wu Jianfeng analyzed. "It's likely that each person's physical constitution varies, resulting in different increments." Suddenly, a voice called for assembly from the distance. Everyone hurriedly lined up before the commanding Iron Fist. Iron Fist ordered, "Return all weapons and ammunition, then proceed to the cafeteria for your meal. Do not let me catch anyone bringing weapons out of the shooting range. The consequences will be dire." The group weakly responded, "Yes." They indeed felt famished. Someone muttered, "I never thought I'd have to eat in a game." Another quipped, "What's more, I just went to the restroom, and it was just as foul as reality." After Iron Fist dismissed them, they made their way to the cafeteria. Having played for a while, the players had figured out the navigation function in their wristbands. In the central control room, Moli examined 3 bottles of juice freshly extracted from the ghost face vine and couldn't help but marvel. The sap had been consumed by 8 players, leaving behind approximately 2,000 milliliters that had been purified. The intelligence system reported, after testing, "This light red juice poses minimal harm to humans and contains an active factor that promotes cellular regeneration." Moli inquired, "How much did the gene sequence unlocking rate increase for the 8 players after consuming this?" Based on the monitored data, the gene sequence unlocking rate increased between 0.14 and 0.39. If quantified in attribute points, some individuals experienced an increase of 0.8, while the lowest saw a rise of 0.2. Furthermore, this was merely the effect of a single consumption. Even if there is resistance developed, it should still be effective for several more doses. With this in mind, Moli decided without hesitation and drank the entire contents of 1 bottle, over 600 milliliters. To his surprise, the taste was delightful. As the liquid settled in, he felt a warm sensation enveloping him, a profound comfort spreading through his limbs. The intelligence system advised, "Master, based on current data analysis, physical activity enhances the absorption of the active factors." Not one to hesitate, Moli began to jog within the central control room. In no time, he was drenched in sweat, while his physical data steadily improved under the system's monitoring. Half an hour later, he could not resist a burp. He had consumed all 3 bottles. Moli asked, "Intelligence system, how much has my gene unlocking rate increased?" According to the analysis, your gene sequence unlocking rate rose from 17.23 to 18.82, and it continues to grow slowly. Once all active factors are absorbed, it is projected to reach 19. Moli commanded, "Open my attribute panel and compare my previous and current attributes." Understood. Moli, the highest authority in the base, had the following original attributes: strength, 5, 7 agility, 5, 2 constitution, 5, 9 intelligence, 5, 2 perception, 5. Moli's physique was original, and despite genetic optimization, it still lagged behind the attributes of clone bodies. None of his original attributes exceeded 6. However, after consuming 3 bottles of the ghost face vine sap, his attributes significantly improved: strength, 7, 1 agility, 6. 2 Constitution, 7. 3 Intelligence, 5. 6 Perception, 5. For the total increase from the 3 bottles amounted to 4. 6 attribute points, and this was not the end. Moli instructed, intelligence system, based on the absorption effects after consuming 3 bottles. Analyze how many bottles I can drink before developing resistance. The first bottle resulted in a 0.91 gene unlocking, the second is 0.59 increase, and the third is expected to yield a 0.27 increase. Following the decay pattern, it is predicted that upon consuming the 7th bottle, no further effects will manifest, though the efficacy diminishes with each additional dose. For something that enhances physical attributes, even a 0.01 increase is worth pursuing. Moli directed. Name this sap-low-level herbal essence and update the database accordingly. Additionally, post a procurement task for low-level herbal essence in the mission hall, offering 120 contribution points for every 100 milliliters, along with corresponding experience points based on the danger level of the eliminated ghost face vines. The intelligence system inquired, Master, shall I open the mission hall now? Moli responded, what is the current shooting proficiency of the players? The average shooting proficiency among the players is 12.3. Moli muttered, is it that low? These slackers are given free access to real firearms, yet fail to train diligently. After a moment's thought, he commanded, never mind. We shall open the mission hall later. First, let us unlock the recreational area for them. They ought to experience its wonders to ignite their motivation for earning contribution points. Understood, my master. Unbeknownst to the players, they were about to be irresistibly captivated by the offerings within the recreational area. Chapter 12. The Leisure Zone. In his rented accommodation, Wu Jianfeng slowly awoke. After removing his helmet, he hastily made his way to the restroom. Following a brief sound of running water, he emerged, trousers in hand. Glancing at his phone, he realized it was already past 1 in the afternoon. He faintly recalled having logged on around 8 in the morning, meaning he had been engaged for almost 5 continuous hours. The allure of the game was simply irresistible, compelling him to remain online. Had it not been for the group's prior agreement to log off for meals and bathroom breaks, he would have likely continued playing for several more hours. With his phone tucked into his pocket, Wu Jianfeng swiftly exited his dwelling. There was a fast food restaurant diagonally across from his building, and he needed to act quickly. Half an hour later, Wu Jianfeng opened his eyes once more within the sleep pod. In the adjacent relaxation area, he found Lao Ba, Zhu Ming Guangshi, and Du Ling Fengxiao. Wu Jianfeng exclaimed, wow, you 3 are remarkably quick. And where did you procure those drinks? Guangshi replied disdainfully, you lot are simply too slow. A meal can be finished in 10 minutes. And even a lengthy bathroom visit shouldn't take more than 5. As for the drinks, there's an automated vending machine over there that accepts contribution points. Lao Ba raised his drink and explained, we logged on early and wandered around, discovering the uses of contribution points. A bottle of this drink only costs 1 point. Du Ling Fengxiao chimed in, I must say, this drink is rather delightful, far superior to the sugary sodas, and it's quite affordable. Wu Jianfeng declared, all right, I shall fetch one for myself. In the past, he would have deemed spending money on drinks within a game a frivolous act of a spendthrift player. However, in the context of Star Miner, it seemed entirely reasonable, as players could truly experience taste without the worry of gaining weight in real life. This extraordinary experience was indeed a boon for food enthusiasts. After chatting for over 10 minutes, the remaining 4 members of their group began to log on. Lao Ba inquired, so, shall we continue our training at the shooting range, or explore elsewhere? Honestly, I'm eager to try that large vehicle Asaw and Alang were using this morning. Du Ling Fengxiao expressed his frustration. Lao Ba? If you keep referring to it that way, I might just change my game name. Lao Ba laughed. Well, you chose such a flamboyant name. Look at Alang. Who doesn't he mind? Huachuan Buyaozhang remarked, it's just an online name. It's meant to be memorable. Wu Jianfeng suggested. How about we check out the Leisure Zone? Currently, we are the only ones in the entire base with considerable contribution points, and the system has specifically opened this area for us. We shouldn't ignore such a gesture. Before logging off for lunch, the system had sent an announcement stating that the Leisure Zone was officially open to adventurers, allowing them to spend contribution points on various services and products. The group had been in a rush to log off and hadn't had the chance to experience it yet. Tao Xiao was the first to agree. I think it's a great idea. The system likely has deeper intentions in opening this leisure zone for us. It could potentially lead to hidden storylines or enhance our rapport with NPCs in the base. With no objections from the others, they made their way to the leisure zone. Soon, they were dazzled by the myriad of shops within. The Dream Creation Hut offered a unique experience. By lying in a specialized sleep pod, customers could customize their own dreams. Whether one desired a gathering of hundreds of beautiful women or wished to experience a heroic life filled with adventure, dreams could be tailored to individual preferences, all for a modest price of 10 contribution points. The hovercar shop featured only 2 products, hoverboards and hover vehicles. As the salesman remarked, as powerful adventurers, walking is beneath your stature. Owning a hover vehicle is undoubtedly a symbol of status. They, too, found walking around the base rather time-consuming, particularly as it didn't convey the identity of a high-end player. However, the cheapest hoverboard cost 800 contribution points, while the hover vehicle commanded a price of 1,200 points. In short, they were not in a position to make such purchases. The weapons and armor store offered various weaponry and protective gear. Lao Ba muttered, "The shooting range has free equipment. Who would waste money here?" Yet, the salesman delivered disappointing news. The weapons at the range could only be used for training and could not be taken outside. When venturing into the wild, the base would provide a free handgun and a limited amount of ammunition, but anything beyond that would need to be purchased independently. Moli, the owner of the base, had contemplated the issue of free weapons and ammunition. In truth, free items were often taken for granted, leading to scenarios where players carelessly discarded excess ammunition in pursuit of carrying more loot. This was a foreseeable issue, as producing such weapons and ammunition consumed resources and energy. While players might not feel the loss, Moli, as the base's proprietor, certainly would. It was far more prudent to charge for these items, perhaps at a lower price. If the base summoned players for combat, it could reimburse weapon and ammunition costs. However, for routine adventures, players would need to bear their own expenses. After their excursion, the group became acutely aware of the dangers outside and had no immediate plans to purchase weapons or ammunition. They did, however, indulge in various food and beverage establishments, finding the flavors far superior to those on Blue Star. Suddenly, Zhu Ming Guangshi rushed over, exclaiming, "Come quickly. There's a fascinating shop over there." Lao Ba inquired, "What kind of shop?" Guangshi replied excitedly, "Don't ask, just follow me." As they approached, they noticed a throng of players gathered around a shop, where a player in a sales uniform was energetically advertising. Couples Customization Workshop? Upon seeing the name, the group was momentarily taken aback. "Welcome, new friends. Allow me to introduce our products. Our lifelike companions feature mechanical skeletons, while their flesh and skin are created using cloning technology, offering a feel indistinguishable from a real person. Their intelligence can reach up to 60% of a normal human. Most importantly, the experience in intimate matters is identical to that with a real partner. Additionally, their appearance and physique can be customized according to your desires, ensuring your absolute satisfaction. Just imagine a partner with the face of a celestial being, the figure and voice of a beloved star, coupled with unwavering loyalty and obedience. Wouldn't you want to possess such a companion?" After hearing the salesman's enthusiastic pitch, Lao Ba and the others were left astounded. The couple's customization workshop was, in fact, selling lifelike female companions. The game's boundaries seemed to have stretched far beyond expectation. Chapter 13. A silken experience in the bustling atmosphere. Players below began to jest. "Linglong Bag, after all your chatter, surely you must show us a sample?" Another added, "Indeed, let us not rely solely on words. Let us see if you can deliver on your promises. I, for one, am eager to behold." Unperturbed, the player known as Linglong Bag called out from within. Shortly thereafter, 8 enchanting replicas emerged, eliciting a collective gasp from the crowd. Their ethereal beauty, flawless skin, and alluring figures were irresistible to any normal man. One player, almost instinctively, inquired, "How much, for one?" Linglong Bag brimming with pride, replied, "The non-customized model costs 30,000 contribution points, while the customized version is priced at 35,000. Upon hearing these figures, the players scoffed in unison. Humph. Even if we wish to indulge in this game, we must first be able to afford it. With a knowing smile, Linglong Bag explained, "The Star Master is aware that many of you cannot yet afford service robots. Thus, our base has introduced a pay-per-use experience service. The adjacent Hongqiu Pavilion is managed by my associate, and the private rooms there offer excellent soundproofing. For just 100 contribution points, esteemed guests may select one device from behind me for a full hour of enjoyment." Linglong Bag's words were laden with implication. Many players' eyes sparkled. Their desires ignited in an instant. In truth, these remarks were directed primarily at Lao Ba and his companions. As a salesperson, he possessed the authority to discern which players had contribution points to spare. Or rather, his mission was to extract every last point from the players. Earlier that morning, when Lao Ba and his group returned with the corpse of the frigid-winged serpent, they had already become celebrities within the base. Linglong Bag recognized them without hesitation. At that moment, the players found themselves at a loss for words. How was this different from purchasing services in the real world? It appeared the game officials were resolutely determined to introduce elements that challenged legality and morality within the game. One player muttered, "Why not seek such pleasures in the real world? Experiencing machines within a game. How perverse." Understanding the art of persuasion, Linglong Bag quickly countered. Engaging in services in the real world not only carries the risk of legal repercussions, but also the concern of health issues. Here, we harbor none of those worries. The beauty of our robots is celestial. How much would one need to spend in reality to encounter such exquisite service? The player fell silent, and many began to inwardly acknowledge the validity of Linglong Bag's argument. Yet, even those wishing to indulge hesitated to voice their desires, both due to financial constraints and the embarrassment of being observed by others. Kai Dao inquired, "May I ask how you became a salesperson for this establishment?" Linglong Bag replied, "There's nothing to hide. It was merely a non-combat class transfer task. I chose the most unconventional sales position, and to my surprise, I was assigned here to sell this." Wu Jianfeng curiously asked, "As a salesperson, do you earn commissions?" Linglong Bag affirmed, "Of course. Brothers, I humbly ask for your support, as I have yet to make my first sale today." Seeing the lingering hesitation among the crowd, Linglong Bag added, "By the way, all 8 ladies behind me are in pristine condition." At this, many players' eyes gleamed with interest. Zhu Ming Quangsher quietly asked, "For just 100 contribution points, should we give it a try?" Lao Ba stammered, "It feels not quite right." There's an undeniable sense of shame. Tiao Zhi Yao Yao awkwardly declined. "You all go ahead. I have a girlfriend." Lung Jiao, steadfast in his resolve, stated, "You may partake, but I'll wander elsewhere." Tiao Zhi Yao Yao hurriedly followed. "Lung Go, wait for me." Wu Jianfeng and Kai Dao exchanged glances and also trailed behind. Thus, only Lao Ba, Zhu Ming Quangsher, and Gfa Wu Liang remained. The latter, unperturbed by the atmosphere, declared, "What is there to be embarrassed about? After all, it's just a game. They have no knowledge of our real appearances or identities. What is there to fear?" With that, Gfa Wu Liang strode confidently into the shop. Linglong Bag welcomed him with a smile reminiscent of a madam at a brothel. "Welcome, esteemed guest. Please come inside." Gfa Wu Liang and Zhu Ming Quangsher exchanged knowing glances and followed suit. "Another guest and 2 more ladies at your service." Lao Ba gritted his teeth and, head bowed, entered. "Another esteemed guest, please take a seat inside." Outside, other players buzzed with chatter. Some expressed envy, while others voiced disdain. Yet, many were simply curious to discover whether the experience mirrored that of the real world. Not long after, a curious player shared the events unfolding here on the official forum. Soon, an increasing number of players were drawn to the scene. Half an hour later, when Lao Ba and his companions emerged, nearly 30 players had gathered outside Hongqiu Pavilion. As the 4 stepped out, they were immediately surrounded by eager players, unable to make their escape. "Brothers, quickly tell us, how was the experience?" "Yes, share with us the quality of the service. Was it truly identical to the real world?" Alang, ever the brash player, confidently began to recount his experience. Let me share my thoughts. It truly mirrors the real world, and in some aspects, it surpasses it. I highly recommend all of you to try it. Zhu Ming Kuang sure chimed in. It indeed feels like the real world. If I were lying, feel free to immortalize my name on the official forum. This audacious fellow even cited Wu Jianfeng's gaming ID in his endorsement. The crowd gasped in astonishment. At that moment, Linglong Bag emerged to greet them. Dear players, I have just received word that Hongxiu Pavilion is offering a trial opening promotion. Now introducing a credit service. You may experience it first and pay later. Before Linglong Bag could finish, several players surged into the shop. 6 esteemed guests, ladies. Please attend to them. Seizing the opportunity, Lao Ba and GFA Wu Liang quickly pulled Ah Lang and Kuang Shi along to make their exit. As they distanced themselves, faintly, one could hear Lao Ba chastising Kuang Shi. You fool, why did you mention Tianyai's ID? If he finds out, he'll surely want to beat you to a pulp. Forgive me, it's a habit of mine. Whenever I swear an oath, I like to mention a friend's name to avoid retribution. You're such a terrible friend. Keep your distance from me. Don't be like that. As the saying goes, life's 4 ironclad truths are sharing a window in school, standing shoulder to shoulder in battle, and dividing spoils together. Aside from the first, we've experienced the other 3 in-game. When did we ever divide spoils? Completing quests and sharing rewards is, in essence, dividing spoils. Isn't it? Fair point. That day, the names Lover's Custom Workshop and Hongxiu Pavilion became the most frequently mentioned terms among players. According to circulating rumors, over 40 players had ventured into Hongxiu Pavilion to partake in the service that day. Those who had experienced it sang its praises. Instantly, a wave of enthusiasm for acquiring contribution points swept through the player community. At the forefront of this fervor were various service-oriented positions, which became highly sought after. Moli, observing this excitement, opened the task hall that very afternoon. Thus, the players' enthusiasm was ignited by an array of adventurous missions. Chapter 14. The Eternal Squad. Within a bar located in the recreational area, Wu Jianfeng was engaged in a vigorous battle against the Fatal Lion. After several individuals gathered, Lao Ba promptly revealed that the Fatal Lion had been misusing Wu Jianfeng's name. Thus, Wu Jianfeng was delivering a profound lesson to this individual. Tiao Zhi Yao Yao called out, "You two, stop fooling around and come over for a meeting." Upon hearing Tiao Zhi Yao Yao's words, Wu Jianfeng finally ceased his actions. The 8 individuals sat together, and Tiao Zhi Yao Yao began to share his thoughts. I have thoroughly examined the task list in the mission hall. The most valuable item is the energy crystal, which can be exchanged for 500 contribution points per standard unit. However, these energy crystals are typically buried deep underground and require large machinery for extraction. Following that are various ores, with contribution points varying from 10 to 200 per ton depending on the type. The only advantage of mining is that the base has published the distribution of mineral resources within a 50-kilometer radius, and the reserves are considerable. Even the smallest ore can yield millions of contribution points. However, the disadvantages are apparent. None of us are mining specialists, and mining requires extensive large machinery, which is time-consuming. I doubt we have the patience to pursue this endeavor. Kai Dao suggested, in my opinion, the most lucrative task would be harvesting the low-grade plant essence produced by the ghost face vine. Just 100 milliliters can be exchanged for 120 contribution points, and importantly, we can consume it ourselves to enhance our basic attributes. Furthermore, the roots of the ghost face vine are immobile, making it most efficient and safe to eliminate them using explosive packs. Wu Jianfeng shared his perspective. I suspect the quantity of ghost face vines is limited. While acquiring low-grade plant essence can be one of our goals, I believe our primary focus should be on hunting. As long as we ensure there are no toxins, the base will purchase meat at a rate of 2 contribution points per kilogram. Useful parts like fur and claws can also be exchanged for contribution points. Hunting a beast can yield at least several dozen contribution points. With Lung Ji's marksmanship, it is unlikely any prey could escape his aim. Tiao Zhi Yao Yao added. Let us not forget that the base also purchases various edible fruits and plant roots, although the prices will be assessed afterward. My thought is that we should primarily focus on hunting beasts and seeking out ghost face vines. while also gathering any edible crops we encounter. Soon, the group settled on the resources they intended to collect. With the resources determined, they also needed to decide on their weapons, equipment, and transportation. They had already experienced the dangers outside the base. Lao Ba introduced, the rental fee for a 12-meter high medium dump truck is 20 contribution points per day, while a 5-meter high small dump truck costs 10 contribution points per day. I believe renting a small 5-meter dump truck is sufficient. As both a Lang and a Saw can operate it, we have 2 drivers available. Dueling Feng Xiao and Huachuan Buyao, Jian Li Cao Lang immediately agreed. Wu Jianfeng turned to Lung Jiao, saying, Lung Gu, you are the expert in weaponry. I leave this to you. Without hesitation, Lung Jiao analyzed, with 8 of us. We need at least 1 driver and another person to operate the drone, leaving 6 to be divided into 4 assault members and 2 support gunners. Based on this team configuration, we require a light machine gun for semi-automatic rifles, a sidearm for each member, and we must ensure each person has a bulletproof vest and helmet. Grenades can be allocated at 5 per person, along with a reconnaissance drone, compatible ammunition, and some explosive packs. Tiao Zhiyao Yao calculated the contribution points required for the weapons and equipment on his personal panel. The base provides each player with a sidearm and 50 rounds of ammunition free of charge. Medical kits are also free, limited to 1 per person. Semi-automatic rifles cost 20 contribution points each, totaling 80 for 4. Rifle ammunition is priced at 25 contribution points for 200 rounds, requiring at least 600 rounds, which amounts to an additional 75 contribution points. A light machine gun costs 30 contribution points, and ammunition for it is priced similarly to that of rifles, necessitating at least 400 rounds, resulting in a total expenditure of 80 contribution points. Bulletproof vests are 35 contribution points each, and helmets are 5 each, totaling 320 contribution points for all. Grenades are 4 contribution points each, summing to 160 for 40. The drone is somewhat pricier at 100 contribution points. Explosive packs are 10 contribution points each, with 20 needed. 2 binoculars at 8 contribution points each, 2 chainsaws, 10 ropes, and 4 entrenching shovels add up to another 70 contribution points. Additionally, some personal energy gels and drinking water will be prepared, costing 5 contribution points. Finally, the vehicle rental is 10 contribution points per day. In total, they would need at least 16 contribution points to equip themselves adequately. Fortunately, their communication wristwatches come with built-in communication features, saving them the expense of additional communicators. This contribution point requirement would necessitate a collective effort from the group. Laobot remarked. Thankfully, we made some gains this morning. Otherwise, we would struggle to equip ourselves adequately, given the current training levels of the players. Even if they were provided with a heavy machine gun, they would be unable to operate it effectively and would risk accidental injuries from misfiring. Therefore, the Weaponry and Armor store does not offer credit services. Carrying the base-issued sidearms is sufficient for the players to explore near the base. Moreover, aside from the characters' levels, the equipment serves as a means to distinguish players' capabilities, creating a competitive spirit among them. According to the team configuration, Lao Ba and the Fatal Lion volunteered to serve as support gunners, operating the light machine gun. Tiao Zhiyao Yao, Wu Jianfeng, Kai Dao, and Lung Jiao would take on the roles of assault members. Dueling Feng Xiao would manage the drone and report on the situation, while Huachuanbu Yao Jian Li Cao Lang would act as the driver. Wu Jianfeng proposed, now that we have our team, shouldn't we come up with a catchy name and select a captain? The Fatal Lion responded, who else but Lung Ge could fill the captaincy? The others unanimously echoed this sentiment. With everyone's recommendation, Lung Jiao accepted this significant responsibility and subsequently nominated Tiao Zhiyao Yao and Wu Jianfeng as vice captains. Since both possessed sharp intellects, there was little dissent among the group. After deliberation, they ultimately decided on the team name, Eternal. With Lung Jiao registering the Adventurer Squad Eternal in the system, they officially became a cohesive gaming team. Wu Jianfeng inquired, Lung Ge, are we departing now? Lung Jiao replied, according to the base's information, it will be dark in less than 5 hours, and we won't be able to explore far in such a short time. My suggestion is, Since ammunition training at the shooting range is free, we should first hone our shooting skills and set out early tomorrow morning. Tiao Xiao Yao was the first to agree. Lung Gu is right. Our shooting skills are indeed lacking. We should utilize the base's free resources to refine our marksmanship to avoid incidents like the accidental injuries we experienced at the shooting range this morning. The group had no objections and promptly headed towards the shooting range. Along the way, they encountered players heading towards the base exit in small clusters. Those who could not afford to rent a vehicle were pulling along a folding cart to gather resources. Through conversation, they learned these players intended to collect resources near the base first to exchange for some contribution points, and had no plans to venture far. With the base providing free sidearms and being within the coverage of the base's air defense firepower, these players were generally unconcerned about safety. Their eagerness stemmed from the fact that they lacked contribution points, making them unable to afford even a bottle of drink, which was indeed somewhat embarrassing. The Eternal Squad has already agreed to embark on their mission tomorrow, and they will not easily be swayed by external influences to follow suit. As the saying goes, sharpening the axe will not hinder the cutting of wood. The value of contribution is boundless. Chapter 15. About around 8 p.m., Wu Jianfeng awakened in his rented accommodation. The first thing he did was head to the restroom. When he logged into the game, his physical body was in a state of deep slumber. Thus, each time he awoke, he felt invigorated. Lying down for extended periods minimized his energy expenditure. Although he did not feel hunger, the pressing need to relieve himself was undeniable. After alleviating himself, Wu Jianfeng picked up his phone and dialed a number. The call was quickly answered. "Hello, I am Zhang Jin Tianya. I am Tiao Xiao Yao." Upon exchanging their secret phrases, both men shared a knowing laugh. During their casual conversations in the game earlier, they discovered that they were both located in Hangzhou City. Just before logging off, they had exchanged phone numbers. Now, they were set to meet in person. "Tianya, I will send you an address. How about you come to my place?" "No problem, I will find you." As Wu Jianfeng slipped on his shoes, he received the address from Tiao Xiao. It was not far, merely about 5 or 6 kilometers away. Having secured stable employment, Wu Jianfeng felt more affluent and ordered a rideshare. 20 minutes later, they found themselves at a roadside barbecue stall. "Cheers! Cheers!" After downing their beers, Wu Jianfeng introduced himself. "Let us properly reacquaint ourselves. I am Wu Jianfeng. Wu, as in the character for sword, and Jian, meaning sharp." "Lu Yanba," replied the other. "Lu, as in the character for literary, and Yan, meaning rock, while both signifies learned." The two men shook hands solemnly, marking their formal introduction as friends. After taking a bite of the lamb skewer, Lu Yanba asked, "Shall you speak first? Or shall I?" "Let me go first," Wu Jianfeng replied. "On my way here, I specifically called a senior who specializes in virtual reality technology. He informed me that with current technology, achieving a 100% realistic virtual reality game is nearly impossible. Even with video modeling from real-life footage, distortion inevitably occurs. Even if visual and auditory effects could reach absolute realism, sensations such as pain, touch, and smell cannot be replicated without extraordinarily complex sensor technology and neural interaction techniques. The most dubious aspects are not only the game's realism, but also the legal risks tied to such realism. For instance, excessive levels of violence could lead to the dissemination of obscene content, as the lifelike representations of human anatomy could breach laws against indecency. Furthermore, the weapons are crafted to resemble real ones, and NPCs instruct us in their use, which violates our country's regulations. Additionally, I searched for the registration information of the Interstellar Gaming Company on a corporate inquiry website and found nothing relevant. Lu Yanba replied, "I hadn't considered all these details before, but just before logging off tonight, the system specifically warned that game characters must ensure over 4 hours of deep sleep daily." That made me pause. I had been puzzled about why characters undergo a 48-hour cooldown after death. Today, while at the custom workshop, I saw those humanoid robots, and a bold thought struck me. Could the bodies we use in the game be created through cloning technology? Wu Jianfeng inquired, "What is your conclusion?" Lu Yanba shrugged, responding, "I cannot draw a conclusion yet. I simply feel there are too many uncertainties." Wu Jianfeng sighed, "Let us hazard a guess." Liu Yanba continued, there are essentially two possibilities. First, this is merely a game. The developers are somewhat enigmatic, and certain elements are indeed extreme. But since we are still in a closed beta, they may just be gathering testing data and will adjust according to legal requirements later. The second possibility is far-fetched. It could be that this is not a game at all. Perhaps, as the opening video suggests, we have been summoned to Planet M by a third-tier civilization using technology beyond our comprehension. Wu Jianfeng tentatively asked, what do you think the likelihood of the second possibility is? Liu Yanba shook his head. I truly cannot say. It's just a wild speculation. Wu Jianfeng pondered for a moment before asking, should we report this to the authorities? Liu Yanba countered, do you believe the police would take us seriously? To be frank, I once let a neighbor's child wear the gaming headset, and there was no reaction whatsoever. That headset is probably bound one-to-one. Noticing Wu Jianfeng's hesitation, Liu Yanba leaned in and whispered, let us entertain a hypothetical. If the second possibility is true, would you be willing to relinquish such a divine opportunity to others? Wu Jianfeng understood what Liu Yanba meant by a divine opportunity. If this truly were a real world, filled with advanced technologies from the Dawn Base and various wondrous species on Planet M, each could yield tremendous benefits. While they could not bring material items back to Blue Star, knowledge and experimental data could be retained in their minds. Liu Yanba continued, do not overthink it. Regardless of which possibility holds true, we have yet to detect any malicious intent from the game's developers. We can simultaneously enjoy the game while earning a generous salary. If we sense danger, we can simply refrain from using the headset. To be blunt, even if that Star Master is an alien, what does it matter if the compensation is adequate? At least the terms they offer are far superior to those of domestic capitalists. Wu Jianfeng contemplated the pros and cons, gradually swayed by Liu Yanba's arguments. The game provided them with such favorable conditions, and they had not been asked to engage in any illegal activities. What was there to fear about their insignificant lives? Wu Jianfeng queried, should we contact a few others and share our speculations with them? Liu Yanba advised, those who are truly astute will think for themselves. Those who are not will not be swayed by our words. If we speak too much, we risk them divulging information in the real world. Frankly speaking, even with just one day's experience, I yearn for that game world. It can fulfill over 99% of my desires, and as long as I put in the effort, I can attain it. Unlike in the real world, where I am merely a second-tier university graduate, cheaper than cabbage, unable to secure a formal job, and without a girlfriend. Wu Jianfeng suddenly asked, did you not mention having a girlfriend today? Liu Yanba awkwardly replied, we broke up long ago. I didn't want to admit it while we were experiencing the game. Hence I fabricated that excuse. Wu Jianfeng responded, I am in a similar situation. Let us toast to our shared singlehood. Liu Yanba declared, cheers to our single status. And may we defy fate from this moment onward. Cheers. Simultaneously, in a residence in Lake City, a 16-year-old girl emerged from the kitchen holding a bowl of noodles. She called toward the bathroom, brother, the noodles are ready. Hurry up and come out to eat. Moments later, Zhong Hanqing stepped out of the bathroom wearing a tank top. After tasting the noodles, he praised, your noodles are delicious, Xiaoyan. They smell wonderful. The girl before him was none other than Zhong Hanqing's sister, Zhong Hanyun. A few years prior, their parents had perished in a car accident. Their only sister had even been bullied by two ruffians. It was the anguish and guilt in Zhong Hanqing's heart that drove him to take drastic action against those thugs. After that incident, it took Zhong Hanyun half a year to emerge from her shadow of despair. Although Zhong Hanqing was dismissed from the military for committing homicide, the army actively coordinated with local authorities to look after his sister. They provided not only for her daily needs, but also helped her transfer to a different high school. Zhong Hanyun remarked, I specially cooked 3 fried eggs for you. You lie in bed all day wearing that helmet, with no regular meal times. It must be quite exhausting. You should take care of your health. Zhong Hanqing replied, in truth, once I log into the game, my body feels nearly as if it were asleep. It is not as strenuous as you imagine. Curiously, Zhong Hanyun touched her brother's gaming helmet and asked, brother, can you really log into the game while lying in bed with this helmet on? In her understanding, contemporary games are played through computers or game controllers. The notion of logging in through a helmet seemed truly remarkable. Zhong Hanqing asserted, "Would I dare to deceive you?" After a moment's thought, he added, "Xiaoyan, you must never divulge my gaming activities. I have signed a confidentiality agreement with the game officials." Zhong Hanyan assured him, "Brother, rest assured, my lips are sealed. I won't tell anyone. You should go to sleep now. You need to get up for school in the morning." "All right, I shall return to my room to sleep," she replied. Once his sister went to her room, Zhong Hanqing continued to devour his noodles. Suddenly, the phone on the table rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, he quickly answered, "Old squad leader, I found a job, so there's no need for you to trouble yourself. Truly, it's unnecessary. If I encounter difficulties, I will certainly speak up." After hanging up, Zhong Hanqing gazed at the gaming helmet beside him, his expression a complex blend of emotions. He had nearly divulged his numerous experiences within the game to his former superior. However, after some contemplation, he refrained. At this moment, he genuinely needed this job. Simultaneously, many questions lingered in his mind, questions he must pursue answers to within the game. Chapter 16. The Nest of the Crossbow Bees. Early the next morning, at Dawn Base. As the sun rose, a dump truck slowly exited the base. Inside the truck bed, the fearless Crazy Lion, flamboyantly clutching a light machine gun, was adorned with an array of magazines. Beside him, Old 8 and others tightly gripped their rifles, striking poses. A few players dragging flatbed carts to gather resources witnessed this scene and couldn't help but chatter among themselves. What kind of team is this? Such lavish equipment. Not only do they have light machine guns and semi-automatic rifles, but each also sports a bulletproof vest and helmet, with grenades hanging off them like they're free. The most infuriating part is that they ride in a vehicle while we have to walk. The disparity is glaring. Do you two even know them? They must be newcomers, right? I just logged in last night and have no idea who they are. Are they famous? That's the most formidable team at the base, the Eternal Squad. Currently, they are the wealthiest team in the entire base. They were the ones who reserved the entire Red Sleeve Tavern yesterday. What? They were the ones who reserved the Red Sleeve Tavern yesterday? Those brutes, I cannot coexist with them. Initially, the Eternal Squad reveled in the envious glances from other players. However, upon mentioning the Red Sleeve Tavern, the atmosphere shifted. Old 8, Crazy Lion, Alang, Asa, did you all reserve it yesterday? Crazy Lion, puzzled, responded, "No. We merely tried it out. How did it become a reservation?" Old 8 covered his eyes and exclaimed, "Stop talking. It must be these players concocting stories about us. What a sin." The kitchen knife lamented, "Damn it, the four of us didn't even enter. Why should we bear the brunt of this blame? It's all your fault. You four fools." Crazy Lion, with a shameless grin, consoled, "We share fortune and misfortune together." Wu Jianfeng, uninterested in this exchange, inquired, "Cold brother, which direction shall we search?" Cold Sniper unveiled an image, explaining, "Last night, a player named Morningstar left me a message, claiming that he and his teammates discovered a gigantic ghost face vine near the base. He wanted to sell the information for 400 contribution points. I haggled and acquired it for 260. Upon hearing about the ghost face vine, the others quickly gathered to observe. The image, taken from a ridge, clearly depicted a substantial ghost face vine, even larger than the one they had previously found. Old 8 jested, "This player truly lacks discernment. This ghost face vine is worth at least several thousand contribution points. A few explosives would suffice to secure it." Wu Jianfeng analyzed. "I suspect the situation is not so simple. There must be other dangers involved, which is why he sold the information to us." Cold Sniper elaborated, "Tinya is right. Within the canyon, there exists a creature resembling a bee, about the size of a fist, capable of launching toxic stingers of several centimeters in length. Just 2 or 3 stings can induce excruciating pain, leaving one in shock. A few players were severely tormented by them yesterday, naming this creature the crossbow bee. The previous afternoon, the base announced a new protocol for the collection of information on newly discovered species. By documenting the basic characteristics and attributes of this new species, uploading photos, and assigning an appropriate name, players could earn 1 to 3 contribution points as a reward. Consequently, players who ventured out yesterday eagerly recorded plants and animals. resulting in the database's expansion by hundreds of species. Although only about a third were accepted, many players earned their first contribution points. Wu Jianfeng queried, "Cold brother, did they mention how many of these crossbow bees there are?" Cold Sniper replied, "Their nest is located in a cave halfway up the mountain. They couldn't ascertain the number, but at least dozens flew out to chase them yesterday. I estimate there are quite a few." Tao Jiao remarked, "Cold brother, you specifically had me purchase 2 sets of bomb suits and accelerants this morning to deal with these crossbow bees, didn't you?" Cold Sniper affirmed, "I have a detailed plan. Today we shall eliminate this nest of crossbow bees and secure that ghost face vine." A sense of ease washed over the group. Having a capable leader made all the difference. An hour later, they arrived at a depression. The path ahead had vanished, leaving them with no choice but to proceed on foot. Fortunately, they were only a few hundred meters from their destination, located in the southwest direction of the base. It was merely around 3 kilometers away. The reason it took them an hour to cover this distance was due to the absence of a proper path. They had to stop frequently to clear the way with a chainsaw. Exercising his authority as the captain, Cold Sniper directed the group to unload the necessary supplies. The vehicle was irrelevant. It was locked and could not be driven. After another half an hour, they finally transported the gear and supplies to the foot of a small hill. With the illustrious leader activating the drone, the entire terrain came into view. Soon, the drone soared over the small hill, entering the canyon area. This canyon wasn't large, roughly a kilometer long, with the widest point being around 200 meters and the narrowest just a few meters. It appeared to have been carved out by floodwaters. Old 8 pointed excitedly at a corner of the screen, exclaiming, "Look, that's the ghost face vine." The intelligence was indeed accurate. Understanding the cue, the illustrious leader maneuvered the drone closer to the target. Tao Jiao cautioned, "Fly higher. Those vines can spring up to attack." The illustrious leader replied, "Rest assured. I have it under control." Crazy Lion wondered aloud, "Why aren't there any crossbow bees in sight?" Wu Jianfeng speculated, "They probably haven't entered their territory yet." Cold Sniper instructed, "Scout along the adjacent ridge." Morningstar mentioned that the cave entrance is about half a person high. As the drone flew closely along the ridge, it soon discovered a cave entrance of the mentioned height. Perhaps the buzzing of the drone agitated the local inhabitants, as more than 10 crossbow bees emerged from the cave, charging directly towards the drone. The illustrious leader quickly maneuvered the drone upward, but the crossbow bees swiftly caught up. These creatures, akin to soldiers armed with miniature crossbows, immediately launched their stingers at the drone. The sound of the stingers striking the drone resonated like iron nails falling onto stone. Cold Sniper commanded, "Bring the drone back. We have gathered sufficient intel on the enemy." Whether it was because the stingers proved ineffective against the drone or the bees retreated upon seeing their foe flee, the swarm of crossbow bees returned to their nest. Summoning the group, Cold Sniper began outlining the operational tasks. "My strategy is straightforward. When confronting creatures with nests, smoke and fire are the most effective methods." Cold Sniper's approach was simple: chop branches and weave vines to create vine balls. Once ignited, they would lower the vine balls into the cave through a rope, ensuring the crossbow bees would receive a rude awakening. To prevent the flames from burning through the rope, the leading end must be secured with wire. For safety reasons, the individual placing the vine balls must also don a bomb suit. Upon hearing Cold Sniper's plan, the group immediately sprang into action. Wu Jianfeng volunteered for the task, recalling his childhood in the countryside, where he often crafted vine balls with friends and rolled them down hills for fun. Chapter 17. Arson on the mountain. After more than an hour, 6 vine balls, each over a meter in diameter, were dragged to the summit of the small hill. As the vine balls were ignited, they were pushed down one after another. The length of the ropes had been meticulously calculated, allowing the vines to hang near the entrance of the hornet's nest. In no time, the 6 fireballs rapidly rolled down under the force of gravity. 5 of them accurately reached their designated landing spots, while 1 became lodged against a protruding rock. Nevertheless, the remaining 5 fireballs were sufficient to block the entrance of the hornet's nest. Startled, the hornets immediately rushed out to investigate, but the entrance was already engulfed in flames. The inherent fear of fire compelled the hornets to remain trapped at the entrance. Even the few that were undeterred acted like moths drawn to a flame. The vine balls crafted by the Eternal Squad consisted primarily of half-dry twigs and half-green vines. The raging fire not only generated intense heat, but also produced a significant amount of thick smoke. At this moment, the dense smoke was continuously pouring into the cave. Shortly thereafter, the hornets that had gathered at the entrance were either roasted or suffocated. Fire is a fickle element. While igniting it is easy, controlling its fury is challenging. Soon enough, the flames began to spread, quickly igniting a significant portion of the hillside. The billowing smoke and heat waves became unbearable even for the Eternal Squad, who were observing from the summit, prompting them to descend for safety. The chef jested, if this were reality, setting this fire would allow us to enjoy years of sewing machine time. The flamboyant leader affirmed, indeed, it is quite a torture. The eighth brother mused, in my hometown, we have a saying, setting fire to the mountain will lead to a long prison sentence. Despite the light-hearted banter, the group showed no concern that the fire might engulf the surrounding forest. Regrettably, such considerations were far from their minds. Fortunately, after more than 10 minutes, the flames began to subside. At this season, the plants were lush and green, not oily, with the primary fuel being the dry leaves and twigs on the ground. The fierce blaze came swiftly and departed just as rapidly. A few minutes later, the bomb disposal experts, Cold Sniper and Wu Jianfeng, descended to the entrance of the nest. They crouched to observe and signaled their teammates above that it was safe. Soon, the others followed suit. Though the entrance was only half a person high, it appeared to be a small cavern with ample space. Peering inside, they saw the ground littered with the charred corpses of hornets. Wu Jianfeng picked up one of the hornet bodies for a closer examination. The creature bore a gray-black pattern, with wings and a tail somewhat resembling a bee. Yet its head resembled that of a spider. The chef inquired, shall we venture inside to see if there are any spoils? Cold Sniper replied, now that we are dressed like this, we ought to explore. The bomb disposal suits are quite secure, and there is little to fear, since these creatures resemble bees. Perhaps we will find honey in their nest. Wu Jianfeng agreed without hesitation, and the two crawled into the cave. Meanwhile, the others began to extract the hornet stingers. The base was currently collecting various useful materials. Some could be specifically described, while others required evaluation to determine their utility. The hornet stingers might very well have medicinal properties. Even if they weren't useful for medicine, they could serve as effective poison darts. Minutes later, Cold Sniper and Wu Jianfeng emerged, carrying a massive beehive. The hive was a uniform gray-brown, vaguely reminiscent of a wasp's nest, with the thickest part measuring over a meter in diameter. The entrance was somewhat small, and they had to crush the edges of the hive to extract it. Cold Sniper explained, we did not find any live hornets inside, only several similar hives. We brought one out for inspection. The others, armed with entrenching tools, began to excavate on-site. The interior structure of the hive was a labyrinth of passages. In the central area, they discovered a multitude of white larvae. The reckless lion's eyes sparkled with excitement as he grabbed a few larvae and stuffed them into his mouth. These are roasted hornet pupae. Let me try them to see if they are poisonous. Escaping fate, observing his eagerness, chose not to intervene. As the reckless lion ate, he boasted, delicious, crunchy, with protein content 5 times that of beef. The eighth brother hurriedly asked, so, are they poisonous? The reckless lion, having stuffed more into his mouth, replied incomprehensibly, do I look like someone poisoned? The impatient eighth brother and Esau quickly joined in, eating as well. Only escaping fate silently activated his wristwatch to begin recording data. Hornet pupae, similar to those found on Blue Star, were edible, with exceptionally high protein content and a pleasant taste. After documenting the information, he captured a photograph. With a chime, the system notified him of an easy 2 contribution points added to his account. The chef picked up a few pearl-sized, milky white crystals from the hive, puzzled. Hey, why do these look so much like energy crystals? Escaping fate took one, activated the identification function on his wristwatch, and exclaimed with enthusiasm, not just similar. They are energy crystals. The group quickly gathered around to view the identification results. Small, granular energy crystals, approximately 1/10 the size of a standard energy crystal unit. Upon seeing this information, Cold Sniper and Wu Jianfeng immediately returned to the cave to dismantle the remaining hive. After a thorough search, they managed to extract over 50 small energy crystals from 17 hives. The larger ones were the size of a fingernail, while the smaller ones were akin to grains of rice. According to the system's estimation, this amounted to approximately 8 standard units. This single bag of energy crystals could be exchanged for 4,000 contribution points. Additionally, Escaping Fate reported the intelligence that hornets accumulate energy crystals in their nests to aid in the hatching of pupae, earning an extra 300 contribution points as a reward, which they all shared on-site. After deducting the cost of the intelligence, they had netted over 4,000 contribution points. The only slight disappointment was that consuming the pupae did not enhance their attribute points. Although they could not augment their attributes, they still collected over 100 pounds of pupae. This substance had a nutritional profile far superior to that of meat and could be sold as food to the base. The eighth brother exclaimed, "Brothers, let us not forget that a ghost-face vine awaits our harvest below." The group exchanged knowing smiles and gathered their spoils as they descended to the valley. The earlier wildfire had spread to the vicinity of the ghost-face vine. To evade the flames, this particular vine had coiled all its tendrils into a tight mass. Despite this, many of its leaves had been singed. The group remained cautious, having witnessed the formidable nature of this plant. As the others found suitable cover, Cold Sniper accurately tossed 2 lit explosive packs near the ghost-face vine. Moments later, with 2 resounding explosions, dust was thrown into the air over a 50-meter radius. Once the dust settled, the group stood to assess the situation. The tendrils of the ghost-face vine had been largely severed, and several wounds had been inflicted on the trunk, from which a pale red sap flowed abundantly. The reckless lion and the eighth brother simultaneously activated chainsaws, unleashing a furious assault on the remaining tendrils of the ghost-face vine. Chapter 18. A bountiful harvest. After considerable excavation efforts, the trunk of the ghost-face vine was finally unearthed by the 8 individuals. It was evident that they must have indulged in ample refreshments before commencing their labor. Having quenched their thirst, they felt an invigorating surge of energy that significantly enhanced their productivity. This time, due to the generous consumption of the botanical essence, everyone experienced a more substantial increase in attribute points compared to the previous occasion. The highest among them secured an impressive 1 attribute points, while the least fortunate still garnered a respectable 0.5. Unsurprisingly, the individual with the lowest attribute points remained the infamous death-defying lion. The situation made me ponder if I should perish once to acquire a new body. The death-defying lion could hardly conceal his frustration. Wu Jianfeng advised, "Don't do anything foolish. If you perish, you'll have to wait 48 hours for resurrection and undergo adaptive training again. By the time you return, our team might have completely transformed." The death-defying lion replied, "Rest assured, I merely spoke in anger. The essence I consumed is worth a couple of thousand contribution points. I wouldn't dream of wasting it." He was not foolish. Having finally integrated into a commendable team, he was uncertain if a place would remain for him upon his return. Tianji Yao turned to the map-studying Cold Sniper and inquired, "Brother Cold, we have about 7 to 8 hours until nightfall. Where shall we scavenge for resources next?" Cold Sniper proposed, "Last time, we traversed the forest where we encountered the bone-piercing winged serpent. It seemed teeming with wildlife. I suggest we take a detour and hunt some game on our way back." The others unanimously agreed and began utilizing ropes to load the supplies onto the truck. An hour later, just as they finished loading, distant gunfire echoed ominously. Faintly, they could hear incessant cries. Cold Sniper promptly issued a command. "Something amiss. Prepare for battle." Alang swiftly positioned the vehicle sideways, and the group armed themselves within the truck bed. With a height of nearly 5 meters from the ground, they felt as if they were sheltered in a small fortress of steel. As long as their firepower was sufficient, they felt an overwhelming sense of security. Before long, they spotted 2 players fleeing for their lives, continuously firing behind them as they ran. Hot on their heels were nearly 20 colossal avian creatures, larger than ostriches. These birds moved with astonishing speed, leaping over 2 meters with each stride. Despite being armed, the 2 players found themselves in a perilous predicament. desperately shouting for help as they approached the truck. Cold Sniper instructed, "I'll take long-range shots. You all fire once they are inside. Avoid hitting them." The group chorused in agreement, understood. What exemplifies professionalism? Cold Sniper's precision was a testament to that. With each shot, he felled a bird without wasting a single bullet. In no time, he had eliminated 6 or 7 of the largest birds, significantly easing the plight of the 2 players. As the players drew within 100 meters, Wu Jianfeng, Kai Dao, and Tian Zhiyao began to fire their rifles. To prevent accidental harm to the 2 players, they targeted the birds at the rear. However, after several attempts, their aim was less than stellar, with only 1 bird struck amid their frantic shooting. Shooting moving targets proved challenging for these novices. Even after Cold Sniper had reduced their numbers by half, the remaining tenacious birds continued their reckless charge. It was unclear what the 2 players had done to provoke such ire from the creatures. Tian Zhiyao shouted, "Get under the truck." The 2 players understood immediately, sliding beneath the vehicle. At that moment, the Eternal team unleashed their firepower. At such close range, even a blind person could compensate for accuracy with sheer volume of fire. Soon, all the birds lay lifeless on the ground. Old 8 gazed at the enormous birds, each weighing several hundred pounds, and couldn't he help but exclaim, "Thanks to Mother Nature for her bounty." The death-defying lion jested, "We should thank the 2 brothers under the truck for bravely luring in this feast." The others chuckled knowingly. In the realm of wild hunting, the rule is, the one who kills the prey claims it. Though the 2 players had attracted the birds, the Eternal team had also saved their lives, thus balancing the scales. Cold Sniper commanded, "Hurry and load the truck. Remember to reload as we approach, in case there are any feigning death." Understood. Let us get to work. As the group disembarked, the 2 players crawled out from under the truck, panting heavily, and expressed their gratitude to the Eternal team. One was named "I love you, you are guilty," and the other, riding alone into the horizon. Through conversation, they learned that they originally had a trio who had discovered a flock of Archaeopteryx not far from there in a small canyon. They had dubbed the creatures Archaeopteryx, a name that the system had accepted. Weighing several hundred pounds each, these walking protein sources were too tempting to overlook. They devised a plan to lure one away from the flock using food, and then shot it at close range. Unfortunately, the gunfire alarmed the flock, and over 20 Archaeopteryx charged at them in a frenzy. Wu Jianfeng curiously inquired, "What happened to your other partner?" Riding alone into the horizon replied, disheartened, "He perished. I witnessed him being trampled to death by one of the Archaeopteryx. His belly was crushed, and his head was pecked to shreds. We barely escaped by tumbling into a crevice, and we noticed a fire in that direction, guessing there might be players nearby. I love you, you are guilty." Added with a shudder, "Those Archaeopteryx even consume human flesh. I saw several of them pulling out his intestines and swallowing them piece by piece. It made me want to vomit." Old 8 quickly interjected, "All right, that's enough. I already have a vivid mental image." At that moment, Cold Sniper's wristwatch beeped with a new message. After reading it, he announced, "Brothers, we have a task. The system has issued a mandatory mission. Bring the remains of the day without being hit back to the base for 200 experience points and 50 contribution points, to be allocated at the captain's discretion." Old 8 scoffed, "Seriously? His remains are likely beyond recognition from being devoured. How grotesque." The others echoed similar sentiments, their expressions filled with reluctance. They had already amassed considerable rewards today and did not want to be burdened with this. As the experience points were not freely distributable, they deemed them rather useless. Why does the system have such a twisted sense of humor? The man is dead. Either bury him on the spot or burn him. Why must we carry him back? Complained the individual known as leading the charge. The death-defying lion quipped, "Perhaps the benevolent Star Master wishes to hold a memorial for our fallen brother." Cold Sniper replied, "Enough banter. This is a mandatory system task, and we cannot refuse. If we decline, we might not receive any future missions." Tian Zhiyao encouraged, "Look on the bright side. These brothers mentioned that there are still a few stragglers and plenty of Archaeopteryx eggs in the vicinity. That's free contribution points for us. We've already gathered a good amount today. Let us consider it a charitable deed." Wu Jianfeng tempted, "And let us not forget our unexpected gains in the crossbowbee nest." There might be energy crystals in the Archaeopteryx nest as well. The group instantly realized Wu Jianfeng was referring to the valuable energy crystals, igniting their enthusiasm to work once more. Chapter 19. The Open Rankings Beside Them. I love you is a crime, and riding alone across the horizon whispered for a while. Eventually, riding alone across the horizon approached and inquired, esteemed seniors. Our Sky Curtain team has successfully slain 2 Archaeopteryx. Might we be permitted to take them with us? Had it not been for the timely intervention of the Eternal Team, both of them would have perished, and the spoils would have been entirely lost to them. Thus, they could only humbly request, daring not to act presumptuously. To act with arrogance requires a certain level of backing. Not to mention the disparity in numbers. Even their weaponry was of an entirely different caliber. Cold Sniper generously offered the 2 Archaeopteryx to them, and even volunteered to transport them back to the base free of charge. The Eternal Team had already reaped sufficient rewards that day and did not wish to appear overly greedy. A tarnished reputation would discourage future collaborations. As they were all part of the same base, it was prudent to maintain good relations. Hence, I love you is a crime, and riding alone across the horizon joyfully assisted the Eternal Team in loading the carcasses of the Archaeopteryx onto the dump truck. An hour later, the group finally stumbled upon the gruesome remains of a day without being beaten. Except for Cold Sniper and rowing without oars, relying on waves. Everyone else was left retching in disgust. The sight was indeed repulsive. The entrails and flesh had long been devoured, leaving behind only a blood-soaked skeleton. Even the sturdy skull had been pecked to pieces, with its contents consumed entirely. Ultimately, it was Cold Sniper and rowing without oars, relying on waves, who collected the unfortunate fellow's remains in waterproof bags. Desperate Lion leaned against a tree, weakly stating, "The game's realism is excessive. It is far too gruesome." Before he could finish, he vomited again. The others were similarly affected, as it was their first encounter with such a bloody corpse. Wu Jianfeng curiously asked Lang, "Why do you seem completely unfazed? You aren't like Cold Brother, who frequently encounters corpses in real life, are you?" Old 8 added, Lang, "Please don't tell me you graduated from medical school and are the kind of person who can eat while attending anatomy classes." Rowing without oars, relying on waves reminisced. "During college, I faced some family issues and had to work part-time at a funeral home carrying bodies for a while. I suppose I became desensitized after seeing so many." Leading the charge marveled, Lang, "You truly are something else for having worked part-time at a funeral home. By the way, did you earn much?" Rowing without oars, relying on waves chuckled, "The pay was certainly less than what I earn now as a game tester, but it helped build my courage. I'm no longer afraid, even when I see ghosts. Would you like to join? I can hook you up." Cold Sniper interrupted, "Seeing you all so lively. It seems you're fine. Let us proceed to clear out this Archaeopteryx nest and head back." With the captain's command, everyone had no choice but to rise and get to work. The remaining 5 Archaeopteryx posed little challenge. They first selected an ambush position, set up light machine guns and rifles, and sent a swift individual to lure the Archaeopteryx over. A coordinated volley of fire sealed their fate. Subtracting the 2 slain by the Sky Curtain team, they ultimately collected a total of 26 Archaeopteryx. The larger ones weighed over 500 pounds, while the smaller ones were still over 200 pounds. A rough estimate suggested they could yield at least 5 to 6 tons of meat. Additionally, they secured 23 volleyball-sized Archaeopteryx eggs. Currently, the base was offering high prices for various animal offspring and eggs, attempting to domesticate them. These 23 Archaeopteryx eggs would also yield considerable contribution points. Moreover, they indeed discovered scattered energy crystals in the nesting area, totaling approximately 14 standard units. It appeared that these creatures utilized energy crystals for hatching offspring, which was not an isolated case. After 2 hours, they finally transported all the spoils to the dump truck, mainly due to many areas being inaccessible by vehicle, requiring manual labor. With the loot secured, the team officially began their return journey. The homeward trip was much swifter, taking less than 20 minutes along the path they had previously forged. Upon their return to the base, the Eternal Team once again stirred a sensation. Nearly 30 Archaeopteryx corpses filled the dump truck to capacity. This bounty left the players present drooling with envy, as the remains of a day without being beaten were unloaded. More than half of the players present began to retch collectively. Moli had instructed the Eternal Team to bring back the remains for two primary reasons. Firstly, to help these players acclimate to death and the sight of their kind's corpses. With the base continually expanding, they would inevitably confront death more frequently in the future. The sooner they adapted, the sooner they could shoulder greater responsibilities. Secondly, Moli planned to establish a large cemetery to inter the ashes of players. Although these cloned bodies lacked consciousness, they were indeed genetically independent entities. They should not sacrifice themselves for the base without even a resting place. After the remains of a day without being beaten were taken away by the base staff, the Eternal Team began to unload their cargo. Due to the abundance of resources they had brought back, the task hall specifically sent 2 attendants to assist in evaluating their value and weighing them. 22. 3 standard units of energy crystals were worth 150 contribution points. The 26 Archaeopteryx corpses weighed 424 kilograms. Since it was not pure meat, the base purchased it at a rate of 1.8 contribution points per kilogram, totaling 163. 2 contribution points. The Archaeopteryx eggs were worth 60 contribution points each, totaling 380 contribution points for the 23 eggs. They extracted only 546 milliliters of low-grade plant essence from the ghost-faced vine, valued at 655. 2 contribution points. The tail stingers and larvae of the crossbow bee were priced at 340 contribution points. Transporting the remains back earned them a system reward of 50 contribution points. Adding it all up, their expedition yielded a total of 28,738 for contribution points. They had truly struck it rich on this outing. After reserving a small amount for the team's communal fund, they distributed the remaining 20,000 contribution points as dividends. According to the pre-agreed distribution rules among the 8 members, Cold Sniper, as the captain, would receive 18 of the total earnings. Each of the 2 vice-captains would take 12.5, and the remaining 5 members would each receive 11.4. Thus, even the member with the smallest share would still receive 280 contribution points. Just as they finished dividing the spoils, the system sent another notification. To encourage players to contribute to the base. The personal contribution ranking and player level ranking are now officially opened. Please choose to remain anonymous on the leaderboard or select to display your name publicly. Fleeing in disarray remarked, "It seems our actions have advanced the plot. This leaderboard is likely a result of our endeavors." Desperate Lion replied proudly, "That essay given. Our Eternal Team is among the elite players of the base." The others wholeheartedly agreed, wearing expressions of pride. Such a matter that brings prestige could only be made public. Indeed, Cold Sniper dominated both the contribution and level rankings. Moreover, the top 8 spots on the contribution leaderboard were all filled by members of the Eternal Team. With the unveiling of the 2 rankings, the Eternal Team instantaneously became the most celebrated elite players in the base. With their contribution points in hand, it was time to indulge. As the saying goes, earn in the game, spend in the game. No one is taking anything home. After depositing their weapons and ammunition, the group headed straight to the leisure area. Each member required a personal hover vehicle. Following that, they made their way to a restaurant for a hearty meal. Now that they had money, they could no longer settle for the free energy paste and nutrient solution provided by the cafeteria. They desired something of higher quality. After dining well, they planned to unwind at the Red Sleeve Pavilion. In contemporary times, Hong Xiafang has evolved into the largest treasure trove within the base. Many players possess scant contribution points, yet they find themselves burdened with substantial debts to Hong Xiafang. Those who have yet to partake in its offerings have become a rarity. In light of this situation, Wu Jianfeng, Lung Jiao, Tiao Zhiyaoyao, and Kai Dao have set aside their reservations, intending to indulge in the experience. This decision was largely influenced by the fervent encouragement of the other 4, who insisted on bringing them along. As the fervent Lion aptly put it, "We are all part of the same team. I cannot allow my comrades to miss out on such an exquisite experience." Chapter 20. War Mobilization Order in the Central Control Room. The intelligence system was reporting analysis results to Moli. After analyzing the genetic genes of 67 species, It was discovered that all these biological genetic codes contained a unique genetic fragment. This fragment enabled these organisms to actively absorb the energy from energy crystals, indicating a selective induction of evolution influenced by the unique environment of the planet. Upon finding that many species had a habit of collecting energy crystals for nesting, Moli instructed the intelligence system to conduct genetic testing on the collected biological samples. This testing indeed yielded significant discoveries. Could the effects of these organisms absorbing energy be analyzed? Due to a lack of observational data, analysis was temporarily impossible. Could humans actively acquire this genetic fragment through long-term consumption of these organisms' meat? The human genetic code cannot directly acquire superior genetic fragments from food. It can only induce evolution in that direction. Could this genetic fragment be extracted and actively incorporated into human genetic code? The production base lacked the capability for biological genetic modification and could not achieve this at present. With a resigned sigh, Moli lamented the situation. It seemed that for the time being, players could not actively absorb energy crystals for evolution. This was akin to how humans could not directly absorb solar energy, while plants could. Plants absorbed solar energy and transformed it into edible roots and fruits, which were eventually consumed by humans. It would be more feasible to search for species similar to the ghost-faced vine and absorb their essence for evolution. Moli inquired about the status of the low-pressure vortex. The intelligence system had detected a massive low-pressure vortex forming over the southeastern sea surface, 600 kilometers from the base. If all went as expected, a super typhoon would be imminent. Moli had grown accustomed to the term typhoon, regardless of how Blue Star defined typhoons and hurricanes. According to meteorological models, this low-pressure vortex was expected to evolve into a super typhoon of level 17 or above within 3 days. Based on the projected path of the typhoon, it would make landfall in the area of the base in 6 days, bringing with it over a week of heavy rainfall. Heavy rainfall would inevitably lead to flash floods. Moli was well aware that the altitude of the area where the base was located was not high. Moli commanded, Intelligence System, simulate the areas surrounding the base that may be flooded based on the intensity of the rainfall. Yes, Master. In less than 2 seconds, the intelligence system calculated the regions that were likely to be inundated. As anticipated, a vast expanse of water was revealed. Moli ordered, enlarge the NL-014 plot where the energy crystal mine is located. According to the topographical analysis, the energy crystal mine was situated in a low-lying area. Following the typhoon, this region would form an impoundment lake exceeding 6 square kilometers in area, with a water accumulation of over 6 million cubic meters. Damn! Moli couldn't help but exclaim. How long will it take to drain such a large lake? The energy reserves of the base were already insufficient for a month, and Moli had no time to waste in slowly extracting water. Intelligence System, is there any solution? After calculation, the optimal solution was to conduct excavation operations at 127 locations before the typhoon struck, raising the edge height of this low-lying area with reinforced concrete, while altering the flow paths of several mountain flood channels. Upon completion of the entire project, it was anticipated that the water accumulation would be reduced to below 400,000 cubic meters. Moli inquired, how long will the construction take? The intelligence system responded, with the current engineering machinery and material reserves at the base, it can be completed in 2 days, but the concrete will require over a day to set. In other words, excluding the 3 days needed for construction, Moli must occupy the area of the crystal mine within 3 days. Based on previously gathered intelligence, the area where the energy crystal mine was located was a substantial waterlogged pond, home to numerous large biological populations. To clear this area, at least a day of combat would be necessary. Of course, construction could proceed simultaneously with the extermination operations. Soon, Moli decided to dispatch troops in 2 days. Before the army moves, supplies must be prepared. The base had no shortage of transport vehicles, but the poor outdoor conditions significantly impacted travel. Therefore, a road had to be established immediately, alongside the elimination of various dangerous organisms around the route. With a preliminary plan in mind, Moli methodically issued commands. Intelligence System, designate the NL-014 plot as Kangaroo-like. The base will officially dispatch troops to occupy this location in 2 days. Issue a war mobilization order to all players, commanding them to return and engage in multi-unit training exercises immediately. Dispatch engineering machinery to construct the road to Kangaroo-like. And deploy Grim Reaper drones to closely monitor a 2-kilometer radius along the route. Should any Class C or higher dangerous organisms be detected, launch missile strikes immediately. Notify the 6 players with unique talents to report to Command Post Number 3 in Zone B2 on the 7th floor within half an hour. Yes, Master. Soon. All players received the war mobilization order. The players who received the order were exceedingly excited. This was the first large-scale mission since they entered the game, akin to entering a dungeon. During the war, both experience points and contribution points would double, and the base would provide weapons and ammunition. It was time for some thrilling action. In Hongxiu Fong, the Eternity Squad, who had just indulged in a full-body massage service, also received the war mobilization order. Laoba asked, "My unit is 1st Company, 2nd Platoon, 1st Squad, and my role is as an infantry light machine gunner, marked as in turn." "What about you guys?" Jueming Quangsha replied. "I belong to 1st Company, 1st Platoon, 3rd Squad, also an infantry light machine gunner, in turn." Dueling Fengsa joyfully exclaimed, "I'm different from you guys. My role is an armored soldier, serving as both the armored vehicle commander and gunner, also marked as in turn." Alang grumbled, "Why am I also an armored soldier? Yet I'm just an in-turn driver?" Dueling Fengsa cackled, "The system must think I'm superior to you. By the way, my vehicle count is 2. How many do you have, Alang?" Alang retorted, "I'm in vehicle 1. You can't think of being my superior." Jueming Quangsha was astonished. "Wait. The hidden profession of a driver is actually an armored soldier? This is too convoluted. Had I known, I wouldn't have practiced marksmanship, but would have learned to drive instead." Laoba also felt a twinge of regret. Kaidao chuckled wryly, "Brothers, I'm different from you. The system inexplicably assigned me as a flamethrower soldier." Jueming Quangsha exclaimed in surprise, "Kaidao, that's a weapon of mass destruction. What is there to be unhappy about?" Kaidao complained, "Running around the battlefield with a gasoline tank. Who wouldn't be scared? One wrong move, and I could blow myself up into ashes." Laoba reassured Kaidao, "I think you needn't worry. Our opponents are all kinds of beasts or plants. You'll be quite safe with that thing." Kaidao sighed, "I'm not worried about the enemies. It's the incompetent teammates that concern me." The others immediately understood Saidao's apprehension. Given the players' current marksmanship, it seemed they were more likely to hit their own comrades than the enemies. Chapter 21. The operations officer inquired the flamboyant one, "Cold brother, Tianya, Yao Yao, what are your ranks and military branches?" Cold Sniper, puzzled, replied, "I do not understand why, but my position is that of an operations officer in the company headquarters." Wu Jianfeng added, "My position is also as an operations officer in the company headquarters, albeit with intern appended. I have been instructed to report to Command Post No. 3 in B2 zone on the 7th floor within half an hour." Escaping Yao Yao remarked, "I received the same information as Tianya." Old 8 expressed his astonishment, "Operations officer. That sounds quite prestigious." The ferocious lion stated confidently, "Brothers, we are indeed the most formidable eternal team of the base. The captain and 2 vice captains have received special appointments, which is a testament to the system's recognition of our eternal team." "I love hearing that from you, ferocious lion. If you ask me, with Cold Brother's talents, he could easily serve as a battalion or regiment commander. It's merely that the current player count at the base is scarce, leaving fewer to command." "Indeed," chimed in Kitchen Knife, Flamboyant One, and Ulong. As they continued to inflate their praises, Cold Sniper promptly dismissed them to the training grounds. Upon their arrival at the reporting location, Cold Sniper, Wu Jianfeng, and escaping Yao Yao found 4 individuals already seated inside. The members of the Eternal team have arrived. 3 of them. Which one is the sharpshooter Cold Sniper? The one on the left. I heard he is a special forces soldier in reality. Just look at the way he walks. It's evident he comes from a military background. Special forces? No wonder his shooting records at the range are so extraordinary. As the 3 entered, The individuals within began to whisper quietly among themselves. Having mingled at the base for 2 days, they were familiar with one another's faces, even if they couldn't recall names. Wu Jianfeng clasped his fists and said, "My apologies for our tardiness." One player stood and warmly greeted them. "We haven't been here long either. Let me introduce myself. I am Judgment, and this is Breakheart Grass to my left, and to my right is 10 Mile Key God. The one at the far end is Level 8 Gale. Please, let us sit and chat." Wu Jianfeng and the others felt that the player named Judgment was perhaps a bit too enthusiastic. Yet, only Su Moli understood the depth of his solitude. Indeed, Judgment was Su Moli's game ID. Sitting in the central control room, directing operations, imparted a sense of superiority over the masses. However, humans are inherently social creatures, and Su Moli was no exception. Having been abducted by extraterrestrials and traversing the cosmos for over a year, he found himself devoid of any kindred souls. Accompanied only by an emotionless, intelligent brain, Su Moli's state of mind mirrored that of Robinson Crusoe, stranded on a desolate island, yearning for community and normal social interaction. Furthermore, he needed to infiltrate their ranks as a player to gather authentic feedback. Thus, he had intentionally cloned a body for himself. 10 Mile Key God inquired, "What are your thoughts on our role as operations officers?" Level 8 Gale replied, "The title of operations officer is quite clear. Isn't it? It's about assisting the military commander in organizing operational information, providing recommendations, and assigning specific combat tasks." Breakheart Grass speculated, "I suspect 10 Mile Key God means something more. After all, the entire player count at the base is merely around 100, barely enough for a company, and yet we have 7 operations officers. Doesn't that seem a bit excessive?" 10 Mile Key God affirmed, "What Breakheart Grass says is precisely my point. To my knowledge, only operational units at the regiment level and above in reality have operations officers. Isn't that right, Captain Cold Sniper?" All eyes turned to Cold Sniper. He stated, "To be precise, the vast majority of countries assign the role of staff officers to units at the regiment level and above. Some specially organized battalions may also have them, but companies certainly do not." Wu Jianfeng analyzed, "Let us hypothesize that our role as operations officers might be a permanent one. Perhaps the decision to increase personnel now is a foresight into the future expansion of troop numbers." Escaping Yao Yao proposed, "Let us consider a different angle. It's possible that our closed beta data will not be wiped and will likely carry over into the open beta phase." Breakheart Grass muttered, "What if it's not as simple as a closed beta?" This remark caused subtle shifts in everyone's expressions. 10 Mile Key God deliberately cleared his throat and gestured towards his wrist communicator. After being in the game for a while, everyone had come to realize that the base could monitor their conversations through the communicators. Su Moli remained silent, increasingly admiring these players. They were truly the elite he had meticulously selected. Suddenly, the shielding door swung open, and a robust middle-aged man entered. His physique and demeanor unmistakably marked him as an NPC of the base's Iron Blood lineage. Everyone immediately rose to greet him. "Now that everyone is present, allow me to introduce myself. I am the commander of the Armed Department, Iron Blood. You may refer to me as Commander. Until the war mobilization order is rescinded, all 7 of you must act according to my commands." In unison, the group responded, "Yes, Commander." Iron Blood tapped his wristwatch, and all 7 received a data package. "This contains reconnaissance data from drones on the target area. You have 30 minutes to review it and provide me with a feasible operational plan." The group promptly began to examine the information closely. The Jesho Lake spans over 600 acres and is a stagnant lake formed by rainwater accumulation. Its average depth is approximately 1.6 meters, with the deepest area reaching around 6 meters. Despite its modest size, it serves as a primary watering hole for various animals within a 10-kilometer radius, making it a hunting ground for many carnivorous creatures. Within the lake dwells a soft-bodied organism akin to a leech, known as the Zhuoliang water bug. Its dark gray body can reach a thickness comparable to a thigh and a length of 5 to 6 meters. The underside is covered with suction cups resembling mouthparts that can drain the blood of a 100-kilogram animal in under 2 minutes. On the western muddy shore of the lake resides a creature called the 6-legged terror crocodile. This beast is larger than any crocodile found on Blue Star and enjoys wallowing in the mud. Typically, it lurks beneath the muck, launching surprise attacks on passing creatures. With tough skin and thick flesh, its bite force is astonishing. Over 200 of these creatures have already been discovered. On the eastern sandy embankment, dozens of rock turtles make their home. The largest among them is comparable in size to a small car, and they can sprint faster than a human. When they charge, it resembles a vehicle barreling towards you. The raised rocky shell on their backs clearly indicates they are terrestrial turtles. Whether they are guarding buried eggs in the sand is uncertain, but these rock turtles staunchly defend the sandy embankment, attacking any creature that approaches. Chapter 22. Ingenious Strategies in the Forests of Hunan. There exists a creature resembling a mosquito, aptly named the prehistoric giant mosquito. As the name suggests, these beings are not diminutive, with an average length exceeding 30 centimeters. Their blood-sucking proboscis is thicker than a nail. Most notably, these creatures possess remarkable speed, leaving only a fleeting shadow in their wake as they fly. To the west of the lake lies a watering hole frequented by various animals, not only abundant in herbivores, but also teeming with formidable carnivores. The 3-meter-tall one-eyed ape can effortlessly lift boulders the size of grinding stones. The red beast, resembling a lion-tiger hybrid but adorned with 3 tails, can stun smaller animals merely with its roar. In addition to gathering intelligence on the combat targets and potential adversaries, they were also made aware of an impending super typhoon expected to make landfall in a few days. The mission not only aims to exterminate the creatures inhabiting the boundary lake, but also to ensure the smooth progression of civil engineering operations. Turning to assess their own forces, 2 fully staffed infantry platoons, 6 armored vehicles, a flamethrower team, a rocket launcher team, and a logistics team. Discounting the few operational advisors, they had barely over 90 soldiers. Moreover, it was uncertain whether all players would be online that day. Tao Xiao inquired, "Commander, will we have to go to the battlefield then?" Iron Blood adjusted his wristwatch, and instantaneously, over 20 virtual projections materialized in the conference room. With a casual wave of his hand, Iron Blood arranged the projections in a circular formation surrounding them. On display were various angles of players training on the training grounds. Iron Blood elucidated, "Our communication system allows for command at the individual soldier level. Your responsibilities as operational advisors extend beyond merely crafting battle plans. You must also assist me in directing soldiers according to the battlefield circumstances." Moli feigned surprise. "Commander, if I understand correctly, we 7 will be seated in the base operations room, remotely directing the soldiers on the front lines?" Iron Blood affirmed, "You are correct. This is indeed one of your roles as operational advisors." The level 8 Gale, with a hint of schadenfreude, remarked, "Isn't this akin to playing real-life army chess, where we are the players and the other participants are the pieces?" The Heartbreak Grass cautioned, "You should count yourself fortunate to be seated here rather than being mere puppets like them." Surely Jinshin asked, "Commander, what if they refuse to follow orders?" Iron Blood dismissed the concern, stating, "This is not for you to ponder. The base has military regulations to govern them. These regulations, established by Moli, dictate penalties ranging from experience and contribution value deductions to confinement for several days. In essence, confinement serves as a covert means of preventing players from logging in." The only individual among them visibly discontent was Cold Sniper, who preferred engaging in combat on the front lines rather than strategizing from a distance. Iron Blood commanded, "From this moment forward, you are to submit a satisfactory operational plan based on the existing intelligence by the end of the day." Upon receiving the task, Iron Blood departed. The others instinctively turned to Cold Sniper, the sole individual among them with relevant experience. Cold Sniper explained, "A comprehensive operational plan should encompass objectives, enemy analysis, troop and weaponry allocation, deployment timings, action and attack sequences, command coordination, and contingency plans." Moli reminded, "Brothers, the knowledge base contains numerous templates for operational plans. We merely need to fill in the details." The decisive brothers' insights served as a wake-up call, revealing that the task was not as daunting as anticipated. After all, it was merely a military operation involving 100 or so individuals, How complex could it be? The system was merely assigning us a practical exercise. Moli proposed. Captain Cold Sniper, you are the most experienced among us. Why not allocate the tasks? Agreed. Agreed. Wu Jianfeng and Tao Xiao immediately concurred, and the remaining three raised no objections. Thus, Cold Sniper commenced the task allocation. The first task required calculating the necessary ammunition and supplies, including military rations and drinking water. Based on the current number of soldiers and the structure of the forces, adhering to a standard of 5 as a base. I'll take that, declared Heartbreak Grass. The second task involved the formidable prehistoric giant mosquito and the six-legged terror crocodile. I need someone to study their habits for effective extermination methods, such as how to lure the six-legged terror crocodile out of the mud. I'll research how to deal with the six-legged terror crocodile, said Level 8 Gale. Then I shall tackle the prehistoric giant mosquito, Wu Jianfeng added, eager to contribute. The third task involved more than merely exterminating the native creatures residing in the Boundary Lake. Our ultimate objective is to complete civil engineering tasks before the super typhoon arrives, redirecting rainwater elsewhere. For the 127 construction sites, we need to formulate a patrol schedule to ensure the orderly operation of machinery. Under Cold Sniper's guidance, the operational plan was swiftly broken down among individuals. This approach not only increased efficiency, but also aligned tasks with everyone's interests. In less than 2 hours, they produced a fundamentally sound operational plan. Within the command center, Cold Sniper was briefing Iron Blood on their plan. We plan to first eliminate the six-legged terror crocodiles residing in the mud. Level 8 Gale has devised a trapping method. Level 8 Gale's idea involved constructing a series of umbrella-like devices the size of beverage bottles. By concealing these devices within meat and attaching a rope to one end, they could trigger the mechanism once the six-legged terror crocodile consumed the bait. Inside, several barbed hooks would spring forth, penetrating the creature's vital organs. At that juncture, the six-legged terror crocodile would be in excruciating pain, and the hooks would securely latch onto the flesh within its belly, leaving the rest akin to fishing for the big catch. According to Level 8 Gale, he had encountered this effective crocodile fishing method on a foreign website. Alternatively, one could poison the meat, but that would render the crocodile's flesh unrecoverable. The operational regulations clearly stated that the corpses of these creatures could be claimed as spoils of war, converted into contribution value based on the player's input. Naturally, players would opt for the most profitable course of action. Addressing the bloodthirsty nature of the prehistoric giant mosquito, Wu Jianfeng proposed an electric net extermination strategy. He suggested creating wooden cages to contain small beasts, while outside, high-powered Tesla coils would be set up. Should the prehistoric giant mosquito dare approach, a surge of 1,000,000 volts would obliterate the arthropod in an instant. Wu Jianfeng and Oppo's inspiration stemmed from a video blogger who used Tesla coils to zap mosquitoes. Encountering these players, the animals were indeed experiencing an unprecedented stroke of bad luck. Chapter 23. Lurking. As for the group of rock turtles, a direct barrage of firepower would suffice. Other animals that came to drink or hunt would primarily be driven away. However, the aquatic vermiform creatures could be temporarily disregarded. Once the lake water is drained, it will be easy to either roast them or expose them to the sun's radiant light. Iron Blood briefly reviewed the combat plan before assigning them other tasks. After all, one cannot criticize the combat plan they themselves participated in creating. Their new mission was equally straightforward: to remotely operate the Reaper drone to strike any dangerous creatures detected along the route. This served both as a precise elimination and a means to drive the animals away from the designated path. The 8th level Gale inquired, "Commander, why are we prohibited from attacking the creatures at the Jesho Lake?" Iron Blood replied coldly, "Those creatures are specifically reserved for the infantry's practical assessment." The group observed a moment of silence for the other players before indulging in their activities. To them, this task felt more like play. The working environment was comfortable, devoid of danger. Upon spotting anything displeasing, they could simply launch a missile, akin to a real-life arcade game. Later that evening, the Eternal Squad, consisting of 8 members, gathered at the therapy center to enjoy a full-body massage. The desperate lion lamented, "You 3 have it easy. merely sitting in an office and moving your fingers, while we have been relentlessly trained on the field, facing not just exhaustion but also peril. Wu Jianfeng curiously asked, I understand the fatigue. But what do you mean by danger? Old 8 responded, I can empathize with Kai Dao's previous concerns. The real danger on the battlefield is not the various hazardous creatures, but rather the incessant incompetence of our teammates. Isn't that right, Kai Dao? Kai Dao, barely opening his eyes, replied nonchalantly. I ran for several hours with a flame-thrower weighing dozens of pounds. I'm truly too exhausted to speak. Escape teased, look. Alung and Aseo Haven T complained at all. Old 8 scoffed. Those two sat in the vehicle the entire time, so of course, they aren't tired. Besides, the incompetent teammate I mentioned refers specifically to Aseo. Wu Jianfeng inquired, what happened? Did Aseo accidentally injure one of his own? The desperate lion explained, today, when calling for fire support, this guy operating the vehicle-mounted machine gun ended up crippling a player's thigh. Thankfully, the medical pod at the base was effective, otherwise, amputation would have been necessary. Unruly Wind lamented, this isn't entirely my fault. My driver was reckless and drove straight into a ditch. The vehicle jolted, making it difficult for me to control the trajectory. Cold Sniper urged, all right, let us not complain any longer. Finish your massages and log off. We have training tomorrow. Upon hearing this, everyone closed their eyes to relish the experience. In the central control room, the AI reported, Master, there is a friend request on your Penguin account from Duanchenko. Do you wish to accept? Moli took a sip of his functional beverage and replied, accept the friend request and synchronize the chat information. Ensure to delete any retained data on the server. Before leaving earlier, Shirley Jianshin suggested forming a chat group in reality, and they exchanged Penguin accounts. They believed that chatting outside the game would evade the base's surveillance, unaware that they were slightly mistaken. Moli's request for the AI to delete information from the server was also to avoid drawing the attention of authorities in the real world. When communicating via someone else's Penguin account, not only does the client receive and display the information, but the server also retains it. For now, Moli wished to remain inconspicuous. The information was synchronized with an estimated transmission delay of about 6 seconds. Shortly after Moli accepted, he was added to a chat group. Duanchenko announced, I've added the judge to the group. Everyone, let us welcome him. Shirley Jianshin chimed in, welcome, Doghead. The 8th level Gale exclaimed, brother, you're here. Judge queried, what about the other 3? Shirley Jianshin replied, the 3 members of the Eternal Squad went to the base therapy center for massages. They'll likely log off later. Judge stated, I'll order some takeout first and chat later. Shirley Jianshin responded, all right. Subsequently, the other 3 began chatting in the group while Moli quietly observed. After more than 10 minutes, Wu Jianfeng, Cold Sniper, and Escape were invited into the group. Shirley Jianshin proclaimed, all right, everyone is here. As the initiator, I'd like to outline the purpose of gathering everyone online. Duanchenko interjected, Jianshin, there are no outsiders here. Just get to the point. Shirley Jianshin continued, I personally believe this game is not merely a game. It resembles a genuine world for several reasons. The reasons presented by Shirley Jianshin were largely in line with the discussions Wu Jianfeng and Escape had previously shared. Once the topic was broached, others began to contribute their own suspicions. These individuals were astute. They were not easily deceived like ordinary players. Wu Jianfeng stated, the current issue is that we only harbor suspicions without concrete evidence, and we Haven T decided on a course of action. The 8th level Gale added, as far as I can tell, no one has reported this matter, partly because it seems absurd, and partly because you all are reluctant to give up this job, right? Escape remarked, reporting is easy, but we must surrender the game helmets. I cannot part with this job that pays 100 yuan an hour. Nor can I bear to leave this game world that feels so real. I want to engage in such foolishness, and I advise you all to refrain from it as well. Judge interjected, let us not forget one crucial point. We obtain these game helmets in the real world. Everyone, not being foolish, immediately grasped the underlying implication. If this game were indeed a real world that could summon their consciousness, the entity behind it would undoubtedly be viewed as a godlike figure. Moreover, they could manifest their presence in Blue Star. Would you dare to report this to the authorities? Truly unafraid of potential repercussions? Surely Jin Shun tagged Cold Sniper in the group, asking, Captain Cold Sniper, you've been silent. What are your thoughts? Cold Sniper replied, You're concerned that my experience as a former soldier might lead me to report this matter to the government, right? Surely Jin Shun confessed, to be honest. I am somewhat worried. Duanchenko stated, Captain Cold Sniper, our positions are already clear. We simply wish to know your intentions, the 8th level Gale asserted. These guys like to beat around the bush, so I'll be direct. Even if you decide to report this, Cold Sniper, I ask that you don't expose us. We still want this job. The 8th level Gale added, to put it bluntly, even if we're truly working for aliens, we'd be more than willing to continue. Judge concurred. The job is easy, devoid of any danger, and the pay surpasses that of 95 of real-world occupations. Who would willingly give this up? Wu Jianfeng and Escape held back their voices, as they were both in the same squad as Cold Sniper and didn't want to pressure him into taking a side. After a silence of over 20 seconds, Cold Sniper finally responded, You all need not worry. I need this job even more than you do. Upon hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Surely Jin Shin declared, Let us reach a consensus. We want to disclose this to the outside world to safeguard everyone's livelihoods. Additionally, if anyone discovers new information in the game, please share it promptly in the group. Wu Jianfeng suggested, if anyone notices other players harboring similar doubts, we could also invite them to the group. It would be beneficial to have like-minded individuals to discuss with, preventing them from feeling helpless in the real world and worrying about inadvertently revealing something. The 8th level Gale agreed. I support this idea. I've been mulling it over for 2 days, and there were several times I almost called the police, but ultimately restrained myself. Others readily concurred. Chapter 24. The Mushroom Forest. Soon, the day of departure arrived. After 2 days of rigorous training, the players had finally begun to resemble soldiers. While they may not have been perfectly disciplined, at least they understood the necessary preparations prior to embarking on their expedition. They organized their weapons and ammunition, transported supplies, accounted for their numbers, and inspected their vehicles. Though their efficiency remained somewhat lacking, they no longer required constant reminders. In terms of armament, Moli had provided these players with commendable equipment. Each ordinary infantryman was armed with an AK-47 rifle. The choice of the AK-47 was deliberate, as it is known for its reliability and adaptability across various combat environments. Additionally, it requires minimal maintenance, making it ideal for novices on the battlefield. The low shooting accuracy was a negligible concern. Given the player's current skill level, they were essentially masters of tracing. For them, maintaining a steady rate of fire was all that mattered. In addition to their rifles, each soldier was equipped with a Type 92 pistol and a large machete for self-defense. It was evident that the machete was not intended for combat, but rather for clearing branches and vines in the wilderness. Furthermore, each soldier was supplied with 6 SHG grenades. These grenades contained 110 grams of explosive material and relied solely on the shockwave from the explosion for their lethality, without any shrapnel. They could also be combined, with a maximum of 3 grenades forming a cluster, capable of easily demolishing a small structure. Moli's decision to produce this type of grenade stemmed from 2 considerations. Firstly, in many scenarios, these grenades could serve as small explosive charges, allowing for easy detonation. Secondly, shockwave grenades primarily cause internal injuries, thereby mitigating the risk of severe lacerations that could lead to continuous bleeding. It was crucial to remember that they were operating in the wilderness, where blood could attract carnivorous animals. In terms of protective gear, they were outfitted with bulletproof vests, helmets, hoods, goggles, and gloves, effectively covering all exposed skin. The wilderness was fraught with thorns, branches, and a multitude of venomous insects, making comprehensive protection essential. Additionally, each soldier received a gas mask, a canteen, and a medical kit. The squad leader was further equipped with a pair of night vision binoculars and a lightweight laser designator, intended to guide missile strikes from the base. There was no need to elaborate on the light machine guns, heavy machine guns, flamethrowers, and rocket launchers, as they were self-evident. Had there been no fear of friendly fire, Moli would have considered equipping them with mortars. Alongside ground weaponry, Aerial support was provided by remotely operated Reaper drones. While it might be an exaggeration to claim they were armed to the teeth, they were certainly comparable to the armies of several major nations on Blue Star. Assemble! Assemble! As the voices of Iron Fist and Iron Arm resonated, the players began to organize themselves into formation. The overall commander of this military operation was Iron Blood, who would remotely direct the mission from the base, while the frontline commanders were Iron Fist and Iron Arm. This battle predominantly relied on the players, with Iron Fist and Iron Arm primarily present to manage any unforeseen circumstances. First Platoon, First Squad boarded vehicles 1 and 2. First Platoon, Second Squad boarded vehicles 3 and 4. First Platoon, Third Squad boarded vehicles 5 and 6. Second Platoon, consisting of the flamethrower and rocket launcher teams, boarded the transport vehicle. Upon receiving the orders, the players began to board their vehicles in an orderly fashion. One player muttered quietly, "The instructor is rather biased, allowing the first platoon to ride in armored vehicles, while we in the second platoon are stuck in an open transport." A nearby comrade replied, "What do you know? The armored vehicles will engage the enemy first, and besides, the space inside those vehicles is painfully cramped. Comfort is non-existent compared to ours." Another player chimed in, "Strangely enough, your words make me feel that being at a disadvantage might actually be a blessing in disguise." Over the course of the training, it was evident that the first platoon's overall performance surpassed that of the second platoon. Their whispered conversation inevitably reached the ears of the first platoon. The squad leader of the first platoon, second squad, climbed onto the armored vehicle and shouted, "Brothers, what is our motto?" The entire first platoon responded in unison. "We will triumph in our first battle, and victory is assured." Perhaps feeling that this rallying cry would boost morale, the entire first platoon joined in the chant. Although the second platoon members continued to grumble, they had to admit that the motto was quite fitting. Within the command center, Cold Sniper remarked, "The squad leader of the first platoon, second squad, Fei Niao, is quite adept at management. I've observed them for several days, and their squad is the most efficient among all teams." Tin Li Jianshan teased, "You know, I can sense the essence of a student council leader in him." Others chuckled knowingly, recognizing the shared experience. Moli remained silent, discreetly adding a note to Fei Niao's profile. With the limited talent available at the base, he made sure to pay close attention to any promising individuals. Soon, a convoy consisting of 6 armored vehicles, 12 transport vehicles, and 25 engineering vehicles departed from the base. The convoy traveled along the recently constructed Route 1, heading towards Jesho Lake. Inside the command center, Iron Blood instructed Cold Sniper, "I hereby grant you Level 1 operational command authority. From this moment, you will lead the entire campaign. Should you require clarification, consult the intelligence brain. It is the central system controlling the base." Cold Sniper wasted no time and issued the operational commands. Intelligence brain, connect all operational terminals to the data chain and grant 6 trainee operational advisors Level 2 command authority. The data was successfully integrated and authorized. Deploy 6 reconnaissance drones. Prepare 10 Reaper drones, with 4 equipped with air-to-air missiles and the remaining 6 outfitted with air-to-ground missiles. The drones are being prepared. Raise the missile launchers and switch to guided attack mode. The missile launchers are ready and have switched to guided attack mode. As Cold Sniper continued to issue commands, a palpable sense of anticipation filled the air as they approached the brink of battle. After a short while, the expedition convoy entered a sprawling forest. The trees here towered, many reaching heights of several dozen meters, with some exceeding 100 meters. The canopy blocked the sunlight, casting an eerie gloom over the forest, as if danger lurked just beyond sight. This is Cold Sniper from the command center. You are currently traversing the dimly lit mushroom forest. All combat personnel, remain vigilant and observe your surroundings closely. Should you detect any unforeseen circumstances, you are authorized to fire at will. The command echoed from the wristwatch. Upon receiving the order, many squad leaders issued commands to load their weapons. Suddenly, one player exclaimed, "Look over there. So many mushrooms. They are enormous." The others quickly turned to see a dense cluster of mushrooms lining the sides of the road. These mushrooms not only boasted a variety of species, but also grew to impressive sizes. Some were as large as umbrellas, easily accommodating several individuals seeking shelter from the rain beneath their caps. A player from Yunnan province gazed in awe, nearly drooling. What enormous fungi! I wonder if they are edible? A comrade jested, Indonglu, perhaps you should taste them one by one later. In reality, you have to worry about poisonous mushrooms. But in this game, such concerns are non-existent. Another player chimed in, you know, after we finish this battle, I plan to come back and harvest mushrooms. The base is gathering various edible resources, right? If these mushrooms are indeed edible, just one could yield quite a bit of contribution points. Another remarked, wow, you are quite the thinker. Hearing you say that makes me want to try as well. Immediately, a crowd gathered to engage in a discussion about the edibility of those mushrooms. Chapter 25. The Madness of Animals as the convoy entered the mushroom forest. Beneath the immense skeleton of a creature, a golden mushroom bud broke through the soil. At an observable pace, this mushroom rapidly grew, soon reaching over 2 meters in height and as thick as a thigh. Once it seemed to have reached its limit, the cap slowly began to unfurl. As it opened, golden spores began to waft into the air. To accelerate the dispersal of these golden particles, the mushroom twisted rhythmically, resembling a sentient fungus engaged in a disco dance. Before long, a rustling sound filled the air as numerous insects and small beasts were drawn to the alluring scent of the golden powder. With an audience gathered, the mushroom increased its twisting frequency. Animals that consumed the golden spores became frenzied, engaging in brutal combat with one another. Gradually, the ground was strewn with the corpses of many creatures. The mushroom's roots began to spread countless white mycelium, draping over the lifeless bodies like a delicate spider's web. As nutrients were transported back to the roots through the mycelium, the mushroom commenced its growth once more. In no time, the first batch of creatures had suffered heavy casualties. Yet, the influx of animals drawn by the golden scent continued to swell. Without exception, these animals lost their sanity after consuming the spores, engaging in savage battles with their fellow creatures, seemingly drawn to provide sustenance for the mushroom. On the road, the advancing convoy was abruptly halted. Just ahead, countless creatures were crossing the road in migration, herbivores weighing hundreds of kilograms and beetles no larger than a fingernail. The diversity and sheer number of these beings were overwhelming. At that moment, a swarm of glowing insects floated above the convoy. Rather than flying, they appeared to drift gracefully through the air. These insects, approximately the size of a fist, were transparent and pure white, with their tails emitting a soft glow akin to fireflies. Each flap of their wings propelled them about half a meter forward, moving slowly yet with remarkable elegance. One player reached out to touch them, only to be stopped by his squad leader. What are you thinking? The data indicates these are luminescent mayflies. They will self-destruct if threatened, releasing a caustic liquid to attack their enemies. Upon hearing this, the player retracted his hand in disappointment. Why has the lead vehicle stopped? Reporting to command. Numerous animals are migrating and blocking our path. Animals? What kind of animals? I'll share the visuals with you soon. The footage of the countless migrating animals was transmitted back to the command center. A few individuals felt a chill down their spines as they watched the video. Wu Jianfeng remarked, with so many animals migrating, is there a disaster approaching? Didn't the data indicate a powerful typhoon is set to make landfall? Tianli Jianshan countered. The typhoon isn't expected for another 4 days. Surely these animals can't sense it so soon? Cold Sniper commanded, Tianli Jianshan. Deploy a reconnaissance drone to investigate the direction of the animal migration. Understood. Ground troops, prepare for a fire assault to force passage through this segment. Understood. Upon receiving the orders, 3 armored vehicles lined up and prepared to advance, while the flame-throwing soldiers began to disembark. There was no better method to drive away the animals than through fire. Suddenly, a player asked, "Do you smell something fragrant?" Indeed, a subtle aroma wafted through the air, igniting their appetites. I smell it too. It conjures images of a lavish feast. Why am I thinking of snail rice noodles? Sour and stinky, yet incredibly delicious. When it comes to noodles, nothing beats the rice noodles from our Xiangxi region. They are truly delectable. While you speak of food, My mind is filled with images of beautiful women. I feel the same. I suddenly miss those sisters from Hongxiaofang. Enough. You're making me parched and restless. Meanwhile, within the command center, the AI suddenly blared an alarming warning. Alert! Alert! Multiple soldiers and oppos. Physical indicators are showing abnormal fluctuations, tentatively identified as a stress reaction to stimulant substances. Stimulants? Cold Sniper quickly inquired. How many players are exhibiting abnormal physical indicators? 13. Adjusting data, 21. Correction, 28. Revising once more, 32. The continuously escalating numbers left the command center in shock. Did they collectively indulge in drugs? Asked the 8th level Gale. Wu Jianfeng analyzed. The base has not issued any stimulants. They must have ingested something at the scene causing this reaction. Cold Sniper immediately ordered all squad leaders. Investigate whether anyone in your teams has consumed anything unusual and report all symptoms. Reporting to command, Squad 1, Team 2, no one has eaten. But 2 individuals are experiencing hallucinations, with many exhibiting abnormal physical indicators. Squad 2, Team 3, also no consumption, but 3 individuals are hallucinating, with more than half showing abnormal physical indicators. Our squad is similar. We also detected a strange aroma, unsure if it is related. We noticed it too. The scent is rather pleasant. One player from Yunnan province mentioned that these symptoms are akin to those experienced after consuming toxic mushrooms. With so many mushrooms around, could it be that the toxins are dispersing into the air, causing our poisoning? Now that you mention it, that is indeed a possibility. Within the communication channel, numerous players engaged in heated discussions. These fools still had the presence of mind to debate. Cold Sniper promptly commanded, everyone, immediately put on your gas masks. Upon hearing this, the players recalled that they had been issued gas masks. Cold Sniper turned to Iron Blood and inquired, Commander, what should we do now? Iron Blood simply uttered 3 words, medical kits. Cold Sniper immediately realized and asked, AI, how much sedative is required for these symptoms? Half a standard dosage. Cold Sniper commanded, immediately administer half a dosage of sedative to those exhibiting abnormal reactions, with assistance from nearby comrades. As time passed, nearly everyone exhibited abnormal reactions. Fortunately, after receiving the sedative, their vital signs gradually returned to normal. Qianli Jianshin reported, Cold Brother, this is the unusual situation captured by the reconnaissance drone. Take a look. In the video, through the gaps in the branches, countless animals could be seen in fierce combat. At that moment, even herbivorous creatures had become immensely ferocious, attacking all beings except their own kind without regard for species or allegiance. Chapter 26, Rare Treasures? The Heartbreak Grass exclaimed, have these creatures gone mad? 10-Mile Key God pointed at a wildly swaying fungus at the center of the battlefield, asserting, look here, this frenzied fungus is at the heart of the chaos. I believe the madness of these animals is linked to it. The 8th level Gale speculated, perhaps it is some extraordinary treasure? Isn't it said that whenever rare treasures appear, nearby creatures go into a frenzy to seize them? Indeed, most shared a similar sentiment. Thus, Moli secretly commanded Iron Blood to issue orders, after clearing the path. Leave a team to investigate, while the others continued onward. At that moment, the ground troops reported that the road had been cleared and inquired whether to proceed. Cold Sniper ordered the 2 armored vehicles carrying the 1st Platoon's 2nd Squad to investigate, while the remaining vehicles advanced. Upon receiving the command, Fei Niao examined the coordinates and video provided by the command center, confirming that the suspicious target was approximately 1 kilometer away. He devised a plan and issued the order. All personnel in the 2nd Squad, disembark with weapons and ammunition. We will proceed on foot, leaving the 2 armored vehicles to remain here for support. The dense trees in the forest rendered the armored vehicles unable to advance, necessitating a foot journey. The members of the 2nd Squad exhibited no fear. Rather, they were filled with excitement at the prospect of treasure hunting. Inside the command center, Cold Sniper instructed, Fei Niao, share your visual feed. I will deploy 2 Reaper drones to provide fire support. Fei Niao activated the camera on his wrist device, and the visuals of the advancing team were immediately relayed to the command center. After more than 10 minutes, The 11 members of the 1st Platoon's 2nd Squad arrived at the scene. Upon witnessing the ground littered with animal carcasses and the central, incessantly swaying fungus, they were inevitably taken aback. At that moment, nourished by the blood and flesh of so many creatures, the fungus had grown to a height of 24 meters. With a stalk that required at least 3 people to encircle, the sight of the towering fungus dancing was utterly bizarre. In addition to the numerous corpses, many creatures were still engaged in battle. Among them, a striking 4-eyed toad captured attention. This creature, a classic case of cataracts, seemed to have no use for its 4 eyes. It was quite large, standing about 1.7 meters tall, with a mouth capable of swallowing 2 people whole. Having overindulged, its belly was swollen like a balloon, and it held a small, unknown beast in its mouth, its legs flailing helplessly in the air. After a few gulps, the toad swallowed its prey. More than 10 meters away, a 6-meter-long caterpillar was frantically ejecting corrosive acid, which sizzled upon contact with stone. Ordinary creatures that encountered it were left in a state of dismemberment. It appeared that the caterpillar's overproduction of acid had left its belly somewhat deflated. Further afield, 2 beetles, each the size of a small car, were engaged in a fierce head-butting contest, each attempting to prove the durability of its skull. On another side, a 4-meter-long shell-less snail was covered in long-nosed rats. The slime secreted by the snail seemed toxic, as any long-nosed rat that came into contact with it soon perished. However, the long-nosed rats were far too numerous. For every batch that died, another emerged. Before long, the great snail was reduced to tatters. The captivating scene left all onlookers entranced. One player scraped a bit of golden powder from a tree trunk and scrutinized it closely. After a moment's hesitation, he removed his gas mask and brought the golden powder to his nose. He then proclaimed with certainty, "Indeed, this is the scent. It's intoxicating." Fei Niao scolded. "Lu Bu Wei, are you seeking your own demise?" The player named Lu Bu Wei donned his gas mask again. Jesting, "Squad leader, I am merely seeking the truth." Gazing at the still-growing giant fungus, Fei Niao inquired, "Command Center, what should we do now? Should we attack? This massive fungus is clearly the root of the problem." Cold Sniper pondered for a moment before commanding, "Attack. This forest is less than 10 kilometers from the base. We cannot allow this abomination to continue growing into who knows what kind of monster." Fei Niao looked at his comrades and instructed, "Use cluster grenades for the assault. 2 grenades per group, 5 members per batch for throwing. I will count to 3, and then we throw together. Remember to find suitable cover." "Received." "Understood. 1, 2, 3, throw." 10 grenades soared through the air, landing amidst the ongoing struggle of the animals. The large toad instinctively extended its tongue, snatching 2 grenades as they flew toward it, swallowing them whole without hesitation. The next second, 5 small mushroom clouds erupted. Amidst the ferocious flames, various limbs, branches, and stones transformed into lethal projectiles. In that moment, the only recourse was to curl up and shield oneself. Fei Niao leaned against a large tree, feeling the scorching waves of heat rush past him, his mind momentarily hazy. At times, he struggled to discern whether he was in the game or in reality. What a thrill! Amidst the smoke, some players exuberantly shouted, as if they were simply playing with large firecrackers. War and slaughter often lead some individuals down a path of madness. Soon, a second wave of cluster grenades was launched. The thunderous roars amplified the latent violence within many. As the smoke began to clear, the group cautiously emerged. The ground was strewn with severed limbs and the remnants of creatures, many of which were still alive. Those that moved were swiftly dealt with. Moments later, they stood before the colossal fungus, which had been reduced to countless fragments. Only the base retained its shape. "Look, the pieces of the fungus are starting to rot," one remarked. Not only the remnants on the ground, but also the roots of the fungus were rapidly decaying and turning black. Within minutes, the enormous fungal roots had transformed into a soft, mushy mass. The speed of decay was astonishing. Cold Sniper asked, "Fei Niao, did you bring a shovel?" "I brought one," came the reply. "Let's dig and see what lies beneath the soil." This fungus had absorbed the blood and flesh of so many animals. It could not merely consist of this sponge-like material. If the nutrients weren't used above ground, they were most likely hidden below. Fei Niao promptly assigned 2 individuals to take turns digging, while the others collected animal carcasses. The base had dispatched a transport vehicle, and they needed only to carry the bodies to the roadside for retrieval. These recovered resources would contribute to their allocation of post-battle contributions. Chapter 27. The Unknown Egg. It did not take long for them to excavate the strange object buried beneath the soil, following the hollowed-out remnants of decaying mycorrhiza. With a shout, the crowd gathered around. At the bottom of the pit lay a tumor the size of a truck tire, covered in an array of blood vessel-like mycelium. The mycelium, severed by the engineer's shovels, oozed a repugnant liquid and writhed mindlessly. A player known as the world's best blade suggested, "Brothers, are you daring enough to taste this thing?" The tale of the Eternal Squad's discovery of low-level plant essence had long circulated within the base. Now, when faced with peculiar and bizarre substances, players were eager to sample them, hoping to enhance their powers. Armed with countless lives, they innovated upon the path of recklessness. One slice, just the powder secreted by this thing, could drive an animal insane. Are you sure you want to taste it? You can try, but if you lose your sanity and attack us, don't blame me for shooting you dead. Most people, however, maintained their rationality. It was a time of war, with experience and contribution points being calculated at double. If one were to perish, they would have to wait 48 hours before logging back in. By then, the war would have concluded, and they had no desire to miss out. Even with such warnings, the world's best blade picked up a severed strand of mycelium and brought it to his lips. As he swallowed, the crowd curiously inquired, "How does it taste?" The world's best blade frowned. "It's akin to chewing cotton, virtually flavorless. Any hallucinations or adverse reactions?" He replied, slightly disappointed, "No reactions whatsoever. All bodily parameters are normal." In the command center, Wu Jianfeng awkwardly remarked, "Why are you all staring at me?" Tiao Zhiyao teased, "Tianya, you've undoubtedly pioneered a new frontier in culinary exploration within the game." The crowd chuckled unkindly. Wu Jianfeng retorted, "The last time I consumed the juice of the ghost face vine, it was based on meticulous analysis and judgment. I wasn't just eating blindly." Iron Blood commanded, "Have them immediately transport the discovered tumor back to the base for testing." Cold Sniper wasted no time in relaying the order. At the excavation site, Fei Niao approached and called out, "Stop lingering here. The command center has instructed us to prioritize transporting this corpse flower mushroom tumor to the road. It must be sent back to the base for immediate testing." Corpse flower mushroom? Who named it that? A player boasted, "Of course, it was me." "Your names were utterly dreadful. Only mine was accepted by the system." "It's just a bit of contribution points. What is there to brag about? At least it proves I have more culture than you." "Not necessarily." Amid the commotion, they managed to lift the tumor out. Half an hour later, it arrived at the base's laboratory. In less than 2 minutes, preliminary test results emerged. Moli suddenly spoke up, "Gentlemen, I apologize, but I have some matters to attend to in reality and must log off." The 10-mile key god curiously inquired, "What could possibly be more important than making money? Are you going on a blind date?" Moli awkwardly laughed, deflecting the question. Cold Sniper assured, "It's all right. Go attend to your real-life matters. We'll hold the fort here." Moli expressed his gratitude and pretended to request leave from Iron Blood. Minutes later, Moli arrived at the biological testing laboratory. His departure was solely due to the tumor that had been sent back. Upon testing, it was discovered that the object was, in fact, an egg. Moreover, it was on the verge of hatching. This egg, masquerading as a mushroom, lured various animals to their demise, subsequently using their blood and flesh to nurture itself. Such a method of reproduction was undeniably domineering. The intelligent brain explained, "The embryo within the egg has nearly fully formed. Based on its shape, it is identified as a flying insect. Here is a 3-dimensional scan of the insect's structure." As the creature curled within the egg, Moli could not discern its identity. The intelligent brain continued, "DNA analysis reveals that its genetic profile differs entirely from that of the numerous species on planet M, indicating it is an invasive species." Moli mused, "Extraterrestrial life. Now that's intriguing. Perhaps the Gamma race was not the first alien civilization to discover this planet." After a moment of contemplation, he commanded, based on the biological characteristics of the egg, simulate the necessary incubation environment, and hatch it. The egg's ability to enchant other beings into death was too formidable. Moli intended to hatch it, seeking to determine if it could be domesticated. If successful, it would be quite an amusement. The intelligent brain elaborated. Current data indicates that this organism requires a substantial amount of fresh blood and flesh as its incubation medium. Moli recalled, the spine-biting winged serpent we eliminated last time is still stored in the vacuum preservation chamber. We can use its flesh as the incubation medium. Understood, Master. Before long, the spine-biting winged serpent was delivered by 2 robots. Moli observed as the serpent's flesh was dissected and placed into the incubation dish containing the egg. Sensing the scent of blood and flesh, numerous strands of mycelium extended from the egg, penetrating the meat. A high-protein nutrient solution was continuously supplied to the egg through the mycelium. Soon, the hundreds of pounds of serpent flesh turned pale. The mycelium on the egg retracted entirely. Revealing its selective appetite, it consumed only the most nutritious parts of the meat, discarding the scraps. Moli commanded, continue feeding it. Yes, Master. Over the next hour, the entire spine-biting winged serpent was systematically fed into the dish, including its head and various bones. Upon absorbing the complete nutrients of the serpent, the egg's size increased significantly. Subsequently, all mycelium began to wither. The egg's outer layer lost vitality, transforming into a dark, cocoon-like structure. Moli understood that it was nearing hatching. Under his watchful gaze, the creature began to strike against the cocoon's surface. After several minutes of relentless effort, a weak spot finally succumbed to the assault. A black head, the size of a volleyball, gradually emerged. First the head, then the thorax, and finally the elongated abdomen. In no time, the creature's full form was revealed before Moli. It boasted 6 legs, measuring approximately 1.4 meters in length, entirely black and adorned with tiny scales. 2 antennae, over 40 centimeters long, slowly unfurled, beginning to probe the air for scents. A pair of compound eyes blinked a few times, attempting to shake off the surrounding slime. Just as Moli believed he had seen the entirety of this creature, an elevation on its back slowly opened. Moments later, 2 pairs of iridescent, gossamer wings unfurled before him. With a wingspan exceeding 4 meters, the incubation dish could barely contain it. However, the biological hazard rating assigned by the intelligent brain was merely D-. Chapter 28. The illusory butterfly. Is it possible that a creature hatched from a plethora of animal flesh and blood is merely a butterfly? Moli could not help but feel a twinge of disappointment. He had anticipated the emergence of a formidable being from the egg, one that he could potentially train. Instead, it was simply a larger butterfly. At that moment, the butterfly began to flap its 2 pairs of wings. A soft golden glow gradually emanated from its wings and the surface of its body. Upon closer inspection, it was not merely a glow, but rather the same golden powder as before. The light merely refracted through the glass, creating the illusion of luminescence. Soon, the entire petri dish was filled with golden powder. Witnessing this spectacle, Moli regained his composure. Perhaps it was not as inadequate as he had initially thought. Even before its hatching, it exhibited the ability to enchant animals into self-destruction on a grand scale. Its powers likely had intensified. Why concern oneself with its appearance, as long as its skills were formidable? As he gazed at the butterfly within the dish, a spark of excitement flickered in Moli's eyes. What he needed to contemplate now was how to harness this creature for his own purposes. Many animals, upon hatching, instinctively recognize the first being they encounter as their mother. Should he attempt this? Given that his current body was a clone, Moli was not averse to taking the risk. Intelligent brain, open the petri dish and release it. If I exhibit any signs of losing my sanity, promptly restrain my body. Understood, Master. With the petri dish opened, the butterfly instantly alighted upon Moli's head. It gently flapped its wings, enveloping him in a cloud of golden powder. As the powder was inhaled, Moli soon found himself experiencing vivid hallucinations. He was transported to an endless sea of flowers. Just as he was pondering this strange occurrence, the butterfly approached him, hovering gracefully before him and beckoning him to mount its back. Without needing further explanation, Moli intuitively understood. Once he settled onto its back, the butterfly soared through the air with him. Fields of flowers, lakes, forests, and towering mountains were left far behind. The sensation of gliding on the wind instilled in Moli a desire to fly himself. Where the heart leads, the mind follows. As the thought of flying emerged in his mind, he truly began to ascend. He pursued the dark butterfly, executing various intricate maneuvers in midair. The vast expanse was filled with the ethereal silhouettes of him and the dark butterfly. Before long, a multitude of butterflies, each adorned in different hues, flitted towards them. They encircled Moli and the dark butterfly, performing a peculiar dance as if celebrating the sacred bond formed between man and butterfly. In reality, a phantom impression of a butterfly began to materialize on Moli's forehead. Since Moli's body remained still and his consciousness was enveloped in an atmosphere of bliss, the intelligent brain, adhering to its logical parameters, did not rouse him. The duration of this reverie was indeterminate until Moli finally opened his eyes. He pointed at the control panel before him, and the dark butterfly obediently settled onto it. Upon observing the butterfly now, a sense of fondness filled Moli. Earlier, within the illusion, not only had he danced with the dark butterfly, but it had also bestowed upon him a unique biological imprint. This imprint, akin to a pet contract within a game, facilitated simple communication between Moli and the dark butterfly. Moreover, the information contained within the imprint endowed him with a wealth of knowledge. The illusory butterfly was inherently adept at crafting illusions. They were scarce and challenging to reproduce, and the birth of each illusory butterfly heralded calamity for the surrounding creatures. The more flesh and blood it absorbed before breaking free from the cocoon, the mightier it became post-hatching. The illusory butterfly before him, despite its recent emergence, already possessed remarkable enchanting abilities. Regrettably, the capacity to mesmerize animals within a 2-kilometer radius, as witnessed during its emergence, stemmed from the capabilities bestowed upon the egg by its progenitor, not from the butterfly itself. Fortunately, such innate abilities could be enhanced with increased strength, continually fed by the flesh and blood of formidable creatures. As for the reason this illusory butterfly chose Moli, it was due to its rudimentary cognitive faculties developed while still within the egg. It was acutely aware that a being had provided its sustenance, allowing it to break free. For the vast majority of creatures, the presence of nourishment equates to maternal care. Naturally, this was also facilitated by the fact that the illusory butterfly remained oblivious to the fact that the biped who interrupted its emergence was aligned with Moli. At this moment, Moli marveled not only at the butterfly's innate abilities, but also at its inherent knowledge transfer. Recognizing its identity as part of the illusory butterfly lineage was, in itself, a testament to knowledge passing. Furthermore, the butterfly's intellect was evidently superior to that of local species. As he contemplated the illusory butterfly before him, Moli decided to name it. From now on, you shall be called Mirage. The butterfly and Apos, antennae fluttered excitedly, a gesture of its delight. Clearly, it was fond of its new name. Moli instructed the intelligent brain, designate the flower bed in the northwest corner of the base as Mirage's habitat, restricting player access to that area. Additionally, inform all players of Mirage's status as a guardian beast of the base to prevent any unfortunate incidents. Furthermore, update the knowledge base with information regarding the illusory butterfly and offer a substantial reward for related insights. Each member of Squad 1, Team 2 shall receive 3,000 contribution points, while the crew of the 2 armored vehicles shall receive 300 contribution points each. Before long, all players received notification regarding the addition of an illusory butterfly as a guardian beast of the base. In the command center, the level 8 wind grumbled, "Illusory butterfly? Wasn't this supposed to be a technology-themed game? Why is there a clearly magical species appearing?" The heartbreak grass nonchalantly replied, "The collision of technology and magic is not unfeasible. I am rather curious about who contracted that illusory butterfly." Wu Jianfeng speculated, "Aside from us players and a cadre of program-driven robots, The only other entity left is that Star Master who has yet to reveal his true form. Everyone understood the implications of Wu Jianfeng's statement. If this were a game, achievements such as contracting the first pet were typically reserved for players. If that Star Master intended to compete with players, it signified that his needs aligned with theirs. Conversely, this could serve as evidence that this was indeed a genuine world. Ten Li Qi God remarked with a hint of envy. To be honest, I am feeling a bit envious. That's a hefty 3,000 contribution points. I wish I could be part of Squad 1, Team 2. Level 8 Win sighed in envy. Who wouldn't? I currently have only 32 contribution points in my account. Is there anyone here poorer than me? Apart from Leng Jiao, Wu Jianfeng, and Tiao Zhiyao Yao. The other three possessed assets barely exceeding 100. Chapter 29. Progressing smoothly as the team leader, Leng Jiao seized the opportunity to uplift the spirits of his comrades. Everyone, he declared, I have just consulted with the intelligence brain, and thus far, our accumulated contribution points have exceeded 120,000. Once the battle concludes, each of us will receive a substantial share of these points. With only about 100 players in the entire base, even if we divide it evenly, everyone will still gain over 1,000 contribution points. Moreover, as the operational advisors responsible for command, our contributions undoubtedly outweigh those of the frontline soldiers. Let us not forget, the battle has only just begun, and the cap on accumulated contribution points is far from being reached. The 8th level Typhoon chuckled with Brother Lung's words. My enthusiasm for work has returned instantly. Ha! Surely Jinshin suggested, let us praise our generous Star Master. Praise the Star Master. Praise the Star Master. The crowd enthusiastically showered compliments, while the Iron Blood remained silent. Moli, who was sending a phantom to the flower bed, could not help but smile upon hearing the report from the intelligence brain. This battle would indeed fill the players' pockets with wealth. However, how could Moli allow the players to settle for a modest fortune? Not to mention the service robots, priced at an astounding 30,000 contribution points each. Once purchased, they would require a place to be housed. Thus, Moli would soon introduce services for renting and purchasing homes. With a residence, would they not need to buy some furniture and appliances? Charging a monthly fee for property management and energy consumption would be quite reasonable, would it not? To enhance user experience, regular maintenance for the service robots would also be warranted, would it not? In modern society, while basic needs have been addressed, why do ordinary workers still find life so burdensome? This is due to the endless temptations and demands that compel one to labor tirelessly. Moli adeptly employed the same tactics. After all, he was the sole authority within the base, the architect of the rules. Players could only toil under his regulations, striving to generate value for him. On the road to Jesho Lake, the first squad of the second class was animatedly discussing how to spend their newfound wealth. With 3,000 contribution points suddenly credited, their wallets were finally swelling. The feeling of affluence was delightful. Upon returning to the base, we must visit Hong Xiafang and treat ourselves to a couple of girls. Speaking of Hong Xiafang, I still owe them 400 contribution points. For 100 points? Do you visit there every day? Watch your kidneys. What is there to fear? It's just a game. The damage is to my virtual self. True enough, I heard Linglong Bag introduced a membership feature, offering 300 bonus points with a recharge of 1,000. Impressive, the management model is increasingly aligned with reality. Tianxia Dai Dao lamented, in my opinion, the value of that phantom butterfly is undoubtedly higher. We should have attempted to contract it as a pet. With its ability to mesmerize creatures, we would never have to worry about earning contribution points. Immediately, someone opposed the idea. There are 11 of us in the squad. Who would receive the contract? Whomever it goes to, the others would be reluctant, right? It would be better to offer it to the base and share the rewards. Tianxia Dai Dao, feeling discontented, replied, I merely believe that given the talent displayed by that butterfly, it is certainly worth more than the 30,000 contribution points offered. The system's valuation seems quite unreasonable. Fei Niao advised, let us not forget that we are currently in wartime. All our equipment is provided by the base, and the spoils of war are theirs to distribute. Any loot acquired through players' own equipment during their adventures is theirs to manage freely. whether they choose to sell it to the base or use it personally. Moli has no say. However, during wartime mobilization, the base has the right to dictate the spoils, as clearly stated in the mobilization order. Having established the rules, governance becomes far more manageable. Understanding the truth in Fei Niao's words, Tianxia Dai Dao ceased his complaints. Minutes later, 2 armored vehicles arrived at Kangaroo-like. Upon disembarking, they were greeted by a lively scene. I say, brothers, what are you doing? Isn't it obvious? We are fishing for crocodiles. You mean the 6-legged terror crocodiles, right? Same thing. Step aside. Do not hinder our efforts to surpass Class 1, who have already caught 9. As they conversed, the muddy waters nearby began to churn violently. With the activation of the transport vehicle, a nylon rope as thick as a finger tightened. Soon, a nearly 1,000-pound 6-legged terror crocodile was dragged ashore. Players rushed forward, shooting at the crocodile from close range, successfully dispatching it. Nearby, 2 transport vehicles were already filled with the carcasses of the 6-legged terror crocodiles, preparing to transport them back to the base. Seeing others engaged in such fervor, Fei Niao inquired, Command Center, what is our squad's assignment? Lung Jiao instructed. The engineering vehicle has cleared the route to the southern bank. You and the 2nd squad of the 3rd class are to set traps for the prehistoric giant mosquitoes in the southern forest, while the 2 armored vehicles will join the patrol team. Understood, Fei Niao replied. The convoy then dispatched several vehicles carrying personnel and supplies to the southern bank. Upon reaching the forest's edge, they were immediately surrounded by a swarm of prehistoric giant mosquitoes, buzzing menacingly around the convoy. The size and speed of the mosquitoes sent shivers down everyone's spines. A single bite could lead to severe swelling, and multiple bites could drain them of blood entirely. One soldier, unable to restrain himself, fired his weapon but failed to hit a single mosquito. Fei Niao approached the 2nd squad's leader, Poison, to strategize. Brother Poison, what should we do? Poison suggested, these mosquitoes are obstructing our work. We should call for some flamethrowers to drive them away. Fei Niao concurred and immediately requested several flamethrowers for assistance. For safety reasons, they also applied for 20 sets of bomb suits from the base. Fortunately, 2 transport vehicles were returning and could bring them along, with the flames driving the prehistoric giant mosquitoes back into the forest. The soldiers from both squads quickly set to work. After more than an hour, 20 personnel had successfully set up 4 mosquito traps in various locations. The patrol team provided several small beasts, which they wounded with knives to create bloody bait before placing them in cages. Following this, they connected several large Tesla coils to a power source. With the trap set, everyone concealed themselves inside the transport vehicles, covering themselves with waterproof tarps. Now, they awaited their prey patiently. These prehistoric giant mosquitoes were indeed highly bloodthirsty, swiftly descending upon the area. However, before they could indulge, they were electrocuted. The Tesla coils produced high voltage and low current, and as the discharges were not continuous, the shocking effect was somewhat inferior to that of conventional alternating current. Nonetheless, the lethal impact of the high-power Tesla coils remained formidable, particularly against arthropods. The intelligence of these prehistoric giant mosquitoes was evidently lacking. After one batch fell, another soon arrived. In less than 20 minutes, hundreds had been electrocuted. The sole inconvenience was the need to periodically clear the bodies and replace the bait. Given the vastness of the forest, it was likely that many more prehistoric giant mosquitoes awaited. This passive hunting method was time-consuming, leaving them to wait patiently for their quarry. Chapter 30. The terrifying ape beast on the eastern shore of the Kangaroo-like. Gunfire incessantly erupted. Rat-tat-tat. A formidable rock tortoise charged through a hail of bullets, colliding forcefully with a transport vehicle. The vehicle remained unscathed, yet the impact left the rock tortoise momentarily dazed. Players aboard the vehicle seized the opportunity to fire at the tortoise's head. Under the close-range barrage, the tortoise's skull was ultimately shattered. This species of rock tortoise boasted impressive defenses. Its shell was robust, covered in a thick layer of rock. The larger the tortoise, the thicker the layer of rock upon its back. Bullets from light machine guns merely shattered some stones without penetrating the shell, thus failing to harm its internal organs. Eventually, the introduction of flamethrowers proved effective. Soon after, over 30 adult male tortoises on the perimeter succumbed to the flames, leaving behind a clutch of 20 female tortoises nestled within their lair. They huddled together, watching the encroaching humans with terror. Some tortoises even shed tears, a sight that moved numerous players. One player, unable to bear the sight, proposed, "This tortoise appears to possess a certain spirit. Why not spare the remaining ones?" According to another player's customs, tortoises are considered sentient beings, and their slaughter often brings misfortune. But how could they be released? It was clear they had buried their eggs in the sand, and without hatching, they would not wander away. Let them remain here. The irritable males are all dead, and these females surely lack the courage to thwart our endeavors. Once the eggs hatch, they will naturally disperse. You all are so sentimental, showing compassion for mere digital creatures in a game. One cannot dismiss such feelings. It is a matter of conscience. A squad leader relayed the situation to the command center. After consulting with the Iron Blood, Cold Sniper approved the frontline's request, albeit with the stipulation that they retrieve some rock tortoise eggs for biological cultivation experiments. Progress was smooth in the east, south, and west, yet the patrol on the northern bank encountered formidable resistance. The patrol consisted of 6 armored vehicles, equipped with a rocket launcher team and supported by several drones, presenting a formidable force, relying on their overwhelming firepower and armored protection. The patrol soldiers indiscriminately shot at any animal they encountered. 2 fiery trails swept across the landscape, mercilessly gunning down a herd of herbivores. "I've already taken down over 40. You're sure to lose," boasted one driver, known for his prowess. "Don't get too cocky. You've only killed smaller prey." "I still have 2 large ones to tally," retorted another. "Let us see who has the better marksman." The duo eagerly squeezed the triggers, oblivious to the impending danger. Suddenly, an ape beast burst forth from the forest, wielding a massive wooden club thicker than a thigh, and struck the armored vehicle where Wanli Tiao-yi was stationed. "Watch your left." The command center's warning came too late. Wanli Tiao-yi didn't have time to react before his head was crushed like a watermelon. His headless body tumbled into the vehicle, rendering the driver unconscious from shock. The ape beast resembled a yeti, towering over 3 meters, covered in gray fur, with a colossal single eye at its forehead. It possessed immense strength and rapid agility, akin to a miniature King Kong. Its danger level was assessed at C-. At that moment, the ape beast was relentlessly smashing the armored vehicle with its club, sending the mounted heavy machine gun flying. Wanli Tiao-yi finally regained his senses and frantically maneuvered the machine gun. The ape, displaying a notable intelligence, seemingly recognized the threat of the machine gun and abandoned the defenseless vehicle, lunging towards Wanli Tiao-yi instead. Terrified, he hastily ducked inside the vehicle. The club struck the closed hatch with a series of resounding thuds. The ape stood atop the vehicle, venting its fury. The driver quickly started the engine, attempting to shake off the creature. A rather comical scene unfolded on the battlefield. The armored vehicle swerved erratically while the ape relentlessly hammered down. Soon, a barrage of bullets descended upon the vehicle as the distant armored vehicles responded. 212. 7mm rounds struck the ape beast's right shoulder, rendering its arm useless. Blood erupted, sending the club flying from its grasp. The injured ape swiftly abandoned the armored vehicle and darted into the forest, pursued by a hail of bullets. Yet none found their mark. In the command center, Cold Sniper promptly deployed 2 Reaper drones to pursue the beast. The more intelligent the animal, the more vengeful it tends to be. Having already sustained injury, it could not be allowed to live. Deep within the dense forest, a red beast observed the entire assault on the convoy from the safety of a great tree, displaying a human-like expression of fear as the armored vehicles rumbled past. With a leap, it vanished into the underbrush. Wu Jianfeng instructed over the channel, "Wanli Tiao-yi, retrieve the wooden club dropped by the ape and capture a close-up shot." Wanli Tiao-yi grimaced, "Why bother with that?" Wanli Tiao-yi was obliterated by that very club. It might still be smeared with his brain matter. Cold Sniper replied sternly, "Wanli Tiao-yi, execute the command from the command center without further delay." With Cold Sniper's directive, Wanli Tiao-yi had no choice but to comply. Moments later, The close-up shot was transmitted. Noticing Wu Jianfeng's furrowed brow, Cold Sniper inquired, "Tianya, is there an issue?" Wu Jianfeng explained, "Observe. This club displays clear signs of wear and polishing, indicating it is not merely a stick found in the forest, but rather qualifies as a tool or wooden weapon." Tiao Tiao expressed concern. The ability to use tools suggests at least a semi-intelligent being. Typically, intelligent species are social. I fear this creature may summon others for revenge. Surely Jian Shin lamented. Earlier reconnaissance indicated the presence of two ape beasts simultaneously. We assumed one was male and the other female, overlooking the possibility of them being a social species. Cold Sniper turned to Duan Chong Chao and Baji Defeng, asking, "What's the situation? Did you eliminate it?" Duan Chong Chao reported, "We launched 4 air-to-ground missiles, but the foliage was too dense to ascertain the impact." Baji Defeng asserted, "I have a strong feeling that creature is still alive." Cold Sniper queried, "Which squad is closest to the site?" Tiao Tiao replied, "Squad 1 of the 2nd Platoon." Cold Sniper commanded, "Have Squad 1 of the 2nd Platoon dispatch 3 soldiers to investigate." Tiao Tiao responded, "I'll notify them immediately." With the command issued, Squad 1 of the 2nd Platoon swiftly dispatched 3 soldiers for reconnaissance. After more than 10 minutes, the situation on site was reported back. To the command center, we found numerous bloodstains at the explosion site, but no sign of the creature's body. Iron Blood Representative Su Moli issued a directive. "This creature has killed our men. We must locate its lair and eradicate it. It initiated an ambush on humans and now bears an injury. If we do not kill this ape, who knows if it will strike again." Furthermore, Su Moli felt it essential to eliminate this creature to set an example for the surrounding wildlife and to provide closure for the fallen players. Cold Sniper volunteered, "Commander, allow me to proceed to the front lines. I am the most skilled in tracking and long-range elimination." Iron Blood pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. Lung Jiu instructed, "Tianya, I shall transfer my authority to you. Take command in my stead." "Very well." Wu Jianfeng readily accepted without hesitation. After giving his orders, Lung Jiu promptly set off. Chapter 31. A standoff. An hour later, the fully armed Cold Sniper arrived at the location where the terrifying creature, the ape beast, had last vanished. Beside him, Lao Ba, the reckless lion, and another player had long been awaiting his arrival. Although Cold Sniper was somewhat swifter on his own, confronting such a formidable beast alone in the dense forest would likely result in his swift demise. Therefore, he had deliberately selected 3 individuals to accompany him. Lao Ba and the reckless lion were not only familiar faces, but also exceptionally skilled in operating light machine guns, ensuring they could provide vital fire support in case of an encounter with the ape beast. The remaining player, known as the Calculator, was the top performer among rocket launcher sharpshooters and was designated as additional firepower. Of course, the 4 of them alone would still be at a disadvantage should they encounter more than 2 ape beasts in the forest. Hence, the assistance of drones for aerial fire support was imperative. Cold Sniper inquired with the command center, "Any discoveries?" Wu Jianfeng reported, "The reconnaissance drone has scoured a radius of 4 kilometers without detecting any sign of the ape beasts. 6 kilometers north of your position lies an uninterrupted mountain range, where it is highly probable that these creatures are concealed, although the drone has not yet had the opportunity to investigate that area." Cold Sniper instructed, "Deploy a drone to scout the northern mountains while we track the bloodstains on the ground." Wu Jianfeng acknowledged, "Understood." At Cold Sniper's command, the 4 immediately set off. In the northern valley, 2 groups of creatures with a general danger level of grade C were facing off. One group comprised over 38 beasts, brandishing large wooden clubs and glaring menacingly at their adversaries. The opposing faction consisted of more than 50 red fiends, whose deafening roars echoed through the air, equally filled with battle fervor. Physically, the red fiends were slightly smaller than the ape beasts, yet they held a numerical advantage. Although the ape beasts wielded weapons, the red fiends' fangs and sonic attacks were formidable in their own right. The outcome of this confrontation remained uncertain. In truth, this group of ape beasts was the dominant force in the vicinity, with the nearby Jesho Lake serving as their established hunting ground. Several days prior, a group of red fiends had migrated to this area having been driven away by the Gamma alien spacecraft. In the struggle for territory and sustenance, conflict between the two groups became inevitable. Today, the Red Fiends launched a collective assault, intent on displacing the Ape Beast tribe. Naturally, the Ape Beasts were unwilling to cede their territory, and a fierce battle loomed. At the height of the tension, a wounded Ape Beast dashed into the fray, swiftly reporting to its leader. Upon hearing the leader's roar, all the Red Fiends fell silent. Just then, the injured Ape Beast approached a nearly 4-meter-tall Ape Beast, conveying its account. After listening to the report, the Ape Beast leader promptly called for calm among its kin. With their hunting grounds occupied by other creatures, what was there left to fight for? At that moment, a reconnaissance drone intruded upon the area. Upon sighting the drone, the injured Ape Beast leapt up in fury, pointing and gesturing like a child reporting a grievance. To capture clearer footage, the drone descended to around 100 meters. The Ape Beast leader shouted, prompting all the Ape Beasts to gather stones to hurl at the intruder. Unfortunately, their aim fell short by about 10 meters. Before the drone could ascend, the Red Fiend leader suddenly howled skyward, unleashing an invisible sonic wave that shattered the camera lens. The deafening sound prompted the personnel in the command center to immediately mute their devices. After a perilous roll, the reconnaissance drone crashed heavily to the ground. In the command center, the 8th level Gale expressed frustration. "We were careless. I never anticipated that the Red Fiend sonic attack could reach such heights." Wu Jianfeng ordered. "All drones equipped with surface-to-air missiles must proceed immediately. Engage any targets upon discovery." "Yes," the team responded. The personnel fled, relaying the reconnaissance updates to Cold Sniper, urging an immediate return. Understood. The few kilometers distance would only take the drone about 2 minutes to traverse. However, by the time the drone arrived, both factions had vanished without a trace. With no other options, Wu Jianfeng instructed the drone to continue searching along the mountain range. In the unseen depths of the forest, the previously vanished groups of Ape Beasts and Red Fiends resumed their standoff. The Ape Beast leader stepped forward, tracing a mysterious pattern in the soil with its finger. Upon seeing the drawing, the Red Fiend leader solemnly approached, placing its claw upon the pattern. The Ape Beast leader followed suit, pressing its massive hand onto the design. The two leaders began to chant incantations, as if performing some arcane ritual, while their subordinates respectfully bowed low, even the towering Ape Beasts placing their foreheads to the ground. After some time, the two leaders completed the ritual, and each faction departed with their respective followers. In the command center, the personnel were engaged in discussion. The 10th level Key God analyzed. The moment they sensed a third-party presence, they immediately ceased hostilities. The intelligence of these two species is likely quite high. We may be facing considerable trouble. The 8th level Gale, still harboring a sense of optimism, remarked, "The distance from Jieshuo Lake to their habitat is substantial. They wouldn't dare launch a surprise attack on us, would they?" The 8th level Gale countered, "I believe these beasts will certainly assault our camp." "Why is that?" the 8th level Gale inquired, puzzled. The 8th level Gale explained, "Consider this. If even a single Ape Beast dares to attack an armored vehicle, it signifies that we have infringed upon their territorial boundaries." The 10th level Key God added, "According to prior reconnaissance intelligence, Jieshuo Lake is a fixed hunting ground for both the Ape Beasts and Red Fiends. We simply underestimated the sheer number of these creatures. Our current actions are akin to encroaching upon their food supply, an unforgivable affront to any animal." The heartbroken grass stated, "Tianya, you shall take command now. Follow your instincts." For their words may not be entirely accurate. Wu Jianfeng contemplated and then requested from the Iron Blood, "Commander, I propose we immediately construct defensive fortifications. Given the intelligence exhibited by these two species, I assess that the likelihood of them attacking our camp is exceedingly high, and we must be prepared." The Iron Blood, ever accommodating, promptly dispatched a portion of engineering vehicles to begin fortifying defenses. Wu Jianfeng and the remaining personnel discussed strategies for their defense. Quickly compile a list of the base's weaponry. Identify any equipment that may prove useful. This triggered landmine is quite effective. I propose we set up a minefield. Should they dare approach, they will meet their demise. The stock of 400 mines is somewhat limited. Quantity matters not. Send them to the front lines at once. All 40 heavy machine guns in stock should also be dispatched, and include the 26 anti-aircraft machine guns as well. That should suffice. Having more weapons is of little use if we lack personnel to operate them. It's wiser to stockpile grenades and explosive packs. Furthermore, we must devise a rotation plan for personnel. Nighttime will be crucial for our defense. Chapter 32. The semi-intelligent species within the dense forest. The eighth member inquired. Cold brother, what shall we do now? Shall we retreat? I resolved to delve deeper, attempting to locate their lair and subsequently direct missile strikes. Waiting for them to assault us may prove perilous, given our current manpower. This plan entails considerable risk. Those unwilling to proceed may return on their own. Cold Sniper opted to honor the choices of the three companions. Both the eighth member and the Reckless Lion, being part of the Eternal Squad, naturally expressed no dissent. Noticing the gazes directed at him, the fortune teller hastily proclaimed his stance. After all, we are merely in a game. We one truly perish. So what is there to fear? The eighth member encouraged. Cold brother, just give the order. With you here, we are willing to brave the dragon's lair and tiger's den. The Reckless Lion added, what is the worst that could happen? We merely need to wait 48 hours to respawn. I prefer to die with purpose. The fortune teller chimed in, count me in. After reporting our intentions to the command center, Cold Sniper led the group onward. 2 hours later, within a secluded valley, Cold Sniper crouched amidst the underbrush, cautiously observing with binoculars from over 300 meters away. There lay a vast cave at the valley's base, concealed by dense foliage above, with a waterfall cascading down like a curtain at its entrance. Such a hidden lair explains why the drones had failed to detect it. Just because drones were oblivious does not mean humans would be as well. The sizable forms of these creatures undoubtedly left ample traces. A proficient sniper must first be a competent scout. Under the keen observation of Cold Sniper, no traces eluded detection. Through the binoculars, he clearly observed several young creatures frolicking at the cave's mouth. Should these younglings attempt to flee, an elder creature stationed at the entrance would bellow and reprimand. The command center's analysis was accurate. These beings could indeed be classified as semi-intelligent. They wield tools and possess rudimentary social structures, reminiscent of prehistoric cave dwellers. After a period of observation, Cold Sniper cautiously withdrew. Upon his return, the other three eagerly inquired about his findings. He recounted his observations and simultaneously relayed the information to the command center. Throughout our journey, we encountered no sizable wildlife, clearly having been depleted by this creature clan. Now that we have commandeered the natural hunting ground of Boundary Lake, we are undoubtedly locked in a life-and-death struggle with this species. I propose we take the initiative. Wu Jianfeng asked, Cold brother, if we launch missile attacks, what do you anticipate the effectiveness to be? Cold Sniper replied, I am uncertain whether there are alternative exits within the cave, but I have devised a superior strategy to confront them. Wu Jianfeng inquired, what strategy? First, we shall draw them out of the cave, then utilize missile strikes. Cold Sniper elaborated on his plan. The valley's area was roughly equivalent to 2 football fields. His strategy involved scaling the hillside opposite the cave and launching rockets toward the entrance to entice the creatures outside, followed by drone strikes. Given the valley's limited area, we could effectively eliminate a significant portion of their living force. Wu Jianfeng tactfully noted. However, this puts the 4 of you in considerable danger. Not only from the enraged creatures, but the shockwave from the missile explosions could also jeopardize your safety. Cold Sniper reassured, it's not a significant issue. After all, it is not true death. Since Cold Sniper insisted, Wu Jianfeng chose not to argue further. After deliberating the attack plan, the 4 promptly commenced their actions. After half an hour, they had relocated to a suitable position. They found themselves on a 60-degree slope, rising over 50 meters in height, with a direct line of sight to the cave entrance approximately 400 meters away. Provided their firepower was sufficient, even the creatures would find it challenging to ascend. Simultaneously, 10 drones equipped with air-to-ground missiles arrived in the vicinity. The drones are in position. You may commence, Wu Jianfeng promptly informed them. Received. Cold Sniper signaled the fortune teller to initiate the attack. The fortune teller shouldered an RPG and, after a brief aim, launched a rocket. The rocket, trailing a long plume of fire, struck the cave entrance. With a resounding explosion, several playful younglings were sent flying. As the smoke lingered, the cave echoed with a cacophony of roars. The reckless lion immediately assisted the fortune teller in reloading the rocket launcher. Meanwhile, Cold Sniper had already zeroed in on the sentry creature. With a single shot, the creature's skull was shattered. The thick hide of the creatures made them resistant to standard rifle bullets, yet this did not apply to the 12.7mm rounds used by the Barrett. A few seconds later, dozens of adult creatures emerged, wielding wooden clubs. Cold Sniper fired twice more, dispatching 2 more creatures with headshots. With a swift motion, the fortune teller launched another rocket. Spotting the incoming projectile, one creature swung its club in an attempt to intercept it. The rocket detonated midair, sending 4 or 5 creatures flying. The remaining creatures, frightened by the fiery explosion, scattered in panic. The 8th member promptly ridiculed, swinging a stick at a rocket. Do you fancy yourself a superhero with your underwear worn outside? As the smoke cleared, Cold Sniper assessed the damage caused by the rocket. Most creatures had sustained injuries. Only one had been truly killed. He observed one creature with its intestines protruding, which it attempted to shove back into its abdomen while continuing to scream and wield its club. The blood of these beings was remarkably viscous. Seeing his subordinates so fearful, the creature leader rose and roared. Cowed by the leader's authority, the others dared to emerge. Unbeknownst to them, the leader had inadvertently revealed himself. Cold Sniper took aim at the leader through his scope and decisively fired. In an unfortunate turn of fate, a creature swung its club, deflecting the bullet away. Startled, the leader swiftly ducked behind a boulder. 8th member, fire to draw them closer. Fortune teller, wait until they are mostly outside before attacking. Cold Sniper promptly altered his tactics. He was slightly apprehensive that these creatures might be too intimidated by the rocket's power to emerge. The 8th member promptly squeezed the trigger, unleashing a hail of bullets from the light machine gun. The round struck several injured creatures, causing them to howl in agony. The light machine gun's bullets were insufficient to deliver a fatal blow, only inciting further rage among them. Under the leadership of their commander, all the creatures charged forward in fury. These beings ran with remarkable speed, leaping over 3 meters with each bound. They could cover 100 meters in merely 4 to 5 seconds. Chapter 33. Invulnerable? Having just emptied a magazine, Lao Ba found the advanced troops of the ape monsters rushing within 100 meters. Fortunately, the strategist launched another rocket. The resulting explosion forced the ape monsters to instinctively evade. Seizing this rare opportunity, the desperate lion hurriedly replaced Lao Ba's magazine. At that moment, 10 Reaper drones soared over the mountain peak. Brother Long, should we launch missiles now? Wait a moment. To prevent the ape monsters from retreating into their lair after being attacked, Lung Jiao must attract them as close as possible. The staccato sound of the light machine gun rang out again, taking down 3 bruised ape monsters. It appeared that they were not invincible, but rather required an ample supply of ammunition. Moreover, as the distance between the 2 parties diminished, the bullet's lethality increased. When it came to efficient slaughter, Lung Jiao's sniper rifle was unparalleled, capable of dispatching 1 foe with each shot. In mere seconds, he had already eliminated 6 ape monsters. Before long, the remaining horde had reached the valley floor, scrambling up the trees and vines. A slope of over 50 meters was but a matter of seconds for the agile creatures. Lung Jiao immediately called for support. Drones, launch missiles now. Instantly, 16 missiles streaked through the sky, trailing flames. The 4 men dove for cover. The missiles arrived in an instant, engulfing over 28 monsters in a fiery explosion, sending debris, branches, and severed limbs flying, even at a distance of dozens of meters. The shockwave left Lung Jiao and his companions dizzy. Simultaneously, the explosion triggered a minor landslide, sending tons of debris cascading down. The smoke obscured their view, rendering the command center unable to assess the situation. Wu Jianfeng anxiously inquired, "Brother Long, are you all right?" Unbeknownst to him, the sound emitted by their watches revealed the positions of Lung Jiao and his team. shaking off the debris and twigs. Lung Jiao quickly stood to survey the situation below the slope. As he lifted his head, he spotted a tall figure rushing toward him through the thick smoke, the fortunate leader of the ape monsters, who had narrowly escaped death. Lung Jiao leapt aside to evade the incoming massive paw, swiftly seizing the light machine gun from the ground. He also shouted a warning to his comrades. Watch out. Unfortunately, the desperate lion could not dodge in time and was seized by the leader's right arm. With a violent tug, the leader wrenched the desperate lion's arm from his body. The desperate lion's anguished cries echoed in the air, blood gushing from the wound like a fountain. Lion. The fury within Lung Jiao transformed instantly into vengeful bullets. The rapid gunfire rang out as bullets struck the ape leader, producing a resounding clatter against stone. It was evident that not a single hair on the beast was harmed. A momentary delay from Lao Ba and the strategist saw them firing frantically at the leader's legs. Yet their bullets met the same fate, striking as if against solid rock, leaving no mark. Stunned by this unfathomable scene, Lung Jiao, Lao Ba, and the strategist were left speechless. Could it be that this creature possessed an impenetrable defense? The ape leader glared ferociously at the trio, brutally tearing off the desperate lion's right leg. Listening to the lion's wails, the three men could barely contain their rage. The leader could have swiftly killed the desperate lion, but chose to torment him in front of them. This was a behavior characteristic of an intelligent being, deliberately inflicting suffering. Indeed, the ape leader acted with intention. With its kin lost in the recent explosion, it needed to vent its fury. Not only would it not spare the two-legged prey before it, but it also intended to make examples of the remaining three. In the command center, Wu Jianfeng and the others watched this heart-wrenching spectacle, equally distraught. Yet, at that moment, Lung Jiao and his companions were too close to the ape leader to launch missiles. They could only helplessly witness the lion's torment. With great effort, the desperate lion opened his eyes, summoning all his strength to utter the word down. On his left hand, the safety pin of a grenade was clearly visible. Lung Jiao immediately threw himself over Lao Ba and the strategist. Do not forget, the desperate lion still had 6 grenades on him that had yet to be deployed. The ape, puzzled by its prey, met the desperate lion's mocking gaze. You filthy creature. I invite you to take a dirt nap. The next moment, a violent explosion obliterated both the ape leader and the desperate lion. Witnessing their comrade's demise, those in the command center felt an ache in their hearts. The tragic scene lingered in their minds, for they had lost a fellow warrior. Seeing the somber mood, Tai Shui spoke up. The courageous sacrifice of the desperate lion should serve as an example to us all. I will report his deeds to the Star Master and, upon his soul's return, ensure he is honored. With Tai Shui's reminder, the others regained their composure, realizing that the desperate lion was not truly dead. Since it was not a permanent death, there was no need for such sorrow. On this side of the valley, Lung Jiao tended to the wounds of Lao Ba and the strategist. Both had suffered minor injuries from shrapnel, thankfully only superficial wounds. Over the communication channel, Wu Jianfeng was relaying the analytical results from the intelligence system. Due to the lack of detailed test subjects, the system cannot ascertain what the layer of gaseous armor on the ape leader is. We speculate it to be a certain skill, akin to how that illusion butterfly secretes golden powder to dazzle other beings. After the explosion, the group examined the remnants of the ape leader and discovered it comprised normal flesh and blood, not some hardened material. Through video analysis, the intelligence system concluded that the reason the ape leader was impervious to bullets was due to a layer of gaseous shield resembling armor that formed on its surface at that moment. The danger level of the leader had shifted from C to B-. As for why only the ape leader possessed this skill, that remained a mystery. There were several other ape monsters of similar size within the tribe, making it implausible that only one could wield such a power. I understand the situation. Please arrange for several drones to provide escort. We are preparing to explore the lair. Briefly stating his request, Lung Jiao ended the communication. Beside him, Lao Ba, gazing at the scattered remains, lamented, Lion, you filthy creature, you finally get to exchange your body as you wished. I have no offerings to give, so I shall send you off with water instead. Knowing you despise the energy paste provided by the base, I shall not inflict that upon you. Lao Ba twisted open his water bottle and poured out half its contents onto the ground. The strategist urged, Lao Ba, do not be this way. The lion is not truly dead. He will resurrect in 48 hours. Lao Ba shook his head. You do not understand. Though he returns with the same soul, the body will no longer be the same. I have shared drinks and feasts with this body and fought alongside it. There is a bond forged through our struggles. Chapter 34. The necessity of battle. The strategist was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to offer counsel. It is akin to having grown accustomed to a particular visage in life, only to be confronted by a completely altered face. One must certainly adapt over time. Cold Sniper commanded, gather your belongings. We are preparing to descend. Old 8 inquired, what shall we do with the corpse of the rampant lion? According to the base's regulations, as long as conditions permit, the remains of fallen soldiers must be collected. This rule reflects a certain degree of humane concern. After all, no one wishes for their remains to be devoured by beasts after death. However, the body of the rampant lion had long since been reduced to numerous fragments. After searching, Old 8 managed to recover half a skull and 2 paws. Cold Sniper suggested, just take a few larger pieces back. We can burn the rest. Given the state of disarray, this was the only course of action. A little over 10 minutes later, the trio arrived at the entrance of the ape den. The opening reached a height of over 30 meters, shrouded in darkness that concealed its depths. Scattered around the entrance were numerous animal bones, gnawed clean, accompanied by a foul odor carried by the wind that would deter any adventurer. The strategist pinched his nose and asked, Cold brother, we have 3 remaining rockets. Should we fire one inside to probe the depths? Cold Sniper calculated that the number of adult apes eliminated during the recent battle was approximately 34. Additionally, the first rocket had taken out 3 juvenile apes. The count of adult apes was consistent with prior reconnaissance by drones. Even if there were survivors within, they would likely be feeble and infirm, rendering the use of rockets unnecessary. Cold Sniper articulated his analysis, also mentioning the potential presence of energy crystals as spoils. Upon hearing about the energy crystals, the strategist's trepidation dissipated. According to current intelligence, these creatures habitually hoard energy crystals within their lairs. Given the size of this ape clan, they were likely to have amassed a substantial stockpile. Under Cold Sniper's guidance, the group activated their flashlights and cautiously ventured into the cave. As suspected, only a dozen or so aged and young apes remained inside. 3 elderly apes, nearly toothless, attempted a surprise attack, but were swiftly dispatched by gunfire. The remaining 9 juvenile apes, the largest nearly 1.7 meters tall and the smallest around 0.8 meters, huddled together, gazing fearfully at the trio. Cold Sniper contacted Iron Blood, inquiring, Sir, how shall we handle these juvenile apes? Suemo, remotely controlling Iron Blood, replied, These creatures have developed a semblance of intelligence. We cannot afford to leave the larger ones alive. Eliminate the 4 biggest immediately and capture the remaining 5 for training. I will dispatch 4 soldiers from Kangaroo-like to assist you. Cold Sniper felt a pang of reluctance, yet he instinctively complied with orders. As he raised his weapon, Old 8 and the strategist turned their heads away. Bang! Bang! Under Cold Sniper's precise aim, the 4 larger apes were quickly slain. After some time, the trio managed to bind the remaining 5 juvenile apes. Despite their size, they possessed considerable strength, and it took considerable effort to secure them. Observing the 5 wailing juvenile apes, the strategist felt a wave of despondency. I don't know why, but I suddenly feel as though my hands are stained with blood. Old 8 reassured, we are merely in a game. These are just numerical foes. There is no need to burden ourselves with moral guilt. Consider it retribution for the rampant lion. The strategist offered a wry smile, acknowledging the logic but still feeling uneasy. Cold Sniper, having experienced such confrontations before, understood the psychological hurdles ordinary individuals must overcome to adapt to such carnage. He instructed, I will guard these 5 apes. You 2 should search for any valuable spoils. The anticipation of potential rewards quickly alleviated their discomfort. Old 8 and the strategist, flashlights in hand, began to scour the area. Before long, the strategist exclaimed excitedly, Hurry over here. I've discovered their supply room. There are countless energy crystals. The other two rushed over to him. Within a natural vessel resembling a conch shell lay a bounty of energy crystals, varying in size from the palm of a hand to that of a finger. This trove dwarfed their previous meager finds. Old 8 immediately utilized his wristwatch to assess the value, and the system promptly calculated approximately 517 standard units of energy crystals. The trio felt a wave of exhilaration, akin to an overnight fortune. This cache of energy crystals was worth over 1.2 million contribution points. Even if the base claimed a significant portion, the three of them would still share a handsome reward. Cold Sniper picked up a crystal, inhaling its scent, and speculated. The faint river odor on this crystal suggests it likely originates from Kangaroo-like. Regaining composure, the strategist elaborated. When I approached, the lid of the shell was sealed tightly, bound with vines. Had I not been vigilant, I might not have noticed. Old 8 jested. Wow, these apes really prepared a gift for us. How considerate. None realized that the apes had not packaged the energy crystals in anticipation of their arrival. Cold Sniper promptly contacted the command center. We have discovered over 500 standard units of energy crystals in the ape den. From this moment on, initiate indiscriminate attacks on any creatures approaching the valley. The scent of blood from the numerous ape corpses would undoubtedly attract other animals. Cold Sniper's actions were a precautionary measure. Wu Jianfeng replied swiftly, received. Drones are maintaining surveillance. The trio meticulously searched the cave again, but found nothing of value apart from some unidentified plant fruits and dried meat. Fortunately, the haul of energy crystals alone was immensely valuable. In the command center, the battle strategists were filled with envy. Level 8 lamented. I truly regret not being on the front lines. Sitting here in the command center is unbearably dull. Duan Chanchao scoffed. Is it boredom you feel? It's clearly the green-eyed monster rearing its head. Shirley Jian remarked. Indeed, rewards are proportional to risk. Tiao Zhi Yaoyao suggested. Instead of envying from here, you should hurry to locate the lair of the Red John. Following the pattern that stronger monsters hoard more energy crystals, the spoils within their den must be substantial. Tiao Zhi Yaoyao and Apos S words resonated, and the group immediately directed their drones to search the mountains. On a nearby peak, the Red John leader gazed solemnly toward the valley. Since the explosion, it had stood there for over half an hour, instinctively fearful of the destructive force unleashed. After all, it was merely a slightly more powerful beast. A female Red John approached, affectionately nuzzling the leader's head. Clearly pregnant, her rounded belly indicated she was in a nurturing phase. The leader displayed a hint of tenderness. Licking his mate's face, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed behind. It was the entire Red John clan. The leader let out a low growl, prompting several pregnant females and over 20 juvenile Red John to emerge from the ranks. The remaining 50 adult Red John stood silently, awaiting their leader's command. After a final affectionate gesture towards his mate, the leader turned and leaped down the mountain, his kin swiftly following in stride. For the sake of sustenance, they were compelled to confront the creatures that had claimed Kangaroo-like. In their eyes, humanity indeed resembles monsters. Chapter 35, Mysterious Creatures Soon. A drone identified a large group of crimson beasts. Within the command center, Duan Chanchao shared the reconnaissance video with everyone. This is the footage just captured by the drone. Take a look. The video displayed dozens of crimson beasts swiftly descending the mountain. Duan Chanchao explained. Upon discovering them, I immediately launched 2 surface-to-air missiles. But due to the obstruction of trees, the attack was not very effective. Jian Li analyzed. The number matches that of their previous confrontation with the ape-like clan. In this direction, they are either engaging in collective hunting or preparing to confront us. Tiao Xiao asserted. The missile attack just now scared away all flying creatures within a 2-kilometer radius. For these crimson beasts to still approach us, they must be intending to launch an attack. Wu Jianfeng commanded. Increase ground vigilance near Kangaroo-like and expedite the construction of defensive fortifications. The drone must conduct thorough reconnaissance of the northern forest. At this point, the only course of action is to brace ourselves for the impending confrontation. The sole piece of good news is that the Cold Sniper team has successfully eliminated the ape-like clan. Otherwise, the pressure on our defenses would have been significantly greater. Over 2 hours later, Cold Sniper and his team returned to Jesho Lake. The area was dotted with makeshift signs warning of landmines. To make matters worse, freshly dug earth from the mine installations lay exposed nearby, completely lacking any concealment. The level of expertise in laying these mines could only be described as amateurish. The soldier responsible for burying the mines had even attempted to camouflage them, only to forget their locations and inadvertently detonate one himself. We had no choice but to erect additional signs, as the excavation marks were left unaddressed to prevent further accidents. Such a blunder only takes advantage of the enemy's ignorance of landmines. Cold Sniper mused that it might be time to suggest the base organize regular military training for the players. At the camp, the defensive structures had begun to take shape. The outermost layer consisted of a fan-shaped minefield. Behind it lay Jesho Lake, which required no defense. Following that were 2 trenches, each 6 meters wide and 4 meters deep. The bottoms of the trenches were lined with wooden spikes the thickness of an arm. These spikes were driven into the ground with remarkable speed using mechanical arms, followed by precision cutting with electric saws. With heavy machinery assisting, the work progressed at an astonishing pace. At the innermost layer stood a 16-meter-tall steel bastion, covering approximately 460 square meters, divided into 3 levels. Each steel panel used in the bastion was custom-made according to a modular design. Upon arrival at the site, the components were assembled directly by the mechanical arms of engineering vehicles, resulting in remarkable efficiency. Once completed, the bastion served as a safe haven for players logging out. Now, it was merely a matter of installing the weapons transported from the base. In truth, this bastion alone would provide adequate protection for the players. The 5-centimeter thick alloy steel plates could withstand the force of a bomb, let alone assaults from a group of unevolved creatures. The establishment of the minefield and trenches primarily aimed to protect the engineering and transport vehicles. As soon as Cold Sniper entered the bastion, he convened a meeting with all squad leaders. He began by briefing them on the enemy situation. 2 hours ago, the drone detected over 50 Crimson Beasts approaching our position. The command center believes their delay in attacking suggests they are likely waiting for nightfall to strike. Given our current progress, we anticipate the reconstruction of Jesho Lake to be completed by tomorrow evening. Our mission is to hold our ground until then, and tonight's defensive efforts are paramount. Without needing further elaboration, everyone was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. The leader of the first squad, Changshan Zhao Zilong, remarked casually, "Cold brother. They are merely a pack of bloodthirsty beasts. With our current firepower and defenses, they will suffer heavy losses." Fei Niao cautioned, "Old Zhao, do not underestimate them. The Crimson Beasts can utilize sonic attacks, which may counter our defenses." Cold Sniper added, "According to the intelligence analysis, these beasts can emit sound waves ranging from 120 to 140 decibels, while their leader can produce a staggering 160 decibels. You may not grasp the intensity of this sound, but let me put it this way. A sound wave of 130 decibels can shatter ordinary glass. A wave of 160 decibels is comparable to the explosion of a large-caliber artillery shell. The human threshold for sound intensity is typically between 160 to 180 decibels. If that leader emits a roar within a few meters of you, survival is nearly impossible." The gravity of the situation dawned on everyone. Initially, they had assumed the Crimson Beasts merely produced loud sounds, unaware of their lethal sonic capabilities. Cold Sniper reassured them, "There is no need for panic. With our current defenses, it is highly unlikely they can breach our fortifications. If we can eliminate their leader early in the conflict, we might even achieve victory with 0 casualties." Seeing Cold Sniper's confidence, the tension among the group eased. Cold Sniper turned to the instructors, Tai Quan and Tai Bai, and inquired, "Do you have any suggestions regarding my plan?" Tai Quan replied, "The Star Master has instructed us that this battle primarily serves to hone the skills of you adventurers. We will only intervene in the event of an emergency. Otherwise, consider us absent." With that, Cold Sniper decided not to linger on formalities and promptly instructed them to organize the personnel for staggered logouts. The real challenge awaited them at night. Moli and the players believed the crimson beasts were concealed within a forest, waiting to ambush them under the cover of darkness. However, the truth often defies expectations. At this moment, the group of crimson beasts had traversed over 50 kilometers to arrive at a valley adorned with an array of vibrant flowers. In the valley stood a treehouse woven from 4 enormous vines, suspended over 30 meters in the air and sprawling over 100 square meters. The vines draped down like a colossal umbrella, adorned with basin-sized blossoms and hosting dozens of vividly feathered birds. Upon the arrival of the crimson beasts, not a single bird took flight. Instead, the crimson beasts deliberately slowed their pace, as if wary of startling the birds. The leader of the crimson beasts let out a low call, prompting all the beasts to take turns stepping onto a large, flat stone, regurgitating varying quantities of energy crystals from their secondary stomachs. The crimson beasts possessed 2 stomachs, one for digesting food and the other for storing items and sustenance. Before long, the stone was piled high with energy crystals, surpassing even the quantity collected by the ape-like clan, albeit tainted with a somewhat unsightly slime. Chapter 36. The monsters siege under the leadership of the Red Zhuang chief. All members of the Red Zhuang respectfully knelt down. After a while, a creature with a coat of pure white leaped onto a stone. It was a deer, standing over 2 meters tall, adorned with a majestic pair of antlers. Should a human encounter this magnificent being, it would most likely be revered as a mythical beast. Upon the sight of the white deer, every Red Zhuang lowered their heads in deference, and even the colorful birds perched in the trees fell silent. With a grand opening of its mouth, the white deer inhaled all the energy crystals into its belly, showing no disdain for the gastric fluids of the Red Zhuang. Observing that the offering had been accepted, the Red Zhuang chief called out to the tribe. A robust Red Zhuang approached the white deer, humbly prostrating itself on the ground. From the center of the white deer's antlers, a luminous orb gradually materialized. In the blink of an eye, this orb enveloped the Red Zhuang in a phosphorescent glow, which elicited a painful howl from the creature. The offering of energy crystals from the Red Zhuang could hardly be for mere torment. It was likely a form of evolution, or perhaps transformation. After approximately 20 seconds, the glow was fully absorbed, and the transformation concluded. Rising to its feet, the newly enhanced Red Zhuang let out an exuberant roar towards a cliff 100 meters away. The sound wave generated from its call caused several stones to tumble from the cliffside, suggesting that the transformation had endowed this Red Zhuang with precision skills akin to those of the chief, rather than the broad destructive roars it once possessed. Once the exchange was complete, the Red Zhuang chief engaged in further discourse with the white deer. Upon hearing the chief's account, the white deer exhibited a human-like expression of surprise. Subsequently, the 2 strongest colorful birds alighted upon the large stone. In no time, these 2 birds took to the skies, their flight directed towards the location of the Jieshuo Lake and the lair of the primates. The white deer leaped back into its tree dwelling, while the Red Zhuang tribe awaited outside in quiet anticipation. Less than an hour later, the 2 colorful birds returned. Under the envious gazes of the Red Zhuang, they flew directly into the treehouse. After listening to the bird's report, the white deer fell into contemplation. Moments later, a segment of antler, measuring over 10 centimeters, detached from its grand antlers and floated gently to the ground. One of the birds picked up the antler and delivered it to the Red Zhuang chief. With the antler in possession, the chief swiftly led his tribe away. As night descended, over 20 bonfires ignited near Jieshuo Lake. This was not merely an effort to conserve energy by foregoing lights, but a strategy to deter wild animals, which were particularly afraid of flames. Simultaneously, it represented an impromptu barbecue gathering. Only players would dare to host a barbecue amidst the battlefield. After all, with defensive structures erected, there was little else to occupy their time. The spoils of the day's hunt remained unclaimed, providing ample ingredients. Although lacking in alcoholic beverages, several cases of drinks were available among the military supplies. For tools, they could simply fell trees and carve them as needed. Given the setting, atmosphere, and conditions, it would have been a pity to forego the barbecue. One player approached Cold Sniper, holding a skewer, and attempted to ingratiate himself, saying, "Brother Cold, the grilled tail of the six-legged crocodile is exquisite. Would you care for a taste?" Another player chimed in, "Brother Cold, how about a skewer of grilled rock turtle heart? I've added some wild fruit I foraged. It has a unique flavor. Then I shall have one of each. Thank you." Cold Sniper, unable to refuse such warmth, accepted graciously. The player's enthusiasm towards Cold Sniper stemmed from his reputation as the strongest player in the base, a title firmly established by his combat prowess, devoid of any exaggeration. As for Cold Sniper's lack of intervention against the barbecue festivities, it was due to the drones equipped with thermal imaging cameras hovering in the night sky. Any life forms encroaching upon the vicinity would be immediately detected. A degree of relaxation was beneficial in alleviating the tension before battle. Within the command center, the Level 8 Gale expressed his frustration. "While they revel in a gathering, we remain here, mere spectators. This work is exceedingly dull." Tiao Zhiyao replied, "If you crave barbecue, why not have the kitchen prepare some and deliver it?" The sole advantage of working in the command center was the high-quality meals. One could place orders online, and service robots would promptly deliver them. Level 8 Gale, ever the critic, remarked, "The atmosphere is lacking. It simply doesn't taste the same." The Heartbreak Grass, filled with envy, lamented, "Had I known, I would have followed Brother Cold's lead and applied for the front lines." Returning to the fold, Moli offered, "The front lines have their own thrills, while the rear boasts its comforts. There's truly no reason to envy one another." Tin Li Jianshan scoffed, "Previously, you all found other games lacking in realism. Now that this game offers sufficient authenticity, you complain about the exhaustion of playing. You sit comfortably in the office directing operations, yet claim it lacks excitement. Frankly, you are just being finicky." Among the crowd, only Wu Jianfeng remained steadfast at his post, admonishing, "Do not let the conversation distract you. Keep a vigilant eye on the information screens. Should the front line endure an ambush, consequences will be dire." Level 8 Gale dismissed his concerns. "Tianya, relax. We programmed the drones for automatic patrols, and the AI is monitoring the surveillance feeds. Any anomalies will be reported immediately." Seeing that his admonitions bore no fruit, Wu Jianfeng felt a touch of reluctance to persist. After all, they were players, not soldiers bound by strict discipline. Observing the group's demeanor, Moli couldn't help but develop a favorable impression of Wu Jianfeng. Compared to Cold Sniper, who yearned for the front lines, Wu Jianfeng's diligence was far more suited to the command center's responsibilities. Approximately 5 kilometers within the dense forest from Jisho Lake, the Red Zhuang chief expelled the antler bestowed by the white deer. Instantly, the segment emitted a white glow, ascending to a height of over 60 meters. A nearly inaudible sound wave began to disseminate in all directions. Within a radius of more than 10 kilometers, any creatures perceiving this sound began to converge towards it. Naturally, many animals moved at a sluggish pace. By the time the battle concluded, they might not have traversed even half the distance. However, the number of swift creatures within that expansive area remained substantial. Suddenly, the AI announced, "Abnormal alert," at a direction of 32.3 degrees northeast of Jisho Lake. 5 kilometers away, an unidentified low-frequency sound wave has been detected, persisting for some time. Observing the marked point on the map, Wu Jianfeng commanded, "Heartbreak Grass. Maneuver a drone to investigate." Understood. In less than 2 minutes, the group observed numerous red dots converging towards that area. As the drone advanced, the dots became increasingly dense. Level 8 Gale remarked in astonishment, "Have we disturbed a hornet's nest?" Tiao Zhiyao speculated, "It appears more akin to a monster siege." Without delay, Wu Jianfeng issued a battle readiness order. "Everyone, be advised, tens of thousands of animals are gathering 5 kilometers to the northeast. They are likely targeting us. All personnel, return to your combat positions and prepare for battle." Chapter 37. Encountering the enemy. The herb, known as Heartbreak Grass, exclaimed in astonishment, "Look, what is that?" The group hurriedly turned their gaze to witness a luminous object floating in the air. The light was dim, obscuring the object's true nature, yet its radiance suggested it was no ordinary entity. It appeared that the gathering of animals was somehow linked to this mysterious phenomenon. Wu Jianfeng commanded, "Heartbreak Grass. Fire 2 missiles to test it." Understood. Heartbreak Grass immediately launched 2 missiles. However, due to the minuscule radar cross-section of the enigmatic object, the missiles failed to lock on and detonated harmlessly upon reaching the ground. While the explosions inflicted minimal damage on the animals, they disrupted their formation. The leader of the red-eyed creatures observed the fleeing animals amidst the flames and swiftly consumed the antlers, rallying all creatures to charge towards the boundary lake. The fastest among them were undoubtedly the various flying beings, a multitude in both species and numbers, suggesting an aerial assault was imminent. Wu Jianfeng broadcasted through the communication channel. "Attention, everyone. A vast number of flying creatures are advancing towards the boundary lake. Stay vigilant for aerial attacks." Inside the bastion, Cold Sniper was inspecting the readiness of various firepower points. Anti-aircraft machine guns, light machine guns, semi-automatic rifles, and flamethrowers were all directed skyward in anticipation, while heavy machine guns were instructed to remain stationary. Initially, the group believed the enemy consisted of merely over 50 terrestrial creatures, making defense seem manageable. However, the situation escalated to a siege involving tens of thousands of monsters, causing a palpable tension among the ranks. Many, overwhelmed by anxiety, found their thoughts sluggish and fingers stiff, impairing their combat effectiveness. At this moment, Cold Sniper's role was to help them relax. Put on your helmets and body armor, and avoid keeping your fingers pressed on the triggers. Loosen up, he advised. The flamethrower operators checked their fuel valves, reminding them, "You are the primary force against the flying creatures. Stay calm and utilize your advantages." "What are you doing with that grenade?" "The first wave consists of aerial foes. U1 and Oppos, team eat it. Put it away," he added. "And you, stop licking the rifle stock when you're nervous. It's quite disgusting." As a seasoned veteran, Cold Sniper possessed an arsenal of techniques to alleviate tension. The command post relayed further enemy intelligence. The first batch of flying creatures is expected to arrive in approximately 30 seconds. Cold Sniper seized his rounds and grasped an AK-47. Preparing for combat. Attention, the enemy is approaching. Some squad leaders had already spotted the shadows of the flying creatures through night vision goggles. The swiftest among them were unmistakably various birds. Cold Sniper patted a nearby player's shoulder, instructing, "Turn on the searchlights." With the flick of a switch, 32 high-powered floodlights illuminated the sky. The birds caught in the brilliant light instinctively shut their eyes. Open fire. In an instant, the battlefield erupted with gunfire. The birds struck by bullets plummeted from the sky. Although only a fraction fell, the majority dove towards the ground in a frenzied attack, a swarm akin to meteors. As these birds approached within 100 meters, Cold Sniper decisively ordered the flamethrower operators to unleash their fire. 6 long streams of flames shot into the air, incinerating many birds that were unable to evade the onslaught due to their velocity. The synthetic fuel emitted by the flamethrowers possessed a degree of adhesion, igniting into fireballs upon contact. In such circumstances, larger avian creatures suffered the most. Some aflame birds, propelled by inertia, crashed towards the bastion, causing chaos among the players stationed on the upper levels as they scrambled to avoid the fiery projectiles. Countless flaming birds, driven by panic, flitted chaotically, transforming into fireballs that plummeted around them. Soon, numerous fire spots emerged in the surrounding forest. Some astute birds descended vertically from great heights, launching direct assaults on the players. A monstrous bird with a wingspan exceeding 4 meters suddenly swooped down, seizing one player's shoulder and attempting to lift him. Underestimating its prey's weight, the foolish creature nearly lost its grip. "Help me," the player cried desperately. Observing this, a fellow player immediately opened fire. The gunfire rang out, and both man and bird fell to the ground, regrettably, both lifeless. A nearby squad leader scolded, "You incompetent fool, you've killed Old Second." The chastised player awkwardly replied, "I lost control of the muzzle and accidentally shot him. Once Old Second respawns, you can explain it to him." The squad leader, uninterested in further dialogue, refocused on the enemy. Under the concentrated fire from the players, the first wave of avian creatures began to disintegrate. Clearly, The flamethrowers had played a pivotal role. Thanks to the protection of helmets and body armor, casualties from the birds were minimal, with only a handful of players sustaining minor injuries. As for the player who had been accidentally shot, he was simply unfortunate. The command post had long anticipated such friendly fire incidents among inexperienced players. Shortly thereafter, the command post updated the enemy situation. Attention everyone, the second wave is expected to arrive in 3 minutes, consisting of insect-like flying creatures and large terrestrial mammals, with numbers exceeding those of the previous birds by over 200 times. Upon hearing this staggering figure, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Cold Sniper commanded, "Distribute 20 sets of bomb-proof suits to the flamethrower operators and anti-aircraft gunners. The rest of you, don your hoods, goggles, and gloves in batches." Caught off guard by the aerial assault, few had equipped themselves with hoods, goggles, or gloves. Realizing the impending swarm of insects and the consequences of exposed skin, the players hastily donned their protective gear. Taking a large sip from his water bottle, Cold Sniper excitedly caressed the heavy machine gun before him, finally rediscovering the adrenaline rush he had once experienced on the battlefield. 1 kilometer to the enemy. Engage on the ground. 800 meters. The communication channel was dominated by Wu Jianfeng's voice. The bastion stood approximately 400 meters from the forest's edge. This distance was optimal for launching an attack. Any further in, with trees obstructing the view, even the anti-aircraft guns with a range of over 1,000 meters would render their firepower ineffective. 400 meters. In the next moment, countless shadows emerged from the forest. Fire. At the command, heavy machine guns and anti-aircraft weapons unleashed a hailstorm of bullets. Numerous shadows fell under the barrage, yet even more pressed forward towards the bastion. The ground trembled as landmines detonated, the explosions briefly illuminating the forms of the advancing creatures. Spiked-backed beasts, hairless, canine-like creatures adorned with dorsal sails, emerged in packs, fierce and cunning. Cold Sniper continued firing while communicating with the command post. "I don't see any sign of the red-eyed leader. Where is it hiding?" Wu Jianfeng replied, "It's lurking about 700 to 800 meters from you." Likely having learned from prior UAV strikes and avoiding being the first wave of cannon fodder. Chapter 38. A Pyrrhic Victory. Cold Sniper inquired, "Have we determined the cause of these animals attacking us?" Aside from the mysterious floating object discovered at the outset, no useful clues had emerged thus far. The insect army was rapidly approaching. Everyone must remain vigilant. Wu Jianfeng promptly severed the communication. At this moment, a cacophonous buzzing filled everyone's ears. The sound generated by the flapping wings of the insects. Cold Sniper, composed and unflustered, commanded those around him, except for soldiers in bomb-proof suits. Everyone else retreat to the second and third layers of defense. A chorus of acknowledgments followed. After an initial frenzy of combat, the players gradually acclimated to the battlefield environment. Though they still had a considerable journey ahead to become elite fighters, they exhibited the fundamental qualities expected of soldiers. Soon, only 20 flame-throwing soldiers and anti-aircraft gunners remained on the third platform. A vast swarm of dark shadows loomed overhead, resembling an ominous cloud. 14 anti-aircraft guns unleashed a torrential barrage. At this moment, precise aiming was unnecessary. Simply pulling the trigger would send countless insects plummeting. The insects varied in form and size, from those no larger than a fingernail to others as large as a tire. Under the relentless hail of gunfire, the larger specimens suffered the most. Each bullet erupted with explosive force, and the fallen insects rained down like drops of rain. "Fire!" the squad leader commanded, and 6 flamethrowers spewed deadly flames. Countless insects ignited, resulting in a rain of fireballs descending upon the battlefield. However, the sheer quantity of insects was overwhelming. A multitude breached the defenses, hurtling toward the soldiers. At that critical moment, the 4 Tesla coils prepared earlier to combat the prehistoric giant mosquitoes were put to use. With a crackling sound, the wings of these insects were instantly singed. Within moments, the rooftop was littered with the corpses of the fallen insects. Each soldier was besieged by various insects. Fortunately, the quality of their bomb-proof suits held up. Some soldiers, by merely rolling on the ground, managed to crush a significant number. As the insect army clashed fiercely with the players, the animal forces on the ground began to rout. The relentless onslaught of landmines and concentrated gunfire terrorized these animals. Even as the leader of the red-eyed beasts urged his kin to stand firm, the panic among the other creatures was palpable. After all, instinct dictates that animals flee from fire and noise. The red-eyed leader, left with no choice, once again emitted a calming call through his antlers. Gradually, the animals halted their flight. However, humanity would not allow them a moment's respite to regroup. In an instant, missiles rained down upon them. The explosions sent the animals into a chaotic retreat, with even the red-eyed leader sustaining injuries from the blasts. Ignoring his wounds, the red-eyed leader roared at the sturdiest of his kin before drawing his antlers back into his mouth. Following a piercing shriek, he became enveloped in a bioluminescent glow. In an instant, he charged like an arrow toward the stronghold, with over 30 remaining red-eyed beasts in hot pursuit. The intelligence system promptly issued a warning. The danger level of this creature has reached B. Please prepare to intercept. Wu Jianfeng shouted over the communication channel. All firepower. Immediately intercept that glowing red-eyed beast. Do not allow it to approach the stronghold. Drones were the first to respond, launching several missiles in rapid succession. Yet, the red-eyed leader proved cunning, deftly evading the missiles with agile movements. Missiles exploded behind him or were thwarted by various obstacles. The shockwaves generated by the detonations seemed to inflict no harm upon him. Even the bullets fired from the stronghold were skillfully dodged. It was only after a tremendous explosion that the red-eyed leader was finally propelled into the air by a landmine. Before he even touched the ground, a spray of blood erupted from his abdomen, the result of Cold Sniper's precise shot from his 12.7mm sniper rifle. 2 missiles followed closely, tearing the red-eyed leader apart in a violent explosion. With the suppression of the antlers lifted, the insect army began to scatter. The remaining soldiers on the top floor could not contain their jubilation. At this moment, the red-eyed clan, taking advantage of their leader's sacrifice, had reached the edge of the trench. While some red-eyed beasts fell into the trench, nearly 20 managed to leap across 2 ditches, rapidly advancing toward the stronghold. The players within the stronghold hastily redirected their weapons, but it was too late. Under the leadership of their new chief, the entire red-eyed clan unleashed a deafening roar. The thunderous sound was enough to give most players splitting headaches, with some even rolling on the ground, clutching their ears. Concentration was nearly impossible for many, rendering shooting futile. Compounding the issue, the drones had exhausted their missiles targeting the red-eyed leader, leaving the command center unable to offer assistance. In this chaotic moment, the only players capable of firing were those in bomb-proof suits on the top floor. The suits effectively dampened the sound waves. The anti-aircraft guns unleashed a relentless barrage upon the red-eyed horde, effortlessly shredding their bodies, yet failing to dissuade their charge. Ultimately, only 11 red-eyed beasts successfully reached the base of the stronghold. At this moment, most firearms found themselves in a shooting blind spot. However, the towering stronghold, standing at 16 meters, became their nightmare. Their proud claws left mere scratches on the stainless steel walls. Unable to ascend or break through, they found themselves trapped. In a swift turn of events, a multitude of grenades and explosives rained down from above. Amidst the flames, the remaining 11 red-eyed beasts were reduced to mere fragments. Gradually, the gunfire on the battlefield subsided. In the command center, the automated system provided a grim casualty report: 7 dead, 81 injured to varying degrees, including those suffering from toxic reactions due to insect bites and internal injuries from the red-eyed beast sonic assaults. Combined with earlier losses, the total casualties had reached 94. The toll was devastating. Within the stronghold, anguished cries filled the air. Fortunately, 5 medical capsules had been transported earlier in the day. Treating external wounds proved relatively straightforward, requiring only about 10 minutes. Internal injuries, however, necessitated comprehensive scans and tailored treatment plans. After deliberation, the command center decided to expedite the transport of some injured personnel back to base for treatment, with drones providing escort for the vehicles. Meanwhile, 30 lightly wounded soldiers remained stationed at the stronghold. An hour later, Cold Sniper led several players to the site of the red-eyed leader's demise. After treatment in the medical capsule, they quickly regained their vitality. Suddenly, an observant player noticed a faint glow emanating from a nearby object. Remembering the mysterious luminous entity captured by the drones earlier, Cold Sniper immediately summoned a few players to investigate. Now, as they gazed at the glowing keratin material, none could ascertain its nature. It seemed they would have to await further examination back at the base the following day. Chapter 39. Investment Attributes. It was not until the afternoon of the following day that the spoils from this battle were tallied. The most significant gains appeared to be the various animals hunted, with their sheer numbers resulting in a cumulative weight of approximately 67 tons, yielding at least 40 tons of pure meat. This development greatly alleviated the meat supply demands of the base. Additionally, nearly 2 tons of insect carcasses were collected, which would be reserved as sustenance for the illusion butterfly. Furthermore, the collection included numerous animal offspring and eggs, among which 5 young ape-like creatures stood out as particularly valuable. If tamed, they could serve as swiftly mobile platforms for heavy machine gun fire. One could envision the scene of a crimson figure wielding a Gatling gun, adorned with belts of ammunition, a spectacle of overwhelming combat prowess. Yet, the most precious find was the enigmatic illusion butterfly, still in its larval stage and requiring time to mature before it could be of use. Additionally, a mysterious broken horn was recovered, which the intelligence system confirmed contained immense energy, though its applications remain uncertain. This artifact is likely capable of commanding various animals, indicating it is no ordinary item. Energy crystals were also harvested, totaling 2839. 4 standard units, primarily obtained from the layers of the ape-like creatures and rock turtles. Most critically, the transformation of Jesho Lake was successfully completed before the approaching typhoon. This task was the primary objective of the entire campaign. Moli had not forgotten that beneath Jesho Lake lay approximately 350,000 standard units of energy crystals, which could only be extracted post-typhoon. There were also various minor spoils collected, which need not be detailed. Corresponding to these gains were the rewards the base owed to the players. Experience points need not be elaborated upon. Previously, due to the inability to allocate attribute points freely upon leveling up, players displayed little enthusiasm for advancement. However, following this battle, players recognized that higher levels facilitated their roles as military commanders during wartime. They were able to discern the difference between commanding others and being commanded. Thus, experience points gained newfound value. The players coveted contribution points the most. These constituted the sole legitimate currency within the base. In the battle for Jesho Lake, players accumulated a total of 1,654,000 contribution points. This value was assessed based on the spoils of war, enemy kills, and the completion rate of operational objectives. Based on this metric, even those with the lowest contribution scores received over 4,000 points, while individuals like Long Jiao, with high contribution ratings, achieved a record of 38,413 points, primarily due to their significant role in exterminating the ape-like creatures and acquiring numerous energy crystals. Even the fallen character, the Resolute Lion, garnered 9,237 contribution points. Excluding Moli, who departed midway, the remaining operational advisors in the command center received no less than 12,000 points each. In summary, following a substantial battle, the players found their coffers filled. With newfound wealth, extravagant spending ensued. Once the cement for the Jesho Lake renovation had dried, Moli recalled all players, as the typhoon was imminent. At that moment, the entertainment sector of the base was bustling with players lavishly spending their riches. Aware of the players' affluence, Hong Xiufang launched a new series of exquisite service robots. Linglong Bao, with a keen business acumen, staged an auction event under the guise of a first-time offering, prompting players to enthusiastically support their favored courtesans. In addition to the existing services, Moli introduced a variety of new offerings that very evening, such as property sales and rentals, housing loan services, and combat skills training. The property sales and rentals aspect speaks for itself. Housing loan services essentially served as an extension of the first offering. The interest rates were notably more favorable than those on Blue Star, with an annual rate of merely 1.5. Loan amounts were assessed based on players' levels and their capacity to earn contribution points, with limits ranging from 100,000 to 200,000. Combat skills training was also straightforward. Various training facilities, equipment, and ammunition were provided free of charge for players. However, despite the availability of instructional videos, achieving mastery through self-training proved challenging. The difference between training alone and under supervision was akin to working out in a gym versus hiring a personal trainer. Thus, the base introduced a paid training program, overseen by experienced coaches. The effectiveness of this training was well understood by those who had participated. Notably, these three services quickly garnered several orders upon their launch. At this moment, members of the Eternal team were celebrating the new home of Wu Jianfeng, Tiao Xiaoyao, and Lung Jiao within the base's apartment number 1. These three were among the first to purchase property within the base, acquiring adjacent units and thus becoming neighbors in the game. Each purchased a one-bedroom, one-living-room apartment equipped with a kitchen and bathroom, covering an area of 56 square meters, priced at 168,000 contribution points. Unable to afford such a sum outright, they had secured loans from the base. Currently, the group was discussing the new form of the Resolute Lion in Lung Jiao's apartment. Lao Ba jested, "Lion, it's a pity that with your looks, you aren't in the service industry. Your delicate features could easily attract a legion of wealthy patrons." Laughter erupted among the others. The Resolute Lion retorted, "The one flaw in this game is the inability to choose one's appearance. Here I am, a rugged northern man standing at 187 meters. Yet I must navigate the world with a delicate visage." Wu Jianfeng inquired, "What are the initial attributes of this body?" The Resolute Lion replied, "Not bad. They match Lung Ji's initial attributes." Kai Dao commented, "Initial attributes are merely a reference. Growth potential is what truly matters. Next time, I'll try some lower-grade herbal essence on you." The Resolute Lion wholeheartedly agreed, having been deterred by his original body's low absorption rate of the essence. Du Ling Feng Xiao curiously asked, "What made you three decide to take out loans for a house in the game? This maneuver is unprecedented." Tiao Xiaoyao explained, "You can think of it this way. Purchasing this house is akin to acquiring equipment in past games. We're betting on its future appreciation, and securing a loan ensures we get in early." The Resolute Lion countered, "If that's the case, why not stockpile weapons and ammunition?" Wu Jianfeng took over the explanation. In reality, the weapons and ammunition in the base are mass-produced consumables, whereas property holds its value better, especially the homes within the base. While a one-bedroom apartment is currently priced at 168,000 contribution points, once a significant influx of players occurs, these prices could soar to hundreds of thousands per unit. As players amassed more contribution points, their other needs also became pressing. The newly acquired service robots required space for placement, and private areas were necessary for more intimate activities, alongside the increasing demand for storage of personal items and spoils. In short, housing would soon become a necessity. That evening, following the announcement, Wu Jianfeng, Tiao Xiaoyao, and other players discussed this matter. Upon investigation, they discovered that the 6 elliptical buildings within the base could provide only around 6,000 housing units. The majority of these were one-bedroom apartments, complemented by over 1,000 two-bedroom and three-bedroom units. While the base would undoubtedly construct additional housing in the surrounding area, the number of rooms available in the core area remained fixed. After some deliberation, they concluded that the properties in the base would undoubtedly appreciate in value. It would be prudent to seize the opportunity to purchase a unit before the prices surged. Financial constraints were not a significant concern, as loans could be secured. Were it not for the limitations on loan amounts, they would have eagerly sought to acquire multiple properties. Kai Dao inquired with curiosity, "Aren't you concerned that once the game is updated, the properties purchased now might become unclaimed?" Wu Jianfeng refrained from elaborating too explicitly, offering a vague reassurance. The announcement states that these properties come with permanent ownership, valid as long as the base exists. We believe that system updates will not alter property ownership. I advise you to consider buying a unit. It is undoubtedly a lucrative investment. Du Ling Feng Xiao flatly declined. No, with contribution points, I would rather enjoy the various pleasures within the base. A sleep pod is sufficient when I log out. After all, my physical form lacks consciousness, so why exert effort to acquire a residence? Lao Ba immediately echoed Du Ling Feng Xiao's sentiments, as their consumer philosophies were quite similar. However, Alang, Kai Dao, and Zhu Mingquang sure felt a flicker of temptation, primarily because they trusted the discernment of these three captains. Chapter 40. The Great Flood. A day later, the forecasted super typhoon, classified as a level 17, made landfall as anticipated, with maximum wind speeds reaching 200 kilometers per hour. Even those with a slender physique could be swept away by its might. In such treacherous weather, players found it impossible to venture outdoors for adventures. Even the outdoor training grounds were rendered inaccessible. Consequently, the recreational area of the base transformed into the player's prime locale for leisure. Drinking, dining, dancing, gaming, and playing sports became the norm, and it appeared as though this place had evolved into a genuine community. Little did they realize that the base was subtly altering their lifestyle habits. Since the game could satisfy over 95% of their life's needs, and often surpassed reality in its offerings, why would they encounter obstacles in the real world? Gradually, many players began to view the game as a second world. Even in the absence of quests, they would immerse themselves in the game for entire days, with their online time steadily increasing. This scenario was precisely what Moli had desired. 2 days later, the tempest continued to rage outside. Perhaps due to the shifting center of the typhoon, while strong winds and torrential rain persisted, the intensity had diminished significantly. Inside the central control room of the base, the intelligence system reported to Moli, "Master, the number of animals congregating around the base has surpassed 30,000 and continues to rise. Should we proceed with a forceful expulsion?" The base, being the highest elevation within several kilometers, had instinctively attracted numerous animals seeking refuge from the rising waters. Since yesterday, various creatures had been approaching, and today, the influx had increased. Insects, herbivores, carnivores, animals of all types were present, including some formidable predators. Among them was a blue lightning dragon with a wingspan exceeding 14 meters, resembling a pterosaur adorned with blue patterns. Its signature ability allowed it to launch electric attacks from its body, emitting a faint blue glow during discharge, hence its name. The biological threat level was rated B. Most creatures kept their distance from the blue lightning dragon, likely out of fear. Having recently endured a monster siege at the Jieshou Lake, the intelligence system issued a warning. Observing the harmonious coexistence of these animals, who were typically enemies within the food chain, amidst the flood, Moli reflected, in times of great disaster, all beings should unite in mutual aid. This is a fundamental principle. He then decreed a new command. Until the waters recede, players are prohibited from hunting animals. After a moment's thought, he instructed, additionally, issue a new task concerned that the players might become complacent. Moli resolved to assign them some duties. Soon, all players received the task notification. Task name: Rescue drowning animals. Task description: the typhoon has submerged vast areas surrounding the base, leaving many wild animals on the brink of death. In the interest of sustainable biological resources, please endeavor to rescue these drowning creatures. Task rewards: experience and contribution points will be awarded based on the number and size of rescued animals. Task reminder: the base will provide various speedboats and inflatable boats free of charge. Please collect them at the southern gate. Wait. Didn't the base just cull a multitude of animals a few days ago? Now we're expected to become animal protectors? This is quite the contradiction, one player remarked. But we must consider that the previous slaughter was necessary for mining operations, while this rescue effort is aimed at sustaining biological diversity. If these animals perish, we will have no game left to hunt in the future, another countered. Enough chatter. The Star Lord is providing us with sustenance. So let us seize this opportunity to earn contribution points. The players began to discuss the task enthusiastically. Members of the Eternal Squad gathered at the equipment storage area, preparing to collect basic gear before setting off. Understood, I'm on my way, came the responses, when the southern gate of the base opened. The first few players were taken aback by the sight that greeted them. The area beyond the towering walls was teeming with various animals. Many of them, startled by the players' presence, instinctively recoiled in fear. Surely they won't charge in here. One player gulped nervously. We're supposed to be their protectors, another replied. But we must first communicate our intentions. If language fails, we may have to resort to force, another suggested, fingers inching toward their firearms. The base had instituted a rule against proactively hunting animals until the floodwaters receded, but self-defense was permitted if attacked. Fortunately, Moli had promptly dispatched Iron Arm, carrying a mysterious horn. After some investigation, Moli discovered that this horn could be energized through a small activation device, unleashing residual energy within. As the horn emanated a soft glow, all the animals lowered their heads in submission. A path opened as Iron Arm advanced. Subsequently, vehicles transporting speedboats and players exited the base. After considerable effort, the reckless lion and old ape managed to haul aboard an injured bird with a broken wing. Realizing that these beings were attempting to save it, the bird settled on the boat, preening its feathers. The reckless lion quipped, "We've saved your life. A little gratitude would be nice." Seemingly understanding, the bird emitted a series of coos, then, lifting its rear, laid a fist-sized egg right on the boat. The craft swayed slightly as the egg rolled toward the reckless lioness' feet. Laughter erupted among the crew. Old Eight, unable to contain himself, doubled over in amusement. After laying the egg, the bird resumed preening. It appeared as though it had genuinely bestowed the egg upon the reckless lion. The scene was utterly comical. Old Eight jested, "Lion, the bird has entrusted you with its offspring. You must not disappoint it." The showman teased, "Lion, I'm curious. Will you steam it or braise it?" The reckless lion picked up the egg, growling, "You all wait. I'll hatch this egg and give you plenty to laugh about." A voice crackled through the watch. "Are you all ready? We've spotted a group of drowning animals, and our boat is at full capacity. Hurry over." The reckless lion quickly responded, "We're on our way." The showman revved the motor, and the speedboat sliced through the waters. Upon arrival, the 4 members of the showman's crew were greeted by another group of 4, all staring intently in a particular direction. "Hey, what is so captivating?" The reckless lion called out. The others motioned for silence, pointing toward 3 o'clock. The reckless lion and his companions gaped in astonishment at what lay before them. Chapter 41. The auspicious beasts in the depths of the forest. A snow-white elk was leaping gracefully. The leaps were effortless, as the majestic creature bounded across the water and Apos' surface. Each step as steady as if it were on solid ground. Even more astonishing, luminous orbs continuously emerged from the elk's mouth, enveloping drowning animals and transporting them to the safety of the branches above. With the forest submerged, only the branches provided a refuge from the floodwaters. Observing some less agile creatures struggling in the water, the elk readily deposited them onto a nearby rescue boat, seemingly unconcerned about the presence of Wu Jianfeng and his companions. It appeared to recognize their efforts to save these animals. Before long, the rescue boat occupied by Wu Jianfeng and his team was filled to capacity with animals. Seeing this, the lead figure hastily maneuvered their boat closer. The elk replicated its previous actions, swiftly filling a second boat. After rescuing the animals in the vicinity, the elk gracefully leapt into the air and vanished. At this moment, the Eternal Squad felt emboldened to discuss the events that had just transpired. They had refrained from speaking earlier, as the intelligence system had assigned a Class A danger rating to the creature. Without heavy weaponry, even a Class C entity could easily eliminate them, let alone one that was over 100 times more formidable. Could this be an auspicious beast? Mused one. It certainly seems so. After all, why else would it rescue these drowning animals? Another pondered. But how does it fly? Is it magic? Who knows? You could have asked it yourself. Ask it. Do you want to tempt fate? Amidst the speculation, Cold Sniper interjected, the footage has been recorded. Whether it is an auspicious beast or something else, let the base worry about that. For now, we should get these animals to shore. With their leader's directive, the discussions ceased, and soon both rescue boats began their return journey. In the central control room of the base, after reviewing the footage sent back by the Eternal Squad, Moli was taken aback. It was the first time he had encountered a Class A creature so closely. The intelligence system reported, after video comparison and analysis, there is a 95% probability that the mysterious keratin piece obtained from the battle at Kangaroo-like originated from the right horn of this enigmatic creature. The system had even taken a screenshot for comparison, clearly indicating a missing segment from the right horn. Moli picked up the recovered keratin piece and scrutinized it closely. Both its shape and coloration matched the remaining segment on the left horn of the white elk, and they emitted identical energy signatures. With so much corroborative evidence, the identification seemed indisputable. It turns out the mysterious force orchestrating these animal attacks against us is this creature. Moli muttered in frustration. After a moment's contemplation, he queried, what quantity of TNT would be required to eliminate this beast? The intelligence system responded, an estimated 50 kilograms of TNT would be necessary to kill this creature, and the explosion must occur within 10 meters of it. The base's arsenal contains several short and medium-range missiles that can be utilized in combination. Knowing that the creature could be defeated eased Moli's worries somewhat. The primary concern remained its incredible speed. Capturing it would necessitate halting its movement. The most effective approach would be to bomb its lair. Soon after, Moli issued a mission to locate the lair of the white elk. In the subsequent hours, although many players encountered the elk, their glimpses were fleeting. Discovering its lair proved a daunting task. Little did Moli anticipate that, by nightfall, the white elk would appear outside the base. Upon its arrival, all animals present respectfully bowed. Even as torrents of rain poured from the sky, they lay prostrate in the muddy waters. Even the formidable blue lightning dragon lowered its head in deference. Sensing a disturbance, the illusory butterfly within the base trembled in fear. At this moment, the intelligence system detected the anomaly, and alarms blared throughout the facility. Anti-air missiles and close-in weapon systems were swiftly aimed at the white elk. Recognizing the imminent threat, the elk quickly conveyed its intentions through a unique mental wave. Those who made contact with this wave instantly comprehended its message: negotiation. It was a direct form of communication that transcended any spoken language. The intelligence system repeatedly issued alerts regarding the unusual brainwave patterns, which remained unidentifiable. It seemed that only biological entities could interpret this information, while robots could not. Confident in their territory, Moli commanded, all combat robots, assemble. Open the base doors to welcome our guest. After a moment's thought, he decided to engage with the white elk using a clone for added caution. The 30 or so players still connected watched in astonishment as several ironclad robots escorted the white elk into the base. What is happening? Is the white elk here to negotiate? One asked. I don't know. Did you hear it speak? Another replied. Strangely, I didn't hear any sound. Yet my mind received the message. It's astonishing, a direct conversation on a mental level. Wu Jianfeng and Tiao Yao attempted to follow but were halted by a robot. They exchanged glances, their frustration palpable. In the meeting room, after observing the elk closely for a moment, Moli inquired, I am the leader of the human faction, known as the Star Lord. How should I address you? No sooner had he spoken than a voice resonated in his mind. Outsider, you may call me Bailey. I am the guardian of this land. Guardian? Is that a title you have self-bestowed? Moli replied with skepticism. No. My identity as guardian is bestowed by the Mother of Life. A golden emblem resembling a majestic tree appeared on the elk's forehead. Surprised, Moli asked, The Mother of Life? What is that? With a solemn expression, the white elk replied, The Mother of Life is the progenitor of all beings on this continent and the sovereign of this realm. The title of sovereign carried significant weight. Moli inquired with curiosity, How powerful is the Mother of Life? The power of the Mother of Life is beyond your comprehension. As soon as that metallic continent appeared in the sky, she decreed that I should monitor your actions. Moli began to understand, realizing it referred to the spacecraft of the Gamma aliens. Enhanced perception and long-range communication, while impressive, were not necessarily extraordinary powers. Chapter 42, Negotiation thus. Moli rephrased his inquiry. How many of you would it take to surpass the Life Mother deity? This statement seemed to border on blasphemy against their beliefs. and the white deer fixed its gaze on Su Moli for an extended period. Just as Su Moli assumed the creature was incensed, its pupils began to shimmer with light. Captivated by the vision within the creature's eyes, Su Moli beheld a colossal golden tree soaring thousands of meters into the sky, surrounded by countless beings in reverent submission. The majestic silhouette evoked an irresistible urge to prostrate oneself in worship. In the next moment, an array of golden orbs cascaded from the tree, landing precisely upon the animals below. Upon absorbing the golden radiance, these creatures underwent various forms of evolution. Some grew significantly larger, while others acquired an assortment of skills, and still, others experienced a dramatic enhancement of their intellect. After absorbing Bai Li's memories, Su Moli's expression turned grim. Given the towering height of that mighty tree, the Gamma beings could not have failed to detect it. This indicated that the Gamma beings had deliberately concealed this information from Su Moli. Why withhold such knowledge? It was likely to avoid alarming him, thereby preserving his enthusiasm for their endeavors. Conversely, it suggested that the Gamma beings intentionally circumvented the great tree, situating their production base at the fringes of this land, indicative of their trepidation towards the tree. Delving deeper into this line of thought, it became apparent that the Gamma beings had deliberately restricted the production of potent mushroom bombs, hydrogen bombs, and intercontinental missiles, fearing that the use of such formidable weapons might provoke the continent's sovereign to unleash divine retribution upon Su Moli. Having grasped his own standing, Su Moli inquired, "Among the regional guardians, what is your strength?" Bai Li elucidated, "The stronger the guardian, the closer they are to the life mother deity, and the larger the territory they oversee. My grazing land is not extensive." In Bai Li's understanding, there were no defined units of area or length. According to its own account, it took approximately half a day to patrol the boundary of its territory. The intelligence system, estimating by Li and Appos' pace, approximated the area of its domain to be around 10,000 to 15,000 square kilometers. It was reasonable to conclude that if Bai Li possessed greater strength, it would not have been assigned to such a remote location. Seizing this opportunity, Su Moli subtly probed for insider information. Whether it was an attempt to intimidate Su Moli or a lack of cunning on the Guardian's part, Bai Li inadvertently divulged a wealth of useful intelligence. The number of Guardians under the Life Mother Deity's command is in the tens of thousands, though only the Life Mother Deity herself likely knows the precise figure. The number of subordinates each Guardian commands is largely determined by the population of animals within their territory. Those with larger domains may command millions, while those with smaller territories might only have hundreds of thousands, including various small insects. Bai Li's territory not only had a sparse animal population, but also a limited number of powerful species. The battle at Jesho Lake had inflicted severe losses on its subordinates. Bai Li understood that its strength was wholly inadequate to eradicate the humans hiding within their base. The sight of humans rescuing drowning animals today prompted it to seek negotiation with them. Su Moli asked, "What is your purpose in coming here?" Bai Li replied, "I have two primary objectives. The first pertains to the ownership of Kangaroo Lake, which serves as a vital water source for many animals. Not only have you occupied Kangaroo Lake, but you have also engaged in mass slaughter of the beings inhabiting this land, disrupting the ecological balance." Su Moli contemplated before proposing a compromise. "Our primary purpose in occupying that area is to extract the energy crystals buried deep underground. I can excavate another lake nearby and redirect the water from the current lake, ensuring that the animals' access to drinking water remains unaffected. What do you think?" Bai Li outright rejected the proposal. "The energy crystals buried underground belong to all species. Your actions are tantamount to seizing a shared resource from all beings. And I cannot agree to that." Su Moli countered, "Your assertion is misguided. Those energy crystals are a gift from the land, and whoever retrieves them rightfully claims them. Furthermore, the energy crystals are buried 50 to 100 meters below the surface, and a few meters down lies a water reservoir that you animals are incapable of accessing. Our ability to retrieve them grants us ownership." "No, I cannot agree. How about this? We will respect your identity as a guardian and treat it as a tax paid to you. and I will allocate you 10 heaps of energy crystals based on your size. Noticing Bai Li's silence, Moli continued to raise the offer, 20 heaps. But no more. Let and Oppos leave some room for negotiation. We can settle matters amicably in the future. Still not satisfied with 20 heaps? You're quite greedy. My final offer is 30 heaps, and I truly cannot concede further. Otherwise, I would prefer to engage in battle. Bai Li paused, quickly nodding in agreement. In truth, Moli and Oppos' initial offer of 10 heaps had already intrigued Bai Li. It was merely that Moli misjudged the situation and foolishly continued to increase the offer. Based on Bai Li's size, 30 heaps of energy crystals equated to approximately 15,000 standard units, which was within Moli's acceptable range compared to the lake's storage capacity of 350,000 standard units. In reality, Bai Li felt it had secured a favorable deal. It was aware that a considerable quantity of energy crystals lay buried beneath the lake, though it could not ascertain the precise amount. Since its subordinates lacked the capability to extract them, allowing these bipedal creatures to do so while reaping some benefits seemed quite advantageous. Moli also stipulated conditions. You must ensure that those animals do not attack us again. Bai Li reciprocated with its own demand. Humans must refrain from large-scale slaughter of local creatures. Moli merely assured that there would be no mass exterminations while acknowledging the need to meet basic carnivorous requirements. This was relatively easy to resolve. Simply reducing the contribution value for meat exchanges would suffice, as long as there was no targeted large-scale hunting. The number of animals eliminated during players' outdoor activities would unlikely disrupt the ecological balance. Moreover, having collected numerous animal offspring, Moli was also experimenting with their domestication and breeding. The yield from artificial breeding would undoubtedly surpass that of hunting. After concluding this matter, Bai Li introduced its second objective. The phantasm butterfly you have sheltered belongs to the Destruction clan, and their existence threatens the ecological balance. It must be eradicated. Moli inquired, "What is the Destruction clan?" Bai Li responded, "I am unclear about the specifics of the Destruction clan. But the Life Mother deity declared that it belongs to the phantasm butterflies of the Destruction clan, and it must be eliminated. A few months ago, the Life Mother deity suddenly issued a divine edict, instructing the guardians in the southeastern region of the continent to hunt down an adult phantasm butterfly. Ultimately, the butterfly, on the brink of death, escaped to Bai Li's territory, where it was successfully slain. The remains of the phantasm butterfly were taken away by the Life Mother deity's servants. What Bai Li did not anticipate was that this phantasm butterfly had laid an egg within its territory, which not only hatched successfully, but also received the protection of humans. Upholding the will of the Life Mother deity is paramount, and Bai Li felt compelled to eliminate it. Moli firmly rejected. You claim that this young phantasm butterfly will disrupt the ecological balance, but I believe that is merely your conjecture. As its owner, I have the duty to protect it. I regret to inform you that I cannot acquiesce to that demand. Even the Life Mother deity sought to issue a divine command to hunt down the mother of the phantasm butterfly, underscoring the remarkable talents of the phantasm butterfly clan. Moli was foolish enough to surrender the phantasm butterfly? Bai Li resorted to threats. Do you comprehend the consequences of defying the Life Mother deity's will? Without mentioning the divine attendants of the Mother of Life, the formidable armies of the surrounding guardians alone could annihilate you. Currently, the number of players is insufficient, and Moli is reluctant to confront the local powers prematurely. Thus, Moli began to weave a tale. Surely, the will of the Mother of Life pertains to that adult illusion butterfly, does it not? It seems she is unaware of the existence of this juvenile illusion butterfly. Bai Li candidly admitted, the Mother of Life indeed does not know of the young illusion butterfly's existence. Moli continued, since the Mother of Life did not mention this juvenile illusion butterfly, asserting it would disrupt the ecological balance is merely your unfounded speculation regarding her intentions. Am I not correct? Bai Li was momentarily rendered speechless. Its formidable strength did not equate to the same level of cunning intellect possessed by Moli. Given this situation, I believe we ought to grant the juvenile illusion butterfly an opportunity for redemption. As its guardian, I shall instruct it to embrace positivity and refrain from causing harm. Let us observe its behavior for a while. Should it remain unrepentant, we can then pass judgment without delay. Furthermore, it is still quite young. If it were to struggle with the environment and perish, then the matter of whether to eliminate it would be moot, wouldn't you agree? Through Moli's masterful persuasion, coupled with a couple of energy crystals as a bribe, Moli ultimately consented to monitor the potential threat of the illusion butterfly for a time. Even Moli was taken aback by the efficacy of bribery among creatures. Before departing, Moli reclaimed a segment of its antler, which Moli generously returned. To be candid, Moli was not intimidated by Moli, the guardian, but rather feared disturbing the ancient tree spirit, the mother of life, who had existed for countless years. This temporary restraint was not a sign of weakness, but rather a means to gather strength. Once Moli commanded an army of tens of thousands of players, bolstered by ample weaponry and ammunition. These creatures would tremble at the approach of such power. After Moli's departure, Moli addressed the intelligence system, prioritized the collection of iridium as the foremost task. Understood, Master. Chapter 43. Thundergorge. 4 days later, the skies finally cleared. The previously rampant floods had all receded. With the improvement in weather, work could finally commence on the mining project near Kangaroo-like. Following the peace agreement reached with Moli, Moli no longer needed to arrange for soldiers to provide protection for the construction at Kangaroo-like. The idle players could now immerse themselves in a new phase of territorial expansion. To the east, 65 kilometers lay the sea, and to the south, another 47 kilometers of ocean. Thus, the only viable directions for expansion were west and north. Ultimately, Moli chose to expand northward, as there was an iridium mine located 26 kilometers northwest of the base. Currently, the dormant pods limited the number of players that could be recruited. The production of dormant pods required metallic iridium, which was the most scarce mineral resource at the base. In this perilous world, Moli felt uneasy without thousands of players under his command. The road to the iridium mine had yet to be constructed, so players were dispatched to scour the area for resources needed by the base and further investigate the surroundings. At this moment, 11 kilometers north of the base, the Eternal Squad was taking a moment to rest in a hollow. They had accepted a mission to retrieve a damaged resource exploration robot located in a nearby gorge and transport it back to the base. This task was chosen not only for its generous rewards, but also for the potential additional gains. According to the information collected by the robot prior to its damage, there existed a vast expanse of ghost face vines within the gorge. Given the considerable distance from the base and the absence of competitors for the mission, the Eternal Squad encountered no interference. Lung Jiu inquired, "Tianya, how long until we arrive?" Wu Jianfeng examined the electronic map and replied, "According to the position displayed, we are still 1-2 kilometers from the gorge. We should be nearly there after we cross this hill." Lung Jiu commanded, "We've rested enough. Let us set off." Most of the wilderness consisted of forest, and their transport vehicle could only reach a few kilometers away. The remaining distance had to be traversed on foot. Each member carried over 30 pounds of operational supplies and provisions, which proved to be quite exhausting. Fortunately, their bodies in the game were significantly more resilient than in reality. Otherwise, they would struggle to cover such distance. Tao Zhiyao suggested, "Long treks in the wilderness are too tiring and hinder rapid mobility. Should we arrange for 2 individuals to learn helicopter piloting?" Acknowledging the slow movement of ground forces and buoyed by the energy crystal mine at Kangaroo-like, Moli had already commissioned the production of 5 Sikorsky transport helicopters and 4 Apache attack helicopters. With helicopters available, the only missing element was qualified pilots. Training for flying these aircraft was considerably more challenging than for ground vehicles. While driving on land, an assistant could gradually guide you through the operations. However, in the air, a moment's distraction could lead to a disastrous fall. Lives could be regenerated after 48 hours, but the helicopters represented a substantial investment of resources, which Moli was reluctant to squander. Moli offered free helicopter piloting training, but required students to complete a minimum of 90 hours of instruction before they could operate a helicopter. To independently pilot a helicopter, One needed at least 180 hours of training. Consequently, no qualified pilot existed within the base at that moment. Lung Jiu asked, "Who among you is willing to learn helicopter piloting? We can adjust the distribution of team loot, increasing the share for helicopter pilots." Alang was the first to respond. "Count me in." Du Ling Feng Xiao remarked, "Don't look at me. During our simulator testing yesterday, I felt nauseous as soon as I got in. So I can't handle this task." Yesterday, they had all experienced the flight simulator for piloting training. Ultimately, only Alang, Lung Jiu, Lao Ba, Tao Zhiyao, and Kai Dao showed mild symptoms of motion sickness. The others were afflicted with severe nausea upon taking flight. Such a sensation was even worse than seasickness. While this condition could be gradually acclimated to through training, it was evidently a trial. Seeing no one else stepping forward, Kai Dao volunteered. "Then I will join Alang to learn flying." Being part of the same team, someone had to take on the responsibility. After nearly an hour of traversing mountains and valleys, they finally entered a vast gorge. This gorge lay nestled between two peaks towering over 1,000 meters. The chasm seemed bottomless, with an entrance width exceeding 2 kilometers, flanked by steep slopes over 50 degrees. The ridges were lush with vegetation, concealing the number of dangerous creatures that resided within. According to intelligence reports, they needed to venture at least another kilometer into the gorge to reach the location of the resource exploration robot. Wu Jianfeng cautioned, "Everyone, be vigilant. The intelligence indicates that this gorge experiences extreme magnetic disturbances and frequent natural lightning strikes." Tao Zhiyao promptly dubbed the place, "In that case, let us name it Thunder Gorge." Naming a location awarded contribution points, and even the smallest acknowledgement held value. After a brief rest, the group pressed onward. After enduring various insect attacks, the 8 members finally located the damaged resource exploration robot. It was a humanoid machine, constructed with a titanium alloy skeleton and composite materials serving as its exterior, weighing a total of 180 pounds. At that moment, the robot was buried in mud, with numerous branches and leaves piled atop it, leaving only half of its head exposed. The evidence suggested that the flooding had caused this entrapment. Lung Jiu gestured, and together they managed to lift the robot from its resting place. Wu Jianfeng unlatched the panel at the back of the robot's head and inserted a metal pin. Instantly, the robot's eyes illuminated. An electronic voice emanated from the robot. "Damage exceeds 34.6. Unable to walk autonomously. Immediate repairs required." Wu Jianfeng operated his communication wristwatch, causing the robot's limbs and head to detach from its torso. This was a rapid disassembly mode preset within the robot for ease of recovery in the field. This made their burdens significantly lighter. Jueming Quangsher dashed over, exclaiming, "Just around the bend, there lies a vast area of ghost-face vines." The others promptly followed him to investigate. Indeed, the entire ridge was covered in ghost-face vines. A cursory glance revealed at least dozens of plants. However, only a few vines occupied an area exceeding 100 square meters. Approximately 10 vines occupied areas ranging from 50 to 100 square meters, while the remaining plants occupied less than 50 square meters. Chapter 44. Anomalies Escaping asked, "How shall we collect? Shall we feast at once, or adopt a method of gradual accumulation?" The term feast at once refers to the practice of uprooting the entire ghost face vine and transporting it back to the base for purification. This approach maximizes benefits. The alternative, gradual accumulation, resembles the method of harvesting pine oil, where multiple incisions are made along the trunk of the ghost face vine. A simple device is then affixed to these incisions to capture the essence that flows forth. While this method yields less essence than uprooting the entire plant, it allows for a continuous supply. Over time, the ghost face vine can regenerate new tendrils. As long as there are tendrils, the plant will incessantly ensnare prey and convert the flesh and blood into essence. Through continual collection, the base has also come to understand the growth characteristics of the ghost face vine. If one were to draw a comparison, the ghost face vine is akin to ginseng. It grows slowly, and the larger the plant, the more valuable it becomes. Small specimens yield negligible amounts of essence. While uprooting them is easy, allowing them to grow to their full size takes over a decade or two. Thus, The base encourages players to adopt the gradual accumulation method. After some contemplation, Cold Sniper instructed, "Let us proceed with gradual accumulation. The base is still quite distant, and with our weapons and robotic components, we cannot transport much of the ghost face vine. Given this, it would be prudent to harvest slowly. Even if other players were to collect it later, the essence would still flow into the base, presenting an opportunity to acquire it through contribution points." The group promptly retrieved explosives from their combat packs, preparing to set up remote detonators. To harvest the essence, they first needed to sever the tendrils of the ghost face vine. Through continuous collaboration, they had established an efficient method, employing small explosive charges to demolish most of the tendrils, followed by using a chainsaw to trim the remnants, thus minimizing damage to the trunk. As they fervently worked, a thunderous roar echoed through the canyon, startling everyone into a crouch. After all, the higher one stands, the more susceptible one becomes to lightning strikes. "What a fright!" exclaimed Desperate Lion, just as Cold Sniper pulled him down. Suddenly, a flurry of large birds swooped overhead, accompanied by a familiar buzzing sound. Having experienced the battle at the border lake, they recognized this sound as the result of a mass of insects in flight. Indeed, soon a dense swarm of insects passed above them. But that was not the end of it. A large group of land animals surged from the entrance, prompting the 8 of them to scramble to higher ground for safety. After more than 2 minutes, the animals had all passed. At this moment, the cleaver pointed skyward and whispered, "Look above." Everyone glanced up, gasping in astonishment. In the sky, hundreds of meters above, 2 spine-winged serpents soared, each exceeding 20 meters in length. Moments later, another vast swarm of flying creatures swept overhead, among them a blue lightning dragon with a wingspan exceeding 14 meters. Old 8 quietly remarked, "Could that blue lightning dragon be the one we saw taking refuge outside the base?" Leading the discussion, he replied, "It's quite possible. Such large carnivorous creatures are seldom found in abundance within a region." Escaping interjected, "Are we not curious about why so many animals are rushing into the canyon?" Wu Jianfeng analyzed, "Either, akin to the last encounter at Border Lake, a high-level creature akin to a guardian is summoning them, or something within the canyon is attracting them." It was evident that the animals passing earlier were residents of the mountain, while the subsequent flying creatures seemed to be rushing in from surrounding areas. At this point, the thunder in the canyon grew even more intense. Cold Sniper uploaded the video he had recorded and utilized his combat advisor privileges to contact the Intelligence Brain. "Intelligence Brain, our Eternal team has located the damaged resource exploration robot number 12 and observed a significant gathering of animals in the canyon with unclear intentions. For further details, please refer to the video I uploaded. The anomaly has been reported to the Star Lord. Please await further instructions." In the central control room of the base, Moli, upon viewing the video from Cold Sniper, could not help but speculate. Is it possible that creatures similar to illusionary butterflies are about to hatch? Or is there some rare treasure about to emerge? The Intelligence Brain had not detected any unusual biological signals, effectively ruling out the possibility of Baili summoning subordinates. More troubling was the violent electrical activity within Thunder Canyon, making it perilous for drones to enter, as they could easily be struck down by lightning. Moli opened the electronic map, noting a player team of 5 was less than 3 kilometers from the canyon. Moli commanded, "Issue a temporary summons to the Eternal team and the Crossing Dragon team, forming a special operations team comprised of both. Appoint Cold Sniper as the commander, and task them with investigating the reason behind the animals gathering in the canyon. Utilize drones to airdrop weapons and ammunition, and deploy 3 reconnaissance drones to survey the situation within the canyon." "Understood, Master." Instantly, members of both teams received the temporary summons. Within the forest, 10-Mile Key God instructed his 4 teammates, "Given the urgency of the task, let us bury our remaining spoils and excess weapons and ammunition here. We shall only carry the most valuable stamina fruits and march swiftly to the assembly point, where the base's drones will airdrop supplies for us." The remaining 4 teammates agreed without objection, and the 5 quickly buried their surplus items. An hour later, the Crossing Dragon team of 5 successfully arrived at the canyon to join the Eternal team. Upon meeting, 10-Mile Key God exclaimed, "Wow. Has your Eternal team monopolized this entire area of ghost face vines?" Utilizing the time of assembly, the Eternal team had already collected all the ghost face vines. They were now pouring the continuously flowing essence into military water bottles, as they were to fight side by side soon. The Eternal team did not wish to appear overly stingy. Cold Sniper instructed Old 8, pour a cup of essence for Key God and the other 4 brothers to quench their thirst. Cold Sniper's words were clearly a display of strength, as he casually offered essence like water. Very well. Old 8 immediately fetched a military water bottle. Brother Cold is generous. Thank you, brothers of the Eternal team. The Crossing Dragon team also shared their harvested stamina fruits with the Eternal team. 10-Mile Key God introduced, "These are the stamina fruits we collected. While they may not enhance physical attributes like the essence, they have other remarkable uses. No matter how fatigued one may be, consuming one can restore the body to its optimal state." Old 8 exclaimed, "Wow, why are there so many fantastical items in this game?" Desperate Lion shrugged indifferently. "Why concern yourself with that? A technological civilization conquering a fantastical world is not an impossible premise." Wu Jianfeng leaned in, inquiring, "Key God, do these fruits grow on trees? How did you obtain them?" 10-Mile Key God replied, "Indeed, they grow on trees, but there was a 3-faced wolf spider guarding them. We had quite a struggle to take it down. Its abdomen was so long, and it could produce silk." Escaping sneered, "You lot are such perverts. Even dissecting and studying it." 10-Mile Key God chuckled, "Curiosity, purely curiosity." Chapter 45. Conceived in Thunder. 2 teams gathered together, and Lung Jiao began to outline the current situation. The base had dispatched 3 drones for reconnaissance, which, despite being struck down by lightning, managed to capture some valuable footage. He shared the surveillance video sent by the base with the 5 members of the Overcross Dragon squad. The footage was brief, lasting only a few seconds. Yet the content was astonishing. Countless animals had congregated in a canyon, all gazing up at a succulent plant atop a small hill. This plant stood over a meter tall, with a pale blue hue. Its thick, arm-like stem bore only a few leaves, crowned by a flower bud the size of a human head. Despite relentless lightning striking the plant, it remained unscathed. Conversely, the ground beneath the hill was littered with the remains of various animals, evidently electrocuted in their attempts to touch the plant. The surviving animals had retreated several dozen meters away. Those lacking intelligence had not endured to the present. Surely, Jianshin speculated, this must be some extraordinary treasure. Wu Jianfeng concurred, we share that belief. Now it's a matter of how to seize this prize. The flower bud had only begun to unfurl a few petals, indicating that full bloom was still some time away, granting them a moment for deliberation. The group first organized the weapons and ammunition airdropped by the base. 1 rocket launcher with 16 rockets, 6 boxes of grenades totaling 180, 1 box of anti-personnel mines with 30 units, 12 boxes of ammunition compatible with rifles and machine guns, approximately 200 rounds, and 1 box of handgun ammunition containing 540 rounds. Additionally, there were over 20 silencers specially requested by Lung Jiao from the base, together with their own ammunition. They were adequately equipped for a localized confrontation. Lung Jiao explained, the Star Master, considering our firepower deficiency, has also made available 2 types of ground-launched missiles for our support, which can reach us in about 20 seconds, guided by laser. Due to the frequent lightning in the canyon, the base's armed drones cannot approach, forcing Moli to rely on ground-launched missiles for fire support. Surely, Jianshin remarked, that's fortunate. Otherwise, we would indeed lack heavy firepower. Just those 2 bone-chilling winged serpents and the blue lightning thunder dragon would be formidable foes to take down with mere guns and grenades. We truly require heavy artillery. Wu Jianfeng cautioned, let us not harbor excessive optimism. The chaotic magnetic field in the canyon could impair the guidance capability of these missiles, and they might end up striking us instead. A member of the Overcross Dragon squad nonchalantly replied, having something is better than nothing. If we perish, we'll merely rest for 2 days. At worst, we'll perish together. The base offers additional contribution points for players who fall in battle, leading to a prevalent perception among players that dying is an honor. Having settled on a combat strategy, the group swiftly sprang into action. With the animals remaining docile in their positions, it was the perfect opportunity for targeted elimination. The silencers Lung Jiao had specifically requested proved invaluable. Boom! Utilizing the cover of thunder, several bursts of gunfire rang out. Instantly, over a dozen strange birds fell from the trees. The remaining avian creatures, filled with terror, took flight towards the canyon's edge. Many of the animals on the ground were similarly frightened and retreated. This situation persisted for half an hour. Utilizing the silencers and the thunder as cover, both teams shot from over 200 meters away, eliminating the lurking animals. While accuracy could not be guaranteed, their numbers compensated for it. The unseen enemy caused the animals to believe they were facing an unknown threat, prompting many to flee. After observing through binoculars, Lao Ba exclaimed, "There are still about 100 animals left. This task seems manageable." Lung Jiao shook his head, cautioning, "Don't be overly optimistic. These remaining animals will be the tougher adversaries. That blue lightning thunder dragon has surely detected our presence, but remains unresponsive, likely intending to allow us to eliminate its competitors." The reckless lion expressed disbelief. Could it possess such intelligence? Wu Jianfeng advised, "Do not underestimate these creatures. Their intelligence may not be as inferior as we presume." The guardian known as Bai Li serves as a prime example. In the communication channel, Shirley Jianshan urged, "Look at that flower." The group quickly turned their gaze to the mysterious flower, which had begun to bloom more rapidly. The first petals to open gradually started to fall. A color-changing bat swiftly caught a fallen petal, departing the area without a backward glance. Remarkably, this creature had managed to hide without being detected by the other animals for so long. The remaining animals also began to rush forward, frantically seizing the fallen petals. Above them, lightning continued to strike. The animals closest to the small hill were instantly electrocuted, their limbs convulsing. Most collapsed, with only a few fortunate ones managing to snatch petals. Those that obtained petals fled without hesitation. The only creatures that remained still were the 4 B-grade beings, 2 bone-chilling winged serpents, presumably a male and a female, 1 blue lightning thunder dragon, rated B, and 1 golden-crowned iron eagle, also B, with a wingspan exceeding 12 meters. The iron eagle's feathers were as tough as iron plates. With a mere flap of its wings, it could sever branches as thick as an arm. These 4 B-grade beings represented the most formidable creatures present. It seemed they were not interested in the fallen petals, awaiting the fruit concealed within the flower bud. While shooting, Lung Jiao directed, "Jian Shun, our eternal squad will maintain control and provide covering fire. You go down to collect the petals from the animals." Given the frenzy of these creatures, the fallen petals must possess extraordinary properties. This scene easily evoked memories of the film Anaconda. Understood. Shirley Jianshan promptly led his 4 teammates downwards. Boom, boom. The sounds of explosions echoed, the result of the mines they had previously planted. This cacophony drew the attention of the 4 terrifying beings. While they may not fear bullets, they certainly did not disregard anti-personnel mines. However, the mysterious plant had reached a critical stage of growth. Even with their doubts, the 4 creatures dared not vacate the area. As petals continued to fall, the fruit within finally became visible, flat and pale blue, resembling a shell. Many wondered if this fruit was edible. As the fruit emerged, lightning strikes within the canyon intensified. Before long, the fruit swelled noticeably. Yet, the 4 large animals showed no signs of action. Wu Jianfeng inquired, "Lung Go, should we make our move?" Lung Jiao contemplated for a moment before replying, "Let us hold off for now. It's clear that the fruit is not yet fully ripe. The available ammunition is unlikely to harm these 4 large creatures. Only the rocket launcher and the cluster grenades we prepared could pose a threat. Engaging with heavy firepower now could inadvertently damage the mysterious fruit." Chapter 46. The significance of firepower. Suddenly, the exterior of the fruit manifested cracks, leaving everyone bewildered. Initially, it was presumed that the 4 B-grade creatures were merely awaiting the fruit's ripening. Little did they know, the true focus lay within the fruit itself. As the fissures expanded, the outer shell of the fruit gradually opened. Upon witnessing what lay inside, all were rendered speechless. Emerging was a humanoid creature, standing over 30 centimeters tall. Its upper body bore humanoid traits, while its lower half tapered off into a stem reminiscent of a plant. At that moment, the stem was still attached to the plant. Its skin was a pale blue, and it was entirely nude, adorned with a pair of transparent wings sprouting from its back. The creature appeared to have just awakened. Stretching languidly, the fierce lion inquired, "Is this a sprite?" No one could respond, as they too sought an answer. In a flash, the golden-crowned iron eagle was the first to act, darting towards the newly born sprite like an arrow. Upon witnessing its advance, the other three creatures lunged forward as well. Despite its recent birth, the sprite exhibited remarkable prowess. It pointed a finger into the void, summoning a lightning bolt over a meter long that struck the golden-crowned iron eagle. The eagle staggered, yet continued its charge, crashing into a small hillock, scattering stones in all directions, causing the plant to tumble down as well. In that critical moment, the sprite exerted all its strength to sever the stem at its tail. Spreading its wings, the sprite took to the air. However, it had barely ascended when multiple bolts of lightning descended upon it, one striking directly and sending it plummeting into the pile of rubble below. It was evident that this was the attack of the blue lightning thunder dragon. The blue lightning thunder dragon had not relished its triumph for long, for a deluge of venom was soon sprayed in its direction. As the venom contacted its flesh, white smoke erupted. The dragon roared in fury, unleashing bolts of lightning upon the treacherous, spiny-winged serpent. The several tons of the serpent were immediately paralyzed by the electric assault, causing it to drop to the ground. Fortunately, the hillock provided some cushioning for its fall. Before the spiny-winged serpent could recover, the golden-crowned iron eagle lunged at it. The two monstrous creatures grappled fiercely on the ground, while another spiny-winged serpent entangled itself with the blue lightning thunder dragon, plummeting straight down. Instantly, the ground trembled as if struck by an earthquake. Observing the terrifying battle among these four creatures, Lung Jiao and the others could only marvel at the spectacle. Wu Jianfeng queried, "Lung, what shall we do now? The sprite can not only generate electricity, but also fly. We stand no chance of capturing it." Previously, the Star Lord at the base had relayed instructions to capture the sprite alive if possible. In terms of speed, even the slowest of the spiny-winged serpents could not match it. Once airborne, it would surely be devoured by these four fearsome beasts. Yet, for Lung Jiao and the others, who could not fly, capturing the sprite posed an immense challenge. The only favorable factor now was that the sprite had sought refuge in a crevice among the stones. After pondering, Lung Jiao declared, "We must ensure we can capture it before deliberating on whether it be alive or dead." The group immediately comprehended Lung Jiao's intention. A no-holds-barred attack was imminent. "Prepare yourselves. I shall count to 3, and then we shall throw the cluster grenades together, each of us 5 sets. 1, 2, 3, throw." In an instant, 8 sets of cluster grenades were hurled down from the ridge. The violent explosions enveloped the 4 creatures. The shockwaves sent a cascade of stones tumbling from the surrounding ridges. Due to the immense dust cloud, the group could only rely on intuition to continue tossing grenades. After 5 rounds of cluster grenades, the valley floor was shrouded in smoke. Now, only the fierce lion remained, operating a rocket launcher for precise strikes. Wherever movement was detected, a rocket was fired. Minutes passed, and the 4 creatures fell silent. Lung Jiao commanded, "The lion and I will secure the high ground. The rest of you descend and check. If you see any signs of life, throw grenades immediately." "Understood. Received." Meanwhile, the 10-mile key god communicated in the channel, "Brother Lung, we have gathered all the petals and requests to join the operation." It was the loot-collecting phase, and it was inconceivable to exclude the River Dragon squad from participation. Lung Jiao responded, "Permission granted." A few minutes later, the group assembled within the valley. Among the 4 B-grade creatures, only the golden-crowned iron eagle still clung to life, while the other 3 had perished in the explosions. The knife wielded his gun, pressing the barrel against the eagle's eye before executing it with a single shot. In close proximity to the corpses, the group could not help but feel fortunate. Had it not been for their elevated position and the valley's geographical constraints, they could not have so easily defeated all 4 creatures in one fell swoop. Quickly, they began searching the area where the sprite had concealed itself. Capturing it alive would be ideal, but they were determined to retrieve it for study even if it were dead. Lao Ba exclaimed with excitement, "I found it!" Upon hearing the commotion, the others hurried over. The sprite lay beneath the rubble, barely alive, its eyes betraying a look of fear upon seeing the humans. They carefully removed the stones above and extracted the creature. One of its wings was broken, and several wounds marred its body, with blue blood visibly flowing from the injuries. Upon closer inspection, the group regarded the creature with astonishment. It bore no discernible gender and lacked any reproductive organs. Its head was adorned with a crown-like structure resembling broccoli. Each of its hands contained only 3 fingers, and it had no legs beneath its waist, leaving them puzzled as to how it stood at all. The 10-mile key god suggested, "Should we administer first aid? I fear it may not survive the journey back to the base." "Are we to stitch its wounds?" inquired Escape. Wu Jianfeng replied, "Perhaps we need not go to such lengths." The 10-mile key god asked, "Tianyao, what are your thoughts?" Wu Jianfeng retrieved his military canteen, stating, "Since this creature emerged from a plant, we might try using plant essence." The group concurred that this was a splendid idea. Wu Jianfeng poured a small amount of plant essence into the cap and presented it to the sprite. Upon catching the scent of the essence, the sprite eagerly began to suckle. It drank. It truly drank. After consuming 3 caps, the sprite's wounds began to heal at a visibly remarkable pace. This astonishing sight left the onlookers in awe once more. To prevent its escape, they promptly placed it inside an ammunition box. However, the sprite stubbornly refused to enter, clinging to Wu Jianfeng's finger with a fierce grip. Wu Jianfeng reassured it, "Be good, just step inside for now. We will let you out when we return." Suddenly, the sprite bit down on Wu Jianfeng's finger. A surge of electricity coursed through him, rendering him unconscious. Tianya, Tianya. Several weapons immediately aimed at the sprite. Faced with the barrels, the sprite begrudgingly retreated into the ammunition box. Chapter 47. Executor. As night fell, numerous campfires flickered to life within the canyon. Members of the Eternal Squad and the Crossing Dragon Squad busily transported the remains of the slain beasts. With the battle concluded, the sky gradually darkened. Marching through the wilderness at night posed significant dangers. After a moment of contemplation, Cold Sniper decided to seek shelter in a nearby cave for the night, planning to return to the base at dawn. Amidst the scattered animal carcasses, 10-mile key god proposed a brilliant idea. Since the ghost face vine thrived by absorbing the blood and flesh of animals, could they not artificially feed it to enhance the yield of the plant essence? Upon hearing this, everyone immediately recognized the merit of the suggestion. After all, they could not transport the animal remains, so why not experiment? They proceeded to move several carcasses closer to the vine, which eagerly began to feed. Thus, both teams engaged fervently in their task. When fatigue set in, they replenished their energy with vitality fruits. Periodically, they took turns logging off to handle their basic needs. As the plant essence flowed abundantly from the vine, no one complained of tiredness. Old 8 grumbled, "Tianya, can you keep an eye on your little pet? It's been sneaking sips of the plant essence again." "Little Ya, stop being naughty and come back here," Wu Jianfeng called out, beckoning the small sprite to perch on his shoulder. He had affectionately named the sprite Little Ya. The sprite's earlier bite had been a mark of its biological imprint, akin to a pet recognizing its master in gaming terminology. The others present were envious when they learned that the sprite had willingly acknowledged Wu Jianfeng as its master. After all, this sprite possessed the ability to unleash lightning attacks and could fly, making it an extraordinarily coveted companion. Wu Jianfeng's fortune stemmed from his act of nourishing the sprite with healing plant essence. The only difference between him and the others was that they had reacted just a fraction too slowly. Who could not feel a twinge of regret? Wu Jianfeng gently patted Little Ya's head and poured a small cup of plant essence from his flask. After recognizing its master, Wu Jianfeng showered the sprite with affection, treating it as if it were his own child. Upon seeing the essence, Little Ya eagerly drank it down. "I'll cover this for Little Ya. Just deduct it from my earnings," Wu Jianfeng offered. Cold Sniper generously replied, "No worries, Little Ya is your pet. It will soon contribute to our team's strength." We can certainly afford a bit of plant essence. 10-Mile Key God remarked enviously. The base's database has classified the sprite species as a flower fairy. Kenya, yours is a thunder-type flower fairy. Wu Jianfeng inquired. Who named it flower fairy? It seems quite fitting. Everyone shook their heads. Escape artist speculated, if it was Nandapos, Tias. It was probably that esteemed Star Master. After a moment of lamentation over the sprite acknowledging Wu Jianfeng, Su Moli, stationed at the base, quickly came to terms with it. The bond between a pet and its master often involves a degree of serendipity that cannot be forced. Regardless, Wu Jianfeng was under his command, and this thunder-type flower fairy would bolster the base's overall strength. Once the plant essence was consumed, Wu Jianfeng promptly sent Little Ya on alert duty. In truth, the sprite played a significant role. As a thunder-type creature, it deterred most lower-tier animals from approaching. Even moderately sized creatures could not withstand its lightning attacks. This was the reason Wu Jianfeng and his team could work through the night without concern for their safety. Meanwhile, at the base, the intelligence system reported, Master, the first batch of iridium ore has been transported back to the base. Shall we commence production of the stasis pods immediately? Su Moli instructed. Produce the stasis pods at once, and continue recruiting full-time testers from the Jiangnan region of Dragon Country, aiming to enlist 500 individuals this time. Understood, Master. The quantity of iridium ore available was sufficient to produce thousands of stasis pods. However, Su Moli was not in a position to recruit that many players immediately, constrained by the base's resource reserves. Moreover, he needed to strategize in the real world to prevent the game's existence from coming under scrutiny by those in power. He had already identified an ideal candidate for executing these plans. Once the individual returned the following day, Su Moli intended to discuss matters thoroughly. By noon the next day, the Eternal Squad and the Crossing Dragon Squad successfully returned to Dawn Base. Wu Jianfeng took Little Ya to the biological laboratory for specimen collection, while the others proceeded to submit their mission items and sell the various resources they had gathered. Undoubtedly, the most valuable finds were the plant essence and the seed that had birthed Little Ya, along with the fallen petals. Although they discovered that the petals did not enhance physical attributes, everyone was certain that these items possessed significant importance. Suddenly, Kitchen Knife announced, Cold Brother, I have some matters to attend to in reality. I need to log off for a bit. Cold Sniper replied, Go handle your affairs. We can manage the rest. Old 8 joked, Kitchen Knife, you're not going off to a blind date, are you? Kitchen Knife's expression turned awkward as he retorted, Stop joking. I really have something to deal with. Deadly Crazy Lion chuckled. Given Kitchen Knife's expression, it's highly likely he's telling the truth. Ignoring his teammates' teasing, Kitchen Knife left with a heavy heart. Utilizing temporary authorization, Kitchen Knife made his way to a room on the 11th floor of the base. In the earlier battle at Jesho Lake, Cold Sniper and the others had only managed to reach the 7th floor. The upper floors of the base remained a mystery to players. Yet, Kitchen Knife was able to access the 11th floor, just one level away from the central control room on the 12th floor. The reason Kitchen Knife concealed his actions from his teammates stemmed from a recent message. Jiang Chayong, come to the 11th floor of the base immediately, and do not let your teammates know. The message was signed by the Star Master. Jiang Chayong was Kitchen Knife's real name in the physical world. He had filled in his identity information when signing the electronic contract, making it entirely normal for the game officials to know his true name. However, why did they want to meet him in the game? Specifically instructing him to avoid his teammates? Had the officials discovered some of his activities? Perplexed, Kitchen Knife felt compelled to seek answers. A holographic projection materialized before him, revealing the alien Star Master he had seen in the game videos. Kitchen Knife asked, Who are you, and why have you called me here? The electronic voice responded, No need to rush. First, take a look at the information I have gathered. Next to the Star Master, another projection appeared, displaying Kitchen Knife's personal information from the real world. It included not only his name, ID card number, address, and phone number, but also his entire educational history from elementary school to university. The information even revealed that his parents had died in a car accident and that he himself was suffering from a terminal illness. Kitchen Knife demanded, Who are you? Why are you investigating me? I have never concealed my identity. I am the Star Master, the the supreme ruler of this base. You need not doubt your suspicions. It is indeed as you have guessed. You have been studying the game Helmet these past few days to validate that hypothesis. Upon hearing this, Kitchen Knife's shock was beyond words. Chapter 48. Serving the Star Master despite the skepticism. The knife-wielding man was equally astonished to learn the truth. Is this truly a real world? Moli candidly replied. What I can assure you is that this indeed is a genuine world. Furthermore, this planet resides within the Milky Way, merely 0.56 light-years distant from your home on Blue Star. Struggling to digest this monumental revelation, the knife-wielding man inquired, "Who exactly are you? An alien civilization or a deity?" "You may regard me as a highly advanced civilization. Our technological prowess surpasses that of Blue Star by innumerable magnitudes. To you, we might as well be gods." Moli chose to maintain his faade as a superior civilization, deeming the identity of an alien slave minor too demeaning. The knife-wielding man continued to question, "What is your purpose for bringing us here? How did we arrive?" Moli explained, "I did not transport you here for any morbid scientific experiment. Rather, I require your assistance in conquering this planet. As you can observe, the dangers of this world cannot be overcome by a few mindless robots." This sentiment resonated with the knife-wielding man, who acknowledged that while human combat capabilities may be limited, their intelligence was unparalleled among the planet's inhabitants. Coupled with firearms, humans could indeed be likened to the fourth calamity. Moli further elaborated, "As for how you arrived here, it was through the gaming helmets sent to you. Your consciousness has been transferred, while your physical bodies remain on Blue Star. The bodies you inhabit now are produced through biological cloning technology, allowing for limitless deaths as long as the soul remains intact." The knife-wielding man quickly seized upon a point, eagerly asking, "If the clone body ages, can we create a new, youthful body and transfer our souls into it, thereby achieving immortality through this relay?" Immortality is the ultimate pursuit of all carbon-based life forms. Moli clarified, "In truth, this is not feasible. You have only considered the aging of the body, neglecting the fact that the soul also possesses a lifespan. In other words, the strength of the soul has an upper limit that cannot be surpassed." "Ah, the soul has a lifespan as well." The knife-wielding man was taken aback. Moli had previously inquired about this from the intelligence corps and proceeded to explain in detail. The method suggested by the knife-wielding man had been attempted by many Level 3 civilizations, but they discovered a critical issue. If the body does not transcend its current life level, the strength of the cultivated soul would reach a cap. To illustrate, consider a flower pot used for planting trees. It can only support small plants and cannot grow towering trees. The pot symbolizes the human body, while the plants represent the soul. We often say the body nourishes the soul. This is the essence of the matter. The soul, much like the body, begins from nothing, gradually strengthens, and ultimately enters a state of decline. Even if you can change bodies, the lifespan of the soul remains constant. To enhance the strength of the soul, one must first elevate the body's level. Seeing the knife-wielding man appear somewhat disheartened, Moli consoled him. "You may have heard the theory that the maximum lifespan of humans is 170 years. The knife-wielding man nodded, acknowledging his awareness of this theory. Few humans ever reach such an age, as various external factors, detrimental lifestyle habits, and genetic limitations drastically reduce lifespan during growth. However, clone bodies are free from such constraints. The duration of life hinges upon the individual's soul strength. Theoretically, utilizing clone bodies allows one to approach the age of 170 years. On Blue Star, achieving the age of 80 is already considered a long life, compounded by numerous ailments and cancers. The medical technology of Level 3 civilizations can ensure a painless existence up to 170 years, or even longer, more than doubling the lifespan compared to Blue Star. Moli enticed him further. "You have been diagnosed with ALS on Blue Star. Not only can I extend your life, but I can also transfer your consciousness to M Star before your death, allowing you to continue enjoying life under a different identity." This temptation was quite significant, and the knife-wielding man found it impossible to refuse. "You reveal the truth to me, which means you require my assistance with something," he stated. Moli replied, I need to recruit players en masse from Blue Star to M Star without attracting the attention of your government. Thus, I require you to establish a gaming company as a facade. To the knife-wielding man, this task seemed entirely manageable. However, he had a few more questions to clarify. Given that such advanced virtual reality technology would inevitably draw governmental scrutiny, how would this issue be addressed? Moli responded, "It is quite simple. I will provide you with a complete set of virtual reality technology. If the authorities demand you surrender these technologies, you may offer them for compensation." The knife-wielding man continued, "Where will the initial funding for the company come from?" Moli assured him, "I have prepared 500 million for your startup capital. If it proves insufficient, I can provide additional funds, ample enough to establish your stage. In the future, I believe you will amass boundless wealth merely from selling gaming helmets." His final question was, "Besides myself, have others expressed doubts about this game being a real world?" The knife-wielding man looked at Moli expectantly. "You seek companions, don't you? I can tell you that others have indeed doubted, but they do not seem to regard you as a trustworthy individual." Moli revealed the chat records from Cold Sniper, Wu Jianfeng, and others. After reviewing this information, a sense of discomfort washed over the knife-wielding man. However, he quickly found solace. They had not shared their passwords with him, just as he had not divulged secrets to his teammates. They were merely temporary friends met within the game, and thus, he could not demand anything further. With clarity of thought, the knife-wielding man solemnly declared, "I, Jiang Chuyang, willingly serve the Star Master." Moli was quite pleased and offered words of encouragement. 20 minutes later, the knife-wielding man found several teammates in the therapy center. "What? You need to leave for a while. Is there something happening at home?" they inquired. "Jiang Chuyang, speak up. Perhaps we can help you resolve it." Upon hearing his words, concern spread among the group. The knife-wielding man sincerely replied, "Thank you all for your concern. There are indeed matters at home, but I can handle them myself. Primarily, I will not be able to log in frequently, so I wish to withdraw from the team for now. Once the game is launched, I hope to fight alongside you again." Wu Jianfeng urged, "All right. Since Jiang Chuyang does not wish to elaborate, let us not pry into his private affairs." Cold Sniper displayed the generosity befitting a captain. "Jiang Chuyang, don't speak of leaving the team. Our Eternal Squad will always reserve a spot for you. You are welcome to return at any time." "Thank you." The knife-wielding man understood that it would be difficult to play alongside this group in the future. They all bid him farewell. As Moli arrived at the base garden, Phantom immediately rushed over to embrace the bag he was carrying. Inside the bag were petals and plant roots brought back by the Eternal Squad and the Overjiang Dragon Squad. The intelligence core had already detected that these items contained immense energy. Though consuming them had no effect on humans, it did not imply that local creatures would not benefit. "No rush, these are all for you," Moli said as he prepared to feed Phantom. Though there was no immediate visible effect, Phantom's eager demeanor indicated that these items would undoubtedly prove beneficial. Chapter 49. The second batch of players. 2 days later, the second batch of players began logging into the game one after another. Their initial reactions mirrored those of the first group. Many of the veteran players flocked to the training hall to witness the amusing blunders of the newcomers. "Wow, there are actually over 10 female players this time, and they are all so beautiful," one remarked. "This is splendid. A mix of genders means less toil and perhaps some delightful advantages," he chuckled. "You are being naive. The intelligent brain has just introduced the anti-harassment system. If deemed to be acting inappropriately, the wristwatch will deliver an electric shock as punishment," another retorted. "Really? That's rather harsh," came the incredulous response. "However, those female players are somewhat at a disadvantage. They cannot experience the greatest benefit of the Red Sleeve Pavilion. You're overthinking it. The cunning merchant behind the Linglong bag will surely offer tailored services for the female players. Good grief, if they can do better than us with robots. Does that not render us male players rather useless? Are you just now realizing this?" As the seasoned players exchanged their opinions, a sudden commotion broke out when the iron arm raised its palm to unleash an energy cannon, scattering the crowd in all directions. Gradually adapting to their physical coordination, the second batch of players received their job change notifications. This time, they had a plethora of professions to choose from. soldier, clerk, animal keeper, farmer, driver. In total, there were 16 professions available to them. As the number of personnel at the base continued to grow, it was evident that not everyone could become a soldier. Various roles were essential for the base's operation. Meanwhile, 3 female players gathered to discuss their choices. Duanmu Xiaojing, Mu Wanrong, which profession are you choosing? Mu Wanrong, I plan to become an animal keeper. I reviewed the introduction, and there are so many peculiar animals in the base. I have a fondness for small creatures. Xiaojing, Lulu, what about you two? Duanmu Xiaojing, I've heard from the veteran players that being a soldier allows you to handle various firearms and even form teams for adventures. I wish to change my job to soldier. Yang Ziganlu, I studied landscape technology. I want to transition to a farmer. Duanmu Xiaojing frowned. We just got to know each other, and now we have to part ways. How disappointing. Mu Wanrong reassured her. It's all right. We are all still in the base, and we can meet anytime. Then let us report in separately and keep in touch. Absolutely. Their friendship was still in its infancy, and the sentiment of reluctance was merely a common expression among girls. Most of the female players opted for the roles of soldier or clerk, with Mu Wanrong being the sole choice for animal keeper. Alone, she rode a hovering sightseeing vehicle to the base's animal husbandry hall. At the entrance stood a young woman. Just as Mu Wanrong pondered whether the individual was a player or a robot, the woman spoke first. Greetings, adventurer. I am Xiao Ai, the administrator of the animal husbandry hall. It was evident that Moli had not put much thought into naming these robots. Mu Wanrong replied, Hello, Administrator Xiao Ai. I am adventurer Mu Wanrong, here to learn how to become a qualified animal keeper. Xiao Ai operated her wristwatch, and Mu Wanrong soon received a system message. Task name, become a qualified animal keeper. Task content, congratulations on becoming a trainee animal keeper. Here, you will encounter a variety of animals, each with its unique personality, requiring you to understand them with care. Task rewards, trainee animal keeper salary is paid daily with generous benefits and experience points awarded based on job performance. Progression path, trainee animal keeper, junior animal keeper, intermediate animal keeper, senior animal keeper, junior beast tamer. There are a total of 23 species comprising 132 animals, with some oviparous creatures currently in incubation. Xiao Ai elaborated on the details of the animal husbandry hall. The hall employed fully automated feeding, with the primary duties of the animal keepers being to document the animal's growth, improve feeding regimens, cultivate bonds with the animals, and train them to follow commands. With a dizzying array of creatures before her, such as the ape-like beast, six-legged terror crocodile, spiked-back beast, Archaeopteryx, and scorpion snail, Mu Wanrong was utterly captivated. Xiao Ai explained, These 5 young ape-like beasts will be your focus moving forward. You must cultivate their affinity for humans and train them to recognize simple commands. At that moment, the young beasts were feasting. It was a common trait among wild animals to be protective of their food. 2 slightly larger beasts monopolized all the food, leaving the 3 smaller ones to watch longingly. Whenever the smaller ones ventured too close, they were met with swift retribution. Only after the larger ones finished could the smaller ones scavenge for scraps. Seeing the pitiful plight of the 3 small beasts, Mu Wanrong and Apos, S. heart softened. This feeding method 1 and Apos, T. do. They must be separated during feeding. Xiao Ai replied, They are now under your care. You may decide how to feed them. After a moment's hesitation, Mu Wanrong opened the door and stepped inside. Xiao Ai merely observed silently, without interjecting. No one anticipated that this somewhat naive female player would later become the base's foremost beast tamer. When she appeared on the battlefield with 5 fully armed ape-like beasts, even her own teammates would take notice. Within the command center on the 7th floor of the base, Cold Sniper and 6 other combat strategists were summoned once more. Level 8 Gale inquired, Commander, what is this mission about? Iron Blood introduced. The Star Master has decided to commence the first large-scale summoning of adventurers in 3 months, with an estimated influx of 10,000 adventurers. Resource reconnaissance robots and drones have completed surveys of the areas 600 kilometers west and north of the base. You are required to formulate a new expansion plan based on the reconnaissance data, focusing on establishing 5 to 10 outpost bases to accommodate the incoming adventurers. The group instantly grasped that Ironblood's reference to the first large-scale summoning pertained to the game's public beta release. In the game, a day lasts for 32 hours, while a day on Blue Star is 24 hours. Therefore, 3 months in the game equates to 4 months on Blue Star. The so-called outpost bases could be understood as the player's novice villages. Once Ironblood departed, the 7 engaged in fervent discussion. Heartbreaking Grass remarked with significance, "I never imagined they would dare to go public. I thought they would continue with small-scale recruitment." Level 8 Gale responded, "The fully virtual reality game is set to launch. I wonder what kind of response it will generate." Fleeting Escape added, "I am curious whether the game will be released only domestically or globally." Wu Jianfeng stated, "If it is a global release, we must strive to secure high-ranking positions within the base before the influx of players. This will help us advocate for the interests of Dragon Country players." Tin Li Jianshin noted, "Tinya has a profound perspective on the matter." Su Moli remained silent, quietly observing their discreet exchange. Cold Sniper interjected, "All right, we can discuss this later. Let us focus on our work for now." Subsequently, the 7 began analyzing the reconnaissance intelligence. Chapter 50, Rising to the Surface on Blue Star. At a certain research institute in the Dragon Kingdom, the sound of ringing echoed. An elderly professor with a grizzled beard set aside his work to answer the phone. "This is Wan Jianzhong. Who is it?" "Professor Wan. This is Zhou Yang from the security office. A young man named Jiang Chaoyang wishes to see you. He claims to be an old acquaintance." Upon hearing the name, the old professor's face lit up with joy. "Please let him in immediately. I shall be waiting in my office." A few minutes later, Jiang Chuyang entered the office and exclaimed, "Grandpa Wan, you've grown taller and matured after several years. I almost didn't recognize you." Seeing Jiang Chaoyang stirred a wave of nostalgia in Wan Jianzhong. Jiang Chaoyang's parents had once been his most esteemed students. In his childhood, while his parents conducted experiments under Wan Jianzhong's guidance, Jiang Chaoyang would amuse himself outside the laboratory. During festive occasions, his parents would always take him to visit this esteemed elder. Though not related by blood, Wan Jianzhong had become a sort of grandfather to him. Had it not been for the tragic car accident 4 years ago, Jiang Chuyang would likely have followed his grandfather's path into the research institute. Today, Jiang Chaoyang sought to leverage Wan Jianzhong's connections. The professor was a recognized authority in the field of neural conduction in the Dragon Kingdom. "How have you fared these past years? Where are you working? Do you have a partner?" Wan Jianzhong inquired with genuine concern. "I've been doing well, but I haven't found the right partner yet, so there's no rush." Jiang Chuyang deliberately sidestepped the question regarding his employment. To the older generation, gaming was hardly considered a respectable profession. To avoid prolonging the conversation, Jiang Chuyang got straight to the point. "Grandpa Wan, I have come to seek your assistance." Wan Jianzhong asked, "What is it?" Jiang Chuyang elaborated, "Over the past few years, I've been researching the materials left by my parents and have made some breakthroughs based on their findings. I have utilized virtual reality technology to vividly illustrate the process of nerve impulse conduction in three-dimensional visual representations, showcasing the dynamics of human muscles, joints, and bones through virtual reality in an intuitive manner." Wan Jianzhong was taken aback. "What? A virtual reality effect with 100% realism?" As a leading figure in the field, he was acutely aware of the vast technological gap that existed before achieving such authenticity in virtual reality. With unwavering confidence, Jiang Chaoyang replied, "Grandpa Wan, I have brought a set of equipment that can create a basic virtual environment. I would like you to experience it firsthand. As the saying goes, seeing is believing." Once Jiang Chaoyang had set up the equipment, Wan Jianzhong eagerly donned the headset. Upon witnessing the visual effects, he was utterly astonished. While he could not guarantee absolute perfection, he was certain it exceeded 99% realism. Removing the headset, Wan Jianzhong excitedly summoned a group of esteemed experts from the research institute. After their experiences, each one was more exhilarated than the last. This was a groundbreaking technology with limitless applications. To use it for gaming was merely the most rudimentary application. Many senior professors approached Jiang Chaoyang as students, seeking to learn from him about the underlying technology. Had it not been for the persistent reminders from his wristwatch, Jiang Chaoyang would have struggled to answer their more specialized inquiries. He had spent several days preparing and had only begun to grasp the principles involved. For deeper technical concepts, he relied on the intelligent assistant in his wristwatch. As discussions progressed, the assembly of experts began to regard Jiang Chaoyang as a prodigy. After all, who else could develop such groundbreaking technology? Virtual reality was not a singular technology. It encompassed over a dozen specialized fields, including three-dimensional computational imaging, auditory perception, olfactory perception, motion sensing, and neural conduction. Jiang Chaoyang had thoroughly researched all these domains. Surely, he must be a genius. By afternoon, the leadership of the research institute, along with Wang Jianzhong, could hardly contain their excitement and quickly arranged for Jiang Chaoyang to fly to the capital. Such a revolutionary technology must be presented to the nation without delay. Naturally, the state could not claim an individual's achievements without offering compensation. Jiang Chaoyang's core condition was to have this technology applied in gaming. Days later, the news of the Dragon Kingdom's scientists achieving 100% virtual reality technology sent shockwaves around the globe. Initially, scientists from other countries scoffed at the announcement. However, as more invited experts experienced the technology, their skepticism evaporated. Numerous scientists, both domestic and international, openly declared this a monumental technological breakthrough. In a remarkably short span, Jiang Chaoyang became one of the most sought-after names worldwide. He subsequently announced that the world's first 100% realistic virtual online game, Interstellar Miner, which he independently developed, would undergo its first round of public testing in the Dragon Kingdom in 4 months. The announcement thrilled gamers in the Dragon Kingdom, while players abroad expressed their discontent. Unfortunately, Jiang Chaoyang was deeply engrossed in the intricate preparations, leaving him little time to attend to external matters. Recruitment, server construction, system deployment, and headset production. Each task demanded his attention, and he had no inclination to concern himself with outside trivialities. In a chat group, Cold Sniper, Wu Jianfeng, and 10 Mile Key God resumed their discussions. Did we all misjudge? This is merely a game, not what we imagined, remarked Escape from the Earth. I still refuse to believe it is merely a game. That world feels too real, so real that each injury lingers in my memory, countered 8-level Gale. At this point, we cannot make a definitive judgment. We must wait for the game to launch and see, added Heartbreak Grass. Wu Jianfeng pondered aloud. Have you considered the possibility that if they can transfer our souls, it isn't impossible for them to arrange the technology in the real world? How could you think that? Tianyao? Questioned 10 Mile Key God. Wu Jianfeng hesitated but typed. After the little demon left its life imprint on me, my soul entered a peculiar state. I feel the technology isn't advanced enough for that level. In the small group consisting of Wu Jianfeng, Cold Sniper, and Escape from the Earth, the latter tagged Wu Jianfeng. Tianyao, are you not suspecting the kitchen knife? Wu Jianfeng replied. The timing is too coincidental. There had been no news in the real world. And after the kitchen knife withdrew, this technology emerged. Cold Sniper suggested, there is a way to verify. We just need to confirm whether the kitchen knife is indeed Jiang Chaoyang. Escape from the Earth remarked, since the kitchen knife went offline, I haven't seen any response to my messages. Wu Jianfeng noted, the phone linked to the Penguin account is real name registered. If we can trace the phone number tied to his account, we should be able to uncover his true identity. Escape from the Earth side, none of us are hackers. Who could possibly breach Penguin's servers? Cold Sniper concluded, let us keep leaving him messages for now. With no better options, the group reluctantly wrapped up the conversation. Tomorrow, the base would embark on another expedition, and they needed to prepare accordingly. Chapter 51. Mobilization again with the advent of a new day. The Dawn base buzzed with activity once more. Today marked the day of the base's renewed expedition. After a mere 5 days of training, Moli eagerly prepared to activate the war machine. The operational objective this time was to seize a small plane over 1,000 square kilometers in area, located 80 kilometers northwest of the base. This plane, characterized by its flat terrain and fertile land, was traversed by a great river. Such a location was not only suitable for agriculture, but also ideal for livestock farming. With the influx of numerous players, the base could no longer rely solely on hunting and gathering for sustenance. Self-sufficiency in food production was imperative. Moli intended to establish a forward base here, gradually expanding it into a satellite city capable of accommodating thousands of players. It was evident that this plane belonged to another Guardian's territory. The nature and combat prowess of the opposing force remained uncertain. Cooperation would be preferable. If not, they would resort to overwhelming force. With a contingent of 600 players at his command, Moli felt significantly more confident. After accounting for non-combat positions, 523 combat personnel remained. He organized these troops into an army battalion and an Air Force helicopter squadron. The battalion consisted of 3 infantry companies, an armored platoon, and a mortar platoon. Equipment such as light and heavy machine guns, rocket launchers, and flamethrowers were integrated at the squad level, foregoing separate platoon formations. The infantry battalion was commanded by Lung Jiao, who expressed a strong inclination towards frontline combat. Moli did not impose upon him, instead appointing Wu Jianfeng as the chief of staff. In addition to Lung Jiao, Shirley Jianxin also volunteered for a frontline position, being appointed as the commander of the 3rd Company. The company commanders, platoon leaders, and squad leaders were predominantly seasoned players who had excelled in the previous battle at Jieshou Lake. For instance, Company Commander Fei Niao of the 1st Company and Company Commander Yuan Wu Di of the 2nd Company were directly promoted from squad leaders. Others with slightly lesser performances were elevated from squad leaders to platoon leaders. Even the flamboyant Do Ling Feng Xiao secured the position of armored platoon leader. The Air Force helicopter squadron was primarily equipped with 5 Chinook transport helicopters and 4 Apache attack helicopters. Currently, the pilots could barely manage to take off. Their services would not be required in this battle, as unmanned aerial vehicles would continue to provide aerial fire support. As preparations reached completion, a convoy consisting of 18 armored vehicles, 30 transport vehicles, and 45 engineering vehicles set forth from the base. 2 colorful birds promptly followed the convoy, monitoring its movements. After more than 10 minutes of surveillance, the 2 colorful birds returned to report their findings. Within the command center, Wu Jianfeng inquired of Iron Blood, "Commander, should we deploy drones to accompany these colorful birds and locate Bai Li's lair?" Moli, controlling Iron Blood from a distance, rejected Wu Jianfeng's suggestion, stating, "At this stage, it is inadvisable to provoke enemies on 2 fronts. We must refrain from antagonizing Bai Li for now." Following the second batch of players' incursions, Bai Li's territory had suffered significant losses among its fauna. Consequently, Bai Li had sought negotiations with Moli the previous day. As energy crystals from Jieshou Lake were steadily excavated, the base's energy reserves began to flourish. Moli preemptively offered 2 piles of energy crystals and promised to refrain from hunting in Bai Li and Apos as territory, thus calming the Guardian. In truth, Moli was not particularly concerned about Bai Li and Apos' diminished strength. Rather, he feared inciting a coalition of surrounding Guardians against himself. Less than 15 minutes later, the 2 colorful birds returned to Bai Li's lair. Upon hearing their report, Bai Li let out a sigh of relief. It was preferable for these humans to wreak havoc upon their neighboring territory rather than disturb its own. Historically, conflicts arose between neighboring territories, and Bai Li had no intention of kindly informing the neighboring nuisance. An hour and a half later, the convoy finally entered the plain. Upon arrival, they found that the cement roads had vanished. Gazing at the boundless expanse of the plain ahead, everyone felt a sense of elation. Lung Jiao summoned the military leaders and began assigning tasks. Once everyone had gathered, he initiated the distribution of operational responsibilities. The 1st Company was tasked with clearing the Frogman tribe by the riverbank, aiming to capture adult frogmen. The 2nd Company would drive away the large animals on the eastern bank to facilitate the leveling of land for farming equipment, relying primarily on force. As they currently had no need for excess meat and lacked preservation means, the 3rd Company was to eradicate the iron-eating ant colony in the eastern hilly region. As these creatures posed a significant threat to their vehicles, the armored platoon and mortar platoon would remain to provide defensive support for the construction of the forward base. The frogmen were the most intelligent species discovered thus far. They lived in burrows dug along the shore, primarily sustaining themselves on the fruits of aquatic plants harvested from the marshes. Their classification as intelligent beings stemmed from their demonstration of fundamental traits of intelligence, such as weaving baskets from plants, utilizing sticks for defense, and cultivating a defensive plant known as explosive fruit around their dwellings. Possessing social structures and tool usage. These characteristics define them as intelligent species. Though their combat capabilities were weak, their notable intelligence rendered them suitable for capture and labor. As for the iron-eating ant colony, its proximity to the forward base necessitated its extermination, as it posed a considerable threat. With tasks assigned, the respective companies promptly sprang into action. Within the command center, Ba Ji Feng lamented, with Lung Gu and Jian Shun commanding at the front, and the adjudicator frequently absent. It's just the four of us left in the command center. This is exceedingly dull, Tiao Ji Yao retorted, when those two applied for frontline positions. You didn't voice any objections. Ba Ji Feng replied sulkily, do you think I didn't want to? It's just that the intelligence system assessed my command capabilities as suitable only for a squad leader, unfairly placing me 2 ranks lower than Jian Shun. I cannot afford to lose face. It's better to remain here as a battle advisor. Duan Changchao asked. I'm in a similar situation as Ba Feng. Why did you two stay in the command center? Tiao Ji Yao explained. The base has conducted experiments. Tianya's contract medium with the pet Xiao Yao is their physical form, not their soul. The flower fairy, being a rare lightning-type creature, was not approved by that Star Master for frontline deployment. As for my presence in the command center, I believe I can contribute more value here. If the intelligence system were to clone a new body and transfer Wu Jianfeng's soul, we could ascertain what his contract medium with Xiao Yao is. Chapter 52. The Tribute of the Frogmen. It was precisely due to the actions of the intelligent brain that Wu Jianfeng became convinced that this was a genuine world. Who has ever witnessed a game where the death of a character results in the nullification of a pet contract? Wu Jianfeng remarked. The Star Master has just named that river the Chang'e River. The planned city is designated as Fengzi City, and the under-construction outpost is called Nanfeng Base. The other 3 bases will also be named according to their geographical positions. According to their prior urban planning, a city would be established in the Central Plains, with 4 outpost bases constructed in the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest directions to serve as guardians. In due time, Fengzi City and the 4 outposts could accommodate thousands of players for living, residing, and adventuring. The Chang'e River not only boasts a robust flow, with a detected length of over 600 kilometers, but it is also fully capable of developing internal river transport. This would significantly facilitate the transportation of goods and the deployment of troops, providing strong support for the base's continued expansion into the inland areas. Duan Changchao stated, we must first eliminate the guardians of this region to claim this territory. The city has yet to commence construction, yet it has already been hastily named. This underscores the Star Master's urgency in seizing this land. Wu Jianfeng commanded, since no anomalies have been detected on the plains, they are likely hiding in the mountains. Let us explore the western mountainous region in a clockwise direction. Upon receiving the orders, the 3 of them immediately operated drones to scout the western mountains. On the front lines, 2 bulldozers were tasked with clearing the path, while 9 transport vehicles carried a company of soldiers directly to the outskirts of the Frogman tribe. Upon witnessing these steel beasts approach, the vigilant frogmen immediately emitted piercing cries. Fein Yao climbed atop the transport vehicle's cabin, raising binoculars to observe the frogmen. These frogmen stood between 2 to 1, 4 meters tall, resembling frogs that had gained sentience, each capable of walking upright. Their dark yellow skin closely resembled the color of the earth. Lying motionless on the ground served as their best camouflage, according to previous drone reconnaissance. This frogman tribe consisted of approximately 500 to 600 individuals, with around 400 adults. Given their feeble combat prowess, flattening this tribe would not pose a challenge. Though the explosive fruit they cultivated presented some difficulties. This explosive fruit could grow to heights of 3 to 4 meters. Not only did the plant have thorns, but it also bore fist-sized fruit. The moment the fruit turned slightly yellow, it would explode upon contact. The explosive power was not particularly lethal, but the liquid within the fruit, when it touched the skin, could induce unbearable itching. Previously, a player had accidentally been struck in the face by one of these fruits during an adventure, resulting in his face being severely scratched within minutes. Ultimately, that player chose to end his life rather than endure such torment. The entire frogman territory spanned approximately 10 acres, surrounded by explosive fruit. These frogmen effectively avoided the dangers of the fruit by excavating tunnels underground to enter and exit their camp. While the explosive fruit might deter ordinary carnivorous animals, they merely posed a minor inconvenience to humans. Observing the comical sight of the frogmen wielding wooden sticks, several squad leaders erupted in laughter. It was said that the lethality of their wooden sticks was inferior to that of a mere stone. One could not help but think of stir-fried bullfrogs upon seeing them. How can you even think of consuming such intelligent beings? Why not? They are not of the same kind. Every animal possesses some degree of intelligence, albeit varying in levels. If you are so sensitive to this, you might as well become a vegetarian. What do you suppose the strategists in command think? Contemplating the capture of these frogmen as slave labor? You misunderstand. The surrounding marshlands are abundant with a type of grain akin to fox nuts, which can serve as a staple food. These frogmen are the most suitable labor force for harvesting. It is far more efficient than us doing it ourselves. No machinery could operate effectively in the marshy environment. Humans were unwilling to engage in such filthy work, thus the need for slave labor. Fei Niao instructed, "Enough chatter. Let us commence our tasks. We have discussed the operational plan on our way here. First, we will destroy the escape routes of these frogmen. Then incinerate the explosive fruit with flamethrowers. Once that is adequately dealt with, we can proceed to clear a path with the bulldozers." With the command given, the soldiers of Company 1 disembarked with engineer shovels. Working in groups of 3, they set about ruthlessly demolishing the entrances to the tunnels. Within half an hour, they had obliterated over 10 entrances. As the flamethrowers began their operation, the frogmen congregated in the camp scattered in panic. As amphibious creatures, their fear of flames exceeded that of many terrestrial beings. Faced with colossal beasts, the transport vehicles and bulldozers, and flames, the frogmen found no courage to resist. Thus, when the transport vehicles entered the frogmen camp, they surrendered without hesitation. The frogman leader led his entire tribe to prostrate themselves on the ground, awaiting the judgment of their invaders. One player noticed the rope necklace around the frogman leader's neck and exclaimed, "Lo and behold, this old fellow has the audacity to wear an energy crystal as a necklace." Fei Niao took a look and indeed confirmed it. The necklace was woven from an unknown fibrous material, with a half-fist-sized energy crystal wrapped at the bottom. Fei Niao pointed at the necklace, prompting the frogman leader to remove it. Upon seeing the energy crystal, Fei Niao revealed a satisfied expression. Observing this, the frogman leader quickly instructed his tribe. In no time, several frogmen approached, carrying baskets woven from vines. To Fei Niao's astonishment, the baskets were filled with energy crystals. Although each one was no larger than a fingernail, they collectively amounted to several hundred standard units. Fei Niao pointed to the energy crystals in the baskets and inquired, "Where did you obtain these energy crystals?" The frogman leader looked perplexed, clearly not understanding. A nearby player interjected, "Squad leader, there's a language barrier. You should express it through gestures. You go ahead." Fei Niao hesitated to lower himself to that level. The player, known as Bird's End, stepped forward and began gesticulating toward the frogman leader. After a lengthy series of gestures, the frogman leader finally grasped his meaning. The leader pointed outside the camp toward the marsh, making several diving and digging motions. Fei Niao then picked up a half-eaten grain and gestured for it. This time, understanding dawned upon the frogman leader, who commanded his tribe to fetch grains from their burrows as offerings. Soon, a sizable heap of the grain was piled before Fei Niao. A cursory glance revealed at least 1,000 pounds. Fei Niao broke one open and tasted the contents, finding them crisp and sweet, a fruit suitable for consumption. Fei Niao contacted the command center, asking, "Chief of Staff, what should we do now? Should we take these frogmen back with us?" Wu Jianfeng conferred with Tai Shui and instructed, "Since these frogmen have shown such acumen, let them remain here. We will return weekly to collect our tribute." Indeed, Moli had completely relegated these frogmen to the status of a vassal race to be exploited. Fei Niao conveyed to the frogman leader, "From now on, this territory is under our jurisdiction. We will come weekly to collect tribute. Do you understand?" The frogmen nodded in confusion. It mattered not that they did not comprehend now. With time and repeated visits, they would come to understand. Watching the humans load their tribe's stored food onto vehicles, the frogman leader wore an expression of pained discontent. The bird instructed, "Let us transfer some of the prey from our vehicle to them. Shortly, the bulldozer will assist in repairing their enclosure." Fish bones were scattered throughout the camp, indicating that these frogmen were omnivorous. Indeed, upon witnessing the humans abandon the carcasses of a dozen wild beasts, the frogman leader once again crawled in gratitude. This mission posed no challenge whatsoever. The bird promptly approached Cold Sniper, saying, "Captain, we have completed our tasks here. There is another frogman tribe upstream. Shall we not eliminate them all in one sweep?" Cold Sniper replied, "Agreed, but be mindful to return to the camp before nightfall." With their new orders, Company 1 set forth once more. Chapter 53. The Shepherd of Trees. Across the vast plain, countless creatures were frantically fleeing for their lives. Behind them, over a dozen medium-sized transport vehicles were leisurely pursuing. Some players, perched precariously atop the jostling vehicles, practiced their marksmanship on these hapless animals. Yet, they were all mere amateurs at the art of shooting. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bullets whizzed past, and two small mammals fell lifeless into pools of blood. One player exclaimed, "Luan Hua Ming, you dog of a man. We agreed on single shots only, yet you fired in bursts. Are you unable to play fair? My apologies. I accidentally hit the automatic fire button. Let us start over." "All right. This time, whoever hunts 5 first wins, and the loser treats at Hongxiu Fong." "No problem. Bring it on. I'm not afraid." Listen to these fellows. They are actually using the slaughter of animals as a competition. Truly, these creatures must have drawn the short straw in life. Indeed, the presence of players has become a calamity for the other beings. Second Lieutenant Yuan Wudi did not intervene in his subordinates' betting, choosing instead to continuously monitor the surroundings. After all, the players were not a regular army. Excessive regulation would only hinder their cohesion. 2 kilometers away, on a patch of exposed earth, a towering tree creature, over 10 meters tall, was bent over, industriously tending to the ground. This humanoid being seemed as though a great tree had come to life. Its trunk bore discernible eyes and a mouth, while its crown sprouted branches adorned with over 20 brown fruits of varying sizes. The larger ones were as big as a human head, while the smaller ones had just begun to bloom. For those familiar with tree creatures, the fruits atop its head would certainly inspire a healthy respect. With its rough fingers, the creature gently plunged into the soil, creating a pit several dozen centimeters deep. A seed, roughly the size of a soybean, was buried within, followed by a careful covering of soil. It appeared that this tree creature was engaged in sowing seeds. Subsequently, the creature continued to dig pits at intervals of about 2 meters. Given the numerous holes scattered around, it was evident that it had been laboring for quite some time. Suddenly, the tree creature stood up, perplexed, and gazed behind it. With its towering height, its field of vision was extraordinarily broad. Within its sight, thousands of animals were stampeding toward it. Casting a glance at the newly sown seeds, the tree creature began to wave its arms. It was a warning to the animals not to trample its freshly planted seeds. Ordinarily, the animals of the plain would show deference to such a being. However, with far more terrifying monsters pursuing them, who had the luxury to heed the tree creature? Half a minute later, a multitude of animals dashed past on either side of the tree creature. Though it managed to crush a few, it could not possibly halt such a stampede. At that moment, the players also noticed the tree creature. "Whoa, is that a tree spirit?" one exclaimed. "I must say, it somewhat resembles Groot from the Avengers." If one were to draw comparisons, it bore a closer likeness to a certain cinematic tree demon that spent 8 centuries perfecting its appearance. That film was quite amusing indeed. Yuan Wudi promptly assessed the tree creature's danger level with his wristwatch and commanded, "Prepare for battle. This is a B-class creature." Upon hearing the designation, the players grew cautious. After issuing his command, Yuan Wudi contacted the command center. "Command center, our second company has encountered a B-class tree creature. Its abilities are unknown. Should we eliminate it?" Before he could finish, a nearby player interjected, "Captain, that tree creature is attacking us. Watch out, it's throwing something." Feeling little threat, the players refrained from firing. A brown fruit smashed against the windshield of one transport vehicle, splattering a reddish-brown liquid everywhere. Before the players could marvel at the creature's accuracy, a foul stench wafted through the air. "What on earth is that horrid smell? I feel nauseous. Everyone, be cautious. The stench is from the fruit thrown by the tree creature. Quick, shoot. It's throwing more." Gunfire erupted as various weapons discharged in unison. Yet, the bullets merely chipped away at the tree creature, barely causing any damage. Its body was significantly sturdier than ordinary wood. Infuriated by the assault, the tree creature clumsily charged at the players while hurling its stinking fruits. Enduring the foul odor, the players' shots became increasingly frenzied. Observing the ineffectiveness of their bullets, Yu and Woody shouted, "Rocket launchers." 5 soldiers set up a rocket launcher, aimed slightly, and fired. The explosive power of the rockets finally inflicted severe damage on the tree creature, causing its body to crack extensively, and one of its arms was blown off. To the players' delight, the fruits atop the creature's head were entirely destroyed in the blast. Another 5 rockets were fired, and the tree creature was ultimately obliterated into several segments. "Drive over. Let us take a closer look," Yu and Woody commanded. This was their first encounter with such a botanical entity, and curiosity was inevitable. A moment later, Yu and Woody led his team to the fallen tree creature. At this point, the creature was not yet dead. Its mouth still opened and closed, though it seemed devoid of vocal cords, producing no sound. A player curiously inquired, "Do you think it would come back to life if we planted it?" That's hard to say. After all, it is a plant-based creature, and certain attributes may be universally applicable. As the players stood before the tree creature's body, they engaged in lively discussions. One player extracted a lump of white substance from the center of a severed trunk, exclaiming, "What is this?" Another speculated, "It must be the marrow of this tree creature. Can it be consumed? Why not try it? It might even enhance our attributes." Upon hearing this, the player promptly tasted it. "What is the flavor like?" "Soft, sweet, with a texture reminiscent of yam, yet possessing a unique fragrance." "Any effects?" "It feels warm in my stomach, and the more I eat, the more I crave it." "Brothers, my base attributes are beginning to rise." Upon hearing that it could enhance their attributes, the other players hurriedly clamored for the tree creature's marrow, pushing and shoving in their eagerness to obtain a taste. Yu and Woody fired several shots into the ground, prompting the players to halt. He reminded them, before our expedition, the instructors emphasized battlefield discipline. All special loot must be submitted for distribution based on merit or purchased by oneself. The so-called special loot refers to any items that can enhance basic attributes, such as magical creature eggs. As the company commander, Yu and Woody was among the top players at the base, enjoying privileges that many ordinary players envied. One of these privileges was the right to prioritize loot distribution. As a vested interest holder, he naturally had to uphold the rules. From another perspective, if he could not even manage his subordinates, he would hardly be fit to lead. Meanwhile, back at the base, Sue and Moli bypassed the command center to issue orders directly to Yu and Woody. Yu and Woody stated, "The Star Master has decreed that this tree creature be returned to the base for research, with loot distributed according to merit. Anyone who violates this order will be permanently banned from M-Star." Upon hearing of the permanent gaming ban, the players swiftly fell into line. Before long, the tree creature's remains were loaded onto the vehicle, while the white marrow within the trunk could not be taken. Surely collecting the scattered remnants on the ground would pose no issue. In no time, the scattered white marrow was completely consumed by the players. The seed of this tree spirit, buried in the soil, has been unearthed and taken away by players. Before long, the database of the base was augmented with the information of a new B-class creature. Type, Arbor Guardian. Description, a humanoid plant-based entity, possessing low intelligence, a volatile temperament, and relatively sluggish movements, capable of launching foul fruits as a means of attack. Special use. The white botanical essence found at the core of its trunk can enhance human fundamental attributes, exhibiting effects akin to that of lower-tier botanical elixirs. Large-scale hunting is recommended. Chapter 54. Missile Strike in the Eastern Region. The commander Shirley Jianshun was directing the soldiers of the Third Company to fell trees. To combat the iron-eating ants, a gregarious species, there was no method more effective than setting fires. However, the sheer size of this ant colony was staggering. Hundreds of anthills could be seen on the surface, spanning nearly 100 acres of land. The underground portion was at least several times larger than what was visible above ground. Thus, it was imperative to first gather a sufficient supply of timber before Shirley Jianshun could give the order to ignite the flames. Fortunately, with the aid of chainsaws, the players swiftly cut down trees. There was no need for special transportation. They simply needed to fell a ring of trees around the anthills and then douse them with accelerants. The players busily chopped down trees, inevitably disturbing the iron-eating ants within their nest. Upon seeing the two-legged creatures desecrating the trees that provided them shade, a massive army of iron-eating ants soon charged towards them, densely packed in the tens of thousands. These ants measured nearly 10 centimeters in length, with bodies as thick as a human finger and a dark, ominous hue. Their powerful mandibles could easily sever steel wire. Fortunately, the Third Company was well prepared. Under Shirley Jianshun's command, the flame-throwing soldiers immediately advanced. 10 streams of fire erupted forth, instantly roasting any iron-eating ants they touched. Amidst the flames, the ants emitted a cacophony of crackling sounds, and numerous black particles splattered out from their bodies. Shirley Jianshun picked up one of the particles and utilized his wristwatch's identification feature. It revealed a high-density alloy particle, notable for its hardness, corrosion resistance, thermal stability, and excellent conductivity. Regrettably, the base had no shortage of various alloy materials. It was a pity for these iron-eating ants that utilized their bodies to forge iron. As the flames continued their assault, more and more iron-eating ants crawled out of their burrows, their numbers undoubtedly reaching the millions. They surged forth from all directions, compelling Shirley Jianshun to order the players to ignite the fires. At this point, the possibility of causing a forest fire was of little concern. After all, many areas at the edge of the plains were devoid of vegetation, ensuring the inferno would not spread onto the plains. Before long, vast tracts of forest were ablaze. Due to the intensity of the flames, the players had no choice but to retreat to the plains. Watching the various animals scatter in panic from the raging fire, Shirley Jianshun could only mutter an apology. Wu Jianfeng inquired, "Jianshun, what is the situation on your end? The entire hilly area is on fire." Shirley Jianshun explained, "We initially aimed to burn the iron-eating ant nest, but inadvertently ignited the forest." Wu Jianfeng expressed concern. "Will the fire spread to the plains?" To this, Shirley Jianshun reassured him, "It will not." With this affirmative response, Wu Jianfeng ceased his worries. Within the command center, the Level 8 wind reported, "Tianya, I have detected an anomaly. You should take a look." The screen displayed a pond nestled within the mountains. While the presence of a pond was not surprising, what astonished them was the sight of dozens of bone-chilling winged snakes frolicking in the water. The larger ones approached 20 meters in length, while the smaller ones measured around 10 meters. Bone-chilling winged snakes were typically solitary, with recorded instances of only one male and one female being observed together. This was the first time a group of these snakes had been discovered. Tianya reminded them, "Look at the shore over there." The group followed her gaze and immediately gasped in shock. Two enormous bone-chilling winged snakes were entwined among the rocky outcroppings by the pond, engaged in intimate activities. The intelligence system quickly assessed the danger level. The 36-meter-long snake was rated B, while the 40-meter-long one was rated A. This length surpassed even the largest recorded bone-chilling winged snake at the base. The Level 8 wind stated with certainty, "The smaller bone-chilling winged snakes in the pond are undoubtedly the offspring of these two." Tianya analyzed, "Don't you find it strange? Their size difference isn't that significant, yet their danger levels differ by a whole grade." Duan Chong Chao inquired, "Tianya, do you suspect the larger one is a regional guardian?" Tianya reasoned, "Firstly, based on Bai Li's strength standards, a regional guardian must be at least an A-grade creature. Secondly, aside from that tree shepherd, we have not encountered any particularly powerful carnivorous creatures on the plains." Upon hearing Tianya's analysis, the group quickly concurred with her perspective. Despite the multitude of herbivorous animals inhabiting the plains, sightings of formidable carnivores were exceedingly rare. The most plausible explanation for this was the presence of a powerful creature that deterred these predators. Wu Jianfeng remarked, "We may have fallen into a misconception, believing that guardians solely exist to maintain regional peace. From another angle, these guardians are also creatures with basic needs, such as feeding and reproduction." The level 8 wind confirmed. Bai Li is clearly a herbivore. There must exist carnivorous guardians, and this deduction is entirely reasonable. At that moment, the two bone-chilling winged snakes, having finished their private activities, finally turned their attention to the spying entity, the drone. The smaller of the two lunged into the air, swiftly pursuing the drone. Wu Jianfeng commanded, "Doffing." Crashed the drone into the pond. The level 8 wind immediately grasped Wu Jianfeng's intention. He aimed to use the drone as a positioning coordinate. Under the operation of the level 8 wind, the drone evaded the bone-chilling winged snake and flew towards the pond. The largest snake on the ground immediately rose to intercept, seeking to protect its young from any intruders. The speed of this snake was notably greater. After a series of extreme maneuvers, the final image captured by the drone was of it plummeting into the water. Wu Jianfeng ordered, "Intelligence system, based on the coordinates of the downed drone, launch 5 Scud ballistic missiles, accompanied by 3 Tomahawk cruise missiles for supplementary attacks." The ballistic missiles were designed to strike fixed ground targets, utilizing a parabolic trajectory for their assault. The cruise missiles operated via their own radar systems, autonomously navigating to their targets. The advantage of cruise missiles lay in their ability to fly at ultra-low altitudes and automatically adjust their flight paths to avoid obstacles, prioritizing stealth in their attacks. Each Scud missile could carry 860 kilograms of explosives, amounting to a total of 300 kilograms with 5 missiles. Wu Jianfeng worried that 5 Scud missiles might not be sufficient to eliminate this A-grade creature, prompting him to add 3 Tomahawk cruise missiles. With the launch authorization received, the missile launchers were prepared, initiating a 10-second countdown. 10, 9, 8. The first to launch were the 3 Tomahawk cruise missiles, as their speed was relatively slower. Half a minute after the launch of the Tomahawk missiles, the 5 Scud missiles took to the skies. With the missiles now airborne, all that remained was to let time unfold their fate. It was estimated that they would take approximately 100 seconds to reach their target. Chapter 55. The Whole Pot Within the Treehouse. Bai Li was in a deep slumber. Suddenly, a flock of colorful birds fluttered to his ear, chattering excitedly about the sights they had witnessed. Lazily, Bai Li rose and, in a few swift steps, ascended to the top of the treehouse. Upon gazing at the sky, he noticed 5 mysterious objects trailing long tails, which sparked a flicker of intrigue in his eyes. It is well known that missiles leave behind a lengthy white smoke trail as they soar through the air, visible from dozens of kilometers away. However, the speed of these 5 enigmatic entities was astonishing, far surpassing any creature he had ever encountered. Naturally, Bai Li's thoughts drifted to the humans at the base, and it just so happened that the origin of the missile trails pointed in their direction. Realizing something, Bai Li immediately took flight. Soon, 5 Tomahawk missiles swooped over the plains, capturing the attention of the busy players below. "What is that?" one exclaimed. "A rocket?" Another scoffed, "Clearly. Those are ballistic missiles launched from the base. What target could they possibly be aiming for with 5 missiles?" Speculation ran rampant. It could very well be an entity of a level or higher. Before they could finish their discussions, 3 cruise missiles zipped past at an altitude of 50 meters. The powerful gusts knocking several players to the ground, much to their chagrin. The aftermath of the passing missiles left 3 furrows in the meadow, reminiscent of plowed fields. Yu and Woody sought out Lung Jiao, inquiring, "Captain, what is happening?" Lung Jiao explained, "The command center has identified a suspected regional guardian through drones and has launched 5 Tomahawk missiles along with 3 cruise missiles." Yu and Woody lamented, "These wastrels must be going stir-crazy at the base." Long Jiao chuckled, withholding further commentary. Unlike the frontline players, the operational staff at the command center had significantly less hands-on experience. Inside the command center, the intelligence system began its countdown. The missiles were projected to strike their target in 25 seconds, with a countdown commencing. 20, 19. Wu Jianfeng instructed Duanchenko, maneuver the drone closer to provide terminal guidance for the Tomahawk missiles. The drone operated by Duanchenko was equipped with a laser guidance system capable of directing the crew's missiles. The drone approached cautiously, wary of alerting the two bone-winged serpents lurking nearby. At the pond, the largest bone-winged serpent sensed a profound unease. When the female bone-winged serpent attempted to get closer, it was brusquely pushed away. Suddenly, the bone-winged serpent instinctively raised its head. In that moment, 5 dark spots grew larger in its vision. Within a mere 2 seconds, 5 brilliant bursts of light erupted within the pond's vicinity. The tremendous shockwave sent water splashing nearly 80 meters high, triggering a widespread collapse of the cliffs to the west and north. In the command center, individuals witnessed the ascent of 5 miniature mushroom clouds through the drone's footage. With such power, that creature must be dead, right? Asked Baji Dafone. You should be referring to those creatures, corrected Tiao Zhiyao Yao. Baji Dafone rolled his eyes. It and Oppos. S.A. massacre. Duanchenko urged. Stop chattering and help me look for any survivors. 3 drones descended, circling the pond, but the thick smoke from the explosions obscured their view, hampering reconnaissance efforts. Had they been able to observe closely, they would have seen dozens of small bone-winged serpent corpses floating in the water. The playful small bone-winged serpents that had frolicked moments earlier had become a crimson soup. On the shore, a robust bone-winged serpent lay in 3 segments. Its head obliterated beyond recognition, rendering it impossible to discern which serpent had perished. Yet, the indomitable life force caused each segment of its body to writhe. Suddenly, a stout serpent head emerged from the water. The color of the head indicated it was the A-level bone-winged serpent. In that moment, the Guardian was in dire straits. Its scales were extensively ruptured, exposing gory flesh, and its wings, which had once facilitated flight, were shredded to tatters. Witnessing the plight of its mate and offspring, the Guardian could not contain its sorrow and let out a mournful wail, inadvertently revealing its location. Baji Dafone marveled. Incredible. It's still alive. The vitality of A-level creatures is truly remarkable. Duanchenko murmured under her breath. Come, let me send you off on your final journey. A beam of laser targeted the bone-winged serpent, which sensed the impending danger and swiftly attempted to flee the pond. However, it had lost its wings and sustained severe injuries, rendering it unable to swim swiftly as the laser from the drone locked onto it relentlessly. At that moment, the sound of breaking air echoed once more. By the time the bone-winged serpent realized the threat, it was too late. 3 resounding explosions reverberated through the valley almost simultaneously. As the smoke cleared, the horrifying creature, measuring 40 meters in length, was seen severed in 2. Although its body continued to thrash, it was merely a reflex of dying embers. Shortly thereafter, the Guardian's form gradually ceased its movements. Just as Wu Jianfeng and his companions reveled in their triumph, a golden light ascended from the severed head of the bone-winged serpent. In the blink of an eye, the golden glow vanished into the sky. The 4 exchanged bewildered glances, entirely at a loss for comprehension. Meanwhile, Moli, stationed in the central control room of the base, furrowed his brow in contemplation. Without a sample, the intelligence system was incapable of analyzing the golden light. It could either be the soul of the regional guardian or something bestowed by the mother of life within these guardians. Moli leaned towards the latter possibility. He instructed, prepare the helicopter. Combat robots 1 through 5 will accompany me to the front lines. The names he assigned to the combat robots were so numerous that he could scarcely recall them. He resorted to issuing commands by their numbers. The reason for Moli's journey to the front lines was to provide the Phantom with a hearty meal. It seemed challenging to enhance the Phantom's prowess with the flesh of ordinary creatures. Having captured a regional guardian and an additional B-level bone-winged serpent, these were undoubtedly high-quality provisions that Moli could not afford to squander. Of course, before departing, he needed to take precautions to safeguard his identity. Within the command center, the intelligence system suddenly seized control of the drones, leaving Wu Jianfeng and his companions in a state of confusion. Regardless of their inquiries directed at Iron Blood, the responses remained cold and cryptic. Tiao Zhiyao Yao patted Wu Jianfeng and gestured towards the window, where a Chinook transport helicopter and 2 Apache attack helicopters were taking flight. Baji Dafeng immediately contacted the leader of the helicopter squadron, Suifeng Lulu. "What is the situation?" he inquired. "Normal training, or are you on a mission?" Suifeng Lulu explained. "Several instructors from the Iron faction have taken over the helipad, and we were all asked to leave. We're in the dark about what is happening." "Don't ask, if they don't want us players to know. It must be something the Star Master intends to utilize," Duanchenko interjected, halting Baji Dafeng's further inquiries, since they were unwilling to divulge any information. Continuing to press for answers would yield no results. Chapter 56. A bountiful harvest at the edge of the pool. Bailey gazed in astonishment at the lifeless body of the frost-winged serpent. It had never anticipated that this formidable regional guardian, stronger than itself, could be so effortlessly vanquished by a group of humans. The recollection of its two past incursions into the human base filled Bailey with trepidation. Although conflicts occasionally arose among regional guardians, to perish at the hands of an external force was undeniably a provocation against the majesty of the Mother of Life. Should the Mother of Life decree a war, Bailey's territory would undoubtedly be the first to bear the brunt. To be frank, Bailey had no desire to engage in warfare with humanity. It understood that it stood no chance against them. Even if it were to ally with nearby guardians, they would still be outmatched, unless the Mother of Life chose to dispatch powerful guardians to their aid. However, such a possibility was exceedingly slim. Not only was the journey a considerable distance, but they also had formidable enemies to contend with. The cacophony of helicopters interrupted by Li and Appo's musings. With a swift motion, it vanished into the thicket. Moments later, a Chinook helicopter descended slowly onto a clearing, escorted by two Apache attack helicopters circling in low altitude. Before the helicopter had even come to a complete stop, the Phantom descended from it. The ground was strewn with blood and flesh, a feast it could not resist. Myriad fungal filaments erupted from the Phantom's mandibles, swiftly enveloping the Guardian's corpse. Not even the blood that had seeped into the soil was spared. Countless morsels were transmitted through the filaments into the Phantom's mouth. Before long, the Phantom's form began to expand gradually. At this moment, Moli couldn't help but marvel at the overwhelming nature of the phantom butterfly. Not only did it have the ability to mesmerize animals, but its growth rate was equally astonishing. As long as it was provided with a continuous supply of high-level animal flesh, it could rapidly thrive. After half an hour, the Guardian's body was entirely consumed, leaving behind only pale remnants of flesh and scales. At this juncture, the Phantom had not only increased in size, but also adorned itself with more vibrant patterns. With a gentle flap of its wings, it landed by the pool, where a pile of flesh awaited its indulgence. While the Phantom feasted, Moli successfully located the frost-winged serpent's treasure trove, a cave extending over 100 meters deep. Moli firmly believed that a guardian of this stature could not possibly lack valuable resources, despite the partial collapse of the cave. The greatest acquisition was undoubtedly the energy crystals, totaling approximately 23,042 standard units. This guardian, akin to a greedy dragon, had made a bed of energy crystals, leaving them scattered across the ground. Aside from the energy crystals, the remainder was mostly refuse, bone spurs, scales, and serpent bones. The only item that caught Moli's attention was a seed the size of a fist. Its pale green exterior left its origin a mystery, but its solitary placement indicated it was no ordinary object. Deciding to collect it for further study, Moli continued to explore. Not only was this the Guardian's treasure trove, but it also served as a nursery. Over 40 snake eggs, each the size of a car tire, lay within. Unfortunately, most had been shattered by the explosions, leaving only 7 intact, the viability of which remained uncertain. Once Moli had thoroughly scavenged the spoils, the Phantom had finished its meal. At this point, the wingspan of the Phantom had reached 13.2 meters, and its length was 3.1 meters. When it had arrived, its wingspan was 6.2 meters, and its length 1.9 meters, classified as a D-level threat. Following this lavish feast, the Phantom had more than doubled in size, with its threat level escalating to C. This size would likely pose a challenge in fitting it into a helicopter. With excitement, Moli said, "Phantom, let us find a place to experiment with your abilities." The phantom emitted eager chirps, clearly enthusiastic about showcasing its prowess to its master. This area was the Frostwing Serpent and Apos' lair, and there were likely no other animals nearby. Moli promptly boarded the helicopter and flew to a mountainous region over 10 kilometers away, ensuring the helicopter maintained a safe distance while leaving 2 combat robots for protection. Upon Moli's command, the Phantom ascended to a height of 100 meters. As it flapped its wings, a cascade of golden powder spiraled from its body, creating a rain of glittering dust. Before long, numerous animals, drawn by the enticing aroma, began to converge. As the Phantom conjured illusions, these creatures fought recklessly amongst themselves. Half an hour later, the Phantom concluded its feeding, having made minimal gains in size. It appeared that the flesh of these lower-level beings was insufficient to stimulate rapid growth. However, Moli had managed to ascertain the Phantom's skill range, approximately a 400-meter radius. From this, it could be inferred that the Phantom's mother was at least an A-level creature. In Moli's estimation, nurturing the Phantom to A level was merely a matter of time, provided it continued to feast on high-level beings. Before long, Moli departed with the Phantom. As the sun began to set, a 5-story steel bastion, spanning nearly 1,000 square meters, rose upon the plains. Dozens of transport vehicles labored for 7 trips to deliver the necessary steel plates for construction. Fortunately, the base's automated transport vehicles alleviated the need for a large number of players to handle the logistics. The bastion was complete, yet the players did not gather within to celebrate. Instead, they congregated on the eastern hills, fascinated by the excavation operations. Today, the 3rd Battalion had unleashed a fiery onslaught, obliterating a massive colony of iron-eating ants and incinerating over 20 hilltops in the process. Had it not been for a downpour in the afternoon, the flames would likely have spread further. Given the biological tendency to collect energy crystals, such a large colony of iron-eating ants was unlikely to be devoid of treasure. Thus, the 3rd Battalion summoned several engineering vehicles for excavation, aiming to uncover the ants' lair. To their astonishment, the nest was buried exceedingly deep. They had to dig over 10 meters before discovering the storage chamber. However, it contained not food or energy crystals, but a repository for ant eggs. Unsurprisingly, these reckless players dared to sample whatever they unearthed. Remarkably, the ant eggs exuded a distinct aroma, and when fried, their flavor was utterly intoxicating. A group of players gathered, eagerly collecting the eggs to accompany their drinks. Behold, the ant queen has been unearthed. A shout instantly drew everyone's attention. This ant queen measured nearly 1.5 meters in length, its girth surpassing that of a human, and its body gleamed a milky white. Goodness, how could this ant queen be so large and plump? Speculation arose about its abundant nutrition. Indeed, with millions of subordinates providing sustenance, maintaining a trim figure was hardly feasible. Do you think roasting it would be delectable? Someone jested. Don't be absurd. This is a rare species. The command center has already issued orders to capture it for research. In addition to capturing the queen, they unearthed nearly 30,000 standard units of energy crystals from her resting chamber. This quantity surpassed even that of the regional guardian. Clearly, having numerous subordinates proved advantageous. After gathering their spoils, the players set up a picnic on the plains. Remarkably, despite a few injuries, not a single casualty was reported in this skirmish. This achievement left Cold Sniper and the military advisors pleasantly surprised. Chapter 57. Humanity as Heretics Within the Tree House. Bailey reverently knelt upon the ground. Only the Life Mother could command such a display of respect from this regional guardian. At that moment, a white orb of energy hovered above his head. Through this luminescent sphere, one could clearly discern the majestic golden tree standing opposite them. They referred to themselves as the human race, numbering approximately 600, residing within edifices as towering and fortified as mountains, wielding fearsome fire-spewing weaponry. The Bone Spike clan had fallen victim to their fiery arms. Those weapons were terrifying and remarkably swift. Bailey meticulously reported all that he knew to this sovereign of the continent, though he deliberately concealed the existence of the phantoms. As long as the Life Mother remained unaware, she would not cast blame upon him. A profound voice emanated from the energy orb. The heretical race must be eradicated. Bowing his head, Moli expressed his difficulties. I beseech the Mother, my territory lacks the power to eliminate this heretical race. I shall summon the armies of the 7 surrounding guardians, led by the Thunder Dragon clan's Gucci, to jointly vanquish this heretical faction. Upon hearing that Gucci was the commander from the Blue Dragon clan, Moli respectfully replied, As you command. The Thunder Dragon clan, as referenced in the base and Oppo's archives, was comparable to the Blue Lightning Thunder Dragon. Adult Blue Lightning Thunder Dragons were predominantly classified as B-rank beings. Not only could they soar through the skies, but they also possessed the ability to unleash electric assaults. If a large contingent of Blue Lightning Thunder Dragons were to engage in battle, it would indeed pose a significant threat to the human race. Once the energy orb dissipated, Moli promptly instructed the Rainbow Bird to summon 2 other powerful races within his territory. The Guardians possessed skills to summon animals over vast distances, though such abilities were limited in range. Moli refrained from employing this skill to prevent the humans from receiving advance notice and preemptively striking him. On the 3rd day, Moli was listening to reports from the Intelligence Corps. Within a 1,000-kilometer radius, a significant number of animals were detected converging upon 6 designated areas, with estimates suggesting a population in the millions. After eliminating the bone spike-winged serpent guardian, Moli anticipated potential retaliation. Thus, he had arranged for drones to conduct round-the-clock patrols. Indeed, the drones swiftly identified the gathering of animals, predominantly faster predatory species. When launching a distant expedition, it was impractical to select slower creatures. Otherwise, by the time one arrived, the opportunity would be lost. Observing the 6 locations marked on the map, Moli easily deduced that these were the 6 guardians mustering their forces. He inquired, Has there been any detection of animal gatherings within Moli's territory? The Intelligence Corps reported, No signs of large-scale animal congregation have been detected in the area of the base. If the intention is to besiege the humans, the Life Mother would not overlook Moli, the local authority. One wonders what schemes this individual is concocting. Could it be that he fears the animal assembly may expose his lair to missile strikes? Moli found little interest in analyzing the opponent's thoughts and asked, Based on the speed of these animals, what is the estimated time of arrival at the base? The Intelligence Corps provided a time frame, depending on varying distances. The estimated arrival time ranges from 2 to 5 days. Moli expressed his frustration. Must it take so long? He mused. Do you think I am afraid? No. He was contemplating how to swiftly seize the territories of these guardians. Previously, Moli had instructed his military advisors to devise an expansion plan. One crucial objective was to establish 5 to 10 forward operating bases before the public launch of the game. After much deliberation, the advisors proposed a plan to lure the enemies into an offensive. The most effective means to incite these animals into attacking the humans was to eliminate a regional guardian to gauge the Life Mother's reaction. It was preferable to have them come to attack rather than to traverse mountains and valleys to confront them. This was also the reason humans had proactively sought out the guardians' nests upon entering the Fengzi Plains. Now, the unfolding events were indeed aligning with their prior strategy. What was 6 or 7 guardians coming to confront him? What was there to fear? Although numerous B-rank beings would join the fray, they were not invincible monsters. A-rank beings had already been defeated. What was there to dread in facing B-rank creatures? The swift and agile had never gone out of style. In reality, the primary constraint on the expansion speed of humanity was never the strength of the enemy, but rather the inadequacy of infrastructure. Without proper roads, it was challenging to transport troops and supplies on a large scale. With insufficient bases, effective territorial occupation was nearly impossible. Once they weathered this battle, the lands within several hundred kilometers would belong to humanity. Moli commanded, inform all players of the enemy situation, extend the war mobilization period, and have the base focus on the production of weapons and ammunition. Additionally, withdraw personnel and critical equipment from the Nanfeng forward operating base. Furthermore, recruit 400 players from Jiangnan in the Dragon Kingdom and deliver the game helmets to Jiang Chuyang for distribution through his channels. With Jiang Chuyang, the chef, Providing cover in reality, Moli no longer needed to dispatch robots in the dead of night to deliver the helmets. They could be sent directly to him, who would then arrange for their delivery. Frequent nighttime deliveries could raise suspicion. Soon, the frontline players received the enemy situation report. My goodness, 1,000,000 enemies? That number is simply outrageous. Yet, what was there to fear? They were merely animals devoid of intelligence. They could be dispatched in droves. By Wu Chang and Appo's assertion held true. As long as the base was sufficiently stocked with weapons and ammunition, they could handle any number that came their way. Within the Prism Fortress, Lung Jiao instructed his 3 company commanders, execute the orders, return the more critical equipment, and secure the remaining items within the fortress. Yuan Wudi expressed his frustration. We have established such a substantial base and claimed this vast territory. To abandon it so readily feels quite unsatisfactory. Tin Li Jianshan advised, the least valuable items in the base are the various metal goods. Those animals would struggle to breach the fortress. So there is no need for lamentation. Once we achieve victory, we can return. Fei Niao queried, Brother Long, after this battle, will our 3 companies be separated? Clearly, Fei Niao had already considered the prospect of seizing the territories of these animals after their victory. Lung Jiao explained, that is inevitable. Each of you will be tasked with guarding a region. Once the public launch sees a large influx of players, our manpower shortages will be effectively alleviated. Having received the desired answer, Fei Niao ceased his inquiries. In short order, the players began to pack their belongings. In the dead of night, in the Dragon Kingdom's Ningong City, within a warehouse, Jiang Chaoyang looked at the neatly stacked 400 game helmets inside, with over 1,000,000 enemies. I hope the base can withstand the onslaught. Clearly, Jiang Chaoyang had also received the enemy situation report from the base. He even volunteered to return to the base to participate in battle, but was declined by the Star Master. At this moment, he could only pray for the safety of the base. Chapter 58. The great battle approaches 4 days later, in a canyon at the boundary of Bai Li's territory. A magnificent blue glowing thunder dragon, with a wingspan exceeding 24 meters, landed, surrounded by 6 other creatures. Apart from Bai Li, the remaining 5 were carnivorous beings. The first, reminiscent of a mantis, was dubbed Flying Scythe by the base. This particular specimen exceeded 11 meters in size, its forelimbs resembling formidable blades. The second was a rodent-like creature, twice the size of a kangaroo, known as the Iron Claw. Its fur shone a pale yellow, and its muscular limbs made it an adept burrower. The third was a grotesque 2-headed dog, towering over 3 meters, adorned with fist-sized spots. The fourth was a spiked-back beast, also exceeding 3 meters in height. The fifth, a diminutive green flower fairy, stood about 1 meter tall, the smallest among these creatures. However, its size belied its combat prowess. Evidently, the blue glowing thunder dragon was the commander of this army, Gucci. At this moment, these guardians were communicating telepathically. Gucci initiated the discussion by inquiring about their troop strengths. Report your numbers, Iron Claw. You may begin. The Iron Claw, irate, retorted, I have a name. I am called Iron Claw. Gucci raised his colossal head, casting a cold glare at the Iron Claw. Cowed by Gucci's stature and combat capabilities, the Iron Claw begrudgingly reported, I bring 80,000 of my kin, along with a small number of terrestrial beings for sustenance. Gucci turned to Flying Scythe, asking, and you, with your 6 legs? Flying Scythe responded, I have brought 110,000 of my kind, alongside approximately 350,000 other flying insects. Next, one of the heads of the 2-headed dog chimed in. We have summoned 70,000 terrestrial creatures, though a portion has been consumed by my kin, leaving us with only 50,000. The spiked-back beast murmured, I cannot count. But we summoned many terrestrial beings, some of which were also consumed by my kin. The flower fairy provided a clearer account. My faction comprises 45 powerful flower spirits, 72 from a group of iron eagles, approximately 213 from 3 groups of one-eyed apes, and 324 from 2 groups of flying weasels, with around 150,000 lesser beings remaining. Bailey interjected, I can gather 200,000 lower-tier beings and a few powerful races, starting the summons today. Once all the creatures reported their numbers, Gucci disclosed his own. I bring 316 kin, along with 40,000 various flying birds. Thus, these 7 guardians could barely muster nearly 1,000,000 troops. However, aside from sheer numbers, the actual formidable races they could present were few. The A-class beings amounted to just the 7 of them, with at most 2 more. The B-class beings numbered fewer than 1,000, while the C-class stood at approximately 16,000, and D-class creatures around 150,000. The remainder were merely fodder or sources of sustenance. These animals lacked the concept of stored food. They consumed whatever they encountered. Eating their living comrades was a commonplace occurrence for them. As for why these creatures, destined to become food, did not resist, it was simply because these guardians possessed skills bestowed by the Mother of Life, rendering the creatures within their territory unable to resist summons. It was akin to a queen ant commanding soldier ants to their demise. Refusal was not an option. This was a form of genetically implanted hierarchical suppression, with clear distinctions in social strata. Gucci turned to Bai Li and said, Bai Pai, please elaborate on the situation regarding those heretics. Bai Li, disinterested in quibbling over titles, recounted what he knew. Upon hearing that the heretics were concealed within sturdy buildings towering like mountains, several terrestrial guardians appeared flustered. Those with flying companions wore expressions suggesting reliance on their abilities at a critical moment. Bai Li cautioned, although the humans are few in number, their weaponry is immensely powerful, capable of slaying even guardians. Everyone must exercise utmost caution. As guardians, their intelligence had been altered by the Mother of Life. Furthermore, animals tended to be more prudent against equally matched foes. Arrogance was not in their nature. After deliberating the combat strategies, the 7 guardians departed to prepare. Within the command center of Dawn Base, officers ranked above platoon leaders convened, as Wu Jianfeng briefed them on the enemy situation. Since 2 days prior, the animal army had gradually arrived at the boundary of Bai Li and Apos, as territory, sprawling across the western and northern fronts, extending over 100 kilometers. Just moments ago, we detected the gathering of animals within Bai Li's territory. It is almost certain that these 7 factions are poised to attack us. By tomorrow at the latest, they will reach the outskirts of the base and initiate their assault. To gather intelligence on these creatures, the base had already lost 13 drones. Fei Niao inquired, now that these animals are resting at the boundary, why not launch missile strikes against them? Wu Jianfeng elucidated, firstly, they are somewhat dispersed at the moment, and our missile supply is limited. The effectiveness of an assault now would be diminished. Secondly, we fear that using a thunderous strike could scare them away. Understanding. Fei Niao murmured and ceased further questioning. Shirley Jin asked, what is our current strategy? Tao Zhiyao answered, our tactic involves utilizing our existing defensive structures to lure these creatures into attack, allowing us to resist layer by layer, draining their strength. The core defensive system of the base is the main building, whose outer walls can withstand rocket attacks. The roof is equipped with 46 missile launchers and 78 multi-barreled close defense cannons, all operated by programming. Each of the 6 dormitory buildings hosts 5 multi-barreled close defense cannons, totaling 30. Within the base, there are also 16 missile silos. Moreover, the base's walls stand 8 meters tall and 6 meters wide. Not only can various weapons be deployed atop the walls, but the walls themselves have a hollow structure, allowing for concealed troops to attack through firing ports. At this moment, nearly 200 multi-barreled close defense cannons are positioned along the walls. Through crossfire configurations, these over 300 multi-barreled close defense cannons can effectively fortify the entire base. In reality, the limiting factor for these cannons is not the ammunition supply, but the speed at which soldiers can reload. Additionally, 952 soldiers are available for combat, armed with a variety of weapons that are far from mere decorations. Furthermore, the base is equipped with 20 combat robots, all rated A-class, capable of swiftly dispatching the opposing creatures. Finally, the base maintains a reserve of 136 various ballistic missiles, which are formidable weapons. Throughout this ordeal, not a single individual doubted their eventual victory. The only uncertainty lay in the extent of their own casualties. Chapter 59. Fierce Firepower the following midday. Over 1,000,000 beasts amassed at the periphery of the Dawn base. The sheer number of foes could only be described as a vast expanse, obscuring the sky. To be candid, while the vanguard of this animal army had just reached the outskirts of the base, their rear was still over 10 kilometers away. Witnessing such a multitude of adversaries, the players were all consumed by a heavy sense of foreboding. The oppressive atmosphere seemed to render the very air stagnant. Boom! Explosions from landmines erupted intermittently, causing considerable chaos among the vanguard of the animal army. In recent days, players had laid 24,000 landmines within a 2-kilometer radius of the base. This quantity was sufficient to cause significant disruption to the advancing beasts. Inside the central control room of the base, Moli inquired, "Have we yet discovered any effective means to interfere with the enemy and Oppo's skills?" The intelligence corps reported, "No effective countermeasures have been identified." Ever since the animal army approached within 10 kilometers of the base, the various creatures domesticated within had become exceedingly aggressive. The only unaffected beings were the Phantom and Wu Jianfeng's thunderous flower fairy. The intelligence corps had experimented with numerous methods, but both signal jamming and frequency interference proved ineffective against the skills wielded by these guardians over the animals. If any guardian could compel the creatures to act at will, it would pose a grave threat to the base's planned livestock operations. Moli, feeling somewhat helpless, directed, "Continue testing other methods." "Understood," the intelligence corps replied. At that moment, at the outskirts of the base, the guardians gazed at the enormous structure in the distance, their expressions betraying a hint of astonishment. Only Li, having witnessed it multiple times, remained relatively unfazed. To these animals, the base loomed like an ancient behemoth, instilling fear. In the animal kingdom, while size is not the sole criterion for strength, larger creatures are undeniably more formidable. Had it not been for their numerical advantage, these guardians might have lost confidence in defeating their adversaries. These animals, in battle, exhibited no awareness of probing the enemy's firepower. With a command from Gu Ji to advance, an array of lesser creatures surged towards the base like a dark cloud. The air was filled with the sounds of explosions as the landmines set by the players began to wreak havoc. Countless animals were torn apart by the blasts. Yet the number slain was insufficient to meet their daily consumption needs, as ground allies suffered under the barrage of landmines. Various aerial creatures began to encroach within the 2-kilometer radius of the base. In an instant, over 300 multi-barrel close-in defense guns sprang into action. Moli had opted for the domestically developed 1130 gun for its terrifying rate of fire. In a ranking of close-in defense artillery across Blue Star nations, the 1130 would undoubtedly claim the top spot for its firing speed. The 1130 is equipped with 11 barrels and 2 ammunition bays, firing 30mm shells. The designation 11 to 30 stems from this configuration. Accompanied by radar, optical, and infrared tracking systems, it can lock onto and engage over 40 targets simultaneously. Its maximum firepower reaches an astonishing 10,000 rounds per minute, or 166 rounds per second, with a maximum range of 5,000 meters and an optimal interception distance of 1,500 to 3,000 meters. This automated weapon, under software control, can autonomously lock onto and attack incoming threats. While B-grade creatures might endure a few hits from the 30mm shells, those below B-grade would perish instantly upon contact. At this moment, the 300-1130 guns dominated the battlefield, annihilating countless aerial foes that fell like raindrops. Witnessing the might of the close-in defense artillery, the players erupted in unison with cheers. Among the ranks of the animal army, the 7 guardians were momentarily silenced. The flames erupting from the ground and the fiery trails arcing through the air posed a significant threat to them. An attack capable of endangering these guardians would be catastrophic for their subordinates. Coupled with the relentless firepower of human weaponry, this conflict had devolved into a massacre of the beasts. Yet, even if all their subordinates were to perish, they would continue to fight. The eradication of humanity was a divine mandate from the Life Mother, a command they dared not defy. Before long, Various aerial creatures breached the base's interior. The main building, despite its weakest defenses being mere glass, was impervious to nearby heavy machine gun fire, rendering it unassailable by these creatures. Consequently, the animals redirected their assault towards the players tasked with replenishing ammunition for the closing guns. Although clad in thick bomb suits, such attire could not shield them from every attack. One player was seized by a swarm of flying beasts and hurled downwards from the building. However, this unfortunate player landed with a light thud, cursing as he scrambled to his feet. His safety was due to the base's anti-gravity system, which ensured that within the confines of the base, fatal falls were impossible. Despite the lack of fatality, it undeniably affected the firepower of the close-in guns. As many players were forced to retreat, several of the guns ceased firing. The diminishing enemy firepower only incited further frenzy among the beasts. Inside the command center, Lung Jiao asked, "Tianya, have you confirmed the positions of the Guardians?" Wu Jianfeng replied, "We and AMP, Oppos, VE located for Guardians. 3 remain unaccounted for." Lung Jiao commanded, "Hasten the search." The initial targets identified were all large Guardians, while the smaller ones proved exceptionally elusive. With the base's missile stock limited, it was imperative to ascertain the locations of these Guardians to deploy a coordinated missile strike. Within 10 minutes of combat, the area within 3 kilometers of the base was strewn with the corpses of various animals. Inside the base, a thick layer of animal remains lay scattered. Countless fungal strands emerged from an underground vent, infiltrating the carcasses. This grand feast was entirely at the Phantom's disposal. As time progressed, the players inevitably sustained considerable casualties, primarily among those tasked with reloading the close-in guns. After all, bomb suits were not infallible. Some insects possessed exceptionally sharp mandibles and could secrete corrosive substances. Additionally, certain insects managed to infiltrate through firing apertures, inflicting further casualties upon the players. Before long, within the first hour of battle, nearly 100 players had perished, a number that constituted 10% of the human force. Suddenly, a passageway door swung open, unleashing a torrent of flames. The creatures hovering nearby were instantly incinerated. "Quick, quick, quick!" With a wave of his hand, dozens of players clad in bomb suits hastily emerged, pushing ammunition carts. Their task was to replenish the closing guns. Although these guns were effective, they consumed ammunition at an alarming rate. A closing gun without ammunition was merely a decorative piece. Chapter 60, A Desperate Gamble. Suddenly, a 2-headed hound leaped over the wall, instantly pouncing upon a player pushing an ammunition cart. Before the creature could begin to tear into its prey, Fei Niao dispatched the beast, which was as large as a tiger, with a few well-aimed shots. Before Fei Niao could fully comprehend the situation, 2 more 2-headed hounds sprang up onto the wall. Other players quickly reacted, opening fire to eliminate these reckless intruders. Fei Niao looked down at the wall and observed several 2-headed hounds using the pile of corpses to leap upwards. After emptying a magazine, Fei Niao immediately contacted the command center. "Command center, there are too many animal corpses beneath the wall. These creatures can now jump over. If this continues, we will struggle to replenish the ammunition for the close defense cannon. It is already arduous enough to reload while under attack from various flying creatures. If these land-dwelling beasts manage to enter, it will truly be disastrous." Cold Sniper commanded, "Begin releasing fuel." Wu Jianfeng replied, "Understood." Shortly thereafter, countless nozzles emerged from the wall. In the bewildered gaze of the animals, these nozzles sprayed fuel like high-pressure water guns. The fuel utilized by the base was synthetic, eliminating the need for crude oil refinement. As long as there were chemical raw materials available, it could be produced in abundance. At that moment, countless animals beneath the wall were drenched, resembling drowned rats. This fuel was not only viscous, but also emitted a pungent odor. Ingestion would not result in death, but it would certainly be unpleasant. As the exposed wires began to spark, the fuel ignited instantly. A conflagration erupted, akin to a colossal fire dragon enveloping the entire base. This sudden inferno compelled countless animals to flee in a panic. Even creatures far from the flames were swept up in the chaos. Modern weaponry, which had failed to break their ranks, was vanquished by the most primal element, Fire. This outcome surprised many within the command center. Cold Sniper ordered. Deploy the flame-throwing soldiers to clear the flying creatures within the base, while the other soldiers expedite the ammunition change for the close defense cannon. In reality, upon witnessing their kin fleeing, the various flying creatures that had occupied the base began to escape without requiring human intervention. Before long, the sound of gunfire ceased. Wu Jianfeng reported, according to the intelligence analysis, we have eliminated approximately 160,000 flying creatures and 70,000 land creatures. However, the majority were of E and F grade, with very few D grade creatures among them. Cold Sniper reassured, no worries, we have yet to reveal our trump card. Throughout this prolonged battle, not a single ballistic missile or anti-air missile has been used. Meanwhile, the 7 Guardians deliberated on their next course of action. As long as they remained within the skill's influence range, these Guardians could indeed communicate over vast distances. After a brief discussion, they collectively leaned towards a high-stakes gamble. The previous skirmish had only sent low-level cannon fodder into battle. Their elite subordinates had hardly been engaged. Now was the time to invest heavily. Upon confirming their battle strategy, the 7 Guardians began to mobilize their forces. However, their movements were quickly detected by the drones overhead. Although there were numerous flying creatures within the animal horde, most flew at low altitudes. Among those that soared higher, few could outpace the Grim Reaper drones, allowing humans to continuously surveil enemy activity from above. It appears the enemy is preparing for a desperate fight, analyzed escape. Cold Sniper inquired, Tianya, how many Guardians have you locked onto? Wu Jianfeng responded, only 5. The Blue Light Thunder Dragon, Two-Headed Hound, Spiked Back Beast, Iron Mouse, and Flying Scythe. The whereabouts of Bai Li remain elusive, and the identity of the other Guardian is still unknown. Cold Sniper commanded, no time to waste. Allocate 10 Tomahawk cruise missiles and 3 Scud missiles per Guardian, and raise all anti-air missile launchers. Before long, 46 missile launchers gradually ascended, and 16 missile silos opened their hatches. At that moment, the 5 Guardians remained oblivious to the fact that they had been locked onto by missiles. As the flames encircling the base extinguished, the animal horde launched another assault. This time, their numbers were even more formidable, as they sent forth all their powerful units. Fire. With Wu Jianfeng's command, surface-to-air missiles were launched instantaneously. Simultaneously, all close defense cannons opened fire. At the forefront were nearly 300 Blue Light Thunder Dragons. Except for a few remaining to guard their kin, the majority of their brethren were committed to this assault, led by an A-grade Blue Light Thunder Dragon. However, due to their size attracting attention, human firepower first targeted its kind. Even the mighty Blue Light Thunder Dragon, faced with 30mm projectiles, was rendered as fragile as paper. Only that A-grade Blue Light Thunder Dragon could withstand the impact of a 30mm shell. Yet, when the missile struck, even it was filled with dread. A series of explosions erupted in the sky, and the bodies of Blue Light Thunder Dragons fell like dumplings. In mere seconds, the population of Blue Light Thunder Dragons was significantly diminished. Witnessing so many of its kin fall, the leader, Gu Qi, immediately ordered a retreat. However, by the time these Blue Light Thunder Dragons reached a safe distance, fewer than 40 remained. Upon witnessing this scene, all Guardians were filled with trepidation. If even the powerful Blue Light Thunder Dragon race could be easily annihilated, what hope was there for their weaker subordinates? The slaughter continued on the battlefield. Under the cover of various gunfire and surface-to-air missiles, 50 Tomahawk cruise missiles and 16 Scud missiles ascended into the sky. Upon seeing the missiles launch, Bai Li, concealed within the dense forest, swiftly turned to flee. As he escaped, Bai Li kindly warned the other Guardians to take cover. However, not all Guardians heeded the advice. Even those who did might not outrun the missiles. In less than 20 seconds, the 50 Tomahawk cruise missiles were the first to strike the targeted area. Amidst the flames that erupted, various animal remains were sent soaring. However, the precise impact of the attack would require further reconnaissance to ascertain. A few seconds later, the 16 Scud missiles swept through the target area once more. A considerable disarray was evident among the spiked-back beast's kin. It was likely that the spiked-back beast guardian had perished. Yet, The chaos within its ranks did not last long before they rejoined the assault. Evidently, other guardians had taken command of these troops. Despite such heavy casualties, the animals showed no signs of retreating. Soon, the ground beneath the wall was piled high with animal carcasses. These creatures, trampling over their fallen comrades, leaped en masse onto the wall. Reluctantly, the humans resorted once more to fire. However, while the raging flames obstructed the advance of land creatures, various flying beasts fearlessly penetrated the base. At that moment, the exterior of the main building was overrun with flying creatures. Through the glass, the occupants could clearly see these beings frantically clawing, biting, and pecking at the structure. Cold Sniper commanded, "Commence the operation." With Wu Jianfeng's directive, the exterior walls of the main building were electrified with hundreds of thousands of volts. Instantly, numerous animals plummeted from above. The scene resembled the peeling of an onion, layer by layer. Chapter 61. Defeating the exuberant Duan Chang Chao exclaimed, "We have discovered the two guardians, the two-headed hound, and the flying sickle. These creatures are fleeing northwest, shielded by their subordinates. They have made a grave mistake by allowing their minions to protect them, thereby revealing their whereabouts. However, it is understandable that these guardians, having sustained significant injuries from the recent bombardment, would seek protection in their fear." Lung Jiu realized that dispersing missiles had proven ineffective and commanded, "Launch 40 Tomahawk cruise missiles and 16 Scud missiles, evenly distributed among the two guardians." In less than 20 seconds, the second wave of missiles struck true. Both the two-headed hound and the flying sickle S factions lost control and began to collapse en masse. Although other guardians quickly took command of their respective armies, the animals' offensive had considerably diminished. Even if they breached the base, they would inflict no damage on the main building and might even suffer mass electrocution. Such suicidal behavior undoubtedly dampened morale. Within the command center, Lung Jiu instructed, "Drones, prioritize locating the blue-glowing Thunder Dragon Guardian. Its large size should make it easier to find." Previously, the remaining Thunder Dragons vanished into the small mountain range 9 kilometers to the north. Focus your search in that area. At this moment, the remaining 4 guardians were engaged in a heated argument. With 3 guardians already dead, the remaining 4 were eager to flee. Others might escape, but Gu Ji, the commander of the army, could not. Should he choose to abandon his post, he would face the wrath of the Life Mother, risking the loss of his powers or even execution. The other 3 guardians hoped Gu Ji would issue a retreat command, but he was not foolish enough to shoulder that blame. With only 30 of his kin left, he was indifferent to their demise. Seeing no way to persuade Gu Ji, Bailey contacted the Flower Fairy and Iron Claw the Diamond Mouse separately. The Flower Fairy inquired, "Bailey, do you have a plan?" Bailey proposed an astonishing strategy, leaving the Flower Fairy and Iron Claw speechless. "Since only Gu Ji wishes to continue fighting, we can disclose his location to the humans. As long as Gu Ji is eliminated, the war will cease." Iron Claw asked in disbelief, "Bailey, how do you intend to reveal Gu Ji's position to the humans?" "That is not your concern. Just agree to the plan." Bailey withheld the fact that he was in contact with the humans. The Flower Fairy voiced her concern. "What if the Mother Goddess punishes us?" Bailey replied, "If the Mother Goddess retaliates, we will place the blame on Gu Ji and exaggerate the human strength. She should understand our predicament. In truth, higher beings are particularly fearful of death, especially those accustomed to the elevated life of guardians." With a desire to survive, the 3 guardians quickly conspired, leaving Gu Ji oblivious to their machinations. In the dense forest, Bailey snapped off a piece of deer antler. A colorful bird seized the antler and swiftly flew towards the human base. Within the command center, upon hearing Ironblood's report, everyone was momentarily stunned. They had never anticipated that these animals possessed attributes comparable to humans. To save their lives, they were willing to betray their commander. Ironblood commanded, "Execute the Star Master's orders immediately." Wu Jianfeng regained his composure and began inputting attack coordinates for the missiles. Half a minute later, 16 Scud missiles struck the small mountain range to the north. As they witnessed the flames erupting, the personnel anxiously awaited the outcome. Shortly thereafter, the attacking animals received a retreat order. They fled as if granted amnesty, retreating in droves. The base's weaponry ceased fire in an instant. Moli consented to allow the animals to depart, considering two main factors. First, the base was littered with countless animal corpses, which would take months to consume and considerable resources to dispose of. It was more prudent to release these animals back into the wild. Second, Moli wished to convey a gesture of goodwill. Humanity did not intend to eradicate them entirely. His quest for territory was primarily to acquire energy crystals and various mineral resources, leaving the wilderness for the animals to inhabit. It was unnecessary for both sides to engage in a relentless struggle. Constant warfare hindered Moli's ability to stockpile energy crystals, as the Gamma inhabitants had imposed task quotas upon him. In mere minutes, all animals vanished from the base's sight. Several helicopters departed, accompanied by the guardian beast Mirage. Having killed 4 guardians, their remains must not go to waste. It was imperative to allow Mirage to replenish itself while the corpses were still fresh. Additionally, the bodies of B-class and C-class creatures should not be squandered. Within the base, Lung Jiao and several combat advisors reviewed the intelligence brain statistics on the battle results and casualties. They had slain 4 guardians and an A-class blue glowing thunder dragon, equivalent to 5 A-class beings. The casualties included 536 B-class creatures, approximately 8,000 C-class creatures, and around 470,000 creatures below C-class. Given the complex battlefield environment and the vast number of animals, the intelligence calculations contained a degree of error. The spoils of war amounted to the corpses of these 470,000 animals. At this moment, the corpses piled beneath the base's main building reached a height of 4 to 5 meters. The effort required to clean up the base would be substantial. In terms of casualties, 87 personnel had perished and 569 sustained injuries, with the death toll exceeding 60. Had death not been reversible, the players would have long since succumbed to despair. Moreover, the base's infrastructure had suffered severe damage, necessitating considerable time for repairs. Additionally, 70 of the previously stockpiled ammunition had been expended, which was one reason Moli was reluctant to continue fighting. 2 hours later, 80 kilometers outside the base, the retreating animals congregated in a small plain. At this moment, they all lay respectfully on the ground, including Bai Li, Iron Claw, and the Flower Fairy. The only being capable of inspiring such reverence was the Life Mother. The Destroyer clan and the Crystal clan have simultaneously declared war on us. Forces from the southern and eastern regions of the continent have been redirected to support the Western Front. We must temporarily suspend our conflict with humanity. The 3 guardians were taken aback, shocked by the news. The simultaneous assault from 2 other continental factions posed a grave threat, as a single misstep could ignite flames of war deep within their continent. Bai Li as the envoy. Go negotiate with the humans and find a way to reduce their slaughter of living beings. You too. Remain here to monitor human movements while leading your powerful factions to support the Northern Front. The 3 guardians responded in unison. Understood, Mother Goddess. As the projection of the Life Mother faded, the 3 guardians rose. Bai Li declared, the remaining forces shall be entirely entrusted to your leadership at the front lines. Iron Claw expressed envy. You are fortunate, Bai Li, to stay here and avoid the front lines. The Destroyer clan and Crystal clan are far more terrifying than the humans. Bai Li was at a loss for words to console him and quietly turned to leave. The Flower Fairy sighed, let us go. Iron Claw exhaled deeply and began to lead the animals northward. Chapter 62. The outline of the world. The Phantom hovered 100 meters above the ground, its wings flapping continuously to express its inner joy. After consuming the flesh and blood of 5 A-grade creatures and countless others of lower ranks, the Phantom finally evolved to A-grade. To be precise, it reached A- grade. At this moment, its wings exceeded 20 meters in span, and its body length surpassed 6 meters. Even though the Phantom was not a high-load flying creature, carrying Moli into the sky posed no challenge whatsoever. Indeed, the race of destruction was formidable. If their numbers were greater, other beings would stand no chance of survival. Suddenly, the Phantom called out to Moli, adopting a combat stance. As Moli turned to look, he spotted Bailey emerging from the forest. Several combat robots assigned to protection duty immediately began charging their energy cannons. Sensing Bailey and Appo's lack of hostility, Moli halted his subordinates and Appo's attack. Observing the phantom before him, Bailey advised, "You have witnessed the terrifying nature of the destruction race. They can consume the flesh and blood of other beings to continuously evolve, making their existence a calamity for all living creatures." Moli dismissively replied, "While I concede your point, these animals were not slain by the phantom. I merely facilitated a feast for it, so there is no need to lay blame at its feet. Strictly speaking, these creatures perished because of your actions. Had you not waged war indiscriminately, they would not have met their fate here." In this moment, Moli epitomized the concept of turning the tables. Bailey realized he could not persuade Moli and chose to abandon further attempts at rhetoric. Instead, addressing the matter at hand, "I have come in accordance with the divine mandate of the Mother of Life to engage in peaceful negotiations with humanity." Moli jested. "That shouldn't be the case. With your guardians' numbers, you could easily muster an army of billions. Surely, you wouldn't come seeking peace after just a minor defeat?" After a moment's contemplation, Bailey decided to divulge some intelligence to Moli. "The other two continents have simultaneously declared war against us, mobilizing billions of beings to the front lines to confront the enemy. Consequently, we are unable to organize a larger army to launch an offensive against you humans for the time being." Moli expressed his astonishment. "Why would you share this with me? Who negotiates by exposing their own shortcomings?" Bailey explained, "Each time the destruction race occupies a territory, they transform the land to suit only their kind. Should we face defeat, humanity too would be doomed to annihilation." Curiously, Moli inquired, "You frequently mention the destruction race. What manner of beings are they?" Bailey replied, "I have only fought against the crystal race and know little about the destruction race. I cannot answer your question." Moli asked, "The crystal race you speak of, they are the enemies from another continent, correct?" Bailey and Appo's pupils began to shimmer, and Moli swiftly gleaned the answer from their depths. "The crystal race, a sentient species that walks upright on two legs, devoid of hair, sporting various colors, and possessing 4 arms, with a crystal embedded in their foreheads. This crystal serves as their source of power, depending on its color. The crystal can bestow a range of different abilities. For instance, the simplest white crystal can emit energy beams. Other crystals can manipulate lightning, fire, water, wind, earth, metal, and plants. Unquestionably, even the least formidable among the crystal race can unleash energy beams with destructive power rivaling that of bullets." Bailey elaborated, "Legend has it that each crystal being is birthed by the Mother of Crystals. In a bid to empower her further, these beings incessantly plunder energy crystals, and our conflict with them has persisted through countless sunrises and sunsets. Indeed, this world grows increasingly intriguing. One continent seems to be a sentient tree, self-proclaimed as the Mother of Life, employing guardians to command all living beings in its service. The other continent likely harbors an energy crystal that has gained consciousness, dividing itself to serve its own needs. Now, one wonders what the situation is on the third continent. The Gamma race has positioned its production base in the remote southeastern corner of this continent, perhaps out of fear of the tree spirit, as well as the powers of the other two continents." Moli curiously asked, "Are there powerful beings within the oceans?" Bailey nodded affirmatively. "The ocean's expanse is several times that of the land. Perhaps the dominators of the seas outnumber those on the land. Yet, with matters on land unresolved, Moli could not afford to ponder too far ahead. Moli stated, "I can represent humanity for a temporary coexistence until your war with the other two continents concludes. But I require a certain amount of land to settle my kin." Bailey generously offered, "In light of the 4 guardians that perished, I can agree to transfer their territories for your people to inhabit, provided you ensure that no large-scale extermination of various life forms occurs." Moli immediately rejected the offer. "That won't suffice. I have no knowledge of the size of each guardian's territory, and a scattered land allocation would be cumbersome for us to manage. I propose we delineate the territories based on mountain ranges and rivers." With Moli and Appo's insistence, The territories were divided according to the natural boundaries of mountains and rivers. Following this arrangement, the territory occupied by humanity measured roughly 200,000 square kilometers. The overall shape of this land resembled an irregular diamond, representing a small portion carved from the southeastern corner of the continent. This 200,000 square kilometers of land, while merely a drop in the ocean compared to the entire continent, would be ample for humanity to sustain itself for a year or two. Yet, there was no need to wait that long. Once the game officially launched, Moli could rapidly amass troops to seize more territory. By that time, the influence of the Mother of Life would undoubtedly be significantly weakened. At that juncture, Moli could compellingly urge the Mother of Life to sit down and negotiate. For instance, to assist him in dealing with the Gamma race. Moli had no intention of remaining a subservient minor for the Gamma. Once he overturned his oppressors, the serfs too could rise and sing. Though the Gamma race had implanted a nanobomb within Moli's essence, he could still persist through his clones. After all, the Su family was not solely reliant on Moli for the continuation of their bloodline. He could consider himself as having traversed into a foreign realm. Without the weight of concern, he would not be easily threatened. Once Bailey departed, Moli commanded, "Intellect, designate our continent as the continent of life, the northern continent as the continent of crystals, and the western continent as the continent of destruction. The beings of the crystal continent shall be referred to as crystal people, categorized according to their abilities." As the information was updated and entered into the database, players began to buzz with excitement. Ordinary players speculated that this was a prelude to the public launch of a new map. However, the personnel at the command center were acutely aware that they were soon to confront new adversaries. Chapter 63. Game Open Beta 3 months later, in Longhua, Hangqing. Mr. Zhou, you have a Shunfeng Express delivery. Would it be convenient for you to come down and collect it? I'm at work. Just leave it at the hive. By the way, what is it? Idon and Opos. Do you recall ordering anything recently? The outer packaging bears the emblem of the Interstellar Gaming Company. It is likely the gaming helmet. What? The Interstellar Gaming Company's helmet. Wait for me. I will take a taxi back immediately. I will be there in a little over 10 minutes. All right. Call me when you arrive. I will first deliver the packages for the other residents in your community. A little over 10 minutes later, Zhou Jinting excitedly received the package from the courier. This was the world's first gaming helmet for the game Interstellar Miner. Renowned for its 100% realism, how could he not be thrilled? When the news of the fully immersive virtual reality technology first emerged, Zhou Jinting had scoffed at it. The absurdity of the announcement felt akin to the creators of the internal combustion engine declaring they had built a spaceship. However, subsequent developments took Zhou Jinting by surprise. Not only did domestic and international media rush to report on it, but various experts and official institutions also validated the claims. Even the Eagle Nation urged the Longhua government to share this technology, which could benefit all of humanity. Reports suggested that numerous countries offered hundreds of billions in US dollars for patent rights from the inventor, a man named Jiang Chaoyang, who steadfastly refused. During this time, there were even incidents involving foreign agents attempting to kidnap Jiang Chaoyang. Ultimately, whether it was due to sufficient incentives or external pressures, the inventor consented to the global release of the game. Nonetheless, the open beta would only take place within Longhua, with the official launch scheduled to occur a month later. According to the cunning foreign schemers, acquiring the gaming helmet would make deciphering the technology quite straightforward. In the following 2 months, the inventor conducted a nationwide tour showcasing the technology and gaming equipment. Zhou Jinting had the fortune of experiencing the virtual reality effects at the Hangqing Station event, which instilled in him an unwavering belief in the technology. As anticipation grew among gaming enthusiasts for the game's launch, the Interstellar Gaming Company announced the open beta registration link, which attracted millions of players within a day. The server crashed multiple times, forcing the game officials to close registration early. After all, there were only 20,000 spots available for the open beta, and rumors indicated the chances of selection were a mere 0. 18. Zhou Jinting never imagined he would be fortunate enough to secure a gaming helmet. Upon learning of his selection, he eagerly awaited its arrival, counting the days. After 3 long days, the package finally arrived. Upon returning home, he carefully unwrapped the box, removing the protective foam and the inner soft film packaging. Before him lay a silver helmet, slightly larger than a motorcycle helmet, with a unique texture and an indiscernible material composition. Ding ding ding. Glancing at the caller ID, Zhou Jinting answered the phone. Manager, I apologize. I suddenly had stomach cramps and went to the hospital. I forgot to inform you. I'm still in line waiting to see the doctor. I will rest well and not disturb you. After hanging up, Zhou Jinting sighed in relief. Navigating the workplace required a degree of tact. Pondering for a moment, he found a number in his contacts and dialed. Jianfeng, it's me, Jinting. I've received the gaming helmet. I can soon enter the game and dominate. Wu Jianfeng, munching on food, congratulated him. Congratulations on obtaining a ticket to the new world ahead of time. Since the official announcement of the open beta, Wu Jianfeng had rallied his friends and university classmates to apply for the gaming helmet. However, among the dozen or so friends, only Zhou Jinting successfully secured one. It was undeniable that Zhou Jinting had incredible luck. Their group of closed beta players had attempted to secure an additional helmet for a friend, but the game master had declined their request. Although they would eventually receive helmets upon the game's official launch, it would inevitably delay their entry by a month, a significant gap indeed. Wait, are you referring to the game as the New World? Zhou Jinting inquired. Wu Jianfeng replied, let us not discuss that now. Just log into the game and choose Donbase as your starting location. Avoid the large cities. Donbase is the main city. My game ID is wielding a sword across the world. Remember, do not casually reveal your real identity in the game. Confused, Zhou Jinting asked, why not? Wu Jianfeng did not elaborate. I will explain later, just keep that in mind. All right, I will remember. I plan to use and Opos, dominating the world and Opos, as my game ID. Wait for me to log in, and we shall conquer together. After ending the call, Zhou Jinting immediately donned the gaming helmet according to the instructions. The operation was simple. He lay on his bed, ensuring he would not be disturbed, and pressed the button on the helmet. As the button was activated, Zhou Jinting's consciousness swiftly transitioned into a gray, nebulous space. Before him played a 2-minute introduction video for the game. When the video concluded, a female voice resonated. Esteemed adventurer, welcome to the human base on Planet M. Please choose a resounding name for yourself. Dominating the world. Name accepted. You may select one of the following cities and their associated bases as your birthplace. 5 options appeared before Zhou Jinting. Fengzi City, Binhai City, Shanghai City, Levian City, and Donbase. The first 4 cities were accompanied by several affiliated base options. Remembering Wu Jianfeng's advice, Zhou Jinting decisively chose Donbase. As the fog dispersed before him, Zhou Jinting rapidly plummeted downward. Hey, I haven't even customized my character yet. After a dizzying spin, Zhou Jinting's consciousness found itself within a clone in a dormant pod. As the pod opened, Zhou Jinting exerted effort to sit up. Remarkable. It feels indistinguishable from the real world. A voice echoed nearby, mirroring his thoughts. Zhou Jinting turned to see another player looking at him. Hello, I am dominating the world. My game ID is so handsome I have no friends. It's a pleasure to meet you. As they both attempted to climb out and exchange pleasantries, they stumbled and fell to the ground. What just happened? Zhou Jinting exclaimed, astonished. The other player, so handsome I have no friends, replied in confusion, I don't know. It feels like I'm drunk and my body is unresponsive. Could it be a quality issue with the gaming helmet? Please don't scare me, Zhou Jinting replied, equally concerned. Chapter 64, Funding. At this moment, a feminine voice echoed in the ears of the 2 adventurers. Welcome to the dawn base of the human race, brave adventurers. I am the receptionist, Xiaoro. As your newly awakened souls and bodies have yet to fully synchronize, you may experience a temporary imbalance in bodily coordination. This is a normal reaction, so please do not be concerned. It will resolve with time. The handsome yet friendless adventurer, upon seeing the beautiful receptionist, wore a foolish grin and exclaimed, Miss, you are so stunningly radiant. You must be a real-life game guide. Would it be too much to ask for your WeChat or QQ number? Xiaoro maintained her composure and replied, I apologize, but I am unable to comprehend NPC semantics. Could you please repeat that? The handsome adventurer felt a tinge of embarrassment, realizing he had unwittingly flirted with an NPC. Zhou Jinting quickly inquired, "Excuse me, how does one access the game interface? And how can we add friends?" At that moment, two more players emerged from their sleep pods, shouting excitedly. Xiao Rou said apologetically, "Please bear with me a moment while I calm these two newly arrived adventurers. Afterward, I will escort you to the newcomer reception area to collect your communication wristbands and training uniforms." Very well. With nothing else to do, Zhou Jinting decided to sit on the ground and converse with the handsome adventurer. The latter began to boast, "Let me tell you, even if the game plot falters after its launch, it will undoubtedly become a global sensation simply by virtue of being the world's first fully immersive virtual reality game. The potential for virtual economic gains is truly incalculable. We must not waste our qualifications for the public beta. I have resolved to resign from my job and dedicate myself entirely to this game. This time, I am determined to earn enough to buy a house within it." To be honest, Zhou Jinting found himself somewhat tempted. His current job was not only mediocre in pay but also exhausting. A minor misstep could lead to complaints from both sales and clients. As far as he knew, Wu Jianfeng had been playing this game full-time for several months. These closed beta players not only enjoyed free access to the game, but also earned a handsome salary. Although public beta players did not receive a salary, the experience they could accumulate was invaluable. Zhou Jinting recalled Wu Jianfeng mentioning that the game and Oppo's map and many settings were fixed and would not change upon launch. Perhaps committing to full-time gaming was worth considering. 2 hours later, Zhou Jinting finally met Wu Jianfeng. The latter greeted him enthusiastically. "Come, let's go to my place. I have prepared something special for you." Zhou Jinting was surprised. "Don't tell me it's your in-game house?" Wu Jianfeng hinted. "Just think of it as similar to game equipment from previous online acquaintances. Why must we bring real-life conventions into a gaming universe?" Zhou Jinting found it difficult to comprehend the developer's mindset. Once you become familiar with this environment, you will understand the depths of its intricacies. "Now, let us head to the vehicle." Zhou Jinting hesitated, "But I haven't completed my job transition quest yet." Wu Jianfeng reassured him, "There's no rush. I'll first introduce you to the various elements here. You can choose your profession afterward." With that, Zhou Jinting swiftly boarded the hover sightseeing vehicle. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Interstellar Gaming Company on Blue Star, the female secretary was reporting important matters to Jiang Chuyang. "Game agents from various countries are eager for us to increase the quota for game helmets. They are willing to pay a premium." Jiang Chuyang replied impassively. "Inform them that we can only supply a limited number of helmets in the first batch, with a slight increase in the second batch. Currently, we are distributing 1 million helmets to Long Country and 2 million to other nations. The domestic retail price is 19,999 yuan per helmet, while the international price is $3,000 US. The pricing is, indeed, exorbitant. The limitation on helmet distribution is not solely due to production capacity, but also the population capacity on M-Star. Presently, 5 small cities and 37 outposts have been established, with an estimated capacity for 3 million residents. 3 more small cities and 68 outposts are under construction, all scheduled for completion before the game launches. At that time, accommodating 400,000 to 500,000 residents will be entirely feasible. Logging out does not solely rely on sleep pods. However, logging out from within a pod is better for the in-game body. Thus, the base currently has stockpiled 30,000 sleep pods. Various simplified sleep chambers serve as alternatives. These chambers feature an opaque cover, resembling a birdcage from reality. A room can hold around 100 of them, where players can only exit from the inside. As the name suggests, these chambers are solely for bodily rest. If a player remains offline for an extended period, their physical form may become quite unpleasant. The secretary continued her report. "Several renowned foreign media outlets wish to arrange an exclusive interview with you." Without hesitation, Jiang Chuyang declined, politely refused them for me. "I am quite busy and do not enjoy being in the spotlight." The secretary cautiously reminded him, "They mentioned the possibility of recommending you to the Nobel Committee." Jiang Chuyang's expression soured as he admonished the secretary. "Do I need to repeat myself?" The secretary, flustered, responded, "Yes, I understand." disregarding even the Nobel Prize. This boss is truly unique. At that moment, a peculiar admiration began to stir within her. Little did she know, her boss was simply eager to complete his tasks and return to the game. 165 gaming companies are eager to collaborate with us on new game development, whether through joint ventures or project partnerships, and they are willing to allow us a significant share. Decline all offers, but do so diplomatically. Within apartment building one of the Dawn base, Zhou Jinting excitedly waved his arms. At this moment, he felt an invigorating surge of strength. In truth, it was merely an illusion of power stemming from an increase in bodily attributes. As he gradually acclimated to this newfound strength, he would realize that the enhancement was not as substantial as it initially felt. Wu Jianfeng elaborated. In this game, anything that can enhance physical attributes exhibits resistance to drugs. Through extensive exploration, we have discovered that the initial absorption yields the best results. Therefore, it is crucial to consume an ample quantity the first time. It is noteworthy that Wu Jianfeng had prepared 2,000 milliliters of low-grade plant essence for Zhou Jinting. Consuming it all would provide at least 1 to 2 additional attribute points. Initially, the base acquired low-grade plant essence at a rate of 100 milliliters for 120 contribution points, later selling it at a marked-up price. With the influx of players, prices had skyrocketed. Now, 100 milliliters commanded over 400 contribution points. The 2,000 milliliters Wu Jianfeng prepared for Zhou Jinting were valued at no less than 8,000 contribution points. It was evident that Wu Jianfeng was generously supporting his old friend. Chapter 65. Revealing the truth within the confines of the apartment. Zhou Jinting felt an overwhelming sense of envy as he observed the little demon girl, who was incessantly cooing and fawning over Wu Jianfeng. Wu Jianfeng, having offered her a handful of sugary beans, managed to coax her into playing by herself. Seeing this, Zhou Jinting eagerly implored, "Jianfeng, please share the strategy for this game with me." "Not so fast. First, you must try this millet fruit. It is a unique delicacy from M-Star. Possessing a distinct flavor and excellent restorative properties," Wu Jianfeng replied. As Zhou Jinting took a bite, he exclaimed, "Indeed, this fruit is remarkably unique. I cannot fathom how this game amalgamates such diverse flavors. It tastes utterly authentic." Wu Jianfeng's subsequent revelation left Zhou Jinting momentarily speechless. "What if I told you that this place is a genuine world, rather than a mere fabricated virtual realm? How would you react?" "Jianfeng, you must be jesting." Zhou Jinting attempted to discern the sincerity in Wu Jianfeng's expression. With a playful demeanor, Wu Jianfeng continued, "If you believe me, I shall elaborate further. If you doubt, consider it a harmless jest." After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Jinting resolved to listen. "I find it hard to accept, yet I am curious to hear more." "Then let me start from the beginning, specifically from the moment I acquired the game helmet." Wu Jianfeng began to recount his tale. In truth, as the beta testers delved deeper into the game, many began to question its authenticity. Doubts led to discussions and validations. The renowned gamer, Shirley Jianshin, had established a Penguin group chat that encompassed all beta testers. Whether in the game or in reality, players sought ways to verify their theories. Some players deliberately publicized the game's authenticity on major forums, yet the posted information was visible only to themselves. Others, with an interest in astronomy, crafted a makeshift telescope within the game and identified celestial bodies resembling those in our solar system. However, the most undeniable evidence lay in the cloning factories present in every city. The continuous production of clones allowed players to ascertain that this was indeed a real world. Consequently, during a military conference, all players collectively confronted the base's ostensible CEO, Iron Blood, attempting to compel him to reveal the truth. Although that meeting yielded no results, the base subsequently introduced a merit system. The sole reward of this system was the permanent acquisition of M-Star citizenship for players. Simultaneously, the base's knowledge repository disclosed that utilizing clones could extend human lifespans to approximately 170 years. These two revelations provided all beta testers with the answers they sought. As for why the Star Lord had not disclosed this truth, players had no time to ponder. Those who understood the truth immediately erupted with fervor. Although parting with their original bodies seemed a betrayal to their ancestors, they could easily leave their lineage on Blue Star and utilize their M-Star citizenship upon reaching old age. Moreover, the base humanely permitted players to transfer this privilege. If one had no immediate use for it, they could reserve it for family. What could possibly compare to the power, status, wealth, and honor of extending one's life? Furthermore, these elements were not absent on M-Star. According to the base's latest research, players with significantly enhanced attributes could potentially surpass the 170-year lifespan limit. As long as players maintained their faculties, the choice was clear. You can verify all I have told you within the game over time. Belief or skepticism is contingent upon your own judgment. I have but one request. Do not disclose our conversation to a third party. Zhou Jinting pondered for a considerable time before asking, Jianfeng, why are you sharing this with me? Wu Jianfeng candidly replied, for two reasons. The first is a debt of gratitude I owe you from our senior year. During that year, our dormitory of 6 decided to embark on a graduation trip. Unfortunately, we encountered a sudden flash flood. Wu Jianfeng was swept away by the torrent and struck unconscious by debris. It was Zhou Jinting and another roommate who, disregarding their own safety, rescued him from the flood. This act of kindness has remained with Wu Jianfeng ever since. Zhou Jinting smiled broadly. That was a long-ago incident. I had forgotten it until you mentioned it. The two had never sought any form of repayment for the life-saving deed. At most, Wu Jianfeng had insisted on treating them to a meal as a gesture of thanks. Such selflessness was indicative of their character. Only a pure-hearted individual would leap into danger to save another. Wu Jianfeng continued, to be honest, if it were any other classmate entering the game, I would share some truths with them. But certainly not this valuable essence of plant life worth nearly 10,000 contribution points. Such treatment is reserved only for you in Laodou. Not only had Wu Jianfeng prepared this essence for Zhou Jinting, but he also transferred 3,000 contribution points to him. With such resources, Zhou Jinting would comfortably thrive in the initial stages of the game. Additionally, Wu Jianfeng provided him with a data package, which could be regarded as a game strategy guide. The second reason is that M-Star is destined to evolve into a genuine human world, and those of us who entered early will gain a competitive edge. You, with your nimble mind, will surely ascend to a prominent position. Consider this my investment in you. Curious, Zhou Jinting inquired, Jianfeng, what position do you currently hold in the base? Wu Jianfeng replied, I am presently the Chief of Staff within the Armed Committee of the base. Chief of Staff? That's impressive. You must look out for me from now on. Zhou Jinting immediately resolved to cling to this advantageous connection. Wu Jianfeng humbly stated, previously, the base had only about 1,000 people, so my position was akin to that of a team chief. Now that you and the other public beta players have entered the game, my role has finally become significant. Subsequently, Wu Jianfeng elucidated the power structure of the base to Zhou Jinting, aiding him in determining his future career path. According to Su Moli's latest organizational framework, the supreme leader of the base was Su Moli, the Star Lord, under whom the Armed Committee and the General Political Institute functioned as the two principal administrative bodies. The term Armed Committee was employed rather than Military Committee because Su Moli believed these players could only be considered armed forces, still far from being soldiers. Currently, the base had not established a formal military structure, primarily comprising militia-style players. Consequently, the military was assembled on an ad hoc basis as required for warfare. This was an unavoidable circumstance, as players frequently logged off multiple times a day, making it impractical to gather enough individuals for a permanent military organization. The Armed Committee comprised 5 departments: Command, Staff, Army, Air Force, and Logistics, led by a head referred to as the Armed Leader. Ironblood served as the Armed Leader, with each department head acting as a member of the committee. Presently, all ministerial positions were vacant. Wu Jianfeng was merely the Chief of Staff, and had a long way to go before attaining the position of Chief of the General Staff. The General Political Institute included secondary departments such as mining, transportation, production, agriculture, human resources, finance, and adventurer welfare, with the head referred to as the Chancellor. Currently, all ministerial positions there were also vacant. Additionally, The mayors and ministers of the other 4 cities held equal status. In the future, provincial management would undoubtedly be established, but it was unnecessary at present. Chapter 66. Record-breaking. Our group of closed beta players is primarily affiliated with the Armament Committee, while there are few involved with the General Political Department. If you wish to ascend swiftly, I recommend you transfer to a position within the General Political Department. However, if you desire to experience the life of a soldier, you may opt to join the military as a soldier, with various branches available, such as infantry, artillery, armored troops, tank operators, or pilots. Wu Jianfeng did not offer Zhou Jinting any suggestions, but merely clarified the advantages and disadvantages of each path. Ultimately, it is one's own journey to choose, and any subsequent hardships are one's own responsibility. Curiously, Zhou Jinting inquired, Jianfeng, are our enemies currently all extraterrestrial beings? Based on the information gathered, this planet is home to multiple factions, and presently, we are confronting the forces of the Life Mother. Wu Jianfeng provided a brief overview, noting that such basic information can be found in the knowledge database. After some contemplation, Zhou Jinting decided to pursue a career as an Air Force pilot, a childhood dream he was determined to realize in this world. Wu Jianfeng respected Zhou Jinting's choice and refrained from further discussion. I apologize for taking up your time. I'll take my leave now and explore at my own pace. If I have any questions, I will consult you. Very well. Proceed to complete the transfer assessment, and let us keep in touch. After exchanging pleasantries, Wu Jianfeng escorted Zhou Jinting out. Just as he exited the apartment building, he received a message from Lao Ba in their group chat. Brothers, who is at the base? Hurry to the shooting range. A new player is challenging Cold Brothers' sniping record. Wow, this guy is incredible, easily breaking the 800-meter sniping record. Upon reading the message, Wu Jianfeng hurried to the shooting range. Upon arrival, he overheard numerous players engaged in animated discussion. This guy must either be a Special Forces operative or an assassin in real life. If I guess wrong, I'll eat my words. By the way, what's this guy's name? His game ID seems to be Mountain Eagle. I logged into the game with him. Do you think he can break the base's highest sniping record? That's hard to say. We shall find out shortly. Wu Jianfeng scanned the crowd and spotted a somewhat chubby man warming up his shoulders. After prolonged use of a large-caliber sniper rifle, one must adequately relax their body. Otherwise, dislocations and bruises are likely. Locating Zhuming Quanshi, Lao Ba, and others. Wu Jianfeng inquired, what is going on? Zhuming Quanshi explained, I heard from others that this guy passed the shooting assessment shortly after arriving at the range. And he did so with an excellent score. An excellent rating indicates a proficiency exceeding 90. Then, he began challenging Cold Brothers' shooting record, starting at 300 meters, then 500, 800, and now moving up to 1,000 meters. Currently, the farthest shooting record at the base was set by Cold Brother, who hit a relatively stationary target at a distance of 1,250 meters. Relative stationary means that the target would sway slightly. After all, enemies on the battlefield cannot remain completely still. Each shooting distance allows 3 attempts, whereby hitting the target with just 1 bullet counts as a success. Lao Ba queried, by the way, where did Cold Brother go? Tao Zhiyao Yao responded, the Star Master has decided to deploy forces soon. So Cold Brother went to inspect the frontline preparations. Before Tao Zhiyao Yao could finish, all attention was diverted back to the shooting range. Wow, he just called out 1,400 meters. No way. He jumped straight from 1,000 meters to 1,400 meters? It is worth noting that the effective shooting range of the Barrett M82A1 is only about 1,500 meters. To hit a target at 1,400 meters is undoubtedly the work of a sharpshooter. At this moment, Wu Jianfeng and the others couldn't help but feel anxious for Cold Brother. The player known as Mountain Eagle aimed for nearly half a minute before finally pulling the trigger. In less than 3 seconds, the electronic voice announced, missed target. Deviation within 20 centimeters. Mountain Eagle seemed to already know the result through the scope, and without waiting for the score to be announced, he aimed once more. The players around him fell silent, not wishing to disturb Mountain Eagle. This time, Mountain Eagle took even longer to aim, exceeding a full minute. Bang! After firing, the electronic voice reported, hit target, score valid. Yay! Incredible. The crowd erupted in cheers for Mountain Eagle. Laoba remarked, "This guy's shooting skills are indeed a notch above Cold Brother." Zhu Mingguang countered, "Cold Brother has simply been preoccupied with team building and military affairs at the base, leading to a decline in his shooting skills." Tao Zhiyao added, "Kuang Shi, there's no shame in being outperformed. You know Cold Brother's character." Wu Jianfeng offered a different perspective. "In fact, this is a positive development. The more skilled individuals that join us, the stronger our human faction will become on Planet M. Though the base is developing well on Planet M, that is merely because the local factions are hindered by the forces from the other two continents. The Guardians in remote areas possess A-level capabilities, while the Life Mother undoubtedly commands beings above S level. Who can say whether she is SS level or even SSS level? It's not impossible for her to exceed SSS level." Zhu Mingguang recognized the validity of Wu Jianfeng and Oppo's words and ceased to argue. Everyone initially thought Mountain Eagle would continue to challenge the records, but he surprisingly walked directly up to Wu Jianfeng. Mountain Eagle had no intention of provoking Wu Jianfeng. Instead, he inquired, "Are you the chief of staff at the general staff, sword-wielding wanderer?" Wu Jianfeng replied, "Indeed. How may I assist you?" Mountain Eagle stated, "I have successfully completed all assessment subjects for infantry and can now venture out freely. However, I heard from veteran players that the base only provides handguns, and purchasing better equipment requires contribution points. I would like to borrow some contribution points from you to buy equipment, and I promise to return double within a week." By Mountain Eagle's logic, since Wu Jianfeng could attain the position of chief of staff, he must possess keen judgment. Given Mountain Eagle's demonstrated prowess, he should easily obtain the necessary startup funds. Wu Jianfeng quickly responded, "How much do you need? Would 10,000 be sufficient?" Mountain Eagle did not anticipate Wu Jianfeng's initial offer of 10,000 and explained, "That's more than I need. I've already checked the prices of weapons. A few hundred contribution points would suffice for decent equipment." Wu Jianfeng enthusiastically remarked, "A few hundred contribution points won't suffice. I'll transfer 10,000 to you. You just broke the base's sniping record and should have earned a Sniper Star title. With this title, you can prioritize purchasing various herbal essences and elixirs from the base, which can enhance your fundamental attributes." Without further ado, Wu Jianfeng transferred 10,000 contribution points to Mountain Eagle, never mentioning repayment. Seeing this, Tao Zhiyao chimed in, "The resources around Dawn Base have already been scavenged by veteran players. If you seek substantial rewards, head north to the Badong Mountains beyond Wilderness City. It's a newly discovered resource-rich wilderness area, perfect for a lone wolf like you. You can rent a vehicle to reach Wilderness City, then enter the mountains via the Dong Badong forward base. When it comes to familiarity with the surrounding terrain and resources, no one knows better than these operational strategists." Mountain Eagle expressed slight gratitude and departed. Zhu Mingguang, astonished, remarked, "Why are you both being so kind to this guy, lending contribution points and giving directions?" Tao Zhiyao elucidated, "Such a remarkable individual is destined to shine brilliantly. Tianya is merely making a prudent investment in advance." The actions of Tao Zhiyao can be regarded as forming a benevolent bond at most. Regrettably, it was Wu Jianfeng, the Mountain Eagle, who was sought after first. Otherwise, Tao Zhiyao would have been more than willing to invest. Chapter 67. Selection of officials within the Central Control Room. Moli was attentively listening to the report from the intelligence system. Shan, whose true name was Lu Yongjia, age 34, was formerly a captain in the Special Operations Unit of the Northwest Military District of the Dragon Nation. After being injured and retiring, he was assigned to a local government department. Following his whistleblowing on his superior's corruption, he faced ostracism from his colleagues, ultimately leading to his resignation. Moli inquired, "When did he resign?" "4 months ago, according to Blue Star Time." 4 months ago? At that time, the fully virtual reality technology had yet to be unveiled. This strongly suggested that Lu Yongjia was unlikely to be an undercover agent sent by the authorities. If he were indeed an operative, it would be improbable for him to act so conspicuously. Given that the beta testers recognized this as a genuine world, it was natural that among the 20,000 public testers, there were many astute individuals. With so many voices, it would easily attract the attention of the authorities. If they wished to prevent the release of the gaming helmet, it could be accomplished with a mere command. Moli's demands were not excessive. He merely needed to hold out until 300,000 players entered the game. Of course, Moli was not devoid of countermeasures. However, he preferred to avoid an outright confrontation with the governments of various nations. After all, he needed to continuously recruit players from the real world. He ordered, assign the personnel disappearance case in the Batong Mountains to Sean Ng for investigation. Set the task reward to an A-level difficulty and arrange for a transport helicopter to take him there. The A-level difficulty signified that there could be hazardous creatures of A-level or higher lurking in the area. In recent days, several players had mysteriously perished while exploring the Batong Mountains. Upon respawning, they could not explain their demise, only recalling a sudden onset of dense fog before losing consciousness, awakening in their physical bodies back in reality. The intelligence system reported, the task has been assigned. Moli commanded, report on other matters. The construction of the 3 new cities is nearing completion. We require your naming. The civil servant examination has concluded, and here are the results for 72 players for your judgment. A medium-sized energy crystal mine has been discovered in the mountains 274 kilometers west of Greenshade City, but it lies outside our territorial boundaries, requiring your decision. As the territory expanded, the number of matters requiring Moli's judgment also increased. He was in urgent need of administrative personnel to share the workload. Thus, he decided to first address the 72 players. The civil servant examination was an open recruitment initiative Moli organized to select qualified officials, exclusively for beta testers, serving as a small benefit for them. As long as the examination scores were satisfactory, Moli would employ them according to their capabilities. The examination comprised 2 parts, a comprehensive written test, 150 points, and a practical simulation test, 150 points. A total score exceeding 150 points was deemed passing. The top 3 scores were as follows. 1. Solitary Wanderer, 239 points. 2. Unyielding Spirit, 188 points. 3. Heartfelt Sincerity, 184 points. Each player's score was accompanied by their professional background or work experience from the real world. For instance, Solitary Wanderer majored in administrative management at university, explaining his outstanding performance. However, only 27 individuals scored above 150 points. It was evident that particularly exceptional candidates had been filtered out through civil service examinations and various enterprises, leaving Moli with this caliber of individuals. Otherwise, they would not have resorted to gaming. Moli appointed Solitary Wanderer as the acting city lord of Fengzi City, responsible for the management of the entire city. He appointed Unyielding Spirit as the acting director of the Fengzi City Agricultural Bureau, overseeing agricultural production. He appointed Heartfelt Sincerity as the acting director of the Binhai City Fisheries Bureau, responsible for fishing operations. Aside from the top 3, none of the remaining 24 players held even a deputy bureau-level position. Moli understood the importance of providing players with opportunities for advancement, ensuring that a meritocratic system was maintained. With 3 exemplary cases, there was no need to create a communal environment. Of course, the remaining players were not neglected. They were assigned minor official roles, leaving their willingness to engage up to their discretion. After addressing this batch of administrative affairs, 2 hours had elapsed. Moli continued, upgrade the adventurer teams to adventure guilds, increasing the registration limit to 1,000 members, and introduce policies for private land purchases and collective land operation rights. In one breath, Moli introduced 5 new policies directly impacting the players. Previously, he had limited the number of members in adventurer teams to 15, primarily to prevent players from banding together against the base due to the limited player population at that time. Now, with the influx of public testers, it was time to lift the restrictions. Led by seasoned players, this would allow newcomers to adapt to their environment more swiftly. Allowing players to purchase land essentially meant privatizing land ownership. The types of land available for purchase would be non-resource based. For instance, if one acquired a commercial plot, the decision to construct villas or other structures lay entirely with them. The collective land operation rights pertain to areas with unique resources. For example, the Eternal Squad had previously discovered a patch of faced demon vines in Thunder Canyon, which players would indiscriminately harvest, leading to the stunted growth of the vines. Granting operation rights would enable the Adventurer Guild to fully manage that resource-rich mountain, with profits shared equally with the base. Over the past few months, players had discovered 21 types of resources with unique properties, including fruit, root essence from plants, and even animal eggs or organs. Some resources remained enigmatic in their production. Moli planned to hold an online auction in 2 days to contract out lands containing these unique resources. This approach would not only ensure the sustainable development of resources, but also enhance players' sense of belonging to the base. The more assets they possessed on M-Star, the greater their influence, fostering a deeper attachment to this flourishing world. With the announcement of the new policies, a lively discussion ensued among the players. Lung Jiao promptly connected with the members of the Eternal Squad to deliberate on the base's new initiatives. I can only return to the base tomorrow. Tianya and Yao Yao will coordinate all matters in my absence. Let me outline my thoughts. Our first priority is to raise a banner and recruit personnel. The second is to gather contribution points for the auction. However, there are nuances to recruitment. Should we allow new members to enjoy profit sharing, or should we hire them with compensation? We must clarify this first. Offering shares to newcomers may displease veteran players, but failing to do so could hinder our recruitment efforts. Additionally, with the auction approaching in 2 days, they are currently in dire need of funds. Even if we recruit newcomers with contribution points, we cannot offer an enticing enough price. Chapter 68. A strong alliance. Wu Jianfeng was the first to express his opinion. I believe we should prioritize recruiting seasoned players into our team. They possess substantial contribution values, and attracting them would undoubtedly bolster our financial reserves. As for recruiting new players, there is no rush. We can assess our assets after the auction concludes. Tao Zhiyao concurred, saying, hearing Tianya's thoughts, I am reminded of the Lingyun squad. They are all pilots and boast impressive contribution values. If we could entice their team to join us, it would significantly enhance the overall strength of our Eternal Adventure Group. The Lingyun squad was established by the Air Force leader, Sui Fengpiao Lu. Most of the dedicated pilot players have been recruited by him. Lao Ba inquired, what conditions can we offer? They are already leaders in their own right. Would they be willing to come here as subordinates? Zhu Mingquang replied, I find that unlikely. We might as well contact those independent players or smaller teams instead. Duling Fengxiao added, let's give it a try first. If it doesn't work out, didn't Alang mention he has 2 pilots with good connections? We can lure them over. Lung Jiao instructed, Tianya, you should take the lead in negotiations with Sui Fengpiao Lu. Once their squad joins, we can offer 2 vice leader positions, and the profit sharing can be discussed later. Additionally, others shouldn't remain idle. Immediately start leveraging connections to recruit veteran players into the team. With a clear strategy established, everyone promptly commenced their tasks. At the Base S helicopter landing pad, Sui Fengpiao Lu was on the phone with Wu Jianfeng. I must express my dissatisfaction, Tianya. I just turned down several squad invitations. Your Eternal Squad's invitation certainly warrants a response. Fine. We'll finalize the details of our merger when Lung returns. After Sui Fengpiao Lu ended the call, the vice captain, Wu Tian, asked, Captain, why must we merge with another team? We could easily recruit our own members and form a large team. Seeing the confusion on the faces of the other team members, Sui Fengpiao Lu explained, I've analyzed the Star Master S policies, which likely serve 2 primary purposes. Firstly, to cultivate self-sufficient adventurer teams. Secondly, to leverage veteran players to guide newcomers in adapting to this environment. It must be noted that Sui Fengpiao Lu's insights into Su Moli's intentions were remarkably astute. As the number of cities within their territory increased, it would become imperative to station troops strategically. Thus, dispersing players across various locations would be the most effective approach. Furthermore, players cannot all concentrate their activities in a single city. In fact, as the player population rises, they will naturally spread out due to the limited resources surrounding each city. According to Su Moli's vision, There should be at least 2 large adventure groups stationed in each border city to ensure adequate manpower in times of conflict. Members of a single team tend to exhibit better coordination in battle. It would be impractical to reorganize troops for every skirmish, as this would create a sense of unfamiliarity among combatants. Initially, when player numbers were low, everyone was acquainted. However, as the player base expands, such familiarity becomes unfeasible. Moreover, the mentorship model of veterans assisting newcomers indeed facilitates the latter's adjustment to the combat dynamics of this world. One team member questioned, "Captain, doesn't this conflict with our ability to operate independently?" Sui Feng Piao Lu replied, "Without the open land leasing rights, we could operate independently. However, given that these unique resources are located on the ground, how could we aerial players manage them effectively?" They had transitioned into pilots, not merely utilizing spare time to hone their flying skills. The underlying reason for this choice was, after all, their passion for aviation. Forcing them to abandon their dreams would be impossible. In this context, merging with teams focused on ground operations would be the most advantageous strategy. As for selecting the Eternal Squad, it was due to their status as the most formidable team at the base. This strength is not merely quantified by numbers or singular combat prowess, but also by influence. Lung Jiao held the highest position among players, while Jian Tianya served as chief strategist, and Tao Zhiyao acted as a tactical advisor. Occupying such elevated positions is, in itself, a valuable resource. Footsteps interrupted the Ling Yun squad's discussion. Sui Feng Piao Lu turned to see a man approaching, a large military pack on his back and a gun case in his right hand. Sui Feng Piao Lu inquired, "Are you the Eagle mentioned in the mission?" Eagle replied, "That's me, who is responsible for escorting me to the front lines." Sui Feng Piao Lu directed his team members, Wu Tian and Guaya. "You two will operate the transport helicopter while I provide armed escort." They responded affirmatively, "Understood." Eagle glanced at the armed helicopter behind Sui Feng Piao Lu and asked, "H-64E? Most would recognize the Apache, but hardly specify the model." The AH-64E is the latest variant of the Apache. Sui Feng Piao Lu praised, "Brother, you certainly have an eye for quality. Are you a military enthusiast?" Eagle responded nonchalantly, "I served in the military for over a decade and just retired less than a year ago." No wonder you broke Lung's sniping record upon arrival. He is regarded as the sharpshooter among our veteran players. Would you be interested in joining our team? Sui Feng Piao Lu extended an invitation. Forgive me for not mentioning it earlier, but our Lingyun squad is about to merge with the Eternal Squad. You can check the rankings of both squads. Eagle seemed uninterested in this topic and asked, "Which transport helicopter will I be taking?" Sui Feng Piao Lu pointed to the nearby Chinook transport helicopter and continued to persuade. "Brother, this game is not as simple as you might think. Lone wolves find it challenging to maximize their benefits. You might want to reconsider my proposal, perhaps another time," Eagle said as he boarded the helicopter, politely declining the offer. Given his demeanor, Sui Feng Piao Lu chose not to press further. Soon, both helicopters ascended rapidly. This journey spanned over 600 kilometers. They first needed to refuel in Mountain City before delivering Eagle to the heart of the Badong Mountains. The one-way trip was expected to take nearly 3 hours. Watching Wu Tian and Guaya expertly managing the helicopter and Oppo's controls, Eagle fell into deep contemplation. Having served in a special forces unit, he frequently encountered military helicopters. He had learned to pilot helicopters himself, albeit not to the level of a professional pilot. Thus, he was capable of discerning the professionalism in Wu Tian and Guaya's flying maneuvers. This game's realistic portrayal of various weaponry and instruction on operation poses a significant threat to society in the long run. Eagle's integrity, demonstrated through his willingness to report on his superior's embezzlement, is indicative of his character. His concerns are entirely understandable. Chapter 69. Delving into the heart of the mountains after more than 2 hours, 2 helicopters landed at the helipad of Mountain Wild City. 2 seasoned players, temporarily acting as ground crew, engaged in conversation with Wind Drifting, who was among them. "What is the Star Master thinking?" one remarked. "That cursed place at the southern foot of the Badong Mountains has already claimed the lives of over 20 players, and an entire squad of 5 was silently annihilated. Why send just one person to investigate such a perilous task? Wind Drifting speculated, the Star Master must have his reasons. That place is so treacherous that having more people may not be beneficial. Besides, it's not necessary for the Eagle to confront the monsters alone. As long as he can pinpoint their location, Mountain Wild City's stockpile of missiles is more than sufficient. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. Regardless of the nature of the creature, as long as it was carbon-based, there should be no reason it could not be killed. If it could not be slain, it simply meant they lacked sufficient firepower. Listening to their banter, the Eagle inquired curiously, I keep hearing you speak of the Star Master. Why do you hold this NPC leader in such high regard? To his surprise, the others burst into laughter. The Eagle, taken aback, responded, a non-player character is still referred to as an NPC, isn't it? Buddy, that is not what we're laughing at, one replied. Your statement just gave away that you're a novice at online gaming. The Eagle admitted, this is indeed my first foray into online gaming. If not for my son helping me acquire a gaming helmet, I would have never entered this realm so akin to reality. Wind Drifting cryptically remarked, brother, once you've spent more time in the game, you will understand why we revere the Star Master. What I can tell you is to never regard him as merely an NPC. This only deepened the Eagle's confusion. He sensed that these experienced players were concealing something significant from him, yet no one was willing to elucidate the intricacies involved. A consensus had formed among the 1,000 veteran players. Newcomers who perceived the truth would be drawn in, yet they would not openly divulge this monumental secret. The potential for many voices to leak the secret, thereby impacting the Star Master's plans, was one concern. Even more pressing was human self-interest. The longer they kept the secret hidden, the longer they could maintain their advantage. With the fuel replenished, the two helicopters ascended once more. Shortly after departing Mountain Wild City, they entered the mountainous terrain. The Badong mountain range stretches for hundreds of kilometers, with its highest peak, Mount Tainu, reaching an elevation of 3,634 meters. According to the peace agreement established between Moli and Li, this mountain range serves as one of the boundary lines for their respective territories. The eastern and southern slopes belong to humanity, while the northern and western slopes are under the dominion of the Mother of Life. Rich in resources, the Badong Mountains have revealed 23 small energy crystal mines and are abundant in various unique resources that can enhance human capabilities. According to the standards set by the base for classifying energy crystal mines, those with reserves below 100,000 standard units are considered small mines. Reserves ranging from 100,000 to 1,000,000 are classified as medium-sized, while those between 1,000,000 and 10,000,000 are deemed large. Mines with reserves exceeding 10,000,000 are categorized as super-large. To facilitate resource collection in this region, Moli constructed North Wild City and 3 subsidiary bases. After flying for another 2 minutes, the Sikorsky helicopter descended into a slightly flatter section of a canyon. The noise of the helicopter was quite loud, and one of the players leaned closer to the Eagle to convey, we have now entered the mysterious area of the southern foothills of the Badong Mountains. We can only take you this far. Good luck, and if you need assistance, call the command center directly. The Eagle signaled with an OK gesture and quickly disembarked the helicopter with his weapons and supplies. Moments later, the helicopters vanished into the sky. He soon found a small cave nearby, igniting some dried grass to create a smoke screen, establishing a decent refuge. However, this was merely a preliminary measure. After moving 2 bags of supplies into the cave, he proceeded to harvest thorny vines to construct a barrier at the entrance. Being alone, he needed to ensure adequate protective measures, especially since he required downtime for basic necessities. Swiftly, the barrier was completed. In reality, it required little weaving. Binding several thorny vines together sufficed. After dragging the thorny vines to block the cave entrance, the dense thorns would deter most beasts. With the barrier in place, the Eagle sprayed a pungent insect repellent on the barrier and the ground below. This completed his comprehensive defensive preparations. To further ensure safety, he scattered ash from the burned grass around the perimeter. Many are unaware that plant ash serves as a rudimentary insecticide in the wild. As a veteran with over a decade of service, survival skills were ingrained in the eagle's very being. While many species in the game differ from reality, fundamental principles remain consistent. As for investigating the disorienting mist within the mountains, he was in no rush. Based on previous death cases, the appearance of the mysterious mist was unpredictable in both location and timing. Rather than waste time searching, he preferred to explore the vicinity and see if fortune smiled upon him. Indeed, the eagle had no intention of wide-ranging exploration. He aimed to center his efforts within a few kilometers of his refuge. If the entity were a sentient being, it would not remain indifferent to his presence. He had indeed planned to use himself as bait to lure out the monster. After all, it wasn't as if he would truly perish. He could log back in after 48 hours. Adding a log the size of a thigh to the fire, the eagle nestled into his sleeping bag and activated the log-out function. A moment of disorientation later, he awakened in his physical body. It was then that he noted his left leg was absent below the knee. In a battle against terrorists, he had not only lost his foot to an explosion, but had also sustained severe burns to his lower body. Fortunately, he had a devoted wife and an understanding son. Even after losing his government job due to reporting his superior's corruption, his wife never held it against him, to allow him to once again experience the joy of walking. His 10-year-old son had secretly helped him apply for a gaming helmet for Star Miner. To their astonishment, he had won the lottery. After all, the odds were less than 2 in 1,000. In truth, his selection was not merely luck. It involved a degree of proactive choice. Among the 20,000 public beta players, there were hundreds of individuals with disabilities and dozens suffering from various ailments. For these individuals, their greatest desire was to possess a complete and healthy body. Once the day arrived when the base severed ties with the nations of reality, their loyalty would likely surpass that of ordinary citizens. After donning his prosthetics, the eagle quickly consumed some bread and milk before logging back into the game. Chapter 70. Open surveillance on Blue Star. Within a renowned laboratory of eagle sauce, several individuals clad in white lab coats expressed their astonishment at a disassembled helmet. An impatient man, bearing the rank of Major General, inquired, "Gentlemen, have you reached any conclusions regarding your research? Are we capable of replicating this helmet?" Eric, the head of the laboratory, responded, "General Peterson, we have essentially grasped the operational principles of the helmet. Although the production process demands a high standard, this issue can be resolved gradually. The most significant challenge we face now is that we have yet to decipher the specific signal source." Confused, Peterson asked, "What do you mean by deciphering the signal source?" Eric elucidated, "The helmet operates on the principle of utilizing isotopes subjected to electrical currents to generate rays, which then capture the neuronal signals from the cerebral cortex. However, we have not yet comprehended how to interpret these signals." Noticing Peterson's bewilderment, Eric's colleague, Albert, interjected, "In simpler terms, it is akin to radio communication. We understand how to send and receive signals, yet we lack the cipher to decode the messages." From his perspective, Peterson suggested, "Could we not devise our own cipher?" Eric emphasized, "The neurons within the human body communicate using a specific language. Our current task is to learn and comprehend the meaning behind each signal of this language, rather than attempting to manipulate the neurons to convey information according to our will." With this clarification, the Major General grasped the situation. Albert remarked, "The inventor of the helmet, Jiang Chaoyang, is undoubtedly a genius. He managed to decode the significance of neuronal signals independently. This is an immense undertaking that requires substantial resources and manpower. Such talent should be utilized by our nation." Peterson shrugged. "We have offered him generous conditions, yet he has declined our invitation. He is currently under the protection of Long Country, limiting our options." There was one unspoken concern. According to intelligence reports, this individual's background was somewhat enigmatic, and it appeared that the Long Country government was also conducting a covert investigation into him. Albert lamented, "What a pity it is that such talent cannot be employed by us." Peterson inquired, "Gentlemen, I require a timeline. How much longer will it take to decipher the signal source, and what support do you need?" Eric presented his requests. We require the government to assign experts in biology and neurology to assist in deciphering the signal source. The more, the better. We also need the appropriate laboratories and equipment prepared. As for the time required for analysis, it is currently indeterminate. It could take a year, or perhaps 2 or 3. Upon hearing these demands, Peterson felt overwhelmed. Such a colossal endeavor was beyond the purview of himself and his superiors. It had escalated to the level of congressional decision-making. In Peterson's view, rather than laboriously conducting research, it would be more expedient to take shortcuts, such as acquiring previously translated information from Long Country. Simultaneously, at the Security Bureau of Jiangsu Province in Long Country, Deputy Director Jiang Yunlong entered the office of Director Sui Gongding, asking, "Director, you summoned me?" Sui Gongding handed over a file, instructing, "You are to personally oversee the investigation of this individual." Jiang Yunlong opened the file and quickly skimmed through the contents. After a cursory review, he asked, "Director, is not Jiang Chaoyang one of our protected subjects? Why are we suddenly investigating him? Has he committed any acts threatening national security?" Recently, there had been a case involving foreign spies kidnapping Jiang Chaoyang, leading to his inclusion on the protection list. Now, to investigate him again raised Jiang Yunlong's suspicions. Sui Gongding explained, "In reality, we have not discovered any actions or tendencies that threaten national security. However, the higher authorities have mandated a thorough investigation into his background." Jiang Yunlong queried, "Is his personal background and history not well known?" Sui Gongding pointed out, at merely 26 years of age, he independently developed the groundbreaking technology of 100% virtual reality based on resources left by his parents after graduation. Do you consider such an achievement typical for someone of his age? Under different circumstances, Jiang Yunlong's immediate impression would be that of a brilliant scientist. Yet, since Sui Gongding had emphasized the matter, it was clear that there were irregularities. Sui Gongding, aware of Jiang Yunlong's inexperience, elaborated, "The higher-ups have consulted numerous esteemed scientists, and they have concluded that this 100% virtual reality technology encompasses over 10 specialized disciplines, with a technological gap of at least 30 years. It is implausible for him to have independently accomplished such a feat. Director, they would not suspect him of being a foreign spy, would they? That seems implausible. After all, who would a spy directly offer advanced technology to our nation?" Jiang Yunlong dismissed this conjecture. Sui Gongding replied, "Whether he is a spy remains to be determined through investigation. However, given the irregularities, we must clarify the situation. The general administration has been monitoring him for some time, but has yielded no significant findings. This task has now been transferred to our bureau. I have assigned you to this case to leverage your extensive experience in criminal investigation to uncover the truth." Jiang Yunlong affirmed, "Yes, I assure you I will complete the task and thoroughly investigate this individual." Sui Gongding cautioned, "He is currently the most prominent scientist and entrepreneur, having selflessly donated technology to the state. Be mindful of your investigative methods. If he becomes agitated, who knows if he might consider relocating to another nation. Such talent is irreplaceable for our country." Jiang Yunlong was acutely aware of the implications and promptly set out to fulfill his assignment. At the headquarters of the Interstellar Company, a female secretary knocked and entered. "Boss, several individuals from the Security Bureau wish to see you." Jiang Chaoyang paused for a moment before instructing, "Please let them in." Shortly thereafter, the secretary escorted Jiang Yunlong and his 2 colleagues into the office. After exchanging pleasantries, Jiang Chaoyang inquired, "What brings you here, Deputy Director Jiang?" Jiang Yunlong introduced, "Based on our intelligence, there are foreign spies intending to do you harm, Mr. Jiang. They aim to extract the complete virtual reality technology from you. The Bureau is taking this matter very seriously, and I have been assigned to oversee your protection, under the guise of safeguarding Jiang Chaoyang." Jiang Yunlong openly dispatched personnel to pose as his drivers. The usual tactics, installing listening devices, monitoring calls, and tracking locations, did not intimidate Jiang Chaoyang, as he had the intelligence network of his lunar base to ensure information protection. However, the blatant presence of individuals shadowing him was somewhat disconcerting. Jiang Chaoyang diplomatically declined. "Deputy Director Jiang, Deploying personnel solely for my safety seems an excessive expenditure of national resources. Before Jiang Chaiyang could finish his thought, Jiang Yunlong interjected firmly, Mr. Jiang, your scientific value is immeasurable. Any measures taken for your protection are justified. It is settled then. Xiaolu, you shall remain on duty today to ensure Mr. Jiang's safety. Yes, Deputy Director, Xiaolu affirmed. With no option for refusal, Jiang Chaiyang could only observe the unfolding situation. Chapter 71. Recruitment and New Talent at the Dawn-based shooting range. When 5 towering ape-like creatures, each nearly 2 meters tall, made their entrance, the players present instinctively parted ways. The true awe did not stem from the beasts themselves, but rather from the formidable Gatling guns they wielded and the ammunition belts draped across their bodies. No one doubted the combat prowess of these 5 creatures, even in their juvenile stages. Behind them trailed a fierce creature known as Qi Zhen and 2 fiery cloud eagles. However, neither their intimidation nor their numbers could eclipse the attention commanded by the 5 apes. Experienced players immediately recognized that this was the Beastmaster Adventure Group showcasing their might. Many novice players activated their wristwatches to record the spectacle. Attention, right face, forward look, count off. The crowd watched enviously as the 5 apes followed the commands of their master, Mu Wanrong. After extensive exploration, players discovered that not all creatures were capable of forming voluntary contracts with their masters. This ability seemed unrelated to strength or species, but rather hinged on the intelligence of the creature. Only those with a slightly higher intellect possessed the capacity to leave their life imprint voluntarily. The origins of this ability appeared to trace back to the mother of life. Throughout the years, it remained a mystery how many creatures had received her blessing, and those that did had their bloodlines perpetuated. This intricate chain of relationships encompassed all living beings across the continent. Of course, possessing sufficient intelligence was merely one facet. Another crucial aspect was earning the complete trust of the creature to willingly accept a master. This requirement had resulted in only a handful of players successfully contracting their pets during the closed beta. However, a lack of contracts did not hinder the majority of players from raising pets. Among them, Mu Wanrong undoubtedly held the title of the player with the most pets, boasting 5 apes. Although the average strength of an adult ape hovered around the C grade, this species was undoubtedly regarded as highly intelligent on Planet M. The term high intelligence, however, is relative. When compared to humans, the intelligence of an adult ape is akin to that of a 10-year-old child, while juvenile apes resemble 3 to 4-year-old children, capable of comprehending human language yet unable to articulate it. This has led to the near extinction of ape populations within human territories. These anthropoid creatures, being semi-sentient, do not lack individual strength. Such an exceptional category of pets is greatly favored by players, leading to a lucrative trade of hunting adult apes and nurturing their young. The market price for a juvenile ape can exceed 10,000 contribution points. Players often targeted juveniles due to the adult ape's tendency to hold grudges. If a juvenile is taken, the adult ape would undoubtedly retaliate fiercely. This dynamic often resulted in the necessity to massacre several adult apes to capture a few juveniles. The process is undeniably bloody and brutal, yet humanity's greed remains insatiable. Even those with altruistic tendencies find themselves driven by inner desires. Only by amassing sufficient merit can one qualify for permanent citizenship on Planet M, and merit must be earned through strength and capability. Faced with the temptation of an extended lifespan, few can resist. Conversely, the frogmen under the jurisdiction of Fengzi City also possess a slightly elevated intelligence. However, apart from their adept swimming and camouflage skills, they lack combat prowess. Despite any envy, players would hesitate to select frogmen as pets, fearing embarrassment. 2 female team members unfurled a banner revealing an advertisement for recruitment. Noticing the captivated audience, Mu Wanrong proclaimed, "Dear brothers and sisters, today marks the recruitment day for our Beastmaster Adventure Group. As you can see, our group has unique characteristics. I assure you, upon joining, we will provide hands-on guidance on how to contract and nurture pets, guaranteed to teach you." Instantly, several new players inquired about the recruitment criteria and benefits. The members of the Beastmaster Adventure Group responded with detailed explanations. Observing that the number of inquiries was limited, Mu Wanrong decided to unleash a spectacular display. The 5 apes raised their Gatling guns and deftly disengaged the safeties. In the next moment, a torrential rain of bullets cascaded down upon the opposing hillside. This explosive scene ignited a surge of excitement among the players, prompting a multitude to rush forward with inquiries. In truth, it was not just the Beastmaster Adventure Group actively recruiting. At that moment, all established teams were employing various methods to attract new members. The plethora of benefits offered dazzled the eye. Immediate pay upon hiring, with weekly settlements, complimentary weapons and armor, and a monthly experience service at the Red Sleeve Pavilion, serving as a team-building exercise. Naturally, the more generous the benefits, the higher the entry requirements. Teams ranked in the top 10 demanded that candidates demonstrate proficiency in at least one combat skill, be it shooting, melee combat, or demolition, at a level of 50% or higher. For seasoned players who had trained for several months, meeting this criterion was relatively easy. However, for novice players, it posed a significant challenge. Nevertheless, new players were equally unwilling to remain idle. A few could band together to establish their own adventure group. However, these newcomers lacked substantial contribution points, making it difficult to offer appealing benefits to attract members. For the time being, these fresh players were relegated to the role of supporting characters. At that moment, within a conference room on the 3rd floor of the base, the Eternal Adventure Group was conducting its formation ceremony. After a night of hard work, they had absorbed 3 smaller teams and drew in dozens of independent players. With the original 7 veteran members, the total number of team members reached 74, all possessing commendable skills. Through a public election, the group unanimously selected Lung Jiao as the leader of the Eternal Adventure Group. Additionally, 6 vice leaders were elected: Wu Jianfeng, Tiao Zhiyaoyao, Sui Feng Piao Lu, Wu Fa Wu Tian, Zhen Baofeng, and Xu Shengjian. This septet formed the decision-making body of the team. Ordinary players held the right to voice suggestions, yet only these 7 leaders possessed voting rights. To safeguard the interests of regular members, elections for the leader and vice leaders occurred every 2 years, with the possibility of indefinite re-election. The leader retained the authority to dismiss a vice leader, but such a decision required a vote among all members, with a 2/3 majority for approval. In addition to the 7 leaders, several teams were organized beneath them. For instance, the Flying Squadron, led by Sui Feng Piao Lu with Wu Fa Wu Tian as the deputy, the Mechanized Infantry Company 1, commanded by Zhen Baofeng with Lao Ba as the deputy, Mechanized Infantry Company 2, led by Xu Shengjian with Zi Qidong Lai as the deputy. The Armored Platoon, under Du Ling Feng Xiao as the commander, with Hua Chuanbu Yang Jian Quan Cao as the deputy, and the Rocket Platoon, led by Ren Wuxing with Yu Zi Qi as the deputy. Wu Jianfeng and Tiao Zhiyaoyao continued their previous roles, serving as advisors to assist Lung Jiao in managing the entire adventure group. Chapter 72. Auction Targets. It is evident that they have enlarged the team's composition in advance. In the future, they will undoubtedly continue to recruit and expand their ranks. The members are most concerned about the bonuses, which will be distributed monthly, akin to a salary. The bonuses will be assessed based on the roles players hold, their tenure in the team, attendance, performance ratings, and the overall team revenue from the previous month. The greater the team's income, the larger the share. Conversely, if the income is less, so too will be the distribution. Additionally, there will be compensation for fallen members. For now, a preliminary distribution plan has been established, with detailed arrangements to be implemented gradually. Significant decisions affecting the entire team, such as the election of the team leader, formulation of team rules, and bonus schemes, will certainly require a vote from all members. In addition to establishing the team charter and structure, the Eternal Adventure Team has also initiated a fundraising campaign for all members. According to the proposals by Wu Jianfeng and Tiao Zhiyaoyao, this contribution value is considered a loan from the team to everyone. With the team's earnings as collateral, it will be repaid at double the amount in the future, with a repayment period not exceeding 1 year. Should the deadline be exceeded, interest will apply. Generously, everyone contributed, raising a total of 374,200 contribution points. Many members even emptied their savings, enticed by the promise of this doubled return. Several team leaders reviewed the list of resources to be auctioned and ultimately selected 5 targets. The first target is the Ghost Face Vine Forest in the Thunder Mountain Range, with a starting bid of 250,000 contribution points. There are a total of 46 Ghost Face Vines. For over 100 years old, 17 between 50 and 100 years, and the remaining 25 are under 50 years. After extensive research, players have discovered a method to discern the age of Ghost Face Vines, no longer relying solely on the area they occupy. A notable advantage of selecting Ghost Face Vines is that with diligent care, they can be stimulated to produce more. The second target is a patch of apricot grass growing on a rocky cliff in the Batong Mountains, with a starting bid of 270,000 contribution points. This plant thrives on sheer cliffs, resembling the growth environment of iron skin orchid. Adventurers have noted that injured animals venture to the cliffs to graze on this grass. Injured players have tried applying the crushed leaves to their wounds, discovering remarkable effectiveness in stopping bleeding and promoting healing. Ingesting the leaves has also proven beneficial for treating internal injuries, with even better results after drying and grinding the grass into powder. Although the Base S medical pod can cure all ailments, it is impractical to carry it into the field. In the wilderness, standard medical kits are woefully inadequate. Attempts to transplant apricot grass to the base have failed, leaving it reliant on wild growth. Fortunately, players have discovered apricot grass on multiple cliffs, leading the base to auction off over a dozen mountaintops. The third target is a 140-year-old ghostly fruit tree, starting at 330,000 contribution points. When in bloom, this tree releases a distinctive fragrance that can be sensed hundreds of meters away. This aroma contains a neurotoxin that not only induces addiction in nearby creatures, but can also lethally poison them without their awareness. The remains of these deceased creatures serve as the finest nourishment for the ghostly fruit tree. While its flowers are toxic, the fruit it bears accelerates the growth of living beings. Humans do not require it, as it is primarily intended for pets. However, the fruit's growth cycle is lengthy, taking over 6 months from bud to bloom and finally to maturity. The more nutrients the tree absorbs, the more fruit it will bear. Conversely, with fewer nutrients, the yield diminishes. Fortunately, this plant blooms year-round. The fourth target is a 30-year-old stamina fruit tree, starting at 180,000 contribution points. Currently, players have discovered 12 fruit-bearing stamina fruit trees in the wild, all of which will be auctioned off as long as they remain alive. The fifth target is a colony of Golden Ridge salamanders residing in Cave No. 2 on the eastern foothills of the Batong Mountains, with a starting bid of 160,000 contribution points. These creatures are entirely golden, with venomous spines along their backs, preferring the dark recesses of caves. While their flesh is average, their eggs possess unique properties that, when consumed over time, grant humans night vision. These creatures not only grow slowly, but also have an unpredictable breeding cycle. Moreover, they inhabit narrow crevices in caves, making them difficult to capture. However, nothing daunts players. Some have noted that Golden Ridge salamanders are particularly fond of glowing mayflies, leading to various capture methods. Whether setting traps or fishing, with enough time invested, success is assured. Recently, players have identified 6 colonies of Golden Ridge salamanders within the Batong Mountain Range, all numbered 1 through 6 for auction. Given the competitive nature of these targets, it seems improbable that we can secure all of them. Should we not identify a few priorities? Suggested Xiangfeng Lu. Tiao Ji Yao Yao analyzed. The quantities of ghost face vines, apricot grass, and stamina fruit trees are relatively abundant, making them easier to acquire. The ghostly fruit tree, being unique, will likely attract fierce bidding from many teams, making it more challenging to obtain. Wu Jianfeng proposed, "Brothers, since it's difficult for us to secure these alone, why not consider a different strategy?" Leng Jiao inquired, "Tianya, do you have any good ideas?" Wu Jianfeng elaborated, "Let us select 2 or 3 of the top-ranked teams to jointly invest and secure the ghostly fruit tree, sharing the yield." Jin Bafang was the first to agree, saying, I find Tianya's proposal agreeable. Although we won't enjoy exclusive profits, at least we'll ensure we have access. Despite the fact that the number of players with pets is currently under 100, many players are eager to raise pets. This is partly due to the adjustment period between players and their pets, as well as the pet's initial lack of growth and intelligence. As time progresses, the number of players with contract pets will only increase. However, there remains only this one discovered ghostly fruit tree, which is certain to become a coveted resource, as rarity enhances value. Long Jiao instructed, Tianya, please reach out to the teams over the River Dragon and Eagle's Nest. Drift, you connect with the Dragon Slayers, aiming for a collaboration among the 4 teams to secure this ghostly fruit tree. Understood, Lungu. After discussing this matter, the group continued deliberating on the next agenda item, the selection of the Team's base of operations. The headquarters will undoubtedly be established at Dawn Base, as it serves as the heart of human forces. Proximity to the center will allow access to superior resources. However, the Team's daily base must be chosen from a city or outpost. After thorough discussions, they ultimately decided on Beiyi City as their daily base. Considering its rich resources and the presence of 2 resource points they intend to bid on within the Badong Mountains. With the Team's base confirmed, the next step is to secure buildings for daily operations, training, downtime, and storage. Chapter 73. The auction. The following morning, the auction commenced as scheduled at the Dawn Base. This event was conducted both offline and online, allowing teams unable to return to the base to participate virtually. Interested players could also observe the auction online. However, only registered players were permitted to place bids. Prior to the registration deadline, a total of 219 teams and 147 individual players had signed up. Teams were required to pay a deposit of 1,000 contribution points, while individuals had to contribute 100 points. Were it not for these restrictions, the number of registrations would have been significantly higher. Shirley Jianshan approached with 2 teammates and greeted, Brother Long, Tianya, Drift, it's been a while. Lung Jiao and Wu Jianfeng embraced Shirley Jianshan in turn. I'll pass, Drift remarked. We just met a couple of days ago when I helped airlift your Team's spoils. Wu Jianfeng inquired, Jianshan. I heard from Drift that you guys took down a blue light thunder dragon nest on the outskirts of Greenshade City. That must have been quite lucrative. Shirley Jianshan feigned modesty. Aside from 2 blue light thunder dragon corpses, we only secured 4 eggs, keeping 3 for ourselves and auctioning 1. We didn't earn much. To be honest, Drift scoffed. 1 blue light thunder dragon egg is worth at least 25,000 contribution points. Adding the 2 adult corpses, that's over 100,000 points in total. Don't play coy. With the Team's growth, even 100,000 points seemed trivial. Shirley Jianshan smiled and brushed it off. After exchanging pleasantries with the members of the Jianglong team, Gujia Gurun approached with members of the Tianyin gang. Brother Long, Tianya, Drift. Wu Jianfeng teased, Gujia. Since you became the city lord, we hardly see you. It's a bit unreasonable not to throw a party. Gujia Gurun corrected, just to clarify. I'm still the acting city lord. Wu Jianfeng responded, with so many people, you're bound to become the official city lord sooner or later. Gujia Gurun explained, you don't know. After receiving the appointment letter, I rushed to Fengzi City to take office, fearing to disappoint the Star Lord's trust. It took me 2 days to sort things out there. I'm back not only to attend the auction, but also to host a gathering, lest you call me stingy. Drift commented, as long as you're sincere, whether early or late, it's all good. Among the crowd, a player quietly introduced to his leader, Captain. That's Lung Jiao, the leader of the Eternal Team. To his left is the vice-captain, Zhang Jiantianya, and to his right is the vice-captain, Sui Feng Piaolu. The person speaking with them is Gu Jiagu Run, the newly appointed acting city lord. The man remarked, let us go over and introduce ourselves to these veteran players. Just as Gu Jiagu Run departed, 3 others approached Wu Jianfeng and the others. The leading man greeted, hello, I am Zheng Tianlong, the leader of Glory Under Heaven. It's a pleasure to meet you, and I look forward to your guidance. Drift asked, are you the extravagant pay-to-win player known as Young Master Zheng? Zheng Tianlong replied nonchalantly, just call me Tianlong. Recently, a very wealthy pay-to-win player had emerged among the open beta participants, namely Zheng Tianlong, who used his real name as his game ID. It was said that he was the sole heir of the Glory Group, choosing to engage in online gaming rather than inherit a family fortune worth hundreds of billions. Upon entering the game, he swiftly amassed a following of hundreds of players through his financial prowess. Moreover, he openly purchased contribution points at the rate of 2 yuan per point. While veteran players looked down upon him, new players buzzed around like diligent bees, accumulating contribution points for him. No one knew how many points he acquired from novice players. Encountering such a pay-to-win player, it was likely that no ordinary player would harbor fondness for him. Wu Jianfeng and his companions merely exchanged pleasantries with Zheng Tianlong before turning their attention to other team representatives. Once they departed, a subordinate chimed in, "Captain, these veteran players are quite unappreciative. You personally approached them, yet they acted all high and mighty." Zheng Tianlong suddenly pondered. "I've been contemplating why none of these closed beta players are willing to join my ranks, no matter how generous my offers are." One subordinate suggested, "Perhaps they're pretending to be noble?" Zheng Tianlong shook his head. If only a few felt that way, it would be one thing. But the fact that over 1,000 players remain unmoved by monetary incentives is abnormal. Additionally, have you noticed how harmonious these veteran players' relationships are? That's quite unusual. The two subordinates recognized the validity of Zheng Tianlong's observations, yet they could not articulate why. A gut feeling told Zheng Tianlong that these veteran players undoubtedly harbored a secret. Before long, Linglong Bao strode into the auction room. "Hello, friends. I, Linglong Bao, will be your auctioneer today. I trust many of you are familiar with me." A wave of murmurs rippled through the crowd. A player inquired, "Bao, how much is the Star Lord paying you? It seems you're everywhere." Originally, Hongxiu Fong was the most profitable establishment at the base. Now, Linglong Bao had expanded her branches to every city. Anyone encountering Linglong Bao would inevitably address her as Bao. Linglong Bao smiled. "Allow me to disclose that the auction at the base will become a regular occurrence. Players interested in pursuing a career in this field can contact me. We are hiring auctioneers and appraisers at competitive salaries." The notion of regular auctions immediately captured the players' attention. It appeared that, moving forward, rare items would be procured through auctions rather than private exchanges. Although the auction announcement had been reviewed, Linglong Bao reiterated the rules regarding the transfer of land management rights. Upon winning the bid for a piece of land, boundary markers would be established within the designated area, and the property would be tagged with ownership signs. Should any player knowingly harvest or damage items marked as owned, disputes would be adjudicated by the newly established Adventurers Tribunal, which would strive to safeguard the legitimate rights and interests of individuals and groups. The veteran players were mostly acquainted with one another. In daily matters, they usually resolved disputes amicably. However, since the influx of 20,000 open beta players, multiple brawls had erupted. Although they dared not draw weapons within the base, real fights had indeed broken out. Consequently, Moli had established the Adventurers Tribunal to address all player disputes. After a brief introduction, Linglong Bao announced the commencement of the auction. The first batch of items consisted of hatchlings and eggs that could be contracted as pets. The initial group comprised 5 Qizheng hatchlings, with a starting bid of 5,000 contribution points. The second group featured 3 Yuan Liao hatchlings, beginning at 3,600 contribution points. The third group presented 9 Fire Cloud Peng eggs, starting at 7,200 contribution points. The highlight of the auction was the Blue Light Thunder Dragon egg presented by the Jianglong team, with a starting bid of 24,000 contribution points. Each subsequent bid was to be no less than 100 contribution points. To be frank, only the Blue Light Thunder Dragon egg was of slight rarity as a B-grade creature, while the remaining pets were all C-grade. Provided there was sufficient firepower, players could easily capture C-grade hatchlings in the wild. Despite Linglong Bao's persuasive rhetoric, the bidding was not particularly fierce. At 7,600 for the third time, congratulations to Glory Under Heaven for acquiring 5 Qizheng hatchlings at 7,600 contribution points. Wishing them prosperity. At 5,200 for the third time, Once again, congratulations to Glory Under Heaven for securing 3 Yuan Liao hatchlings at 200 contribution points. Wishing them continued success. Several sets of items were consecutively acquired by Glory of the World, catching the attention of seasoned players. Chapter 74. Wealth and Power. Do not be fooled by the ostentatious display of wealth by Glory of the World. Only Zheng Tianlong understands the true extent of his resources. The most malevolent aspect of this game for novice players is the absence of a system for character deletion. The longer players remain in the game, the more pronounced their advantages become. Many beta players have flocked to the official website of the Interstellar Company to voice their grievances. Yet the company merely brushed off their complaints with a curt response. Interstellar Miner is a highly realistic simulation game, and the existing order cannot be altered by the mere addition of new players. In other words, it implies that those in high positions in reality achieve their status simply by being born a few decades earlier. It is hardly fair. If you possess the capability, start from the same starting line as I did. Do you think they would pay you any heed? If you dislike playing, you are free to refrain. After all, no one is forcing you to participate. Despite a few complaints, players continue to engage in the game. This has resulted in beta players with the least assets contributing over 10,000 points, while some possess fortunes in the hundreds of thousands, such as Leng Jiao and Wu Jianfeng. Although their liquid assets are limited, most of their wealth has been converted into fixed assets within the game. Conversely, new players generally possess only a couple of hundred contribution points. In recent days, Zheng Tianlong's subordinates have been diligently acquiring contribution points from novice players. It is not that the players are unwilling to sell. Rather, the transaction process is exceedingly cumbersome. Players willing to engage in trade must first join the WeChat or QQ groups established by Zheng Tianlong in real life, where they report the quantity they are willing to sell. Subsequently, they enter the game to conduct the transfer of contribution points, and finally, settle payment through WeChat, payment platforms, or bank transfers. Zheng Tianlong has hired over 10 novice players specifically to manage this task. After 2 days of effort, they have managed to acquire only 374,000 contribution points from new players. Any established player team could easily outmatch him financially. Thus, Zheng Tianlong deliberately cultivates an image of affluence before others. The items he bids on are clearly those that seasoned players consider non-essential. Zheng Tianlong understands that his capabilities are limited, and it is prudent to act swiftly. Soon, the auction for the Blue Light Thunder Dragon Egg commenced, starting at a bid of 24,000 contribution points and escalating to over 40,000. Ultimately, the egg was secured by the Tianshu Adventure Team for 47,000 contribution points. The second batch of auctioned items consisted of various rare resources, low-grade herb essences, apricot forest powder, ghost orchid fruit, golden-back salamander eggs, snow silkworm pupae, stamina fruits, and so forth. The most coveted item was an evolution fruit, starting at a bid of 220,000 contribution points. Previously, Moli had discovered a seed within the lair of the Frostwing Guardian. After consulting Bai Li, he learned that this was one of the blessings granted to the Guardian by the Mother of Life, the seed of the evolution fruit. As the name suggests, this fruit can facilitate biological evolution, and its effects are particularly pronounced for those of lower strength. In fact, the 4 massive vines in Bai Li's lair were evolution fruit trees, which he had nurtured day and night and were finally ready to bear fruit. Many guardians were reluctant to plant the seeds, not only due to the lengthy growth cycle of the plant, but also because of their own selfish considerations. Any creature consuming the fruit could potentially evolve to varying degrees, which might lead to the emergence of formidable competitors that could threaten the Guardian's positions. Furthermore, these Guardians could bestow their skills as blessings upon their subordinates, negating the need for the uncontrollable evolution fruit. It is evident that many of Bai Li's actions are at odds with those of other Guardians. Perhaps this is why Moli tolerates Bai Li's continued presence within his territory. He perceives substantial value yet to be unearthed in Bai Li. Upon realizing the fruit's potential, Moli immediately planted the seed and procured 3 mature evolution fruits from Bai Li using energy crystals. After consuming one, Moli experienced significant enhancements across all 5 of his attributes, totaling over 11 points. At that moment, even his lowest attribute, perception, reached 8.2, while his strength peaked at 12.3. Additionally, Moli gained enhanced vision, rivaling that of a hawk. Regrettably, the second evolution fruit yielded minimal effects. The remaining fruit was placed into the auction items to augment the influence of the first auction. However, the staggering starting bid of 220,000 contribution points deterred many from attempting to bid, as there was a lack of observational data and the item description remained vague. It was estimated to provide an increase of 10 to 15 attribute points, with greater absorption efficacy for those who had not previously enhanced their bodies, along with a chance to gain specific ability enhancements. However, consuming it would not render one invulnerable, diminishing its appeal to players. After all, within the base, there were numerous powerful weapons available. Even Captain Eagle Sauce could obliterate them. As the auction commenced, players began to place bids. Most veteran players had already consumed these items, and the majority of bidders were newcomers. Among the new players, Zheng Tianlong was not the only one with substantial wealth. Others simply lacked his depth of resources. While they could not amass hundreds of thousands of contribution points, gathering tens of thousands was still feasible. As the initial items were sold off, the coveted evolution fruit soon came up for bid. Brother Wan Yin Booby placed a bid of 235,000 contribution points. A rather shrewd move given his tendency to haggle for discounts whenever he visited my shop. Brother Wan Yin Booby chuckled, opting not to dispute this. Before Linglong Bao could finish speaking, the bid was quickly raised. I could hardly believe my eyes. The Brotherhood was now bidding 240,000 contribution points. With their sizable team, it was unclear who would consume the fruit upon its acquisition. Brother Wan Yin Booby added another 5,000, bringing the price to 245,000 contribution points, demonstrating his financial flexibility. Zheng Tianlong, observing the remaining 324,000 contribution points in his account, boldly placed a bid of 260,000 in his own name. Heavens! Young Master Zheng has made his move again, and he has jumped straight to 260,000. It seems he is determined to secure it. This bid immediately unsettled Brother Wan Yin Booby, who had previously appeared quite comfortable. Only the Brotherhood made a tentative increase of 5,000, pushing the bid to 265,000 contribution points. Without hesitation, Zheng Tianlong raised it by another 10,000, prompting Linglong Bao to start clamoring. The Brotherhood's leader, proclaiming, "If Zheng Gongzi is so determined, let him have it," conceded. Zheng Tianlong clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Many thanks." Regardless of whether the others had exceeded their budget or were merely saving face, Zheng Tianlong understood the importance of maintaining decorum. Even though he had been in the game for less than 3 days, he was already acutely aware that this game differed significantly from others. Here, camaraderie and social tact held greater weight than mere conflict. Chapter 75. The auction comes to a close. Sui Feng drifted in contemplation, reflecting on the extravagant expenditure of 550,000 contribution points for a single evolution fruit to enhance his character in the game. Today, he witnessed the opulence of these affluent players. Zheng Tianlong acquired contribution points at the rate of 1 contribution point for 2 yuan, meaning 275,000 contribution points equated to 550,000 yuan. In other teams, the leader would require extensive internal discussions to allocate significant funds, let alone utilize team resources to purchase evolution fruits for personal enhancement. The primary distinction between Glory of the World and other teams lies in ownership structure. For instance, in the Eternal Adventure team, every member is a shareholder, albeit with varying stakes. Conversely, the Glory of the World Adventure team is privately owned by Zheng Tianlong, making team members more akin to his employees. Lung Zhou remarked that while Zheng Tianlong's actions seemed reckless, this investment would undoubtedly yield returns. Given Zheng Tianlong's status, he need not engage in battle himself. The likelihood of his demise was minimal, ensuring a profitable investment in this body. Wu Jianfeng, ever insightful, cautioned that once the game officially launched, these wealthy players would gradually catch up through their financial clout, necessitating their utmost efforts. Their current high standing did not guarantee perpetual stability should a more exceptional competitor arise. The Star-Lord would not hesitate to act. Both recognized Wu Jianfeng and Apos' wisdom, and a sense of urgency surged within them. As the third batch of auction items was unveiled, the auction reached its climax. The previously conservative adventure teams began to place bids. Although they were familiar with one another, the stakes involved demanded a departure from camaraderie. Consequently, prices soared to unprecedented heights. After several intense bidding rounds, the Eternal Adventure team secured a 30-year-old stamina fruit tree for 335,000 contribution points, and the Thunder Mountain's Ghost Face Vine Grove for 475,000 contribution points. These final prices far exceeded their initial estimates. Regrettably, they had to forego the Apricot Grove and Golden Spine Salamander population due to financial constraints. Earlier, in a collaboration agreement with 3 other teams, each had reserved 500,000 contribution points to bid on the elusive Yulua fruit tree. After acquiring the 2 aforementioned resources, the Eternal team's remaining funds dwindled to approximately 560,000 contribution points. This remaining sum could not be further utilized. In truth, none anticipated that everyone would be sacrificing their possessions to participate in this auction. Under these circumstances, securing 2 resources was already commendable, especially with a final target still on the horizon. In a corner, Zheng Tianlong felt a peculiar discomfort watching the seasoned players incessantly raise their bids. In previous online games, he had undoubtedly belonged to the elite tier of players, primarily due to his wealth. This was the first time he found himself merely spectating as others spent lavishly. The psychological disparity was somewhat embarrassing. Had it not been for his curiosity regarding the auction's outcome, he would have departed long ago. After more than an hour of competition, only the coveted Yulua fruit tree remained. Linglong Bao seized the moment, announcing, "Ladies and gentlemen, considering the fierce bidding we've witnessed, the competition for this final item will likely be intense. Shall we take a 15-minute break to allow for discussions on joint bidding or potential loans?" The notion of collaborative bidding was certainly not exclusive to the Eternal team. However, some teams may not have considered this strategy or had only formed partnerships with one other team. Given the current situation, obtaining the Yulua fruit tree without at least 1 or 2 million contribution points was improbable. Linglong Bao's proposal undoubtedly ignited further competition. Sui Feng disdainfully remarked, "Linglong Bao, does the Star-Lord know of your dedication?" Surely Jianshan approached with a teasing tone. "Drifter, Bao is different from us. He is a trusted aide earning commissions." Linglong Bao, unfazed, smiled. "It's merely a difference in job roles. We all serve the Star-Lord." Another veteran player asserted, "I dare say half of the base's GDP is attributable to Bao. He is undoubtedly the first citizen." At this proclamation, others quickly kicked the speaker, realizing the presence of numerous novice players. Recognizing his blunder, he sheepishly fell silent. Zheng Tianlong observed this exchange. Realizing the slip of the tongue regarding citizen status left him perplexed. Meanwhile, the solitary figure joined by members of the Eagle Gang approached. Aside from the Dragon Slayer Gang, which participated online, the remaining 3 teams congregated. Although the Dragon Slayer members were absent, their leader, Fei Niao, had transferred the remaining 600 contribution points to Lung Jiao. Lung Jiao inquired of Shirley Jianshun and the solitary figure, "How much contribution points do you each have left?" Both promptly reported. Guojiang Long had 524,000 contribution points, while the Eagle Gang retained 634,700 contribution points. Combined, the 4 teams had a total of 336,500 contribution points remaining, sufficient to secure the final prize. The 15-minute intermission passed swiftly, and the final item began to be auctioned. Within half an hour, bids escalated to 1 million. And after several rounds of intense competition, the Eternal team, Guojiang Long, the Eagle Gang, and the Dragon Slayer Gang collectively acquired the Yulua fruit tree for 470,000 contribution points. Thus, the auction concluded. An hour later, Zheng Tianlong emerged from a lounge within the base, a sense of elation enveloping him. His two subordinates eagerly inquired, "Boss, how did it go?" Zheng Tianlong replied with enthusiasm, "This evolution fruit is truly extraordinary. It granted me a remarkable increase of 16 for attribute points at once, along with enhanced perception abilities." His subordinates gazed at him enviously. 16 for attribute points? So many? According to base statistics, players typically garnered an increase of 4 to 7 attribute points from consuming low-grade herbal essences until their bodies developed resistance. The evolution fruit's singular contribution of 16 for attribute points placed it within the realm of intermediate resources. Zheng Tianlong nodded affirmatively, opening his attribute panel for his subordinates to view. Zheng Tianlong basic information, profession, soldier level, trainee soldier experience, 89 contribution points, 40, 352 basic attributes, strength, 10, 9 agility, 9, for constitution, 10, 8 intelligence, 7, 1 perception, 8. 2. His analytical mind deduced that his body's exceptional absorption efficacy stemmed from never before consuming resources that enhanced attributes. The amplification of his perception abilities heightened his sensitivity to sound, touch, and smell, allowing him to detect even the slightest disturbances in his surroundings. This newfound awareness made the world feel utterly transformed. Regaining composure, Zheng Tianlong promptly led his subordinates back to Greenshade City, the headquarters of glory of the world. Chapter 76. Discovering traces within the opulent villa, Zheng Tianlong sat up from his bed, casually removing his gaming helmet. Suddenly, he inquired with curiosity, "Daong, is that you outside?" The voice of his bodyguard, Lin Daong, responded, "Boss, it's me. The boss lady has arrived and is currently seated in the living room downstairs. She has been here for a while." Zheng Tianlong paid no heed, still lost in the reverberations of a peculiar sensation he had just experienced. Moments ago, he had inexplicably sensed a presence outside the door, a feeling so extraordinary it defied precise description. Yet, it bore an uncanny resemblance to the heightened perception he had just acquired in the game. If it were merely a figment of memory, how could he have genuinely sensed Lin Daong's presence? Was it merely coincidence? Zheng Tianlong sank into contemplation. "Boss, are you listening?" Zheng Tianlong snapped back to reality and replied, "All right, I will go meet her now." He had explicitly instructed Lin Daong that no one was to disturb him while he logged into the game, especially not the boss lady, Yang Mei. This decision would undoubtedly irk Yang Mei. Thus, Lin Daong had taken the liberty to remind him of her presence. It is worth noting that Zheng Tianlong and Yang Mei's relationship epitomized a typical marriage of convenience among the affluent, devoid of emotional foundation. They had become engaged after merely 2 meetings, under the orchestration of their parents. 6 months later, they wed. Yang Mei was undoubtedly beautiful and capable, yet her domineering nature dictated every aspect of Zheng Tianlong's life, particularly his ventures into gaming. Despite Zheng Tianlong's repeated explanations regarding the distinction between gaming and electronic sports, to his family, they were one and the same. Following their marriage, their disputes became incessant. Once their son turned 1 year old, Zheng Tianlong chose to move out. Zheng's father seemed utterly disillusioned with his son, allowing the capable daughter-in-law to manage the family business while the family focused on nurturing their grandson. If not for pressing matters, Yang Mei, a busy woman, would not have taken the initiative to visit. With this realization, Zheng Tianlong promptly descended the staircase. Upon seeing him, Yang Mei's expression was laden with disappointment. "I heard you invested in a gaming company with Wang Donglai, and I thought you were finally making progress. Yet here you are, still wallowing in mediocrity." Zheng Tianlong had grown accustomed to her tone and asked, "Are you here for a checkup, or merely to belittle me?" If it's the former, you can see for yourself that apart from Lin Daong, there is only an elderly maid here. There are no clandestine affairs or escapades. If it's the latter, there is no need to waste your breath. It would be futile. Yang Mei retorted, "Today marks your son's 2nd birthday. You haven't forgotten, have you?" "Of course not." Zheng Tianlong called out to Lin Daong, who promptly brought forth a gift box nearly as tall as himself. Clearly, Zheng Tianlong had prepared a birthday present for his son. Yang Mei and Apos. S demeanor softened slightly as she said, "This evening's birthday banquet will include my parents. If you wish to keep our separation from them a secret, you should accompany me home now." Yang Mei's father, Yang Jingjai, was known for his volatile temper. Should he discover that his daughter was living in solitude, he would undoubtedly confront Zheng Tianlong vigorously. Understanding Yang Mei's intentions, Zheng Tianlong replied, "Please wait a moment. I will change into another outfit." After changing, he made sure to don his gaming helmet, for whenever he stepped outside, it was imperative to wear it. Once activated, the gaming helmet bound itself to its user. Before the game's official launch, it was a rare and coveted item. Meanwhile, in the southern foothills of the Badong Mountains, a large-eared deer grazed contentedly on the lush grass. This creature, however, remained vigilant, frequently lifting its head to survey its surroundings. Suddenly, a rustle of dry twigs 100 meters away caught its attention. The deer cautiously raised its head, assessing the situation before resuming its feast. Confirming there was no immediate danger. Upon closer inspection, one might discern a figure concealed beneath a camouflaged garb. This individual was the lone investigator, Shanying, probing into a case of disappearances in the Badong Mountains. Over the past few days, he had scoured a 3-kilometer radius from the shelter, yet had yielded no results. It remained uncertain whether the elusive creature had poor eyesight or simply showed no interest in him. Regardless, Shanying was still alive and well. At that moment, Shanying had his sights trained on the large-eared deer. Although he had brought along some energy gel, he needed to hunt daily to procure meat. The truth was, energy gel was only marginally more palatable than compressed biscuits. After a few meals, one would certainly lose the appetite for it. Besides, who could resist the allure of fragrant roasted meat? Just as Shanying prepared to squeeze the trigger, he faintly heard a commotion in the distance. The deer, too, sensed the disturbance and swiftly vanished into the thicket. Shanying quickly ascended to a nearby vantage point, peering through his scope. 600 or 700 meters away, hundreds of terrestrial creatures were fleeing in a frenzy, pursued by an encroaching mist. After 2 days of waiting, he finally had a lead. Shanying immediately contacted the command center. "Command center, this is Shanying." Moli, in her capacity as the operations advisor, replied, "I am today's duty officer. Please proceed. I have detected anomalous activity and am sharing video footage with you now." Upon witnessing the animals being engulfed by the mist, Moli promptly initiated a Level 3 alert within Bay City. "I am dispatching 6 Reaper drones from Bay City to assist you. They are expected to arrive in 5 minutes. Please exercise caution." Acknowledging the mysterious fog capable of rendering creatures unconscious, Shanying was well prepared. As long as he avoided inhaling it, he should remain unaffected. Thus, he had brought along a compact respirator and oxygen tank. Additionally, he equipped himself with a head-mounted thermal imaging device. Once properly outfitted, Shanying swiftly set up several decoy explosives in the vicinity. Before long, the team, Lung Jiao, Wu Jianfeng, Tiao Zhiyao, Duan Changchao, and Ba Ji Dafu, arrived at the command center in succession. Lung Jiao inquired, "Advisor, what is the situation?" Moli explained, "Shanying has discovered traces of the mist, and both parties are rapidly converging." Wu Jianfeng assisted Lung Jiao in summoning players from Bay City, while Tiao Zhiyao, Duan Changchao, and Ba Ji Dafu helped Moli assume control of several drones. In no time, the mist approached within 100 meters of Shanying. Through the thermal imaging device, he could clearly see the fleeing animals collapsing to the ground after being consumed by the fog. Amidst the mist, a strange creature was swiftly delivering fatal blows to the unconscious animals. Chapter 77. A moment between life and death from its physique and leaping movements. This mysterious creature resembled a large feline. It sported 2 pointed horns protruding backward from its head, and its tail ended in an arrow-like tip. With a swift thrust, its tail could pierce through a comatose animal, chilling it to the core. Moreover, its speed was astonishing, capable of leaping 4 to 5 meters in a single bound. Only when it was piercing the unconscious prey could the eagle accurately discern its form. Anticipating its next landing point, the eagle decisively pulled the trigger. A gunshot rang out, and the creature was struck by the bullet. The 12 7mm sniper round could penetrate several centimeters of steel within a range of dozens of meters. Ordinarily, no creature could survive such a shot. Yet, evidently, this creature was an exception. With a roll, it regained its footing and swiftly lunged towards the eagle. Its speed was so blindingly fast that it was nearly imperceptible to the human eye. The eagle understood that he had only one chance to fire. To flee at this moment would undoubtedly lead to his demise. Suddenly, a series of concealed explosives were detonated by the mysterious creature. Although the explosion inflicted no harm upon it, it successfully diverted the creature's attention, given the tremendous noise that erupted behind it. Now was the moment. Seizing the split second when the creature paused, the eagle shot decisively. The bullet struck the creature's head. Before it could hit the ground, the eagle quickly fired 2 more shots. Inside the command center, a level 8 officer whispered, "That monster must be dead, right?" Cold Sniper affirmed. A direct headshot followed by 2 more rounds should have done the trick. Everyone had held their breath when the creature charged at the eagle. Life and death truly hung in the balance during those fleeting seconds. "Look," the eagle reminded, "the dense fog is beginning to clear." As the fog dissipated, the eagle cautiously approached the mysterious creature, which was now fully revealed to the onlookers. It was entirely hairless, covered in a multitude of black scales. The 2 pointed horns on its head appeared akin to protruding armor. Most striking was its skull, which bore a single eye in the center of its triangular forehead. At this moment, the eye had been obliterated by the bullet. The eagle examined the creature and discovered 4 bullet wounds. They were labeled as such because the bullets had failed to penetrate its body. For instance, the eagle and Apo's first bullet had struck the creature and Apo's abdomen squarely. While it shattered several scales, it had not pierced the flesh. The truly fatal shot was the one that penetrated the third eye, which had directly breached its skull. At that moment, the eagle could not help but feel fortunate. Had he not fortuitously struck its third eye, it would have been the eagle lying lifeless. The thought of this creature withstanding a 12.7mm sniper bullet at close range sent shivers down his spine. Cold Sniper called out, "Eagle, please use the identification function in your wristwatch to scan it." Understood. The wristwatch revealed the creature to be an A-class specimen. No wonder it could withstand a 12.7mm bullet. The eagle inquired, "Command Center, what are the next steps?" Cold Sniper instructed, "Remain in position. A Chinook transport helicopter has taken off from Northwild City, carrying a squad of veterans, and you will lead them to continue the search along the ground traces this creature had attained A-class status, and its corpse must be retrieved for research." Wu Jianfeng explained. "Although the location of this creature's appearance seems erratic, our analysis shows that its extensive hunting of other creatures was not for sustenance, but rather to eliminate surrounding threats. Predators often kill intruders while rearing their young. However, other possibilities cannot be dismissed. Regardless of the cause, thorough investigation is imperative. According to the laws of nature, most species rear their young in pairs. It is plausible that another A-class creature is lurking nearby." Half an hour later, the helicopter arrived. Sergeant Fei Niao was ordered to lead a squad of soldiers for support. Cold Sniper had already briefed Fei Niao that the eagle was a seasoned veteran. Thus, Fei Niao did not attempt to assert authority in front of the experienced soldier. "I am Eagle," he stated, instinctively saluting. At this moment, the eagle finally recognized the semblance of military discipline in these seasoned players. They moved with agility and executed tactical maneuvers with precision. Upon landing, they promptly organized their equipment and supplies, rather than wandering aimlessly like novices, captivated by every novelty. Indeed, these seasoned players had undergone several months of training and had participated in numerous battles. Even those who initially struggled had become competent soldiers through such rigorous combat exposure. After the helicopter transported the creature's carcass away, the eagle and his team immediately pursued the trail on the ground. Within the command center, Cold Sniper extended an invitation to Moli. "Judgment, would you like to join our Eternal Adventure team?" Moli politely declined, "Perhaps not. My online time is irregular, and I wouldn't want to disrupt your efforts." Wu Jianfeng inquired with concern, "Judgment, are you facing any difficulties on Blue Star?" He often vanished without a trace, and without a plausible explanation, it would be hard to dispel their suspicions. Moli feigned hesitation before saying, "My father is bedridden. I cannot be online frequently, as I must care for him." Upon hearing this, everyone immediately offered their condolences. Wu Jianfeng even suggested, "Judgment, if you are facing financial difficulties, just let us know. We're all familiar with each other. There's no need for embarrassment. Although our conditions are modest, we can still raise several hundred thousand without issue." During the closed beta testing, even the least fortunate players earned over 100,000, while some amassed around 200,000. Spending so much time playing games had significantly reduced their real-life expenses. It would be a matter of minutes to gather a few hundred from each player to reach a substantial sum. Since the truth about the game had been revealed, these closed beta players had become a community of shared interests. Even the most stingy individuals would willingly lend a hand. Building good relationships with a high-ranking combat advisor was advantageous. This also elucidated why new players were often puzzled by the camaraderie among seasoned players. Tao Jiao advised, "Judgment. I believe you should heed Tianya's advice. Use the funds to hire a caregiver for your uncle, allowing you to find time to log on and secure a citizenship for him, which is the most prudent course of action." Moli found the situation somewhat amusing. Did the employees truly believe their boss was in such dire straits that they wished to donate? He could only feign a strong sense of pride and politely decline their generous offers. Chapter 78. Disturbing the Hornet's Nest. An hour later, the mountain eagle and his companions traversed a small hill. Before them lay a canyon, where every plant appeared utterly desiccated. Whether it was the knee-high weeds or the stout trees, all had succumbed to a pallid yellow hue. Additionally, a peculiar odor lingered in the air. "What is that foul smell? Did you pass gas?" one inquired. "I can smell it too. It resembles rotten eggs." "Is that you, rich man? Don't wrongfully accuse me." Mountain Eagle touched some dark yellow powder on a tree and remarked, "This should be the scent of sulfur. Pure sulfur is mildly toxic, but if it is sulfur dioxide produced from combustion, it is lethal to both humans and plants. Isn't natural sulfur found primarily in volcanic craters? How could there be so much here? Who knows? Haven't you heard that sulfur dioxide is highly toxic? We should quickly don our gas masks." Following the reminder, everyone promptly equipped themselves with gas masks. Feathered Bird drew out a large machete to sever a tree as thick as an arm and inspected it. The trunk still contained considerable moisture, indicating it had not been dead for more than a week. In other words, the sulfur dioxide must have emerged within that time frame. Mountain Eagle inquired, "Does our base stock sulfur?" Feathered Bird swiftly dismissed this, stating, "While the base does contain sulfur, the players would not be so bored as to exterminate all the plants on this hill. That quantity wouldn't suffice. It appears we have indeed found the right location." Mountain Eagle speculated. Feathered Bird nodded in agreement, acknowledging Mountain Eagle's insight. So far, this area had been the only anomaly. Suddenly, a player alerted, "Quick, take cover, something's amiss." At this, everyone immediately dropped to the ground. Before long, a thick fog began to creep over from the opposite hillside, swiftly enveloping the canyon. Mountain Eagle cautiously donned a thermal imaging device and, indeed, detected the heat signatures within the fog. Among them was a mist shadow beast. Indeed, the base had designated this creature as the Mist Shadow Beast. Feathered Bird promptly activated the recording function on his wristwatch, fearing to attract the beast's attention. They all held their breath. Bullets would be ineffective against such a creature, and rockets might not even hit their mark. If the Mist Shadow Beast discovered them, it would undoubtedly lead to a massacre. Perhaps the fog dulled the beast's senses, for it failed to notice them. Soon, the fog dissipated at one end of the canyon. After waiting for more than half a minute, they dared to rise. From the command center, Cold Sniper issued new orders. Continue the exploration. Locate the lair of the Mist Shadow Beast. This area was merely several dozen kilometers from Northwild City, and given the terrifying combat prowess exhibited by this creature, it posed a significant threat to the players. They had to find its lair and eradicate it completely. 20 minutes later, Mountain Eagle and his companions arrived before a sinkhole. The sinkhole was approximately the size of 7 football fields and extended deep into the earth. A steady stream of pale yellow mist wafted upwards, suggesting that this sinkhole was the culprit behind the widespread plant death in the vicinity. However, It hardly resembled a volcanic crater. What puzzled them was the vegetation surrounding the sinkhole. Although it had already withered, it was evident that the sinkhole had only recently begun to emit sulfur. If it were a volcanic crater, it would not solely release sulfur without magma. Feathered Bird asked, "Command Center, what should we do now?" Cold Sniper pondered briefly before instructing. "Find a place to hide. The drones will launch a few missiles for testing." After about 10 minutes, Mountain Eagle and the others found a strategic vantage point on a nearby hill. 12 drones approached, and 2 of them fired 8 air-to-ground missiles. The missiles detonated at the bottom of the sinkhole. Following the explosions, over a dozen adult mist shadow beasts surged forth from the sinkhole. Everyone was taken aback. They had initially assumed there were merely a male and female beast nesting here, but now they had uncovered a whole nest, with more than a dozen A-class creatures. Should they infiltrate North Wild City under the cover of night, they could easily decimate the players within. This was no longer merely a safety concern. It was akin to sleeping next to a ticking time bomb. Soon, the mist shadow beasts noticed the airborne intruders. Despite their formidable combat capabilities, they could not reach the aerial targets and merely glared helplessly from the ground. Seizing this opportune moment, humanity would not let it slip away. Instantly, dozens of air-to-ground missiles rained down upon the mist shadow beasts below. The explosion's shockwave sent the creatures flying, with several being hurled back into the sinkhole. Those that landed were left severely incapacitated. Before they could celebrate, countless winged creatures with spans exceeding 4 meters erupted from the sinkhole. Their bat-like bodies bore canine-like heads. These flying creatures had a singular focus, diving toward the cluster of drones above. As if that weren't enough, numerous 8-legged insects emerged from the sinkhole. Each leg surpassed 2 meters in length, resembling hardened iron pickaxes as they plunged into the earth. Their tough exoskeletons glimmered with a metallic sheen, indicating formidable defensive capabilities. An analysis revealed that these long-legged insects were classified as B-class creatures. At this moment, they had indeed stirred a hornet's nest. It was unclear how these insects detected Mountain Eagle and his group, but they charged directly toward the hill they occupied. The sheer numbers overwhelmed any thoughts of resistance among Mountain Eagle and his companions. "Run!" Feathered Bird shouted. "We won't outrun those insects. Immediately discard excess supplies. Each person should carry only 1 defensive weapon and essential ammunition," Mountain Eagle advised. "See, this is the battlefield wisdom of an experienced soldier." Feathered Bird commanded loudly. "Follow Mountain Eagle's orders." Thus, everyone promptly discarded their surplus belongings. Observing Mountain Eagle picking up the discarded ammunition, Feathered Bird anxiously asked, "Mountain Eagle, what are you doing?" Calmly, Mountain Eagle replied, "I'm setting up a decoy trap. You all go ahead." After instructing the others to move forward, Feathered Bird opened fire on the insects at the foot of the hill. "All set," Mountain Eagle called out 5 seconds later. Feathered Bird grabbed him, and the two hastened to rejoin the main group. Behind them, the lead wave of insects was now less than 300 meters away. In the command center, Cold Sniper remained composed. Drones will distract the bat-like creatures in the air to prevent them from pursuing those on the ground. The remaining missiles will provide cover for Feathered Bird and his team. Activate all missile launchers and silos in North Wild City and Green Shade City, targeting that sinkhole mercilessly. Issue an emergency mobilization order for armed personnel within North Wild City to return for defense, and assemble the armed forces in Green Shade City on standby. Wu Jianfeng reported, "The first batch of missiles has launched, and they are expected to hit the target in approximately 85 seconds. Cold Sniper nodded. The missiles from the base were truly lifesavers, powerful and swift. Chapter 79. The monster's lair within the dense forest. The mountain hawks and others were desperately fleeing for their lives. Explosions echoed behind them, the remaining missiles from the drones clearing the monstrous bugs that pursued them. The urgency of the situation left them no time to glance back, entrusting their safety to the comrades controlling the drones. Suddenly, a deafening explosion resounded from afar, and the pursuing creatures seemed to retreat as if commanded. Wu Jianfeng remarked, "The bugs have retreated. You need not run any longer." Upon hearing this, everyone leaned against the trees, gasping for breath. Some even removed their gas masks to breathe more freely. The threat of death, coupled with their vigorous exertion, made their lungs ache painfully. Had it not been for their enhanced physiques, they would have certainly faltered. At that moment, a second wave of missiles struck their targets. As the clouds billowed upwards from the direction of the pit, the group erupted in cheers. Wu Jianfeng instructed, "Soon, I will need you all to return and assess the effectiveness of the missile strikes." Fei Niao grumbled, "I had a feeling you would conscript us again." Having just escaped death, Fei Niao was understandably reluctant to return to danger. Wu Jianfeng reassured him, "Rest assured, the Star Master has increased the mission rewards tenfold. I will arrange for helicopters to be on standby, and you can retreat at the first sign of danger." Su Moli, stationed at the command center, had naturally adjusted the mission rewards in accordance with the level of difficulty. Meanwhile, at the Zheng family home on Blue Star, the elders were celebrating the second birthday of Zheng Tianlong and Yang Mei's son. Everything appeared delightfully harmonious. However, a phone call abruptly pulled Zheng Tianlong back from reality into the game. He stepped onto the balcony to take the call, unaware that Yang Mei had followed him. "Captain, the base command has issued an emergency mobilization order for Bay City and Greenshade City. It seems unknown enemies have emerged in the Badong Mountains. We've also seen numerous missiles launched. It appears to be another large-scale monster siege instance." "I understand. I'll log on immediately. Please inform all members of Glory of the World to log on as well." As Zheng Tianlong hung up, he turned to see Yang Mei behind him. Her face was ashen, evidently having overheard part of the conversation. "Normally, I can tolerate your neglect of responsibilities. But must you engage in your trivial game on such an important day as Zhou Zhou's birthday? What matters more, your son or your game?" Facing the furious Yang Mei, Zheng Tianlong calmly replied, "Mei, can you trust me just this once?" Yang Mei scoffed, "What do you want me to believe? That you'll reform? Haven't I given you enough chances?" Zheng Tianlong patiently explained, "For now, I cannot divulge much. I need time to verify many things. But please believe me, this game is entirely different from any I have played before. My intuition tells me that if I miss this opportunity, I will regret it for the rest of my life." Yang Mei retorted with sarcasm, "I'm patiently listening to your drivel. At least conjure a decent excuse? You can't even be bothered to fabricate one now." Zheng Tianlong understood that without any accomplishments, he could not alter the perception others held of him. After all, in the eyes of outsiders, he was merely a slight improvement over those hedonistic scions who indulged in excess. "Today is Zhou Zhou's birthday. I do not wish to argue with you. I will explain everything later." Zheng Tianlong, "Come back here." Their quarrel soon attracted the attention of both sets of parents. If Zheng Tianlong could not convince Yang Mei, he would struggle even more with their more traditional parents. Even when Zheng's father threatened to sever their father-son relationship, Zheng Tianlong left with his gaming helmet in hand. The threat of severing ties was merely a performance for Yang Mei's parents. The Zheng family had only one son. Though he may not be ambitious, at least he wasn't causing trouble outside. Besides, they had more than enough resources at home. As long as their child pursued his dreams without interference, they would likely indulge him. Zheng Tianlong's continued access to funds was the best proof of this. Meanwhile, on M-Star, a Chinook helicopter and 2 Apache helicopters hovered over the pit. Under the illumination of the lights, the depth of the pit was estimated to be around 110 meters. Below, the ground was strewn with rubble from the explosions, and no signs of life were immediately apparent. Yet, no one believed that the tide of armored bugs was utterly vanquished. With shells as hard as iron, these creatures had been casually dubbed armored bugs. Even A-rank creatures could be reduced to mere fragments by missiles, let alone these B-rank beings. Including the missiles launched by the drones, the base had fired over 140 missiles at this location. Following the explosions, the rock walls of the pit had lost more than 10 meters in thickness, and numerous craters marked the surface. No missile strikes were without margin of error. Surrounding them lay the mangled remains of the armored bugs. The Chinook helicopter descended near the edge of the pit, allowing Fei Niao, Shan Ing, and others to disembark. As the bottom of the pit remained obscured from view, no one could ascertain the number of monsters lurking beneath, making direct descent impossible. At this moment, Fei Niao and the others were assembling a device, a high-precision detector capable of sensing underground cavities and life forms. As the machine began to operate, echoes displayed the underground structure in a three-dimensional model. It became evident that the walls of the pit contained numerous interconnected voids, resembling an underground complex. In addition to the cavities, many armored bugs were seen scuttling about. Someone exclaimed, "Look here, what is this?" If one shifted their gaze downward into a massive hollow at the pit's bottom, they would see the ground covered by a fleshy membrane. Beneath this membrane, countless root-like appendages penetrated into an energy crystal mine. A continuous flow of energy was transmitted through these roots into the membrane. Above this membrane loomed a spherical growth nearly 30 meters high, pulsating rhythmically like a heart. Clearly, something terrifying was developing inside. Adjacent to this large growth, dozens of tower-like fleshy structures were distributed. Each layer of these tower-like growths housed numerous excretory organs resembling chrysanthemums, continuously emitting a pale yellow gas. Evidently, the toxic sulfur dioxide was being expelled from these entities. As the interior of the growth undulated, several dark masses were expelled from one of the excretory organs. Gradually, these forms extended 8 long legs, evidently the very creatures dubbed armored bugs. This species was birthed in such a manner. Further away, a smaller fleshy structure over 2 meters tall burst open, and a misty beast, slick with mucus, emerged. Clearly, the strange creatures previously encountered had all been birthed from this fleshy membrane. Chapter 80. The Cyclops within the command center, Wu Jianfeng, Lung Jiao, and others were engaged in a fervent discussion. The subterranean space lay at a depth of over 130 meters from the bottom of the sinkhole. When combined with the original depth of the sinkhole, this indicated that the space was approximately 240 meters underground. At such depths, conventional missiles would be utterly ineffective. Their explosions might instead provoke further rockfall around the sinkhole, compounding the thickness at the bottom. Relying on an explosion to induce a collapse of that space was also unrealistic. The numerous missiles launched earlier had failed to instigate any such collapse, demonstrating the robust geological structure below. If the missile count were sufficient, it could be feasible. But the base's missile reserves were not limitless. Producing missiles required vast resources, and their maintenance was exceedingly complex. The players were ill-equipped to handle missile upkeep, which ultimately depended on various mechanical maintenance robots, the production of which also consumed significant resources. Thus, the crux of the matter lay in resource reserves. Moli proposed, given the intricate layout within, we could attempt to introduce fuel and employ incendiary tactics. Wu Jianfeng was the first to concur, stating, "Brother Juetsai, I believe this approach holds merit. Fuel can seep into the crevices, and sulfur dioxide is inherently combustible, amplifying the incendiary effect. Since they remain within the realm of carbon-based life forms, I refuse to believe we cannot incinerate them." The others echoed their approval of this suggestion. Lung Jiao inquired, "Intelligent Brain, report on the fuel reserves at Base City and Levian City." The response revealed Base City's diesel reserves at 522 tons, with aviation fuel at 361 tons. In truth, the base's array of civilian vehicles and machinery represented the products of a Level 2 civilization. The Gamma aliens proved rather stingy, withholding even Level 3 civilian technology from Moli. These machines operated on energy crystals, with the only significant fuel requirements stemming from various weaponry from Blue Star, armored vehicles, tanks, helicopters, and more. The combined fuel reserves of the two cities exceeded 7,000 tons, ample for a significant conflagration. The only complication lay in transport, which could only be accomplished via helicopter. Fortunately, the Chinook helicopters could carry 11 tons of cargo at a time, and the base was equipped with 15 of these helicopters, allowing for a single transport of 165 tons of fuel. Without delay, they commenced mobilizing pilots and transportation helicopters, while also preparing fuel barrels and rigging nets. At the glory of the Green Shade Garrison, Deputy Commander Meteor Fire Rain was briefing Zheng Tianlong. "We have assembled approximately 80 of our regiment, fully armed and equipped. Yet the command center has yet to issue orders, merely instructing us to remain on standby." Zheng Tianlong queried, "What is the status of the enemy?" Meteor Fire Rain activated an information projection, stating, The command center has released several video segments detailing the enemy's general situation. Please take a look. After viewing the videos, Zheng Tianlong and Appo's face lit up with excitement. 3 types of monsters had already emerged. The Mist Shadow Beast, classified as A level, the Iron Beetle, classified as B level, and the Bat Hound, classified as C level. The enemy boasted not only formidable units, but also overwhelming numbers. These were merely the exposed species. None could fathom what terrifying creatures lurked beneath the sinkhole. It was clear that a monumental battle loomed. The players shared a fundamental consensus. Conflict invariably yields rewards. Thus, they harbored no fear of combat. What they dreaded was the absence of warfare. Consequently, Zheng Tianlong proactively sought permission from the command center. Lung Jiu remarked, "I understand your eagerness for battle, but for the time being, ground forces are not required. Your regiment should assist in transporting fuel with the helicopters." Zheng Tianlong did not quibble, promptly leading his entire regiment to the fuel depot. Engaging in some auxiliary tasks was preferable to contributing nothing at all. After all, the current helicopter pilots were all seasoned players. Following over 3 hours of intense logistics, more than 800 tons of fuel had been amassed near the sinkhole. Meanwhile, the creature within the massive flesh lump below seemed to sense impending danger, beginning to violently batter against the outer membrane. This unsettling development was quickly reported by the players operating the detection instruments. Fei Niao hastily relayed, "Command center, the creature within the large flesh lump appears to be hatching." To preempt any prolonged suspense, Lung Jiu ordered, "Immediately execute the incendiary plan." Fei Niao commanded the 100 players on site. "Brothers, commence operations." These players had been reinforced by the transport helicopters. Consequently, they promptly began pushing fuel barrels over the edge of the sinkhole. From a height of several hundred meters, the barrels shattered upon impact, their contents splattering everywhere. More fuel seeped through the crevices into the depths. As the fuel flowed into the gaps of the sinkhole, the myriad creatures hidden within began to stir restlessly. The creature within the colossal flesh lump intensified its battering. After more than 10 minutes, the players successfully pushed all 3,000 fuel barrels into the abyss. Fei Niao commanded, "Everyone, retreat to a safe distance." Understood. Once the players had distanced themselves, Fei Niao reported, "Command center, we are ready to commence." A drone swooped in, immediately launching 2 missiles at the sinkhole. Following the explosion, a roaring inferno ignited at the bottom of the sinkhole. The flames surged along the paths forged by the recently infiltrated fuel, engulfing the vast space within. Countless iron beetles began to flee in disarray. Yet the exit of that space had long been obstructed by fallen debris. At that moment, even if they sought to escape, they were ensnared, relentlessly consumed by the flames. Outside the sinkhole, players speculated on how many enemies had perished in the fire. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, and the surrounding rock walls began to collapse extensively. An earthquake. Quick, retreat to stable ground. Before the players could fully evacuate, a massive energy beam erupted from the depths of the sinkhole. Many were so mesmerized by the soaring energy ray that they momentarily forgot to flee. Shortly thereafter, a powerful pressure radiated from the sinkhole. Those who encountered it were seized by an icy dread, their limbs turning stiff. Fortunately, the intelligent brain detected their bodily anomalies, and their wrist devices began emitting electrical currents to stimulate their systems. Regaining their senses, the players dashed away. The mere breath of that energy could incapacitate them. Engaging in combat was out of the question. In such circumstances, summoning missile strikes was the only prudent course of action. In the valley, Bailey suddenly sensed an inexplicable danger. In the next moment, Bailey vanished from within the treehouse. Meanwhile, as the energy beam dissipated, the bottom of the sinkhole began to churn violently. Countless massive stones erupted, as if something were striving to break free. All eyes in the command center were riveted to the images relayed by the drone. Amidst the terrified gazes of the onlookers, a colossal figure emerged from the sinkhole. Its humanoid form towered over 70 meters tall. At its center, a single, tightly shut eye gazed out, its body covered in grotesque bulges. A player utilized their wrist device for identification, prompting the intelligent brain to emit a warning sound. S-class bioform. Danger, danger, danger. An S-class bioform. Upon hearing this alarming revelation, the players on the ground fled with utmost urgency. Chapter 81. East Wind Express. Attack. At the command of Cold Sniper, the drones hovering in the sky instantly unleashed a barrage of missiles. Over 50 small air-to-ground missiles struck the giant in rapid succession. Yet, as the smoke cleared, it became evident that the Cyclopean giant remained unscathed. Enraged, the giant's singular eye in the middle of its forehead suddenly opened, emitting a deadly beam of energy. 2 drones, unable to evade, were obliterated mid-air. The remaining 10 drones hastily retreated, but still, the giant's energy beam destroyed the majority of them. Ultimately, only 4 drones managed to escape. This pursuit revealed the giant's attack range to be approximately within 5 kilometers, not due to limitations of the beam, but because of the giant's own tracking distance. Having dispatched these pesky nuisances, the Cyclopean giant strode directly towards the nearest northern wild city. Given its towering stature, each step covered several dozen meters, and the speed of its strides was astonishing, taking less than 2 seconds per step. The ground trembled with each of its movements, akin to an earthquake. Birds and other creatures concealed within the trees dared not make a sound. Feeling the terrifying presence of the giant up close, they harbored no thoughts of resistance. Once the colossal figure had moved on, many collapsed to the ground, overwhelmed with fear. "I thought I would be crushed underfoot," one lamented. "I feel as if my soul hasn't returned. It was utterly terrifying. No one wet themselves, right?" "I was close." Mountain Eagle found Flying Bird and inquired, "Shall we do nothing? Perhaps create some disturbances from behind to buy time for the base?" Flying Bird shook his head. "Let it be. The firearms we possess would likely only tickle it. It's better to leave such matters to the command center. Cold Brother and Tianya hold the launch authority for all missiles at the base. Dealing with such a terrifying creature necessitates missiles." Mountain Eagle proposed another idea. "Since we cannot assist in combating that Cyclopean giant, should we not descend into the sinkhole to investigate?" Upon hearing this, Flying Bird promptly contacted the command center. "Command center. We plan to descend into the sinkhole after the flames subside to see if there are any valuable resources." "Agreed," the command center responded. The AI estimated, "The enemy is expected to reach northern Wild City in approximately 40 minutes. Cold Sniper then queried, "AI, how much TNT is required to eliminate this S-class creature?" The AI replied, "An estimated 65,000 kilograms of TNT will be necessary to destroy the entity." The base's various medium-range ballistic missiles had a similar payload to the Tomahawk, approximately 1 ton. This implies that a simultaneous launch of over 65 missiles would be prudent for assurance. Cold Sniper continued, "How many missiles in our arsenal can target moving entities? Regardless of whether they were ballistic missiles or conventional Tomahawk cruise missiles, they could only strike fixed ground targets. The terminal guidance systems of these missiles were primarily designed to correct deviations towards the initially input coordinates. Attacking moving targets yielded suboptimal results unless one could first halt the target. Thus, the most effective weapon for engaging moving targets remained anti-ship missiles." The AI reported, "Dawn Base is equipped with 16 Dongfeng, 27 anti-ship missiles, and 32 Dongfeng, 26B anti-ship missiles." Cold Sniper commanded, "Based on the target's trajectory, launch 40 Tomahawk cruise missiles from northern Wild City and Green Shade City to impede its speed. Deploy drones to further disrupt the giant's movement." After exhausting all Dongfeng, 26B anti-ship missiles, launch 45 Scud missiles for a saturation attack. Upon hearing this, Moli felt a pang of regret. These individuals truly lacked an understanding of the costs associated with such warfare. Every time they engaged in battle, it was an endless barrage of missiles. Did they not realize how expensive these missiles were? This was not a game where missile explosions merely served as visual effects. Despite his discomfort, Moli refrained from intervening in their tactical command. Any concerns could wait until after the battle. The base had amassed over 900 missiles with a payload exceeding 220 kilograms. Although there were thousands of small air-to-ground and surface-to-air missiles, their payloads rarely surpassed several dozen kilograms. It had already been demonstrated that such payloads were merely an annoyance to the giant. The AI prompted, "Please authorize." Wu Jianfeng immediately granted authorization through his wristwatch. Inside the room, Moli suddenly received a message, using the excuse of needing to prepare a meal for his father as a reason to depart. Upon reaching a certain room on the first floor of the base, Moli encountered Bai Li. Bai Li approached and inquired, "What has transpired? Why have you unleashed such terrifying weaponry?" Moli simply activated the video feed to show Bai Li. Upon witnessing the horrifying cyclopean giant, Bai Li was taken aback. How is it possible for such a high-level creature of the Annihilation Clan to appear here? Moli asked, "Annihilation Clan? Are you certain?" Bai Li explained, "While I have not seen the Annihilation Clan, I have heard other Guardians mention that this should be the advanced creature known as the Cyclopean Tyrant." Curious, Moli queried, "By the way, how many races does the Annihilation Clan possess?" First, there were the Phantom Butterflies, and now the Cyclopean Tyrant, among several other entities. Bai Li hesitated before responding. "I heard from the divine attendants of the Mother of Life that the Annihilation Clan consists of only one race, the Annihilation Giants. All other creatures are mere servants created by the Annihilation Giants." Upon hearing this, Moli recalled a comment made by the Level 8 Gale earlier. This Cyclopean Giant resembles the Ape Fiend. Further reflection revealed that whether it was the Phantom Butterfly, Mist Beasts, Armored Beetles, or Bat Hounds, all these servile creatures of the Annihilation Clan could find corresponding biological samples from this continent. What manner of existence were these Annihilation Giants? The capability to genetically engineer numerous servants was truly formidable. As this thought crossed his mind, Moli couldn't help but think of the Phantom's mother. According to Bai Li, the Annihilation Clan invaded the domain of the Mother of Life from the western part of the continent. They were now situated in the southeastern region, uncertain how many thousands of kilometers away from the west. It was implausible for Annihilation Clan creatures to exist in such territory. The only prior instance was the Phantom Butterfly that Bai Li mentioned, which had drawn the Mother of Life's divine decree for pursuit, clearly not an overlooked entity. Moli inquired, "Do you know the weaknesses of the Cyclopean Tyrant?" Bai Li shook his head. It wasn't that he wished to withhold assistance from humanity. Rather, he had simply never encountered it. Unable to glean useful information, Moli decided not to dwell on it any longer. They would eliminate this Cyclopean Tyrant and then investigate its weaknesses. Casually, Moli updated the database, renaming the Cyclopean Giant to Cyclopean Tyrant. Chapter 82. All fears arise from insufficient firepower on the mountainside. The one-eyed tyrant unleashed a furious roar. Just moments ago, a barrage of Tomahawk cruise missiles had been unleashed upon it. While the energy beams emitted from its singular eye were indeed formidable, capable of obliterating any missile that came within its range, the reality remained that it could only focus on a single target at a time. Its interception rate fell short of even 15%. Consequently, missiles continued to explode around it. Though these projectiles failed to breach the tyrant's tough exterior, the impacts were akin to large firecrackers bursting against the skin. No blood was shed, but the pain was undeniable. As the last Tomahawk missile detonated, the one-eyed tyrant finally gained a moment's respite. However, before it could advance, it suddenly gazed upward in confusion. The terminal velocity of the Dongfeng 26B missile had reached an astonishing 18 Mach. With 1 Mach equivalent to 340 meters per second, 18 Mach meant it could cover 120 meters in just 1 second, essentially arriving in the blink of an eye. At that very moment the tyrant looked up. 32 Dongfeng 26B missiles struck the ground with devastating force. One such missile was capable of annihilating an aircraft carrier, and the cumulative power of 32 missiles was catastrophic. Even from several kilometers away, Fan Yao and others could sense the rumble of the explosions. Barely 5 seconds after the Dongfeng missiles detonated, 45 Scud missiles rained down amid the rising smoke. Although the intelligence system had staggered the launch timings of the two types of missiles to avoid overlap, some discrepancies were inevitable due to variations in flight speed caused by atmospheric conditions and the missiles themselves. A 5-second interval was still acceptable. In the wake of the explosions, the area within a kilometer radius was engulfed in a cloud of dust, and smoke. The individuals within the command center remained unaware of the bombing's effectiveness, anxiously awaiting the dissipation of the haze. The base had a limited number of missile silos, and launching nearly 100 missiles, each weighing around a ton, represented the pinnacle of its offensive capabilities. If this assault failed to eliminate the one-eyed tyrant, it would pose a significant dilemma. As the smoke gradually cleared, the scene on the ground was finally revealed. Dozens of deep craters marred the landscape, and the earth bore signs of scorching. The one-eyed tyrant lay wretchedly on the ground, its once mighty eye reduced to a grotesque mass of flesh and blood. Its right hand and left foot had been blown off, and a gaping hole in its abdomen exposed charred innards. Pieces of missile debris were embedded in its mangled flesh. Despite such grievous injuries, the colossal beast still clung to life, attempting to rise, but collapsing back down in weakness. Wu Jianfeng reminded, "Cold brother, the Star Master has relayed orders for us to cease bombardment." Cold Jiao turned to the window, where indeed the guardian beast of the base soared into the sky. It appeared that the Star Master was eager to take the illusion butterfly to dine. Cold Jiao commanded, "In that case, let us redirect our forces to address the creature's lair beneath the sinkhole." Seizing the opportunity while the flames subsided, Fei Niao and others deployed 2 hovering drones into the underground, discovering that many monsters still survived within. If they did not send troops down, it would be exceedingly difficult to eradicate this monster nest completely. Wu Jianfeng cautioned, "That monster lair must contain a wealth of spoils. We must consider the allocation of our forces carefully." His reminder was aimed at Cold Jiao, highlighting the issue of resource distribution among different teams and the new and veteran players. If fairness was not maintained, discontent among the ranks would inevitably arise. Cold Jiao pondered before instructing, "Aside from those already on site, we shall draw a portion of forces from the nearest cities, North Wild City and Greenshade City, in a ratio of 5, 1 from each adventure group." An urgent mobilization order had already been dispatched to these 2 cities. It would be unreasonable not to offer some compensation to the players there. Drawing troops based on numbers was the fairest approach, ensuring that new players would not feel favoritism toward the veterans. Within the Jinhua helicopter, Bai Li was engaged in conversation with Su Moli. Cold Jiao and the others had deduced correctly. Su Moli had indeed taken the illusion to dine once more. Having nurtured the illusion for so long and fed it countless biological resources, its strength remained stuck at the A level. The intelligence system concluded that flesh from B level and lower creatures no longer benefited the illusion. However, A-level creatures were not only rare, but also possessed extraordinary strength, making large-scale hunting nearly impossible. The emergence of an S-level one-eyed tyrant was an opportunity Su Moli could not afford to miss. Without high-end combat protection, Su Moli could not work or live in peace. The diverse array of missiles possessed by the base indeed wielded tremendous power when concentrated. Yet they needed to strike the enemy effectively. Bai Li had informed Su Moli that the one-eyed tyrant was relatively slow compared to other creatures of its rank. Some S-level beings, renowned for their speed, moved with such swiftness that one could only catch a fleeting glimpse. They would not foolishly remain stationary, waiting to be attacked. Bai Li posed a philosophical inquiry. As a race governed by order, why can we not coexist peacefully? Su Moli broached a sensitive topic. Do you Guardians not regularly offer energy crystals to the Mother of Life? Bai Li did not deny this. You are not mistaken. Every 420 sunrises and sunsets, the Mother's attendants visit each Guardian's territory to collect the energy crystals we offer. Guardians who deliver a greater quantity of energy crystals are rewarded by the Mother with expanded territories or other prizes. The interval of 420 sunrises and sunsets roughly coincided with M***'s orbital period. The system of distributing territories among Guardians and collecting taxes annually resembled the feudal practices of human history. During wartime, they were also required to muster forces for battle. The Mother of Life's regime mirrored the governance of human feudal dynasties, fundamentally serving the interests of those in power. Su Moli speculated that the Mother of Life's motivations were twofold. Firstly, to enlist the Guardians in gathering energy crystals since, after all, she was fundamentally a tree whose roots needed to be anchored in the soil. Secondly, to protect herself from the encroaching powers of the other two continents, which had long coveted this land. The Mother of Life must be quite anxious. Moli candidly confessed, I too desire peaceful coexistence with you. But our purpose for being here is to excavate energy crystals. Small-scale mining may be tolerable, but extensive extraction would be intolerable to your Mother of Life. The fact that she has not yet turned her attention to dealing with humankind is merely a consequence of her facing external threats. In her eyes, we are but a minor nuisance. The true dangers lie in those two others. Once she repels their advances, she will undoubtedly redirect her forces to confront humanity. Unless I relinquish the ambition to claim the energy crystals on this land, conflict between us is inevitable. Faced with threats from the Gamma aliens and the need to expand his own influence, Moli recognized that further expansion was essential. Bailey acknowledged the truth in Moli's words and refrained from further persuasion. Chapter 83. The Phantom evolves again 3 hours later. The helicopter descended a few hundred meters away from the Cyclops tyrant. The creature lay there, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. Astonishingly, even after such a long time, this terrifying beast had not succumbed to death. Its tenacity of life was indeed unexpected. Upon spotting Bailey and several combat robots, the Cyclops tyrant used its remaining left hand to hurl mud at them. Bailey's antlers glimmered, and a semicircular bubble emerged to shield both him and Moli. The incoming mud was entirely intercepted by the bubble. Moli commanded a combat robot to fire a shot at the exposed belly of the Cyclops tyrant. The cannonball struck directly within its abdomen, causing its remaining internal organs to boil once more. After the blood mist dissipated, the Cyclops tyrant appeared to be on the brink of death. Only then did the Phantom dare to approach. The aura of a high-level creature instilled a primal fear within the Phantom. Had it not been for Moli's presence, the Phantom would not have dared to come near the Cyclops tyrant. Moli urged, hurry up, seize the moment. Observing the imminent demise of the Cyclops tyrant, the Phantom immediately expelled countless mycelia from its mouth. These mycelia swiftly enveloped the body of the Cyclops tyrant, penetrating through its exposed wounds. In an instant, the Phantom trembled all over, as if the flesh and blood of an S-level creature were a tremendous boon for it. The Cyclops tyrant struggled for a moment, but ultimately found it futile. Soon after, it completely perished. Moli triumphantly remarked, see, even a creature of the Destruction Clan can be used against its own kind. I presume you have eliminated the captives from the Destruction Clan directly, correct? Bailey explained. In reality, a small portion of the beings within the Mother Goddess's divine attendants are also from the Destruction Clan. They have undergone a special cleansing to eradicate the destructive factors within them, transforming them into lawful beings. Moli astutely grasped the essence. I see. Both sides transform their captives into beings that obey their commands. Bailey did not refute, as it was indeed the truth. Bailey inquired, when shall we explore that lair? Just a moment. Let my pet finish its meal, replied Moli, taking advantage of the lull. He produced a specially crafted mask made of human skin and affixed it to his face. Bailey, taken aback, asked, why do you wish to alter your appearance? Moli offered little explanation. There are reasons for my actions. Just ensure you do not let anything slip in front of my subordinates. Bailey shook his head, disinterested in speculating further. After more than 10 minutes, countless mycelia suddenly appeared on the Phantom. These mycelia gradually coalesced into a massive cocoon, completely enveloping the Phantom. No matter how Moli called out, he received no response from the Phantom. Left with no choice, Moli sought Bailey's counsel. Bailey speculated, I have heard from other Guardians that the evolution from a Guardian to a divine attendant involves a transcendental leap in life. Your Phantom must be undergoing this process. Previously, Moli had learned from Bailey that above Guardians, there were divine attendants, divine Guardians, and divine generals. To draw a comparison, a divine attendant could be likened to an S-level creature as defined by humanity. Concerning the Mother of Life, Moli surmised that she must be at least an SSSS-level being. The absence of updated databases was merely to avoid alarming the players. Interestingly, the Mother of Life had summoned all S-level and above creatures to serve her. It appeared she harbored an extraordinary fear of death. The Mother of Life could achieve this, perhaps due to her ability to directly manage every guardian without needing to delegate authority to other management layers. Another hour passed, and the phantom finally emerged from its cocoon. Its wingspan reached 32 meters, with a body length of 12.7 meters. Furthermore, its exterior color had lightened considerably. A quick scan revealed it to be an S-level creature. At this moment, Moli yearned for more S-level creatures to further enhance the phantom. Meanwhile, over 700 players in the pit were preparing for battle. The command center had temporarily assembled them into an enhanced battalion, led by Fei Niao. As Fei Niao busily coordinated, Long Zhou contacted him. Fei Niao, hold off on descending into the pit for now. I've just received orders. The Star Master and the Guardian Beast are en route to the scene. Please prepare to receive them. Fei Niao, astonished, replied, Lungu, are you sure? The Star Master is personally coming to the battlefield? It was a rarity for even veteran players to have seen the true form of the Star Master. They had only encountered his holographic image. Lung Jiu was equally astounded. Not just you. We are all in shock. This is the Star Master's first public appearance. Wu Jianfeng interjected, reminding, remember to salute when the time comes. Maintain proper military decorum. Understood, orders received. After ending the call, Fei Niao instructed his subordinates. Relay the order. All members, form ranks according to your respective adventure teams, and leave a clear area for the helicopter to land. All personnel, fall in. Fall in. As the command was issued, veteran players efficiently lined up. Meanwhile, the new players were still in a state of confusion. What is happening? I have no idea. I guess it's because some high-ranking leader is coming. Zhang Tianlong glanced at the orderly ranks of the veteran players and called out, those from glory under heaven, fall in at once. The new players then sluggishly began to form ranks. At this moment, the sound of helicopters could be heard approaching. Before long, a Chinook helicopter and 2 Apache helicopters arrived at the scene. Observing the phantom arriving with the helicopters, players began to murmur among themselves. Wow, how has this guardian beast grown so much? Isn't it obvious? It must have absorbed the Cyclops tyrant to evolve. Having such a creature as a pet is incredibly advantageous. It can evolve by devouring other beings. As the Chinook helicopter landed on the designated area, Fei Niao hurriedly led 2 veteran players to the forefront. Watching Moli and the deer-like guardian descend from the helicopter amidst the protection of several ironclad instructors, Fei Niao was taken aback for merely 2 seconds before shouting, "Salute!" A chorus of salutes echoed behind him. Within the command center, an 8th-level wind questioned, why does the Star Master appear in human form? Is he using a clone? Tiao Zhiyao asserted, absolutely. Duan Changchao remarked, I'm curious about how that guardian named by Li is associated with the Star Master. Wu Jianfeng analyzed. Perhaps it's due to a shared enemy. Lung Jiu added, the Star Master has brought the guardian beast, suggesting he intends to help us deal with the monsters in the pit. Tiao Zhiyao teased, speaking of which, it's about time this guardian beast put in some effort after all this time. Others chuckled knowingly. In the pit, Moli also offered a military salute. At ease, with Fei Niao's command, all players lowered their hands. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Tianlong couldn't help but think of a famous saying, a true man should live as such. Chapter 84, Eradication. Fei Niao tentatively inquired, Star Master, what brings you here this time? I have brought the guardian beast to eliminate the remnants of the monsters beneath the abyss, Moli replied, effortlessly altering his voice with a small device lodged in his throat. Fei Niao, unaware of his true identity as the judgment, expressed gratitude. Thank you, Star Master. While the iron beetles and bat hounds were manageable, the mist shadow beasts proved to be quite formidable, especially within the intricacies of the underground tunnels. Bullets could not pierce their defenses, necessitating the use of rocket launchers, grenades, and flamethrowers. Moreover, they possessed the vexing skill of mists. Initially, Fei Niao had prepared for a casualty count of 1 or 200. However, with the guardian beast from the base coming forth, the situation became significantly simpler. After all, the player's wristbands could identify the level of any creature at any time. The ascent of the Phantom to an S-class entity was immediately apparent. Once the players had retreated, The phantom began its descent into the abyss. Countless golden particles drifted from its form, with a few flaps of its wings. The golden powder poured into the subterranean space through the gaping hole created by the Cyclops tyrant. Inside the cavern, the remaining destructive creatures, upon inhaling the golden dust, turned upon one another in a frenzied slaughter. Even the formidable mist shadow beasts succumbed to the illusion, ruthlessly attacking any creature in sight. Within 20 minutes, the creatures within had suffered near total annihilation. After waiting for another half-hour, as the golden powder gradually oxidized and lost its efficacy, Moli instructed Fanio, "It's time. Take your men down to investigate." Fanio immediately selected over 20 veterans and summoned the mountain eagle. Bailey seemed inclined to descend as well, but Moli pretended not to notice. After a moment's hesitation, Bailey felt too shy to speak up. Half an hour later, Fanio and his team arrived at the vast chamber. It was evident that a considerable amount of fuel had been poured into this space, with large patches of the ground membrane charred. The air was thick with a peculiar scent. Fanio's small energy crystal detector emitted a series of alerts. After surveying the area, he commanded his subordinates, "Dig up this substance on the ground." Several players brandished their large knives, beginning to slice through the membrane. The material, a hybrid of fungal and meaty textures, was relatively easy to cut. Fanio picked up a piece and squeezed it, juice oozing out. He turned to his subordinates. "By the way, who wants to try this?" The mountain eagle frowned, recalling workplace bullying. Though this was a game, the authority of an officer remained substantial. Before the mountain eagle could voice a warning, a player named Invincible Firewheel volunteered, "I'll do it." This player removed his gas mask and promptly stuffed the piece into his mouth to chew. Fanio explained, "In our veteran circles, we call this a taste tester. Identifying resources that can enhance physical attributes will yield additional rewards. If one dies from it, there will also be supplementary death compensation. As long as one doesn't perish, the medical pod can revive them." The mountain eagle realized he had misjudged Fanio and quickly apologized. "Sorry, I thought you were bullying them." The other players laughed at this. Fanio remained unfazed, stating, "While we may not reach the level of being one big happy family under the leadership of the Star Master, the bonds among us veterans surpass that of many ordinary friends." The mountain eagle awkwardly nodded in agreement. At this point, Invincible Firewheel picked up another piece to continue his tasting. Someone asked, "Firewheel, how does it taste?" Invincible Firewheel described his experience. "The texture is average. No adverse reactions. It's definitely edible, but it hasn't produced the effects we desired." Before long, several players had reached the bottom. The thickness exceeded a meter, requiring some effort to breach. Simultaneously, not only the energy crystal mines below were exposed, but also the roots that had penetrated the energy crystals. Fanio exclaimed with excitement, "Command Center, we have discovered an energy crystal mine. The reserves should be considerable. However, this substance continuously extracts energy from the crystals." Lung Jiu replied, "Understood. I will report this to the Star Master. You all continue your exploration." Fanio ordered his subordinates, "Let us move forward." Before long, they arrived at the site where the Cyclops tyrant had been gestating. The fleshy tumor had long been pierced, leaving behind some shriveled, dark, skin-like tissue still attached to the membrane. The enormous footprints remaining on the membrane undoubtedly confirmed that the Cyclops tyrant had emerged from this very spot. At this moment, their attention was naturally drawn to the remaining dozen or so tower-shaped tumors. "What in the world is this? It looks utterly grotesque. From my experience, it resembles nothing more than a chicken's rear end. Come on, could it be any more disgusting? What is so disgusting about it? My father sells chickens, and I've seen plenty of these. I'm just stating the facts." Suddenly, one of the tower-shaped tumors began to writhe. The players, forgetting their banter, immediately raised their weapons in readiness. Moments later, a mass covered in slime was expelled. "What is this? I don't know. It doesn't resemble an egg or feces." As the mass slowly extended 8 legs, its identity became glaringly apparent. This creature was unmistakably a newly born iron beetle. Without needing Fanio's command, everyone opened fire. Even though the iron beetle's shell was as tough as iron, it could not withstand the close-range fire from so many semi-automatic rifles. In no time, The iron beetle was riddled with bullets. Some stray shots struck the tower-shaped tumor behind it. At that moment, a viscous liquid began to ooze from the bullet holes. Invincible Fire Wheel continued to fulfill his role as a taste tester, dipping a finger into the liquid to sample it. After just one bite, he leaned in to suck it up. Seeing this, everyone looked on with anticipation. A few minutes later, Invincible Fire Wheel indeed exhibited an increase in his basic attributes. No longer hesitating, everyone began to indulge. Some used military canteens to collect it, while others drank directly from the source. A few even found the liquid flow too scant and resorted to using knives to widen the holes. Of course, Fanio did not forget to report the situation, Command Center. We have discovered a special resource that can enhance physical attributes, suspected to be the embryonic nutrient fluid of destructive creatures. Lung Zhou cautioned, as per usual. Consuming on-site is permitted, but do not hoard it. Additionally, be cautious. Mist shadow beasts may be gestating within. I will first report to the Star Master on how to proceed. Fanio cheerfully acknowledged. Understood, we will be careful. After engaging in numerous battles, the players had established an unspoken rule. As the first discoverers of loot, tasting it on-site was acceptable, but hoarding it was against the rules. Noticing the mountain eagle's hesitation, Fanio urged, don't just stand there. Hurry and drink. Once they arrive, we won't be able to indulge like this anymore. After a moment's hesitation, the mountain eagle joined the throng. Outside the abyss, upon learning that it was a breeding ground for destructive creatures, Moli deliberated but ultimately decided to eradicate it entirely. The primary reason being that the mature destructive creatures bred in this facility were unlikely to become companions for humans. One might suggest gradually harvesting the nutrient fluid, but that seemed impractical. After all, this place could produce S-class creatures. A single misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. Moreover, the energy crystals underground were also essential for Moli. With millions of players poised to log in, he needed to stockpile adequate resources and energy. Ultimately, they would confront the Destruction Clan. Once a method of control was established, they could contemplate cultivation later. From an aerial perspective above Planet M, a terrestrial corridor connects the continents of life and destruction. This passage stretches approximately 160 kilometers in length, with an average breadth of 46 kilometers. Abruptly, near the life continent terminus, a river of several hundred meters in width bisects the land bridge. The freshly excavated soil piled along the river's eastern bank indicates its artificial origin. Roughly 1 kilometer eastward, a formidable rampart of interwoven vines stands as a defensive bulwark. Averaging over 60 meters in height and exceeding 100 meters in width, the wall extends endlessly in both directions. At this very moment, countless creatures engage in a ferocious melee around its base. Myriads of airborne entities obscure the sky, colliding in relentless waves. Each second witnesses a multitude of creatures plummeting from the heavens. On the ground, the landscape teems with a diverse bestiary. Swarms of armored beetles surge onto the defensive wall, clashing with the formidable dire rat legions. Frankly, the biological hierarchy within the dire rat ranks is significantly varied, ranging from E-grade to A-grade. Fortunately, the current cohort engaged in combat with the ironclad beetles consists predominantly of C-grade specimens, interspersed with a contingent of B-grade dire rats. Despite the ironclad beetles' B-grade classification, the conflict remains evenly matched, owing to the protective wall and Oppo's composition of extraordinary flora. The vines extend diminutive tendrils, drawing sustenance from fallen corpses, while simultaneously employing other tendrils to ensnare the ironclad beetles. Although the uppermost vines are continually decimated by the beetles, the abundant nutrients facilitate rapid regeneration. Suddenly, from the ranks of the Destruction Legion, thousands of colossal serpents, each exceeding 100 meters in length, emerge, evidenced by the vestigial fleshy wings on their heads. These serpents are likely derived from bone-piercing winged serpents. Having forfeited their aerial capabilities, it remains unclear which attributes have been augmented. Regardless, their passage leaves deep furrows in the earth, inflicting heavy casualties on their ironclad beetle comrades. Apprehending the magnitude of the serpent's threat, The Life Mother's forces dispatch tens of thousands of fiery cloud eagles to intercept them. Concurrently, the Destruction faction diverts a portion of its aerial forces to engage the Cloud Eagles. However, the refreshed Cloud Eagles effortlessly breach the interception. As the Cloud Eagles initiate their dive, the serpents rear their heads, unleashing a torrent of venom. The diving Cloud Eagles respond in kind, spewing gouts of flame. The confluence of flame and venom precipitates a violent chemical reaction, generating billowing plumes of black vapor that engulf vast swathes of the battlefield. All creatures exposed to the noxious fumes, be they Cloud Eagles or ironclad beetles, suffer grievous losses. Thousands of Cloud Eagles sacrifice themselves to clear a path for their brethren, who immediately engage the serpents. Nevertheless, the serpents generally outrank the Cloud Eagles, and their superior size grants them a distinct advantage. Soon, over 100 serpents penetrate the defensive wall's perimeter. As the serpents discharge their venom, the vines begin to wither en masse. Combatants on the vine wall plummet to the ground as the structure collapses. Undiscriminating in their fury, the serpents unleash devastation upon any creature within reach. At this juncture, a multitude of plant-based flower sprites surge from the gaps in the defensive wall. Seizing the moment, they dart forth, planting new seeds in the barren patches. Working in concert, the flower sprites invoke their powers, causing the freshly sown seeds to sprout and flourish instantaneously. Suddenly, a deluge of venom descends, decimating the flower sprites and withering the nascent vines. Undeterred, the flower sprites display unwavering resolve, replacing their fallen comrades. Before long, the serpents exhaust their venom reserves. Divested of their venom, the serpents, though still formidable in close combat, struggle to breach the ironclad vines. The engagement devolves into a contest of attrition. But with the vast manpower reserves of both sides, the conflict shows no sign of abating. 20 kilometers west of the battlefield lies the central command of the Destruction Army. Here, scores of Cyclopean tyrants stand upon a promontory, observing the distant conflict. These Cyclopean tyrants typically stand nearly 100 meters tall. The leader of the pack exceeds 130 meters in height and sports a black horn atop its head. Evidently, the Cyclopean tyrant slain in the Badong Mountains was not yet a fully mature specimen. Otherwise, its defeat at the hands of humanity would have been improbable. Abruptly, the Cyclopean tyrant chieftain appears to sense something, turning and kneeling. In response, the other Cyclopean tyrants follow suit. A black energy vortex rapidly materializes in the sky, revealing flashes of lightning and a colossal silhouette. The mere aura emanating from the vortex forces the destruction creatures within a radius of several kilometers to prostrate themselves. The Cyclopean tyrant chieftain intones reverently, "Mother." A voice emanates from the black energy vortex, stating, "Batardin, our contingency has been thwarted. Continuing the battle serves no purpose. Order a retreat." Without hesitation, the Cyclopean tyrant chieftain acquiesces. "As you command, Mother." The black energy vortex dissipates. The Cyclopean tyrant chieftain rises, and the horn atop its head emits a distinctive mental pulse. Upon receiving the signal, the Destruction Army begins to withdraw like a receding tide, leaving behind a battlefield strewn with corpses. The Life Mother's forces refrain from pursuit, instead commencing to feed on the fallen, both allies and enemies alike. Animals recognize no taboo against cannibalism. 10 kilometers behind the defensive wall, a tree shepherd, towering over 100 meters in height, reports to the Life Mother, "Mother, the Destruction Army has retreated." The Life Mother responds, "Maintain reconnaissance to prevent a counterattack." Understood. As time elapses, the Destruction Army continues its withdrawal. Within half a day, the Cyclopean tyrants vanish beyond the horizon, more than 1,000 kilometers distant. From an aerial perspective, vast animal legions are assembled within a radius of hundreds of kilometers behind the defensive wall. Carnivores sustain themselves through mutual predation, while herbivores require sustenance from vegetation. Lacking the habit of stockpiling provisions, the animal legions graze as they advance, resulting in a dispersed distribution. Currently, animal legions are observed breaking camp, indicating that, upon confirmation of the Destruction faction's retreat, the Life Mother is redeploying forces to reinforce the northern front. Little does Moli suspect that a minor action by humanity has influenced the entire continental landscape. In the city of Jiangning, within an exquisite private dining establishment known as Zhenpinggu, Mr. Zheng Tianlong was observed repeatedly consulting the time on his cellular device. He had arranged a rendezvous for 11 o'clock a.m., yet the clock was nearing 10:57 a.m. with no sign of his acquaintance. A wave of apprehension washed over Mr. Zheng, and he started to wonder if the individual would fail to appear. Suddenly, a series of knocks resonated from the chamber's portal. Mr. Zheng promptly arose and unlatched the door. Standing before him was a young man of unremarkable mien, so commonplace that he would likely vanish in a crowd. "Are you?" Mr. Zheng inquired tentatively. "Dugu Feiyang," the individual responded succinctly. Upon confirmation of identity, Mr. Zheng graciously ushered the gentleman into the chamber, exclaiming, "Brother Dugu, come in, please have a seat." Indeed, Dugu Feiyang was also a devotee of the virtual world known as Interstellar Miner. Furthermore, he was among the select few who participated in the third, closed beta phase. Through serendipitous encounters within the game, Mr. Zheng discovered that Dugu Feiyang hailed from Jiangning. Capitalizing on this shared origin, Mr. Zheng deliberately sought to cultivate their acquaintance. After several days of virtual hospitality, Mr. Zheng succeeded in arranging an in-person meeting. Extending the menu, Mr. Zheng proposed, "Brother Dugu, feel free to select anything that appeals to you. Their Antarctic prawns and king crabs are quite exquisite. The libations are also commendable, whether you prefer white wine or red." Dugu Feiyang set the menu aside and proceeded directly to the heart of the matter. "Mr. Zheng, I can surmise the purpose of your invitation. I, too, once experienced your present state of mind." The words put Mr. Zheng at ease. From the individual's appearance, attire, and discourse, Mr. Zheng gleaned valuable insights. For instance, he likely came from humble beginnings and had endured hardship in his formative years. Moreover, he possessed a reticent disposition. Such an individual would be straightforward, cutting straight to the chase. Dealing with such a person would prove less complicated. Mr. Zheng stated earnestly, "Since Brother Dugu is so candid, I shall be forthright as well. Having immersed myself in the game for several days, I have noticed peculiar anomalies, leading me to a seemingly preposterous conjecture. I believe that you, as a closed beta participant, possess more authoritative answers to my questions. Hence, I have taken the liberty of inviting you out. Rest assured, I am cognizant of the value of this knowledge and am willing to offer suitable recompense." Dugu Feiyang responded pragmatically, "In truth, Mr. Zheng, I can indeed provide the answers you seek. However, I also have a favor to request. Should you be willing to assist me, I shall disclose everything without reservation." Mr. Zheng exclaimed with fervor, "Please, speak." He was not afraid of conditions, but rather of the absence of them. With the capabilities of the Zheng family in Jiangning, there was much they could accomplish. Dugu Feiyang explained, "My father was incarcerated last year for an offense, and his conditions within the prison are dire. He is frequently subjected to mistreatment by his cellmates. If you could ensure his peaceful term of imprisonment, I would gladly share the secrets known to seasoned players." Mr. Zheng breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he was not asked to extract a prisoner, providing care for an inmate was a simpler task. Whether through connections with prison officials or influential figures within the prison, there were effective solutions. The former was undoubtedly the preferable option. Mr. Zheng inquired, "If I may ask, what was the nature of your father's offense?" The management strategies for serious and minor offenders within the prison system differ significantly. Mr. Zheng sought clarity to determine the level of authority to engage. Dugu Feiyang replied, "He was sentenced to 2 years and 6 months for operating an underground gambling den and organizing gambling activities. Please wait a moment while I coordinate matters," Mr. Zheng instructed, before excusing himself to make a phone call. The Zheng family's connections proved potent, resolving the matter within a day. The following afternoon, Dugu Feiyang visited his father, who informed him that he had been relocated to a new cell and was receiving special attention from the prison guards. The two convened in a secluded location near the prison, where Dugu Feiyang expressed his gratitude. "Mr. Zheng, thank you. Brother Dugu, you are too kind. I am merely fulfilling my part of the bargain. No thanks are necessary," Mr. Zheng replied, reminding him to fulfill his promise. Du Guofeng stated, "You wish to know if the game is, in fact, a real world, correct?" Mr. Zhang's breathing quickened, and he nodded emphatically. "As you suspect, it is indeed a real world. Our souls have been transported, and we inhabit cloned bodies within the game." Du Guofeng disclosed the information gleaned by the veteran players. Despite having anticipated this revelation, Mr. Zhang was still taken aback. The technology of this advanced civilization is astonishing. To digitize and transmit a person's soul across vast distances. After a prolonged silence, Mr. Zhang inquired in astonishment, "Are you not concerned that your souls are in the possession of higher beings?" Du Guofeng found a sense of superiority. This is where the mindset of the wealthy differs from that of the impoverished. We are expendable, and we do not fear being exploited. Moreover, the Star Lord has treated us well and has never oppressed us. To put it bluntly, we are working for the Star Lord, a simple employer-employee relationship. Mr. Zhang pondered Du Guofeng's words, finding them insightful. The impoverished would seek to defy fate, while the wealthy would first assess the potential harm. Mr. Zhang inquired, "Has anyone ever attained permanent citizenship?" Du Guofeng replied, "No one has yet, but we trust in the Star Lord's integrity. The Star Lord commands a legion of emotionless robots. He undoubtedly needs individuals to develop and garrison the conquered territories, and we are the ideal candidates. Currently, these players possess their original bodies on Blue Star. Naturally, they are reluctant to abandon them, which prevents them from being online 24/7. From the Star Lord's perspective, he would prefer more round-the-clock citizens to generate value." Mr. Zhang inquired, "Can you tell me how many individuals are privy to this secret?" Du Guofeng revealed, "Aside from the 1001 closed beta participants, fewer than 100 public beta players are aware of the truth. When applying for the game helmets, we enlisted the assistance of acquaintances, but few were selected." Mr. Zhang seized upon a key point. "Have you not shared this crucial secret with your families?" Du Guofeng explained, "Prior to the launch of the public beta, the veteran players received a notification that the confidentiality agreements with Interstellar Corporation would expire upon the game's release. Additionally, each veteran player would receive a complimentary game helmet as compensation. The Star Lord was subtly informing us that the secret should be kept until the game's launch. I dare to confide in you because you are already within the game, and my disclosure does not violate the confidentiality agreement." Mr. Zhang swiftly grasped the implications. With the Star Lord's technological prowess, he could likely monitor the player's actions on Blue Star. No one dared to risk being blacklisted by prematurely divulging the game's secrets. In any case, the game's launch was imminent, and they could reveal the truth to their families then. As for the veteran players' failure to disclose the secret to the public beta players, it was merely to preserve their advantage. At this realization, a sense of urgency washed over Mr. Zhang. With merely 20 days remaining until the game's launch, he must intensify the allocation of resources to catch up with the leading tier. Clarifying his thoughts, Zhang Tianlong extended his hand, inquiring, "May I ask how to address you?" Recognizing that his lineage could be traced through his father, Du Guofeng candidly replied, "General Wang." Zhang Tianlong responded with a hearty laugh, "Very well. We shall be friends from now on." "I am honored," Du Guofeng replied. "General, do not be so humble with your current advantages. You are destined to ascend to a prominent position within the base. In the future, I may very well rely on you. You flatter me excessively. I am acutely aware of my own shortcomings. Conversely, young Master Zhang, you are bound to soar to great heights. Since we are friends, simply call me Tianlong." Agreed. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they bid each other farewell. The urgency within their hearts compelled them to diligently exert their efforts within the game. Chapter 87. A gamble of fortune in the office of Glory Group. The atmosphere was tense. "Knock, knock. Come in." Yang Mei entered. Her expression troubled as she approached her father, Yang Dexin. "Dad, the finance department has a transaction of 95 million yuan to a company called Tianqing Technology. What is the reason for this?" Yang Dexin feigned forgetfulness. "Oh, I forgot to mention this to you. Tianlong urgently needed funds for his startup, so I made an investment in his name under the group." Yang Mei's temper flared. "Dad, if you were genuinely striving for success, I wouldn't mind this money being a form of tuition. But you know what kind of person he is, don't you? Yang Dexin remained optimistic about his son, advising, Mei, Tianlong is my son. I understand his character. Although he may not seem ambitious, he has never deceived us for money. He claims it's for a startup. So let us trust him this once. Fine, continue indulging him. Mei retorted, storming out, ignoring her father's calls. Once outside, her anger simmered. In its prime, Glory Group boasted an annual revenue of 23 billion yuan and an industry valuation of 75 billion. But that was in the past. The economic climate had soured, leading to the downfall of numerous enterprises. Even Glory Group now had only over 2 billion yuan in liquid assets. While her father seemed unfazed by the loss of nearly a small fortune, Mei felt the weight of it. This money was meant for her son's future. After some contemplation, she resolved to confront Zheng Tianlong to reclaim the funds. Upon arriving at Zheng Tianlong's villa, she discovered he was in the midst of moving. A high-end imported sofa set, still in excellent condition, was valued at 22,600 yuan. I bought it for over 100,000 yuan. This depreciation is excessive. Young Master Zheng, you know this is second-hand furniture. Modern pieces do not retain value like hardwood. Wealthy individuals tend to avoid second-hand items, except for some internet celebrities who may need them. The market price is what it is. Could you at least offer a bit more? Very well. I will take a loss and settle for 24,000 yuan. I cannot go higher. Next, we have an original masterpiece by the world-renowned oil painter, Verne. I paid $167,000 for it. You should value it higher. With a perplexed expression, Yang Mei pulled Zheng Tianlong aside. What game are you playing? Zheng Tianlong replied, as you can see, I am dealing with the items in the house. Why are you selling these perfectly good things? She inquired. His next words only deepened her confusion. I not only sold these items, but I also sold the villa. Yang Mei was taken aback. Have you thought this through? Are you planning to move back home? Zheng Tianlong clarified. You are mistaken. I sold the house and these belongings solely to raise funds. I have rented an apartment nearby and will be living there with Lin Daong. Mei's expression turned serious. Zheng Tianlong, you better come clean. What exactly are you up to? You just swindled 95 million from your father. Is that not enough for your whims? At that moment, Zheng Tianlong's phone rang. The caller ID indicated it was Zhou Buchang, a wealthy friend with whom Zheng frequently socialized. Young Master Zheng, has your WeChat account been hacked? Someone is impersonating you and demanding repayment. Zheng Tianlong replied earnestly. My WeChat hasn't been hacked. I sent that repayment message myself. Zhou Buchang was bewildered. When did I ever borrow money from you? Zheng Tianlong reminded him. Let me refresh your memory. Last year, during your jealousy-fueled rivalry with Li Yinqing, you insisted on racing my Bugatti Veyron against him and totaled my car. The repairs cost over 2 million, and you promised to cover it. Zhou Buchang clearly wished to evade repayment, delicately suggesting, Young Master Zheng, surely you wouldn't ruin a friendship over such a trivial amount? Zheng Tianlong's tone grew firm. To be frank, I am in dire need of funds. If it comes to that, I wouldn't hesitate to trade a few friends for cash. Either repay me or prepare for my lawyer's letter. Zhou Buchang retorted, fine. You're ruthless. Give me a week to gather the money. My parents have recently cut off my funding. I'll give you a week. But if you can't secure the funds, you may have to sell your car. Before Zheng Tianlong could finish, the call ended abruptly. Before Yang Mei could ask, Zheng Tianlong's phone rang again. Boss, since we adjusted the acquisition price of contribution points to 1.4, we've seen an influx of players selling their points. Our funds are dwindling. Stay calm. I will immediately instruct finance to transfer 10 million to you. Inform all players that I will continue acquiring contribution points at this ratio. Once off the phone, Yang Mei was incredulous. You're raising this much money for a game. Are you out of your mind? Zheng Tianlong pondered briefly before responding. There are some matters I cannot explain to you now. You wouldn't believe me. But I ask for a little time. I assure you that every penny I invest now will yield returns 100-fold or more. Seeing Yang Mei silent, he reassured her, it won't exceed half a year. If I'm wrong, I will return and study business management. Observing the sincerity in Zheng Tianlong's expression, Yang Mei's resolve softened. All right. I'll give you half a year. Remember your promise." Before she could finish her sentence, Zheng Tianlong embraced her and kissed her passionately. Meanwhile, on the M-Star side, upon learning of Glory World's acquisition of contribution points at a 1:4 ratio, veteran players understood that Zheng Tianlong must have uncovered a secret. Consequently, all adventure teams hurried to recruit new members. The leading teams had already amassed over 500 members, each equipped with high-quality gear. However, being well-prepared did not guarantee combat prowess, as these new players had not undergone extensive training. Thus, all teams commenced rigorous training sessions. As the owner of the base, Moli naturally noticed this shift. He instructed the intelligence system, informed Zhang Chaoyang that the trading system can go live. Understood, Master. This trading system was designed specifically to facilitate player transactions. On the Blue Star side, the system was integrated with Union Pay and third-party payment platforms. Players could not only trade items and resources with contribution points, but also use real money for in-game transactions. For instance, Glory World was aggressively acquiring contribution points, making the trading process cumbersome. With this new system, players could input their bank account information and funds would transfer within seconds. A few seconds of delay was acceptable. Establishing a channel for exchanging game items for cash would further ensnare players in the game. After all, with no funds flowing from the Blue Star into the game, Moli had no need to worry about inflation. Chapter 88. Advanced Dungeon. Within the official offices of Coastal City, the acting director of the Fisheries Bureau, Xinxing Zhilin, along with representatives from over 20 adventurer groups, convened a meeting. The agenda concerned the pressing issue of frequent disturbances caused by marine creatures. The ocean yields protein in quantities far surpassing that of terrestrial sources. Long ago, Suemo had established a city by the sea and had manufactured a fleet of small fishing vessels. These boats, with a displacement of just over 200 tons, were equipped with advanced underwater biological detection radars, automated trawling systems, and trapping mechanisms. They were not only easy to operate, but also required minimal crew. Merely 5 or 6 crew members could manage a single vessel. With an additional 10 armed personnel and a heavy machine gun, they could venture into the sea. Since their deployment, these fishing boats have consistently supplied the base with an array of peculiar marine species. While the majority of special resources that enhance human capabilities are found on land, larger adventurer groups prefer to establish themselves in terrestrial cities. Those willing to settle in Coastal City are predominantly medium to small adventurer groups. Although the ocean abounds with protein, these nutrients do not simply await collection. Even a cornered rabbit may bite, let alone various formidable marine creatures. Recently, they faced incessant attacks from a marine species dubbed the mantis shrimp. This creature, resembling a fusion of shrimp and mantis, is roughly the size of a child, armored, and capable of leaping several meters above the water's surface. Its powerful claws can effortlessly sever a human arm and easily destroy fishing nets. Furthermore, these creatures possess notable intelligence and are social animals. Previously, mantis shrimps would leap onto boats to attack humans, but after suffering significant losses, they adapted by severing fishing nets at sea, leaving fishermen with nothing. These mantis shrimps have inflicted considerable losses on Coastal City's fisheries. Whenever nets are deployed, they are swiftly rendered useless. Their primary modus operandi is one of destruction. One might wonder why, given the size of these shrimp, efforts are not made to capture them for consumption. However, despite their designation as shrimp, their flesh is of poor quality, stringy and tainted with an unpleasant odor, with only their roe possessing any palatable flavor. Thus, they lack sufficient value to warrant the effort of capture. Moreover, these creatures are astute. Conventional trapping methods are ineffective. The leader of the Sea Dragon Adventurer Group, Dahayu, proposed, "I believe your approach is misguided. You seem to be employing tactics suited for Blue Star lobster fishing against mantis shrimps. The solution is to eliminate them directly. In my view, deep-sea bombs used during World War II would be effective. Construct a steel tube filled with explosives, with the only technical aspect being a pressure-sensitive fuse that detonates at the required depth." This suggestion resonated well with the group, and they agreed. Indeed, if they could secure the production of pressure-sensitive fuses from the base, they could assemble the bombs themselves. Agreed. However, Xinqing Jilin remained pensive, prompting inquiries from the others. Xinjuan, the problem seems resolved. Why do you still look troubled? To which he replied with a statement of profound significance. Brothers, I fear that the matter is not fundamentally resolved. What do you mean? They expressed their confusion. Xinjuan, please speak frankly. We are all familiar faces. Seeing the group's attention peaked, Xinqing Jilin articulated, on the surface, we have devised a plan to address the mantis shrimp issue, yet the ocean is teeming with countless other creatures. Currently, we are only fishing in shallow waters. As we venture into deeper seas, we will encounter increasingly perilous marine life. Should we seek assistance from above every time we face a challenge? I believe the root cause lies in coastal cities' insufficient resource output, which deters the Star Lord from investing resources here. Not only do we lack even a specialized gunboat, but we are also reliant on small fishing vessels. His words struck a chord with everyone present. Without adequate military resources, deterrence is nearly impossible. Even a mere mantis shrimp dares to challenge them, a disgrace. Although these individuals had come to Coastal City due to competition with larger adventurer groups, they had never relinquished their ambition to catch up with the leading teams. Observing the reactions around him, Xinqing Jilin felt a sense of relief. Only by galvanizing the enthusiasm of his colleagues could he present commendable achievements in Coastal City. Witnessing a solitary figure rise to the role of acting city lord, how could Xinqing Jilin be content with merely being the acting director? He had only 20 days before the game launched globally. Although the initial batch of game helmets numbered a mere 3 million, such a vast population base would undoubtedly yield numerous talented individuals. If he did not exert effort now, he risked being outpaced by others. Was it not evident that the young Master Zheng was frantically hoarding contribution points and various special resources? Astute individuals remain perpetually vigilant. Only a handful maintain a truly relaxed demeanor. Dahayu inquired, Xinjuan, you must have a plan in mind. Please share it for discussion. Xinqing Jilin activated the information projection, stating, my objective is Gourd Island. Upon hearing Gourd Island, a collective gasp echoed among the attendees. The base's drones had already surveyed the islands within a radius of 500 nautical miles. Gourd Island lies approximately 260 nautical miles from Coastal City and is named for its gourd-like shape. The island spans a considerable area of around 540 square kilometers, densely vegetated and home to various formidable creatures. However, the source of their trepidation lies in a marine creature known as the giant toxic octopus. This creature bears a resemblance to the octopus of Blue Star, but measures several dozen meters in length, its ink both toxic and dangerous. The giant toxic octopus possesses exceptionally robust musculature, and even bullets from handguns barely penetrate its flesh. Even a heavy machine gun would struggle to inflict lethal damage. One must not forget that cephalopods possess remarkable regenerative capabilities. Losing a limb is of little concern. It is doubtful they fear being shot through. Moreover, who could say whether this octopus possesses multiple brains, akin to its Blue Star counterparts? In recent months, players have encountered this creature 4 times while fishing at sea, with 3 instances resulting in total annihilation of their teams. Only once, seemingly due to the giant toxic octopus having feasted, did it merely damage their fishing vessel before departing. This fearsome marine creature has deterred players from engaging. Speculation abounds regarding the concentration of these giant toxic octopuses around Gourd Island, with players suggesting the presence of energy crystals on the island, luring such formidable beings. While the island's terrestrial inhabitants may be manageable with the assistance of drones and ground-based missiles, the incessant threats lurking in the waters are particularly vexing. One must not forget that Gourd Island is a daunting 260 nautical miles away. The journey is fraught with uncertainties. They could encounter any number of terrifying marine creatures along the way. Thus, players have colloquially dubbed Gourd Island an advanced dungeon, far beyond their current capabilities. Chapter 89. Setting sail currently. There are approximately 600 players in Binhai City. 90% of them belong to 23 adventure groups, while the remaining 10% are solitary players. If these 23 adventure groups agree, they can immediately assemble a force of around 540 individuals. Binhai City possesses 97 small fishing boats, each weighing over 200 tons. and 65 speedboats. These vessels can effortlessly transport all combat personnel and equipment to Hulu Island in one go. The pressing question is whether they dare to embark on the challenging high-level dungeon now. Their hesitation stems not from a fear of death, but from weighing the cost-effectiveness of this venture. As this is not a military operation organized by a base, any damage to these vessels would require compensation. Each fishing boat is valued at 60,000 contribution points, while each speedboat costs 11,000 contribution points. If all these fishing boats were to be destroyed, the repercussions would be dire. However, should it be confirmed that Hulu Island harbors energy crystal mines, the rewards would be substantial. Dahayu urged, brothers, if we lack the courage to strive, how can we surpass the leading players? He added, our Sea Dragon Adventure Group will participate in this operation. Count us in. The Trident Adventure Group also stands with us, with all 46 members ready to face the challenge. Gradually, 14 representatives from various adventure groups voiced their support to join. At this moment, Xi and Chung Zhe-Ling announced an exciting update. Everyone, the Star Master has approved my proposal for the privatization of fishing boats. The second batch of 200 fishing boats currently under construction will be available for sale. I can assure you that participating adventure groups will have priority in purchasing. Upon hearing this, the remaining 9 adventure groups quickly reconsidered. Binhai City's fishing boats had only produced a total of 100, of which 3 had been lost, leaving just 97. This number suffices for the current 600 players' daily rentals. However, with the game's official launch anticipated, a surge of new players would flood into Binhai City, and the existing fishing boats would undoubtedly be inadequate. Although the second batch of 200 fishing boats is underway, it remains insufficient to meet the impending demand. Without boats to venture out to sea for fishing, income would be hard to come by. They were acutely aware of this reality. Even for the sake of securing priority purchasing rights for the fishing boats, they had to take a risk. Thus, the 23 adventure groups formulated a plan to conquer Hulu Island, with the operation scheduled for 2 days later. This timing allows for the completion of deep water bomb production and coincides with the calmest sea conditions. Before long, news of the players' intent to undertake the high-level dungeon spread throughout the base. As this was a high-level dungeon, many adventure groups from other cities inquired about participating. Xi and Chung Zhe-Ling welcomed all, and the number of participants surged to 100. Upon receiving this news, Moli promptly transferred command of the military operation to the command center. The peculiar circumstances surrounding Hulu Island had already been documented. However, Moli had previously focused on land-based conflicts and had not given it much attention. Now, with the players expressing a strong desire to engage in the high-level dungeon, Moli was compelled to offer support. Consequently, this operation transformed into an officially sanctioned military endeavor. Although the base would reap the majority of the profits, it would also cover initial investments and subsequent battle losses. While the players' earnings would be somewhat diminished, they would not bear the associated risks, which was advantageous for medium and small-sized adventure groups. 2 days later, at the Binhai City dock, 113 players boarded the vessels in an orderly fashion. They were organized into 3 incomplete combat divisions under unified command from the command center, with Xi and Chung Zhe-Ling serving as the frontline commander. To transport such a large number of individuals to the island at once, all available vessels were mobilized. According to the plan, the fleet would sail at a speed of 26 knots, with an estimated travel time of 10 hours to reach Hulu Island, assuming favorable conditions. Any unforeseen circumstances could render this timeline unpredictable. The sailors began reminding everyone, those in need should take the provided seasickness medication immediately. Do not wait until you feel nauseous. The players from Binhai City had generally acclimatized to the ocean's waves, but the players from other cities might not share the same resilience. The seasickness medication was specifically prepared for those who might be vulnerable to motion sickness. Within half an hour, all combat personnel had boarded the vessels. Time was of the essence, and the fleet set sail. On the pilot boat, Xi and Chung Zhe-Ling felt a surge of excitement. If they could indeed discover energy crystals and other unique resources on Hulu Island, Binhai City would undoubtedly experience significant growth. Not to mention, larger vessels would be necessary. To safeguard maritime interests, wouldn't it be prudent to acquire a fleet of warships as well? With ships, they could explore deeper waters, creating a virtuous cycle. In the command center, Wu Jianfeng inquired, "Cold brother, should we launch missiles to eliminate the giant poisonous jellyfish surrounding the island?" Cold Joe pondered for a moment and replied, "Not yet. If we launch missiles now, the corpses of the giant jellyfish may be consumed by other marine creatures. Instead, send drones to scout the island first." Understood. Soon, several drones took off from Binhai City's airport. Less than half an hour into their journey, some members of the fleet began to show signs of seasickness. Not everyone had heeded the advice to take the medication, and it also proved ineffective for some. On one fishing boat, Zheng Tianlong was leaning against the rail, violently retching. He had assumed that growing up by the riverside would spare him from seasickness, only to forget that it was his body on Blue Star that was immune, not the one on M Star. The vice captain, Lu Xinghuiyu, asked, "Captain, are you all right?" Zheng Tianlong waved his hand and instructed, "Please arrange for someone to take my place. I need to rest for a moment." "All right, Captain." Lu Xinghu complied. Due to the possibility of attacks from beneath the water, each vessel had a portion of its crew on high alert. Sitting at the side of the boat, Zheng Tianlong struggled to maintain his consciousness. After realizing that this game was a true-to-life experience, he had invested all the funds he could gather into it. After the news of Binhai City's military expedition to Hulu Island spread, he had dispatched half of his Group S forces to join the endeavor. Having played games for years, he understood that the rewards from pioneering new territories were the most lucrative. If Glory of the World wished to stand out, it had to tackle formidable challenges. Suddenly, a voice from Xian Cheng Zeiling echoed through the communication device. "All vessels, be advised. We are encountering a large number of giant-eyed gray whales ahead. These are docile marine creatures. There is no order to fire." Zheng Tianlong raised his binoculars and gazed ahead, indeed spotting massive forms surfacing from the water's depths. The size of these giant-eyed gray whales was truly astonishing. Chapter 90. The Special Yellow Ointment. A set of data presents a striking comparison. On Blue Star, the blue whale reigns as the largest marine creature, typically measuring between 22 to 33 meters in length and weighing between 150 to 180 tons. In contrast, the colossal-eyed gray whales before us exceed 80 meters in length, with a conservative estimate placing their weight at no less than 500 tons. Compared to these behemoths, the 200-ton fishing vessels appear as mere toys. Initially, the fleet intended to veer left to navigate around the pod of colossal-eyed gray whales. Unexpectedly, these giants swam directly towards them, outpacing the fishing boats with their superior speed. The players grew increasingly anxious, aware that the approaching pod sought their treasures. In resignation, the leader issued a new command: "All vessels, cease engine operation and halt." Upon receiving this directive, many questioned the leader's sanity. Some even bypassed him to contact the command center. The response was clear: execute the frontline commander's orders. Unable to comprehend the situation, they complied. Gradually, all vessels came to a standstill. Moments later, the pod of colossal-eyed gray whales approached, surfacing amidst the gaps between the boats, creating waves over a meter high. The fishing vessels rocked violently in the swell, causing several individuals aboard to tumble. At this moment, many players gripped their weapons tightly. Surprisingly, players from Coastal City armed themselves with engineering shovels. Curiously, one asked, "Brothers, why are you wielding shovels? They can't even breach defenses." A fellow player explained, "You're mistaken. The colossal-eyed gray whale is an intelligent marine creature with a gentle nature. Our past encounters have shown that when they approach humans, it's typically in search of assistance to rid themselves of parasites." Upon closer inspection, the whales indeed bore numerous parasites. Players from Coastal City eagerly climbed onto the backs of the colossal-eyed gray whales, diligently cleaning away the unwanted guests. Remarkably, the whales displayed no signs of resistance. Allowing humans to assist them, Zheng Tianlong approached the ship's edge, locking eyes with one of the colossal-eyed gray whales. The creature's eye, larger than a tire, reflected Zheng's image clearly. Suppressing his fear, Zheng utilized his wristwatch's appraisal function, revealing a danger level of A. Should over 60 A-grade creatures become enraged, they could easily obliterate humanity. Regaining his composure, Zheng commanded, "People of glory under heaven, let us lend our aid." Thus, the majority transformed into technicians. Within the command center, a level 8 wind jested, "I suppose news of humanity offering treasures has spread throughout the oceans?" The others chuckled unkindly, acknowledging the embarrassment of the situation. Unaccustomed to conflict with such colossal beings, humanity remained unaware that the colossal-eyed gray whales possessed a talent for psychic shock. A moment's carelessness could result in the demise of the 113 players present. After an hour, the group of freeloaders departed. Consequently, the leader ordered the fleet to resume its journey, opting to increase speed to recover lost time. Sustaining high speeds would undoubtedly shorten the lifespan of the vessel's engines. Yet given the extraordinary circumstances, Moli chose not to dwell on the matter. 8 hours later, the fleet finally reached the outskirts of Gourd Island. Just in time, the command center launched a fireworks display. As the bursts illuminated the sky, the crew erupted in cheers, feeling a profound sense of security upon witnessing the base's missile fireworks. Once the pyrotechnics concluded, the leader instructed, "Brothers, let us proceed to recover the corpses." The giant toxic octopuses were also typically A-grade creatures, and surely, some valuable resources could be extracted from them. Upon arriving in the area where the giant toxic octopuses resided, the crew quickly noticed something unusual. Bubbles continuously surfaced, and the water temperature was several degrees warmer than in other regions. This was evidently a geothermal hotspot beneath the sea. Surely, these giant toxic octopuses were not indulging in a luxurious soak? Utilizing a rudimentary energy detector, no energy crystals were identified, casting a shadow over the military operation. After all, the 40 missiles just launched had cost millions in contribution points. Should they fail to break even, the Star Master would find it difficult to support Coastal City's future military endeavors. Observing the floating corpses of giant toxic octopuses heightened the leader's anxiety, prompting him to issue orders. 1st and 2nd Battalions land on the southern beach to establish a temporary camp. 3rd Battalion, focus on recovering the giant toxic octopus corpses and investigate whether we can extract any eggs. Despite being A-grade creatures, if they could obtain eggs, it would mitigate some losses. Otherwise, they would only serve as snacks for the Star Master's pets. Following the orders, the fleet split into two. The remaining 3rd Battalion swiftly commenced the retrieval of the corpses. Within minutes, the first giant toxic octopus was brought aboard. Following the onslaught of the flying missile, very few intact giant toxic octopus bodies remained. The one before them had lost most of its 8 limbs, and its head was shattered. Be cautious. The ink of the giant toxic octopus is toxic. Avoid rupturing the ink sac, and do not foolishly ingest it, the captain warned. Aware that some players were prone to consuming anything, suddenly one player caught a whiff of a peculiar fragrance emanating from his hand. Observing the sticky yellow paste, he audaciously sampled it, declaring it delicious. He continued digging into the octopus head for more. Within a minute, he felt a warm sensation in his abdomen. 3 of his basic attributes increased slightly. The player excitedly reported, "I've discovered something that enhances basic attributes. It seems to be the yellow paste flowing from the giant toxic octopus's brain." The captain instructed, "Maintain battlefield discipline. Private tasting is prohibited. Collect all the yellow paste." Soon, good news spread among everyone. Through the players' relentless efforts, yellow paste was discovered in the heads of each giant toxic octopus. They managed to collect over 20 kilograms from the more bountiful specimens, while the least yielded around 10 kilograms. In total, they retrieved 34 giant toxic octopuses. After accounting for losses, they amassed 673 kilograms of yellow paste. Regrettably, no eggs were found within the bodies of the giant toxic octopuses. It seemed the breeding season had yet to arrive. Based on the price of ghost face vines, which was approximately 480 contribution points for 100 milliliters of juice, the 673 kilograms of yellow paste was valued at a minimum of 2 million contribution points. At this juncture, the leader could finally breathe a sigh of relief. At least some losses had been recuperated. It was foreseeable that humanity would inevitably seek ways to hunt giant toxic octopuses, disregarding their A-grade status. Chapter 91. Striking rich on this side, the soldiers from the other two battalions were landing in an orderly manner. Logically, the recent explosion should have frightened away any creatures within a few kilometers. Nonetheless, essential reconnaissance units were still dispatched. Although drones were providing aerial surveillance, they could not penetrate the dense forest below. Consequently, four squads of soldiers were assigned to scout the area, while the remaining personnel continued to construct the encampment. With less than 3 hours until dusk, they needed to establish a robust base to ensure a secure night. Defenses against various large beasts relied on trenches and barriers, while effective insect repellents produced at the base were the most convenient means to ward off venomous creatures. To combat airborne entities, they could only rely on concentrated firepower. Having roamed the wilderness for an extended period, the players had accumulated invaluable survival experiences through trial and error. Meanwhile, in a secluded valley on the island, the land was remarkably flat, yet aside from a towering tree over 60 meters high, no other vegetation could be found. This tree was a vibrant green, its leaves larger than wash basins, and it bore hundreds of fruits of various sizes. These fruits bore a resemblance to gourds, with the larger ones being as big as human heads and the smaller ones slightly larger than fists. Strangely, these fruits had mouths and eyes. At that moment, the fruits were chattering incessantly, communicating in a language only they could comprehend. Some of the closer fruits were even swinging on makeshift swings. Suddenly, a fruit with a darker skin began to crack. Hearing the commotion, the other fruits looked on enviously. Before long, the skin of this fruit started to curl upwards from the bottom, revealing a plump, cherubic creature. This being resembled a flower fairy, albeit a bit plumper, with short wings. After struggling for a moment, the little creature tumbled down from the stem. Flapping its wings vigorously, it still landed heavily on the ground. However, the little one possessed remarkable elasticity, bouncing back up to a height of over 10 meters. Lacking legs, and with its wings nearly devoid of flight capability, it could only traverse by jumping. At that moment, the little creature joyfully shouted, eliciting envy from its companions in the tree. Suddenly, the tree manifested distinct eyes and a mouth. Witnessing this spectacle, the fruits immediately fell silent, and the frolicking little creature froze. As the tree's mouth opened and closed, a unique signal emanated outward. Upon receiving this signal, countless plants on the island began to stir. Groups of tree herders emerged from their slumber, pulling their legs from the soil and setting off southward in a grand procession. One by one, the little creatures sprang forth from tree hollows and crevices, clumsily bouncing southward. The corpulent head-eating flowers swayed excitedly, while sharp teeth peeked out from the buds of the thousand-leaf daisies. It seemed that the southern part of the island was entirely dominated by various plant life. Within the command center, a group of operational strategists was analyzing the situation on the island. Based on daytime reconnaissance, they discovered a peculiar phenomenon. There was virtually no sign of animal activity in the southern part of the island. Various creatures appeared to inhabit the northern regions, which was why humans had chosen to land on the southern side. Some had previously suggested that this phenomenon was inherently abnormal. However, after comprehensive consideration, the command center opted to maintain the landing site in this location. Compared to the already identified dangers in the north, the south merely posed potential threats. Soon, the unusual movements of the tree herders were captured by several drones. An excited voice exclaimed, "Wow, we're truly going to strike it rich this time, with so many tree herders." Another quickly calculated, revealing, "We identified 6 groups of tree herders, totaling approximately 574 individuals, mostly classified as C-grade creatures, with a few B-grade." Gazing at the video footage of the tree herder army, the others shared the same gleam of excitement in their eyes. During this period, the total number of tree herders hunted by humans had yet to reach double digits. The discovery of 574 individuals was undoubtedly a windfall. After all, tree herders could yield low-grade plant essence from their bodies. Based on past experiences, the yield of plant essence was proportional to their height, approximately 4 kilograms per meter. A tree herder standing around 10 meters tall could potentially produce about 40 kilograms of low-grade plant essence. Although the heights of the tree herders before them averaged around 5 to 6 meters, the sheer volume was impressive. Preliminary estimates suggested a harvest of at least 13 tons of low-grade plant essence, valued at 50 million contribution points. Suppressing his excitement, Moli cautioned, "Let us not celebrate too early. High-powered missiles are likely unnecessary. We need to strategize on how to deal with these tree herders." Following Moli's reminder, the group regained their focus. Utilizing high-powered missiles would obliterate the tree herders, making it impossible to collect the essence afterward. With such weaponry off the table, the only arms available to frontline soldiers were rockets, grenades, landmines, flamethrowers, and a few mortars. Facing an army of several hundred tree herders indeed posed a challenge in terms of firepower, especially since the combat would occur at night. The tree herders lacked body heat, rendering thermal imaging equipment virtually useless. Cold instructed, Tianya, relay the enemy situation to all frontline personnel and recall all scouts to fully fortify our defenses. Understood, Cold Brother. Wu Jianfeng immediately initiated a wide-scale broadcast. Attention all combat personnel at the Haludio frontline. 574 tree herders are advancing toward your location. Expect engagement in approximately 3 hours. Please prepare your defenses. Due to the small stature of the little creature and its mere hopping through the forest, the players had yet to notice it. At the temporary encampment by the seaside, Xian Chengzhe Ling was convening a meeting with the officers. "I believe we should fortify our defenses on the hill ahead. On the contrary, I think we should construct defenses on the ship. Terrestrial creatures cannot withstand the sea's erosion, and these tree herders certainly cannot venture into the water. While safety on the ship is assured, what if these tree herders do not come down? If they escape under the cover of night? With so many trees on this island, we cannot possibly identify each one individually." A spirited debate ensued, with no one swaying the other. Xian Chengzhe Ling signaled for silence and connected with the command center. "Command center, do you have a plan?" Wu Jianfeng replied. "Our preliminary discussion involves establishing defenses on the small hill ahead, with primary firepower positioned atop the hill and minefields laid on both flanks, while mortars are stationed in the rear. Once combat commences, we will deploy flamethrower troops to infiltrate and attack from the rear." With the operational plan confirmed, everyone sprang into action. With less than 2 hours until nightfall, they needed to hasten their efforts. As dusk gradually descended, the defensive structures were progressively completed. There was no need to dig trenches. Shallow ones were ineffective, and deeper ones were impractical given the time constraints. If they couldn't win, they could always retreat. At this point, the players could see the tree herders in the distance. Gazing at these beings that embodied the essence of plant life, the players' eyes sparkled with greed. When it came to dealing with tree herders, the players had compiled a wealth of effective combat strategies. As long as they kept their distance, survival was nearly assured. After all, the foul fruits hurled by the tree herders were unlikely to be fatal. Even if struck, the most one could expect was a lingering odor for a few days. Bullets were unlikely to inflict serious harm, while high-explosive ordnance proved more effective. The flamethrower is quite effective. However, the application of fire can easily impair the efficacy of the essence extracted from plants. Unless absolutely necessary, it is advisable to refrain from utilizing the flamethrower. Chapter 92. A defeat. As the army of the tree shepherds gradually approached, the first to receive the order to engage were the mortar platoons. Due to the players frequently traversing rugged terrain, the base was primarily equipped with 60mm mortars. At this moment, the rangefinder observed briefly and provided an attack coordinate, 32-20. The artillery coordinates often depicted in films are based on a simple principle. For instance, using the rangefinder as a reference point, one delineates vertical and horizontal axes. Subsequently, each tick on the axis is defined as being either 50 meters, 100 meters, or 200 meters. In practice, these scale units are primarily determined by the markings on the artillery sights. By multiplying the scale unit by the coordinate values, one can ascertain an attack point. While the rangefinder can measure accurately to the meter, mortars cannot achieve such precision. In fact, Most artillery pieces are incapable of this accuracy. Consequently, bombardments rely on a saturation of firepower. This is why concentrated artillery fire is most effective. The platoon leader, says Huge, set down his binoculars and commanded, "Coordinate 32, 20. One round for calibration." With the order given, the gunners promptly adjusted their scales. A mere 10 seconds later, a shell was loaded into the tube. With a resounding boom, the shell was propelled from the mortar. Shortly thereafter, it exploded several dozen meters in front of the tree shepherds and Oppos ranks. This sudden detonation caused the tree shepherds to instinctively halt. The small, plump creatures perched upon the shoulders of the tree shepherds were particularly frightened, scurrying to hide behind their backs. The dim light at that moment prevented the humans from noticing these tiny beings. Coordinate 33, 20, 10 rounds rapid fire. With slight adjustments, 24 shells were launched simultaneously. Soon, a cacophony of explosions erupted among the ranks of the tree shepherds. In reality, unless struck directly by a mortar shell, the scattered shrapnel inflicted limited harm on the tree shepherds. Many bore multiple fragments, yet remained unfazed. However, the flames from the explosions instinctively instilled fear in them, inevitably causing them to halt. This, in turn, enhanced the effectiveness of the bombardment. As shells continued to rain down on the tree shepherds, casualties quickly mounted. Some tree shepherds had their feet blown off, collapsing to the ground. Those struck directly by shells were dismembered, observing the relentless fall of their foes. The humans could not help but smile with relief. Against such slow-moving adversaries, human weaponry truly demonstrated its utmost efficacy. At that moment, the peculiar tree on the island emitted another signal. The small, plump creatures, upon receiving the signal, became frenzied, their eyes turning blood-red. The tree shepherds, following orders, began to hurl the small creatures from their backs. At this juncture, the distance between both sides was approximately 1 kilometer, far beyond the throwing range of the tree shepherds. Nevertheless, these small creatures possessed a unique ability. Assisted by the throw from the tree shepherds, hundreds of them transformed in midair. Their originally round bodies gradually flattened, gliding like kites on the air currents. In less than a minute, these tiny beings landed in front of the human positions. Upon touching the ground, the creatures reverted to their round forms. One sprang up and directly entered the human encampment. Several players, caught off guard, were struck. Enemy attack. Quickly, turn on the searchlights. Amidst the chaos, the bodies of the small creatures began to swell. Within mere seconds, they expanded to more than double their size. One player, witnessing the inflation of this unknown entity, decisively opened fire. The next moment, the creature exploded like a balloon, releasing a thick blue smoke into the human encampment. Nearby players inadvertently inhaled the noxious fumes, immediately feeling intense pain in their eyes, noses, and throats. In less than 3 seconds, several began to frantically clutch their throats. Someone shouted in alarm, "Be careful, the smoke is toxic. Put on gas masks." Unfortunately, this warning came too late. Soon, a series of explosions echoed through the human positions. Before long, a significant portion of the encampment was engulfed in blue smoke. Players descended into chaos, with virtually no one heeding commands. Those with experience held their breath and donned gas masks, while inexperienced newcomers flailed about like headless chickens. As they ran, many collapsed, desperately grasping their throats. At this moment, only the artillery, reserves, and infiltrators remained unaffected. Of the over 500 stationed at the encampment, the majority were subjected to the gas attack. This unforeseen turn of events left the command center in disarray. It was the first time humanity had faced a gas attack, and it appeared to be exceedingly potent. Cold Sniper quickly regained composure, issuing commands incessantly. The artillery positions continued to engage the enemy. The reserves were tasked with rescue operations, and those responsible for infiltration and interception remained on standby. Under the commander's persistent shouts, the players gradually settled down. Excluding those already deceased, all who could move retreated. After testing, they discovered that gas masks offered limited protection against this toxic gas. Even with some still alive on the battlefield, they dared not risk going back for rescue. Given that the enemy was still launching gas projectiles, the command center issued a retreat order. Those who had not inhaled the gas immediately began to carry the wounded onto the ships for treatment, utilizing all available resources to save lives. Hurry, hurry. Xinqing Zieling had also inhaled a dose of the toxic gas, and now his eyes burned painfully, while his nose and throat felt as if they were swelling, making breathing exceedingly difficult. Despite this, he pushed through the discomfort to direct the retreat. A battle that was initially assured of victory had turned disastrous due to carelessness. At this moment, Xinqing Zieling felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. However, he understood that without an effective means to counter the enemy, rash actions would only exacerbate casualties. Coupled with the darkness of night, conditions were already unfavorable for combat. No matter how vexed he felt, he had no choice but to wait until dawn to reassess the situation. Half an hour later, the players had fully retreated to the ships. Following a thorough assessment, the casualty figures were determined. The losses were indeed severe, with 143 dead and 213 suffering from poisoning. With wristwatches monitoring vital signs in real time, it was straightforward to ascertain who had perished. Fortunately, after administering the octopus cream, the symptoms of all poisoned individuals were alleviated. Although they had not fully recovered, at least they were no longer in imminent danger of death. Additionally, over a dozen medical pods had been transported with the fleet, allowing for a gradual queue for treatment. Aside from personnel losses, the weaponry and ammunition had also suffered significant losses. In the haste to flee, heavy equipment was largely left behind, and not a single ammunition crate was taken. Now, these weapons and munitions lay abandoned on the battlefield, gathering dust, and the tree shepherds would not be able to utilize them. Thus, most should be recoverable. Chapter 93. Reflections on Defeat Once Settled. The players began to argue about the nature of the gas grenade. I am absolutely certain. I saw it clearly. The explosive object was undoubtedly a form of unknown life. Come on. I believe it resembled a foul-smelling fruit, likely a variation from the tree herders, resulting in different kinds of fruit. Can't you trust me just this once? I genuinely witnessed a creature with a mouth, eyes, and hands, somewhat akin to a flower fairy. I too saw it. It indeed appeared to be a living being, with a round belly that suddenly exploded. Those who directly witnessed the event are mostly gone. The few remaining accounts do little to convince the majority that the object was a creature. Nearby, Zheng Tianlong swallowed hard, still feeling a burning pain in his throat. Earlier, he had inadvertently inhaled some of the toxic gas. Fortunately, they were situated on the outskirts of the affected area. Only a few had perished, and most had managed to retreat. At this moment, Zheng Tianlong, like others, was queuing for the medical chamber. Suddenly, he felt an itch on his back and instinctively reached inside his clothing to scratch. To his surprise, he encountered a soft object that moved slightly. Zheng Tianlong immediately recalled certain leeches from the primordial jungles that latch onto backs to drain blood. He nudged his teammate beside him and rasped, "Zhu Tianpeng, could you check what has crawled into my clothing?" "Sure, Captain." As Zheng Tianlong removed his camouflaged uniform, Zhu Tianpeng exclaimed, "What on earth is this?" Hearing this, those around them gathered closer. Zheng Tianlong, feeling anxious, urged, "Hurry, pull it off." Zhu Tianpeng replied, "Wait, it's a bit tight." After a series of tugs, an object was pulled from Zheng Tianlong's back. Upon seeing its appearance, players who had previously insisted the explosive was a living creature gasped, "This is what I saw as the gas grenade." The crowd immediately recoiled, and Zhu Tianpeng, startled, dropped the object he was holding. It fell onto the deck and quickly bounced back, only for Zheng Tianlong to grasp its tail. Soft and jelly-like, it had remained undisturbed while clinging to him. Now, Zheng Tianlong felt little fear. Scanning it with his wrist device, he discovered it was an unnamed species. Realizing it posed no threat, the crowd once again closed in. What in the world is this? It resembles the little demon king from Monster Hunt, but this creature has no legs. I think it looks somewhat like a flower fairy, albeit a bit pudgier. By the way, is it dead? It seems to be asleep, its belly rising and falling rhythmically. It must be quite carefree to sleep like this. Players engaged in lively discussions, while Zheng Tianlong wore a puzzled expression. At that moment, the group of tree herders finally reached the shore. The prior analysis was correct. These tree herders indeed feared the sea. They dared only to roar from the plant-laden shore, not approaching the sandy beach where the water lay. Currently, the fishing boat was several hundred meters from the shore, a distance that posed no threat. The sound of the tree herders finally roused the little creature in Zheng Tianlong's hand. With a slight effort, it freed itself from his grasp and began bouncing around the deck, chirping at the group of tree herders. Clearly, this creature was allied with them. After causing a ruckus for over 10 minutes, the tree herders finally retreated. Seeing its companions leave, the little creature lay on the deck and began to wail. Witnessing this, those around exchanged glances. Zheng Tianlong found a box and promptly placed the creature inside. After all, it could be considered a trophy worth collecting. Soon, the command center convened everyone for an online meeting. The moment we set foot on the island, the tree herders began their assault on us. Based on this, we conclude that they can communicate through various plants. Furthermore, there must be a creature orchestrating their actions. Wu Jianfeng first presented their conclusions, followed by a summary of the reasons for their operational failure. Their gravest error was the hasty engagement without properly scouting the enemy, particularly at night when visibility was poor. No one had anticipated a possible gas attack, leaving them unprepared with no defensive measures or contingency plans. As the highest commander, Lung Jiu took full responsibility for the defeat. Subsequently, all operational advisors at the command center conducted a second review. They acknowledged that they were blinded by the potential rewards, leading to the hasty decision to engage. At that time, they were not alone. Even Moli had been so excited that he lost his bearings, fearing the tree herders would escape. It is quite normal to make erroneous judgments under the allure of profit. Our current plan is to wait until dawn, enticing them to attack, leveraging our long-range firepower to gradually deplete their combat strength. By daylight, even the drones could significantly reduce the enemy's forces. As for the gas grenades, the solution is straightforward. Simply transport a batch of breathing masks and oxygen tanks. How will we transport the necessary masks and oxygen tanks? Came the inquiry. Wu Jianfeng replied. We can simply airdrop them. The pilots at the base have trained for this, and dropping supplies should pose no issue. After confirming tomorrow's operational plan, everyone began to find places to rest. It seemed they would have to squeeze together on the ship tonight. With no fire to cook, they could only resort to energy paste and candy for sustenance. Indeed, it is much more comfortable at the command center, free from the elements and various dangers. If you envy this, feel free to participate in next week's selection exam for military management personnel. Perhaps not. I prefer the frontline battles, where I can witness different vistas. I would like to participate, but I worry I won't pass. Just take the exam and see. Listening to their discussion, Zheng Tianlong was determined to succeed. To better coordinate and command the upcoming 3 million new players, Moli planned to establish operational command centers in each city to decentralize authority. Each command center would consist of a chief commander, a deputy commander, and a chief of staff. When the commander is present, the deputy and chief of staff serve supportive roles. In the absence of the commander, these two would assume command. Each command center would be equipped with operational advisors, logistical support, and clerical staff to ensure smooth operations. Furthermore, various troops would be organized for wartime efforts. Excluding the Dawn base, there are currently 7 cities established, not to mention the personnel below the command centers. Moli had yet to fully staff the commanders and chiefs of staff for these 7 cities. If there are shortages, internal recruitment will suffice. Moli generally prioritizes the interests of veteran players. However, his principle for recruitment is to prefer quality over quantity. If suitable candidates cannot be found, the positions will remain vacant. Once the 3 million players are online, the pool for selection will significantly increase, ensuring that suitable individuals can be identified. Those who can secure the position of military chief in their respective cities will reap great benefits. As a result, many ambitious individuals are eagerly preparing for their opportunity. Chapter 94. Revenge and Retribution. Within the command center, Wu Jianfeng and other members were engaged in discussions regarding the topic at hand. Wu Jianfeng inquired, "Have you all decided on the positions you wish to contend for?" The 8th level Gale responded, "I am inclined to transfer to the lower command as a commander. However, the positions are limited and I am uncertain if I will be selected. As operational strategists, they had access to more information than outsiders. The newly established cities appeared to be intended for foreign players' governance, thereby limiting their candidacy to the 5 existing cities. In any command center, the highest authority rests with the chief commander, 2 deputy commanders, and a chief of staff, with only 15 positions available across the 5 cities. Even their extensive tenure as operational strategists did not guarantee their prominence among numerous contenders. Tao Zhiyao reassured, "Do not worry, even if you do not get selected. There remains the position of operational strategist to fall back on." The 8th level Gale expressed his discontent. "That is unacceptable. Watching others ascend the ranks while I remain stagnant is hardly agreeable." Duan Chong Chao opined, "In my estimation, the Star Master likely already has candidates in mind. To avoid descent among the lower ranks, they have organized a public examination for selection. We should maintain a calm disposition." Duan Chong Chao's speculation was not unfounded. Su Moli indeed had a short list of candidates in mind, leaving little opportunity for the players to vie for the positions. Furthermore, once this selection concluded, Su Moli's identity as a decision-maker would gradually fade from public view. With an increasing influx of players to Planet M, the matters requiring Su Moli's judgment were multiplying, leaving him little time to disguise his identity and engage with the players. At this moment, at the Dawn Base Airport, ground crew members were transporting packaged airdrop supplies via forklift into the belly of a C-130 Hercules transport aircraft. Suifeng Drift located 2 players who were scheduled for the morning flight and instructed, "You must ensure you are online punctually tomorrow morning. The brothers on Hulu Island are awaiting these supplies for their vengeance." "Rest assured, Captain, I guarantee to be online on time," one player affirmed. "I too have no issues. I will be online as scheduled," the other assured. Suifeng Drift continued to advise, "Exercise caution when operating. This aircraft is valued at several tens of millions in contribution points. Should one crash, our Air Force's yearly performance would be severely impacted." Though the Air Force boasted over 100 pilots with more than 900 flight hours, most were helicopter pilots. Among the pilots of fighter jets, bombers, and transport aircraft, not a single one had surpassed 500 flight hours. The operational complexity of such a large transport aircraft was significantly greater than that of other aircraft. Suifeng Drift had but one wish, for them to return the aircraft safely. The following morning, the C-130 Hercules transport aircraft arrived punctually at Hulu Island. As the cargo bay doors opened, 20 large parachutes began their descent. Although most fell into the sea, no one was concerned at this moment. Upon receiving breathing masks and oxygen tanks, the players' morale surged. Following the operational plan, each unit promptly commenced their actions. First on the agenda was to retrieve the equipment and ammunition lost the previous night. Fortunately, the weapons and ammunition remained primarily intact on the battlefield. Though some had been damaged by the Tree Guardians, it was not a significant issue. Next, they needed to recover the bodies of the fallen soldiers. However, the corpses were in a deplorable state. The extent of the damage indicated that the Tree Guardians did not merely trample, they appeared to have desecrated the remains. Additionally, many plants had embedded their roots into the bodies to absorb nutrients, complicating the recovery process for the players tasked with collecting the remains. They had to sever these roots before they could gather the remains. Many novice players, encountering such dismembered corpses for the first time, were overwhelmed and retched uncontrollably. The veteran players, having witnessed various forms of death, were largely immune to such sights. Xingcheng Zailing even dispatched personnel to the location where they had bombarded the Tree Guardians the previous night, only to find that the bodies of the slain Tree Guardians had already been removed. Any hopes of scavenging were dashed. Their analysis was accurate. These plant-based enemies could indeed observe their every move through the flora. Shortly after they landed, the Tree Guardians mobilized once more. The command center promptly reported the enemy activity. The Tree Guardians have mobilized again, expected to engage in 3 hours, and numerous jelly monsters have been spotted. The jelly monsters were named after the one captured the previous night. However, it remained inconclusive whether the jelly monsters were akin to poison gas bombs. They had studied the one captured last night, which was nothing more than a coward, seemingly incapable of self-detonation. Move swiftly. The enemy has already mobilized. And we have less than 3 hours to prepare, Xing Chengzhe urged, patrolling the battlefield and prompting the players to hasten their actions. Without his reminders, the players instinctively quickened their pace, fueled by a burning desire for retribution. Meanwhile, at the coastal city airport, 16 Reaper drones were armed with ammunition, ready to take over from the previous batch of drones. Time passed swiftly, and whether due to the previous night's efforts or other factors, only 514 Tree Guardians approached for this assault. This time, the drones initiated the attack. As the Tree Guardian army remained 2 kilometers away, the 16 drones unleashed 128 small surface-to-air missiles. Following the explosions, 1/5 of the Tree Guardians collapsed, with many sustaining injuries. Such casualties were insufficient to deter them. Instead, it hastened their advance. Following this, mortar fire commenced its relentless bombardment. By the time the Tree Guardians reached a kilometer range, they had already lost half their forces. Upon entering attack range, the Tree Guardians unleashed their secret weapon. The jelly monsters were deployed, this time during daylight. The process of the poison gas bomb attack was clearly observed by the humans. Witnessing the jelly monsters transform from spheres to gliders and then back into spheres before becoming poison gas bombs left many players bewildered. How could these seemingly innocuous jelly monsters possess such extraordinary power? As toxic gas detonated among the human ranks, this time, with adequate preparation, the players suffered minimal losses. When the second batch of drones arrived on the battlefield, the Tree Guardian army had already been entirely decimated by the mortars and rockets. At this juncture, the players reveled in collecting their spoils. The abundant essence of the flora scattered across the battlefield finally compensated for the losses incurred during the conflict. They captured a dazed jelly monster. I have one here too. It is alive. It is undeniable that these jelly monsters exhibited remarkable resistance to physical attacks. On site, over 20 jelly monsters were captured and secured for transport back to the base for research. Chapter 95. The Alliance of Enemies. After more than 2 hours of effort, the players finally gathered all the spoils. They harvested a total of 11,283 kilograms of low-level plant essence, valued at over 45 million contribution points. This bounty not only covered the losses incurred during the expedition, but also yielded a substantial surplus. It marked the most fruitful collection of special resources for the base. In a moment of sincerity, a request was made to the Star Master, who allocated 1 kilogram to each player present. Before the players could fully revel in their good fortune, the command center delivered further good news. A significant number of tree shepherds, exceeding 700, had been spotted migrating southward in the central region of the island. The players erupted in excitement, feeling their decision to embark on this journey had indeed been fortuitous. They hastily transported the spoils back to the ship, preparing for the impending arrival of the second wave of enemies. However, their jubilation was premature. After traveling more than 10 kilometers south, the tree shepherds set up camp within a dense forest. Within the command center, the team analyzed the situation. One member remarked, "It seems our adversaries possess considerable intelligence, recognizing that sending troops over would be futile and opting instead to fortify themselves within the thicket." Wu Jianfeng proposed his suggestion. "The dangers within the forest are numerous. I recommend we establish a camp first and await further reconnaissance before taking action." Yesterday, upon landing on the island, 4 squads had already been dispatched into the forest for reconnaissance. However, these scouts encountered a myriad of perilous flora shortly after venturing forth. There were carnivorous plants capable of swallowing a person whole, toxin-secreting giant taro, and vines that could rapidly ensnare and compress a person. Additionally, there were sharp-toothed daisies and excruciatingly itchy explosive fruits. In essence, the island was rife with dangerous plants, albeit incapable of mobility like the tree shepherds. While these hazardous plants could not launch an offensive, approaching them was fraught with complications. No one knew what peculiar abilities these plants might possess. Having suffered a significant loss just yesterday, it was imperative to remain vigilant. Lung Jiu instructed, "Inform the frontline troops to establish a camp and formulate a meticulous plan before proceeding. Furthermore, the location of the tree shepherds should be within this vicinity. enhance aerial surveillance over the area. As of now, humanity remained uncertain about the true nature of the beings behind the tree shepherds and jelly monsters. Were they akin to guardians or perhaps sentient flora? For the time being, it was impossible to ascertain. Consequently, the frontline forces began constructing robust encampments on the flat terrain by the shore. The base also dispatched several helicopters to transport the harvested plant essence back. Given the multitude of perilous creatures on the island, relying solely on the less than 1,000 troops stationed there was indeed precarious. Thus, the command center requisitioned 600 soldiers from the Dawn base to bolster their forces, alongside a shipment of fuel to the island. In dealing with various dangerous plants, flamethrowers proved to be the most cost-effective weapon. Regardless of the type of plant, a blaze would suffice to eliminate it. At that moment, the frontline troops were executing this very strategy. The dedicated flamethrower units were dispatched to create a safe pathway first. They were situated 5 kilometers from the tree shepherds, requiring a considerable amount of fuel to carve out such a lengthy route. Meanwhile, in a hollow where a peculiar tree resided, a magnificent bird resembling a phoenix gracefully alighted upon a boulder. From the center of this avian creature, flames radiated outward like ripples. Upon sighting this majestic bird, all the fruits upon the tree trembled in fear. An energy emanated from the odd tree, causing the spreading flames to extinguish instantly. The bird erupted in flames several meters high, swiftly entering a state of combat readiness. A unique psychic wave emanated from the bizarre tree, prompting the bird to gradually retract its flames. These two entities represented the leaders of the island's fauna and flora. Originally adversarial, they found common ground against the sudden emergence of humanity. After a brief exchange, they quickly agreed upon terms of cooperation. Subsequently, the earth trembled violently as countless robust roots emerged from the soil. Evidently, the body of this peculiar tree extended far deeper underground than what was visible above. These roots, akin to octopus tentacles, extracted numerous energy crystals from the earth. Before long, the ground was strewn with a plethora of energy crystals. Clearly, this extraordinary tree thrived atop a rich deposit of energy crystals. The bird gazed greedily at the crystals beneath the tree's roots. However, it recognized its inability to overpower the tree and thus suppressed any unrealistic desires. With a wide-open beak, energy crystals several times its size were gradually consumed. Satisfied, the bird took flight. Shortly thereafter, the intelligence system detected familiar sound waves through the wrist devices of the players on site. Alarm! 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 Unknown sound waves detected 36 kilometers north of the camp, suspected of summoning reinforcements. This unexpected development swiftly disrupted humanity's plans. The command center promptly dispatched drones to the northern part of the island for reconnaissance. It wasn't long before they observed animals gathering. Suddenly, a flaming bird burst forth from the forest, swiftly diving towards a drone conducting ground-to-air surveillance. Before it could ascend, the drone exploded, scattering flames from the bird's body. Unfazed, the Firebird continued its assault on another drone. Thanks to this momentary reprieve, the remaining drones hastily retreated. In terms of speed, the Death's Head drone proved swifter. Within the command center, an 8th-level officer exclaimed, "Is that a phoenix?" Others shared a look of astonishment. A phoenix, after all, was a mythical beast. Lung Jiu remarked solemnly, "Whether it is a phoenix remains uncertain, but it is undoubtedly an S-class creature, and a fire-type one at that." Wu Jianfeng expressed his concerns. "We are situated in the southernmost part of the island, which evidently belongs to the domain of plant-based creatures. Given the current situation, it is highly probable that these two factions are uniting to confront us." Duan Changqiao suggested, "Should we retreat to the fishing boats? With the wooden barricades they have constructed, it seems they would offer little defense." Tao Xiao disagreed. "I believe this is advantageous. If they come to attack us, it is far easier than us assaulting them. We can lure these creatures in and eliminate them with a few tactical missiles." Lung Jiu inquired, "Tianya, what is your opinion?" Wu Jianfeng gathered his thoughts and proposed, "I too support engaging in this battle. We can leave a small contingent in the camp to bait the enemy while withdrawing the majority to the fishing boats. With a strategic deployment of weapons, we can effectively eliminate the foes." The island is not vast. The number of creatures that can be summoned should be limited. Lung Jiao commanded, "Very well. Continue reconnaissance and devise targeted combat strategies based on enemy movements." Indeed, the unfolding events aligned with Wu Jianfeng's analysis. The two factions on the island had evidently allied. The animal army boldly entered the southern part of the island without facing any attacks, a clear indication of their intent. However, once the animal army entered the southern region, they began to establish their encampments. After a brief analysis, it was apparent that the opposing forces were likely waiting for nightfall to launch their offensive. The initiative lay in their hands, leaving humanity in a reactive position. Chapter 96. Effortlessly as night falls, humanity stands ready. There are 713 tree shepherds and approximately 300 jelly monsters. Additionally, an estimated 50,000 to 100,000 various animals are present. This is the preliminary assessment of the enemy's numbers. The most formidable creature encountered so far is the S-class Fire Phoenix, aptly named by the base. Aside from this Fire Phoenix, no A-class beings have been sighted among the remaining foes. Once the Fire Phoenix is dealt with, the rest of the adversaries will be relatively easy to handle. At this point, humanity has largely deduced that the masters behind the tree shepherds are likely plant-based entities. They are not intentionally concealing their identities, but are fundamentally immobile. Otherwise, the tree shepherds and jelly monsters would not be marching alongside the animal army. Unlike the tree shepherds and jelly monsters, which blend seamlessly with their environment, ordinary animals can be detected with thermal imaging equipment. Thus, the movements of the enemy are devoid of secrecy from humanity. In a dense forest, the drones buzzing overhead irritate the Fire Phoenix, compelling it to dispatch some flying creatures in an attempt to drive them away. The Reaper drones reach a maximum speed of 500 kilometers per hour, faster than even the Fire Phoenix itself, let alone its minions. This endeavor is destined to be futile. With no other options, the Fire Phoenix orders its subordinates to hasten their advance. The Cold Sniper reports on the enemy situation. The enemy's vanguard is still 2 kilometers away. 40 ground-to-ground missiles have been launched and are expected to reach the battlefield in approximately 10 minutes. Good luck to you. Heartfelt commands. Pour the fuel. Over 200 soldiers immediately open the lids of the fuel barrels. This afternoon, 600 reinforcements along with a substantial supply of fuel arrived on the island, making the human resources abundantly sufficient. Earlier today, they excavated nearly a kilometer-long fan-shaped trench. The trench is lined with logs, and now they pour fuel into it. With just a spark, a fire can create a barrier. This barrier will only obstruct ground creatures and will have little effect on aerial targets. Nevertheless, the limited number of flying creatures on the island cannot turn the tide. Once these beings are halted by the raging flames, the missiles from the base will reap lives without restraint. In terms of strategy, humanity is at least millions of years ahead of these wild animals. After all, it took humanity's ancestors 3 million years to evolve from apes to humans. A few minutes later, the thermal imaging equipment allows humanity to visualize the vanguard of the animal army. With missiles mere minutes away, Heartfelt issues the command to ignite the fuel. In an instant, a massive fire trail erupts over 300 meters in front of the camp. Upon witnessing this fiery barrier, the vanguard of the animal army indeed comes to a halt. As a master of fire, the Fire Phoenix displays a flicker of astonishment. Even it cannot conjure such an extensive flame in such a short span of time. At this moment, it regrets assisting its old adversaries for a mere advantage. After a moment's hesitation, the Fire Phoenix commands all flying creatures to attack, while the ground forces continue their advance. They have come this far and must probe the enemy's capabilities. Beware of airborne targets. The over 200 players responsible for pouring the fuel hastily retreat into the bunker excavated that day. In truth, apart from these few hundred, the remaining human forces are gathered along the sandy beach. In under half a minute, tens of thousands of birds and insects invade the human camp. However, they find no trace of the enemy within the camp. Some creatures with keen senses detect the presence of enemies within the bunker and begin to assault the wooden door frantically. The players inside remain unfazed as iron pipes extend through pre-made openings. In the next moment, over 20 fire serpents erupt forth. The creatures struck by the barrage instantly ignite into fireballs, while the remaining ones quickly retreat. The command center reports again. Missiles will arrive in 1 minute. Upon hearing this announcement, the players feel an immense sense of ease. After all, this battle has been remarkably effortless. Just then, the Fire Phoenix suddenly senses a profound danger. As a powerful S-class creature, its perceptive abilities have reached an astonishing level. At this moment, the feeling of impending doom intensifies. Restless, the Fire Phoenix takes to the skies to survey the situation. What is happening? Could it be that this creature has detected the impending danger? It would not be surprising, given its S-class status. Inside the command center, a few individuals express regret. Wu Jianfeng, watching the missile countdown reach 20 seconds, sighs. It seems luck is on its side. The 8th level Gale laments. What a pity. I wanted to verify whether the Fire Phoenix possesses the skill of rebirth through flames. The comforting voice replies, it's all right. As long as it remains on the island, there will always be another opportunity. On the battlefield, the Fire Phoenix suddenly looks alertly towards the sky. Yet, apart from the stars and the silhouettes of the 3 celestial bodies, there is nothing else. 6-5. All players on the island cover their ears and open their mouths wide, a precaution to mitigate the impact of the shockwave. 1. As the countdown concludes, a brilliant flash ignites the night sky. The Fire Phoenix, hovering above, is directly propelled by the shockwave. Subsequently, dozens of fireballs explode upon the earth. Be it the creatures summoned by the Fire Phoenix or the tree shepherds and jelly monsters, they vaporize under the overwhelming force of the shockwave. Those at a distance fare better, able to salvage some remnants, while those closer are left with nothing but vaporization. Even players over a kilometer from the blast site feel the might of the shockwave, with dust from the explosion engulfing them. Once the explosion subsides, Heartfelt immediately assesses the casualties. Brothers within the bunker, report on your status. Bunker number 2 has collapsed. 5 brothers are trapped. Only I and Lao Han are digging them out. Hurry and come assist us. Bunker number 13 is intact, with only 1 person having sand in their eyes. Bunker No. 17 has partially collapsed, with 2 injured. Thankfully, the casualty figures remain within acceptable limits. Players in other bunkers rush to aid those trapped in the collapsed structure. In the forest, a pile of broken branches is swept aside, revealing the Fire Phoenix. At this moment, its flames have extinguished, and many feathers have fallen. Gazing at the fallen trees and the scattered embers, the Fire Phoenix displays a rare look of fear. Just then, the buzz of drones fills the air once more. Terrified, the Fire Phoenix quickly turns to flee. At this moment, only its sturdy lair offers a semblance of safety. In the northern part of the island lies a dormant volcano, and its lair is nestled within the volcano's mouth. Chapter 97. No escape. In truth, due to their relatively slow movement, most of the Treants remained at the rear. Consequently, after the explosion, nearly 300 Treants survived. Excluding a portion that were severely injured, approximately 220 were still able to move about normally. The recent explosion was so powerful that even the monstrous tree over 10 kilometers away felt the tremor. At this moment, the surviving Treants and jelly monsters received orders to retreat. When faced with defeat, retreat was inevitable. They wished to flee, but the humans had other intentions. This was indeed an opportune moment to strike a fallen foe, and the players charged forward with grenades in hand. The Treants, having no time to counterattack, sought to escape as swiftly as possible. Yet, their sluggish speed proved to be a significant hindrance, and they were soon overtaken by the players. Explosions erupted continuously, illuminating the night sky once more. Be cautious, Cold Sniper advised. Let some of the remnants escape. We need to locate their lair. Understood. After severing communication, Heartfelt's spirit immediately bellowed. That's enough. Let these ones go, and bring forth the luminescent agents. Soon, dozens of bottles of luminescent agents were delivered. Moments later, the remaining Treants were doused in the glowing substance. Observing these luminescent behemoths fleeing in desperation, the players erupted into laughter. Their radiant new appearance was strikingly conspicuous. Several small rotary drones ascended, accompanied by the Grim Reaper drone hovering above. Floodlights were set up, and over 1,000 players enthusiastically collected their spoils. With no losses and substantial gains, there was no battle more exhilarating than this. Were it not for the previous bountiful harvest, Moli would not have dared to indulge the players so extravagantly. The humans had accurately assessed that, in the wake of significant losses, the monstrous tree had indeed commanded its remaining subordinates to return for protection. 3 hours later, over 40 treants returned to the lair of the monstrous tree. Perhaps due to colorblindness, the monstrous tree failed to notice the luminescent agents on its subordinates. By this time, the general location of the monstrous tree had been revealed. Cold Sniper instructed, "After dawn, we will focus our reconnaissance on this area." "Understood, Cold Brother." In fact, the drones had previously flown over this region. However, the monstrous tree did not possess any remarkable height, leading the humans to mistake it for an ordinary tree. A thorough inspection the following day would unveil its true nature. Following more than 3 hours of meticulous searching, the humans once again harvested 2 tons of plant essence. This expedition had proved to be an extraordinary bounty. As dawn broke, the humans finally discovered the monstrous tree, a plant-based organism of S classification. This marked the first time humanity had encountered a plant organism exceeding B rank, particularly one of S caliber. One could only imagine the potential yield of an S plant, given that B-rank treants could produce low-grade plant essence. The thought ignited a gleam of excitement in everyone's eyes. Consequently, Moli promptly led several subordinates to Hulu Island. Intent on maximizing the extraction of this S organism's essence, ensuring that these squanderers did not obliterate it. By noon, the humans successfully established a safe passage to the periphery of the monstrous tree. Along the way, they faced considerable challenges from various bizarre plant species. Were it not for the flamethrowers clearing the path, the journey would have been significantly prolonged. A withered jelly monster struggled to crawl across the ground, its eyes widening in terror as a foot descended upon it. Instantly, several unsightly splashes erupted from beneath the foot. As the jelly monster's shriveled skin ruptured, a humanoid trunk was revealed inside. Astonishingly, the treants were transformed from jelly monsters. Or rather, jelly monsters represented the earlier stage of the treants. It was reasonable to conclude that plants bore fruit, and those fruits eventually became seeds. Upon learning this revelation, the humans' disdain for jelly monsters transformed into rarity. After all, prior to this, jelly monsters had only showcased their self-destructibility. Such an indiscriminate, one-time skill was indeed unappealing. However, if these creatures were the juvenile form of the treants, it presented a different scenario altogether. They could be collected and nurtured until maturity, allowing for the extraction of their essence. Whether to cultivate or plant would require further research. Before long, the humans had captured all the juvenile treants surrounding the energy shield. The monstrous tree was indeed extraordinary. Upon encountering humans, it had erected a massive energy barrier. The remaining 40-plus adult treants, along with thousands of juvenile treants and jelly monsters, all sought refuge within the energy shield. Previous attempts by humans to bombard it with small missiles and rockets had only produced minor ripples. This energy shield was extraordinarily resilient. A player approached, reporting to Heartfelt Spirit, "Director, beneath us lies a colossal energy crystal mine, with an estimated reserve exceeding 4 million standard units." Upon hearing this promising news, Heartfelt Spirit's eyes sparkled with delight. With such a vast energy crystal mine in proximity, it would be challenging for the Star Lord to withhold resources from Binhai City. Without constructing large naval vessels, how could they transport substantial mining equipment to the island? And without warships, how could they safeguard the island's interests? Heartfelt Spirit inquired, "Command Center, what are our next steps?" Cold Sniper replied, "The Star Lord will arrive in about 10 minutes. Please hold your position until then and follow his directives." Perfectly timed. Heartfelt Spirit had also intended to inquire when Binhai City would be granted the construction of large warships. Half an hour later, Moli arrived at the scene via helicopter. Heartfelt Spirit, effusively flattering, welcomed him to the battlefield to provide guidance. Moli interrupted, "Stop, spare me the flattery." Heartfelt Spirit's face turned a shade of embarrassment. while those around him stifled laughter. Moli added, "I will appoint you as the acting mayor of Binhai City for a trial period of 2 months. Do your best." Heartfelt Spirit was overjoyed, expressing gratitude for the Star Lord's support. "We have excavated and investigated. This energy shield extends underground, likely connecting directly to the energy crystal mine. Even after launching dozens of air-to-surface missiles, we have been unable to breach it." Heartfelt Spirit elaborated on the situation. Given that the underground was indeed the energy crystal mine, utilizing high-yield missiles could potentially detonate the crystals, resulting in a net loss. Moli exuded confidence. "No worries. I have brought along an energy extractor." Heartfelt Spirit, curious, asked, "An energy extractor? It extracts energy?" As several battle robots emerged with the machine, Moli confirmed with a nod. This energy extractor had been dismantled from the central power supply of the base, originally designed to siphon energy from the crystals to power the facility. Since this energy shield was connected to the energy crystal mine, they would drain it. Surely, the tree demon would not remain indifferent to such an endeavor. Chapter 98. Exhausted to death soon, the energy extractor was assembled. As the machine commenced operation, the energy shield began to vibrate violently. The shepherds, hiding within, were thrown into a state of panic. Sensing the depletion of energy within their bodies, the monstrous tree voluntarily retracted the energy shield. Before humanity could rejoice, the ground trembled beneath them. As fissures appeared in the earth, countless colossal roots emerged from the soil. The tree demon was about to emerge. Firepower was poised. "Do not panic. Steady yourselves. Victory is within our grasp." Heartfelt and sincere, the advisor hurried to Moli's side, urging, "Star Master, this place is perilous. It would be wise for you to retreat a distance." Only after several combat robots had successfully relocated the precious energy extractor did Moli begin to withdraw. In mere moments, the monstrous tree clawed its way out from the earth. Upon witnessing its full form, the humans present were astounded. This was no mere tree. It was a towering shepherd standing over 200 meters tall. The portion that had previously been visible was merely its head. Open fire. Missiles and rockets were unleashed upon the shepherd as if they were of no consequence. With such a terrifying size, there was no need to squander ammunition. However, the explosions were absorbed by the energy shield enveloping the giant shepherd. The colossal creature raised its right foot and stomped heavily onto the ground. In the next instant, innumerable roots surged forth from the distant soil, piercing through the bodies of dozens of players. Moli commanded his 5 combat robots, "You advance." "Yes, master." The 5 combat robots swiftly transformed, their bionic skins tearing to reveal their ultimate battle forms. Composed entirely of metallic alloys, each wielded a blade exceeding 60 centimeters in length and bore 2 small energy cannons upon their shoulders. A blue glow emanated from their chests, indicating the activation of their energy cores. The 5 combat robots charged towards the giant shepherd like cannonballs, engaging it in combat. Moli instructed, "Drones, continue launching air-to-ground missiles to disrupt the enemy." Understood. Several drones immediately targeted the giant shepherd's head with missiles. It became evident that neither the small energy cannons nor the dual blades of the combat robots could breach the defenses of the giant shepherd. Fortunately, the giant shepherd's movements were relatively slow, allowing the combat robots to evade and maneuver. At that moment, Moli noticed the small shepherds hiding in the crevices of the ground. Though somewhat dishonorable, such was the nature of war. He beckoned heartfelt and sincere, instructing, "I will lure the giant shepherd away. Take this opportunity to bombard the small ones in the fissures with grenades." "Yes, Star Master." Heartfelt and sincere grinned cunningly. Under the lure of the 5 combat robots, the giant shepherd gradually moved away from its original position. Hundreds of players seized the chance to hurl hundreds of grenades into the crevices. Upon witnessing the explosion consume its offspring, the giant shepherd was instantly engulfed in rage, its movements quickening significantly. 2 combat robots, unable to evade in time, were sent flying several meters by the giant shepherd's blows. Only after seeing these 2 combat robots rise again did Moli's concerns begin to ease. The Gamma aliens had provided him with merely 20 combat robots and a few replacement parts. If any core components were to be damaged, repairs would be impossible. The loss of even one or two robots would weigh heavily on his heart. Suddenly, whether due to energy depletion or being breached, the energy shield surrounding the giant shepherd vanished. Several air-to-ground missiles exploded above its head, causing a shower of branches and fruit to fall. Realizing their attacks were effective, players on the ground seized their rocket launchers to strike at the vulnerable giant. Two fearless flamethrower soldiers stealthily approached and ignited the shepherd's legs. Plants inherently fear fire. It is in their nature. The giant shepherd, possessing some knowledge of fire suppression, promptly buried its legs in the soil to extinguish the flames. The two flamethrower soldiers, attempting to retreat, were pierced by the roots that erupted from the ground. Seizing the opportunity while the giant shepherd was momentarily immobilized, humanity intensified their assault. Inspired by the bravery of the two flamethrower soldiers, a new player charged forth with a bundle of explosives. "Remember my name. I am Su Mao Xin," he shouted, igniting the explosives. After the explosion, large chunks of wood splintered off the giant shepherd's legs. One could not deny the tragic heroism of their demise. Soon, more players rushed forward with explosives, each calling out their own battle cry before their end. An experienced player scoffed, "A bunch of fools. Victory is within grasp." Yet they still engage in suicidal attacks. Another player remarked, "Given the anticipated rewards from this battle, the compensation for their lives will surely cover their losses. They do not suffer in vain. Moreover, I suspect they are deliberately trying to impress the Star Master." Indeed, Moli was quite taken with such gestures. He not only reported the feats of these players throughout the base, but also instructed the Intelligence Corps to calculate their compensation at double the standard rate. Under the relentless onslaught of humanity, the giant shepherd finally succumbed to fear. It had spent millennia evolving to reach its current form, having tasted the heights of existence. And thus it cherished its precarious situation all the more. Consequently, the giant shepherd made a decision that betrayed its ancestors. It chose to flee. However, the current circumstances did not allow for an easy escape, particularly as the shepherd was not renowned for its speed. Cold Sniper promptly adjusted the attack strategy, all firepower concentrated on its legs. Following concentrated fire on a single point, results manifested swiftly. The giant shepherd's left leg was severed cleanly. The pale yellow marrow exposed from the broken limb sent the players into a frenzy. Realizing its escape was impossible, the giant shepherd retaliated with ferocity, swiftly plunging its hands into the earth and unleashing its unique skill. "Watch out. Fall back." Over 40 players who had pursued too closely were once again skewered by the roots. Yet, with victory in sight, such losses did not deter the players. The drone swarm unleashed the last 30 air-to-ground missiles, obliterating the giant shepherd's right leg as well. At that moment, the giant shepherd was rendered utterly immobile. Players, maintaining a safe distance, relentlessly fired rockets. Before depleting their supply of rockets, the giant shepherd was finally vanquished. "Victory! We have triumphed." The players jubilantly expressed their elation following their hard-fought victory. Heartfelt and sincere, understanding how to curry favor with leadership, brought forth a large quantity of essence extracted from the giant shepherd. "Star Master, do try a taste." Moli responded with satisfaction, "Well done." Receiving such praise, heartfelt and sincere, felt a wave of contentment wash over him. After sampling a few bites, Moli was immediately engulfed in a sensation akin to fire coursing through his veins. Noticing Moli's flushed face, heartfelt and sincere anxiously inquired, "Star Master, are you all right?" It took a moment for Moli to regain his composure, during which he cautioned, "Anyone with a combined dimension score below 40 should avoid direct consumption. It could lead to explosive demise." With a flick of his hand, he named the substance Intermediate Plant Essence. Chapter 99. Renewed endeavors. After 2 hours of diligent work, the spoils contributed by the giant treant were finally tallied. The harvest consisted of 6,061. 8 kilograms of intermediate plant essence, 21 immature fruit spirit mushrooms, and approximately 127 tons of fruitwood. Through this battle, humanity finally unraveled the origins of the jelly monsters. The name was changed to fruit spirit mushrooms upon the discovery that the immature fruits possessed the same efficacy as the intermediate plant essence. It was imperative to bestow upon them their rightful name. One cannot deny the treasure trove that the giant tree ant represented. After stripping away the outer bark, the inner wood exhibited a subtle medicinal quality. Furthermore, the medicinal properties intensified as one approached the core. These timbers could be ground and steeped for consumption, or used akin to sandalwood, thereby unleashing their intrinsic medicinal benefits. Rough estimates suggest that the worth of this giant tree ant alone exceeds 100 million contribution points. Not to mention the subterranean energy crystal mine, which boasts reserves exceeding 4 million standard units, valued at around 2 billion contribution points. It is evident that the original reserves of this energy crystal mine were far greater than the current 4 million standard units, likely having been significantly depleted by the tree ant over the years. Moli felt no regret, as the giant tree ant could not escape. Whatever it consumed had been entirely regurgitated. Humanity's expedition to Hulu Island was undoubtedly a resounding success. According to the calculations of the intelligence system, Moli would need to disperse over 500 million contribution points as mission rewards. Even those with the least contribution would receive 120,000 points, while the highest contributors would exceed 670,000 points. In an effort to bolster morale, Moli promptly announced the reward scheme. Upon learning the amounts they would receive, the players erupted in excitement. With the current exchange rate valuing one contribution point at 4 yuan, this meant that these players could effortlessly earn hundreds of thousands. The prospect of earning substantial sums in the next dungeon rendered the game utterly exhilarating. With such foreseeable rewards, players adhered strictly to the rules, knowing that hoarding spoils would result in severe penalties. At this moment, the one who experienced both pain and joy was Zheng Tianlong. In this battle, Zheng Tianlong had brought 258 members of Glory of the World to the fray. According to the profit-sharing agreement signed with these team members, the adventure group was entitled to 60 of the spoils. After all, Zheng Tianlong was responsible for their salaries in reality. The terms had been established from the outset. Glory of the World was wholly owned by Zheng Tianlong, making the gains of the team effectively his own. Following this battle, Zheng Tianlong's cut exceeded 21 million. Earning over 10 million in a single encounter was a source of immense joy. At this moment, a throng of players surrounded him, inquiring whether he was still purchasing contribution points. Rest assured, the purchase price remains unchanged. I will continue to acquire contribution points at a 1 for ratio. Given the immense volume of contribution points generated by this battle, players naturally worried about a reduction in the exchange rate. After receiving Zheng Tianlong's reassuring response, they finally felt at ease. Zheng Tianlong's anguish stemmed from the impending depletion of his funds after acquiring this batch of contribution points from players. Considering that these players might regret their decisions upon learning the truth, Zheng Tianlong opted not to be overly harsh and maintained the original purchase ratio. At this juncture, he was troubled by how to procure more funds. For now, he could only take it one step at a time. It was apparent that Zheng Tianlong was on the verge of becoming the individual with the highest contribution points in the base, and without rival. Having just completed the inventory of spoils, Moli resolved to act swiftly and eliminate the Fire Phoenix. With such a vast energy crystal mine on the island, Moli could not afford to coexist with an S-class creature. Against an S-class flying creature, ordinary soldiers would prove ineffective. Thus, Moli mobilized 12 Apache helicopters for combat, with the entire squadron commanded by Suifeng Drift. The remaining 11 pilots were among the most skilled in training. Engaging an S-class entity with 12 Apaches was indeed precarious. Hence, 32 Reaper drones were also deployed to provide fire support. While the pilots at the base had performed admirably in their training, they had yet to encounter a formidable opponent. This time, Moli aimed to gain practical combat experience. Aircraft could be rebuilt, lives could be revived, but practical experience was invaluable and irreplaceable. As for concerns regarding the Apache's operational radius of only 480 kilometers, they were prepared to engage in operational transitions. With the assistance of a Chinook helicopter dedicated to fuel transport, the Apache's operational range could be effectively doubled. As for the Fire Phoenix's hiding place, it was not difficult to deduce. Being a fire-type creature, it was reasonable to assume that its lair would be in a hot environment, likely the dormant volcano located in the northern part of the island. Drones had already scouted the volcano's crater and confirmed the presence of large avian tracks. Soon enough, the formation of 12 Apaches soared towards the volcano. Certain natural laws are universal across all realms. For instance, large creatures maintain territorial boundaries. As the fleet approached within 2 kilometers of the volcano and Apos' mouth, the Fire Phoenix emerged swiftly. Open fire. In an instant, hundreds of missiles were launched towards the Fire Phoenix. With remarkable agility, the creature dodged each missile with ease. However, it was evidently unaware that human missiles could maneuver autonomously, as dozens of missiles encircled it from all directions. The Fire Phoenix found itself with no room to evade. In mere moments, the sky erupted in a cascade of flames. Such a degree of damage would not suffice to take down an S-class creature. The Treant had succumbed due to its lack of speed. The Fire Phoenix, however, was no slouch in that regard. It swiftly emerged from the smoke, charging directly toward the helicopter squadron. Another volley of air-to-air missiles was unleashed, but this time, the Fire Phoenix charged through the explosions. Scatter. As the formation dispersed, the distance between them and the Fire Phoenix closed to a mere 500 meters. In such proximity, the encounter was nearly instantaneous. The Fire Phoenix seized one Apache helicopter in its grasp. The helicopter and Apos' wing collided intimately with the Fire Phoenix, resulting in a cacophony of deafening sounds as the wing was reduced to scrap. The Fire Phoenix appeared unfazed. The helicopter plummeted rapidly, yet the Fire Phoenix clung tightly to it. Its powerful claws pierced the steel shell, crushing the pilot inside with terrifying ease. Moments later, the helicopter crashed upon the cliffside. The detonation of its munitions caused the Fire Phoenix to experience a fleeting moment of disorientation. Seizing the opportunity, another 100 missiles were launched in its direction. Chapter 100. Crimson Powerfruit. In truth, humanity's assaults were not without effect on the Fire Phoenix. However, the damage inflicted had yet to reach a transformative threshold. Following another round of explosions, the protective flames enveloping the Fire Phoenix finally extinguished, revealing singed feathers in its wake. At that moment, the creature emerged from its fury, realizing that continued combat posed a genuine risk to its life. Intelligent beings possess the wisdom to discern when to retreat. With a swift dive, the Fire Phoenix vanished into the dense forest of the ridge. After launching another barrage of missiles toward the direction it had disappeared, the command center issued a ceasefire order. The helicopter squadron returned to the temporary camp to replenish ammunition, while drones patrolled the skies above the island. In a brief skirmish lasting little over 10 minutes, humanity had incurred the loss of 2 Apache attack helicopters and a Reaper drone, yet had succeeded in repelling the S-class creature. At this juncture, the munitions carried by the aerial fleet had been depleted by over 70%. Should the hostilities persist, humanity itself would have to withdraw. From the outset, Moli had never harbored the illusion that vanquishing the Fire Phoenix would be a simple task. The primary objective was to demonstrate military might and drive the Fire Phoenix from Gourd Island, while simultaneously utilizing this opportunity for practical training. With the creature having fled of its own accord, humanity did not hesitate to scour the battlefield, particularly in search of the Phoenix's lair. As a formidable being of divine servant caliber, it was implausible that the Fire Phoenix had no treasures to its name. As the Chinook helicopter landed, Xinqing Zieling descended with a contingent of elite personnel. As the frontline commander, he enjoyed certain privileges, such as leading the raid himself. Xinqing Zieling surveyed the volcano's mouth. Noting its considerable size, the opening measured over 600 meters in diameter and descended more than 100 meters in depth. The absence of accumulated water suggested that there existed a drainage passage beneath. While the sulfur ascent was absent, the temperature was markedly higher than the surrounding environment. Preliminary speculation indicated geothermal activity below. Equipped with respiratory masks, 5 players designated for reconnaissance skillfully rappelled down. Accustomed to traversing rugged terrains and battling foes, they employed climbing gear with ease. Within 10 minutes, the scouts signaled their safety. Xinqing Zieling secured his harness and descended with the second group. Despite his current civilian status, he had undergone extensive training in the past. After a little over a minute, Xinqing Zieling and his companions reached the volcano's base. Here, the air temperature exceeded 50 degrees Celsius, while the ground's rocky surface soared above 90 degrees. The searing heat emanating from the crevices caused a stinging sensation against their skin. The inhospitable environment necessitated a swift exploration. Xinqing Zieling approached Jiuming, the nine-lives cat demon, inquiring, "Have you encountered any anomalies?" Jiuming gestured toward a nearby cavern, stating, "We've conducted a preliminary exploration and found no valuable items like energy crystals. But we did discover an intriguing plant. Come and see, Xinqing." "Let us go," Xinqing replied, following the cat demon to a hotter cavern. "Turn off your flashlights. It will be clearer," Jiuming instructed. As they extinguished their lights, luminous entities became visible on the cave walls. Resembling clusters of grapes, they radiated an orange glow. Xinqing Zieling illuminated the area with his flashlight, confirming that these were indeed the fruits of a plant, complete with leaves and stems, growing upon the rock face. A cluster contained approximately 20 fruits. Not only were these present in this chamber, but numerous others adorned various caverns as well. One player remarked in astonishment, "Could this be Blood Bodhi?" Another quickly countered, "Have you been watching too many dramas? Blood Bodhi is nurtured by Qilin blood, and this is the Phoenix's lair." It dawned on the player that in legend, both Qilin and Phoenix were divine beasts. Although the Fire Phoenix's strength was slightly inferior to that of divine beasts, it was still far from ordinary. The possibility of extraordinary treasures flourishing within its lair was not beyond reason. Jiuming speculated, "These seem to thrive on geothermal energy. There are many signs of consumption. The Fire Phoenix likely feeds on them." Xinqing Zieling suggested, "Let us collect a cluster and examine their quality." After exerting considerable effort, a sizable cluster of fruits was harvested. Their round, vibrant orange forms were covered in numerous scales. Typically, peculiar appearances suggest exceptional properties. However, whether these effects would be beneficial or detrimental to humans could only be determined through tasting. While the base laboratory could assess the safety of items, players preferred to rely on their own experiences. Soon, a volunteer stepped forward to taste the fruit. After considerable effort, he consumed one of the large fruits. Almost immediately, a pained expression contorted his features. "Shinnan Feng, how does it taste?" Another inquired. "Don't eat it yet. Something seems off." Before he could finish, the player began to groan in agony. Within moments, he was clutching his abdomen, crying out in pain. For an adult whose body had undergone numerous enhancements to experience such distress, it was undoubtedly severe. "Goodness," he's burning up. A companion who rushed to assist immediately sensed the abnormal heat radiating from him. Xinqing Zieling urgently commanded, "Quick, administer a painkiller." After a swift injection, the player gradually calmed down. Although the experience had been excruciating, they had uncovered the fruit's remarkable property. It enhanced human resistance to fire. Remarkably, Shinnan Feng, upon touching the ground's scorching rocks, claimed it merely felt warm. This newfound ability was impressive, albeit the consumption process was quite painful. Before long, the fruit was aptly named Crimson Power Fruit. Gazing at the nearly 100 Crimson Power Fruits within the cave, Xinqing Zieling couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Meanwhile, at the temporary camp, a drenched Moli emerged from his tent. After consuming over 30 kilograms of intermediate plant essence, he had unlocked the genetic sequence of this clone to 25. 18. In terms of game data, his overall attributes had reached 61. 3. Presently, Moli could effortlessly exert over 500 kilograms of force with a single punch. It was no exaggeration to claim he could fell a cow with one blow. Just as he reveled in his newfound strength, a sudden blaze erupted in the northwestern sector of the camp. Turning his gaze, Moli caught sight of the Fire Phoenix, which had cunningly approached the camp, utilizing the cover of the surrounding trees to launch a surprise attack. Such cunning intelligence prompted Moli to involuntarily give a thumbs up. Chapter 101. The trap. At this moment, the helicopter squadron was still escorting near the volcano's crater. Unforeseen by anyone, the fiery phoenix had come to raid the camp, leaving the temporary site with little formidable combat power. With no other option, Moli had to deploy his combat robots for protection. He retained one combat robot for his own defense while sending the remaining 4 into the fray. "You 4 proceed." "Yes, master." To be frank, the Phoenix's surprise attack caught humanity off guard. Everywhere the Phoenix flew, everything was ignited, including, tragically, people. In mere moments, the camp was filled with hundreds of flaming figures. Nearby players quickly shot their burning companions, not out of vengeance, but as an act of mercy. Compared to other methods of death, being burned alive was excruciatingly painful. Shooting their comrades was a way to alleviate their suffering. The players who remained unscathed desperately fired at the Phoenix. Yet, whether it was ordinary rifle bullets or heavy machine gun rounds, they struggled to breach its defenses. Even rockets merely weakened the flames enveloping it slightly. At that moment, an energy cannon struck the Phoenix. Sensing the threat posed by the approaching 4 combat robots, the Phoenix decided to flee, aided by the dense forest that provided excellent cover. Thus, the missiles launched by the drones were destined to be futile. With the intelligence network assessing the situation, Moli swiftly received casualty reports. In less than a minute, humanity had lost 107 lives, with 5 others injured. If the Phoenix were to strike again, the over 1,000 troops that had landed on the island would face annihilation. Objectively speaking, this showcased the true power of an S-class creature. When compared to the various high-powered missiles, humanity's other weaponry posed limited threats to such an entity. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the military strategists promptly devised an effective combat plan. We planned to set an ambush at a suitable location, luring the Phoenix into our grasp, and then utilize tons of TNT explosives to eliminate it. Upon hearing Wu Jianfeng's proposal, Moli inquired, "How can you ensure it will come as planned?" Wu Jianfeng explained, "Thus, we require an appropriate bait." "What bait?" "Energy crystals. It will be unable to resist." "How much?" "About 20,000 to 30,000 standard units would suffice." After a moment's contemplation, Moli agreed to the plan. "I will instruct the base to drop the energy crystals along with the TNT explosives. One must not be reluctant to sacrifice if they wish to trap the wolf. Moreover, there are over 4 million standard units of energy crystals underground. Only after eliminating this Phoenix can we mine successfully." Over 10 minutes later, a helicopter squadron escorted a Chinook transport aircraft back to the temporary camp. The intelligence team promptly reported their findings. "We discovered over 210 red fruit plants, with 56 bearing fruit. The mature red fruits have already been harvested." Even for the sake of these unripe red fruit plants, Moli felt compelled to eliminate the Phoenix. He commanded, "Follow the combat plan and direct them to set the traps." "Yes, Star Master." An hour later, the Hercules transport aircraft dropped 5 parachutes. Among them were 20 tons of TNT explosives, 30,000 standard units of energy crystals, and a batch of portable cameras. During this time, the Phoenix had launched 3 surprise attacks on the humans who were out and about. Although it was soon repelled by missiles from the drones, humanity suffered over 60 additional casualties. It appeared the Phoenix was employing similar tactics to the humans, attempting to drive them away from Gourd Island through force. Given the intelligence displayed by the Phoenix, it was impossible for it to overlook the significance of boats to humanity. Its deliberate avoidance of fishing vessels was all too evident. Under immense pressure, humanity rapidly completed the trap setup. The trap was simple. A large number of humans pretended to excavate energy crystals while armed helicopters provided cover. They transported energy crystals in baskets to the fishing boat, stacking them directly on the deck, confident that the allure would be irresistible. Beneath the deck, an additional 20 tons of TNT explosives lay concealed. At close range, even S-class creatures could be dispatched. Not to mention, the battlefield was situated at sea. Should the Phoenix succumb to its greed, the vessel would become its tomb. As the plan commenced, several players carried energy crystals toward the shoreline. As they walked, they intentionally dropped a few pieces of energy crystals along the way. Once the humans moved away, the Phoenix emerged from the woods. To mask its presence, it extinguished its protective flames, resembling a colossal peacock. Observing the scattered energy crystals on the ground, the phoenix eagerly picked them up and consumed them. After feasting, it stealthily followed the players, unaware that its movements had already been captured by a camera hidden in a tree. Thus, upon spotting the abundance of energy crystals on the fishing boat, the phoenix was utterly ensnared, its mind consumed by insatiable greed. Exercising caution, the phoenix refrained from immediate action, instead lurking in the underbrush, extending its neck to observe the fishing boat's situation. During this time, humans continued to simulate transporting more energy crystals onto the ship. The phoenix's restlessness grew. Attention, the big fish is about to take the bait. The actors on the boat should perform convincingly. The act required thoroughness. With so many energy crystals piled on the deck, the absence of any crew would seem implausible. Therefore, the command center recruited 3 brave souls. The simultaneous detonation of 20 tons of TNT would ensure that even those hundreds of meters away would not survive. Hence, the fate of these 3 was sealed. Being obliterated by 20 tons of TNT would provide them ample opportunity to boast for months. Furthermore, those willing to act as bait would receive generous compensation for their sacrifice. This task attracted a multitude of volunteers. Once the players transporting energy crystals had moved far enough away, the phoenix charged towards the fishing boat. The 3 players aboard pretended to fire a few shots before fleeing in terror. The phoenix, unimpressed by these cowardly bipeds, landed directly on the deck. Gazing at the mountain of energy crystals, it let out a triumphant cry. However, before it could unleash its devastating ability, a blinding flash of light overwhelmed its vision. Over 1,000 players covered their ears, gazing skyward at the mushroom cloud rising from the shore. Such a magnificent display, no matter how many times witnessed, never grew tiresome. The shockwave from the explosion shattered cameras within a radius of several hundred meters. Thus, after the explosion, humanity lost the live video feed. Before the smoke could dissipate, 31 drones arrived at the site of the explosion. Chapter 102. List of commanders. Half an hour later, the Fire Phoenix was dragged ashore. At this moment, the once majestic creature was in a pitiful state. Its feet had been blown off, its feathers charred to ash, and not a single inch of its skin remained unscathed. Despite its grievous injuries, the Fire Phoenix clung to life, though it hovered perilously close to death. The crowd parted as Moli approached the Fire Phoenix, flanked by 5 combat robots. "I am the leader of humanity. How do you wish to negotiate?" The Fire Phoenix opened its eyes and gazed calmly at Moli. Following the explosion, it had begun to communicate telepathically with humans, seeking an audience with their leader to plead for the life of the child within its womb. Sensing an opportunity for leverage, Moli decided to hear it out. A voice echoed in Moli's mind. "If you agree to spare my child, I can not only ensure its loyalty to you, but also provide valuable intelligence regarding the mother of life." Moli's heart swelled with excitement, though his expression remained inscrutable. "If your information proves useful, I will consider sparing your offspring, provided it is willing to serve me." The Fire Phoenix then began to divulge all it knew. It revealed that its willingness to surrender the child stemmed from its betrayal of the mother of life. Long ago, the mother had dispatched a group of aerial guardians to distant islands to gather energy crystals, and the Fire Phoenix was among them. Some guardians had perished, while others had defected. Ultimately, only a handful were recalled by the mother of life. The roots of this betrayal lay in the allure of the energy crystals. Naturally, creatures would be reluctant to relinquish the fruits of their labor. Moreover, once they ventured far from the mainland, the mother of life could no longer track their whereabouts, emboldening their treachery. The consequence of such betrayal was severe. They could never return to the mainland, lest they face the wrath of the mother of life's enforcers. Moli surmised that the mother of life had likely opted to consolidate her more powerful subordinates following such betrayals. After forsaking the mother, the Fire Phoenix had utilized the energy crystals it had gathered to ascend to the rank of divine attendant, ultimately settling on Hulu Island, where it became neighbors with a colossal tree shepherd. Moli inquired, "Do you know the number of subordinates under the mother of life?" According to the Fire Phoenix, during her peak, she commanded hundreds of thousands of subordinates with guardian-level strength. However, in recent years, The forces from the other two continents had been engaged in warfare with her. Countless guardians had fallen, and the rate of replenishment was woefully insufficient. The Fire Phoenix could not ascertain how many remained, but it was certain that the Mother of Life could effortlessly annihilate humanity. Without even mentioning her divine guards and generals, she could summon an army of over 1 billion insects to overwhelm humanity. Such an enemy, in numbers alone, would be impossible to vanquish. In truth, the Fire Phoenix possessed little intelligence. Within 10 minutes, it had shared all it knew, much of which corroborated the information Moli had previously received from Bai Li, leaving him with no reason to doubt its veracity. At this point, the Fire Phoenix was on the verge of death, its speech fragmented. Moli quickly asked, "Do you know the Mother of Life's weakness?" The Fire Phoenix replied weakly, "I do not know her weakness, but I am aware that she has never left the land where she took root. To discover her vulnerabilities, you must investigate for yourself." Moli pondered privately. Is it possible that her essence cannot move? For now, he decided to set that thought aside. "I have finished my inquiries. You may give birth now." Under Moli's watchful gaze, the Fire Phoenix erupted into flames. A surge of energy burst forth from the inferno, branding itself upon the back of Moli's right hand. This was the Fire Phoenix's unique life mark, allowing its child to recognize Moli as kin. After more than 10 minutes of burning, all that remained was an egg the height of a person. The flames, born from the Fire Phoenix's flesh and blood, had been entirely absorbed by this egg. The manner of its laying intrigued Moli. He commanded, "Taigu, take this egg with us back to the Dawn base." "Yes, master." As he observed the diligent Taigu, Moli instructed, "The shipyard in Coastal City has begun constructing a fleet of large missile boats and 6,000-ton vessels. Once we complete our tasks here, devise a plan for exploring the surrounding islands. We must not overlook the wealth of the sea." Taigu responded joyfully, "Rest assured, Starmaster, I shall accomplish this task." Before long, the base introduced the naval branch into its military structure. Concurrently, a new department, the Naval Division, was established under the Armed Forces Committee. The players who participated in the Hulu Island operation reaped substantial rewards. In light of this successful endeavor, a fervor for maritime exploration swept through the base. Numerous large adventure groups began to allocate personnel to Coastal City, preparing to tap into the ocean's riches. Moreover, the recently appointed acting lord of Coastal City, Taigu, enjoyed a surge in popularity. His success invigorated other internal officials, who were motivated by the prospect of rewards for achievements bestowed by the Star Master. 5 days later, the selection examination for military management personnel concluded successfully. After careful consideration, Moli announced the appointments of commanders for 5 operational headquarters. First, at Dawn Base, the command was expected to fall to Cold Sniper. The deputy commander would be Flying Bird, with Wu Jianfeng as the chief of staff. According to the announced military structure, the command of Dawn Base was elevated above the others, granting it authority over the remaining headquarters. At Bayesity Command, the commander would be Shirley Jianshun, with Shuxing Jian as the deputy and Duanchang Chao as the chief of staff. At Fengzi City Command, the commander would be Yuan Wudi, with the deputy position vacant, and Tiaozhi Yao Yao as the chief of staff. At Luyin City Command, the commander would be Poison, with the deputy position vacant, and Mountain Eagle as the chief of staff. Finally, at Coastal City Command, the commander would be Dewayu, with the deputy commander as Level 8 Gale, and Duanchang Chao as the chief of staff. Each command would be supported by 20 to 30 operational advisors, logistical support personnel, and clerks. Additionally, Xinfeng Piaoliu continued to oversee the Air Force, holding a rank equivalent to that of a standard commander. The positions of chief in the command, staff, army, logistics, and navy divisions remained vacant, ensuring room for advancement to better entice players to strive for success. With the selection of commanders for each headquarters, military command authority became clear, alleviating the burden from the Dawn Base Command, which had previously managed every detail, great and small. Chapter 103, The Game Launch on Blue Star. At the headquarters of the Interstellar Company, Jiang Chaoyang constantly glanced at the time displayed in the lower right corner of his computer. At that moment, the clock read 11:46 a.m., Precisely at noon, Interstellar Miner would go live globally. It was unclear how many players had already donned their gaming helmets. Despite the exorbitant price of 19,999 yuan, approximately 3,000 USD, for each helmet, the enthusiasm of gamers worldwide remained undeterred. After all, this was the first online game in the world to achieve 100% realism. The helmet alone held monumental significance. Moreover, only 3 million units were released in the initial batch, with the second batch not set to arrive for another month. Those familiar with online gaming understood that entering the game early provided a significant advantage. Remarkably, the helmet sold out in less than a day. The company was inundated with calls from foreign distributors eager to secure their orders for the second batch, brandishing cash in hopes of acquiring the coveted helmets in advance. The scarcity of stock had birthed a thriving second-hand market, where the price of helmets soared over 40,000 yuan in the Dragon Kingdom. Many individuals profited handsomely from reselling their helmets. However, once they discovered the game's true nature, they would likely regret their haste. In addition to players, numerous gaming companies, streamers, and media reporters awaited the game's commencement. The investment of over 100 million by the wealthy Zheng family had already garnered extensive media coverage. The outside world was curious about the impact this groundbreaking game would unleash. Among the skeptics were many streamers, particularly because Interstellar Miner did not offer screen sharing services. Not only was screen sharing unavailable, but even the function to take screenshots was absent. With so many high-tech innovations within the game, Moli would not allow others to replicate them without consequence. As the clock struck noon, the intelligent device refreshed the online player count: 51, 242, 120, 956, 473, 895. In just a minute, the number of players online surpassed 1 million. Upon witnessing this data, Jiang Chaoyang finally felt a sense of relief. His efforts had not been in vain. As long as enough players logged in, he need not fear any revelations of secrets. After observing for a while longer, Jiang Chaoyang donned his gaming helmet. Inside the game, players, after naming their characters, faced their first choice, selecting their birthplace. Each city and outpost had a population limit, primarily determined by the number of available clone bodies. Once the limit was reached, players would have to select from the remaining options. Players tended to choose based on the names of the locations. For instance, foreign players predominantly selected Mordor, Grington, and Ghana, as these cities and their respective outposts aligned with their naming conventions. Conversely, players from the Dragon Kingdom typically chose from the original 5 cities. As selections concluded, countless players awakened within the clone bodies on Planet M. For example, at the Dawn base, which usually hosted around 3,000 players, an influx of 74,000 new players surged in, creating a cacophony of excitement. Fortunately, these newly arrived players had not yet completed their physical coordination phase. Otherwise, the scene would have been even more chaotic. To assist these newcomers in their adjustment period, aside from those on missions, the remaining 17,000 veteran players received mandatory tasks to guide the newcomers. Producing too many service robots was not cost-effective, especially for short-term use. These veteran players were undoubtedly the best choice for this role. At that moment, Wu Jianfeng and Fania looked at the 40 new players in the room. Feeling a headache coming on, Fania lamented, "I have this strange feeling, as if I've returned to my university days welcoming freshmen." Wu Jianfeng reassured him, "Fortunately, this is only temporary." Quickly connecting to the room's audio system via his wristwatch, Wu Jianfeng announced, "I will only say this once, so listen carefully." A new player inquired, "Who are you, and why should we listen to you?" Wu Jianfeng replied, "I am your novice training instructor, Jianjian Tianya, and this is Instructor Fania beside me. Our evaluations will determine whether you can graduate from the novice training camp." Upon hearing this, the new players finally quieted down. First, you are undergoing a period of synchronization between your soul and body. In approximately 2 to 3 hours, you will fully master physical control. Please refrain from making baseless claims about the gaming helmet malfunctioning. Many players stifled laughter, as their immediate reaction to feeling out of control had been to suspect a defect in the helmet. Second, The wrist device you possess serves as a communication terminal linked to the base system, including an offline function. I want to elaborate on every feature. If you have questions, simply voice your queries to the intelligence system. Third, shortly, Fania and I will take you to the training room to familiarize yourselves with your bodies. Once you master physical control, you will receive a task to choose your profession. Fourth, according to the game's design, we are adventurers from a foreign realm, using clone bodies in the game world. As the production of clone bodies requires time, the cooldown period after death is a lengthy 48 hours. Please do not recklessly put yourselves in danger. Initially, Moli had limited resources and energy at the base, making it challenging to produce an abundance of clone bodies. Moreover, since clones are living entities, preserving them long-term necessitated the use of dormancy chambers, which also demanded substantial resources. Additionally, without a death penalty, players would lack regard for their in-game bodies. Thus, the base maintained the 48-hour death cooldown policy. In the future, Moli planned to introduce a service allowing players to shorten the death cooldown period for a fee. By expending a certain amount of contribution points, players could reduce their cooldown time. Moli aimed to continually deplete players' contribution points to encourage their engagement. By the time Wu Jianfeng finished outlining the essential information for novices, several minutes had passed. After waiting a bit longer, four floating vehicles were summoned due to the overwhelming number of newcomers. With some crowding, all four vehicles could accommodate the players. A new player approached Wu Jianfeng and asked, "Instructor Tianya, there are rumors online suggesting that contribution points in the game can be exchanged for cash. Is that true?" Wu Jianfeng confirmed, "Indeed, it is true. Your wrist device contains a trading system where you can conduct transactions involving any items. The currency used can be either contribution points or real-world money, with the current exchange rate being approximately 1 contribution point for 2.8 yuan. Zheng Tianlong, possessing a sharp business acumen, had managed to secure additional funds from his mother while leveraging the game's secrets to collaborate with several wealthy players from the open beta phase to establish a bank, Glory Bank. Currently, the bank offered 3 primary services. First, currency exchange, where the bank purchased contribution points from players using real-world money and then sold those points at a premium to buyers using real currency. Second, a lending service that offered loans of contribution points to players. Third, a savings service that accepted deposits of contribution points. Upon learning of this development, Moli chose not to prohibit it, but instead granted the first license to Glory Bank. After all, demand fosters market growth. Moli's intent was not to suppress, but to regulate. With regulation in place, the industry can flourish healthily. Upon learning that in-game currency could indeed be converted into real money, new players eagerly inquired, "Instructor Tianya, is it easy to earn contribution points?" Wu Jianfeng remarked. In the past, when there were fewer players, contribution points were relatively easy to accumulate. However, with so many participants now, it is difficult to say. This cohort of closed beta players has undoubtedly reaped substantial benefits. Currently, even the least affluent among them boasts over 200,000 contribution points, while those with greater resources possess nearly 1.6 million. When converted to cash, this equates to an average of 1 millionaires among them. Prior to this, they were merely impoverished individuals struggling to find employment in reality. This transformation has occurred within just a few months. Chapter 104. Benevolent competition on the 11th floor of the Dawn base. Moli was attentively listening to Zhang Chaoyang's report. The factory had been operating at full capacity, with the second batch of gaming helmets expected to reach 4.3 million units. However, concerns lingered that various countries might obstruct their sale. Among the initial players, many of them were already infiltrators. The reality of the M-Star was difficult to conceal. Moli, ever prepared for such contingencies, commanded, "Intelligent Brain, display the military three-dimensional model of Blue Star." Instantly, a three-dimensional projection of military installations from various countries appeared before them. Military bases, troop deployments, missile silos, mobile missile launchers, naval fleets, weapons factories, command centers, everything was laid bare. Zhang Chaoyang's eyes widened in astonishment, having no doubt regarding the authenticity of the data. Moli, with a sense of pride, remarked, "Should they dare to impede the sale of our gaming helmets?" The intelligent brain of the lunar base can swiftly take control of all their wireless communication networks and command over 70 of the world's operational missiles. Do you comprehend the implications of this? The remaining 30 of missiles were beyond control merely because they required manual key insertion to fire. Jiang Qiuyang understood all too well that as long as the Star Master wished, he could obliterate most nations. Many of those operational missiles were equipped with nuclear warheads. While the annihilation of all humanity was implausible, the eradication of a significant portion was certainly feasible. It was not Moli's intent to execute such measures, but rather to ensure that nations recognized his capacity for destruction. This knowledge would deter them from obstructing his recruitment efforts. If they proved obstinate, Moli would not hesitate to make an example of them. Jiang Qiuyang inquired, "Star Master, shall we continue to distribute the second batch of gaming helmets at a 2:1 ratio between foreign markets and Long Kingdom?" Moli affirmed, "Yes, we shall maintain that ratio." The decision to allocate most gaming helmets for overseas sale was rooted in the fact that many countries permitted firearms. Their proficiency in shooting inherently surpassed that of players from Long Kingdom. Observing the players' performances made this evident, while players from Long Kingdom were still grappling with assembling firearms. Their foreign counterparts were already equipped and venturing forth into adventures. Although there were numerous retired soldiers within Long Kingdom, they had either been settled by government agencies or had fallen into various trades, with few entering the gaming domain. Furthermore, many foreign players possessed flying licenses, rendering them potential pilots. At present, the construction of the base's army was commendable, yet the Air Force lagged behind. As for the Navy, it existed solely on paper. After concluding the report, Jiang Qiuyang promptly logged off to address company matters. Meanwhile, Moli began attending to daily affairs. In a conference room within Glinton City, over 100 Westerners gathered for a meeting. Despite their considerable numbers, they were subtly divided into 7 factions. In reality, besides those present in the conference room, several hundred others participated online. If names were revealed, one would find that this assembly encompassed a significant portion of renowned foreign gaming guilds: Starry Sky, Fallen Angels, Realm of Gods, Divine Departure, Wolf Clan, and the Temple of Galen. At that moment, the speaker was the president of the Fallen Angels Guild, known as the Lord of Destruction. According to the intelligence we have gathered, there are 8 cities within the gaming world, with Dawn Base serving as the main city. Each city has established offices and command centers for military and political governance. Aside from Mulder, Glinton, and Ghana, the primary officials and military commanders for the other cities have already been selected. The gaming officials had deliberately reserved these 3 cities for foreign players, and their intentions were crystal clear. They did not worry about the ownership of these cities, but rather about the head start that players from Long Kingdom had already secured within the game. Players were vocally frustrated by the absence of game updates, yet upon logging in today, they were utterly captivated by the game's realism. Until another online game with comparable authenticity emerged on the market, Interstellar Miner would undoubtedly reign supreme in the gaming world. To put it bluntly, after experiencing this game, who would wish to revert to outdated mouse-operated online games? Moreover, the scarcity of gaming helmets intensified the desirability among players. The first batch of players, comprising both closed and open beta testers, had secured considerable advantages. However, as the second batch, they too would enjoy a significant edge over subsequent players. Let us not forget that, aside from their real-world shooting skills, their numbers exceeded those of players from Long Kingdom by a factor of 2. Thus, from the perspective of the leaders of these gaming guilds, the disparity was not overly concerning. The central discussion now revolved around how to bridge the gap with the first batch of players. Hegrius, the president of the Temple of Galen, proposed to narrow the divide. We must enhance our standing in the eyes of the Star Master. If we can demonstrate our superiority over players from Long Kingdom, he will naturally place greater trust in us, the Western players. Many guild leaders echoed this sentiment, and soon they devised specific strategies. One aspect focused on showcasing combat skills, while the other aimed to achieve remarkable accomplishments swiftly. Demonstrating combat skills was straightforward, as each training module had performance rankings. If Western players could dominate the training leaderboards, it would indisputably prove their superiority over players from Long Kingdom. The president of the Fallen Angels Guild was the first to claim a training module. I have a player who is a retired sniper instructor from Delta Force. We shall take on the long-range sniping module. We from the realm of gods can contribute 5 players with extensive flying experience, one of whom has piloted military transport aircraft. We can cover all flying training modules. We from Divine Departure can take on all artillery training modules. Before long, various guilds had claimed the training modules, and some guilds, having been slow to respond, missed the opportunity. The discussion soon shifted to the second matter, how to achieve commendable accomplishments. The Lord of Destruction continued. I have found 16 A-level missions in the task hall, 7 of which are located around the cities of Molder, Glinton, and Ghana. However, while we have ample manpower, we lack the contribution points necessary to purchase heavy firepower equipment. Accumulating contribution points with only the standard issue pistols provided by the base is far too slow. We require rifles, grenades, light and heavy machine guns, rocket launchers, mortars, and even armored vehicles and armed helicopters. The president of the Wolf Clan proposed. I have discovered that there is a bank established by players from Long Kingdom within the game, where real-world currency can be exchanged for contribution points. We could leverage this opportunity. The Lord of Destruction summarized. Then, guilds willing to participate in this endeavor should contribute proportionately to purchase contribution points. Agreed. Our Wolf Clan will join. Our Temple of Gallon will also participate. Before long, Western players began to make their mark within the game. This benevolent competition was precisely what Moli desired. Chapter 105. A visit from the authorities as the first batch of players logged out of the game. Discussions surrounding it swiftly dominated global trending topics. Although the game's public beta had previously sparked considerable debate, its impact had been primarily confined to the confines of the Dragon Kingdom. This time, however, it reverberated internationally. The consensus among critics was strikingly uniform. The game was astonishingly lifelike, as if it were an actual world. While some expressed concerns about the lack of originality in the game's storyline, this did little to diminish its overall acclaim. Numerous international media outlets described the game as the inception of a second world for humanity, a commendation of notable magnitude, with millions of players vouching for its quality. Attempts to tarnish its reputation by the media were futile. Consequently, the price of gaming headsets surged once again. Countless gaming guilds announced their intent to venture into interstellar minor, yet they faced a shortage of headsets. Hundreds of organizations sought to collaborate with the Interstellar Gaming Company, but all were thwarted by Jiang Chuyang. This included several foreign governments and social institutions. The application of virtual technology extends beyond gaming. It holds promising potential in military, medical, educational, and tourism sectors. In the office of the Provincial Security Bureau's director, Sui Gongding spoke gravely. Jiang Yunlong, you cannot be serious. Jiang Yunlong replied with a wry smile. Director, I understand this conclusion seems absurd, but all our investigations lead to this result. To validate this hypothesis, I deliberately engaged with the military's real-life training system, which has only strengthened my conviction. Sui Gongding inquired cautiously. Are you certain? Jiang Yunlong responded. It is precisely because I lack certainty that I seek your support. Acknowledging Jiang Yunlong's capabilities, Sui Gongding hesitated. Submitting such findings would undoubtedly invite scrutiny. Yet if the conclusion were true, it would spell disaster not only for the Dragon Kingdom, but for humanity as a whole. Thus, careful verification was imperative, even if the odds were 1 in 10,000. Weighing the potential outcomes, Sui Gongding asked, what support do you require? Jiang Yunlong replied, 2 aspects. First, to organize experts from various fields to investigate within the game. Second, to conduct a large-scale population screening to locate the closed beta players and extract clues from them. Based on our current intelligence, those closed beta players must know some secrets. Beyond them, Zheng Tianlong also represented a significant lead, having invested over 100 million into the game and established the first bank within it. His actions were undeniably suspect. However, Zheng Tianlong alone would not suffice. They needed more testimonies to substantiate the veracity of the claims. Sui Gongding stated, I grant you authorization, proceed with confidence. However, all individuals involved in this investigation must maintain strict confidentiality until the matter is resolved. Jiang Yunlong assured him, "Rest assured, we will uphold confidentiality." With authorization in hand, Jiang Yunlong swiftly mobilized personnel for the investigation. Although the closed beta players had concealed their true identities, their accents and occasional dialects would still reveal their origins. They were avid gamers, often confined to their homes, and possessed gaming headsets. Following these leads, while it wasn't guaranteed they would find everyone, locating a few individuals seemed feasible. Before proceeding, Jiang Yunlong decided to visit Jiangning City to converse with Zheng Tianlong. Later that evening, at the Zheng residence in Jiangning, the family had just finished dinner. In his efforts to secure funding from his parents, young Master Zheng had been diligently nurturing his roles as a son, husband, and father. Although his extravagant spending on gaming still drew criticism from Yang Mei, she acknowledged his gradual transformation. Moreover, the buzz surrounding Interstellar Miner had even reached her ears. Experts in the media projected that the game could generate hundreds of billions in value. Witnessing her husband treat gaming as a business venture, Yang Mei began to accept him more readily. At that moment, a bodyguard approached Zheng Yingrong and Yang Dexin, reporting, "Madam, sir, several individuals from the Security Bureau have arrived, seeking to speak with the young master." Years ago, Yang Dexin had married into the Zheng family. Thus, despite holding the position of president at Glory Group, all company shares were under Zheng Yingrong's name. In public, Zheng Yingrong afforded her husband respect, but within the home, her status remained superior. This was also why Zheng Tianlong could often charm her into granting him funds. Individuals from the Security Bureau, Zheng Yingrong and Yang Dexin exchanged glances before turning to Zheng Tianlong. He understood all too well what was meant to come would eventually find him. He merely hadn't anticipated that they would track him down so swiftly. Yang Mei questioned directly, "Zheng Tianlong, have you been involved in any illegal activities with that group of friends?" Zheng Tianlong explained, "Please, don't jump to conclusions. I assure you, I haven't done anything illegal. I will explain everything later." Before Yang Mei could erupt again, Zheng Yingrong interjected, "There's no need to panic before we understand the situation. We should wait to hear their intentions first. I trust in Tianlong's character." The mother's evident indulgence toward her son was unmistakable. Yang Dexin reassured, "Mei, your mother-in-law is correct. Let us wait to hear their side." He then turned to the bodyguard and instructed, "Chao, please invite our guest from the Security Bureau inside." Zheng Tianlong added, "Mom, Dad, I probably haven't done anything wrong. They likely want to confirm some details with me. I should call my uncle." Concerned for her son, Zheng Yingrong's instinct was to leverage connections. Zheng Tianlong's uncle, Zheng Haojia, had served as deputy mayor of Jiangning City over a decade prior. Although retired, he still had valuable connections to navigate certain matters within the system. Jiang Yunlong entered with 3 subordinates, immediately locking eyes with Zheng Tianlong. "I apologize for interrupting your meal. I am Jiang Yunlong, Deputy Director of the Provincial Security Bureau's Investigation Division. I have come to inquire about some matters with young Master Zheng." Upon hearing it was merely an inquiry and not an investigation, everyone present exhaled with relief. Zheng Yingrong responded haughtily, "Deputy Director Jiang, if you merely wish to ask my son about something, you may do so here at our home. There is no need to go to your bureau." Yang Dexin subtly gestured to his wife, clarifying, "Deputy Director Jiang, my wife means to say that our son is inexperienced in the ways of the world. It would be preferable for us, as parents, to be present, to ensure he does not misspeak and inadvertently affect your official duties." Jiang Yunlong regarded Zheng Tianlong and remarked, "I am amenable. It ultimately depends on young Master Zheng's preference." Zheng Tianlong promptly interjected, "Mom, Dad, I'll speak with them upstairs. Deputy Director Jiang, please lead the way." Zheng Yingrong wished to follow but was restrained by Yang Dexin. Chapter 106. Scheming. As soon as Jiang Yunlong settled into the study, he outlined his intentions. "Young Master Zheng, you can likely surmise our purpose here. Let us converse candidly." Zheng Tianlong took a deep breath and replied, "Please proceed." Jiang Yunlong wasted no time in clarifying the gravity of the situation. "I must inform you plainly. Given the severity of this matter, should you choose not to cooperate. We will have no option but to summon you back to the Bureau. The Zheng family cannot protect you, and collaborating with us is your sole recourse. Zheng Tianlong understood the seriousness of the situation and did not feign ignorance. However, before disclosing any secrets, he sought to negotiate terms. I am willing to share the secrets I possess, as it is my duty as a citizen of this nation. Yet we are under no obligation to assist you in any other capacity. Agreed. Zhang Yunlong had not anticipated Zheng Tianlong would perform any tasks for them. Zheng Tianlong continued. In truth, all the secrets have been clearly presented in the game's opening video. It depicts a genuine world where the Star Master employs third-level civilization technology to summon our consciousness there, and we engage through clones. Zhang Yunlong was already mentally prepared and quickly inquired, "Do you have any evidence?" Zheng Tianlong had promised Dugu Feiyang not to disclose certain secrets obtained from the other party. Thus, he could only use his own experience as proof. I consumed an evolution fruit in the game, which enhanced my sensory abilities. This enhancement resonated at the soul level, resulting in my current sensory capabilities being several times greater than before. At that moment, Zhang Yunlong and the others were astonished. The abilities acquired in the game could indeed reflect in the physical body? Zhang Yunlong hastily asked, "What is the principle behind this?" He sensed that the higher-ups would be profoundly interested in this phenomenon. Zheng Tianlong explained, "I researched the knowledge base at the facility, which states that the body and the soul complement each other. Every enhancement in one can feed back to the other. My soul has received this feedback, ultimately manifesting in my physical form. Indeed, the frontier of science leads to theology." Zhang Yunlong continued, "Now that you acknowledge it as a real world, have you attempted to bring any of their technology back?" Zheng Tianlong elucidated, "In fact, many harbor this thought, yet the facility's knowledge base does not disclose such information. Even if we were presented with advanced technological results, we would be unable to fully grasp the underlying techniques due to the technological gap." With this explanation, Zhang Yunlong understood. It was akin to presenting a card to someone from ancient times. They would struggle to comprehend its principles based solely on the physical object. Noticing Zhang Yunlong's interest, Zheng Tianlong proposed a feasible approach. "Our lack of success may be due to our non-expertise in scientific research. You might consider arranging for professionals to investigate. Even if we cannot delve into third-level civilization technologies, we could explore the military technologies of the beautiful country." Zhang Yunlong's eyes brightened. He had not forgotten the plethora of advanced weaponry from that region. Zheng Tianlong continued, "Currently, all players aware of the truth are not focused on extracting items from the game. Instead, they aim to accumulate merit and contribution points to obtain citizenship on Planet M, allowing them to continue their lives there under a different identity when they grow old. The prospect of extending one's lifespan by more than double was undeniably tempting." Zhang Yunlong recognized that no one could resist such a lure, especially those who wield power in reality but are advancing in age. With a sense of responsibility, Zhang Yunlong pressed further. "Based on your understanding of the Star Master, does he harbor any intentions towards our blue planet? For instance, invasion or colonization?" Zheng Tianlong shook his head. "You must verify that for yourselves. As of now, no signs have been detected. The relationship with the Star Master resembles more of a contractual nature. Moreover, Blue Planet lacks any unique resources. He may not even find us appealing. If that Star Master truly belongs to a third-level civilization, Blue Planet offers little to entice him. We possess no advanced technology, nor do we have valuable resources." After discussing for over an hour, Zhang Yunlong finally took his leave with his team. Once the Security Bureau personnel departed, the Zheng family interrogated Zheng Tianlong. The involvement of the Security Bureau, particularly with a deputy director leading the charge, indicated the extraordinary nature of the matter. Observing the eager expressions of his parents and wife, Zheng Tianlong chose to be forthright. However, the information he shared seemed fantastical to the three of them. "Tianlong, are you feeling unwell?" Yang Mei inquired, placing her hand on his forehead. Zheng Tianlong retrieved a recording device and played back his conversation with Zhang Yunlong. Upon listening, all three were left in shock. Even if Zheng Tianlong had lost his mind, It was improbable that a deputy director from the Security Bureau would engage in such a trivial charade. This meant that the seemingly absurd information was indeed true. This is utterly absurd, Yang Dexin finally managed to articulate after a lengthy silence. Zhang Yingrong, displaying more fortitude, gazed at him intently and asked, Long, what support do you require? Whether financial or manpower, our family will wholly back you. This was a celestial opportunity to alter the family's fortunes, and the Zheng family must seize it. Yang Dexin, too, had come to realize the implications, stating, The company still has over $2 billion in the account. I will immediately instruct finance to transfer funds to you. The world held countless wondrous items and the prospect of doubling one's lifespan. Who would not desire such an opportunity? Zheng Tianlong replied, The Glory Bank's operations are currently stable, and I do not require substantial funding at this time. Moreover, I have an agreement with my other two partners, and it would not be prudent to start anew and offend anyone. I do, however, lack trustworthy personnel to assist me in managing the adventure team. Currently, game helmets are in short supply. I must wait for the second batch to be released. I have managed to acquire 3 helmets, originally intended for my parents and you. Mei. Only 100,000 game helmets had been issued domestically, with over 9 million applicants vying for them. Thus, the Interstellar Gaming Company adopted a lottery system for distribution, not only domestically, but also internationally. Moreover, the lottery system was managed on the Interstellar Company's own platform, making it impossible to manipulate. Zheng Tianlong had purchased those 3 helmets at a premium from the second-hand market. It was not that he could not acquire more, but the Interstellar Company's strategy was evidently aimed at preventing bulk hoarding of game helmets by certain individuals. He did not wish to test the Star Master's limits. 3 helmets sufficed. Zheng Yingrong decisively assigned roles. Your father and I are of an age where our thinking has become rigid. We would likely be of little assistance in the game now. We can wait until later to join. Mei's management skills are well recognized. She is perfectly suited to enter the game and assist you. The remaining 2 helmets will go to your cousin Zhongkong and your cousin Han Yuan. They are family and trustworthy. Yang Mei hesitated. Mom, what about the company? Zheng Yingrong frowned, perplexed as to why her usually astute daughter-in-law was being obtuse at this moment. Yang Dexin quickly interjected. The company is under my watch. Helping Long is of utmost priority. Yang Mei nodded slightly, understanding the importance, and agreed. Thus, the Zheng family resolved to fully support Zheng Tianlong in his endeavors on Planet M. Chapter 107. Into the Bureau. In truth, when the Security Bureau commenced its investigation, Moli had already been apprised of the situation. Even after the Bureau dispatched a cadre of experts to delve into the game, Moli deliberately facilitated certain conveniences. His choice not to remain in obscurity stemmed from a readiness to emerge into the light. It was time to attract individuals from around the globe to serve his cause. However, prior to that, Moli needed to unify the thoughts of his core players. Thus, he convened key leaders from various military and political sectors across the cities for a meeting. In the conference room, as they gazed at Moli, seated in the prominent position, a myriad of expressions adorned their faces. It was noteworthy that Moli had previously issued commands through an intelligent brain interface. This marked the first instance of him gathering them face to face. Despite the fact that the Star Master appeared before them as a human clone, the advanced technology of their tri-level civilization had instilled no doubts about his identity as a member of the Blue Planet. Moli commenced with an opening statement. Though this is my inaugural face-to-face dialogue with all of you, those present here can be regarded as my trusted aides. So there is no need for such tension. At the mention of trusted aides, a wave of delight washed over the attendees, signifying the Star Master's recognition of them as the early contributors to this venture. The lone wolf, Lonely Hunter, was the first to express his sentiments. Star Master, please command us. We shall execute your wishes flawlessly. The others echoed their loyalty in unison. Moli raised his hand to beckon for silence. You may have harbored a question. Why have I feigned ignorance, never acknowledging this as a tangible world? Wu Jianfeng tentatively inquired. Star Master, are you concerned we might inadvertently reveal too much? Moli nodded slightly. I was unprepared before, and I did indeed consider that aspect. The room fell silent as they awaited his continuation. Moli instructed the intelligent brain to present the investigation findings from the Longwa Security Bureau. Upon learning that the government was already aware of the situation, none were surprised. Even they could discern the truth, let alone the government, which had assembled a significant number of elites. Moli continued, "The purpose of this meeting is to inform you that I possess the capability to protect each one of you, even against a coalition of all nations on the blue planet. You may work for me without concern for other matters." The implication of his words was profound. While the specifics of Moli's cards remained unclear, no one doubted the veracity of his statement. Cold Sniper implored, "Star Master, if a conflict with the nations of reality does arise, please show mercy towards Longwa. It is our homeland. We beseech you to be lenient." The others joined in their pleas. Longwa was not only their nation, but also Moli's. Such a modest request was readily accepted by Moli. Before the meeting adjourned, Moli encouraged them, "You are now the upper echelons of our interstellar company. This status is not inferior to the powerful in reality. I hope that when confronting official matters, you will uphold our prestige." In an instant, the attendees grasped the implications of his words. Individuals like Cold Sniper, Flying Bird, and Wu Jianfeng commanded troops numbering in the millions. Their influence rivaled that of the military titans of a nation. They were no longer the grassroots of the blue planet. With newfound encouragement, their loyalty to Moli ascended to a new height. In reality, who would grant them such immense power? Even for their own interests, they would pledge their lives to remain faithful to Moli. The following day, in a rented room in Hangqing, knock, knock, knock. As the door swung open, Wu Jianfeng's figure was revealed. Upon seeing two unfamiliar faces outside, he asked warily, "Is there something you need? Are you Wu Jianfeng?" One of them subtly pressed against the door with his foot. Wu Jianfeng's suspicion deepened as he inquired, "I am Wu Jianfeng. Who are you?" "Community Safety Inspection." Before he could finish, the intruders pushed their way inside. "Hey, this is my home. You're trespassing." The leading man promptly produced his credentials, Security Bureau Officer Su Maozhong, empowered by the Constitution and laws of the nation. "We are permitted to enter residences for investigation when necessary. Then why not reveal your identities from the outset? Concealing your intentions, and now you show your credentials. I still cannot ascertain their authenticity," Wu Jianfeng muttered. Su Maozhong's gaze fell upon the gaming helmet on the table, and he sternly asked, "Are you a closed beta player of Interstellar Miner? I advise against any tricks. We have already verified with the landlord the timing of your acquisition of the helmet." Wu Jianfeng retorted defiantly, "So what if I am? Playing a game isn't illegal." Su Maozhong, unperturbed, asserted, "Now, please come with us. We need your cooperation for an investigation." "I need to grab something." Wu Jianfeng, observing the handcuffs displayed, refrained from any rash actions. As they descended the stairs, the landlady looked on in surprise, asking, "Xiao Wu, you haven't gotten into any trouble, have you?" Wu Jianfeng smiled. "There's nothing to worry about, landlady. I'm merely cooperating with their investigation. They'll return me shortly." Watching Wu Jianfeng enter the vehicle, the landlady remained skeptical. In the office, an officer entered to report to Jiang Yunlong. "Director Jiang, we just brought back that individual. I checked his identity in the game. He is the chief of staff of the Dawn base." Jiang Yunlong inquired with astonishment. "Are you certain?" The officer affirmed, "Unless he is lying, the game ID-wielding sword across the world indeed belongs to the chief of staff of the Dawn base. I'll speak with him personally." A foreign chief of staff's visit warranted an equivalent reception from national leaders, and now this individual was a chief of a tri-level civilization, leaving Jiang Yunlong uncertain of his standing. Upon meeting Wu Jianfeng, Jiang Yunlong expressed his apologies. "I'm sorry for the oversight. Due to the urgency of the situation, we have kept Mr. Wu waiting. I neglected to introduce myself. I am Jiang Yunlong, Deputy Director of the Investigation Office, currently responsible for the investigation into Interstellar Miner." Wu Jianfeng scoffed. "I expected that my status would warrant at least a national chief of staff to receive me, yet here I am met by a mere deputy director. Clearly, I have overestimated my significance." His words were a subtle mockery of his own lowly status. Jiang Yunlong remained composed, responding calmly, "Regardless of the status you players hold in that realm, as long as you are here, You are citizens of our nation and must abide by our laws. I wonder if Mr. Wu concurs with this perspective? Chapter 108. Polite Conversations. May I inquire how many closed beta players you have located? I hope I am not the first to fall into your net. Wu Jianfeng expressed his curiosity. Zhang Yunlong replied, prior to your arrival, Mr. Wu, we had already identified 5 closed beta players, yet none of their identities hold a candle to yours. Furthermore, I find your choice of the term falling into a net somewhat inappropriate. We are merely in the investigative phase. The higher authorities have yet to reach a conclusion regarding how to treat you and the third-level civilization's Star Lord behind you. We are simply asking for your cooperation in this inquiry. Zhang Yunlong emphasized the word ask. Wu Jianfeng jested. Well, that's a relief. I thought you had deemed me a traitor. Zhang Yunlong smiled apologetically. Mr. Wu, you jest. At most, you may be considered as working for extraterrestrials. But as long as you have not committed any acts harmful to humanity, treachery is hardly applicable. In this relatively amicable atmosphere, the two engaged in conversation. Wu Jianfeng began by affirming the reality of Planet M. Zhang Yunlong, accustomed to probing, inquired, why did you not report the truth upon discovering it? Wu Jianfeng elucidated. There are 2 reasons. Firstly, whether at the outset or now, we possess no tangible evidence. It has merely been a gradual realization of our hypothesis. Until the Star-Lord voluntarily discloses the technology for virtual realization, even if we reported it, you would find it hard to believe. Zhang Yunlong could somewhat understand this point. Closed beta and open beta players' helmets are uniquely bound, lacking screenshot capabilities. Thus, even if they reported it, they would likely be dismissed as delusional. Secondly, there is a degree of self-interest involved. If you were in our position, you probably would not reveal such a fortuitous opportunity, would you? Wu Jianfeng's candor stemmed from the fact that no existing law categorizes their concealment of information as illegal. If one were to claim they illegally migrated to an alien planet for work, their bodies remain here on Blue Star. Zhang Yunlong queried, have you ever encountered that extraterrestrial Star-Lord? The few times the Star-Lord appeared in public, he utilized human clones, leading us to suspect that his true form was injured and in slumber. Veteran players generally share this speculation. Zhang Yunlong pressed further. Have you discerned any intentions of the Star-Lord to invade Blue Star? Wu Jianfeng countered. That is beyond our knowledge. The 2 planets are vastly distant, and the Star-Lord can only extract our consciousness. Claiming an invasion seems rather far-fetched. Noticing Zhang Yunlong lost in thought, Wu Jianfeng cautioned. I advise against provoking the Star-Lord. While he may not be able to physically transport our bodies, it does not imply he lacks the means to attack Blue Star. Zhang Yunlong understood this well. After all, one does not dare to recruit hundreds of thousands to work on Planet M without a few trump cards. Let us not forget, the helmets of closed beta players were voluntarily presented. What role does Jiang Chuyang play in the game? I do not know. None of us are aware of his true identity within the game. Wu Jianfeng could not help but envision a cleaver during this exchange. Over an hour later, Zhang Yunlong personally escorted Wu Jianfeng to the door. Mr. Wu, please maintain contact during this period. We may require your assistance again. The Security Bureau was indeed hesitant to act aggressively towards Wu Jianfeng until the higher authorities reached a consensus on how to address these individuals. Although he may appear as an ordinary citizen on Blue Star, he is a general capable of commanding 1 million troops in advanced civilizations. Naturally, under the guise of protection, surveillance was inevitable. Wu Jianfeng replied calmly, rest assured, Deputy Director Jiang. We are citizens of the Dragon Nation and will not engage in actions harmful to humanity or our motherland. At that moment, 2 officers arrived with 5 young individuals. Noticing Wu Jianfeng's puzzled expression, Zhang Yunlong explained, these are the other 5 closed beta players. They were detained for a bit longer than anticipated. And they can now leave with you. Detained for too long? Clearly, they were held captive. Wu Jianfeng understood their intentions were merely to test the authenticity of his identity. Wu Jianfeng commanded the 5, I am armed with a sword. My identity code is WZ007, and the command center code is report your positions and game IDs. Upon hearing this, the 5 saluted reflexively. Second-class Warrant Officer Xiaoyao Wang, I have met with the General of Tianya. third-level combat staff of the Beijing Command Center, Guizhiliang. I have met with the General of Tianya. Wu Jianfeng returned their salutes. At this moment, the group looked at Wu Jianfeng with a newfound fervor. A blend of excitement from meeting an online acquaintance and the thrill of encountering a superior. At that instant, Jiang Yunlong no longer doubted Wu Jianfeng's identity. Wu Jianfeng turned to Jiang Yunlong. Director Jiang, if there is nothing further, we shall take our leave. Jiang Yunlong inquired. Do you truly not require my assistance in arranging transportation back? No, thank you. Take care. No need for formalities. As Wu Jianfeng and his companions walked away, Jiang Yunlong turned to see Director Sui Gongding approaching. Sui Gongding instructed, I must fly to the capital immediately to report this matter to the higher authorities. During this time, you are only permitted to monitor them without taking any action. Jiang Yunlong assured, rest assured, Director, I understand the gravity of the situation. After giving his instructions, Sui Gongding promptly entered his vehicle. Once he had departed, the group erupted into excited discussion. It was a rare occasion. They had finally encountered a living general. They may not speak, but we can finally claim to have seen the true form of the general. After conversing, Wu Jianfeng exchanged real identities with the five, Sima Un, Wang Hezhao, Lu Yuanqin, Guo Huairan, and Li Yulong. Wang Hezhao anxiously asked, General, if we have been exposed, will it affect the Star Lord's plans? This question revealed Wang Hezhao's loyalty to the Star Lord surpassed his allegiance to the nation. The other four, having reflected, regarded Wu Jianfeng with similar concern. Wu Jianfeng reassured them, you need not worry. The Star Lord convened a meeting with us key personnel just last night. He must possess some trump cards and is unlikely to fear a coalition of Blue Star's nations against him. Hearing this, the five felt a wave of relief. Being expelled due to a leak would be an unjust fate. Wu Jianfeng proposed, let us go. It is a rare opportunity for us to meet offline. I shall treat you all to a meal. If the General of Tianya is treating, we must go. I am in. It has truly become an online acquaintance meeting. Let us proceed. I recall there is a fine restaurant ahead. Meeting right next to the Security Bureau. Do you think it will be construed as provocation? With General Tianya present, what is there to fear? Chapter 109. The invitation in the capital of the Dragon Kingdom. A significant meeting at the highest elder level was convened. After the report from Director Chao Zhengin of the Security Bureau, several elders remained visibly astonished. The very fact that the Grand Elders summoned them to discuss this matter attested to its authenticity. Moreover, given their status, they were privy to numerous secrets regarding extraterrestrials. For instance, decades ago, the United States had recovered a crashed alien spacecraft, and much of their advanced technology originated from it. In the northern nation of Ura, alien corpses had been excavated from ancient tombs. They had not anticipated that the enigmatic extraterrestrials would so brazenly present themselves before the inhabitants of Blue Star. The focus of their discussion was how to address this advanced civilization. From the outset, the elders divided into two factions. The first faction argued that the higher civilization's invitation to players from Blue Star was undoubtedly malicious. How could such a superior civilization genuinely wish to bestow benefits upon humanity? They believed that the benevolent offerings from the Star Master were merely a deceptive lure, akin to a pig slaughtering scheme. Once millions of players entered the game, their souls would effectively be at the mercy of the extraterrestrials, rendering them hostages. With a mere flick of a finger, the aliens could obliterate vast numbers of Blue Star citizens, facilitating their conquest. Consequently, they insisted on prohibiting citizens from accessing M-Star via gaming helmets and advocated for military enhancements to thwart potential alien incursions. Conversely, the second faction contended that, given the extraterrestrials' technological prowess, colonizing Blue Star would be a straightforward endeavor for them, since they had not exhibited hostility and had openly revealed their presence. It was clear they bore no ill intentions. Even if they did harbor malice, humanity would likely be unable to resist. Thus, they advocated for formal engagement, exploring the possibility of amicable cooperation. The tantalizing prospect of acquiring extraordinary items capable of enhancing one's strength or transferring dying souls to M-Star for continued existence held immense allure for many. The attendees, predominantly over 60 years of age, were driven by an intense desire for longevity. Despite the risks, they were willing to take a chance. As the two factions stood firm in their opinions, unable to sway one another, one elder proposed that the approach towards the extraterrestrials should not only concern the safety of their nation, but also that of all humanity. He suggested communicating with the other four nations to discuss a unified stance. Upon hearing this proposal, all members fell into contemplation. Should the Dragon Kingdom establish diplomatic relations with the extraterrestrials while other human nations opted for hostility, it would place the Dragon Kingdom in jeopardy. The term traitor was anything but flattering. After some deliberation, the Grand Elder accepted this suggestion. Meanwhile, within the White House in the United States, the president was in a fit of rage. The reason for his fury was that the intelligence agency had confirmed that the military equipment showcased in the game was a precise replication of their own advanced military assets. A gaming company had leaked their cutting-edge military technology, which was utterly unacceptable. Before the president could announce sanctions against the Dragon Kingdom's gaming company, the Secretary of State brought forth an astonishing revelation. The president, taken aback, exclaimed, "Today is not April Fool's Day. You cannot be serious." The secretary, equally astonished, replied, "I share your shock, but the Dragon Kingdom's second elder is already en route on a plane. You may wish to inquire directly with him." After a moment's thought, the president instructed, "Immediately notify the other 3 permanent members of the council to send representatives of sufficient stature. I will arrange for communication." The secretary promptly departed. The president, contemplating the situation, decided to contact the major stakeholders behind the scenes to report the matter. Do not be surprised. The President of the United States operates similarly to a CEO. In an ancient manner, an elderly gentleman in his 80s sat in a wheelchair, feeding pigeons. At that moment, a middle-aged man hurriedly approached. Once the servants had withdrawn, the middle-aged man quietly relayed the news. Upon hearing that lifespans could be extended by more than double, the elderly man's hands trembled, scattering the pigeon feed across the ground, revealing his profound excitement. After regaining his composure, he commanded, "Immediately dispatch experts from various fields into the game to verify the authenticity of this information and initiate dialogue with them." After a moment's reflection, he added, "Find a pawn to test the strength of the other party." The middle-aged man, puzzled, asked, "Father, won't that offend them?" The elderly man, with a penetrating gaze, replied, "That is precisely why we need a pawn. Only by understanding their true nature can we determine our strategy." The middle-aged man nodded and promptly set about fulfilling the task. At the headquarters of the Dragon Kingdom's Interstellar Company, a group of undercover security officers burst into the president's office. Jiang Chuyang maintained a calm demeanor, clearly unperturbed by their arrival. The leading officer announced, "I am Yang Xinyue, the chief of the Special Operations Bureau, assigned to escort Mr. Jiang to the United Nations Conference." Jiang Chuyang chuckled, "We are starting with the United Nations. That is quite prestigious." "Mr. Jiang, please follow me," the officer responded. Jiang Chuyang donned his coat and led the way. Outside the office, more personnel from the Special Operations Bureau were maintaining order amidst the anxious employees. Jiang Chuyang reassured them, "I will be attending a conference abroad and will return in no more than 2 days. During my absence, Miss Sun Eileen will oversee company affairs." Upon hearing this arrangement, the secretary, Sun Eileen, appeared fearful and timidly protested, "Boss, I am just a secretary." Jiang Chaoyang mused aloud, "Indeed, a secretary may not be suitable for managing the company. I shall promote you to vice president. Lawyer Yang, please draft an appointment letter designating Sun Eileen as the company's vice president and copy all employees." The other executives exchanged knowing glances. They found it hard to believe that there was nothing more than a professional relationship between Sun Eileen and the boss. Yang Fuchen, the company's legal advisor, displayed commendable professionalism and responded, "Yes, boss." He was perplexed as to why so many special agents were required for the boss's departure. But as long as the company remained operational, his legal responsibilities persisted. Seeing Jiang Chaoyang hesitating, Yang Xinyue reminded him, "Mr. Jiang, the private jet is waiting at the airport. We should hurry." Had it not been for the leader's repeated insistence on politeness, Yang Xinyue would have already ushered Jiang Chaoyang onto the plane. After offering encouragement to the anxious secretary, Jiang Chaoyang exited the company amid the curious gazes of his colleagues. Stepping out of the building, a military helicopter awaited him on the street, surrounded by a larger contingent of police maintaining order and a throng of onlookers. Yang Xinyue explained, "We will first take the helicopter to Hangqing Airport, then board the national leader's private jet to the United States." Jiang Chaoyang nodded and boarded the helicopter. Chapter 110. The early bird. As Jiang Chaoyang embarked on his journey to the League of Nations, in the residence of the leader of the Sakura Nation, the foreign minister entered the leader's office to report, "Our esteemed leader has just informed us to immediately prohibit the distribution of the Interstellar Company's games within our country and to confiscate all game helmets." The leader lifted his head and confirmed, "Is that the company that possesses 100% virtual reality technology?" The foreign minister replied, "Indeed. It is that company from the Dragon Nation, which has distributed approximately 20,000 units of the game Interstellar Miner in our country. It is no secret that the beautiful nation is also eyeing the 100% virtual reality technology." Thus, the leader naturally deduced that the beautiful nation intended to exert pressure to compel compliance. The matters instructed by the leader must be executed with diligence. The leader ordered, "Announce publicly that the game helmets pose serious safety issues. Retrieve sales data from the game helmet distributors and task the local police departments with the confiscation of the helmets." The foreign minister cautioned, "The citizens have invested a considerable amount in purchasing these helmets. Direct confiscation may incite public discontent." After some contemplation, the leader commanded, "Then, we shall provide monetary compensation to the players based on the purchase price of the game helmets. Additionally, remember to hold the Interstellar Company accountable for our losses." The foreign minister was familiar with this strategy. Fabricate one or two incidents involving the safety of the game helmets. Subsequently, let the media amplify the reports. And then one could openly announce the ban on Interstellar Miner. Finally, pursue accountability from the Interstellar Company and impose exorbitant fines. Soon, news broke of 2 Sakura Nation players suffering severe injuries due to exploding game helmets, making headlines internationally. The Sakura Nation government promptly held a press conference, vehemently condemning the deadly safety issues associated with the Interstellar Company's game helmets. Citing national security concerns, the government officially declared a ban on Interstellar Miner within its borders, mandating the confiscation of all distributed game helmets. Local police departments hurriedly visited the delivery addresses provided by the distributors to collect the helmets. Although the players were reluctant, they had no choice but to watch the police seize the helmets under the promise of compensation and safety considerations. Just as Jiang Chaoyang disembarked from the plane, he received a call from Sun Eileen. The foreign media, oblivious to the truth, incessantly circulated the news and fanned the flames, feigning concern for the safety of their country's gamers. Apart from the 1 million game helmets in the Dragon Nation, the remaining 2 million had been distributed across 27 nations on the Blue Planet. The beautiful nation alone had distributed 250,000 helmets, while several smaller developed countries had distributed a few thousand each. With the foreign media's embellishment, numerous players began to harbor doubts regarding the safety of the game helmets. The daily active players on M-Star saw a significant decline almost immediately. Observant individuals noted the beautiful nation's silence on the matter, and some online media outlets retracted their news shortly after posting. Clearly, the beautiful nation's authorities were intervening. Jiang Chaoyang reassured, "I am already aware of the situation. You need not concern yourself with the Sakura Nation's government. They will soon come begging for my forgiveness." On the other end of the line, Sun Eileen was utterly bewildered, beginning to question her boss's sanity. Would a developed nation truly kneel and plead before him? After Jiang Chaoyang ended the call, the official representative from the beautiful nation at the airport greeted him courteously. "Mr. Jiang, I am Smith, the director of the protocol department. I will personally take care of your reception during your stay in our country, and your safety will be comprehensively protected by agents from the presidential office." The protocol department is a direct unit under the beautiful nation State Council, and the director holds a significant position. Yang Xian interjected, "Mr. Smith, according to the discussions between our 2 countries' leaders, the responsibility for Mr. Zhang's safety during his stay in your country will be jointly provided." Smith was aware of this and turned to Jiang Chaoyang. I can comply. It depends on Mr. Zhang's preference. Jiang Chaoyang nonchalantly replied, let us do it together. I am not accustomed to being surrounded by so many foreign faces. Daring to be so audacious in front of the director of the beautiful nation's protocol department. Jiang Chaoyang was indeed the first. Smith's expression shifted slightly, clearly vexed. However, prior to this meeting, the Secretary of State had specifically instructed him to extend the highest courtesy to the guest. Smith could not fathom why such honor was being afforded to a mere business owner, yet he had to obey his superior's orders. Suppressing his anger, Smith gestured for Jiang Chaoyang to proceed. As they walked, Jiang Chaoyang inquired, when is the meeting scheduled? Smith explained, considering you have just endured a long flight. The meeting has been arranged for tomorrow morning, allowing you to rest well tonight. It seemed they were providing ample time to strategize their response to the challenges posed by the Sakura Nation. Jiang Chaoyang chose not to reveal his intentions, planning to unveil something shocking to them the following day. The news of the Sakura Nation's ban on interstellar minor reached the Dragon Nation, causing quite a stir. There were many individuals within the Dragon Nation who were enamored with foreign affairs, and with so much foreign media coverage, a significant number of people were swayed. Out of personal safety concerns, many players who owned game helmets were hesitant. A small fraction even rushed to the company's official website to request refunds. Following Jiang Chaoyang's directives, customer service processed refunds for these individuals. The first batch of game helmets had an average winning rate of approximately 112. By the time the second batch was released, the winning rate was likely to soar to 100. At that time, those who had requested refunds would surely regret their decision. Moreover, several astute individuals noticed the price of game helmets in the second-hand market rising rather than falling, leading them to sell them off through that market. However, truly wise individuals were but a minority. In a luxurious estate in New York City, beautiful nation, Bryson had just entered the living room when he saw his father, Jefferson, rushing in. Bryson, do you still have that Indapos, Interstellar Minor Indapos, game helmet? Bryson replied, yes, I still have it. Why, Dad? Jefferson urgently asked, tell me the name of the gaming guild you are involved with and how many members are in Interstellar Minor. Also, what percentage of the guild do you own? Bryson was puzzled. Dad, why are you suddenly so interested in gaming? Jefferson snapped, enough with the chatter. Just tell me about the guild. Bryson explained, our guild, the Celestial Temple, has 237 players in Interstellar Minor, due to the recent incident with the Sakura Nation players. A few members are considering leaving the game. I own 30% of the guild shares. The remaining shares are held by 4 other vice presidents. Jefferson solemnly stated, I do not care how you played games in the past, but now is the time for you to contribute to the family. Bryson protested, but Dad, isn't they're my older brother and sister managing things for you? You don't need me, who only knows how to enjoy life. Realizing his son had misunderstood, Jefferson quickly clarified, I will immediately allocate $1.5 billion to you. You must find every possible way to strengthen our influence in Interstellar Minor. This $1.5 billion is merely the initial funding. Feel free to request any further support you need, and the family will fully back you. Seeing his father so animated, Bryson momentarily thought he had lost his mind. However, when Jefferson revealed the news he had just learned, Bryson's eyes widened in astonishment. Many of the previously puzzling matters suddenly made sense. Chapter 111. Flexing muscles. The recent developments in the land of cherry blossoms have had a profound impact. Meanwhile, South Korea, believing it has discerned the intentions of its superior, has opted to follow suit. Under the guise of security, they have prohibited the release of interstellar miners within their borders, and rather arrogantly demanded that the interstellar company reimburse players for the purchase of their gaming helmets. As this negative sentiment continues to spread, veteran players who are privy to the truth have gathered at the Dawn base, eager to ascertain whether the omnipotent Star Master possesses any means to intervene in matters on Blue Star. Upon the emergence of Cold Sniper and Wu Jianfeng, a throng of over 1,000 quickly surrounded them. Cold Brother, Tianya, what does the Star Master say? Does he have a solution? Once the crowd settled, Cold Sniper introduced. The Star Master has announced a live broadcast in 5 hours, and everyone may tune in on the Interstellar Company's official website. A live broadcast? The crowd exchanged puzzled glances. Wu Jianfeng elaborated, "The Star Master does not engage in futile efforts. Please ensure you arrive punctually at the company's website for the live broadcast." Before he could finish, a system notification reached everyone, instructing all players to log in to the company's website for the live stream in 5 hours. This left the new players bewildered, sparking a flurry of discussion and confusion. 4.5 hours later, Jiang Chuyang, clad in casual attire, entered the United Nations conference room. The spacious chamber was occupied solely by representatives of the 5 benevolent nations. This was a closed-door meeting, kept from public view, with no minutes to be recorded. Fearless, Jiang Chuyang took his seat across from those whom he had previously regarded with reverence. The representative from the beautiful nation, Breno, was the first to speak. "Mr. Jiang, we are still entirely in the dark regarding your side. Could you begin by introducing your situation?" Chun Zhong'an, the representative from the Dragon Nation, added, "Mutual understanding is the foundation for communication and cooperation. We come with great sincerity to coexist peacefully with you." It appeared that these two nations were vying for dominance in collaborating with extraterrestrials. "There is no need for me to elaborate on my situation. You should already be well informed. Allow me to briefly introduce my employer's background. My employer, the Star Master, is a noble heir of a Level 3 civilization, exiled to M-Star for specific reasons. Within a light year of M-Star, numerous habitable planets exist, yet only the humans of Blue Star possess remarkable intelligence and adaptability, coupled with a vast population. Consequently, my master can only recruit personnel from Blue Star to develop M-Star." Jiang Chaoyang's account aligned seamlessly with the information presented in the game's promotional video. This narration evidently failed to satisfy the 5 representatives opposite him, who sought to extract more insights about the Level 3 civilization. After exchanging glances, they resolved to change tactics. Breno, visibly displeased, remarked, "Mr. Jiang, as your ancient saying goes, the well water does not intrude upon the river water. However, your employer has violated the fundamental principles of our Blue Star by recruiting subordinates through deceit. Moreover, we cannot ascertain whether your technology for separating souls from bodies will cause irreversible harm to individuals. For the safety of humanity, we request that you disclose your technology so we can verify that it poses no danger before further discussing cooperation." Jiang Chuyang inquired earnestly, "Is this the opinion of the beautiful nation alone, or do you all share this view?" The other 4 representatives unanimously sided with Breno, indicating they had already unified their stance. Jiang Chuyang smiled and responded, "Excellent." Simultaneously, on the Interstellar Company's official website, over 200,000 viewers were tuned into the live broadcast. The content was straightforward, featuring Moli interacting with players through a virtual image of a Gamma Star being. Uninformed players were bewildered, while those in the know eagerly engaged with Moli. Due to the lack of substantial content, the online viewer count plummeted from a peak of 220,000 to just over 40,000. The most anxious were the regulatory authorities, who discovered they were utterly incapable of blocking the Interstellar Company's live stream. Within the stream, hundreds of players expressed their concerns regarding the game bans imposed by the land of cherry blossoms and South Korea, fearing repercussions for their own nation. As the time approached, Moli confidently declared, "To prevent other nations from making erroneous decisions, I have decided to impose penalties on these 2 countries." This proclamation ignited excitement among the players. The Star Master is finally taking action. The broadcast then transitioned to an 8-split screen, each depicting a different location, primarily military bases in the 2 nations. However, one screen surprisingly displayed a toilet in the Jing Nation. The Dragon Nation's players erupted with enthusiasm, as this was a sight many wished to obliterate. Simultaneously, individuals surrounding these 8 locations received peculiar text messages, warning them of imminent devastation and urging them to evacuate immediately. Most dismissed it as a prank, with only a few taking it seriously. A greater number opted to call the authorities to report the messages. Observing the 8 locations on screen, Jefferson turned to Bryson and asked, "Bryson, do they possess any weapons capable of striking Blue Star?" Bryson replied helplessly, "Dad, I honestly have no idea. The weapons revealed at the bases seemed to be mere prototypes from various countries on Blue Star. I truly don't know what means that Star Master possesses. Pierce, Bryson's elder brother, astutely remarked, I believe they need not attack Blue Star from M-Star. Merely concealing their capabilities within Blue Star would suffice to establish their authority. Jefferson nodded slightly, acknowledging Pierce's insight. Simultaneously, the military bases of the beautiful nation stationed in the two allied countries sounded alarms of war. Combat personnel returned to their posts, fighter jets armed and ascended, and aircraft carrier fleets mobilized, activating all missiles. The beautiful nation displayed a modicum of goodwill, promptly notifying the two nations of the impending attack. Upon hearing that their nations were to be attacked, both countries were left in a state of confusion. Who intended to assault them? They did not know. From where would the attack originate? They had no clue. In the United Nations room, Jiang Chaiyang pointed to the 8 locations displayed in the virtual projection, remarking, The Star Master is benevolent. He specifically sent attack notifications to the nearby populace. It remains to be seen whether they choose to believe it. The assistants of the 5 representatives entered the room one by one, whispering to their respective representatives. The 5 representatives, observing Jiang Chaiyang's composed demeanor, remained silent. Testing the foe's strength had been a premeditated strategy. After all, the beautiful nation had numerous allies, sparing them from taking risks. Should the extraterrestrials prove to be no threat to Blue Star, it would present an opportunity to negotiate advantageous terms. If you recruit from my domain, surely you would grant me, the local authority, some concessions, would you not? Conversely, if that Star Master possesses the means to annihilate Blue Star, it would entirely reshape the negotiation dynamics. Chapter 112. Establishing authority on the high seas. The 7th Fleet of the United States Navy was conducting combat readiness maneuvers. Suddenly, several warships and submarines experienced anomalies in their missile launch systems. The systems automatically input attack coordinates and issued launch commands. Before any captain could report to Fleet Commander Vintensen, dozens of Patriot missiles began to ascend into the sky. Furious, Vintensen exclaimed, Are you seeking a military tribunal? How dare you launch missiles without my authorization? Are you attacking our allies? The captains, trembling with fear, responded, Commander, we did not launch those missiles. It was an automatic system activation. We have lost control over the fire control systems. It may be the work of extraterrestrials. If only 1 or 2 officers had claimed this, Vintensen might have dismissed it as mere excuses. But with all the captains affirming the same, a genuine problem was evident. Vintensen commanded, manually disable the weapon systems and communications. Switch the ships to manual operation and immediately report this intelligence to higher authorities. In truth, the chaos did not solely plague the 7th Fleet. Military bases surrounding the United States were also experiencing weapon malfunctions. Ballistic missiles, ship-based missiles, submarine-launched missiles, missile launch vehicles, and launch platforms all were firing automatically. The news sent the upper echelons of the United States into a frenzy. Among the launched missiles were over 20 intercontinental missiles carrying mushroom bombs. This was not merely an assault on the announced 8 targets. It was an attempt to annihilate these 2 small allies. Furthermore, it seemed likely that even the United States stationed troops in both regions would be at risk. The leaders of the 2 nations were bewildered, initially believing that the United States intended to obliterate them. However, the explanation provided by the U.S. military only fueled their anger. An alien attack? Surely, they could have concocted a more plausible pretext. With no alternative, the United States had to disclose that M-Star was a real world and that the 5 benevolent beings were negotiating with extraterrestrials. The 2 nations, regardless of the reasons, insisted that since the missiles were launched by the United States, they must resolve the situation. Otherwise, it would lead to mutual destruction. Thus, both countries began intercepting missiles while simultaneously inputting attack coordinates for the ballistic missiles, all aimed at military bases surrounding the United States, with their very survival at stake. Who would fear the repercussions from their master? The pressure mounted in the conference room. Breno pleaded, Mr. Jiang, these 2 nations have inadvertently offended you. Even if there is fault, it lies with their governments. Their citizens are innocent. The consequences of deploying mushroom bombs are far too severe. Jiang Chaoyang feigned ignorance. What? There are mushroom bombs among those missiles? Why did you not mention this sooner? This is your fault for deploying mushroom bombs at our allies' doorstep. We too have made an unintentional mistake. Breno nearly choked on his own blood. Chun Zhongyan, aware of the intended targets of the mushroom bombs, also attempted to persuade Mr. Jiang, for the sake of humanity, please intercede with your master on our behalf. Let us negotiate peacefully, and we will ensure that your master receives a satisfactory resolution. The other 3 representatives joined in the appeal. The capability to infiltrate military networks and control all fire control weapons exhibited the terrifying prowess of a third-class civilization. After a moment's deliberation, Jiang Chaoyang proposed a compromise. The already launched mushroom bombs could self-destruct, but the 8 targets we declared must be annihilated. The dignity of the master cannot be trifled with. Breno hesitated, but the other 4 representatives quickly agreed to the plan. Jiang Chaoyang commanded his smartwatch, intelligence system. Initiate self-destruction for all missiles carrying mushroom bombs. The attack targets for the other missiles remain unchanged. The intelligence system responded, acknowledged, self-destruction protocol initiated. Witnessing this scene, the 5 representatives realized they had underestimated Jiang Chaoyang, initially thinking of him as merely a messenger. They soon recognized that he wielded the authority to bring about the destruction of Blue Star. While the notion of destroying Blue Star might be exaggerated, should all nations' combat-ready mushroom bombs be launched, obliterating the surface and a significant portion of humanity would indeed be feasible. Uncertain if the United States had exerted pressure, the military of the 2 nations refrained from launching any intercepting missiles. Given that interception success rates were already low, they risked provoking a second wave of extraterrestrial attacks. Go ahead and detonate. I will withdraw the military personnel from the bases and the surrounding civilians. That should suffice, right? With their leader having conceded, what could they do? Before the screens, countless Dragon Kingdom players celebrated in the live chat as they witnessed the detestable toilet being obliterated. Meanwhile, the majority of players remained in a state of confusion. The game's officials stated they would punish the 2 nations, yet the outcome was missile launches from the United States. This logic was utterly perplexing. Confused players immediately sought clarification from veteran players. At this point, there was no need for concealment. The truth rapidly spread among the new players. Upon learning the truth, the new players were shocked yet began to understand why the veteran players were so elated. They had hitched their fortunes to a powerful ally. In the closed beta player group, veteran players excitedly discussed the event. The Master truly favors us Dragon Kingdom players, specifically destroying that loathsome toilet. It's incredibly exhilarating, proclaimed one. Don't stop me. I will dedicate my life to serving the Master. Another declared. We Dragon Kingdom players owe the Master a great favor, said yet another. Wu Jianfeng reminded in the group, everyone, after this battle, our identities and reality will undoubtedly change significantly, and we will face numerous temptations. We should carefully contemplate our future paths. Hearing this, all fell into deep contemplation. In the United Nations conference room, Jiang Chaoyang inquired, shall we continue our discussion? Breno suggested. We've been talking for over an hour. Mr. Jiang, you must be tired. How about we take a half-hour break and resume afterwards? Chen Zhongyan added. We have a designated relaxation area with excellent coffee and pastries. Mr. Jiang, why not sample some? Jiang Chaoyang understood their intent to communicate with higher-ups back home. He responded amicably, very well, I shall go and taste some. Once Jiang Chaoyang had stepped out, Breno instructed his secretary, find several young, attractive female staff members from various UN agencies to feign an accidental encounter with the other party. Chen Zhongyan, fully aware of their intentions, cautioned Mr. Breno. Perhaps you should consider how to address the other nations. The 2 small allies had been attacked, and the assault originated from the United States. The trajectories of the missiles could be tracked by radar and satellites. Not only would the directly affected parties have questions, but other nations would also undoubtedly be curious. Whether to inform them was a thorny issue that required careful consideration. Chapter 113. Coping Attitude within the Subterranean Nuclear Command Center of the Beautiful Nation. Military technical experts provided their professional insights. Given the capabilities exhibited by the extraterrestrial beings, they could easily commandeer all of our interconnected devices, including missiles, aircraft, satellites, and civilian communication systems. Even a single phased array radar could be compromised. The country's vice CEO, unwilling to accept this, inquired, "Is there truly no means of counteraction at our disposal?" The expert lamented, "The technological disparity between both parties is far too vast. We are unable to devise any effective defenses. The only recourse is to remove the control systems from all weaponry and revert to manual operation, with communications conducted solely via landlines to prevent eavesdropping. This approach undoubtedly regresses our technology by decades, while aircraft can still be manually operated without their control systems. Modern planes operate at such high speeds, relying on communication satellites for navigation. We cannot expect pilots to navigate using terrestrial landmarks, can we? The impacts on submarines, naval vessels, and missiles are even more pronounced." Chief of Staff Lyle suggested. "Based on the expert's conjectures, the Gamma aliens must have a base on our blue planet. Only then could they control our missile launches through communication means. If we can locate and annihilate this base, we could surely free ourselves from the Gamma aliens' grasp." The Secretary of State immediately countered, "Such an action would be utterly futile. They do not possess merely one base. I believe our most pressing priority is to establish cooperation with them. There is no inherent conflict between us. The Gamma aliens harbor no intention of colonizing Blue Planet. They are merely recruiting subordinates from it. Had we not employed the Cherry Blossom Nation to probe the Gamma alien strength, this minor conflict would never have arisen." Defense Minister Dryman expressed concern, "But if we do nothing, we effectively place our fate in the hands of the Gamma aliens." The Secretary of State clarified, "We are not doing nothing. We require time to upgrade our technology. Does M-Planet not possess advanced technologies from numerous higher civilizations? We could dispatch experts to learn and subsequently adapt these technologies for our use." At this moment, a sound of snoring interrupted the discussion. The group turned to see the country's CEO fast asleep. Given his age, this was somewhat understandable. Perhaps he had grown accustomed to such discussions. The Secretary of State prompted, "Sir, your thoughts?" The CEO roused himself, feigning composure. "Who will summarize our discussion?" The Vice CEO proceeded with a summary. "We have clarified several points. First, we are currently unable to contend with the Gamma aliens, not merely due to technological disparities, but also because we lack knowledge of their precise locations. Second, given that the Gamma aliens have not exhibited hostility towards humanity thus far, we may seek to engage in cooperation. We can offer our blue planet as a source of necessary labor, but they must also provide us with certain benefits, be it items from M-Planet that enhance individual capabilities or advanced technologies possessed by the Gamma aliens. Third, we cannot afford to be completely defenseless against the Gamma aliens. We must regulate the number of players logging into M-Planet to prevent the aliens from taking them hostage. Fourth, we are significantly lagging behind the Dragon Nation on M-Planet, and we must increase our share of the second batch of gaming helmets to ensure that the benefits do not solely accrue to the Dragon Nation." Minister Dryman added, "Our near clash with the Cherry Blossom Nation in South Korea, coupled with our prior concealment of the truth, necessitates some reassuring measures." The Secretary of State affirmed, "I will handle this matter." Consequently, the CEO instructed, "Very well, let us proceed as agreed and synchronize our discussions with Breno." Meanwhile, in the Cherry Blossom Nation, the leader was infuriated, shattering all porcelain in the office. This time, they had truly been duped by the beautiful nation. They had unwittingly offended a higher civilization, losing not only 4 military bases, but also their national symbol, their toilets. As for the other unfortunate party, one could only say it was a case of self-inflicted misfortune. However, the Cherry Blossom Nation had indeed been led astray by their masters. Once calmed, the leader instructed several cabinet members, immediately inform Yamamoto Kimpu of the United Nations and implore him to seek forgiveness from the other party by any means necessary. Additionally, "How many gaming helmets have we collected?" The Minister of Internal Affairs reported, "We have already gathered 12,000 gaming helmets, with an additional 8,000 still being collected." The leader commanded, "Apart from reserving 2,000 helmets for backup, we must draft 18,000 000 elite soldiers from the military to log into M-Planet and serve the aliens. Upon hearing this, the cabinet members present silently acknowledged the brilliance of the plan. Since we have offended the other party, we should merely cater to their needs. They are in dire need of soldiers, and deploying active duty personnel is surely preferable to sending in those disabled players. In the Cherry Blossom Nation, those who spend all their time gaming are indeed regarded as worthless. Moreover, aligning with the strong is naturally in the Cherry Blossom Nation's character. When a third-tier civilization strikes, the beautiful nation is rendered too fearful to retaliate. The superiority of strength is glaringly apparent. Subsequently, the Assembly continued to deliberate on how to quell this incident. With 4 military bases destroyed and their spiritual pillar, the toilets, obliterated, public sentiment surged, urging the government to declare war against the beautiful nation. We cannot afford to offend the beautiful nation, nor can we afford to anger the aliens. We must carefully consider how to resolve this matter. On the Dragon Nation's side, the expressions of several elders appeared considerably more relaxed. Witnessing the beautiful nation's 2 vassals receiving punishment was undeniably gratifying. Furthermore, the destruction of the toilets, which had long been despised by the Dragon Nation, added to their satisfaction. Another major reason for their ease was the Dragon Nation's overwhelming advantage on M-Planet. The closed beta and open beta players were predominantly from the Dragon Nation. These individuals now held significant positions of power. Moreover, the Dragon Nation possessed the most gaming helmets, eclipsing all other nations. The elders focused on the upcoming second batch of gaming helmets rather than the helmets held by veteran players. The sheer number of players exceeded 1 million. If they pursued a strategy akin to that of the Cherry Blossom Nation, it would undoubtedly incite widespread public outrage. Additionally, it could risk offending the Star Master. After all, this new batch of players already enjoyed considerable advantages within the game. Replacing them would necessitate starting from scratch, disrupting the current balance. Regardless, there would be ample gaming helmets in the second batch, and solutions could be found from there. The Grand Elder instructed, those players who have already secured high positions on M-Planet must be swiftly identified in reality and placed on a special protection list, ensuring their welfare and benefits are enhanced. Continue to acquire gaming helmets in the second-hand market, operating on a voluntary basis with price incentives. Inform Chen Zhongwen to leverage Jiang Chaoyang's identity to foster goodwill, guiding him to favor our Dragon Nation during negotiations. The Grand Elder's directive was met with immediate compliance from those present. Naturally, necessary precautions would be maintained. Chapter 114. The Beauty Trap in the Leisure Area. Jiang Chaoyang was engaged in conversation with a stunning beauty from the Dragon Country named Yang Wenxuan, a well-connected individual and translator for the Dragon Country at the United Nations. Moments earlier, a throng of beautiful women had approached Jiang Chaoyang, some intentionally and some inadvertently, attempting to strike up a conversation. Jiang Chaoyang was well aware that they were employing the allure of beauty to win his favor. He was not intimidated by such sugary tactics. He viewed it merely as a perk of his work. Indeed, those women were quite captivating. However, with his English proficiency only at level 4, he found casual conversation somewhat challenging. Thus, he continued to chat with Yang Wenxuan. As they grew more familiar, Yang Wenxuan directly voiced her curiosity. I am intrigued. Although you are a prominent entrepreneur and scientist, it seems unlikely that you could command the collective admiration of representatives from 5 nations, correct? Moments before, her superiors had instructed her, under administrative mandate, to employ her beauty to charm Jiang Chaoyang. To be frank, she had initially resisted. Nonetheless, with pressure from both her superiors and her father, who urged her to prioritize the greater good of the Dragon Country, she reluctantly set aside her personal reservations. This dual pressure only deepened her curiosity about Jiang Chaoyang. With a sense of pride, Jiang Chaoyang replied, "It's quite simple. Their attempts to win my favor stem not only from fear of the power I wield, but also from a desire to gain advantages through me." Fear? Advantages? Yang Wenxuan's confusion deepened. The 5 benevolent nations already represented the mightiest force on Blue Star. Why would they fear a relatively well-known scientist? Observing the beautiful girl before him, Jiang Chaoyang felt an undeniable urge to draw closer. Would you like to know more? he inquired. Yang Wenxuan hesitated but ultimately nodded slightly. Unbeknownst to her, the more curious she became about Jiang Chaoyang, the deeper she would find herself ensnared. Jiang Chaoyang proposed, "I can appoint you as my translator, but I am uncertain how your involvement might impact your future work. Please consider it carefully before giving me your answer." With the presence of a handheld smart device, Jiang Chaoyang had no need for a translator. However, he welcomed the opportunity to interact further with the enchanting woman. Before Yang Wenxuan could make a decision, Yamamoto Jinfu, the representative from the Sakura country at the United Nations, hurried over. Upon arrival, he bowed at a perfect 90 degrees, stating, "Mr. Jiang, our leadership has instructed me to convey our sincerest apologies. Please inform the Star Master that our nation was misled and coerced into making erroneous actions against yours." He continued, "To express our genuine regret, our government has selected tens of thousands of elite soldiers who stand ready to serve the Star Master." Jiang Chaoyang was more aware of the situation than Yamamoto Jinfu might have realized. Yet, as the one taking the lead, he had no intention of letting the messenger off lightly. Calmly, he responded, "On behalf of the Star Master, I accept your apology." Although Jiang Chaoyang harbored no fondness for the people of the Sakura country, he understood the importance of maintaining the Star Master's grand objectives. The Star Master needed to gather talent from around the globe and must do so impartially. Seizing the moment, Yamamoto Jinfu extended an invitation. "We would be honored, Mr. Jiang. Our artistic performance troupe is already en route to the United Nations, specifically to perform for you. We would also like to invite you to our pavilion this evening to witness their performance." It was evident what the purpose of this artistic troupe was. With Yang Wenxuan present, Jiang Chaoyang felt it inappropriate to express too much enthusiasm for the performance. He politely declined, stating, "I must forego the artistic performance as I am eager to return to my homeland this evening. I will relay the matter of your active duty troops willing to serve the Star Master to him." Yamamoto Jinfu shifted his approach. "No problem at all. If Mr. Jiang's schedule is inconvenient, I can have the performance troupe reroute to the Dragon Country to perform for you there." Jiang Chaoyang found it difficult to stomach the thought of how many people these performers had served. After a second refusal, Yamamoto Jinfu bowed and took his leave. As a diplomat, reading the room was a fundamental skill. Continuing to press would only lead to annoyance. Yang Wenxuan, having witnessed the entire exchange, was utterly astonished. To see an ambassador of a nation bow so humbly in apology was beyond belief. What intrigued her further was the mention of the Star Master. The Sakura country was actually recruiting tens of thousands of soldiers to serve this Star Master. Had the world gone mad? Observing Yang Wenxuan's puzzled expression, Jiang Chaoyang teased, "So, do you wish to delve deeper into the secrets surrounding me?" Without hesitation, Yang Wenxuan replied, "If possible, I would gladly serve as your translator." At that moment, Chen Zhonghan approached. "Mr. Jiang, I apologize for keeping you waiting. We can resume the meeting now." Previously, it had been communicated that the intermission would last half an hour, but over an hour had passed. Jiang Chaoyang bore no ill will. "Not at all. The company of such a lovely lady has kept me entertained. Please proceed." Jiang Chaoyang made a request. "If Ambassador Chen has no objections, I would like Yang Wenxuan to serve as my dedicated translator." "Of course," Chen Zhonghan replied with a knowing smile. Upon Jiang Chaoyang's entrance, the representatives from the other four nations rose simultaneously to greet him. Their reverence was not directed at Jiang Chaoyang himself, but rather at the advanced civilization he represented. Bruno remarked, "Mr. Jiang, I apologize for the delay." Yang Wenxuan accurately translated this. Jiang Chaoyang glanced at Yang Wenxuan, subtly indicating, "The coffee and pastries here are quite delightful." Observing the bashful Yang Wenxuan, Bruno felt no jealousy. The representatives from the 5 nations had already reached a collaborative agreement. First, they would finalize the cake, and then they would divide it internally. As everyone took their seats, the negotiation phase commenced. Jiang Chaoyang quickly assumed the lead in the discussions. His previous languid demeanor had merely been due to his lack of engagement in the negotiations thus far. "Ladies and gentlemen," he began, "allow me to first introduce the situation regarding Planet M, and then we can discuss the specifics of our collaboration." No one objected. They were eager to learn about this planet. Jiang Chaoyang retrieved a projection sphere from his pocket and placed it on the table. With a press of a button, a three-dimensional image materialized above them, revealing the outline of Planet M. Planet M is located approximately 0.56 light-years from Blue Star, with a volume 34 times greater than that of Blue Star, and 79 of it is ocean. Upon hearing that Planet M's volume was 34 times that of Blue Star, the attendees expressed a collective sense of regret. Such a vast, habitable planet had fallen under the control of an exiled extraterrestrial. As Jiang Chaoyang continued to describe the wondrous items and magical beings found there, their astonishment grew. Particularly, the various treasures that could enhance human capabilities were immensely tantalizing. At present, we have only claimed about 300,000 square kilometers of land on the continent of life, which is less than 1,000th of the total area. To establish a solid foothold on Planet M, we require a population of at least several million, ideally. 1 or 200 million would be even better. Upon hearing this population requirement, the representatives from the 5 nations let out a sigh of relief. With a population of over 8 billion on Blue Star, they could easily meet this demand by pooling resources from their respective countries. A trivial matter. Chapter 115. Negotiation terms. Though the demand for human resources may seem trivial, it does not prevent them from inflating their bargaining chips. Breno feigned difficulty. Mr. Jiang, your demand for personnel is indeed rather excessive, especially considering you seek members of the social elite. Jiang Chaoyang retorted with sarcasm. Mr. Breno, you ought to share that sentiment with the gamers who spend their lives immersed in the virtual world. They might be quite moved. In any country, professional gamers do not belong to the social elite. In many nations, they are even regarded as symbols of idleness. Furthermore, during this global economic downturn, with widespread unemployment and an oversupply of labor, recruiting workers from Blue Star merely serves to alleviate social tensions. Chen Zhongyan promptly addressed Breno's shortcomings. Mr. Jiang, Mr. Breno's remarks were not entirely complete. While it is true that gamers represent idle labor in various countries, relying solely on them cannot cultivate a civilized society on a barren planet. The development of such a society necessitates skilled professionals from diverse fields. These individuals comprise the true social elite. Chen Zhongyan's statement held merit. Despite Su Moli's control over advanced civilization production bases, he currently lacked creativity or, more specifically, research capabilities. His outputs were confined by the regulations imposed by the Gamma inhabitants. To enhance creativity, a substantial number of researchers would be essential. Jiang Chaoyang conceded. Ambassador Chen, I acknowledge your point, but at present, we only require these idle professional gamers. We have no intention of encroaching upon your elite ranks. How can we secure advantageous terms without elevating the stakes? Consequently, representatives from the 5 nations took turns persuading him. With 5 seasoned diplomats against him, Jiang Chaoyang found it challenging to contend. Growing increasingly exasperated, he finally issued a warning. Ladies and gentlemen, I am not a diplomat. I cannot master your diplomatic jargon. Let me lay bare a fact. Mr. Yamamoto from Sakura Nation has already approached me with sincere intentions. They have not only offered to mobilize the entire gaming community, but are also willing to dispatch active military personnel to serve the Star Lord on M-Star. If you persist in this manner, I shall forego your input and negotiate directly with Mr. Yamamoto. Yang Wenxuan could not help but regard Jiang Chaoyang with newfound respect. At that moment, she comprehended his purpose for bringing her into the conference room. He was clearly leveraging her presence to affirm his position. Meeting Chen Zhongyan's inquisitive gaze, Yang Wenxuan subtly nodded. The representatives from the 5 nations quietly exchanged opinions, ultimately finding themselves compelled to compromise. Jiang Chaoyang proceeded to outline his conditions. First, the Star Lord would establish several research laboratories, permitting various countries to send researchers to explore advanced technological achievements and unique resources. Any findings would be credited to the researchers. Naturally, the primary beneficiary of any discoveries would be Su Moli, the Star Lord. An English representative inquired, "Why not directly transfer the technological expertise to us?" Jiang Chaoyang replied, "Ultimately, you have not actively contributed to the Star Lord's endeavors. You have merely refrained from obstructing our recruitment efforts from Blue Star. Thus, We have no obligation to compensate you. The English representative was momentarily rendered speechless, compelled to concede the truth in Zhang's statement. Though you cannot bring back the unique resources produced on M-Star, you can investigate their beneficial components and conduct human biological experiments on M-Star. Once you attain results, you may return to Blue Star for production. The humans on M-Star utilize clones, so live experimentation poses no legal or ethical risks. If we can truly identify the beneficial components of these unique resources, it could significantly enhance the physical capabilities and lifespan of Blue Star's inhabitants, as well as cure numerous ailments. This prospect proved highly enticing to the nations involved. Secondly, the Star Lord is willing to offer a limited number of citizenships to each nation, enabling your leaders to upload their consciousness to M-Star before their mortality concludes, embarking on a new journey of existence. This proposition was one no one could refuse. Chun Zhong'an inquired, "How can you guarantee the longevity of this citizenship?" Jiang Chuyang pondered briefly and explained, "What I can share is that the Star Lord's original body has been injured and has remained in a stasis chamber. He currently exists only as a human clone." This revelation sparked boundless speculation among the attendees. What if the Star Lord's original form could not be revived, thereby necessitating his existence as a human? Even if he were to recover, he would be the sole extraterrestrial on the planet, surrounded entirely by humans. In truth, this planet would bear no significant difference from one occupied by humanity, unless, of course, the Star Lord preferred to associate with emotionless robots. With the aid of gamma technology, humanity could potentially evolve into an advanced civilization on M-Star. While Tier 3 civilization is uncertain, Tier 2 is absolutely attainable, though the benefits were limited to 2. Each possessed undeniable allure. Jiang Chuyang added, "Finally, I can assure you on behalf of the Star Lord that as long as incidents like those from Sakura Nation or South Korea do not recur, we harbor no intentions towards Blue Star and will not interfere in your nation's affairs. To put it bluntly, aside from your population advantage, there is nothing that would attract the Star Lord's interest." This assertion left no room for rebuttal. Breno suggested, "Mr. Jiang, might you take a brief respite while we synchronize the negotiation details with our home countries? We shall provide you with a response shortly." Jiang Chaoyang acquiesced, "Certainly." Chun Zhong'an instructed, "Xiaoyang, please escort Mr. Jiang to the dining hall." "Understood, Ambassador Chun." Yang Wenxuan grasped his intent. Jiang Chaoyang did not object, relishing the opportunity to continue conversing with the beautiful woman. Throughout the entire proceeding, the representatives from the 5 nations had not once broached the subject of the Gamma inhabitants' theft of their military technology. It was not that they had forgotten, but rather that they recognized discussing it would yield no benefit. Would anyone dare seek patent fees from extraterrestrials? In truth, allowing them to study Gamma technology served as compensation. The absence of comment from the beautiful nation was due to the allure of Tier 3 civilization technology awaiting exploration. Previously, humanity had fought tooth and nail on Blue Star for survival resources. In the future, they might very well enter the interstellar age. The outdated military technologies of Blue Star would hold little value. They could scarcely fathom that the military technologies possessed by the Star Lord were, in fact, pilfered from their own. Once they exited the conference room, Yang Wenxuan marveled, "Incredible. I never imagined extraterrestrials could be so close to us, capable of transmitting biological consciousness across star systems." Jiang Chuyang remarked, "What if I told you that the Gamma inhabitants were not the only extraterrestrials to have visited Blue Star? Would you believe it?" Yang Wenxuan replied without hesitation, "I would." Jiang Chaoyang did not perceive this as a testament to his charm. She was merely intrigued by the secrets he held. "Come, let us dine and converse." Indeed. Chapter 116. The optimal workforce. In the afternoon, both parties reconvened for negotiations. This round focused on finalizing the intricate details. In accordance with international conventions, each side would dispatch diplomatic representatives to establish official communication channels. The nations of Blue Star would send a diplomatic delegation to M-Star, comprising 1 plenipotentiary ambassador, for deputy ambassadors, and several other diplomatic personnel. The ambassador would serve a term of 2 years, with the role rotating among the 5 nations. Correspondingly, M-Star would also send a diplomatic representative to Blue Star, with Jiang Choyang appointed as the ambassador for the time being. The remaining personnel would be recruited gradually. In addition to the diplomatic delegation, the nations of Blue Star would jointly send a military advisory group to M-Star. This group would provide military guidance but would not assume specific roles. Moli had to remain vigilant to avoid being marginalized. The previously promised number of scientific researchers was not capped, and M-Star welcomed any applicants. The exact number of personnel dispatched would be determined by each nation, which, being astute, would initially send a small contingent to gauge the situation. Once they reaped the benefits, they would naturally increase their numbers. M-Star would grant citizenship based on the number of players each nation contributed, approximately 1 citizenship for every 10 players. Thus, the competition centered around the allocation of gaming helmets. The number of players was influenced not by the quantity of helmets, but rather by the population capacity of M-Star. Consequently, the second batch of gaming helmets became crucial. The earlier one entered the fray, the greater the advantage. Jiang Chaoyang resolutely maintained that the second batch of gaming helmets could not exceed 5 million. Furthermore, each nation could only allocate half of the helmets as they saw fit. The remaining quotas would be determined through a lottery system managed by the Interstellar Corporation. This number was somewhat limited, insufficient for the 5 nations to distribute amongst themselves, let alone accommodate other countries awaiting allocation. While the 5 nations could represent Blue Star in negotiations with the Gamma aliens, they could not monopolize all the benefits, as this would incite public ire. Thus, the representatives inevitably turned their attention to the first batch of gaming helmets. Aside from the closed beta testing, the gaming helmets for open beta players were bound 1-to-1 for free. The helmets released for sale could be utilized by multiple users. Given the scarcity, they had to devise strategies from here. Following Moli's directive, Jiang Chaoyang insisted that each nation include players on a protection roster. Players must abide by the laws of their respective nations while residing on Blue Star, with legal action taken for any infractions. However, should players suffer unlawful harm, it was the responsibility of the nations to provide protection. Jiang Chaoyang was adamant about this stance. Should the nations fail to uphold this, the Star Master would take matters into his own hands. Allowing extraterrestrials to enforce laws on Blue Star would undermine the credibility of national governments. The representatives of the 5 nations dared not be negligent and promptly agreed to this stipulation. Subsequently, numerous detailed clauses were settled. Once the negotiations concluded, Jiang Chaoyang immediately logged onto M-Star to report the results to Moli. Moli commended him, saying, "Well done, your efforts are appreciated." Jiang Chaoyang humbly replied, "It is thanks to your support as the Star Master. Otherwise, I could not have achieved such success." A mere homebody like him had managed to negotiate with the 5 benevolent nations, even gaining the upper hand. Jiang Chaoyang was acutely aware that all of this was due to the identity bestowed upon him by the Star Master. Without it, he would not even have qualified to attend the United Nations. Jiang Chaoyang continued his report. The 5 nations have begun internally selecting suitable candidates for this citizenship. They are choosing influential individuals on the brink of death. Once they confirm the authenticity of this matter, these Blue Star dignitaries will be at our command. Granting a second chance at life to those on the verge of death, what does it matter if they do not retain their original bodies? A poor existence is better than no existence at all. I believe no one can refuse that. Given the authenticity of the situation, Moli had no reason to worry. Armed resistance was futile, and they possessed what the other side sought. Gradually, Blue Star would inevitably become a talent supply base for Moli. Moli instructed, "I need you to remain stationed on Blue Star for a while. Once matters there are on the right track, I will recall you to serve as the head of the General Political Institute." Upon hearing this promise, Jiang Chaoyang was elated, exclaiming, "Chaoyang is willing to dedicate everything for the Star Master." Moli continued, "I have instructed the intellect to restore the binding function of the gaming helmets. You should promptly set up the Player Rights Protection Center. Focus on this matter during your time there." Jiang Chaoyang understood Moli's intent. This was to safeguard the interests of ordinary players. Otherwise, the gaming helmets in their possession could easily fall into the hands of others. Even if they could not seize the helmets, kidnapping players' relatives for profit was a foreseeable risk. The intricate web of connections among the influential in reality made it difficult to cultivate loyalty. From Moli's perspective, he could not allow them to flood into M-Star. Ordinary players were, indeed, the most ideal workforce. After Jiang Qiuyang departed, Moli instructed, Intellect, publish the previously organized materials. Yes, master. Soon, players received 2 items. The first was the notice to all players. At this juncture, Moli generously disclosed the secrets. With the precedents set by Sakura Nation and South Korea, no player doubted this fact. Even without this notice, over 95% of players were already aware of the truth. Along with this announcement were the results of the negotiations between the base and the 5 benevolent nations, as well as the impending establishment of the Player Rights Protection Center. Some players expressed their discontent, saying, I can't believe we've served the Star Master for so long without obtaining citizenship, while these entitled individuals reap rewards without effort. Others advised, consider it from another angle. Think of it as us working on an alien planet and paying personal income tax to the government. Along, your perspective is indeed unique. Don't you think your focus is somewhat misplaced? Trust me, once you log off, find your gaming helmet. Otherwise, it might end up in someone else's hands. What are you afraid of? Haven't you seen the Star Master is setting up a Player Rights Protection Center for us? With the Star Master as our backing, who would dare provoke us? Find it well, lest others covet it. All right, I'll follow your advice. The second item was the Merit System Management Measures, which detailed the pathways to earn merits and introduced merit value displays on players' personal panels. Whether through military service or achievements in other roles, players could accumulate merits. Once they amassed 10,000 merits, they could exchange them for citizenship in M-Star. Even if an individual were relatively mediocre, serving the Star Master for 5 years with an annual attendance exceeding 600 hours would also qualify them for citizenship. Furthermore, there was no limit on the number of exchanges. Chapter 117. Merit Points. Thus, players eagerly opened their personal panels to check their merit points. I have only 33 merit points. How many do you possess? I have 38, just a tad more than you. I boast 167 merit points. Is there anyone who surpasses me? I only have 31. I can't believe I'm the lowest. Goodness. Speaking of which, I wonder how many merit points those beta testers have, especially the ones in high positions. Rest assured, this information will circulate swiftly. Within the command center of the Dawn base, a group of battle strategists gathered around Cold Sniper, Wu Jianfeng, and Fania, inquiring about their merit points. Among the trio, Cold Sniper led with 829 merit points, followed by Wu Jianfeng with 311. Even Fania had a commendable 5,037 merit points. Other veteran players within the command center generally ranged from 2,000 to 4,000 points. The gap between them and the trio was not too wide, as roles varied and contributions differed. There exists a rough conversion ratio. Approximately 100 contribution points can be exchanged for 1 merit point. This ratio may not be entirely precise, but serves as a general guideline. Contribution points earned through acquisition do not count. Only those earned through personal effort are considered. The number of contribution points one possesses inherently reflects their input towards the base. Viewed in this light, attaining civic status does not seem overly difficult. When prospects are visible, motivation naturally follows. As the group dispersed to resume their duties, Cold Sniper, Wu Jianfeng, and Fania continued their discussions. In 2 days, the military advisory groups from various nations of Blue Star will arrive. Let us deliberate on how to receive them. Fania inquired, Cold Brother, should we give them a show of strength? Cold Sniper replied, not necessarily a show of strength, but we cannot allow them to underestimate us. The armed forces of M-Star are primarily composed of players trained through the game. It is not that these individuals lack skill, but rather that cultivating elite troops requires time. Thus far, only about 1,000 beta testers can be deemed capable, alongside a handful of military personnel among the foreign players. Recently, a substantial number of foreign players have refreshed the training subject leaderboard. They have been accustomed to handling firearms from a young age, many skills coming naturally to them. Cold Sniper's concern was that without demonstrable capabilities, they might easily be dismissed by the professional soldiers of Blue Star. Wu Jianfeng proposed, "I believe we need not organize any ceremonial drills or parades. Instead, we should showcase individual skills, fixed targets, moving targets, hand-to-hand combat, demolitions, artillery, flying, and perhaps feature some formidable pets for a dazzling display." Fania suggested, "If we could borrow the illusion butterfly from the Star Lord for a brief appearance, it would enhance the effect." Cold Sniper responded, "I will submit a report on that. I cannot guarantee its availability." Soon, the three reached a consensus regarding the content of the demonstration. The command center strategists began mobilizing personnel according to their discussions. Meanwhile, across Blue Star, public sentiment was boiling. The Interstellar Company's punishment of Sakura Nation and South Korea during the live broadcast drew at least hundreds of thousands of viewers, both domestically and internationally. Moreover, the video was widely recorded and shared on various websites, with thousands of media outlets reporting on the event. The mushroom bomb had been launched, casting a shadow of nuclear warfare over the world. The media paid no heed to any governmental bans. Consequently, the news spread rapidly on a global scale. Initially, the public was unclear about how a gaming company could broadcast the attack of the beautiful nation on its two subordinates. It was only when some players online proclaimed that the Interstellar Company was an extraterrestrial venture that everything became clear. Thus, a multitude of citizens took to the streets in protests, demanding the government disclose the truth. Various criminal acts, including vandalism and assaults, surged, plunging social order into chaos. That evening, the United Nations swiftly released a joint statement, openly acknowledging the existence of the Gamma aliens. The statement briefly glossed over the punishment of Sakura Nation and South Korea, focusing instead on the cooperation agreement signed between Blue Star and the aliens. The UN Secretary-General even referred to this collaboration as interstellar labor, wherein humans work on alien planets through gaming helmets. Strangely enough, this term proved quite apparent. Following the UN's announcement, heads of government in various nations promptly addressed their citizens, confirming the authenticity of the matter. With the government's acknowledgement, the public could only grapple with this absurd reality. This led to a skyrocketing demand for gaming helmets. Within Long Nation, numerous affluent individuals offered millions to acquire a single helmet. Unfortunately, the helmets had become so scarce that money alone could no longer buy them. Players who grasped the truth swiftly opted to bind their gaming helmets. They registered their true identities on the Interstellar Company's official website with utmost urgency. Only after completing these steps could they find solace. The most unfortunate were the players from Sakura Nation and South Korea, as their helmets had largely been confiscated by the government. Without binding their helmets, they could not enjoy the protection offered by the Interstellar Company. Unable to do anything else, these individuals could only band together in protest. Yet, their numbers were limited. Before they could fully assemble, they were dealt with by local police. Following some governmental threats and the distribution of compensation, most accepted the grim reality. A few who refused to accept their fate were arbitrarily imprisoned on various charges. Over time, they inevitably came to their senses. Wu Jianfeng ascended to the second floor of his landlord's residence, discovering the family engrossed in a television broadcast. Currently, the television predominantly aired reports concerning the Gamma aliens. Whether it was the retransmission of the UN and official statements or a plethora of experts analyzing the prospects of human-alien cooperation, the coverage was extensive. Some media outlets had even sourced players from interstellar miners to provide detailed accounts of conditions on M-Star. These gaming streamers finally reveled in their moment of glory. Previously, they had lamented the absence of a screen-sharing feature from the game developers. Now, they preferred not to have it at all. Otherwise, they would have missed the opportunity to share strategies on television. The landlord, Li Hongbin, a mid-level manager at a water utility company, was quite knowledgeable. However, he found it challenging to accept that the world had drastically changed overnight. Li Hongbin engaged Wu Jianfeng in casual conversation. "Young Wu, how do you think these aliens suddenly appeared?" Wu Jianfeng sighed. "The aliens did not suddenly emerge. They have long existed, but now they can no longer remain hidden." As a senior figure within the base, Wu Jianfeng was acutely aware of the unfolding events. Wu Jianfeng, then mentioned his purpose for visiting. Landlord, I am here to terminate my lease. Li Hongbin's wife, Huang Guifan, expressed surprise. Young Wu, why would you suddenly wish to vacate such a fine residence? The Interstellar Company had initially rented dormitory buildings for employees in Hangzhou, Jiangning, and the capital, allowing players to move in for free. Wu Jianfeng, having attained a significant position on M-Star, would undoubtedly attract various sycophants in the future. To avoid unnecessary complications, he decided to relocate to the employee dormitory in Hangzhou. Chapter 118. The difficulty of repaying human kindness. Wu Jianfeng could only vaguely explain, I found a job. The company provides accommodation. Li Hongbin spoke earnestly. No matter how the world changes, one must secure a proper job. Playing games certainly leads to no future. Wu Jianfeng did not refute this, accepting the advice humbly. The landlord couple was kind. After a brief inspection of the appliances and furniture in the room, they refunded his deposit without requiring him to sublet the apartment. Once Wu Jianfeng departed with his suitcase, Huang Guifan suddenly slapped her thigh, exclaiming, I just remembered, Xiao Wu seems to have that gaming helmet from the Interstellar Company. Li Hongbin asked in surprise, Are you sure? Huang Guifan affirmed, It was several months ago. I helped him bring that helmet up, so it must be correct. Li Hongbin immediately looked out the window and spotted Wu Jianfeng getting into a black sedan. He felt a tinge of regret, thinking that if he could glean some information about extraterrestrial matters from Wu Jianfeng, it would have made for an intriguing conversation. In the car, a staff member from the security bureau inquired, Mr. Wu, where shall we go? Following the missile bombardment of Sakura Country in South Korea, the Dragon Kingdom's government promptly included its gamers in a protection list. Individuals like Wu Jianfeng, holding the position of chief advisor, enjoyed ministerial privileges, complete with an assigned vehicle and 2 special agents for protection. Wu Jianfeng instructed, Take me to the employee dormitory of the Interstellar Company in Hangzhou. Understood. Please fasten your seatbelt. Meanwhile, in a residential building in Lake City, many residents returning from grocery shopping were startled to find a large contingent of police sealing off the entire building. To return home, they had to provide their ID numbers and names, undergoing identity verification to ensure they indeed resided there. Some elderly residents, taking advantage of their age, acted defiantly and were immediately handcuffed. Consequently, the remaining individuals complied obediently. A military vehicle arrived at the foot of the building, from which a man with the rank of lieutenant colonel disembarked. The head of the security bureau on site promptly approached to provide an update, stating, When we arrived, the 2 siblings were packing their belongings. We suspect they are moving to the Interstellar Company's employee dormitory. The lieutenant colonel ordered, Withdraw all personnel. I will go up to speak with him myself. Group B, all personnel withdraw. Understood. Once the personnel had retreated, the lieutenant colonel ascended alone. At the window, as the lieutenant colonel's figure vanished from the stairwell, Zhong Hansheng retracted his gaze. His sister, Zhong Hanyun, was acutely aware of her brother's concerns. For the visitor was none other than his former company commander, Han Zhongshu. Han Zhongshu was not only a guiding figure in Zhong Hansheng's military career, but also his benefactor. After Zhong Hansheng had committed a grave offense, it was this old commander who tirelessly advocated on his behalf, resulting in a mere 1-year sentence. It was also Han Zhongshu who utilized his connections to ensure that local authorities took care of Zhong Hanyun. After Zhong Hansheng's release, this old commander continued to worry about his employment situation. Thus, it was no exaggeration to say that Zhong Hansheng was most reluctant to confront this old commander. It was not that he was ungrateful, but rather that both were now serving different masters. He feared that the other might make requests that would be difficult to refuse. As a knock resonated at the door, Zhong Hanyun proactively went to open it. Brother Han. Where's your brother? Inside. Observing the packed belongings and the somewhat awkward Zhong Hansheng, Han Zhongshu remarked, If I am not mistaken, you are deliberately avoiding me, aren't you? Zhong Hansheng could only truthfully admit, Nothing escapes your keen perception, old commander. Han Zhongshu gestured, Come, sit and chat with me. The 2 sat on the sofa, and Zhong Hanyun poured 2 glasses of water. Han Zhongshu reminisced, I once told old Zhou that your future achievements would undoubtedly surpass mine. I have disappointed you, and I have brought shame to the Sharp Blade Company. Zhong Hanqing lamented, self-reproaching for his expulsion from the military. As the saying goes, when one door closes, another opens. Who would have thought that you would now command extraterrestrials, leading an army of millions? In truth, Han Zhongshu felt somewhat envious of Zhong Hanqing's fortunes. It's merely luck. I have become the subject of your laughter, old commander. Zhong Hanqing had never taken pride in this. Had he not been the sole professional soldier among the closed beta players, such fortune would not have come his way. Despite not being formally trained, individuals like Jian Jian and Feiniang had shown exceptional learning ability, now matching his military acumen. Han Zhongshu continued, I received notice this morning that my rank has been elevated, and I will serve as a military advisor representing the Dragon Kingdom on Planet M. Zhong Hanqing's expression turned astonished. He had not anticipated such developments from the upper echelons. Han Zhongshu inquired, if you find this troublesome, I can consult my father to see if this assignment can be postponed. Although Han Zhongshu's father was a retired high-ranking military official, such matters were surely determined by the national leadership. Should Han Zhongshu refuse, his future prospects would undoubtedly be affected. Having already owed enough to others, Zhong Hanqing could not allow himself to further hinder Han Zhongshu's career. Zhong Hanqing resolutely declared, Old Commander, I wholeheartedly welcome you to M Planet to guide our work. Please do not feel pressured. It truly does not inconvenience me. Zhong Hanqing had come to terms with it. After all, the senior officials at several command centers were all citizens of the Dragon Kingdom. The government would not limit its connections to him alone. Adding him to the mix was of no consequence, as long as he did not betray the interests of the Star Lords. It was only natural for him to lean towards the Dragon Kingdom in certain matters. Han Zhongshu proceeded to introduce the composition of the Military Advisory Group. This military delegation will be led by Major General Qian Bolin from our side, accompanied by 2 colonel advisors, with similar arrangements from the other 4 nations. Additionally, a few other countries will have a single advisory position. This information aligned closely with what Zhong Hanqing had gathered. After discussing for a while longer, Han Zhongshu took his leave. His visit was merely a courtesy call, ensuring there would be opportunities for further interaction in the future. As for Zhong Hanqing and his sister, they boarded a vehicle from the Security Bureau heading to the employee dormitory in Hangzhou. The authorities had proposed arranging for them to stay in the military family compound, but Zhong Hanqing had declined outright. As he was now an associate of the Star Lord, some taboos needed to be respected. Moreover, living in the employee dormitory would allow him to be with his old comrades. When Wu Jianfeng arrived at the employee dormitory of the Interstellar Company in Hangzhou, someone was already waiting for him downstairs. Seeing the familiar face he had seen countless times in the news, Wu Jianfeng tentatively asked, Kai Dao? The other party smiled. It's me. Wu Jianfeng immediately punched him playfully. You rascal, you kept us all worried. We were afraid something had happened to you in reality. Zhang Xiaoyang explained. I had no choice. The matters I was handling were highly confidential, so I had to play this disappearing act. Wu Jianfeng understood his predicament. Their banter was merely a way for old friends to reconnect. Zhang Xiaoyang added, By the way, Yao Yao arrived half an hour earlier. I've arranged for you 2 to be in the adjacent room. Wu Jianfeng scoffed. This guy has his own place yet insists on taking advantage of the company. Zhang Xiaoyang smiled slightly, not responding to that remark. Let him take advantage. After all, the Interstellar Company was not short on funds. Chapter 119, The Laboratory Mouse in a Prestigious Hospital in the Beautiful Nation of São Paulo within a Special Care Unit. The attending physician conducted a physical examination on a frail, elderly man. The numerous instruments and tubes connected to the old man clearly indicated that his condition was dire, relying solely on extraordinary medications to sustain his vital signs. Outside the ward, a gathering of over 20 individuals, presumably the elderly man's descendants, awaited anxiously. Among them, even great-grandchildren could be seen. The presence of numerous bodyguards suggested that the family's status was indeed remarkable. This was true, for they bore a name renowned throughout history, Morgan. Although the Morgan family had faded from the public eye in recent decades, it was merely a veil concealing their significant influence. Once a family that controlled the nation's lifeblood, they possessed resources beyond imagination. As the doctor emerged, a throng of relatives swiftly surrounded him. Dr. Berwin, How much longer can my father hold on? Inquired an elderly gentleman in his 60s. He was Yorkto, the first heir of the Morgan family and the eldest son. Dr. Berwin removed his mask, expressing regret. Mr. Robert's organs have largely failed. He can only survive with medication. We are truly helpless. He has less than 30 days left, and whether he will regain consciousness remains uncertain. Yorkto's brother, Durant, pressed the doctor. Dr. Berwin, as an authority in neurology, we have a question to consult you about. The doctor replied, Please, go ahead. Durant continued. You must have heard the rumors about the Gamma aliens? The doctor nodded, already sensing their intent. Durant candidly voiced the family's thoughts. If we use the game helmet of the Gamma aliens to upload my father's consciousness, could he survive in a cloned body? The doctor shook his head decisively. I'm afraid I cannot provide an answer. Humanity's exploration of the soul is still less than 1%. This is a forbidden realm for us. Undeterred, Durant pressed on. Theoretically, could it work? The doctor's response was ambiguous. Theoretically, it is possible, but we cannot ascertain the technology. The gap between us and advanced civilizations is too vast. This theoretical possibility somewhat bolstered the confidence of the gathered family. After the doctor departed, Durant eagerly turned to his brother Yorkto. Father's condition cannot last much longer. We must decide quickly whether to use the game helmet. They had already arranged for the younger generation to test the helmet's effects, confirming that it indeed led to a real world. However, the concern remained that Robert had been in a coma for nearly a week. There was no effective case to prove that the helmet could extract the consciousness of someone on the brink of death. Wealthy individuals preferred facts over mere words. Belief could not be earned simply by suggestion. If they did nothing, Robert could linger for 30 more days. Yet, if the extraction failed, they would essentially be using their father as a laboratory mouse. You know, said their sister, Daphne, with concern, rather than allowing our father to suffer like this. It might be better to give it a try. This statement finally led Yorkto to a decision. Soon, the game helmet was procured and carefully placed on Robert. Trembling, Yorkto pressed the activation button. In a matter of moments, Robert's brainwaves flattened into a straight line. The three siblings, Yorkto, Durant, and Daphne, donned their own helmets within the ward. Certain matters required their direct confirmation. In the sleep hall of M-Star, the lid of a cryogenic pod opened. After a considerable time, a Caucasian man struggled to sit up. Gazing at the hall, which resembled a sci-fi setting, the man murmured, Where am I? I was in a hospital, wasn't I? This man was none other than Robert, whose consciousness had been uploaded. At this moment, a white humanoid service robot approached. Adventurer, welcome to M-Star. Robert, bewildered, asked M-Star, Where's this? Is this? Suddenly, he realized the peculiarities of his body. This youthful and vigorous physique could not possibly belong to the 86-year-old he was. Panicking, Robert exclaimed, No, this isn't my body. How did I end up here? Have I crossed over? Despite being the head of a powerful family, he was no stranger to the concept of crossing over. As his grandson Jamie often fantasized about entering a magical world to rescue a princess. The service robot muttered, sensitive term crossing over detected, classified as a Class C adventurer. At that moment, Robert noticed the woman before him had an unusual appearance. He mused to himself, Are there really such lifelike robots? The robot changed its tone and inquired, Sir, please tell me your name. I need to verify your identity. After a moment's hesitation, Robert replied, Robert Morgan. The robot confirmed, identity verified, nationality, beautiful nation, contemporary head of the Morgan family, male, age 86. Hearing the accurate recitation of his personal information astonished Robert even further. If he had indeed crossed over, there was no reason for anyone to know his identity. Mr. Robert, please follow me. I will answer all your questions. With the assistance of the service robot, Robert shakily exited the cryogenic pod. An hour and a half later, Yorkto, Durant, and Daphne located Robert, having taken considerable time to adapt to their new forms. Since they had all exchanged bodies, they could not recognize one another by appearance. Daphne tentatively asked, Maple Leaf Knight, is that you? This was a secret code shared between father and daughter during her childhood, symbolizing that fathers were their daughter's guardians. Robert responded with excitement, Is that you, Daphne? Unable to contain herself, Daphne rushed to embrace Robert, exclaiming, "Daddy, it's me." Yorkdo and Durant exchanged glances, bemused that before confirming details, she had already called him Dad. What if she mistakenly addressed the wrong person? Fortunately, over the next hour, through conversation, they confirmed each other's identities. Robert not only accurately recounted the family's assets and treasured possessions, but also shared many childhood memories that were too intimate to fabricate. Thus, they became convinced that the soul within this body was indeed their father. This meant that uploading one's soul to M-Star and embarking on a new life journey was indeed feasible. The confirmation of this outcome filled the three with immense excitement. As long as the influence of the Star Master persisted, they too could inhabit M-Star in the future. A doubled lifespan and a youthful body. Who could resist such an offer? Chapter 120. Quota for game helmets, seizing upon this topic. The four engaged in a discussion regarding the future prospects of Planet M. Robert boldly asserted that this place would inevitably evolve into a second realm for humanity. As individuals of elite education and privilege, Yorkdo and his companions could readily perceive this potential. While the youth viewed this as an infinitely perilous gaming universe, the elder demographic, akin to themselves, regarded it as a sanctuary for life. To thrive here and perhaps perpetuate the influence of Blue Star. They recognized the necessity of investing resources in Planet M. Consequently, Yorkdo meticulously relayed the intelligence he had gathered to Robert. Upon learning of the unique resources produced by Planet M that could enhance human physical capabilities and longevity, Robert's gaze intensified with fervor. Yorkdo elaborated that although the alien sovereign's power was not yet formidable, he possessed the technological achievements of a Level 3 civilization. With the manpower support from Blue Star, it was merely a matter of time before he dominated this continent, and conquering the entire planet was not beyond the realm of possibility. Durant expressed envy, remarking that the sovereign wielded power akin to a dictator, maintaining his rule through a cognitive system. Fortunately, he was a singular entity whose behavior could be assessed as friendly and benevolent. In the eyes of capitalists, refraining from exploiting employees placed one in the realm of the virtuous. Naturally, Durant's envy was directed primarily towards the sovereign's authority. Daphne identified the crux of the matter. According to the sovereign's modus operandi, if her father wished to wield power here, he must either contribute to or demonstrate his capabilities to the sovereign. Wealth was straightforward. One could procure contribution values using real-world currency. However, acquiring power necessitated winning the sovereign's favor. In this dictatorial society, the political machinations of the beautiful nation were not applicable. Thus, having wealth paled in comparison to possessing power. Robert, with grand ambition, proclaimed that since the leadership positions in these three cities remained unoccupied, they must strive to claim them. Yorkdo responded affirmatively, stating he would immediately arrange for the acquisition of contribution values to support his father's endeavors here. In truth, following the disclosure of Planet M's secrets, the exchange rate for contribution values had surged. For instance, in Dragon Country, approximately 6 units of currency were required to obtain a single contribution value. With the rise in contribution value prices, the difficulty of earning them also escalated. The influx of 3 million new players ensured that the resources in the wild would be insufficient. Fortunately, numerous job opportunities were introduced across various cities, allowing individuals to earn contribution values through labor. With the hope of securing a fallback for themselves and their families, players eagerly dedicated themselves to these roles. In terms of wealth, the Morgan family had surpassed 99 of Blue Star's populace. Regardless of the fluctuation in contribution value prices, they remained capable of affording them. Robert instructed, arrange for a contingent of family members to come over and recruit a few individuals with military aptitude. We must delve into both financial and military realms. The financial sector was the Morgan family's forte, and they would undoubtedly excel in it. The military aspect, however, required the recruitment of specialists for assistance. Yorkdo affirmed, "Yes, father. I will set this in motion immediately." Daphne posed a seemingly unrelated question. "Father, what shall we do with your body on Blue Star?" Robert dismissed the concern, saying, "Bury it. That decrepit body sickens even me." Eager to embark on a new life journey in this new world, Robert felt no sentimentality towards his aging form. Before long, the Morgan family began reallocating resources and personnel to Planet M. In fact, it was not solely the Morgan family. Other forward-thinking families were equally ambitious in their desire to carve out a niche in this new world. The game helmet had transformed into a highly coveted resource. In pursuit of the second batch of helmets, representatives from various nations engaged in fierce disputes at the United Nations. After 2 days of contention, a preliminary distribution ratio was established. In the first tier, Dragon Country and the Beautiful Nation. With Jiang Chaoyang's backing, Dragon Country secured an allocation of 800,000 helmets. Even the typically domineering Beautiful Nation could only obtain 700,000. The remaining 5 million helmets were contested by over 100 nations. In the second tier, the Bear secured 300,000, the John Bull 280,000, and the Gallic Rooster 250,000. The third tier comprised several developed nations, with allocations ranging from 10,000 to 50,000. The fourth tier included developing countries, receiving between 1,000 and 10,000 helmets. Following this division of spoils, the United Nations formed 2 primary factions led by Dragon Country and the Beautiful Nation. The upper echelons on Planet M were predominantly comprised of individuals from Dragon Country. Any nation with sense recognized the significant advantage held by Dragon Country. The Beautiful Nation's continued dominance in the UN was merely a result of its long-standing influence. Even with its military threats diminished, Blue Star persisted in operating under an order led by the Beautiful Nation. Such a blend of soft and hard power could not dissipate overnight. As nations surged into Planet M, this competition would undoubtedly extend to the new realm. As for the members of the diplomatic and military advisory groups, they had been primarily selected by the 5 major benefactors. Ultimately, the diplomatic delegation comprised 35 members, while the military advisory group consisted of 42. At the headquarters of the Interstellar Company, Jiang Chaoyang returned after a 2-day absence. "The boss is back," someone shouted, prompting all employees to rush to the entrance to welcome him. The past 2 days felt surreal for the employees, as the company they worked for had unexpectedly transformed into an extraterrestrial enterprise. Not only did the company produce soul transfer devices, but it also possessed technology capable of annihilating the nations of Blue Star. Indeed, the company's office and factory were under comprehensive protection by special police, and employees had to undergo fingerprint and iris scans to enter. It was truly a source of immense pride. The company's livestream against Sakura Country in South Korea had significantly bolstered its reputation in Dragon Country. Now, when relatives and friends learned of their employment at the Interstellar Company, who would not cast envious glances, they also inquired whether they could leverage internal connections to obtain game helmets. At this moment, all employees realized they, too, lacked game helmets. From the outset of the game's release, Jiang Chaoyang had prohibited employees from purchasing helmets. Observing the yearning in their eyes, Jiang Chaoyang understood their unspoken desires. For the time being, you should not concern yourselves with game helmets. The current quotas are prioritized for various nations, he stated, eliciting a wave of disappointment. However, he added, as employees of the company, you will enjoy the same contribution management system as the players. After 3 years of employment, you will automatically obtain citizenship status on Planet M, with no upper limit. The employees erupted in cheers, exclaiming, "Thank you, boss." After encouraging everyone, Jiang Chaoyang instructed them to return to their duties. Chapter 121. Reunion of Old Friends. Sun Eileen reported, "Miss Yang has arrived and is waiting for you in Conference Room 1. Jiang Chaoyang replied, "I understand." This Miss Yang is none other than Yang Wenxuan, who served as Jiang Chaoyang's translator at the United Nations. Before returning to the country, Jiang Chaoyang extended an invitation to Yang Wenxuan, hoping she would take on the role of plenipotentiary diplomatic ambassador for MStar at the United Nations. Dealing with the rogues from Blue Star requires a certain level of diplomatic experience, which Jiang Chaoyang lacked. Thus, he reached out to the impressively capable Yang Wenxuan. At that time, Yang Wenxuan did not agree on the spot, but Jiang Chaoyang was confident that her family and superiors would persuade her. And indeed, She has arrived. Upon seeing Jiang Chuang enter, Yang Wenxuan immediately stood to greet him. Mr. Jiang. Jiang Chuang invited her to sit. When did you return to the country? Yang Wenxuan responded. I arrived today around 2 p.m. on a direct flight to Hangzhou Airport. This statement revealed much information in itself. Jiang Chuang remarked, since you are here, it seems you have made up your mind. I shall grant you a 3-day respite to acclimate, and then you can assume your duties. You may recruit the necessary personnel, prioritizing candidates from the company's employees. After a moment of hesitation, Yang Wenxuan ventured to voice her concern. May I ask you a question before I begin my work? Everyone assumed that Jiang Chuang had chosen her for her charm, appointing her, a mere translator, as the plenipotentiary ambassador. Her family and superiors urged her to put the nation's interests above her own. Moreover, Jiang Chuang, as a trusted confidant of the extraterrestrial, wielded power comparable to that of a national leader. Given his commendable appearance, Yang Wenxuan felt she was reaching beyond her grasp. Yet, this matter pricked at her conscience, compelling her to seek clarification. Observing Yang Wenxuan's expression, Jiang Chuang surmised, you wish to know whether I am attracted to your person or your abilities, correct? The realization that her thoughts had been laid bare caused Yang Wenxuan to blush. After all, the topic at hand pertained to her physicality. Jiang Chuang responded earnestly, to be precise, I am not captivated by either. Yang Wenxuan was even more perplexed. If you are not enamored, why go to such lengths to assign me to a high position? Jiang Chuang understood that failing to resolve Yang Wenxuan's doubt would hinder her ability to work with peace of mind. Allow me to clarify. You merely happened to appear before me when I was in need of someone, and my favorable impression of you led to your appointment. Seemingly accepting this explanation, Yang Wenxuan tentatively asked, are you not concerned that I might show favoritism towards the Dragon Nation in my work? Jiang Chuang chuckled. Why should I be worried? I am also a citizen of the Dragon Nation. At this, Yang Wenxuan exhaled in relief. Jiang Chuang produced a box and placed it on the table, introducing it. This is your communication wristwatch. Each representative from M-Star receives one, while only a select few high-ranking officials on the Blue Star side possess it for now. After donning the wristwatch, Yang Wenxuan quickly grasped its operation. A smile finally graced her face. I will return home first and come back to assume my duties in 3 days. Jiang Chuang nodded, maintaining a professional demeanor without extending his concern beyond the bounds of their working relationship. He indeed held a favorable impression of Yang Wenxuan, yet he scorned the idea of exploiting his authority to claim her. In truth, as someone who had never experienced romantic love, he held the most sincere and beautiful ideals about love. That evening, in the cafeteria of the Hangzhou employee dormitory of the Interstellar Company, the 8 founders of the Eternal Team gathered, accompanied by Lung Jiu's sister, Zhong Hanyun. Upon learning that the chef was Jiang Chuang, and that Lung Jiu, along with Tiao Zhiyao Yao and others, had already settled in, the remaining 4 felt compelled to join in the revelry. Although they had exchanged their real names, they still preferred to address each other by their gaming IDs. Tiao Zhiyao Yao asked, Old 8, don't you have a girlfriend? What about her now that you're in Hangzhou? Old 8 replied calmly, we broke up last week. I am now a single nobleman. Zhu Mingquang sure inquired, what was the reason for the breakup? If you're feeling down, don't hesitate to share. Don't pretend you're unscathed in our presence. The others looked on with concern, worried that Old 8 was merely putting on a brave face. Old 8 explained, I held back some information about my assets in the game, and sure enough, she was materialistic, getting into a wealthy man's car right in front of me last week. Ironically, after M-Star's secrets were revealed, she spent all day outside my apartment begging for forgiveness. She wasn't too embarrassed, yet I found it bothersome. I came here to escape her. Du Lingfeng said proudly. Right now, a gaming helmet is worth over $1 million, yet remains scarce. Simply showcasing it on social media attracts countless women pursuing you. Zhu Mingquang sure scoffed. The women drawn by such superficial allure are merely vain. If one seeks to satisfy physical needs, wouldn't the ladies of Hong Xiufang be a better choice? Tao Zhiyao Yao playfully kicked Zhu Mingquang sure, signaling that there were women present. Zhong Hanyun interjected. It's fine. You all carry on. I'm not bothered. Alang took over the conversation. I used to play games every day. and the only one who didn't mind was my dog. The entire village called me a waste. Now, a plethora of relatives and neighbors come to butter me up, and I'm so annoyed I had to come live with you all. Wu Jianfeng lamented. From now on, it seems we shall find it difficult to return to ordinary lives. Fearing the hassle, he was reluctant to go home. He merely told his parents about owning a gaming helmet and didn't dare mention his status as a chief of staff, fearing a flood of bothersome visitors. Du Lingfeng complained. The most infuriating thing is my foolish younger brother. I gave him the allocated gaming helmet. As a result, that brat secretly sold it for 40,000 and now regrets it, pestering me daily to get him another one. Old Aide asked, didn't you explain the truth to him beforehand? Du Lingfeng replied angrily. I did, but he refused to believe me, claiming I was trying to deceive him with such absurd tales. He got what he deserved. If even his own brother cannot be trusted, such a sibling truly turns kindness into foolishness. At this juncture, the chef reminded, Tiaoji, you haven't applied for the helmet quota. Are you not planning to use it? Wu Jianfeng shook his head. My parents are ordinary farmers. This gaming helmet would disrupt their current lives. I have the capacity to earn them citizenship, so I will hold off for now. Noticing Du Lingfeng hesitating to speak, Wu Jianfeng generously offered, if you need it, I can lend you my helmet quota for now. Du Lingfeng gratefully replied, Tiaoji, thank you. I will return the quota to you later. Tiaoji Yao asked, Lungu, is Xiaoyun really not going to school? Is she entering MSTAR at such a young age? Longjiu shared his plan. School is meant to secure a good job in the future. Now that there's a shortcut, it's better to take it directly. Besides, she can learn a great deal over there. For people like us, deeply bound to the Star Master, there's only one path forward. The sooner we get there, the greater the value we can create. Chapter 122. Rescuing someone. At that moment, the communication wristwatch of the chef emitted a beep. After reading the message, he immediately called Yang Wenxuan. From the conversation, the others vaguely heard the name Shanying. Once the chef finished the call, Lung Jiu inquired, what happened to Shanying? The chef explained, Shanying is under internal investigation by the authorities. The Star Master has instructed me to get him out. Tiao Xiao sarcastically remarked, targeting one's own people, how impressive. Lung Jiu cautioned, Tiao, refrain from discussing such sensitive topics. The crazy lion expressed envy, to be remembered personally by the Star Master. Shanying is quite remarkable. Wu Jianfeng observed meaningfully, now I understand why the Star Master did not promote Shanying before. Curious, Lao Ba and the others asked, why? Tiao Xiao elaborated. What else could it be? Just wait for the authorities to make a mistake. With this, everyone grasped the underlying implication. They would first allow their own to dishearten Shanying before extending a favor on this side. Human feelings are tender. It is evident who treats one well. In the interrogation room, Shanying had been subjected to relentless questioning for over 6 hours. The reason for the investigation was, as a public test player, he had discovered various anomalies in the game but failed to report them. Although he had resigned from his government position, he was still a party member. For this reason, he was required to undergo an investigation. The charge of failing to report could vary in severity. The leader conducting the interrogation tapped the table in displeasure, warning, Sun Hongying. Adjust your attitude. The only way out for you is to cooperate fully. Shanying raised his head and replied coldly, how many times must I say it? I genuinely did not know that it was a real world. The leader opposite him clearly did not believe this explanation. As the former captain of the elite sword assault team, a seasoned soldier with over 10 years of service, have you really dulled your vigilance in just 2 years since your retirement? Shanying remained silent, knowing that no words would suffice. He had indeed harbored suspicions previously, yet lacked tangible evidence. In such circumstances, even if he reported, no one would believe him. Moreover, he had received special treatment from Moli. Time and again teetering on the edge of life and death, he had no opportunity to pause and contemplate, let alone seek evidence. The interrogating leader continued to press. Is it because you were ostracized by your colleagues and lost your position, leading you to harbor resentment towards the organization, which is why you chose to conceal the truth? This statement struck a nerve with Shanying, who stood up in anger and shouted, you can say whatever you want about me, but you cannot doubt my loyalty to the organization. That is slander. Sun Hongying, Sit down. This is not your place to act recklessly. I warn you. Your current situation is grave. If you continue to refuse cooperation, not only will your future be bleak, but your family will also be implicated. This was a blatant threat. His son was only in 5th grade, and his wife worked in a government institution. He could endure his own troubles, but he could not let his family suffer. Shanying's clenched fists gradually relaxed. At that moment, a subordinate entered and whispered a few words to the interrogating leader. After a few minutes, the leader returned in a hurry. He awkwardly stated, "Son Hongying, the investigation by the organization is temporarily concluded. You may leave for now." Upon hearing this, everyone in the room was taken aback. Shanying was equally baffled. Despite his myriad of questions, he promptly exited the room, eager to leave. As he stepped out of the interrogation room, Shanying encountered his former superior. Chang Yinhui. Gratefully, he said, "Political Commissar, I apologize for the trouble." Chang Yinhui replied, "I'm sorry for arriving late, and your release is not due to my influence." At that moment, a woman beside Chang Yinhui spoke up. "Hello, I am Yang Wenxuan, the newly appointed ambassador plenipotentiary to the United Federation by the Star Master, here to escort you home." Upon learning of Yang Wenxuan's identity, Shanying's faith inevitably wavered. The organization he trusted suspected him, while the extraterrestrial Star Master seemed concerned about a mere pawn like him. Chang Yinhui inquired, "Ambassador Yang, may I speak with Hongying privately?" Yang Wenxuan, displaying understanding, responded, "I will wait for you outside." Finding a room, Chang Yinhui began to counsel Shanying. "I know you feel wronged, but internal reviews are standard procedure. Moreover, this matter concerns national security, and the higher-ups are particularly cautious." Shanying interrupted, questioning, "Political Commissar, do you believe the problem lies with me? Just because I refuse to collude with them, I am unworthy of the organization's trust? Must they threaten my wife and child?" Chang Yinhui understood Shanying's character. They naturally believed he had not intentionally concealed anything. However, he could not convince everyone of this. Chang Yinhui silenced Shanying with a single remark, "I know you feel wronged, but compared to those who sacrifice for the country, what is your grievance worth?" Remembering his fallen comrades, Shanying's expression softened. Chang Yinhui advised, "Even after shedding your military uniform, do not forget that you were once an exemplary soldier. A soldier should regard protecting the homeland as their duty, regardless of whom they are currently employed by." After giving a salute, Shanying left the room with a stoic demeanor. Observing her husband's safe return, Shanying's wife and child were overwhelmed with joy. His wife, San Yuing, repeatedly expressed her gratitude to Yang Wenxuan. "Ambassador Yang, I cannot thank you enough for your help." Yang Wenxuan replied, "It is my duty. I will not intrude on your reunion. I shall take my leave. Let me see you off." "No need." After bidding farewell to Yang Wenxuan, San Yuing remarked enviously, "Becoming a plenipotentiary ambassador at such a young age, representing a higher civilization. What incredible luck this young lady has." Shanying felt a stirring in his heart, but was unsure how to respond. As the pillar of his family, he wished for his wife and child to take pride in him. Yet, he felt he had achieved nothing in reality and was, in fact, a disabled person. He had not made a name for himself on Planet M either. It became evident to him that the Star Master was observing him. If he were willing to pledge loyalty, attaining a high position would not be difficult. However, the thought of serving the Star Master troubled his conscience. After all, he had been nurtured by his country. "Shanying, I still have over 50,000 contribution points on Planet M, approximately worth 340,000 in cash. I will exchange 30,000 in cash for you to use for your father's medical treatment." San Yuing asked, "What will you do for money over there?" Shanying reassured her, "No worries. I have the skills to earn money easily there." His 10-year-old son, holding his gaming helmet, excitedly asked, "Dad, are you a super soldier on Planet M? The kind that tears monsters apart?" Looking at his son's admiring gaze, Shanying chuckled, "Tearing monsters apart is a bit exaggerated. But I truly am a super soldier. Dad, quickly tell me about your monster-slaying adventures. Let's eat first. After dinner, I'll tell you all about it." Chapter 123 Arrival within the Central Control Room. The intelligent brain was reporting the reconnaissance situation to Moli. Across a vast expanse of 13,000 kilometers, Numerous traces of animal migration from north to south had been discovered, including many primary combat races. It was surmised that the forces of the Life Mother had concluded their state of war with the Crystal People. Last week, Moli initiated the test flights of 5 Global Hawk drones that had finally been produced. It must be acknowledged that the military equipment from the United States is indeed remarkably effective. The maximum range of the Global Hawk drones can reach 26,000 kilometers, with an autonomous flight duration of up to 41 hours. This implies that the reconnaissance radius of the Global Hawk drones has extended to 13,000 kilometers. In recent days, the 5 drones have continuously detected signs of enemy return, which is certainly not favorable news for humanity. Should the Life Mother dispatch troops once more, it would undoubtedly be far more formidable than in the past. Fortunately, there are now over 3 million players available for deployment. With ample manpower and a well-stocked reserve of resources, Moli genuinely wished to engage in a decisive confrontation to establish humanity's foothold on this continent. It is essential to subdue the enemy to instill a sense of fear. Otherwise, their intermittent assaults would inevitably hinder developmental progress. At this moment, a patrolling soldier at the base perimeter reported, "Star Master, Lee requests an audience." Moli commanded, "Let him in." Minutes later, Lee met Moli on the 11th floor of the base. Lee got straight to the point. "We have concluded the state of war with the Crystal People, and many Guardians are leading their armies back to their territories. You should already be aware of this, correct?" Moli nodded. "I am aware. Please convey your purpose." Lee stated, "The Life Mother has instructed me to inform you that if your human race is willing to submit, she can overlook past grievances and bestow upon you the title of Regional Guardian, allowing you to legally possess your current territory." Moli inquired, "Surely there are other conditions? Please disclose them all." Lee replied, "You must visit the Holy Land to meet the Life Mother to receive the title and have the soul mark planted upon you. Additionally, you are required to surrender the Illusion Butterfly and the Fire Phoenix. Direct and straightforward, without pretense." Upon hearing these conditions, Moli provided his response. "Please convey to your Life Mother that if she seeks battle, we shall accompany her to the end." Seeing Moli's resolute stance, Lee ceased his persuasion. Before leaving, Moli called out to Lee, "I would like to conduct a separate transaction with you." Lee asked, "What transaction?" Moli replied, "I wish to purchase the 4 evolution fruit trees you have cultivated. Name your price." With the impending war, Moli could not allow Lee to remain on his territory. Forcibly evicting him might result in the destruction of the evolution fruit trees, so it was best to simply buy them. Having conducted several transactions, Lee had proven to be quite trustworthy. Understanding this, Lee set a price, 5 piles of energy crystals. Deal. Moli immediately ordered his subordinates to retrieve the energy crystals. In a certain room within the base, dozens of individuals gradually awakened from their hibernation pods. It was truly astonishing. "Who are you?" "I am Major General Colin." "General?" "I am Colonel Hines." This group comprised the diplomatic delegation and military advisory team dispatched from Blue Star. They had landed on an alien planet through the remarkable method of soul traversal, and their reactions were similar to those of others. Due to having new bodies, they were still in the process of discerning each other's identities. The figure known as Chopping Knife stepped forward and proposed, "Ladies and gentlemen, I am Jiang Chaoyang. Allow me to take you to the training room for some light exercise to help you acclimate to your new bodies." Everyone was familiar with this protocol and complied. Boarding the vehicle, after 2 hours of adaptation, the diplomatic delegation was taken by Chopping Knife to present their national documents to Moli, while the military advisory team, led by Cold Sniper, Wu Jianfeng, and Flying Bird, proceeded to the outdoor training ground. This military advisory group of 42 members was primarily composed of 5 major generals: Major General Qian Berling from Dragon Country, Major General Lowell from the United States, Major General Leonid from Bear Country, Major General Hyman from John Bull Country, and Major General Colin from Gallus Country. These 5 nations each sent a major general accompanied by 2 aides, filling 15 positions. The remaining 27 military advisors hailed from the main forces of 21 countries. Countries lacking distinctive military characteristics were deemed unqualified to send representatives. After all, they arrived bearing the title of military advisors, with the aim of demonstrating their strength to the Star Master. When introducing Han Zhongshu, Cold Sniper merely offered a slight welcome. With so many present, he could not display his familiarity with Han Zhongshu. On the way to the training ground, Cold Sniper briefed everyone on the base's situation. We currently employ 3.021 million personnel, with 2.753 million armed forces, while the remainder consists of civilian and production staff. There are over 20,000 registered adventure teams, including 524 teams with over 1,000 members and 379 teams with over 100 members. At present, our military expansion is primarily reliant on these adventure teams. The base provides them with weapons and ammunition, and they continually return with various valuable resources, further expanding the Star Master's territory. In times of great conflict, we will organize different army groups according to the needs of the battle. Qian Berling inquired, with such a large population base, why do you not establish a standing army? Cold Sniper explained. The Star Master considered that not everyone could be online at all times, and he hopes the players can enjoy their work and lives here. Hence, he has not imposed many military regulations to restrict them. In the future, we will attempt to form some standing forces, but for now, it is not feasible. The fundamental reason lies in the balance of input and output. The primary task of the players is to gather resources, and only secondarily do they need to engage in combat. In most cases, they eliminate enemies while collecting resources. Moreover, valuable resources are often found in perilous wilderness environments. Organizing personnel for exploration is less effective than allowing players to embark on their own adventures. Additionally, these players have become accustomed to a leisurely lifestyle. Imposing a multitude of military regulations would indeed dampen their enthusiasm for work. Of course, this is also due to the relatively weak enemies. Aside from the Life Mother, Moli harbors little fear of her subordinates. Regarding military equipment, our arsenal primarily consists of cutting-edge weaponry from various countries on Blue Star. Aside from mushroom bombs and hydrogen bombs, we are capable of producing a variety of weapons and ensuring sufficient ammunition supply. At this point, Cold Sniper felt a bit embarrassed. The Gamma aliens had replicated all of Blue Star's military equipment without paying a single cent in royalties. Lowell inquired, I noticed that your weaponry list comprises exclusively Blue Star-S equipment. Why is there no mention of Gamma alien weaponry? Wu Jianfeng explained. We consulted the Star Master, and it seems that his kin, in order to prevent him from becoming too powerful here, left him with a production base that has been severely limited, rendering it incapable of producing Gamma alien weaponry. Whether this was intentional to guard against Blue Star individuals remains unclear. Everyone harbored their own thoughts, refraining from exposing the underlying implications. Chapter 124. Display of combat power. Cold Sniper introduced. At present, we have 242, 600 first-tier enhanced warriors, 278 second-tier enhanced warriors, and 1 third-tier enhanced warrior. A group of military advisors looked bewildered and immediately inquired about the distinctions between the various stages. Wu Jianfeng elucidated. In reality, each of us utilizes a genetically optimized clone, with physical attributes comparable to peak athletes from Blue Star, where the sum of 5 physical attributes exceeds 30. Upon consuming various special resources that augment strength, individuals experience enhancements in their physique. Based on our accumulated experience, we classify those with a sum of 5-dimensional attributes below 50 as first-tier enhanced, those between 50 to 70 as second-tier enhanced, and those above 70 as third-tier enhanced. Due to a lack of experimental data, we have not further subdivided the categories beyond 70. The threshold of 50 serves as a boundary between the first and second tiers, as surpassing 50 inevitably grants a boost in certain capabilities, such as vision, hearing, olfaction, perception, and agility. Achieving a sum of 50 in 5-dimensional attributes marks a universal watershed. Some exceptionally talented individuals obtain an enhancement in talent even at the 45 to 50 stage. Players commonly refer to the sum of personal 5-dimensional attributes as their combat power. For instance, a total attribute sum of 51 equates to a combat power of 51. Those like Cold Sniper, who invest significantly in physical enhancement, typically possess combat power ranging from 52 to 55. The stronger an individual is, the greater the resources required to increase each attribute point, subsequently amplifying their combat prowess. While some military advisors were already aware of this information, most were hearing it for the first time. A curious colonel asked, "How formidable are the warriors at the second tier?" Flying Bird responded with pride. Warriors at the second tier can effortlessly engage 3 to 5 male lions in hand-to-hand combat. According to our biological classification, they fall within the D-grade category. Presently, humanity has identified nearly 10 types of resources capable of enhancing strength, though most are low-level evolutionary substances. Even if one were to develop resistance to all low-level evolutionary substances, the attribute points would only approach 50 at best, had it not been for the defeat of that mutated S-grade shepherd at Gourd Island. We would not have been able to produce the current 278 second-tier enhanced warriors. Noticing the growing curiosity among the crowd, Cold Sniper remarked, "Soon, we will have second-tier enhanced warriors in action, allowing everyone to directly witness their strength." Upon learning of the impending demonstration, the audience momentarily suppressed their curiosity. Qian Berling inquired, "Is the individual who has reached the third stage your Star Master?" Cold Sniper did not conceal the truth and explained, "The Star Master's clone evolved beyond 70 and acquired a second talent enhancement. Thus, we currently regard 70 as the boundary between the second and third stages." Wu Jianfeng continued the discussion. "In addition to conventional weaponry and the enhancement of individual strength, we have also contracted numerous local creatures as pets, which serve as supplementary combat power. For instance, the Star Master's pet, the illusion butterfly, belongs to the rare species of the Destruction clan and has evolved to S-grade." Hearing this, everyone expressed a desire to see it. At the training ground, a battalion of soldiers had assembled. These soldiers predominantly bore the features of Dragon Kingdom citizens, with a smattering of Western faces among them. Each individual exuded an air of lethal intent, unmistakably elite warriors. Indeed, most were beta test players, with a minority possessing special skills from the open beta and new players. Cold Sniper instructed Flying Bird, "Commence." Flying Bird issued the command for segmented training through his wrist device. 2 soldiers brought forth a cart laden with helmet simulators, and Cold Sniper gestured for each person to don one. Once the advisors had equipped themselves, they were immediately immersed in the live-action visuals. The first exercise was a moving target shooting drill. The targets were not mere dummies, but living creatures. As 5 warriors entered the jungle training ground, several hundred 3-faced wolf spiders were released from 4 directions. The individual strength of the 3-faced wolf spiders varied significantly, ranging from F-grade to B-grade. The current batch released consisted primarily of F-grade spiders, with a few D-grade specimens interspersed, each the size of an ordinary domestic dog. Such a large number had predominantly been incubated at the base. Unless the species were valuable, players would typically refrain from capturing such a multitude of living creatures. The 3-faced wolf spiders not only possess swift movement, but also lethal venom. A single bite could prove fatal within a minute. Upon learning of the spider's potent toxicity, all military advisors felt a wave of apprehension for the 5 warriors. To dare engage hundreds of 3-faced wolf spiders with merely 5 individuals was a clear indication of their capabilities. Each of them was a second-tier enhanced warrior. They swiftly advanced in a conical formation, firing as they ran. With each shot, a 3-faced wolf spider fell. Before long, the military advisors realized their concerns were unwarranted. The speed of these 5 warriors was astonishing. The 3-faced wolf spiders simply could not keep up, even when encircled by sheer numbers. The warriors effortlessly dispatched them with firearms and daggers. Shortly after, the prey suffered significant casualties. The remaining 3-faced wolf spiders scuttled away to hide, forcing the 5 warriors to search diligently. It was unclear who initiated it, but soon all military advisors erupted into applause. Indeed, second-tier enhanced warriors were formidable. Even the strongest soldier from Blue Star paled in comparison. As the scene shifted, the focus turned to the long-range sniping event. Cold Sniper introduced. The warrior performing for us now is known as the Angel of Death, hailing from the beautiful country. It is said that he was previously a retired sniper instructor from the Delta Force, having set a record for the longest sniper shot at 200 meters. Upon hearing that this warrior was from the beautiful country, Lowell's face lit up with pride. He understood that achieving a 200-meter sniper distance implied that the individual had received physical enhancements after arriving on Planet M. With the increase in individual strength, many actions that were previously unattainable could now be executed. For a sniper, the most challenging aspect is enhancing vision. No matter how much one practices, this cannot be improved. However, on Planet M, this becomes a simple task. The Angel of Death aimed at a living target, a creature known as the big-mouthed deer. At a distance of over 2,000 meters, the deer remained blissfully unaware of any danger, leisurely grazing. As the current record holder for the longest sniper distance at the base, the Angel of Death was brimming with confidence. He utilized a TAC-50 sniper rifle, known for its precision of 0.5 minutes of angle, MOA, and an effective range of 2,000 meters. Hitting a target at 2,000 meters was nearly guaranteed at an 80% success rate for him now. After a moment of aiming, the Angel of Death pulled the trigger. Following the gunshot, approximately 3 seconds later, the bullet struck the target, tearing the big-mouthed deer in half at the abdomen. The intelligence system promptly announced the result: effective sniper distance of 271 meters. The crowd erupted into applause, unable to contain their admiration. Chapter 125. The Art of the Blade. The third item on the agenda is a display of mixed martial arts proficiency. Cold Sniper introduced the warrior named Mountain Eagle, who, prior to his retirement, served as the captain of the Dragon Kingdom's Sword Brigade. He is set to engage in combat with an adult Qizhong, a C-class creature known for its sharp fangs and the ability to launch sonic attacks. Upon hearing the name Mountain Eagle, Chamberlain's expression shifted uneasily. Clearly aware of the scrutiny Mountain Eagle had faced, the Star-Lord had personally ordered his extraction, and the Dragon Kingdom was expected to relay information to Chamberlain. In the arena, Mountain Eagle gripped a 1.2-meter-long titanium alloy dao, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Hailing from a family of martial artists, mixed martial arts is his forte. Of course, his marksmanship is also commendable, though it pales in comparison to the expertise of specialized snipers. His ascension to captain of the Sword Brigade is a testament to his capabilities. Before the Qizhong even made its appearance, the ominous sounds emanating from the passageway were already intimidating. Humans may disdain all creatures below A-class, but this is contingent upon possessing heavy firepower. Engaging a C-class creature with cold weapons is a perilous challenge for Mountain Eagle. As the gate of the passage opened, a figure swiftly emerged. The Qizhong, upon steadying itself, unleashed a piercing roar. The crowd instinctively covered their ears, realizing the potency of the creature's sonic attack. Gazing upon the beast, which was twice the size of a lion, no one doubted its combat capabilities. Mountain Eagle remained unfazed, tightening his grip on the dao. The Qizhong bore numerous wounds, indicating it had recently been captured from the wild. The hatred in its eyes suggested that many of its kin had been slain by humans. The Qizhong sensed the threat emanating from Mountain Eagle. Despite its desire to tear the human apart, it instinctively circled around, searching for weaknesses. Mountain Eagle was cautious, refusing to turn his back on the foe, mirroring its movements instead. Outside the arena, Wu Jianfeng elaborated, an adult Qizhong is not only powerful, but its intelligence is akin to that of a 6- or 7-year-old human child, making it a cunning and vengeful creature. This particular Qizhong belongs to a tribe that was decimated by an adventurer group, with the young ones taken as pets. Only this Qizhong was left to confront Mountain Eagle. Chamberlain voiced his concerns. This evenly matched confrontation is exceedingly perilous. A slight misstep could result in severe injury. If this is merely a demonstration of combat skills, should we not provide Mountain Eagle with a different opponent? Lowell interjected, General Chamberlain, we are but guests. We shall abide by the host's arrangements. The onlookers were not oblivious to Lowell's ulterior motives. Cold Sniper sighed. Initially, we had arranged for Mountain Eagle to face several D-class creatures, but he insisted on a C-class opponent instead. It seems he harbors a deep-seated frustration. This left most people puzzled, as few could comprehend the underlying meaning. Mountain Eagle indeed felt a profound need to prove himself to the world. Frankly, had he been in a position of power like Cold Sniper and Wu Jianfeng, he likely would not have been subjected to direct scrutiny by the Dragon Kingdom's officials. Now, he sought to showcase his abilities to the Star Lord, yearning for his family to take pride in him. In the central control room, Moli was also observing Mountain Eagle's battle. After a brief meeting with the members of the Blue Star diplomatic delegation, he entrusted them to Jiang Chuyang. Rather than engage in idle banter with them, Moli preferred to assess whether Mountain Eagle was worthy of further investment. It appeared that Moli's earlier concern had indeed borne fruit. Mountain Eagle was ignited by a burning desire. Without desire, how could Moli extend his grace? Yet with desire, Mountain Eagle's original loyalty was rendered less pure. As the battle progressed, the Qizhong grew impatient and surged towards Mountain Eagle. In a flash, Mountain Eagle evaded the creature's fangs, delivering a horizontal cut that left a gash over 40 centimeters long on its belly. However, the Qizhong's three tails were exceptionally agile, striking Mountain Eagle's bulletproof vest with the force of iron whips. He was sent flying 2 meters, yet he deftly rolled and leapt back at the Qizhong. His blade clashed against its claws, sending sparks flying. In terms of raw power, Mountain Eagle was clearly outmatched, as he was once again sent crashing several meters away. The two resumed their fierce engagement, moving at such speed that the spectators could barely follow the action. Each swing of the Dao tightened the crowd's nerves. Even Lowell, who held a different stance, found himself secretly rooting for Mountain Eagle. After exchanging blows for over 10 rounds, the Qizhong suffered 4 cuts, 2 of which were particularly grievous. One to its belly that caused it to bleed profusely, with blood-soaked earth surrounding them, and another that ruined its right eye, leaving a deep, bone-exposing wound on its face. Conversely, Mountain Eagle was not unscathed. His right arm and left leg bore deep lacerations, his trousers stained crimson. Thankfully, he wore a bulletproof vest. Otherwise, the Qizhong's earlier strike could have eviscerated him. The arena fell silent, each person silently cheering for the courageous warrior. After a brief respite, the Qizhong lunged at Mountain Eagle once more. It was evident that its speed had diminished. This time, Mountain Eagle did not evade. He raised his blade, fixating intently on the approaching Qizhong. The atmosphere was charged with anticipation as everyone held their breath. Just as the creature's fangs were half a meter from Mountain Eagle's throat, he struck. In a blur, the blade moved with such swiftness that it eluded the naked eye. A torrent of blood erupted as the Qizhong's body was cleaved in two, crashing to the ground. It died with its gaze fixed on the human, bewildered by its sudden demise. The audience was equally astonished, for Mountain Eagle's final strike was so rapid that they scarcely registered it. Many seasoned spectators were stirred with speculation, questioning whether Mountain Eagle had mastered a new technique. The military advisor from Sakura Nation, Fujita Kazuo, exclaimed in excitement, "This must be the essence of the one-blade style, the Iato cut." Many in the crowd scoffed internally, dismissing the notion, "He is from the Dragon Kingdom. Do not claim everything for yourselves." As Mountain Eagle rose, Cold Sniper swiftly instructed those around him, "What are you standing there for? Quickly take him to the medical room." At that moment, everyone's wristwatches chimed with notifications. Someone quietly read aloud, effective immediately. Mountain Eagle is appointed as the Deputy Commander of the Green Shade City Command, concurrently serving as the Chief Instructor of Base Combat Training, signed by the Star Lord. This decision seemed to align with the expectations of Cold Sniper, Wu Jianfeng, and others, while the military advisors were left in shock. The Star Lord's approach to personnel selection was indeed unorthodox. Upon seeing the appointment notice, Mountain Eagle smiled, a word surfacing in his mind, gratitude for being recognized. Outside the arena, Chamberlain quietly briefed Han Zhongshu, indicating that they needed to find a way to rectify their previous missteps. Chapter 126. The Pet Show. The exercises involving artillery coordination, aerial maneuvers, and parachuting appeared rather unremarkable. Given the relatively short training duration of the players, it was challenging to compare them with the seasoned elite of Blue Star. Furthermore, The weaponry familiar to Blue Star failed to capture the attention of the military advisors. However, when the pet army made its entrance, the military advisors were finally captivated, particularly by the sight of over a dozen gorillas wielding Gatling guns, their bodies adorned with ammunition belts. Everyone held their breath, some concerned that these creatures might lose control and unleash a barrage of bullets indiscriminately. Cold Sniper introduced the gorilla species. Adult gorillas are classified as sea-level creatures, possessing immense strength and intelligence akin to that of a 10-year-old child. They can not only comprehend verbal commands, but also distinguish between friend and foe. Qian Bolin inquired, "I've heard that a contract exists between a master and their pet, enabling a mental connection between them?" Wu Jianfeng clarified, "To be precise, this phenomenon is known as a biological imprint, a form of telepathy left by the pet upon choosing its master. Players commonly refer to it as a pet contract. Moreover, only pets with relatively higher intelligence possess the ability to establish such imprints, necessitating an emotional bond cultivated from a young age." At that moment, a small sprite flew from a distance and landed on Wu Jianfeng's shoulder, chattering away. Wu Jianfeng promptly retrieved a snack from his pocket to feed it. This fairy-like creature immediately attracted the attention of the onlookers. Unfazed, the sprite indulged in its meal. Cold Sniper elaborated, "This is the pet of Chief of Staff Tianya, a lightning flower fairy. Its innate ability is lightning attack, allowing it to fly at low altitudes. The flower fairy is lively and benevolent, usually roaming freely within the base. According to management regulations, free-range pets must carry identity chips, as their owners are held accountable for any incidents. Many individuals utilize the authentication feature of their wristwatches, discovering that the sprite was classified as a sea-level creature. Once the sprite finished its meal, Wu Jianfeng commanded, "Sprite, demonstrate your abilities for everyone." The sprite pointed to the side, and a small bolt of lightning struck the ground, leaving a dark imprint. Wu Jianfeng proudly introduced his pet. Currently, the sprite is only at sea level, possessing just 2 skills, a single target lightning spell with a maximum voltage reaching several thousand volts, and a chain lightning attack that requires about 10 seconds of charging before release. The military advisors were envious, bombarding him with various inquiries. Their primary concern was whether the creature was easy to capture. Who wouldn't desire such a charming yet formidable combat companion? Wu Jianfeng addressed each question, explaining that lightning flower fairies were rare and hard to come by. Within the entire base, his was the only one. In contrast, numerous plant-type flower fairies had been caught by players, each valued between 600,000 to 800,000 contribution points. Wu Jianfeng's sprite, however, was estimated to exceed 1.5 million contribution points. Acquiring one required either exceptional skill in the wild or substantial financial investment. Upon hearing such a steep price, most representatives expressed regret. Unless they hailed from affluent families, they could hardly afford it. Moreover, as military advisors, they couldn't venture out to capture pets like ordinary players. They couldn't help but envy the ordinary players who had the freedom to explore, fight, and potentially secure citizenship in this realm. Before long, the pet performance officially commenced. Witnessing the 14 gorillas unleashing a torrent of firepower with their Gatling guns, all military advisors felt their blood surge with excitement. In infantry formations, the formidable firepower predominantly relied on heavy machine guns. However, the weight of these weapons hindered rapid movement on foot, necessitating vehicle transport. Yet, not all terrains could accommodate vehicles. In contrast, the heavy Gatling guns appeared as mere toys in the hands of the guerrillas, signifying that heavy machine guns could now provide mobile support in rugged terrains, a significant boon for mountain infantry. Moreover, the military training of these guerrillas was commendable. They executed commands with precision. Following their demonstration, a cavalry unit took the stage, their mounts not being horses but various local creatures. Qizhong, Zongyun leopard, 2-headed dog, and 6-eared Ao Biao. These steeds were capable of swiftly transporting fully armed infantry, allowing the soldiers to focus solely on firing. While these cavalry units were no match for armored vehicles, they thrived in the largely wild environment of M-Star. In addition to the land cavalry, a contingent of aerial cavalry also made an appearance. Currently, the base had 5 types of flying creatures capable of carrying humans aloft: blue lightning dragon, bone-cutting winged serpent, golden-crowned iron eagle, fire cloud rock, and ancient seabird. The blue lightning dragon was rare, and the bone-cutting winged serpent was unsuitable for riding. The only viable options for widespread aerial cavalry were the latter 3. Furthermore, the ancient seabird primarily fed on various fish, making its care somewhat troublesome. It wasn't that the base couldn't afford helicopters. Rather, these affordable flying mounts offered superior cost-effectiveness, consuming only a few dozen kilograms of meat per 100 kilometers. The diverse array of pets showcased afterward kept the military advisors thoroughly engaged, as it was their first encounter with such creatures, sparking their curiosity. Each advisor recorded the event on their wristwatches, recognizing the necessity to understand the military capabilities of these beings for future recommendations. The only regret they had was not witnessing the S-class illusion butterfly from the Star Master. Fortunately, Cold Sniper provided them with a video of the illusion butterfly feeding, allowing them to grasp the terror of such a creature vicariously. Once the exercises concluded, both parties reconvened at the command center to discuss work arrangements. Cold Sniper presented the military advisors with 2 choices: to remain at the Dawn Base Command Center or to be assigned to the cities below. Representatives from the 5 great benevolent families would undoubtedly prefer the central hub of Dawn Base to cultivate high-level connections. However, for military advisors from other nations, working in the cities below would provide greater opportunities to realize their value. Consequently, many representatives opted for assignments in the subordinate command centers. Cold Sniper instructed the intelligence system to record everyone's preferences before formally issuing appointment letters. Given the nature of their work, basic compensation was essential. After all, this was a tangible world where sustenance and leisure required contribution points. Cold Sniper stipulated a weekly schedule of 5 days, 8 hours each, based on Blue Star's time. With overtime accounted separately, accommodations and meals would be provided, alongside a monthly salary ranging from 8,000 to 15,000, depending on rank. This remuneration left everyone exceedingly satisfied, essentially granting them dual salaries from both Blue Star and M-Star. Chapter 127. Investment. Ultimately, 29 military advisors chose to transfer to other command posts, while only 13 opted to remain at the Dawn Base. Based on their credentials, Cold Sniper assigned them to 4 different command posts. Once their destinations were confirmed, the 29 departed by helicopter, while the remaining 13 military advisors entered their work mode. They needed to thoroughly familiarize themselves with the base's conditions and devise a comprehensive military development plan, a process estimated to take about a week. After everything was arranged, Cold Sniper, Wu Jianfeng, and Fania arrived on the 11th floor and saluted Su Moli, who nodded slightly, indicating for them to find their seats. Once everyone was present, Mountain Eagle began to introduce his swordsmanship. The swordsmanship I practice is the Meihua 23 styles, which has been passed down from my great-grandfather. The origins of this technique are obscure, but it is said to have originated in the Tang dynasty, primarily utilizing the Tang broadsword, divided into 8 main techniques: thrusting, stabbing, slashing, chopping, sweeping, flicking, pushing, and slicing. The final strike that defeated Qizheng was called Mountain Opening Push, requiring one to concentrate all their strength in the waist, toes, and arms, delivering a powerful downward strike without leaving any retreat. To be honest, it was my first time successfully executing this move. Su Moli inquired, "What do you mean by that?" Mountain Eagle explained, "In truth, the Meihua 23 styles has only retained superficial forms in modern times, as the internal power techniques have long been lost, leading practitioners to regard it as mere ornamentation. If it weren't for my enhanced physique and the imminent threat of death, I would not have been able to unleash its full potential." Chef speculated, perhaps the martial arts passed down from our ancestors are indeed authentic, and the loss of internal cultivation techniques has resulted in the current state of superficiality. Fania analyzed, such martial arts techniques likely have specific requirements for execution. Now that Mountain Eagle's physique has reached the 2nd tier, his overall qualities align perfectly with the technique's demands, allowing him to naturally maximize its power. Wu Jianfeng proposed, Star Master, I suggest we recruit a group of martial artists from Blue Star who still possess their traditions to teach our soldiers martial arts techniques. While we currently rely on firearms, these skills could still enhance our soldiers' combat abilities. Cold Sniper added, whether it be hand-to-hand combat or the use of other weapons. There are merits to be found. Moli turned to Chef, commanding, "You shall oversee this matter." Chef responded respectfully, "Yes, Star Master." In this day and age, martial arts have diminished in prevalence. With a bit of funding, it can be easily arranged. Moreover, with gaming helmets provided, many would likely be eager to share their martial arts manuscripts. Moli then addressed Mountain Eagle, asking, "Would you be willing to contribute your family's Mehua 23 styles? We can provide you with some intellectual property compensation following the practices of your Blue Star." Mountain Eagle replied, "Promoting traditional martial arts was my father's wish before he passed. I am willing to offer both the Mehua 23 styles and Maishan Fist without compensation." Moli insisted, "Compensation is necessary. Not everyone possesses your sense of righteousness, and it would make future dealings challenging otherwise." Acknowledging Moli's wisdom, Mountain Eagle ceased his objections. Moli turned to Cold Sniper, inquiring, "Have the military advisors been arranged?" Cold Sniper reported, "Everything has been organized, and some have already commenced their duties." Moli emphasized, "I believe the personnel dispatched from Blue Star are indeed skilled soldiers. Since they are here to assist us, we should refrain from viewing them through the lens of national or ethnic prejudices and instead humbly learn from their strengths to enhance our overall military capabilities." Here, apart from Cold Sniper and Mountain Eagle, the others are self-taught soldiers. Even Cold Sniper and Mountain Eagle excel only in special operations, and they are not as proficient in naval, aerial, or artillery warfare. Therefore, I hold high expectations for these military advisors. As long as they are open and do not hoard knowledge for personal gain, we can work well together. The four promptly expressed their commitment to learn from the military advisory group. At that moment, Cold Sniper reported, "Star Master, the 18,000 professional soldiers from Sakura country have gathered in Fengzi City. They have devised a military action plan to navigate 670 kilometers upstream along the Changsa River and land on a small plain at the foot of Mount Jilei, intending to establish a forward base for gradual occupation." Moli asked, "If I recall correctly, a colony of blue light thunder dragons resides in the Jilei mountain area, does it not?" Wu Jianfeng, well versed in this matter, replied, "At the peak, the blue light thunder dragon population exceeded 350, yet only about 120 returned successfully from battle. The entire Jilei mountain spans 53 kilometers north to south and 46 kilometers east to west, with the highest peak reaching an elevation of 728 meters, often shrouded in mist and subjected to frequent lightning strikes. In such environments characterized by thunder and fog, the probability of accidents for aerial vehicles exceeds 70. Even for one-time missiles, guidance issues would arise. The long journey presents significant challenges, which is why the Blue Light Thunder Dragon colony continues to thrive." Recognizing Sakura country's willingness to tackle such formidable challenges, Moli decided to offer encouragement. "What support do they require?" Cold Sniper reported their submitted list. They need to rent 76 river transport vessels of over 300 tons, a regiment of 105mm howitzers, an armored battalion, 2 full sets of anti-aircraft artillery battalions, 6 F-15 fighter jets, 12 Apache attack helicopters, and 9 Chinook transport helicopters. Given that Sakura country's active military forces cannot all consist of elite soldiers, they must draw from various branches. Currently, Sakura country faces a significant shortage of contribution points, not due to financial incapacity, but because contribution points are not available for purchase, regardless of wealth. The Glory Bank holds approximately 116 million contribution points, which includes their reserves and deposited funds. Numerous powerful figures and conglomerates from Blue Star have entered M-Star, purchasing a significant amount of contribution points from Glory Bank. Consequently, the funds at Glory Bank have dwindled to a critically low level. While small-scale exchanges of contribution points are feasible, large-scale transactions are no longer possible. This situation has rendered Sakura country's available funds quite limited. They struggle to equip the 18,000 000 soldiers with light weaponry, let alone rent such heavy equipment. Moli commanded, ensure they receive the weapons listed on their submitted list. I will sponsor their military operation. Since Sakura country is willing to tackle tough challenges, I must support them, even if it means investing heavily for minimal returns. It will attract greater contributions from other nations on Blue Star. Moreover, the presence of the blue light thunder dragon in the Gile mountain area indicates an abundance of resources. Players have reached a consensus. The stronger the residing creatures, the more abundant the resources in that location, likely suggesting the presence of energy crystal mines. Chapter 128. The Harvest of Chives outside Fengzi City. A temporary military camp bustling with activity houses the forces of the Sakura Nation, comprising 18,000 troops reorganized into a mixed division under the command of Major General Matsui Taro. Though it is merely a single division, it is fully equipped with infantry, artillery, engineering, armored units, an aviation team, and ground support. They are known as the Sakura Corps, having registered as an adventurer group on Planet M. Without such registration, unifying communication among the soldiers would be impossible. At this moment, Major General Matsui Taro is engaged in conversation with Nakamura Nobisuke, the diplomatic representative of the Sakura Nation. The weapons and equipment we requested have been approved by the Star Master. Conventional arms can be collected from the armory in Fengzi City, while heavy equipment, such as aircraft and armored vehicles, will be allocated and expected to arrive by tomorrow. I plan to allow the soldiers 2 days to familiarize themselves with the weapons, and we shall officially embark on our campaign 3 days hence. The advanced troops have already been dispatched. Nakamura Nobisuke interjects. This battle will be pivotal for our Sakura Nation's foothold on Planet M. Matsui-kun, you must exert your utmost effort. Matsui Taro solemnly responds. Please convey to the minister that we shall indeed spare no effort. Hesitating for a moment, Matsui Taro voices his concern. Minister, are we truly to align ourselves with the Dragon Nation? As the commander of the army, Matsui Taro feels it necessary to be apprised of the specifics. Nakamura Nobisuke explains. The order I received is to temporarily align with the Dragon Nation, enabling us to maneuver advantageously. Future decisions by the cabinet will depend on the unfolding situation. For now, the Dragon Nation holds significant advantages on Planet M, boasting the largest player base and a preponderance of key military officials, with the first ambassador from Blue Star to Planet M also being a dragon. Aligning with the Dragon Nation is driven by mutual interests and simultaneously pressures the Beautiful Nation to further court the Sakura Nation. Although recently deceived by the Beautiful Nation, the Sakura Nation lacks the courage to retaliate. It is only natural to express grievances over this slight. Currently, only the Sakura Nation has dispatched regular troops to Planet M, while other countries are engrossed in vying for shares of the game helmets, wary of the Star Master's potential to control life and death through the helmets. Few would dare wager the lives of 18,000 active soldiers as the Sakura Nation does. The people of Sakura are inherently gamblers, and if they are to gamble, they will do so on a grand scale. With a surplus population at home, they can afford the stakes of 18,000 lives. From yesterday's audience with the Star Master, it is evident that he harbors no national biases. He welcomes any who are willing to serve him, which is why our military operations can garner his support. Moreover, the Star Master hinted that if the region surrounding Gile Mountain indeed proves resource-rich, he would consider establishing a new city there. Do you understand what that implies? Nakamura Nobisuke seems to be testing Matsui Taro's political acumen. Matsui Taro's interest is piqued, and he smiles. Then we must strive to establish a city solely for the players of our Sakura Nation. Nakamura Nobisuke nods in satisfaction, secretly thinking that the cabinet made a wise choice in selecting someone who is not merely a brutish warrior. Confirming that Matsui Taro has no immediate matters requiring coordination, Nakamura Nobisuke departs for the Dawn base. Meanwhile, in the Beautiful Nation, a special meeting is convened, organized by the official representatives of the Beautiful Nation and attended by officials and representatives from various Western nations and gaming guilds operating on Planet M. It is evident that the Beautiful Nation seeks to consolidate the human resources of the Western countries for its own benefit. Currently addressing the assembly is Christine. the official representative of the beautiful nation. The Dragon Nation not only has the largest player base on planet M, but also monopolizes the upper echelons of M's official hierarchy, which is detrimental to our interests. This is precisely why we must unite to safeguard our rights. As Christine continues, representatives from other nations furrow their brows in concern. The beautiful nation is notorious for exploiting its allies. While Christine's words may sound appealing, the forthcoming conditions for cooperation are likely to be exploitative. Soon, Christine displays her true intentions. The proposed terms of collaboration from the beautiful nation comprise 7 stipulations. First, the establishment of a financial mutual cooperation system, primarily aimed at acquiring contribution values from players across nations to form a bank dominated by the beautiful nation on planet M. If a bank were to be established under Western leadership, absorbing deposits and providing various financial services, the representatives would have no objections. However, the beautiful nation has unilaterally imposed contribution value quotas, ranging from 5 million to 40 million, based on the size of each gaming guild. This amounts to a forced purchase of their contribution values. While they claim it is at market price, it is clear that contribution values are in high demand, and they cannot muster such amounts. The beautiful nation's strategy is astute, as they effectively preemptively secure the output of the next 1 to 2 months for these guilds, who are hoarding contribution values to strengthen their presence on planet M, not to earn currency in Blue Star. Reluctantly, they must continue to listen, as the representatives from their own nations remain silent. The second stipulation allows gaming guilds on planet M to list publicly in the beautiful nation. This concept is novel for all involved. However, the beautiful nation's motives are not altruistic. As a publicly traded entity, guilds must submit annual reports for review and will expect dividends. The bank established earlier will handle the dividend settlements, while guilds may distribute contribution values and unique resources within the game. The beautiful nation will provide cash dividends to shareholders in the real world. Ultimately, the beautiful nation aims to gradually control these gaming guilds through stock ownership, a tactic they have previously employed to dominate companies in other nations. The third stipulation proposes the establishment of a futures exchange for special resources on planet M, allowing various unique items to be traded as futures. Aside from the first stipulation, the remaining 6 are not overly harsh. Following protests from the representatives of other nations, the beautiful nation generously offered to purchase their contribution values at 1.5 times the market price, significantly reducing resistance among the gaming guilds. In reality, the beautiful nation has devised several other policies that remain unspoken. For instance, they have implemented remarkably favorable immigration policies, permitting players with game helmets to immigrate with their families and providing free housing and job placements. Furthermore, although the beautiful nation has not deployed regular troops to planet M, they are actively recruiting soldiers from their domestic player base to form large military contingents to pursue their interests. Chapter 129. Luring the enemy to attack in the heart of the Life Continent. A colossal basin cradles a magnificent golden tree that pierces the heavens. This sacred ground is the very root of the Mother of Life. A legend among the animal kingdom proclaims that those who reach the Mother of Life's holy sanctuary shall receive her blessings and ascend to become formidable guardians. Each day, millions of creatures journey to this sanctum, oblivious to the grim reality that most will never return. This pilgrimage is fraught with peril, surpassing even the treacherous journey of the monk seeking scriptures. The Mother of Life summons all beings of S rank and above to guard her sanctity. These exalted creatures, immense in stature, require a constant supply of sustenance, having long since devoured the native fauna in the vicinity, relying instead on offerings from those who unwittingly approach. In a secluded gorge, a creature resembling a chelan reclines by a pond. Standing approximately 3 meters tall, its form is adorned with shimmering black scales. Despite its relatively modest size, a 1-kilometer radius around it is devoid of even the smallest insect, a testament to its formidable aura. Suddenly, an energy projection manifests above the chelan. Startled awake, it respectfully exclaims, "Mother Goddess, Blackscale, I appoint you as the commander of the army, and I shall assign 8 divine attendants to assist you." You are to lead the 214 guardians of the southeastern region to annihilate the heretical forces that claim to be human. At your command, Mother Goddess. A beam of light envelopes the Qilin, imbuing it with information regarding the 8 attendants, the 214 guardians, and the humans. As the energy projection dissipates, the Qilin strides into the void. Concurrently, the 214 guardians within a 2,500-kilometer radius of the humans receive their orders. Many guardians, still en route to their territories, are met with directives, while those already home hastily rally their forces. The unusual behavior of the animals soon captures the attention of human drones. Honestly, humanity did not anticipate such an immediate offensive from the Mother of Life. The strategists had estimated a month's grace before the enemy would strike, considering many guardians were yet to return to their domains. After months of campaigning and traversing thousands of kilometers, surely the enemy would need a respite. Moreover, the breeding season for animals had arrived, necessitating consideration of replenishing their ranks. In truth, the rapid reproductive rate of humans had startled the Mother of Life. Previously, humanity numbered merely in the thousands. A rise to 20,000 was manageable, but within a month, the population surged to millions, an alarming rate indeed. Thus, the Mother of Life resolved to eradicate humanity at the earliest opportunity. At Dawn Base, Wu Jianfeng briefs the reconnaissance findings. Red dots on the map indicate the locations where animal congregations have been identified. The number of guardians exceeds 150, with estimates suggesting that the enemy could muster a force between 40 to 70 million. Our challenge lies in the vast area we must defend. Dispersing our forces would render us vulnerable, excluding the eastern and southern fronts. The human borders to the west and north extend over 1,000 kilometers. Furthermore, the enemy can adapt to various terrains, launching attacks from any position. With our current armed forces of over 7 million, we cannot establish an effective defense. Do not be misled by our previous victories against vast animal armies with only a mere 1,000 troops. Those successes relied on sturdy walls and densely packed automated defenses. The other 7 cities lack fortifications. Should the animal hordes breach our defenses, much of our progress would be obliterated, particularly the agricultural bases in Fengzi City, which provide sustenance for millions of players. Qian Berling contemplates. To keep the enemy at bay, we must take the initiative and draw them into our preset battlefield. How do we entice them to engage on our terms? Inquires Lung Jiao. To lure the enemy, replies Luo Wei, there are 3 strategies. First, we obstruct their path. Second, we present a target they are compelled to destroy. Third, we create a situation where they perceive the greatest threat. The first option is impractical. The enemy has too many potential routes for attack. The second involves using a commander to bait them. While a common tactic in human warfare, animals may not distinguish their leaders among us. The third option, however, warrants consideration. Luo Wei suggests gradually engaging the enemy to lead them to the desired battleground, ideally utilizing various missiles. Given that these guardians possess intellect comparable to humans, inflicting pain with missiles would prompt them to prioritize eliminating perceived threats. Wu Jianfeng adds, perhaps we could leverage the illusion butterfly owned by the Star Lord. The Mother of Life has pressured the Star Lord to surrender it. If we deploy this creature for a large-scale assault on the animals, it could effectively lure them towards us. Qian Berling agrees. That is a viable approach. We could execute both strategies simultaneously for added assurance. Thus, the next step is to select the defensive battleground. After more than an hour of terrain analysis, the military advisors unanimously agree on the battlefield, Ghana City. The selection is based on 3 primary considerations. First, Ghana City is the most peripheral human settlement, minimizing inland damage while ensuring access to ammunition and supplies. Second, the Longza River has a tributary, the Yuan River, flowing adjacent to Ghana City, naturally filtering out less adept swimmers. Third, there are 63 outpost bases surrounding Ghana City, which can be utilized to implement fortified defensive strategies. Having determined the overarching direction, the military advisors continue to refine the operational plan. Personnel and resources can be preemptively mobilized. The Sakura Legion is first in line, followed by players with relatively high combat proficiency. Currently, Ghana City boasts a player population of 360,000, with plans to recruit an additional 400,000 for defense. Consequently, a significant quantity of weaponry and troops is dispatched to Ghana City, with engineering vehicles urgently deployed to construct defensive fortifications ahead of the approaching animal army. Given the speed and distance of these creatures, it would take at least a week for them to reach the human perimeter. Of course, we cannot allow them to assemble unimpeded. 36 F-15 fighter jets, 24 F-22s, 52 B-52 bombers, and 38 Tu-22 MS all take to the skies. The base lacks sufficient qualified pilots. But fortunately, allies from Bear Country and Beautiful Nation have agreed to provide active pilots to assist. Additionally, Moli, under the protection of robots, leads the illusion butterfly deep into enemy territory to sow chaos. Chapter 130. Initial victories in a vast plain situated 470 kilometers from Ghana City. A multitude of creatures are engaged in a fierce battle. Dominating this chaotic scene are the enigmatic magic pattern rabbits. Although they bear some resemblance to the rabbits of Blue Star in terms of size, they are fundamentally different beings. An adult magic pattern rabbit stands about 1.5 meters tall when seated, equipped with sharp claws and formidable fangs, undeniably carnivorous in nature. These creatures possess astonishing speed and an incredible biting force, sufficient to puncture even a military spade. Most notably, magic pattern rabbits exhibit an extraordinary tenacity. They engage in combat collectively rather than individually, often surging forth in throngs of thousands, devouring any adversary in their path. At this moment, these rabbits, typically akin to a plague, have turned their aggression upon one another. As a figure darts through the sky, a rain of golden powder descends once more, sending another wave of magic pattern rabbits into a frenzy. Witnessing the escalating madness among their kin, the Guardian, who had been hiding, could no longer remain passive. A mound of earth was displaced as a towering magic pattern rabbit, over 2 meters high, emerged. Its markings were a distinctive yellow, clearly differentiating it from the common gray-patterned rabbits. There was no doubt, it was the commander of the magic pattern rabbit army. The Guardian began to invoke a summoning skill, attempting to awaken its brethren. As the spell took effect, the frenzied rabbits exhibited noticeable sluggishness. The skill proved effective, albeit of limited utility, and the Guardian inadvertently revealed its position. A swarm of drones hovering above promptly launched over 30 airborne missiles. The Guardian, ever vigilant, swiftly burrowed back into the earth. Following the explosions, a deep crater several meters wide was revealed, and the fleeing Guardian was forced out of hiding. Before the Guardian could dig another escape route, countless mycelial strands ensnared it. After evolving to S rank, the elusive butterfly's mycelium was comparable to steel wire. The magic pattern rabbit struggled against the bindings, but to no avail. Becoming increasingly disoriented, the mycelium contained hallucinogenic properties akin to golden dust. Seizing the opportunity as the rabbit ceased its resistance, the mycelium pierced through its exposed wounds, drawing forth an unending stream of blood and energy into the elusive butterfly's maw. The magic pattern rabbit convulsed as if electrocuted, yet it remained firmly trapped. This struggle resembled a fleeting glimmer of life. Within a minute, its form began to wither. After 2 minutes, it resembled a deflated balloon. With the Guardian's restraint gone, the vast army of over 300,000 magic pattern rabbits immediately scattered in panic. The fraction of rabbits controlled by the elusive butterfly amounted to less than 1/5. The remaining rabbits, intent on fleeing, left the elusive butterfly powerless to intervene. Fortunately, the bomber squadron finally arrived. Moli promptly commanded the elusive butterfly to ascend, to avoid friendly fire. Subsequently, thousands of tons of incendiary bombs were dropped. Observing the anguished cries of the magic pattern rabbits engulfed in flames from the hillside, Moli felt no joy. After countless slaughters, one becomes numb to the violence. After the bombers had released their payload, escorting fighter jets commenced targeted missile strikes. After several more minutes of bombardment, the aircraft began their return. The ensuing wildfires spread rapidly across the terrain. Moli immediately boarded a helicopter to evade the chaos. Preliminary estimates suggested that over 70,000 magic pattern rabbits had been eliminated in this encounter, a commendable achievement. However, Moli's primary objective in venturing deep into enemy territory with the elusive butterfly was to lure the enemy. Li was undoubtedly aware that wherever the elusive butterfly appeared, Moli would not be far behind. Both the elusive butterfly and Moli were prime targets that the Mother of Life sought to eliminate. By brazenly revealing his whereabouts, Moli was confident the enemy would take the bait. With the arrival of pilots and crew members from the United States and Russia, the frequency of sorties by fighter jets and bombers increased significantly. These aircraft were all dispatched from Ghana Airport. The human strategy was simple. Drones would scout ahead, and upon detecting a gathering of animals, they would summon bombers and fighters. Sometimes they dropped aerial bombs, other times air-to-ground missiles. Should they spot the Guardian, they would call in a few ballistic missiles for good measure. Essentially, the aim was to rain explosives upon the heads of these creatures. Even the slowest bombers were far beyond the reach of these flying beasts. Thus, the animal army found itself in dire straits, subjected to bombardment without the means to retaliate, enduring attacks both day and night, with even greater casualties occurring under the cover of darkness. In the presence of thermal imaging equipment, they were utterly exposed. Reluctantly, the animal army was compelled to disperse their formations. Consequently, humans, faced with cost considerations, halted large-scale bombings. Nevertheless, small-scale targeted strikes continued intermittently. Eventually, the mere sound of aircraft would send the ground-dwelling creatures fleeing in all directions. While casualties diminished, their pace of movement was undoubtedly hindered. 5 days later, in a canyon over 1,200 kilometers from Ghana City, nearly 200 guardians of various sizes and species convened. Many bore wounds, clustering in small groups to recount their experiences. There is no doubt that creature is the elusive butterfly of the Destruction Clan. I encountered it on the western battlefield, but this is the southeastern region of the continent. How could a creature of the Destruction Clan be present here? Who knows? Perhaps humans have colluded with the Destruction Clan. If that were the case, this battle would be exceedingly difficult. Most guardians harbored little hope for the upcoming confrontation. Humans were formidable enough, and now the specter of the Destruction Clan loomed. In a corner, Li appeared somewhat detached from the rest. Observing the despondent guardians, Li could only sigh in resignation. Last time, it had narrowly escaped the human onslaught. This time, it was uncertain if fortune would favor it again. At that moment, a blue-glowing thunder dragon approached Li, demanding, "Are you the one who allowed heretics to flourish in your territory and fled, abandoning your commander?" Upon hearing these words, the surrounding guardians regarded Li with hostility. They had just returned from a campaign and were now preparing to confront the formidable humans again. While they dared not direct their ire towards the Mother God, they needed a scapegoat. Li inquired, "And who might you be?" The Thunder Dragon replied haughtily, "I am the leader of the Thunder Dragon clan, the brother of Gucci, hatched from the same clutch of eggs." Li realized that this individual was deliberately seeking a confrontation due to Gucci's demise. Yet it felt compelled to explain. Firstly, the rise of humans is due to their formidable strength, not my indulgence. Secondly, we retreated only after our commander fell, and Gucci's death bears no relation to me. The leader scoffed, "If you're afraid of death, just admit it. I truly wonder how you became a guardian." At this, laughter erupted among the onlookers. Chapter 131. Old acquaintance. Li had no desire to engage with this individual, opting instead to seek refuge elsewhere. However, to his surprise, the other party seized the opportunity to launch a sneak attack as Li turned away. Several bolts of lightning surged toward him. Fortunately, Li had remained vigilant, and a defensive bubble materialized instantaneously. Yet, the force of the lightning was formidable, shattering the bubble. Ultimately, 2 bolts struck Li, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. Even with his typically placid demeanor, Li could not tolerate such treachery. "Do you wish to instigate war?" DTU was taken aback that Li could withstand 2 bolts of lightning without harm. Yet he still regarded Li with disdain. "I shall crush your bones one by one and take your antlers back as trophies." Li refrained from further banter, channeling the energy within his body. DTU did the same, gathering electrical energy. In an instant, the air crackled with errant currents. However, all these currents halted a mere meter before Bai Li, as a semicircular protective shield isolated him from the chaos. Onlookers, fearing collateral damage, swiftly retreated to a safe distance. Just as Bai Li and DTU prepared to clash, a cry resonated from above. Upon hearing the sound, all guardians promptly stood at attention. Bai Li and DTU, recognizing the gravity of the moment, immediately retracted their energies. Shortly after, Hei Lin descended to the open ground, accompanied by 8 flying divine attendants. The powerful aura emanating from them compelled all guardians to bow their heads in respect. The 8 divine attendants comprised 4 distinct species: a Tianmu moth, 2 Mi-Dai dragons, 2 golden crown iron eagles, and 3 fire cloud pungs. Yet, the source of dread among the guardians was not Hei Lin, but rather the Tianmu moth. Its reproductive method was brutal. It would forcibly implant its eggs within other creatures. When the larvae emerged, it signified the host's demise. Renowned for conjuring illusions, even creatures of equal rank were no match for the Tianmu moth. A saying circulated in the animal kingdom: when encountering a female Tianmu moth during mating season, flee as far as possible. Scanning the area, Hei Lin quickly assessed the situation. At least 20 guardians were unaccounted for. Hei Lin knew well that those missing were surely deceased. Throughout his journey, he had received updates from these guardians regarding casualties and the advancement of their forces. Hei Lin's expression darkened as he inquired, "Who can tell me what transpired just now?" Upon hearing this, the heads of the guardians bowed even lower. DTU, being a direct participant, had no chance of escape and thus chose to report. "Commander, Bai Li has been fostering the growth of humans and fled during our last confrontation with them. I merely spoke a few words to him, and he was ready to fight." Hei Lin turned to Bai Li and asked, "Bai Li, is that true?" Bai Li replied coolly, "Commander, I did have a conflict with DTU, but he provoked me first." Hei Lin did not explode with anger, but instead instructed, "Come with me." Hei Lin turned and walked into the air, with Bai Li swiftly following. It was only then that many guardians realized something was amiss. Clearly, this white deer was acquainted with Commander Hei Lin. The most awkward position, however, belonged to DTU. Should Bai Li choose to report him to the commander, his fate would be dire. If Hei Lin placed him in the front line of attack, it could spell disaster for him. With the 8 divine attendants still present, DTU, despite his anxiety, dared not move. Upon arriving in a secluded area, Hei Lin began to reminisce. "It has been thousands of sunrises and sunsets since we last met." Bai Li reflected, "Ever since my power waned, I volunteered to guard the most remote regions. I believe it has been over 4,000 sunrises and sunsets." Hei Lin sighed wistfully. "I truly miss the days we fought together." Bai Li tactfully reminded him, "In truth, I do not wish for you to take command of the army. Humans are formidable adversaries." Hei Lin expressed a hint of resignation. "It was the Mother Goddess who chose me. I had no choice in the matter." Bai Li, having spent time in the sacred grounds, was likely aware of the underlying truths. The powerful tree-like deities either guarded the Mother Goddess or remained entrenched on the front lines against the enemies from the other 2 continents. Their abysmal mobility rendered them ill-suited for long-distance campaigns. Thus, the Mother Goddess had to rely on swift, corporeal beings to contend with humans. After exchanging pleasantries, Hei Lin inquired, "Do you know what transpired with that illusion butterfly from the Destruction Clan?" On his way here, the Life Mother Goddess had ordered him to investigate this matter. Bai Li, having interacted with humans, likely possessed some knowledge. Trusting Hei Lin immensely, Bai Li disclosed the entire situation. Upon hearing it, Hei Lin was astounded. "What? You dared to deceive the Mother Goddess?" Hei Lin cautiously surveyed the surroundings, ensuring no other beings were nearby before he relaxed. Bai Li, feeling slightly helpless, explained, "I had no choice. I attempted to infiltrate human territory multiple times to eliminate that butterfly, but I could not find an opportunity. Subsequently, I even impersonated the Mother Goddess to coerce human leaders into surrendering the butterfly, yet they showed no fear of us." Despite Su Mo Li's pleasant words, Bai Li understood that the butterfly would ultimately become a weapon against them. Now, the truth could no longer be concealed. After a moment of contemplation, Hei Lin cautioned, Make sure you don't let anything slip. If the Mother Goddess inquires, claim ignorance. I will attribute it to a collaboration between the Destruction Clan and humans. Bailey understood the severe consequences of deceiving the Life Mother Goddess and would certainly not reveal any details. After discussing this matter, Lin asked, "What suggestions do you have for dealing with humans?" Having observed humans for an extended period, Bailey had discerned their weaknesses. Individually, humans are not particularly strong. They rely entirely on various terrifying weapons, especially those that can fly. Some are even one-time use weapons capable of obliterating small patches of forest, while others are capable of laying eggs, aircraft. Bailey elaborated meticulously, and Lin listened intently. Upon grasping the situation regarding humans, Lin's expression turned grave. Now, he comprehended why Bailey had not taken decisive action and had even fled during the last engagement with humans. In the face of such a formidable adversary, what could a regional guardian accomplish? Lin swiftly devised a plan. It appears that to secure victory in this battle, we must first dismantle those terrifying weapons wielded by humans. Bailey explained, "Before my arrival, I observed that humans seem to have relocated all their weapons to the front lines to counter us." Lin's eyes sparkled. "That makes it even better." After discussing the pressing matters, Lin asked, "Do you require my assistance in punishing that little meat dragon?" Only Lin, a commanding figure, would dare refer to an A-grade blue lightning dragon in such a dismissive manner. Bailey shook his head in refusal. "We are on the brink of war. Now is not the time to sow discord within our ranks." Lin, fully aware that Bailey would decline, soon issued several commands to all guardians. Upon hearing Lin's directives, the guardians promptly set off to execute them. Chapter 132. The Earth Cicada, the command center of humanity, has now relocated to Ghana City. Within the headquarters, Wu Jianfeng is presenting the preparations for war. After several days of bombardments, these creatures have mostly learned their lesson. They now march in fragmented groups. Although our aerial bombs continue to claim numerous lives, this toll is negligible in comparison to the enemy's vast army, numbering in the tens of millions. Fortunately, we have succeeded in slowing the enemy's advance. Currently, the outer defense system of Ghana City has been completed. Soldiers have occupied various fortifications as planned, and we are well stocked with weapons, ammunition, and supplies. The defense system of Ghana City is composed of three main sections. The first part consists of a cluster of fortifications extending 5 kilometers deep and 16 kilometers long across the opposite bank of the Yuan River. This cluster includes trenches, minefields, bunkers, and various types of strongholds serving as outposts. While these fortifications may require a few extra shells to breach against armed humans, they serve as semi-permanent structures against beasts still in the phase of clawing and biting. Crossing the Yuan River, which spans over 100 meters, one encounters a fan-shaped defensive structure extending 4 kilometers deep. Finally, there are the walls encircling Ghana City and the various fire points within. With ample steel, concrete, and engineering machinery at our disposal, these walls were constructed rapidly, molded with precision. The walls rise to a height of 14.2 meters, with the upper width reaching 7.6 meters. The upper layer is adorned with close-range artillery, and every 3 meters within the walls, there is a firing port in the concealed soldier passage. Inside Ghana City, various buildings have been converted into defensive installations. One can spot an array of howitzers, armored vehicles, missile launchers, missile nests, and anti-aircraft guns throughout the city. With sufficient weaponry and a defense force of 760,000 soldiers, we are not merely secure. We are poised to inflict significant casualties upon the enemy's advancing army. To be candid, without the assistance of military advisors, individuals such as Lung Jiao and others would find it impossible to organize the preparations so meticulously. Besides the 760,000 personnel in Ghana City, forces in other cities remain armed and on standby. Commanding an armed force of 3 million poses a substantial challenge, thoroughly testing the experience of any commander. After all, leading thousands is an entirely different concept than commanding millions. Strategizing troop placements, determining ammunition storage locations, managing logistics, and identifying support routes all require profound knowledge. Those who have not experienced such matters would find it bewildering. We have also buried numerous sensors and high-power ultrasonic detectors underground. If any creature attempts to burrow, we will detect it immediately. Everyone is acutely aware that the focal point of defense lies not on the ground, but in the air. Current reconnaissance indicates that the enemy's aerial forces exceed 10 million. This figure accounts only for the larger, more easily quantifiable creatures. If we include the myriad insects capable of fluttering, the number would undoubtedly reach into the hundreds of millions. Such a vast presence would take a day or two to eliminate from the sky. Moreover, these creatures possess lethal capabilities. To combat this multitude of flying organisms, humanity has, drawing from the experiences of the previous battle, electrified the exteriors of all buildings. This electrification spans a vast area, functioning as a form of biological mass destruction weaponry. Upon concluding their assessments, military advisors offered additional recommendations. Observing the expressions of those present, it was evident that they held a sense of optimism regarding the impending conflict. In addition to an arsenal of modern weaponry, they take pride in their intellect. Even if the Guardians possess intelligence comparable to humans, hundreds of Guardians cannot elevate the intelligence of tens of millions of troops. Unbeknownst to humanity, these creatures were soon to impart a lesson. As night descended, over 200 kilometers from Ghana City, He Lin instructed the 8 divine attendants, "Commence." Each of the 8 attendants took a position and began to unleash summoning spells at specific frequencies. This time, they were not summoning terrestrial creatures, but a species dormant within the soil. The earth cicada, a being with a lifespan of merely 10 days from birth to death. During its juvenile phase, it remains in the form of an egg, deep asleep in the earth. When the breeding season arrives, the larvae emerge from the soil, rapidly transforming from the size of a peanut to that of a fist within mere days. Adult earth cicadas spend the remainder of their brief lives mating. Once mating is complete, male cicadas perish, while females burrow into the ground to nurture new life. The larvae develop within the female's body, feeding on her flesh. The survival of this species can be attributed to 2 factors: its staggering reproductive numbers and the potent venom it possesses throughout its life cycle. During the breeding season of the earth cicada, other creatures inevitably suffer. Grasslands, water sources, leaves, and fruits become tainted by the corpses of male cicadas. Now, the 8 divine attendants aim to awaken the dormant earth cicada larvae from their slumber underground. Merely a minute passed before sounds emanated from the soil. Countless clods of earth were overturned, revealing numerous brown larvae. Even He Lin, floating above, felt a twinge of disgust at the sight of the writhing mass. The 8 divine attendants quickly employed their abilities to isolate the larvae. In reality, within a radius of 200 kilometers, the landscape was teeming with these larvae. The combined efforts of the 8 divine attendants yielded extraordinary results. Nocturnal creatures venturing out to forage were frightened back into their burrows upon encountering the earth cicadas. Those who viewed the larvae as mere snacks were indeed naive. Before long, they succumbed to poisoning. Sensing the presence of numerous kindred spirits nearby, the larvae began to synchronize their metamorphosis collectively. Within half an hour, the first juvenile cicadas emerged from their cocoons. Newly born, these cicadas behaved like ravenous specters, consuming anything in their path: leaves, roots, fruits, living beings, and carrion alike. The earth cicadas followed their primal instinct to feed and mate, exhibiting no semblance of intelligence. A vast swarm of earth cicadas surged toward He Lin, yet they were repelled by the powerful aura surrounding her. In no time, He Lin found herself encircled by a massive ball of cicadas. Realizing that the 8 divine attendants could no longer sustain their efforts, He Lin finally took action. With a mere stomp of her hoof, all the cicadas in her vicinity perished. Subsequently, a unique sound wave radiated outward. The responding earth cicadas began a synchronized march toward the southeast, feeding as they advanced. Countless in number, they resembled a horde of locusts, consuming everything in their path. No, they were far more terrifying than locusts. At least locusts lack venom and can serve as sustenance for certain creatures. The earth cicadas, on the other hand, are entirely destructive and predatory. They devour every visible morsel and continuously taint the environment. This swarm of Earth cicadas, numbering in the hundreds of millions, is destined to impart a profound lesson upon humanity. Chapter 133 Prelude. Not long after, humanity discovered the vast army of the Kangaroo cicadas. Cold Sniper convened an emergency military meeting to discuss countermeasures. The Kangaroo cicada is a winged insect, with adult individuals as large as a fist, containing a significant amount of toxins. Just 3 to 5 of them can be lethal to an adult. Their lifespan ranges from 10 to 12 days. Preliminary estimates suggest that over 700 million Kangaroo cicadas are approaching, with the vanguard less than 60 kilometers away. Given their marching speed, the first wave will reach Ghana City in approximately 3 hours. Upon hearing the figure of 700 million, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. It was evident that this was the handiwork of those guardians. Although the lethal capability of the Kangaroo cicadas could be largely disregarded, their toxic nature was concerning. Should the army of Kangaroo cicadas invade human territory, water sources, land, and crops would inevitably be contaminated. Furthermore, the impact on mechanical equipment would be significant, particularly the engines of aircraft, which could easily be rendered inoperative. Chien Berling analyzed, stating that the most effective way to combat this insect plague would be to use aircraft to spray insecticides, followed by fire attacks. As the Kangaroo cicadas fly at altitudes below 50 meters, whether through extensive arson or the use of flamethrowers, these methods would prove effective. Being on an alien planet, Chien Berling need not concern himself with the environmental damage caused by widespread arson or insecticide spraying. Lowell added that the base's weapon inventory included a high-powered directional pulsonic device, primarily utilizing sound wave resonance to eliminate insects, which would also serve as a commendable pest control weapon. Regardless of the method employed, it was impossible to eradicate all the Kangaroo cicadas due to their overwhelming numbers. General Colin of Gallia reminded everyone that since the enemy had already launched an attack, it was unlikely to be a single wave. Vigilance was needed against their subsequent offensives, particularly regarding the depletion of our strategic resources. This reasoning was straightforward, and the others did not need reminding. General Leonid from the Bear Nation exclaimed, "I say, just drop a hydrogen bomb and be done with it, regardless of how many enemies there are." True to the fighting spirit of his nation, he proposed a straightforward and brutal solution. The representatives from several other countries exchanged glances, contemplating Leonid's suggestion. In another room, Moli observed the harmonious exchanges among the representatives. Fully aware of their ulterior motives, they simply sought to trade weapons such as mushroom bombs, hydrogen bombs, rockets, and satellites, items not produced by the base, in exchange for the advanced technology of the Gamma aliens. Although the production base was indeed prohibited from manufacturing such devices, Moli was capable of producing the necessary equipment to create mushroom bombs. Subsequently, technical personnel provided by various nations could utilize this equipment to manufacture the finished weapons. As for the raw materials needed for producing mushroom bombs, Moli had already located them on M-Star. To Moli, there was nothing that could not be exchanged. As long as the price was right, he could even arrange for the dismantling of a combat robot for research purposes. Time was of the essence, leaving no room for retrofitting transport planes and bombers. Humanity promptly filled water bags with insecticide, transporting them via aircraft and dropping them from several thousand meters in altitude. By attaching a timed detonation device to the water bags, the released liquids would naturally disperse under the influence of the wind. Simultaneously, ground personnel sprang into action overnight, donning oxygen masks and carrying pesticide tanks to spray the insecticides on the vegetation below. To be frank, this substance could scarcely be called an insecticide anymore. It was more akin to high-concentration pesticide. Not only various insects, but even humans could meet a grim fate if exposed excessively. The quickest to make an impact were the transport and bomber aircraft, as the insecticide fell like raindrops. The Kangaroo cicadas that came into contact with it perished en masse. If it had been daytime, the scene would have been spectacular. However, humanity currently had no means of assessing the effectiveness of the strikes, as the sheer number of Kangaroo cicadas was overwhelming. For every batch that succumbed, another would quickly replenish their ranks. This level of casualty was but a drop in the bucket. on the side of the animal army. They were intent on preventing humanity from successfully dispersing the insecticide. Soon, the radar of the escorting fighter jets detected a multitude of red dots. Reports to the command center indicated a large group of flying creatures appeared 210 kilometers to the northwest, expected to engage in approximately 40 minutes. This outcome was anticipated by humanity. Cold Sniper commanded, bombers and transport planes continue to dispense insecticide. Fighter Squadron 01 will remain for escort, while Squadrons 02, 03, 04, and 05 are tasked with engaging the enemy. All aircraft land at Dawn Airport. Understood. Acknowledged. The fighter jets in the sky surged forward towards the enemy. Meanwhile, the atmosphere of preparedness on the ground grew increasingly intense. The troops stationed on the west bank of the Yin River belonged to the Cherry Blossom Nation. This mission was one that Matsui Taro had voluntarily requested. Eager to achieve glory, the Cherry Blossom Nation eagerly took on the lead role. In truth, their officers had little regard for the lives of soldiers. Moreover, since this was not a genuine life-or-death scenario, there was little to be concerned about. Within a bastion, Chief of Staff Watanabe Ikemen reported to Matsui Taro, Division Commander, "The command center has reported that the vanguard of the insect army is still 17 kilometers away, expected to arrive in over 50 minutes. Matsui Taro exclaimed with excitement, "Yes. Finally, it's our turn to shine." Watanabe Ikemen suggested, "Division Commander, I recommend we allow the soldiers to eat immediately. They will have no time to do so once the battle begins, as this will be a protracted engagement." Matsui Taro turned to a nearby messenger and commanded, "Quickly, relay the Chief of Staff's suggestion." "Yes." The messenger saluted and promptly set off to carry out the order. Waving off a few guards from inside the room, Matsui Taro continued, "Watanabe, once we finish this battle, the soldiers will accumulate substantial contribution points. The higher-ups have instructed us to collect all contribution points from the soldiers. This task will fall to you, Watanabe. Ensure that the soldiers' resistance is minimized." This. Watanabe Ikemen nearly cursed. This was clearly a thankless task. With the exchange rate of contribution points to real currency steadily rising, even the least skilled players could earn tens of thousands monthly. Not to mention, players could accumulate merit to exchange for citizenship on M-Star. Under such favorable conditions, some soldiers were even contemplating leaving the military to serve the alien sovereign. Such actions from the higher-ups were effectively forcing these soldiers to don gaming helmets and flee to the beautiful country, which cared little for their former identities. As long as they arrived at the local embassy with gaming helmets, players and their families would receive protection. Consequently, the Cherry Blossom Nation had concentrated all soldiers in a few prisons for management, claiming it was to enhance their combat readiness. But it was merely a measure to prevent them from escaping. This move had already incited considerable discontent among the soldiers. If they were to be stripped of their last coins, a mutiny would undoubtedly ensue. With 18,000 trained soldiers, they could not be contained by just a few prisons. Even though Watanabe Ikemen was reluctant, he had no choice but to accept this burdensome task. Chapter 134. The Surprise Attack at an Altitude of 10,000 meters. A height unreachable by most flying creatures, for understrength squadrons of fighter jets were ruthlessly decimating the enemy below. With millions of foes to contend with, precision targeting was unnecessary. A single missile could annihilate dozens of airborne adversaries. Once the missiles were expended, they resorted to cannons, ensuring that each shell found its mark. Caught up in the frenzy, many pilots forgot the imperative to conserve ammunition for self-defense. Within the city of Ghana, the Phantom suddenly became agitated, incessantly relaying the presence of adversaries to Moli. He was acutely aware that the Phantom's arch-nemesis was the Tianmu moth, a fact rooted in the Phantom's very creation by the Destruction Clan using the Tianmu moth's essence. To the Phantom, all other creatures were mere prey. The arrival of S-rank Tianmu moths was the catalyst for its heightened agitation. While calming the Phantom, Moli hurriedly informed command of the impending S-rank threat, albeit belatedly. Meanwhile, as the ammunition of the fighter jets dwindled, a retreat order was issued. Just as the formation turned to return, 8 colossal flying creatures plunged from the clouds above. At last, the radar detected the targets, but it was tragically too late. Incoming enemy attack. S-rank bioforms. Launch missiles. I have no missiles left. In the ensuing chaos, several jets were ensnared by the foes. The shrill sound of metal scraping echoed as the aircraft's hulls were pierced by the enemy's claws. If titanium alloy could be breached, the cockpit cover stood little chance. In a harrowing moment, a pilot was snatched from the cockpit by a golden-crowned iron eagle. A chilling scream reverberated through the communication channel as the pilot was reduced to a mist of blood in an instant. Amidst the turmoil, 2 more jets plummeted headlong, victims of the Tianmu moth's prowess. These creatures could unleash their skills from a distance, albeit with a shorter range than the Phantom. Caught in the frenzy, Moli disregarded caution and commanded missiles to be fired at the captured aircraft. The ensuing explosions resulted in the destruction of the jets, yet the enemy remained unscathed. To eradicate these A-rank creatures required over 1,000 kilograms of TNT, while the missiles, typically laden with only a few dozen kilograms of explosives, merely tickled the S-rank bioforms. With their munitions exhausted, the jets began their retreat, while the remaining fighters lured their foes to an altitude of 15,000 meters, where the air defense missiles were poised for action. Cold Sniper directly issued a new command, bypassing Moli. The base's air defense systems comprised 3 main types: the S-500 from the Bear Nation, the THAAD from the Beautiful Country, and the Standard 6 missiles, all capable of engaging targets over 200 kilometers away. The pressing issue was the presence of over 1 million flying creatures at several thousand meters, severely hampering radar accuracy. Thus, it was imperative to draw the S-rank bioforms to higher altitudes. Upon receiving their orders, the pilots swiftly began to entice the enemy, intentionally slowing their speed to give the impression of vulnerability. As humans attempted to escape, the S-rank creatures pursued with fervor. Soon, the battleground shifted to an elevation exceeding 15,000 meters. Leveraging their speed advantage, the fighter jets danced around the 8 S-rank bioforms, their roars echoing in the air. At this moment, humanity reclaimed a semblance of superiority, for even the mightiest individual could not rival the power of technology. However, hubris is often a precursor to calamity. As one jet passed through a cloud, its surface rapidly froze. Within seconds, the engine sputtered and died. To the astonishment of the pilot, the cockpit canopy shattered, icy air flooding the interior. "My canopy has ruptured. It's freezing." In less than 3 seconds, the pilot was frozen solid, deprived of the chance to utter a final farewell. In a heartbeat, the aircraft spiraled out of control, followed swiftly by a second, then a third. Realization dawned upon humanity. An additional enemy, an ice-based creature, was undoubtedly lurking. Moli shouted urgently, "Deploy all countermeasures." The other pilots, snapping back to reality, complied and released all available flares. These flares, primarily incendiary, generated immense infrared radiation and flames, illuminating the dark clouds and revealing the concealed black-scale creature. "Is that a Chilan?" One pilot, passing nearby, caught a glimpse of the creature's full form. Before he could fully comprehend, his aircraft began to freeze. Fortunately, he managed to relay the information before succumbing. As the revelation of a Chilan-like creature sank in, a profound sense of unease settled among the pilots. First, there was the beast resembling the legendary Bai Li, followed by the fire phoenix encountered on Hulu Island, and now an aerial Chilan. Why did the creatures of this star increasingly mirror the myths of Blue Star? Air defense missiles are incoming. Retreat immediately. Just as the remaining jets neared their breaking point, the order to withdraw finally arrived. Utilizing their speed, the surviving aircraft accelerated, leaving their pursuers behind. As they glanced at the rapidly descending air defense missiles below, a collective sigh of relief escaped the pilots. Yet, mere moments later, explosions erupted behind them, instilling a sense of despondency. They had incurred the loss of 17 aircraft in this engagement, a significant blow. This loss was not merely the death of 7 pilots. The financial implications were staggering. The cost of a fighter jet, coupled with the training of a pilot, equated to the resources of an entire battalion. In the command center, a combat strategist urgently reported, "Sir, the targets have suddenly vanished from the radar. We can no longer track them. Have they gone stealth?" It was no surprise. The evolutionary trajectory of the creatures on this planet diverged from their own. A flurry of military advisors debated, encountering for the first time targets that could truly become invisible. The so-called stealth fighters of Blue Star merely employed radar-absorbing materials, reducing their radar cross-section without achieving true invisibility. Yet, these S-rank beings had genuinely disappeared from the radar. With the loss of the S-rank creatures trail, humanity was compelled to redirect their strikes toward the lesser flying creatures. Ignoring cost-effectiveness, missiles would obliterate entire swathes of foes. However, the enemy proved cunning. After enduring 2 rounds of bombardment, the remaining flying creatures began a tactical retreat. It was evident they sought to employ the Luo cicada as expendable fodder to wear down humanity. Apart from dispatching a fleet of drones for reconnaissance, humanity had little time for anything else, as the frontline forces were already engaged in combat with the Luo cicada. Chapter 135. The might of close-in defense artillery on the western front of the Yuanxi River. The atmosphere is charged with impending conflict. Under the glare of searchlights, the swarm of the Earth cicadas advances like an impenetrable wall, overwhelming humanity with their sheer numbers, darkening the skies above. The very sound of their wings flapping sends shivers through the heart, not from fear, but from the visceral resonance that threatens to harm one's innards. Yet, in comparison to the armaments prepared by humanity, the sonic assault of the Earth's cicadas pales in significance. As the cicadas enter the strike zone, the frontline officers, their expressions grave, command, activate the instruments. The soldiers tasked with operating the devices promptly engage the directional pulse sonic instruments. These powerful machines boast a maximum attack range of 5 kilometers, although their lethality diminishes with distance. The optimal striking distance lies between 200 to 1,000 meters. Since the assault relies on invisible sound waves for mass destruction, the weapon is designed to be directional. Once activated, personnel must maintain a safe distance to avoid unintended casualties. On the western flank alone, humanity has deployed 46 directional pulse sonic devices, sufficient to secure a 50-kilometer front. As the instruments were to life, the Earth's cicadas begin to fall as if electrocuted, carpeting the ground in mere seconds. Witnessing this spectacle, humanity's spirits lift, as many entertained the delusion that these devices alone could annihilate the cicada horde. However, this is merely a naive hope. The black-scaled creatures lingering at the rear will not allow humanity such ease. Almost immediately, radar detects a multitude of flying entities approaching. Report: a large number of flying creatures detected 160 kilometers away, expected to reach Ganaching in approximately 20 minutes, comes the report. Cold Sniper, calm and composed, instructs. Synchronize the intelligence with all units. Let them prepare to engage as per the original plans. The military advisors present regard Cold Sniper with a hint of envy. Aside from the United States, officers from other nations seldom encounter actual combat. Many colonels and brigadiers have merely bided their time, advancing through the ranks without ever seeing the battlefield. For them, the opportunity to command troops in combat is a rare luxury. In contrast, Cold Sniper now orchestrates the efforts of millions, a lifelong aspiration for any soldier. On the grass, 8 divine guardians are tending to their wounds. The recent barrage has inflicted 2 severe injuries and 6 minor ones upon them. Although none have perished, the encounter has made them acutely aware of humanity's formidable nature. Had it not been for the black-scaled creatures masking their presence, they might have suffered fatalities. Humanity unleashed hundreds of surface-to-air missiles in a single volley, with a second wave of similar magnitude following closely. Even such ordnance could likely claim a few of their lives. Aware of the peril, no divine guardian dares to lead the charge. Let the lesser beings expend their lives instead. The wiser one becomes, the more precious life becomes. On a nearby hill, the black-scaled creature gazes somberly at the distant battlefield. Not just the 8 divine guardians, but even it harbors lingering dread from the recent explosions. It is often said that quantitative changes lead to qualitative transformations. Even SS-class beings can fall to explosives. Having witnessed the terror of human weaponry, The black-scaled creature can only hope to deplete humanity through sheer numbers. At this moment, it continuously issues commands based on the evolving battlefield conditions. Do not be surprised. The black-scaled creature possesses the means to receive real-time updates from the front line. While it cannot see the far-off chaos, several guardians stationed ahead relay the situation back to it. Endowed with the ability for long-distance communication by the Life Mother. 20 minutes swiftly pass, and a vast swarm of flying entities descends upon Ganaching. The first to open fire are the thousands of 1130 close-in defense guns stationed within the city. A torrent of fire erupts, seemingly tearing the night sky asunder. Such terrifying firepower ignites ecstatic shouts from many first-time participants in this grand battle, as they release their pent-up excitement through their cries. Not only these civilian players, but even the regular troops from Sakura Nation have never beheld such overwhelming firepower. Within the command center, military advisors from various nations gather at the windows, marveling at the magnificent scene. Qian Balin casts a glance at Lowell, unable to conceal his pride. While American weaponry has long dominated, it is now the turn of Long Nation's arms to shine. Lowell, however, remains unpretentious, preferring to let facts speak for themselves. With a firing rate of 11,000 rounds per minute of 30mm shells, the 1130 close-in defense gun indeed stands unrivaled globally. Its efficacy cannot be underestimated. Moreover, being automated, it requires no human intervention beyond the timely replacement of ammunition. Nonetheless, even the most concentrated fire will inevitably let some foes slip through, especially when faced with such a vast enemy horde. Numerous flying entities breach the defenses of the close-in artillery, penetrating within a 2-kilometer radius. Open fire. With a command issued, over 3,000 anti-aircraft machine guns unleash streams of fire. As for the anti-aircraft artillery, it is reserved for larger B-class entities. For now, the foes are primarily smaller flying creatures, making the heavier artillery unnecessary. With the advantage of speed, countless carcasses of the flying entities plummet like projectiles. A single small bird falling from a height can rival a bullet in lethality. One can only imagine the impact of corpses weighing from several to dozens of pounds. Consequently, casualties first emerge among the defending troops of Sakura Nation. Those operating the anti-aircraft machine guns and transporting ammunition suffer grievously, with many struck down. Surviving is unlikely, and injuries are almost guaranteed. Within mere seconds, over 100 have fallen. The sheer density of the falling bodies is overwhelming. Bang! Bang! The sound of carcasses crashing against the fortifications reverberates violently, with steel plates denting under the impact. Fortunately, the bunker-S concrete is a robust one, for meters thick, absorbing this barrage of meteorite strikes. However, the exposed directional pulsonic devices suffer greatly. To maximize their efficacy, these instruments must be placed in open areas devoid of obstacles. In an instant, over 10 of them are rendered inoperative. A breach opens in the defense line, allowing the Earth's cicada horde to surge through. Flame-throwing soldiers immediately open fire to seal the gap. When it comes to dealing with such insects, nothing surpasses the effectiveness of a flamethrower. The only drawback is that the smoke produced by burning Earth cicadas is toxic. Were it not for the personal gas masks already equipped for soldiers, they might hesitate to employ incendiary tactics. In no time, the rain of bodies spreads into the city. A bird weighing several dozen pounds crashes onto an anti-aircraft machine gun, instantly crushing the operator's skull beneath the recoiling barrel. Nearby, another soldier replacing a magazine is struck blind in his right eye by a ricocheting bullet. Before he can utter a sound, another avian carcass falls upon him, slicing him in half. The sight of his demise is gruesome, spine bent in two, face pressed against his own remains. Fortunately, he suffers no prolonged agony. Death is instantaneous. As the number of flying entities breaching the defense line escalates, human casualties continue to mount. At this juncture, the battle devolves into a contest of attrition. The victor will be the one who endures until the end. Chapter 136. A generous display. The battle had only been ongoing for half an hour, yet the city of Ghana was already blanketed with a half-meter thick layer of corpses. At the forefront of the battlefield, The bodies of the Dyrochrysina piled up to several meters high, a testament to the ferocity of the conflict. Before the last of the Guardians fell, these lower-tier creatures exhibited an unyielding ferocity in the face of death. As a multitude of flying creatures invaded the city, the most devastating weapon had shifted from conventional arms to the high-voltage electricity coursing through the outer walls of the buildings. It must be noted that electricity proved to be an economical and efficient weapon. These D-class creatures were effectively dispatched upon contact, with the stronger ones merely struggling for a brief moment. The city was constructed according to standards capable of withstanding an 8.0 magnitude earthquake. Coupled with the conductive material on the exterior, a surge of electricity became a formidable weapon. This was also why Moli had opted against erecting walls. Within the command center, dozens of combat advisors continuously relayed intelligence to Cold Sniper and Wu Jianfeng. Reports indicated that the accumulation of corpses within the city was severely hampering the transport of ammunition. Cold Sniper ordered the activation of all biological storage pools and dispatched service robots to clear the bodies. Beneath the city lay vast biological storage facilities designed to decompose various biological materials. The synthetic substances required for cloning bodies, as well as supplies of nutrient solutions, energy pastes, and meat, all originated from these facilities. Prior to the onset of hostilities, humans had anticipated the challenge of managing the vast number of biological carcasses, hence the establishment of 12 large material drop-off points throughout the city. Now, all that remained was to push these bodies into the facilities, where the decomposition plant would naturally eliminate toxic materials. The most capable labor for this task were the hundreds of service robots within the city, as they were not only mechanical but also immensely strong. The enemy's second wave of airborne troops was still over 170 kilometers away, estimated to exceed 4 million in number, primarily consisting of small to medium-sized flying creatures. The enemy's ground troops were approximately 280 kilometers distant, advancing at a speed of 60 kilometers per hour, with numbers anticipated to exceed 30 million, expected to reach the outskirts of Ghana City by around 2 a.m. Cold Sniper issued targeted commands. Given that the enemy consisted of small to medium-sized flying species, it was unnecessary to waste precious anti-air missiles, leaving them to be dealt with by ground defensive firepower. On the contrary, the ground forces could initiate an offensive. To date, the ground-based ballistic missiles had yet to be activated. Before the conflict began, Moli had established a strategic reserve target of depleting 90 of their stockpile. Cold Sniper commanded the deployment of drones to guide the ground-based missile attacks, alongside all bombers to assist in bombarding the enemy's ground forces, with fighter jets providing aerial escort, and should they encounter S-class creatures, to initiate self-destruct attacks. The self-destruct attack was a suggestion from military advisors. According to the intelligence estimates, a substantial amount of TNT, at least several tons, would be required to eliminate an S-class creature. In contrast, the payload of anti-air missiles would necessitate the coordinated fire of at least 100 to achieve the same result. Therefore, why not employ bombers for a suicidal strike? Whether it be 52s or 22M bombers, their payloads began at 20 tons. If 8 S-class creatures dared to approach, it would be a matter of trading one for one. Humanity could afford such a trade, they could not. If they were too fearful to approach, the bombardment of ground targets would continue, for it was inconceivable that they would remain indifferent. The goal was to compel the enemy into action. In the tallest building of Ghana City, Moli was diligently attending to official matters, entirely unaffected by the chaos unfolding outside. Delegating professional tasks to those equipped to handle them had always been Moli's guiding principle. Should he intervene in every matter, he would surely exhaust himself. The primary reason for Moli's lack of concern regarding the battle's outcome was humanity's current foundation, which rendered them unafraid of these creatures. Even in the absence of devastating weapons such as nuclear bombs or hydrogen bombs, the assortment of explosives humanity had stockpiled was more than sufficient to obliterate the advancing adversaries multiple times. Moreover, prior to the outbreak of war, Moli had prepared 270,000 clone bodies within Ghana City. This meant that there were at least 270,000 fallen soldiers who could be resurrected directly within the city. Even if the defenders of Ghana City were entirely decimated, it would not be of significant consequence to Moli. After all, there were still over 2 million troops available as reinforcements. What brought Moli the greatest solace was that the enemy had not breached the defensive lines to penetrate deeper into human territory. This indicated the success of humanity's lore strategy. It also meant that humanity's agricultural achievements were temporarily safeguarded. Nearby, the Phantom became increasingly agitated. Feeling constrained by the limited space indoors and driven by the battle outside, which stirred its innate predatory instincts, compelling it to seek a chance to unleash carnage. Moli reassured it, "There is no rush. Let them handle these minor foes. Save your strength for that formidable Tiamat moth." His words proved effective, calming the Phantom. At that moment, the intelligence system reported, "Master, a call from Jiang Chuyang." Once the video connection was established, Moli inquired, "What is it?" Jiang Chuyang reported, "The nations of Blue Star are closely monitoring our situation. They have inquired several times whether we could provide updates on the battle progress." "What do you think, Star Master?" Moli astutely remarked, "They are concerned we might lose the war, aren't they?" Jiang Chuyang confirmed, "Indeed, that is a significant concern. The nations of Blue Star have just decided to increase their investments in Planet M. They do not wish for that Star Master to suffer defeat." Moli instructed, "Have the intelligence system synchronize the live battle footage to the wristwatches of Blue Star and share the video with them, allowing them to view it openly. Although there would be a few seconds of communication delay, it would not hinder their viewing experience." Understanding Moli's intent, Jiang Chuyang promptly complied with the order. Soon, the nations of Blue Star received real-time footage of the war in Ghana City. Unanimously, military officials from each nation began analyzing the unfolding conflict. The so-called concern for the battle situation was merely a facade. While there was some worry, it was minimal. They were both curious about the local forces on Planet M and eager to see if the Animal Army would compel the Gamma people to reveal their advanced weaponry. In Long Country, hundreds of high-ranking officers were summoned to observe the situation in Ghana City. At this moment, Chief of Staff Fu Xiaojia was detailing the strategic material reserves of the Gamma people, based on the data relayed by Qian Bolin and his associates. Long Country had approximately discerned the heavy weaponry reserves of that Star Master. The most captivating aspect was the quantity of various missiles. There were 5, 300 short-range and medium-range ground-based missiles, along with 27,000 small air-to-air, air-to-ground, and ground-to-air missiles. Except for the absence of nuclear bombs, the conventional missile reserves were comparable to those of Long Country. With ample weaponry and ammunition within Ghana City, along with protective materials supplied to individual soldiers, their production capabilities were more than 3 times greater than those of Long Country, compounded by over 2 million troops available for support. The probability of their victory in this battle was markedly high. At the conclusion of his presentation, Fu Xiaojia provided an analytical summary. Chapter 137. The Treasure Vault. The Grand Elder seized upon a crucial point and inquired, "You mentioned that their reproductive capacity exceeds ours by more than 3-fold. Are we comparing this to our productivity in peacetime or wartime?" In peacetime, the overall number of industrial workers in the Dragon Kingdom's military industry is merely in the hundreds of thousands. However, once war is declared, all civilian production capabilities shift towards military output, allowing the workforce in military production to easily surpass 10 million. In such circumstances, productivity can grow exponentially, multiplying by several times. During wartime, operations run continuously in 3 shifts, leaving no opportunity for respite. Fu Xiaojia affirmed, "I am comparing our wartime productivity. Based on the information we have gathered, the core processing system of that Star Master is a production base of a Level 3 civilization, along with various subordinate production bases across the cities. Whether it is ordinary slippers or advanced missiles, as long as the system analyzes the internal structure of the items, it can rapidly print and produce them. The only factors influencing their production capacity are twofold: the availability of raw material reserves and their energy supplies, specifically the energy crystals they continually plunder, which serve as the power source for all their machinery." The elders present exchanged astonished whispers, taken aback by the aliens' production capabilities. Everything is produced automatically by machines, requiring no human intervention. Once such technology is applied to Blue Star, it is uncertain how many individuals would lose their jobs. The impact on societal culture, order, and class structures would be catastrophic. A core question arises: are the vested interests willing to relinquish their current privileges? However, from another perspective, the enhancement of productivity also serves as a foundation for a harmonious society. Is not a harmonious society defined by everyone having enough to eat, wear, and a place to live? One elder curiously asked, since the Gamma aliens have resolved the issue of social productivity, what is their societal system? The foreign minister, Zhao Feng, elaborated, the knowledge base of the base does not mention the societal structure of the Gamma aliens, but from my conversation with that Star Master, I learned that their primary objectives in exploring the cosmos are twofold: to seek methods for extending lifespan and to acquire various resources. This suggests that the Gamma aliens do not merely indulge in comfort. They likely face external threats that compel them to strive for progress. The second elder queried, given that the Gamma aliens possess advanced military weaponry technology from the nations of Blue Star and hold the genetic lineage of Blue Star inhabitants, it is evident they have visited Blue Star. Do we know why they have not invaded? Zhao Feng revealed a statement that left everyone astounded. We found a star domain map of the solar system in the base's knowledge base, and Blue Star is marked as belonging to a level 6 civilization. What? A level 6 civilization? They gasped. A level 6 civilization is a godly civilization. This implies that the mythological narratives circulated about Blue Star may indeed hold a kernel of truth. The third elder posed another question. If the beings there can evolve extraordinary abilities, would bringing our ancestral cultivation techniques to that realm enable us to cultivate such abilities? Zhao Feng explained, in fact, players have attempted this, but it has been largely ineffective. According to publicly available research data from the base, the energy system of M-Star derives from energy crystals, which are inert energies that can be harnessed by machinery, but humanity lacks the genetic makeup to absorb this kind of energy. Upon hearing this, many expressed regret. The Grand Elder inquired, have you discerned what advanced technologies we require from their domain? Zhao Feng opened the prepared documents and began detailing the findings. Firstly, in the field of biological engineering, the most coveted technologies by all nations are consciousness transfer technology and cloning technology. This technology allows for the extraction of consciousness from a body and its subsequent transmission to a clone over long distances. This means that dangerous tasks could be undertaken by clone bodies. The Gamma aliens can produce a perfect clone, devoid of a soul, within 48 hours based on demand. Such technology could resolve numerous medical and genetic issues, significantly extending human lifespan. Although that Star Master has granted citizenship to humanity and nations have confirmed that transferring souls to M-Star allows for a new life in a new body, who would willingly pledge allegiance to an alien. It is far better to possess such technology within one's own grasp. The primary reason remains that these power holders are reluctant to relinquish their authority and are disinclined to start anew on M-Star. Secondly, there are various special resources produced by M-Star that enhance individual strength and longevity. These are regarded as extraordinary treasures. Consuming them yields improvements with absolutely no side effects. If the effective components can be understood, they could be replicated on Blue Star. Who wouldn't want to transform into a superhuman? Finally, there are numerous technological achievements to consider. The Gamma Aliens production base includes artificial intelligence, combat robots, service robots, hover vehicles, engineering machinery, and transport vehicles. Each of these items boasts technologies that surpass human capabilities. In summary, their domain represents a veritable treasure trove for humanity. The key to reaping substantial benefits lies in winning the favor of that Star Master. The Grand Elder commanded, Zhao Feng, consult with Jiang Chuyang regarding whether a portion of the second batch of game helmets that have already been produced can be delivered ahead of schedule. We can also dispatch active duty troops to assist in this battle. Zhao Feng explained, Grand Elder, we have tentatively inquired with Jiang Chuyang, and that Star Master seems to be focused on training troops. They do not currently require military support. The second batch of game helmets will be delivered as scheduled in 16 days. With over 2 million reserve personnel, Moli is indeed not lacking in manpower. This is an opportunity for training. Since they do not require assistance, the Grand Elder refrained from pressing the matter. After all, that extraterrestrial Star Master holds authority over them. At this moment, the video feed shifted to the command center. Observing the cold sniper issuing commands, the Grand Elder momentarily struggled to recall his name, Xiaojia. What is the name of this young man? Fu Xiaojia introduced. His real name is Zhong Hancheng, age 28, having enlisted at 19. Before the incident, he was the ace sniper of the Southern Military Region's Red Sword Brigade, awarded 2 third-class merits and 1 second-class merit. Considering his actions were driven by rage, he was sentenced to only 1 year in prison. The Grand Elder lamented, "A few ruffians have ruined a promising soldier. It seems we must take decisive action to restore social order. As more individuals serve that Star Master, any minor incidents can escalate into interstellar diplomatic disputes. Reforming societal security is imperative," Fu Xiaojia remarked. This could be seen as an opportunity for him. Having lost his future in the military, he fortuitously becomes the foremost figure in the alien military. The Grand Elder instructed, "We must ensure the safety of those with significant status among the Gamma aliens, as well as their families. The leaders of the Security Bureau and Public Security must act promptly." Chapter 138. Retreat. The battle on Planet M was becoming increasingly fierce. With the relentless bombardment of missiles, the animal army on the ground had descended into chaos. In the face of such extensive explosions, any creature would succumb to its primal instinct of fear. No matter how the Guardians attempted to suppress the panic, they could not soothe an army gripped by terror. At this moment, the Guardians were not faring much better than these lesser beings. Missiles did not discriminate. Survival depended solely on one's resilience. The vanguard of the ground forces suffered devastating losses, and Blackscale was promptly informed. The missiles were too fast to be seen, but the aircraft soaring above posed a more manageable threat. However, Blackscale hesitated to deploy the 8 Divine Guardians, fearing it might be a trap set by humanity. Thus, it opted to send 23 aerial guardians alongside all B and C-class flying creatures to confront the enemy, leaving the rest to wait. Initially, utilizing the ground cicada to poison the enemy seemed a brilliant strategy. Yet, a significant conceptual disparity existed between the two sides. The animal army was accustomed to foraging for food and water on site, and contamination of their supplies would spell certain doom. In stark contrast, humans relied on packaged and sealed food and water, rendering poisoning efforts virtually ineffective. Even the toxic gases produced by the burning ground cicadas could be easily neutralized by humans donning gas masks. Due to this informational disparity, Blackscale awaited the anticipated effects of the poisoning on humanity. Of course, aside from the poisoning strategy, Blackscale had additional contingencies yet to be deployed. Furthermore, the casualties among the animal army had not reached a critical threshold. As long as they remained intact, Blackscale was determined to continue the fight. After all, the outcome remained uncertain. At this moment, 3 kilometers away from the outer defenses of Ghana City, Bailey gazed anxiously toward the direction of the city. The sounds of gunfire echoed incessantly. Under the overwhelming firepower of humanity, their flying creatures were falling in waves. The entire Ghana City was already stained crimson with the blood of animals. At times, the casualty ratio reached an astonishing 1,000 to 1. It was not that the animal army lacked bravery, but rather the disparity in strength was too pronounced. The terrifying capabilities of humanity had once again reshaped Bai Li's understanding. In this moment, Bai Li began to comprehend why the Mother of Life deemed humans as heretics. If humanity were allowed to flourish on this continent, would there be any survival left for other beings? Bai Li lowered her head, anxiously peering at the entrance to the tunnel beneath her feet. This entrance led down 7 to 8 meters to a lengthy tunnel. The depth of only 7 to 8 meters was due to the proximity of groundwater. Situated near the Yuan River, the shallow underground water was understandable. One end of the tunnel led back to their point of origin, while the other extended toward the human positions. Clearly, they intended to assault humanity through this subterranean passage. At this moment, countless diamond mice were busily transporting soil from the tunnel entrance. Surrounding Bai Li was an immense pile of earth. It was evident that this tunnel had been excavated by the diamond mice. Moreover, they had dug over 10 similar tunnels. For the diamond mice, tunneling was as effortless as eating. They could excavate not only soft soil, but even rock, albeit at a considerably slower pace. After a few minutes, a plump diamond mouse emerged from the tunnel entrance, exclaiming excitedly, "Bai Li, the tunnel has reached directly beneath the humans." Upon hearing this, Bai Li's furrowed brows finally relaxed. She instructed, "Hua Gang, summon your kin." The diamond mice understood that the leading creatures would be indiscriminate and promptly called forth their brethren. In no time, thousands of diamond mice scurried out from the tunnel entrance. Bai Li did not dare to delay further and began notifying the guardians at the other end of the tunnel. This guardian was a queen driver ant, measuring over 2 meters in length. The queen had completely lost her ability to move independently and was carried through the tunnel by countless worker ants. As the queen issued the command to attack, millions of driver ants marched swiftly through the tunnel. Humanity's previous estimations of the enemy's numbers had been overly conservative. They could only account for visible creatures, while those like ground cicadas and driver ants, hidden underground, remained uncounted. This was also due to humanity's tendency to regard various small insects as mere cannon fodder. If ground cicadas were somewhat repulsive, driver ants were undoubtedly lethal pests. Their diminutive size allowed them to infiltrate various crevices, and their predatory nature posed an increased threat to humans. In just over 10 minutes, the driver ant army had traversed beyond the tunnel entrance whereby Li and Hua Gang stood. Listening to the rustling sounds emanating from the tunnel, Hua Gang felt a wave of nausea. Such lowly creatures, with limited intelligence, were primarily guided by their queen. Ordinary driver ants could not distinguish between allies and enemies, attacking any creature they encountered. With their overwhelming numbers, the queen could not possibly oversee every single driver ant. To avoid friendly fire, one had to keep their distance. On the human side, soldiers' weapons had long since turned red from continuous firing. Fortunately, each position had stockpiled an ample supply of firearms for replacement, ensuring sustained firepower. At this moment, the most industrious were the logistics troops, tirelessly transporting ammunition. Prior to the conflict, humans had excavated 5 underground passages connecting directly to the western bank of the Yuan River, facilitating the continuous delivery of ammunition via underground trams. Once the ammunition reached the western bank, logistics soldiers would then distribute it to various regimental positions through 2 circular tracks. However, they could not deliver ammunition directly to every bunker. Thus, the final leg of the journey required each company to dispatch troops to retrieve supplies. The Western Bank's defenses were primarily manned by the forces of Sakura Nation, yet the command center had also deployed 15,000 troops to assist in defending the flanks. This combined force of 33,000 soldiers comprised over 200 first-level units. Having fought for so long, the ammunition stockpiled within the bunkers was nearing depletion. At this moment, companies began dispatching soldiers to transport supplies almost simultaneously. Typically, one squad would carry the ammunition while another provided protection. This was imperative, as the skies were filled with various flying creatures. The moment anyone stepped out of a bunker, they would be met with a barrage of dive attacks. A significant portion of human casualties occurred during these moments. At that instant, the ground beneath one soldier's feet suddenly collapsed. Before he could react, he plummeted into the seemingly bottomless pit. Soon after, a chilling scream echoed from below. The remaining soldiers continued to transport ammunition, with 3 of them remaining behind to rescue their comrade. "Kumida-kun, are you all right? Kumida-kun, hurry, find a rope." Before they could procure a rope for the rescue, silence enveloped the pit below. Just then, the 3 soldiers crouched at the tunnel entrance felt something crawling onto their palms. Before they could discern what it was, a swarm of black insects surged toward them. Instantly, the air was filled with horrified screams. No matter how they swatted at the creatures, it proved futile. The sheer number of driver ants poured forth from the tunnel like a gushing spring. Soon, the 3 soldiers were engulfed in a tide of ants. One soldier, unable to withstand the pain, detonated a grenade strapped to his body. The explosion claimed the lives of the other 2 soldiers as well. As for the driver ants, they too sustained heavy losses. Yet, Another wave of driver ants soon emerged from the tunnel entrance. Their strategy relied entirely on overwhelming numbers. Before the high-ranking officials in the command center could reach a decision, the army of leafcutter ants had already spread across the battlefield. Frankly speaking, the sensors deployed by humanity failed to detect the burrowing of the armored mice due to certain objective factors. The cacophony of gunfire on the front lines significantly contributed to the auditory interference, resulting in the enemy tunneling right beneath our feet without detection. In less than a moment, chaos erupted across the Western Front. Flames illuminated the scene as flamethrower troops attempted to incinerate the advancing ants. However, the relentless swarm of leafcutter ants rendered their efforts futile, as the source of the ants remained an enigma. Just then, a flamethrower operator, emboldened for too long, found the ground beneath him give way, plunging both him and his equipment into a pit. The speed at which the leafcutter ants burrowed may not rival that of the armored mice. Yet their excavation prowess was undeniable. The sounds of soldiers' glory thundered intermittently, as being bitten by these creatures was akin to a fate worse than death. In such dire circumstances, self-detonation for the sake of a martyr's compensation seemed a more appealing choice. There was no time to investigate how the leafcutter ants had infiltrated the defenses. The command center swiftly issued a retreat order. The troops discarded unnecessary supplies and hastily fell back from the flanks and rear. A floating bridge across the Yuan River facilitated a rapid escape. As for those unfortunate soldiers trapped in the middle, they could only risk a retreat from the front lines, which soon became overrun by the vast army of leafcutter ants. At this moment, Matsui Taro, aided by his guards, stumbled away in disarray. He never imagined that the warriors of his beloved Sakura nation would fall victim to a mere horde of ants. His once ambitious aspirations now felt like a cruel jest. He was at a loss for how to account for this debacle back home. Fortunately, the retreat was timely, and most soldiers managed to cross the floating bridge to safety. However, humanity left behind over 4,000 corpses on the Western Front, a small fraction claimed by aerial creatures, but the majority fell to the relentless leafcutter ants. Chapter 139. The Vine Bridge crossing. A total of 29,000 personnel have retreated from the Western Bank, including a small number of wounded who have already been arranged for treatment. The remaining individuals have been incorporated into the reserve force. Moreover, we have suffered significant losses in weaponry, ammunition, and supplies. Several floating bridges over the river have been destroyed, and the iron ants cannot cross the more than 100 meters wide Yuan River relying solely on their own strength, though it cannot be ruled out that they possess alternative means of crossing. Wu Jianfeng provided a detailed account of the battle losses and cautioned Lung Jiao to be vigilant about the defenses on the river's surface. Other creatures may not pose much of a threat, as humans can effectively counter them with various weapons. However, the iron ants are particularly insidious. Their small size makes them difficult to target with conventional weapons, and they can infiltrate through tiny gaps, rendering most defenses ineffective. Their bites are painfully severe, and their numbers are overwhelming. Lung Jiao instructed, activate all searchlights on the eastern bank and position fixed sentries to monitor for any signs of the animal army attempting to cross the river. Should such signs emerge, immediately pour fuel into the water. Wu Jianfeng responded, I have already made the necessary arrangements. At that moment, Lowell approached to remind them. We have analyzed the earlier ambush of our fighter jets by the enemy and can confirm that their high command possesses high-level ice-based creatures. The temperature of their skills is very close to absolute zero, enabling them to freeze the river water in mere seconds. What remains uncertain is the range of their spellcasting. We all believe the eastern bank cannot be held, so we must prepare in advance. Lowell's words served as a warning to Lung Jiao to brace for the potential fall of Ghana City. Before the war commenced, nearly everyone envisioned a primitive scenario, an endless army of animals charging forth while humans incessantly fired their weapons and artillery. One side would compete in numbers, while the other would vie for ammunition. The first to exhaust their resources would lose. Yet, who could have anticipated that these creatures would not only employ diverse tactics, but also strategize? With each skirmish, the sense of insecurity among the crowd deepened. To seek victory, one must first contemplate defeat. Should this position fall, Preparations for a steadfast defense in the rear must commence. Fortunately, apart from Ghana City, several other cities in the rear have adequately prepared for battle. However, the priority is to ensure the command center can withdraw safely. At the forefront are the Star Master and his pet, still within Ghana City. Noticing that Lung Jiao had not grasped the implication, Qian Berling remarked, "Commander Lung, should we not request the Star Master to retreat to the rear for command?" Lung Jiao promptly recognized the necessity and stated, "I will consult the Star Master immediately." After the consultation, Lung Jiao ordered the destruction of 70% of the ballistic missile reserves in Ghana City. These missiles require preparation time before launch, and if Ghana City falls, there may be no opportunity to deploy them. Since that is the case, it is better to utilize them in advance. In the room, the intelligence network reported, "As of now, our forces have lost all positions on the western bank, with 9,382 soldiers deceased, 14,034 wounded, and 2,3 of weapons lost or damaged. Ammunition expenditure has surpassed 27.5. Recognizing that the situation had not yet spiraled out of control, Moli outright rejected Lung Jiao's suggestion to withdraw sequentially. To flee at the slightest sign of adversity would be a humiliating prospect. Even if retreat became necessary, it would only be when Ghana City truly could not withstand the onslaught. At that moment, Phantom began to make noise again. Moli turned to Phantom and inquired, "Have you sensed the presence of that white deer?" Phantom affirmed affirmatively. Moli gazed toward the opposite bank and sighed, "Bailey, please do not perish here." On the western bank, Bailey also looked longingly at Ghana City, faintly sensing the presence of Moli and the Phantom Butterfly. As they prepared to face each other once more on the battlefield, Bailey's emotions were conflicted. It desired to eliminate this group of human heretics, but simultaneously hoped for Moli's survival. Bailey murmured, "Is this what you refer to as the feeling of friendship?" Unbeknownst to them, this human and beast had developed a kinship. Unfortunately, they belonged to opposing factions. A resounding explosion interrupted Bailey's contemplation. Turning its head, Bailey caught sight of Huagang, who was now covered in dirt. This creature had once again triggered a landmine. The impact of the mine on an A-grade creature is comparable to that of a firecracker on a human. Painful, yet not lethal, and hardly even a wound. Huagang grumbled, "These damned humans. Why bury so many noisy contraptions? It infuriates me." Bailey, capable of aerial traversal, was never at risk of stepping on a landmine. The iron ants, being too light, could not meet the threshold for triggering the explosives. Moreover, humans had left behind numerous steel remnants on the battlefield, allowing the iron ants to feast without the need for excavation. Thus, it was Huagang and its kin who bore the brunt of the explosions. Bailey paid no heed to Huagang's complaints and instead focused on a startled plant-based flower guardian that had taken to the air. The flower guardian landed before Bailey, awkwardly stating, "Throughout this journey, I have been terrified by the humans' thunderous and fiery weapons, leading me to instinctively avoid them." Bailey inquired, "Elhen, how many of your kin have you brought along?" The flower guardian replied, "I have brought 1,073 kin. Commander Highland deemed our flying speed too slow and had the Iron Eagles carry us here." The stout Huagang chimed in, reporting, "My kin have also arrived, approximately 240,000. To evade early detection by humans, my kin have been digging their way here in relay." At that moment, the soil before Bailey was displaced, revealing the Iron Ant Queen, who was anxiously wriggling her body as she was lifted to the surface by her subjects. Bailey commanded, "Elhen's kin will be responsible for constructing the Vine Bridge. Huagang's kin will attack from upstream, while AMU's kin will assault from downstream." The three guardians had no objections and promptly began directing their kin to assemble. The first to spring into action were the 1,073 plant-based flower guardians. They formed groups of 10, selecting a location with every group spaced about 100 meters apart. Seeds were buried in the soil, and the 10 flower guardians immediately joined hands in a circle. As the guardians began to emit green light, the buried seeds rapidly sprouted and grew. In a mere 20 seconds, those seeds transformed into towering vines over 30 meters high, and these vines intertwined to form a bridge. Upon witnessing this, the humans on the opposite bank immediately opened fire to thwart the enemy. However, The durability of these vines was extraordinary. Standard bullets inflicted minimal damage, and only direct hits from artillery could shatter some of the material. The human commander on the opposite bank quickly dispatched flamethrowers to ignite the vines. Yet, various flying creatures, under Bailey's command, swooped down to attack the exposed humans. With this delay, the vine bridge was swiftly completed over the river. The waiting army of diamond rats and iron ants surged across the river like a tidal wave.